As soon as the man stepped out of the job change array, a chorus of mocking voices rose from all around him, simply because the job he had awakened was Dragon Rider. Dragons are monsters that stand at the very top of the abyss. There isn't a single one in the entire world that can be tamed. So what if you have an A-level talent? You've awakened a mythical class that no one can control. Your life is over. Zhong Qi looked at the message on the profession panel. Missing a dragon pet, the profession panel cannot be fully opened, and immediately felt worried. The next second, a cold system notification exploded in his mind. With the dragon taming skill maxed out, you can form a 100% contract with dragons and ensure their eternal loyalty, never to betray you. His abilities are indeed impressive, but where is Zhong Qi going to find a dragon now? There isn't a single dragon he can ride. Damn it. Zhong Qi, please accept my condolences, the teacher in charge of the transfer said with a look of sympathy. Zhong Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips, then looked around at the classmates who were either mocking or sympathizing with him. Especially those who didn't do well in their job change. Their eyes conveyed a sense of, thank goodness you're at the bottom. This made Zhong Qi's lips twitch with frustration. This damn system seems to have given the wrong reward. Wouldn't it have been better to just give him a whole dragon? Zhong Qi, come with me for a moment. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Du Ming, called out to Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi followed, puzzled, and then began to hear whispers behind him. He was called away by the homeroom teacher. Could it be that there's some big shot in our school who can help Zhong Qi resolve this matter? That's a dragon. It must be because the school invested too many resources in him before, and now they want those resources back. How tragic. But then again, who told him to switch to such a useless class? Dragon Rider, definitely a useless class. With a feeling of unease, Zhong Qi followed Du Ming all the way to the principal's office. When the office door was pushed open and a whole row of teachers stood inside, Zhong Qi was stunned. Is it really that serious? It's just a few resources, right? At worst, Zhong Qi can steal batteries and return them. So many people, it's really scary. You must be Zhong Qi. Soon, a bald, middle-aged man came up to Zhong Qi. I am Zhong Qi. You've become a dragon rider? The principal's smile remained kind. Zhong Qi's heart skipped a beat. He knew it had finally happened. Yes. May I see your class panel? Yes, but my panel isn't fully open yet. Zhong Qi shared his profession panel. After the principal of number 1 middle school finished reading, his smile became even wider, which made Zhong Qi feel a little uneasy. I have an incredible opportunity to give you, enough to solve all your current career problems. Huh. Zhong Qi was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused about what the principal meant by the extraordinary opportunity. Seeing Zhong Qi's reaction, the principal's smile widened, and he then said to the tall, thin man behind him, Come, let me introduce you. This is Director Lin. He's from the provincial capital. Director Lin? Zhong Qi, your new career is excellent. I came here specifically to find talents like you. Zhong Qi, somewhat bewildered, reached out and shook hands with Director Lin, still not quite understanding. But my career panel isn't fully activated yet. Director Lin asked with a smile. Your awakened profession just now is Dragon Rider, right? Zhong Qi nodded. Then that's it. I came here specifically to find professionals related to dragons. Pack your things and come with me later. At this point, Director Lin emphasized his words and said with a smile, The country needs you. These words carried great weight, causing Zhong Qi to become solemn as well. Zhong Qi immediately replied, Since the country needs me, I naturally have an unshirkable duty. However, Director Lin asked, Is there any difficulty? Zhong Qi said, My profession is not fully awakened yet, and the difficulty of completing the awakening is quite high. I'm afraid I can't be of much help. The principal burst into laughter. Zhong Qi, do you know why I just said this was an incredible stroke of luck? To fully awaken your Dragon Tamer profession, you need a dragon pet, and right now, the nation happens to possess a dragon race. Furthermore, the country is willing to allow talented individuals to attempt to tame them. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi's eyes lit up. Then, the principal turned to Director Lin and said, This is simply a gift from the god of war to our dragon kingdom, specifically to solve our current predicament. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's eyes lit up remarkably. However, he still asked, Zhong Qi, may I take a look at your dragon taming skill? Of course. Zhong Qi nodded, then shared his maxed-out dragon taming technique with him. Now that he has the opportunity to obtain a dragon pet, Zhong Qi naturally has no need to hide his strength any longer. Upon seeing Zhong Qi's max-level dragon taming technique, Director Lin's eyes widened instantly. He quickly grabbed Zhong Qi's hand. Come with me now. If you have any difficulties, just tell me, and I'll definitely help you. Seeing the anxious look in Director Lin's eyes, Zhong Qi was also taken aback for a moment, and then said, I just need to tell my family first. The principal of number 1 middle school said, I'll handle this. Zhong Qi, you just go. Okay. At this moment, Director Lin gave Zhong Qi a meaningful look, and then suddenly said, Zhong Qi, over the years I have accumulated some savings, and I can personally sponsor you with 3 million Chinese yuan. Don't rush to refuse. Your career is just beginning, and this is precisely the time when you need money. Zhong Qi immediately understood, but still asked curiously, Director Lin, why are you so sure I can succeed? From Director Lin's reaction just now, Zhong Qi deduced that there must be some kind of calamity related to the dragon race that is still difficult to resolve. Zhong Qi's profession was perfectly suited to this matter. Otherwise, Director Lin, who had come all the way from the provincial capital, would never have shown him such an attitude. Director Lin said, I have a feeling that if even you can't succeed, then I'm afraid no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom will be able to succeed. Half an hour later, a military helicopter landed directly at Yangqing number 1 middle school. Such a large-scale operation even startled Zhong Qi. This incident naturally caused quite a stir at the school. Students were all speculating about what had happened. How incredibly talented must one be to warrant a military helicopter coming all the way here? It must be one of the rarest professions. A rare profession? I'd say it's at least legendary, maybe even a mythical one. The helicopter flew all the way and finally arrived near the dragon raising grounds. Zhong Qi and Director Lin disembarked together. Director Lin said, This area is quite special. Helicopters cannot enter. We need to find another mode of transportation. Zhong Qi, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? No, Director Lin, I'm not hungry yet. Zhong Qi shook his head. I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Lin Baitian, and I am the director of the Martial Arts Department of Heshi Province. I am also an old comrade in arms with your principal, Wu Yongqing. Don't be so formal with me. Zhong Qi immediately understood what he meant and called out, Uncle Lin. A smile immediately appeared in Lin Baitian's eyes. Lin Baitian's expression turned serious. He said, The reason I called you here is actually about 3 dragon eggs. 3 dragon eggs? This place is called Dragon Raising Land. Those 3 dragon eggs were brought out by Dongfang Shua from the hidden dragon abyss, and they are said to have the bloodline of the descendants of 3 dragon kings. Lin Baitian smiled wryly and said, Shortly after Dongfang Shua obtained these 3 dragon eggs, he handed them over to the country, hoping to help countries that started developing martial arts later to shorten their development time. Unexpectedly, the aura of the hidden dragon abyss tainted by these 3 dragon eggs is far too strong. The places where they are located will be gradually assimilated and eventually turned into abyss. Now, these 3 dragon eggs have taken root here. If we don't deal with this in time, our entire dragon kingdom will turn into an abyss. Hearing Lin Baitian's words, Zhong Qi's mood also became heavy. However, a sense of anticipation also rose in his heart, because a max-level dragon taming technique was virtually impossible to fail. In this light, these 3 mysterious dragon eggs seemed to have been tailor-made for Zhong Qi. Lin Baitian looked at Zhong Qi and said, Zhong Qi, you are the one with the best chance of success among all the people I have searched for. Dragon Rider. Perhaps our dragon kingdom will truly give birth to its first professional who can truly control dragons. Those are the powerful and mysterious dragon race. Even Lin Baitian couldn't help but show longing when he mentioned the dragon race. Uncle Lin, I will do my best, Zhong Qi said solemnly. Lin Baitian immediately burst into laughter. It's good that you have this intention. But don't rush, the previous batch of professionals hasn't come out yet. No matter how eager you are, you'll have to wait for the next batch. This dragon breeding ground has been gradually assimilated by the 3 dragon eggs, and many monsters have sprung up inside, all of which are of a very high level. Zhong Qi was immediately startled. Even Uncle Lin has to be careful when he goes in. Lin Baitian said, I am only level 47 now, and I have not yet completed my awakening. There are quite a few of those monsters. Once you get entangled with them, you could be surrounded and killed. Half an hour later, Lin Baitian checked the time. Get ready, it should be your turn soon. Okay. Not long after, a group of professionals emerged from inside, and Lin Baitian stepped forward. Old Qian, how was it? Old Qian shrugged. There have been at least 1,000 people who went in, but not a single one of them could even get close to the dragon egg, let alone make it react. Lin Baitian waved to Zhong Qi. Old Qian's gaze immediately fell on Zhong Qi, and he looked him up and down. Where is this promising talent from? Yangqing. Yangqing? That's a great place. I won't ask any more questions, but there's one thing I need to remind you of first. Old Qian said solemnly. The closer you get to the dragon egg, the greater the danger. Once you are tainted by the aura of the hidden dragon abyss, you may suffer from a lifelong illness. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Qian, Zhong Qi said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Elder Qian? Ha ha ha. Old Qian burst into laughter. I've lived all these years and no one has ever called me that before. After you graduate, come join my demon suppression army and just give me your name. Lin Baitian immediately smiled and introduced. This is Qian Tang, the deputy commander of the demon suppression army. Zhong Qi's eyes showed surprise, but he still clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your guidance, Elder Qian. If I can make a name for myself in the future, I will definitely report to the demon suppression army. Old Qian chuckled for a moment, then added, Once you go in, you'll see 3 different dragon eggs. The black one is the weakest of them all. If you want to try, start with the weakest one. Don't be like those fools before, who were still far from the dragon egg when they were hit by the aura of the hidden dragon abyss and passed out. All right, Zhong Qi nodded. Let's go in. Zhong Qi clasped his hands in a fist salute to the 2 men, then followed the crowd into the dragon taming land. Lin Baitian, this is a promising talent. How about we get him to join our demon suppression army after he's released? Demon suppression army? Lin Baitian's eyes held a hint of amusement. Once he comes out, your demon suppression army probably won't be able to tolerate him. Why? Old Qian narrowed his eyes. Are you so sure he'll succeed? How about we make a bet? Old Qian glared. If you lose, you have to give him to me. Fine. If you lose, you'll give me a set of gold equipment with no level restrictions. You really dare to ask for that? Old Qian immediately became anxious. Golden equipment with no level restrictions. Even the demon suppression army doesn't have many sets. You think you can take a set from me with just a bet? So do you dare? Lin Baitian asked with a smug smile. I'll bet. I refuse to believe that so many people have failed, so he can definitely succeed. Chapter 4. Zhong Qi was unaware of the bet outside. At this moment, he had already ventured deep into the dragon-raising territory. He was accompanied by over 100 professionals, mostly beast tamers and summoners, with some also involved with dragons. However, these people's professions are rather abstract, such as dragon claw cleaner, postpartum caregiver for mother dragons, and nutritionist for baby dragons. Zhong Qi simply didn't reveal his profession to avoid discouraging them. There were indeed a few formidable figures in the crowd, 1 legendary and 2 rare. The young man named Li Dong, in particular, was surrounded by a crowd who showered him with praise. Some said that with Brother Dong's legendary strength as a dragon scale shield warrior, he would surely be able to take down the dragon egg this time. Some even asserted that if Li Dong couldn't succeed, no one else present would. Zhong Qi wasn't interested in listening to any of this and turned to observe his surroundings. This place is like a giant nest, with layers of steps in the middle, and at the end of the steps is a platform covered with colorful feathers. In the center of the platform, 3 dragon eggs lay silently. Beyond the feathers lay an impenetrable darkness, where the power of the abyss surged continuously. Zhong Qi was secretly alarmed. The aura of the abyss was extremely strong. No wonder so many 3rd-level divine professionals in the Dragon Kingdom were helpless against these 3 dragon eggs. He approached to examine the feather information, only to find a series of question marks. Crimson Phoenix Feather, Divine Lawn Feather, Azure Phoenix Feather. Clearly, all were materials of extremely high grade. If it weren't for these feathers suppressing it, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such terrifying abyssal power. Just then, an ordinary beast tamer stepped forward. Brother Dong, let me try for you first. He had just stepped onto the steps, and before his foot even landed, his face instantly contorted. The surrounding darkness seemed to press down on him, his veins bulging, and he couldn't move at all. He could only retreat in a sorry state, telling everyone that there was a terrible pressure in front of the steps. Someone else scoffed and called him trash, then stepped forward himself. Zhong Qi glanced at him. This person was a rare-level Dragon Pattern Knight. The Dragon Pattern Knight ascended several steps in one go, performing far better than the previous person. However, after crossing halfway, he suddenly froze in place, staring at the platform with a look of horror on his face. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he had no choice but to retreat. He said that getting close to the platform would be corroded by the abyss's aura, and there was also a strong dragon's might on it. To ascend the platform, One must simultaneously endure the erosion of the abyss and the oppressive force of the dragon. A slight misstep, and the power could seep into one's body, leaving behind a lingering and incurable ailment. Li Dong nodded, adopting an air of having already seen through the situation. He indicated that he would try it himself, and others could try too, but it was best not to overexert themselves. The implication was clear. Everyone could pave the way for him first. Once he made his move, no one else would have the right to compete. Everyone understood, but no one dared to object. Just then, Zhong Qi hesitated for a moment, feeling the time was right, and stepped forward. He was incredibly fast, leaping up 3 steps in the blink of an eye. But the power that would have crushed other professionals had no effect on Zhong Qi. Everyone immediately noticed him, and someone exclaimed in surprise that someone actually dared to disobey Brother Dong. Li Dong's face also turned cold, and the surrounding praise instantly turned into mockery. They were convinced that Zhong Qi was doomed to fail, and only Li Dong could succeed. Zhong Qi, however, didn't even turn his head and continued walking towards the platform. The next moment, he stepped onto the platform covered with divine feathers. Li Dong finally couldn't sit still any longer and immediately followed behind, wanting to get there first. Li Dong was fast, quickly crossing most of the steps and approaching the platform. But as soon as he stepped onto it, he broke out in a cold sweat, as if he were being stared at by some ancient behemoth. The terrifying dragons might immobilized him. He couldn't even approach the dragon egg. Zhong Qi, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. Remembering Qian Tang's instructions, he walked straight towards the black dragon egg. The moment he focused his gaze on the dragon egg, the shell trembled slightly. A system notification sounded, indicating that the system had detected the host's approach to the dragon egg and activated some functions. The Blackwing Dragon, a dragon king slumbering in the abyss. Hatching its egg requires 10 abyss magic stones. Immediately afterwards, the system distributed newbie rewards, exactly 10 abyss magic stones. Zhong Qi cursed inwardly. This damn system really won't give me a single one more. 10 jet black magic stones appeared in his palm, which he placed one by one on the dragon egg. The magic stones merged into the eggshell, and the black patterns immediately lit up layer by layer. The abyssal aura surged instantly, making all the professionals before the steps feel suffocated. Someone shouted in terror, "If we don't leave now, we'll be assimilated by the abyss." The crowd scattered and fled for their lives. Some people saw Zhong Qi on the platform, but only sneered. In their eyes, Zhong Qi was rushing up to his death and was not worth paying attention to. Li Dong, who was closest, looked at Zhong Qi with a complicated expression. Others had already touched the dragon egg, but he, a legendary professional, couldn't even get close. However, the power of the abyss was growing stronger, and he dared not linger. Before leaving, Li Dong gave Zhong Qi a deep look, then turned and departed. After everyone had fled, the dragon egg finally emitted a crisp cracking sound. The first crack appeared, followed by a second and a third, as the entire eggshell continued to crumble. A dense abyssal aura filled the air, yet formed a protective shield around Zhong Qi. From the crack in the eggshell, a tiny dragon horn peeked out. Next, black wings with sharp spikes pierced directly through the eggshell. After absorbing the abyss magic stone, the blackwing dragon was finally about to hatch. Zhong Qi took a deep breath, his max-level dragon taming technique already ready. Just as most of the eggshell exploded and the baby dragon had not yet fully appeared, he decisively made his move. The blackwing dragon contract was successfully completed, and the class panel was officially unlocked. Simultaneously, he acquired his first dragon pet, and the exclusive Dragon Tamer space was opened. The moment the contract was completed, the sky swirled and dark clouds enveloped the dragon-raising land. A bolt of lightning crashed down, illuminating the entire darkness. Deep within the dragon-raising land, countless monsters gazed in the same direction. Then, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. A new king had been born. What's that noise? It sounds like it's coming from the Dragon Taming grounds. Dragon Taming grounds? Oh no. The abyss is continuing to grow, and the domain formed by the 3 dragon eggs is probably about to start devouring the surrounding area. What? Hurry up. The sudden disturbance at the Dragon Taming grounds immediately alerted everyone nearby, and several rank 3 Divine Realm experts who were stationed there rushed over. Lin Baitian and Qian Tang intended to go in and investigate, but they ran into Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang, Elder Sun, and others. The elders looked grave and said that something was moving deep within the dragon-raising ground, which was likely the dragon egg awakening and preparing to expand outwards. The two instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Lin Baitian's expression changed drastically because a group of professionals had just gone inside. Get them out quickly. If we're even a second later, they might all die inside. As soon as Lin Baitian rushed to the entrance, he saw a large number of professionals fleeing in a disheveled state, their faces pale and filled with panic. Something's happened inside. The dragon egg is acting strangely, the darkness is getting even denser, and the pressure is unbearable. The crowd chattered excitedly about what was happening inside, but Lin Baitian quickly scanned the group, his expression growing increasingly grim. Where's Zhong Qi? Where's Zhong Qi? Everyone shook their heads, saying they didn't know this person at all. Then someone hesitated and spoke up, saying there seemed to be someone still inside. It must be that guy who refused to come out and stayed in there looking for trouble. Lin Baitian's heart sank. Zhong Qi was someone he had brought with him, and this had happened so soon after entering the Dragon Taming grounds. How could he sit idly by? Qiantang patted him on the shoulder. Old Lin, please accept my condolences. 3 top-tier players who have completed their 3rd job advancements have arrived. He's just a newbie who has just awakened his profession. His chances of survival are slim. The most important thing now is to find out the source of the disturbance and see if we can stop the dragon-raising land from continuing to expand. The 3 powerful figures came over and decided to personally enter the dragon-raising land to investigate, leaving Lin Baitian and Qiantang to handle matters outside. Lin Baitian gritted his teeth and said, I'll go in too. I brought him here, so even if he's dead, I have to bring his body out, just in case there's still hope. Qiantang sighed and bowed to the 3 elders, saying, Leave the outside affairs to me. Just as Elder Zhang was about to agree, Li Dong suddenly stepped out from the crowd and asked a question. My lords, is this unusual activity a bad thing? Qiantang saw that he was the only legendary-level professional among this group, so he patiently explained that the abyss was probably about to expand. Li Dong seemed to suddenly understand something, his face flushed with excitement. I know why there was this strange activity. Why? Zhong Qi. I saw him throw something at the dragon egg with my own eyes, and then all of this happened. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lin Baitian stared intently at Li Dong, his expression ashen. Li Dong took a half-step back, but still insisted. I'm certain that's what I saw. Old Zhang immediately stopped Lin Baitian. Little Lin, you're not in the right state right now. Stay outside and wait for news. The 3 of us will go in. If the child is still alive, we'll protect him. But if the anomaly was truly caused by him, the consequences would be different. No one said the rest of the sentence explicitly, but everyone understood that the anomaly at Dragon Raising Ground was of great importance, and Lin Baitian had to avoid suspicion. In the end, the 3 third-tier divine professionals entered the Dragon Taming grounds, while Qiantang stayed outside to oversee the situation. Deep within the Dragon Taming grounds, Zhong Qi was staring blankly at the little black dragon before him. The little creature was only the size of 2 palms, clutching its eggshell and crunching away at it. Noticing Zhong Qi staring at it, it thought for a moment, then picked out the largest piece from the eggshell and offered it to Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi's lips twitched, and he quickly refused. You eat it, you're growing right now. Oh whoa! The little black dragon immediately became happy, tossing the eggshell into the air like it was eating peanuts, then tilting its head back and opening its mouth to catch it. Before long, it had eaten all the eggshells. It sat on the ground, patting its round belly with satisfaction, and grinned at Zhong Qi. Its black body paired with 2 rows of newly grown white teeth made it look rather simple and honest. Zhong Qi couldn't help but wonder, was this thing really hatched from a dragon egg? Or was it one of the 3 dragon eggs that had affected the dragon taming grounds for so long? It didn't seem like it at all. However, his class panel was already activated. Name, Zhong Qi, age 18, profession, Dragon Tamer, first job advancement, level 1, requires 200 experience points to level up. Stats, 1000 HP, 200 MP, 11 strength, 20 intelligence, 11 agility, 3 free attribute points remaining. Besides Dragon Taming, the skills also include Dragon Language, and the Dragon Taming space houses a black-winged demon dragon, which remains unnamed. These attributes are already quite outrageous. Most ordinary professionals only have around 5 in each of their 3 main attributes. His strength and agility are both 11, and his intelligence is 20. The explanation of Dragon Language is also very simple. At level 1, he can roughly grasp the Dragon Language and communicate with his dragon pet without any problems. Zhong Qi initially thought the skill was ordinary, But then he remembered that the key to dragon magic spells lay in the dragon language. In other words, as long as his dragon language level continued to improve, he might be able to master dragon magic. Thinking of this, Zhong Qi immediately checked the information of his first dragon pet, the black-winged demon dragon. However, the moment he saw its attributes, he exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap! Its attributes are so high." Zhong Qi stared at the little creature before him, rubbing his chin involuntarily, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. The black-winged demon dragon, a mythical level dragon pet, was only level 1, yet it possessed a staggering 10,000 HP and 2,000 MP. With a strength of 500 and intelligence and agility of 300 each, just looking at these attributes is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Zhong Qi even felt that if this little guy blew a breath at him, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it now. The most outrageous thing is that it's only level 1, yet its three-dimensional attributes are already dozens of times that of Zhong Qi. Even if Zhong Qi were to level up to level 20 and equip himself with a full set of gear, he probably still wouldn't be able to match this young dragon. The Blackwing Dragon requires exactly the same amount of experience to level up as Zhong Qi, meaning it can grow rapidly alongside him. With such a dragon pet by his side, what can other summoning and beast taming classes compare? Ordinary professionals wouldn't know how many levels they would need to reach or how much equipment they would need to acquire to catch up to the combat power of a level 1 Blackwing Dragon. Zhong Qi suppressed his excitement and immediately began to examine its skills. The first skill is Abyssal Dragon Breath. The Blackwing Dragon can continuously spew dragon breath from the abyss, damaging enemies while also corroding them with abyssal energy. Most terrifyingly, those hit have a chance to be pulled into a higher level of the abyss. The second skill, Fatal Dragon Claw, unleashes the power of the dragon to slam down, dealing massive damage. Targets at the center of the damage have a chance to be instantly killed. The third skill is even more terrifying, Dragon King's Intimidation. Anyone whose bloodline is inferior to that of the Dragon King will be suppressed. The opponent's damaging skills are reduced by 30%, defensive skills by 50%, and status skills are completely disabled, also stunning them for a full 3 seconds. The only restriction is that the target's level cannot exceed the Blackwing Dragon's level by 20. The final Dragon King bloodline granted it immunity to all negative effects and tripled its health and mana regeneration speed. After reading this, Zhong Qi was left with only 2 words in his mind: invincible. The first 2 skills are different. One drags the player into an abyss, and the other has a chance to kill instantly. Dragon King's Intimidation further weakens attack and defense, clears status effects, and inflicts a 3-second stun. Furthermore, the Blackwing Dragon is immune to all negative effects. This kind of dragon pet is simply unreasonable in its power. Just as Zhong Qi was marveling at this, the Blackwing Dragon suddenly looked towards the entrance, adopting a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. Zhong Qi followed its gaze and saw 3 figures slowly walking in from the entrance. These were the 3 third-tier divine professionals who had arrived later. The moment they stepped into the area, they sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. The power of the abyss was much denser than before, as if it had spread out. Their expressions were solemn as they quickly scanned their surroundings, finally fixing their gaze on the platform. When they saw Zhong Qi's figure clearly, the 3 of them were stunned. Is that Zhong Qi? A newly promoted professional can actually survive in a place like this. He must have some skills. The 3 hurried closer, but stopped abruptly upon seeing the scene on the platform. The sight of the Blackwing Dragon growling at them beside Zhong Qi, in particular, caused their expressions to change. Old Zhang's gaze swept past Zhong Qi and looked behind him, where he noticed that 2 of the original 3 dragon eggs were missing. He immediately understood, pointing excitedly at the Blackwing Demon Dragon. It hatched from a dragon egg? Zhong Qi couldn't discern any information about the 3 men, but he could sense their extremely terrifying aura, which naturally heightened his vigilance. He nodded and replied, "Yes. May I ask who the 3 of you are?" Old Zhang was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. I never expected this. Something that so many of us third-tier priests couldn't handle was actually solved by you, a mere newcomer." Old Zhou and Old Sun also realized what was happening and exclaimed in admiration that a young hero could emerge. The problem that had troubled them for so long had actually been solved by Zhong Qi. Old Zhang then explained that the sudden change today was actually due to a dragon egg successfully hatching. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi roughly guessed the identities of the 3 men and immediately bowed respectfully. Junior Zhong Qi greets the 3 seniors. Elder Zhang nodded with satisfaction. I am Zhong Li, and this time I must express my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing the name, Zhong Qi's eyes widened. Lion King Zhong Li? Zhong Li laughed heartily, clearly pleased that Zhong Qi still remembered his name. Zhong Qi immediately said that Zhong Li had descended into several abysses and fought for the Dragon Kingdom for many years. Even the Sakura Kingdom would recall the days when they fled in a sorry state when they mentioned the Lion King's name. Zhong Li laughed even more heartily, and then introduced the two people beside him, Zhou Bo and Sun Ji. These two were also highly accomplished third-tier divine professionals, and Zhong Qi bowed to them one by one to show his respect. Zhong Li looked at the two remaining dragon eggs behind him and then asked, "Young Zhong, what profession have you awakened?" Zhong Qi did not hide anything. "My profession is Dragon Tamer." Zhong Li and the other two paused, exchanging glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Zhong Li continued to press. "Can a Dragon Tamer only contract one dragon pet?" Zhong Qi shook his head. "It's not that you can only contract one." As soon as he said this, the three men's eyes lit up instantly, and they all stared at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi felt a little uneasy under the stares of the three old men. "Seniors, what is the meaning of this?" Zhong Li raised his hand and pointed to the remaining dragon eggs. "Young Zhong, there are two more dragon eggs here. Try again." Zhong Qi was stunned. These three dragon eggs are said to have been brought back from the hidden dragon abyss by Dongfang Shuo, the strongest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Even Dongfang Shuo himself doesn't know their true origin. Without a doubt, these dragon eggs are extremely precious. He had already successfully formed a contract with a mythical-level black-winged dragon. If the remaining two could also successfully hatch and form contracts with him, even Zhong Qi felt his blood boil and his heart race. Zhong Li was already impatient. Try it now. If you can solve the remaining two dragon eggs, you'll be a true hero. These three dragon eggs have been giving us a headache for far too long." Zhong Li stared at Zhong Qi, his voice becoming serious. "Do you know how many third-tier divine positions there are in the Dragon Kingdom? So many powerful figures gathered here, yet they can't do anything to the three dragon eggs. Solving them all is our hope, and the hope of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Young Zhong, give it a try." Zhong Qi took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. All right. Zhong Qi had already formed a contract with one dragon egg, and the thought of forming a second one filled him with excitement. The second dragon egg was entirely crimson, its surface covered with lava-like patterns. As soon as one gets close, one can feel the scorching heat. Beads of sweat gradually appear on Zhong Qi's forehead, but his gaze remains fixed on the dragon egg, preparing to try again. Little did he know that Zhong Li, Zhou Bo, and Sun Ji behind him were even more anxious than he was. These three dragon eggs had been troubling the Dragon Kingdom for far too many years. To suppress the abyssal expansion they brought, the Dragon Kingdom had expended countless resources. If it weren't for these three dragon eggs, those top experts could have devoted themselves to exploring the abyss, securing more resources for the Dragon Kingdom, and cultivating more professionals. The martial arts development in China will be faster, and its international status will be more stable, so it won't be as restricted as it is now. Especially when they think that Japan, such a small place, has a martial arts strength that surpasses China's. Zhong Li and the others feel a surge of anger. If the problem of the three dragon eggs can be solved, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to free up a large amount of military strength to develop at its full potential. And now, all of this hope rests on Zhong Qi. Zhong Li unconsciously clenched his fists, his palms sweating, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Zhong boy, just try your best. Don't feel pressured or nervous, whether you succeed or not." Sun Ji, standing nearby, immediately contradicted him. "I can't tell if Zhong is nervous or not, but Boss Zhong, you seem quite nervous." Zhong Li turned around and cursed. "Bullshit. I wasn't nervous when I faced so many enemies alone back then. How could I be nervous now?" Sun Ji pointed to his thigh and said in a low voice, "Then could you please stop pinching my leg?" Zhong Li froze, looked down at it, and muttered awkwardly, "I was wondering why I couldn't feel anything at all." Sun Ji was speechless. "It's not you I'm squeezing. Of course you can't feel anything." Zhong Qi ignored their playful banter, concentrating on trying to activate the information from the second dragon egg. He tried for a long time, but the dragon egg remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to use his dragon taming technique, a notification finally appeared before his eyes. Unlocked after reaching level 50 and awakening. Zhong Qi was stunned. It turned out that to form a contract with this dragon egg, one not only needed to reach level 50, but also complete its awakening. These conditions were quite demanding. Even someone like Lin Baitian was only level 47, still a long way from level 50. Zhong Qi had just changed jobs, and reaching level 50 and completing the awakening was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Seeing him fall silent, Zhang Li and the other two thought they had failed and sighed. Zhang Li reassured him, "It's all right. Each of these 3 dragon eggs is stronger than the last." At first, they were separated, but the latter 2 are so powerful that they will assimilate the surrounding environment and even form a new abyss. In the end, we had no choice but to put the 3 eggs together to keep them in check. You've already done a remarkable job by dealing with the first one. Zhong Qi didn't explain further, but instead looked at the innermost golden dragon egg. "Can I try the third one?" Zhang Li nodded. "Go ahead." But he had already given up hope. If the second one couldn't be contracted, the third would only be more difficult. Zhong Qi continued walking forward. The 3 dragon eggs were placed together, but in a specific order, with the third one being the golden dragon egg. He had barely approached, not even having a chance to touch it, when a crisp message popped up in front of him. "Your level is not high enough." Zhong Qi immediately understood. He should be able to handle all 3 dragon eggs, but his level was too low. He took a deep breath and turned back. Zhang Li patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You've done enough. With 1 less dragon egg, things will be much easier for us. Maybe we can find a way to get the remaining 2 while we have this time." No, Zhong Qigong was about to speak. Zhang Li, however, thought he was under too much psychological pressure and continued, "I know you're unwilling, but this isn't your problem. It's because the last 2 dragon eggs are too mysterious and too powerful. Actually, you're already more powerful than many people." Zhong Qi was utterly helpless. This Lion King was, after all, a 3rd-tier divine being. How could he not even let him finish a sentence? He suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Zhang Li directly. "Actually, I have a solution." Zhang Li's words stopped abruptly, and Zhou Bo and Sun Ji also looked over at the same time. "You have a solution?" Zhang Li stared at Zhong Qi and hurriedly asked, "What method?" Zhong Qi did not hide anything and said truthfully, "I can also form contracts with the remaining 2 dragon eggs, but my level is too low right now, so I can't form contracts for the time being." "You can also contract the last 2? The 3 of them were stunned, staring intently at Zhong Qi as if they hadn't understood. After a full 3 seconds of silence, Zhang Li's eyes widened suddenly, and he grabbed Zhong Qi's hand. "Say it again. You can form contracts with the remaining 2 dragon eggs?" The sudden action startled Zhong Qi, but he still nodded. "Yes. But my level is not high enough, so I can't right now." Zhang Li kept muttering the word level, then eagerly asked, "What level do you need? What level do you need to reach to contract the remaining dragon eggs?" Zhong Qi replied, "The second one requires level 50 and awakening before you can form a contract. I don't see the specific requirements for the third one yet, but it's definitely possible to form a contract. You can form a contract for the second one at level 50. Zhang Li was taken aback at first, then suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the cave. After laughing for a long time, he abruptly stopped, excitedly shouting, "The problem that has plagued the Dragon Kingdom for so many years finally has a solution." He turned and slapped Sun Ji on the shoulder, making Sun Ji wince, but Sun Ji was equally immersed in immense joy and didn't care at all. Zhong Qi reminded him, "But if I want to reach level 50, it will probably take a long time." "A long time?" Zhang Li immediately denied it. "Zhong boy, you have no idea how important these 3 dragon eggs are. Don't even mention level 50. Even if you want to reach level 75, the 3rd job advancement, or even a higher level, the Dragon Kingdom will help you." Zhang Li's expression was resolute, his voice firm and decisive. "Using the entire nation's resources to support you reaching level 50 is a piece of cake, isn't it?" He then immediately turned to Zhou Bo and Sun Ji. "You two go and call everyone here. Summon all the 3rd-tier clerical staff. Everyone must know about this." Zhou Bo and Sun Ji nodded simultaneously. "Okay." Zhang Li, with a solemn expression, added, "I'll go ring the national crisis bell." Zhong Qi was immediately stunned. Of course, he knew about the national crisis bell. Only a truly catastrophic event affecting the safety of the Dragon Kingdom was qualified to be wrong. Once the bell tolls, all 3rd-level divine officials in the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of their location or current activities, must return immediately. Zhong Qi wanted to speak to stop them, but Zhang Li raised his hand to interrupt him. "Zhong boy, don't try to persuade me. You deserve it. I said I would use the power of the whole country to help you level up. The nation is determined to make you a Dragon Tamer." After Zhang Li and the other 2 left in a hurry, The aura within the dragon-raising ground had noticeably faded. Zhong Qi knew that one of the 3 dragon eggs affecting this place was missing, and the power of the hidden dragon abyss naturally weakened as a result. He looked down at the black-winged demonic dragon beside him, its big eyes blinking with curiosity, and reached out to rub its head. "Oh right, I haven't named you yet." The black-winged dragon immediately raised its head, its eyes full of anticipation, clearly very interested in what name Zhong Qi would give it. Looking at its jet-black coat and the fact that it had hatched from a dragon egg, Zhong Qi deliberately chuckled and said, "How about I call you Big Black Egg?" As soon as he finished speaking, the little guy instantly spread its wings, its round little face darkened, and a hint of threat appeared in its eyes. Zhong Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud, but the black-winged dragon simply turned its head away, clearly not wanting to pay him any attention. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Zhong Qi quickly changed his tune. "From now on, how about calling me Xiao Yi?" Upon hearing the name, the little black dragon turned around, its expression visibly softening. It then flapped its wings and flew into Zhong Qi's arms. It looked like it wanted a hug, which made Zhong Qi both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected this little guy to be not only proud and aloof, but also so clingy. A thought struck him. So proud and clingy, could she be a little female dragon? The attribute panel immediately appeared, and Xiao Yi was indeed female, a mythical black-winged dragon, only level 1, but with 10,000 health points and 2,000 magic power. It also possesses 4 skills: Abyssal Dragon Breath, Deadly Dragon Claw, Dragon King Bloodline, and Dragon King Intimidation, making its aptitude terrifying. Just as Zhong Qigong finished confirming, Xiao Yi had already fallen asleep in his arms, its even snoring soon filling the air. "I really can't do anything with you." But looking at this amazing attribute, Zhong Qi felt that indulging it was no big deal. Since he couldn't form a contract with the remaining 2 dragon eggs in the short term, there was no point in him staying in the dragon-raising area any longer, so he picked up Xiao Yi and walked out. Outside the dragon-raising grounds, Zhang Li and the other 2 left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to explain what had happened. Everyone only saw the 3 elders looking flustered, and naturally began to speculate, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. Lin Beitian's expression was equally grim. After all, Zhong Qi was someone he had brought with him, and now that something had gone wrong at the dragon-raising grounds, he couldn't escape blame. But he had a feeling that things weren't so simple. If Zhong Qi truly harbored ill intentions towards the dragon egg, the 3 elders should have evacuated everyone before leaving. Yet they said nothing, which was clearly suspicious. However, without evidence, Lin Beitian couldn't defend Zhong Qi. Li Dong's group, however, had already started discussing the matter, concluding that the elders' hasty departure meant something serious had happened within the dragon-raising grounds. Some immediately pointed the finger at Zhong Qi, accusing him of being a spy who had entered the dragon-raising grounds to destroy the dragon eggs. Some even praised Li Dong, saying that if Li Dong hadn't desperately stopped him earlier, Zhong Qi would probably have succeeded long ago. Hearing these words, a smile involuntarily appeared on Li Dong's lips. He knew he hadn't put any pressure on Zhong Qi at all, but that no longer mattered. He failed to successfully contract the 3 dragon eggs. If he wanted to obtain resources, he could only take this opportunity to portray himself as a hero who protects the Dragon Kingdom. So he walked up to Lin Beitian and Qian Tang and said in a deep voice, "My lords, Zhong Qi has entered the depths of the Dragon Taming grounds, and the situation is probably out of control. The elders are in such a hurry to leave that they must be going to get reinforcements. We must prepare as soon as possible." Qian Tang nodded, but did not completely trust Li Dong. He simply said, "I have my own judgment on this matter. There is no need to say more. Whether Zhong Qi is a spy or not, we'll know the answer once the 3 elders return." Qian Tang already had a good impression of Zhong Qi, and with Lin Beitian's connection, he also noticed something amiss when the elders left. Those who reach their positions are not truly foolish. Many things cannot be judged by appearances alone. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly resounded from the heavens and earth, like the booming of a great bell, instantly shattering the clouds in the sky. Invisible sound waves spread out in layers, causing the entire world to tremble, and everyone froze on the spot. Is this the National Calamity Bell? The National Calamity Bell has rung. Has a disaster occurred that threatens the entire country? What on earth happened that's so serious that it warrants ringing the bell of national crisis? Someone suddenly remembered that Zhang Li and the other 2 had just left and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the 3 elders left just to ring the bell of national crisis? Upon hearing this, Everyone's expression changed drastically. The three words, National Calamity Bell, Dragon Raising Land, and Bell's Awakening, were quickly and forcibly linked together. Seeing his opportunity, Li Dong immediately stepped forward, his face filled with righteous indignation, and said, "My lords, the National Calamity Bell must be ringing because of Bell's Awakening. If he wasn't a spy, how could he have caused such a commotion?" His attack on the dragon eggs in the Dragon Taming grounds was an attempt to destroy the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps approached, and Zhong Qi, carrying Xiao Yi, slowly walked out of the Dragon Taming grounds. Upon seeing him, Li Dong's eyes lit up with joy. He pointed at Zhong Qi and shouted sternly, "You traitor! How dare you show your face? You infiltrated the Dragon Taming grounds, coveted 3 precious dragon eggs, and brought disaster to the Dragon Kingdom. If I, Li Dong, hadn't risked my life to stop you earlier, your conspiracy would have proceeded even more smoothly. Unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough. Even with all my strength, I could only stop you for a moment. Now you've even come out carrying the Dragon Kingdom's most precious treasure. I will never allow it." Li Dong's speech was passionate and impassioned, culminating in him pointing at Xiao Yi in Zhong Qi's arms. All eyes immediately fell on Xiao Yi, and someone hesitated, asking, "What's that? It looks like a dragon." Immediately, someone objected, arguing that dragons are among the highest-ranking monsters and wouldn't appear so easily. Thus, everyone quickly concluded that Xiao Yi must be the most precious treasure of the Dragon Taming land, and that Zhong Qi entered it to steal it. Taking advantage of the crowd's speculation, Li Dong claimed all the glory for himself, as if he truly were a hero who had risked his life to protect the Dragon Kingdom's treasure. Seeing that the crowd's emotions had been stirred up, he shouted again, "Zhong Qi, hand over the treasure now. Do you really intend to betray the Dragon Kingdom?" However, as soon as Li Dong finished speaking, several figures descended from the sky, their powerful aura overwhelming all directions, even dispersing the clouds. There were 6 people present, 3 of whom were Elder Zhang Li and his 2 companions who had just left. Zhang Li's face was icy, his killing intent surging, as he stared at Li Dong and said in a deep voice, "Betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who dares to betray the Dragon Kingdom?" As soon as Zhang Li finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence, all eyes finally landing on Li Dong. Li Dong trembled, but a barely suppressed excitement flashed in his eyes. He immediately pointed at Zhong Qi and shouted sharply, "It's him. It's Zhong Qi. He caused the national crisis by ringing the bell and even tried to take away the Dragon Kingdom's treasure from the dragon raising ground. He wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom. He is a traitor." But before Li Dong could finish speaking, several figures broke through the air and their powerful auras swept around. Someone exclaimed, "A third-tier divine official." And not just one. The national crisis bell tolled, and the top experts of the Dragon Kingdom were clearly alerted. Everyone looked at Zhong Qi, convinced that he was completely finished this time. Li Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. He was currently basking in the glow of a hero, and as long as he eliminated Zhong Qi, his heroic title would be firmly established. Moreover, exposing a traitor in front of so many powerful figures would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for him in the future. Zhong Qi, he is the traitor of the Dragon Kingdom. Before Li Dong could finish speaking, one of the elders interrupted him with a smile. "Old Zhong, is this the young man you were talking about who can solve the Dragon Kingdom's crisis? He is indeed a talented young man. He actually managed to do what so many of us couldn't. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young." Several powerful figures exclaimed with admiration as they walked straight towards Zhong Qi. The elder at the head of the group gave Zhong Qi a solemn salute, a gesture of respect from the demon-suppressing army. "Young man, on behalf of the entire demon suppression army, I thank you for resolving the crisis for the Dragon Kingdom." Upon seeing this, Qian Tang exclaimed in shock, "Elder Yi, what is this?" There was only one person who could command such respect from the deputy commander of the demon suppression army, and that was none other than Yi Tingyun, the commander of the demon suppression army. Yi Tingyun said solemnly, "Xiao Qian, he is a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom." Qian Tang immediately stood up straight and gave Zhong Qi a standard military salute. This scene caused a complete uproar among the audience. Many people may not recognize Yi Tingyun, but everyone knows Qian Tang, the deputy commander of the demon suppression army. Now, the commander and deputy commander of the demon suppression army are both saluting Zhong Qi. Doesn't that say something? Zhong Qi was momentarily flattered, but quickly recovered and returned the greeting respectfully. "It's what I should do. Yi Tingyun said, her eyes full of appreciation, before her gaze fell on Xiao Yi and Zhong Qi's arms. This is what hatched from a dragon egg. Zhong Qi nodded. Yes. Xiao Yi was sleeping soundly, but being stared at by so many people and disturbed by the noise around her, she opened her eyes groggily. The next second, it opened its little mouth and let out a fierce cry, a whoa. But it was too small to do anything, but looked cute and adorable. Yi Tingyun couldn't help but burst into laughter, which immediately angered Xiao Yi. It flapped its wings and was about to rush over and bite him. Zhong Qi quickly held it down and patted its head. Be good, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi finally quieted down, though her eyes still glared at Yi Tingyun with displeasure. Yi Tingyun, however, paid no attention. Instead, he felt even more excited. Of the 3 dragon eggs in the dragon taming ground, 1 had now been successfully dealt with. The remaining 2 are troublesome, but ultimately it's just that Zhong Qi's level isn't high enough. Once Zhong Qi grows up, the crisis in the dragon-raising land that has plagued the Dragon Kingdom for decades will truly have a chance to be completely resolved. This hope was enough to unsettle even a top expert like Yi Tingyun. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi was chatting happily with a group of powerful figures, naturally disproving Li Dong's earlier accusations. Those around them looked at Li Dong with confusion. Didn't Brother Dong say that Zhong Qi was a traitor? Brother Dong also said that he did everything he could to stop Zhong Qi, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Li Dong cursed inwardly, but forced a smile on his face. Don't talk nonsense. I was just raising a reasonable question. Now that the truth is out, it's clear that I misunderstood Zhong Qi. He turned to Zhong Qi, cupped his hands, and said, Zhong Qi, I misunderstood you before. Please forgive me. You're a magnanimous person. You certainly won't hold it against me, right? I was just being suspicious. It didn't cause you any harm. Besides, with my talent, my future achievements will be considerable, and we'll cross paths again in the future. There's no need to make enemies. Zhong Qi, you wouldn't be trying to hold me responsible for such a small matter, would you? Li Dong smiled at Zhong Qi, clearly intending to force Zhong Qi to take a stand and prevent him from blaming him. But he miscalculated. The national crisis bell tolled, and the Demon Suppression Army commander personally arrived. The bell's activation also resolved a problem that had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for 50 years. How could the Dragon Kingdom allow such a meritorious official to suffer the slightest injustice? Just when Li Dong thought the matter could be dropped, Yi Tingyun suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. He looked at Qian Tang and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened just now? Qian Tang truthfully recounted what had happened, without concealing anything or embellishing anything. Even so, a chilling rage still surged in Yi Tingyun's narrowed eyes. He didn't turn around, but said, word by word, the dragon-raising land appeared 50 years ago and has plagued the Dragon Kingdom for 50 years. For 50 years, countless powerful third-tier divine beings have been bound here, unable to travel far. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom has missed countless development opportunities, and they have also lost many opportunities to become stronger. Solving the dragon-raising land is the most urgent thing for everyone to do. Now, finally, there's a way. The Dragon Kingdom is saved. Yi Tingyun's voice grew even colder. The national crisis bell tolls because of him. As long as Zhong Qi is willing, the entire power and resources of the Dragon Kingdom will be open to him. At this point, he finally looked at Li Dong, his eyes suddenly flashing with murderous intent. And now, someone actually dares to threaten him right in front of me. Li Dong's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he hurriedly explained, Elder Yi, that's not what I meant. Yi Tingyun didn't bother listening and raised his hand to interrupt him. A mere legendary-level profession, my Dragon Kingdom can afford to lose it. Qian Tang, your subordinate is here. Kill him. 3 simple words, yet they directly determined Li Dong's fate. Qian Tang accepted the order, his eyes filled with no pity, only a chilling intent. With a muffled thud, this legendary professional was completely obliterated in front of everyone. Li Dong, who had once had a promising future and was revered by all, died just like that in front of everyone. The entire audience was stunned, shocked not only by Yi Tingyun's ruthlessness, but also by the fact that it was all for Zhong Qi. The national crisis had struck, and numerous third-tier divine officials had rushed from all directions, all because of this young man. What exactly had Zhong Qi done? Many who had entered the dragon-raising grounds had already vaguely guessed the answer. All eyes finally fell on Xiao Yi and Zhong Qi's arms, their shock growing even stronger. Some remained bewildered, but with Li Dong's corpse before them, no one dared utter another word. Lin Baitian was equally alarmed. He knew the demon suppression army style. Qian Tang had clearly been enforcing military law without any scruples. The demon suppression army was a frontline force, and there was no need to use military law in this situation, yet Qian Tang still overstepped his authority. This only proves that Zhong Qi's importance has reached an unimaginable level. With one of the 3 dragon eggs dealt with by Zhong Qi, Lin Baitian clenched his fist, absolutely certain that he had made the right gamble this time. Yi Tingyun smiled at Zhong Qi and told him that if he had any grievances, he should speak up, and that he would stand up for him today. Lin Baitian secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. He even suspected that if Zhong Qi were to name Qian Tang at this moment, Yi Tingyun would not hesitate to take action. Few people throughout history have enjoyed such an honor, but since Zhong Qi was able to solve the problem of the dragon-raising land, he naturally deserved it. Zhong Qi simply smiled calmly and said that he had not suffered any grievances, but on the contrary, he had received too much care from everyone and was still a little unaccustomed to it. Yi Tingyun burst into laughter. With Zhong Qi's abilities, who in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare not dote on him? He stepped forward and patted Zhong Qi's shoulder. Xiao Yi immediately became alert, and her protective manner made Yi Tingyun laugh even harder. Yi Tingyun stopped teasing it, and instead asked everyone to find another place to talk. Zhang Li and the others then led Zhong Qi and the group of 3rd-level priests away. Only Qian Tang, Lin Baitian, and the professionals who had just come out of the dragon taming grounds remained at the scene. Qian Tang sighed as he looked at Lin Baitian, admitting he had misjudged him. Lin Baitian then smugly reminded him not to forget the bed. He had to hand over that gold-tier equipment with no level requirement. Qian Tang reluctantly agreed, still marveling at how Zhong Qi had actually managed to handle the dragon egg that so many 3rd-tier divine officials couldn't solve. He murmured the words, "Dragon Tamer," marveling that this was a blessing upon the Dragon Kingdom. Someone cautiously inquired when they could leave, and Qian Tang's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even know when he could leave, and no one was allowed to leave without orders. The long, drawn-out tolling of the bells still echoed across the sky. On the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in a secret realm filled with lava, professionals from multiple nations were locked in a standoff, including several 3rd-tier divine professionals. At the very center stood a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, single-handedly suppressing the powerful figures from other nations. A vacuum had formed around him, and no one dared approach. An Indian professional had just acknowledged his strength and offered to cede the secret realm to the Dragon Kingdom when he abruptly changed his tone, implying that India was not afraid. Just then, the bell rang, and the Dragon Kingdom professional's expression changed slightly. He turned and left immediately, leaving only the words, "The Dragon Kingdom no longer wants this secret realm," before swaggering away. The Indian professional stood frozen in place, finally managing to stammer, his face flushed. This person is far too arrogant. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in various secret realms and battlefields. Countless professionals from the Dragon Kingdom returned home upon hearing the bells toll, and this unusual activity immediately attracted the attention of various nations. Some speculated that the Dragon Kingdom had gone mad, while others recognized the bell as a symbol of national crisis, suspecting a massive abyss had appeared within its borders. Various factions began closely monitoring the Dragon Kingdom, even plotting to seize its resources should it weaken. Little did they know, the actions of so many Dragon Kingdom professionals and 3rd-tier divine officers were all for one person. At this moment, Zhong Qi, led by Yi Tingyun and others, arrived at the most central and sacred 3 sacred zones of the Dragon Kingdom. This was a place coveted by countless professionals. The Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix zones gathered almost all of the Dragon Kingdom's top geniuses. Even legendary professionals like Li Dong were not qualified to enter here. In the Dragon Zone, Yi Tingyun confirmed with Zhang Li whether Zhong Qi could truly solve the 3 dragon eggs perfectly, but his current level wasn't high enough. Zhang Li nodded, saying that Zhong Qi's talent and profession were extremely unique. The 2nd dragon egg required him to complete his 2nd awakening, and the 3rd was unclear for now, but would most likely require his 3rd awakening. Yi Tingyun could no longer contain his excitement. Once Zhong Qi reached the 3rd-tier divine profession, the problem of the 3 dragon eggs would be easily solved. Even if the required level was higher than the 3rd tier, with the combined power of the Dragon Kingdom, surely they could solve Zhong Qi's upgrade needs? Zhang Li expressed that this was exactly what he meant. Yi Tingyun immediately asked when the others would return. Zhang Li replied that most would arrive tomorrow, but a few were in the Great Abyss or further away and might not have heard the bell. Yi Tingyun immediately decided that there was no need to wait any longer. A complete plan must be discussed and finalized by tomorrow. Zhong Qi's upgrade path could not be delayed in the slightest. Zhong Qi looked down at Xiao Yi in his arms and asked softly, Xiao Yi, what kind of treatment do you think we'll receive next? Zhang Li and the others had left after settling him in. The important figures clearly had more matters to discuss, and it wasn't appropriate for him to participate for the time being. But everything that had happened today felt like a dream to Zhong Qi. He was originally a dragon tamer without a dragon pet, enduring endless ridicule, but in the blink of an eye, he successfully contracted a dragon egg. The national crisis bell tolled because of him, and even many powerful figures with third-tier divine ranks rushed back. The nation is helping him level up. What kind of lineup will they field? Zhong Qi grew more and more excited as he thought about it. Xiao Yi blinked her big eyes, revealing a clear yet bewildered expression, clearly not understanding any of this. Zhong Qi sighed and rubbed his forehead. Fine, asking you is pointless. Since he couldn't guess, he could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, a considerable number of powerful figures had already gathered in the conference room. These people exuded formidable auras. Any one of them was a renowned figure in their own right. Almost all the third-tier divine officials from the Dragon Kingdom who could return in such a short time were present. A burly man spoke first, carrying a shield engraved with a bauhinia flower on his right arm, frowning as he looked at Zhang Li. Zhang Li, you rang the national calamity bell to call us all back. What exactly happened? I just inspected the country, and there's nothing unusual. Yi Tingyun said. Long Qi, calm down. The national calamity bell rang correctly this time. Something truly momentous has indeed happened in the Dragon Kingdom, enough to affect the fate of the nation, and it's a major calamity. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. As the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Yi Tingyun held an extremely high position and prestige, and no one would doubt his words. All eyes immediately focused on him. Yi Tingyun continued, there are 3 dragon eggs in the Dragon Taming grounds, which have been a major threat to the Dragon Kingdom for many years. Previously, the Grand Elder agreed to search the entire country for specialized professionals to try to resolve the issue, and now there are results. Useful. Those 3 dragon eggs can really be solved? Everyone was instantly shocked. Yi Tingyun nodded. One of the dragon eggs has been successfully solved. The meeting room erupted in excitement. The problem of the dragon-raising land had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for many years. That place was like a sword hanging over the Dragon Kingdom's head, which could bring disaster at any time and severely restricted the Dragon Kingdom's development. Someone hurriedly pressed. Only one? What about the other 2? Yi Tingyun didn't keep them in suspense any longer, directly uttering a statement that made everyone gasp. All 3 dragon eggs, I can handle them all. Someone slammed their fist on the table in frustration. Old Yi, stop rambling on and on. Just explain. I even gave up the secret realm I had in my grasp. I didn't come back to listen to you keep me in suspense. Yi Tingyun laughed heartily and revealed the crux of the matter. A little fellow has awakened the Dragon Tamer profession, which allows him to form contracts with dragons and become their partners. He has already successfully contracted one of the 3 dragon eggs. Moreover, the little fellow said that he can also contract the remaining 2 dragon eggs, but his level is not high enough right now. Not high enough level? What level is required? Someone immediately asked. Everyone stared nervously at Yi Tingyun. Yi Tingyun shook his head. It doesn't need to be that high. After the second awakening, he can contract a 2nd dragon egg. The 3rd dragon egg requires a 3rd awakening. After a brief silence, the conference room erupted in cheers. May heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. 2nd and 3rd awakenings are not difficult. With the full strength of the nation, we must help him ascend as soon as possible. Where is he? I'll personally help him level up. Me too. Count me in. A group of powerful 3rd-tier divine-level players were arguing like they were fighting over some rare treasure, their faces flushed, the scene as lively as a marketplace. Yi Tingyun could only smile wryly at this sight. When he first heard the news, he himself had had a similar impulse, even considering recalling the entire Demon Suppression Army to help Zhong Qi level up. After careful consideration, he rejected this approach. Too many people would dilute the experience, leaving little for Zhong Qi. More importantly, the high-level experts would be too harsh, depriving Zhong Qi of practical combat experience and potentially turning him into someone with high rank but extremely weak in real combat. While that might solve the problem of the Dragon Taming grounds, it would sacrifice the future of Zhong Qi, a genius. Moreover, the best place to quickly gain experience is always dungeons. However, dungeons have level restrictions, and high-level players cannot freely enter low-level dungeons. Zhong Qi's level is too low, and he cannot withstand the environment and monsters in high-difficulty dungeons. The crowd gradually quieted down, and someone asked, "Commander Yi, what are your thoughts?" Yi Tingyun said in a deep voice, "Zhong Qi's leveling up cannot be delayed, but we must find a way that is fast without harming his potential. We must solve the crisis of the Dragon Kingdom, and we cannot sacrifice the future of a genius." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Tingyun then announced his final decision. Let those geniuses in the Dragon District temporarily form a team, and let Zhong Qi join them. They will guide Zhong Qi in leveling up. Upon hearing those geniuses from the Dragon District, many people's expressions turned strange. The Dragon District differed from other holy districts. It had very few professionals, only 3. But these 3 were all incredibly talented, the most outstanding in Zhong Qi's generation. The only problem was that they were all notoriously rebellious and arrogant, and no one could control them. With the 3 of them, plus Zhong Qi, the Dragon Tamer, forming a team, their leveling efficiency would be absolutely terrifying. 4 top-tier, mythical-level professions gathered together. This would likely be the strongest leveling lineup in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. But could these troublemakers really get along peacefully? Yi Tingyun didn't hesitate and immediately decided. It's settled then. Leveling up is urgent and can't be delayed any longer. Zhang Li rubbed his chin, his expression worried. Then we have to keep a close eye on them. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. The others nodded in agreement. After all, those 3 guys from the Dragon District were never exactly peaceful. Inside the Dragon Taming grounds, Qiantang looked at the professionals present and solemnly instructed them that everything they had seen today must not be revealed. Everyone was to sign a confidentiality agreement before leaving. The matter was now settled. Zhong Qi's leveling team had been finalized, and the blockade was lifted. Lin Baitian couldn't help but ask who was responsible for leveling up Zhong Qi, offering to personally help if needed. Qiantang, however, told him with a playful expression that even if the 2 of them were paired together, they wouldn't be qualified to level up Zhong Qi. Lin Baitian, now nearing the 2nd job advancement and considered a master in Hushi Province, was stunned upon hearing this. Qiantang then revealed the answer. The Dragon District of the 3 Saints region only recruited 3 people this year, and these 3 top geniuses will now form a team to specifically guide Zhong Qi in leveling up. They are Li Muhan, the strongest support class Holy Light Priest, Ji1, the strongest mage class Thunder Mage, and Han Lingxi, the strongest assassin class Hidden Moon Assassin. All 3 are mythical level classes, and as long as they don't die prematurely, they will definitely be able to reach the 3rd job advancement in the future. This impressive lineup, though not personally led by a 3rd-tier deity, was still quite formidable. Moreover, it was personally approved by that old man, clearly indicating a significant investment in Zhong Qi. Qiantang instructed Lin Baitian to meet with Zhong Qi before he went into the dungeon, urging him to prepare the set of level-free gold equipment as soon as possible. After giving his instructions, Lin Baitian left to find Zhong Qi. Upon meeting Zhong Qi, Lin Baitian remarked that he had only entered the 3 Saints district for the first time thanks to Zhong Qi's help. Zhong Qi, however, didn't take credit, saying that without Lin Baitian's support, he wouldn't be where he was today. Lin Baitian then told Zhong Qi about the 3 men's backgrounds, reminding him that they were all the strongest in their respective professions, and since he had been assigned to help him level up, it was understandable that they might feel resentful. Zhong Qi understood Lin Baitian's meaning and said he would try his best to avoid conflict. Lin Baitian advised him not to worry about temporary gains or losses, as Zhong Qi's talent was no less than theirs. He had only started late, and given enough time, he would catch up sooner or later. Before leaving, Lin Baitian mentioned the gold-tier equipment without any level requirement that Qiantang had sent. This was the prize from their bet, and Zhong Qi should simply accept it without worrying about owing a favor. Before long, the complete Divine Wind set was delivered to Zhong Qi. Level-free gold equipment is extremely rare. While the individual stats of each piece aren't particularly impressive, its advantage lies in its ability to be worn at any level, making it especially suitable for newbies leveling up. The entire set not only increases strength, intelligence, and agility, but also enhances tolerance to extreme cold and heat, and provides an additional 20% experience gain. The 4-piece set provided Zhong Qi with a significant boost to health, mana, and attributes, with each piece granting a 5% damage immunity. Once fully equipped, Zhong Qi's strength surged once more. His health increased to 1,500, mana to 450, strength to 81, intelligence to 93, and agility to 71. He then allocated all 3 remaining free attribute points to intelligence. For Dragon Tamers, intelligence is the most important attribute. After preparing, Zhong Qi carried Xiao Yi to the agreed-upon dungeon area. The 3 Sacred Zone, as a sacred land of the Dragon Kingdom, contains many dungeons for professionals to hone their skills. The initially chosen location was called the Dark Forest, suitable for professionals from level 0 to 10. However, after Zhong Qi arrived and waited for a long time, his other 3 teammates still hadn't appeared. He narrowed his eyes, but his heart remained largely unmoved. The arrogance of so-called top geniuses meant nothing to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's attributes, far surpassing those of mythical professions, coupled with skills comparable to forbidden spells, were enough for Zhong Qi to disregard the vast majority of his peers. Whether or not he had these teammates was not crucial to him. The real problem was that all the dungeons here were 4-player dungeons, and without enough people, it was impossible to enter. Zhong Qi could only continue waiting. Fortunately, someone finally arrived soon after. The person who came was a woman with a cold face. Upon seeing Zhong Qi, she spoke bluntly, saying that he had used a lot of connections to level up, even alarming a 3rd-tier cleric. She was none other than Li Muhan, the Holy Light Priest. She bluntly stated that she was a support class and lacked resources. Otherwise, she would never waste her time mentoring someone with connections. She also wouldn't stay with Zhong Qi for long. She would leave after leveling up. Faced with these cold words, Zhong Qi remained calm. He had long anticipated that 3 top geniuses wouldn't willingly mentor him. With only one arriving so far, the other 2 were unlikely to show up. Since they were still short 2 people, Zhong Qi decided not to wait any longer and recruited team members on the spot from the vicinity. Besides geniuses, the 3 Saints district also had many children of important figures. Those who could come here were either wealthy or noble, but not all of them possessed talent. In the end, he chose a cute, round-faced level 3 archer girl and a smiling, chubby level 4 mage. Both were low-level, clearly just ordinary newcomers. Li Muhan's expression turned even colder upon seeing the team. The safest setup for a dungeon run requires at least a tank to pull mobs, a healer, and some DPS. But Zhong Qi had only brought in squishy classes. If the number of monsters increased, the entire team could be wiped out instantly. Li Muhan was convinced that Zhong Qi didn't understand dungeon setups at all. He was just a spoiled brat relying on connections to act recklessly. However, she was already level 9, and with the powerful support of the Holy Light Priest, as long as her teammates didn't make any mistakes, clearing the lowest level of the Dark Forest shouldn't be a problem, although it would waste more time. Zhong Qi, however, seemed oblivious to her expression, smiling as he announced that the team was formed and proclaimed himself captain. Although the archer and mage had some doubts about him, they immediately felt relieved upon seeing the level 9 Li Muhan. In their minds, with such a strong player in the team, they could easily clear the game. But the next second, Zhong Qi didn't choose the Dark Forest. Instead, he swiped across the interface and clicked on the higher-level Frozen Forest. Li Muhan's expression changed drastically, and she immediately questioned him about his intentions. She could guarantee clearing the Dark Forest, but the Frozen Forest required levels 5 to 15 to enter, making it far more difficult. The place is bitterly cold year-round. Even professionals who stay there for too long will continuously lose health, not to mention facing dungeon monsters. Taking Zhong Qi and 2 low-level, fragile characters into it, even she, as a support class, wasn't very confident. But before she could even finish speaking, Zhong Qi had already made his choice. The dungeon countdown appeared before them. The 4 were about to be teleported into the Frozen Forest. Li Muhan gritted her teeth, her face turning completely ugly. Are you crazy? Li Muhan finally couldn't help but ask. With her god-level support, clearing the Dark Forest wasn't difficult, but the Frozen Forest was completely different. The difficulty here was exponentially higher, and almost all the pressure would fall on the support. Even if a normal team was a little weaker, she was confident she could lead them through. But now the team consists of 3 fragile and weak characters. Taking on the Frozen Forest with this setup is no less stressful than challenging a top-tier dungeon. What's even more unacceptable to her is that so much effort is being put in, yet she's not getting any corresponding benefits. It seems like a complete waste. The other 2 panicked immediately when they saw the Frozen Forest dungeon was chosen. Zhong Qi, however, remained calm and composed. Don't worry, I'm confident I can clear it. Li Muhan sneered, no longer wanting to say another word to this spoiled brat who got in through connections. She was determined to leave after this dungeon run was over. Leveling up with this kind of person was just too torturous. The four of them stepped into the frozen forest, a steep, cold wind blowing in their faces. Zhong Qi, equipped with gold-grade gear, felt no chill at all thanks to the gear's stat bonuses. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan weren't so lucky. They were shivering slightly from the cold, their faces pale. Li Muhan stared at Zhong Qi and said in a deep voice, "You'd better be really capable, otherwise they'll freeze to death here before we even finish the dungeon." "Don't worry, it won't be long," Zhong Qi smiled. "Since you're here, let's get acquainted. My name is Zhong Qi," the round-faced girl said. "Cui Ying." The smiling fat man followed, Lin Yuan. Although Li Muhan was reluctant, she still gave her name. Then, suppressing her anger, she began to explain the situation of the dungeon. The main monsters in the frozen forest are goblins with the power of ice, at least level 5. We are entering a normal dungeon, and the final boss is an elite monster of level 8. Moreover, the environment here is harsh, and the cold will affect the battle. Level 5 ice goblins are more difficult to deal with than other monsters of the same level outside. Having fire skills will make things easier. She gave the safest solution: lure one monster over first to try fighting it, improve the team's coordination, and then gradually increase the number. Even if we clear it this way, it will take at least 4 hours. Too slow. Zhong Qi shook his head directly. It's just a normal dungeon. No need to waste so much time. Li Muhan sneered inwardly. She had said everything she needed to say, but Zhong Qi clearly still thought this place was like those easy dungeons outside. The dungeons in the Three Saints zone were much more difficult, with monsters having half again as much health as those in normal level 5 to 15 dungeons, stronger attributes, and the added challenge of facing a frigid environment. Even a fully equipped team at level 5 would face a significant risk of total wipeout, let alone their current levels of 1, 3, and 4 respectively. Li Muhan was even prepared to quit the dungeon halfway through. "Since we've all met, let's begin," Zhong Qi said, leading the way into the depths of the dense forest. His actions immediately attracted 2 frost goblins. They slowly approached, their footsteps crunching through the snow. The ice goblins were level 5, with 1500 HP and 70 attack power, possessing the skills Ice Throw and Ice Claw. 1500 HP? That's incredibly high, Cui Ying exclaimed in surprise. The 2 goblins exuded a considerable sense of pressure. Zhong Qi, standing at the forefront, glanced at them before stepping back 2 paces. "Xiao Yi, it's your turn." A whoa! A childish cry rang out, and Xiao Yi was released from the Dragon Taming space. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhong Qi had kept Xiao Yi in the Dragon Taming space before entering the dungeon. Now, Xiao Yi had just emerged, its eyes still showing some dissatisfaction. Clearly, it had a strong grudge about being taken inside. Zhong Qi watched helplessly, but Xiao Yi didn't continue her tantrum. Seeing the 2 ice goblins approaching, it suddenly opened its mouth. The next second, a torrent of blazing dragon breath erupted from its mouth, instantly engulfing the 2 goblins. The ice goblins melted instantly upon contact with the dragon breath, without even a chance to struggle. 2 enormous damage numbers appeared in midair, leaving Cui Ying and Lin Yuan stunned, mouths agape, speechless for a long time. Even Li Muhan was completely dumbfounded, her eyes filled with horror. After a long while, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan almost simultaneously blurted out. Just moments ago, they were worried about how to fight a monster with 1,500 health. But the moment the 50,000 plus damage numbers appeared, all their concerns vanished. But the damage was ridiculously high. Over 50,000 damage points. Even a fraction of that would be enough to instantly kill those 2 ice goblins. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you hiding your level? Are you actually over level 30, just here in a low-level dungeon to experience life?" Zhong Qi glanced at him. How could someone over level 30 possibly enter a dungeon like this? Besides, can't you see my level? Zhong Qi made no attempt to hide his information. His level 1 was clearly displayed above his head. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan were completely stunned when they saw it. Level 1. Zhong Qi really was only level 1. If he could deal over 50,000 damage at level 1, how terrifying would he become as he leveled up? Their gazes then fell on Xiao Yi beside Zhong Qi, and the same word flashed through their minds simultaneously: dragon. "Brother, is your pet a dragon?" Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Zhong Qi nodded, hugging Xiao Yi to his arms and gently stroking its head. "This is my dragon pet, Xiao Yi." Cui Ying and Lin Yuan swallowed hard again. This was a dragon, one of the top monsters, and the totem of the Dragon Kingdom. They had only ever seen dragons in online pictures before, but now, a real dragon stood before them. Their gazes towards Zhong Qi instantly changed. This wasn't some spoiled brat. He was clearly a ridiculously powerful figure. Li Muhan's feelings were far more complex than Cui Ying's and Lin Yuan's. She had previously used the guise of persuasion to deliver sarcastic remarks, even stating bluntly that she didn't want to waste time here. Now, thinking back on it, her face burned with embarrassment. With Zhong Qi and Xiao Ye's strength, they didn't need her, a god-level support, to lead the team. One person and one dragon could easily clear the dungeon. But this was a team dungeon, and they needed to gather enough members. In other words, she, as a top-tier support, was just there to make up the numbers, just like the two level 3 or 4 professionals. Li Muhan's pride clearly couldn't accept this outcome. However, Zhong Qi didn't have time to pay attention to her thoughts. In his eyes, these three were merely accessories, their only purpose being to form a team for him to enter dungeons. That's why he deliberately chose low-level teammates. The lower the overall level of the team, the more experience he would gain when killing higher-level monsters. 2 level 5 ice goblins turned into white light and entered Zhong Qi's body, but even so, he still didn't level up. So he'd keep grinding. Zhong Qi stroked Xiao Yi in his arms and looked ahead. The frozen forest was vast and boundless, the trees frozen into ice sculptures. The scenery was beautiful, but few monsters were visible. Li Muhan warned him that the real danger of the frozen forest lay in the fact that the monsters hid in the shadows. Every ice tree, every inch of snow, could give rise to an ice goblin at any moment. Xiao Yi was strong, but Zhong Qi himself wasn't tough enough. If ambushed by a large number of monsters, he would still be injured and fail. Her expression was resolute, and her tone softened. I told you before, this place isn't that simple. You were too reckless, but my profession can help you. Zhong Qi raised his hand to interrupt. No need. Li Muhan's face immediately turned cold. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Zhong Qi chuckled lightly, patted Xiao Yi, and looked back at her. Although you are considered a top genius in the Dragon District, you are, after all, a support class, and your vision is limited. Li Muhan was furious on the spot, but Zhong Qi had already turned away, leaving only the words, "You know nothing about power." After saying that, he stepped into the depths of the icy forest. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance and immediately followed. They had completely realized that they couldn't possibly clear this dungeon on their own. Their only hope was to cling to Zhong Qi's coattails. Li Muhan gritted her teeth in anger, but could only follow behind. The cold wind swept across the snow, and Zhong Qi's footsteps crunched as he walked through the accumulated snow. They hadn't walked far when the snow suddenly loosened, and 4 blue circles lit up on the ground, instantly revealing 4 ice goblins. Cui Ying instinctively cried out, "Be careful!" But Zhong Qi was prepared and immediately shouted, "Xiao Yi!" Whoa! Xiao Yi opened its mouth and spewed out abyssal dragon breath, 4 attacks dealing 50,000 damage each simultaneously, instantly killing the 4 goblins. Experience surged into his body, and Zhong Qi's body glowed with an upgrade light. He leveled up to level 2. All 3 points of free attribute were still added to intelligence, officially breaking through 100. At the same time, Xiao Yi also leveled up to level 2. Its health jumped to 12,000, its strength reached 560, and its intelligence and agility were both 350. Zhong Qi was wearing a full set of gold equipment, but his 3-dimensional attributes were far inferior to Xiao Ye's. The mythical Blackwing Dragon truly stands at the top of the monster hierarchy. Unfortunately, the 4 goblins dropped nothing. The drop rate in the dungeon is ridiculously low. Cui Ying, however, was still shaken. Those monsters appeared too quickly. Without Xiao Yi, she and Lin Yuan wouldn't have had time to react. These mobs are so terrifying, we couldn't possibly handle them, Cui Ying said, her face pale. Lin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Thank goodness we have Brother Zhong. Li Muhan couldn't find fault with Zhong Qi either, but still reminded him that there were only 4 monsters at the moment, and the number would definitely increase as they went deeper. Zhong Qi shook his head again. I told you, you know nothing about power. Then, he looked at Xiao Yi. Go. Xiao Yi immediately understood Zhong Qi's meaning, spread its wings, and transformed into a black shadow, rushing into the dense forest. Possessing 350 points of agility, its speed was astonishing, disappearing into the icy forest in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, one after another, ice goblins were lured out. They appeared continuously from the snow, ice trees, and shadows, trying to catch up with Xiao Yi, but they couldn't even touch its shadow. Not long after, Xiao Yi flew back. It had also lured all the ice goblins hidden in the entire frozen forest to the open ground. Zhong Qi calmly said, "Take care of them." Xiao Yi opened its mouth, unleashing another burst of abyss dragon breath. Terrifying damage numbers appeared densely, with over 70,000 damage exploded one after another. All the lured ice goblins melted away in an instant. A massive influx of experience points propelled Zhong Qi to level 2, instantly reaching level 4. Even Cui Ying, who had been hiding in the back, leveled up along with the experience. She stared in disbelief at the glowing light surrounding her. "I leveled up just like that? We've only been in the dungeon for a few minutes." Lin Yuan was equally astonished. "You can grind monsters like this? Brother Zhong is amazing. Xiao Ye's damage is already 70,000. Using the dragon pet's incredible agility, they lured out all the monsters in the area and then wiped them out with a single breath attack. This monster-killing efficiency was simply outrageous." Cui Ying, recovering from her initial surprise, suddenly realized something. "So, is the only thing left here the dungeon boss? The level 8 Frost Goblin Commander?" Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. "That's right. At this rate, we might break a record." Although there were no special rewards for breaking records in normal-level dungeons, only those in warrior-level dungeons and above received them. It was still enough to excite the two of them. Cui Ying was even convinced that with Zhong Qi's strength, he had a chance to break the record even in warrior-level dungeons. The more they thought about it, the more fortunate they became. They were glad that Zhong Qi had chosen them, and they were glad that they hadn't given up halfway. Otherwise, they would never have had such a good opportunity. Zhong Qi clapped his hands and laughed. "There's no danger now. Let's go straight to the boss." Li Muhan remained silent. She had seen many geniuses, including the other two top geniuses in the Dragon District. But even if those two joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve Zhong Qi's efficiency. She stared at Xiao Yi, and for the first time, doubt arose in her heart. Compared to Zhong Qi, her own genius seemed completely undeserved. She could only keep comforting herself in her heart. "I'm a support class, a support class." When Lin Yuan saw Zhong Qi looking over, he immediately went over to massage his shoulders. "Brother Zhong, are you tired?" Cui Ying was afraid of falling behind, but her shoulders had already been taken by Lin Yuan, so she could only ask with a red face, "Brother Zhong, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhong Qi was stunned, and Lin Yuan immediately looked at her warily. Cui Ying quickly explained, "It's not me, it's my cousin. She's very beautiful, has a great figure, and long legs. Although she's not as talented as Brother Zhong, she's definitely a good match for you." Zhong Qi coughed and was about to speak when Li Muhan coldly said, "Once you've cleared the mobs, hurry up and fight the boss." Zhong Qi cleared his throat. "We'll discuss that later. Let's run the dungeon first." Cui Ying nodded, but then added softly, "My cousin isn't much worse than Li Muhan." Li Muhan glared at her coldly, and Cui Ying immediately shrank back. Zhong Qi pretended not to hear and continued leading the three forward. Before long, they finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon. Ahead, only one monster remained, an 8th-level Ice Goblin Commander. The Frost Goblin Commander appeared, level 8, with 7,600 HP and 110 attack, and possessed skills such as summoning and ice arrows. 3 banners were planted on its back, and it was significantly larger than a normal goblin, exuding a much stronger sense of oppression. Having witnessed the terror of the Blackwing Dragon Xiaoya, the group felt little awe, and Zhong Qi was even less inclined to waste words. This was the only mini-boss left in the dungeon. They just needed to finish it off quickly. Zhong Qi glanced at Xiao Yi, who immediately understood her master's meaning. The next second, a deep abyssal dragon's breath roared out, dealing over 60,000 damage in an instant, instantly killing the Ice Goblin Commander. The experience provided by the commander leveled Zhong Qi to level 5, giving him 1900 HP, 650 MP, and 3 extra free attribute points. Zhong Qi casually glanced at Xiao Yi's stats and couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Xiao Yi was also level 5, but her HP was a staggering 18,000. With 740 points of strength, 500 points of intelligence and agility, plus skills like Abyss Dragon Breath, Fatal Dragon Claw, and Dragon King Bloodline, its attributes completely overwhelmed Zhong Qi. However, no matter how strong it was still his dragon pet, and Zhong Qi quickly reconsidered. After the commander died, it also dropped a bronze-grade leg guard. This was their only equipment gain from this normal dungeon run, and Zhong Qi wasn't interested. He directly asked Cui Ying and Lin Yuan if they wanted it. The two spoke almost simultaneously, saying they wanted it. Early-game bronze equipment wasn't cheap, It was already considered good stuff for them. Lin Yuan asked Zhong Qi to name a price, but Zhong Qi said to calculate it at market price and let them discuss it themselves, adding that more equipment would drop in later dungeons. Hearing that Zhong Qi was going to run dungeons again, Lin Yuan immediately became nervous and cautiously asked if he could continue to join the team next time, offering to pay Zhong Qi to carry him. Cui Ying quickly chimed in, afraid of being left behind. With such a powerful duo as Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, no one wanted to miss out. Zhong Qi agreed. Their levels met the requirements, their attitudes were good, and now that they were willing to pay, he naturally didn't mind helping them out. Lin Yuan voluntarily gave up his leg guards, offering them to Cui Ying, and would get the equipment later. Zhong Qi nodded and traded the bronze leg guards to Cui Ying. Cui Ying thanked her with a smile and promised to transfer the money after leaving the instance. As for Li Muhan, she remained unusually silent throughout. The boss was defeated, and the four left the instance. The nuclear record for the normal difficulty of the frozen forest quickly appeared on the leaderboard, but it didn't cause much of a stir. Many people ridiculed the record, feeling that breaking a record for a normal instance was nothing special, and that if they were so capable, they should challenge the warrior difficulty. Zhong Qi was unaware of the discussions on the forum. He waited for Cui Ying and Lin Yuan to prepare for the next dungeon run. Just then, a system notification appeared. First quest triggered. Clear a nightmare-level dungeon once. Upon completion, you will receive one reward opportunity. Zhong Qi smiled slightly. This was roughly in line with his plan. Only after clearing the normal difficulty would a higher difficulty level be unlocked, and Nightmare was the most difficult. Many dungeons can be cleared on the King difficulty level, but the Nightmare difficulty increases exponentially, and some dungeons have never even seen a team clear them. Soon after, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying returned and immediately initiated a trade. Lin Yuan transferred 500,000, and Cui Ying transferred 600,000, including 100,000 for leg armor. After receiving the money, Zhong Qi sent the two a team invitation, then looked at the ever-quiet Li Muhan and asked her what her next choice was. After all, she had initially said she wouldn't stay long, and Zhong Qi was about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. She didn't want any uncertainties to remain in the team. Li Muhan was silent for a moment, then said that since she had promised to help Zhong Qi level up, she wouldn't go back on her word. Zhong Qi looked strange, while Cui Ying and Lin Yuan suppressed their laughter. Everyone knew that with a strong player like Zhong Qi, Li Muhan was unwilling to leave. As a support class, soloing dungeons is already difficult for her, so with Zhong Qi as the main DPS, it's a sure win. Zhong Qi didn't expose her further, keeping the team composition unchanged, except that he and Xiao Yi were now stronger than before. The four of them went to the dungeon selection area and chose Frozen Forest again. Zhong Qi then adjusted the difficulty several times, directly setting it to the highest level, Nightmare. Upon seeing the Nightmare difficulty level, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying were both stunned, their newly built confidence beginning to waver. Lin Yuan doubted whether he could even make it through, while Cui Ying could only place her hopes on Zhong Qi, feeling that with him there might still be a chance. The strongest reaction came from Li Muhan, who immediately questioned Zhong Qi. Did he really intend to lead two people with almost no combat ability to challenge a nightmare-level dungeon? Xiao Yi was indeed very strong, but the nightmare-level Frozen Forest was completely different. So many geniuses from the Three Saints region had tried for years, and no one had yet managed to clear it. But the countdown to enter the dungeon had already started. It was too late to say anything now. The four figures were swallowed by the teleportation light. The news spread quickly. A team had entered the nightmare-level Frozen Forest, and the forums immediately erupted, but no one believed they could succeed. One explanation is that upon entering the dungeon, the entire team will be immediately surrounded by 15 Frost Goblin commanders. They must kill all 15 commanders within a short time, otherwise the commanders will summon a large number of Frost Goblin minions. The longer it drags on, the more minions will appear, and within minutes they may be surrounded by hundreds of goblins, which even the strongest tank cannot withstand. Therefore, everyone concluded that this team was just going into their deaths, some even betting on how long they could last. Some said 3 seconds, others 2. Meanwhile, Zhang Li also received news. He learned that of the 3 chosen, only the support type Li Muhan had gone. Ji Wen and Han Lingxi hadn't even shown up. Zhang Li was furious, his face darkening. He ordered his men to inform the two that they must report for duty after the Zhong Qi dungeon ended, or he would personally deal with them. But his subordinates told him that Zhong Qi's team had already entered a nightmare-level dungeon. Zhang Li initially thought that with Li Muhan's assistance, it wasn't impossible to give it a shot. But when he learned that the dungeon was the frozen forest, he was completely stunned, his face filled with dejection. He had also entered the nightmare-level frozen forest years ago, and luckily he escaped quickly, otherwise he might have died inside. Now, Zhang Li could only pray that Zhong Qi wouldn't be too stubborn and would withdraw as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom's hope of resolving the problem might be dashed here. Meanwhile, the mockery on the forum continued. No one believed Zhong Qi and his group could get through, and no one even thought they could last long inside. At this very moment, inside the nightmare-level frozen forest, Zhong Qi and his 3 companions had appeared. Zhang Li's attitude reached the ears of the other 2 geniuses in the Dragon District, Ji1 and Han Lingxi. Even after being warned again, the 2 still didn't take Zhong Qi seriously. Ji1 sneered, saying that without their guidance to level up, wouldn't Zhong Qi be a piece of trash? Han Lingxi also looked disdainful, feeling that there was no point in mentoring someone like him. Ji1 had investigated Zhong Qi's information, but due to the high level of secrecy, he found nothing. He guessed that Zhong Qi might have a close relationship with some important figure, or even be an illegitimate child, to receive such special treatment. Although the 2 were dissatisfied, they dared not disobey the arrangement for the time being, waiting for Zhong Qi to come out of the dungeon before discussing the so-called 3 rules. In their eyes, Zhong Qi was nothing more than an easy-to-manipulate playboy. If they really wanted to help him level up, they would have to make him obedient. At this moment, Zhong Qi and his companions had already entered the nightmare-level dungeon, Frozen Forest. A biting chill swept over them, and Cui Ying and Lin Yuan immediately put on their cotton-padded coats, but they were still shivering. Zhong Qi, however, seemed unaffected. Once their vision returned, they discovered that there were 15 frozen goblin commanders standing around them. Zhong Qi, however, became interested. But then, the 15 commanders simultaneously activated their summons, and from within the blue circles, ice goblins were rapidly emerging. Li Muhan's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly told everyone to exit the instance. She explained that these commanders would continuously summon their minions, quickly forming a goblin army. Without a tank, the team would be unable to withstand being surrounded. What's more troublesome is that once they've summoned and entered combat, they might not be able to exit in time. No matter how strong Zhong Qi is, he has to take down the commander first. Otherwise, the commotion will attract monsters from even further away, ultimately leading to an endless siege. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan felt a chill run down their spines. They knew the nightmare dungeon was difficult, but they hadn't expected such a scene right at the entrance to the frozen forest. In a short while, the number of monsters summoned by the 15 commanders had reached 45, and the number was still increasing. Li Muhan urged them to retreat again. Zhong Qi raised his hand to stop her, and calmly said, "No need for that. Just take care of them." Li Muhan quickly reminded him that these commanders were level 12, with health and defense far exceeding those of ordinary dungeons. If they were not cleared out quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhong Qi didn't respond, only summoning Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, intimidate them." Xiao Yi flapped its wings and soared into the sky, a dragon's roar echoing throughout the dense forest. All the goblin leaders being summoned, including those just summoned, froze in place. This was the Dragon King's intimidation. Creatures with bloodlines inferior to Xiao Yi would be forcibly stunned for 3 seconds, their attributes decreasing. 3 seconds was more than enough. "Take care of them," Zhong Qi commanded, and Xiao Yi immediately unleashed a torrent of abyssal dragon breath. Massive amounts of high damage erupted, instantly melting the ice goblins in the breath, and even level 12 commanders were wiped out in swathes. Cui Ying and her companions were completely stunned. Cui Ying's mind was still reeling from the dragon's roar. She was thankful that being in a team meant her teammates wouldn't be harmed. Otherwise, she suspected she would have fainted on the spot like those monsters. This was the power of a dragon, ridiculously strong. She stared at Zhong Qi, her mind made up. She would cling to this powerful figure no matter what. Her cousin, in particular, had to prove herself and not let this brother-in-law escape. Lin Yuan was equally shocked. He had heard of the terrifying reputation of the Frosty Forest. For years, not a single team had ever reached its first pass, and even the strongest teams couldn't last long. Only now did he realize that upon entering, he was surrounded by 15 level 12 commanders who could immediately summon a large army. Such a human wave tactic was utterly ineffective. Yet, the hope Zhong Qi brought changed Lin Yuan's gaze towards him. With just a word from Zhong Qi, he would probably readily acknowledge him as his father. The remaining commanders were no longer a threat, and Xiao Yi quickly cleared them and all the summoned creatures away. Xiao Yi slowly flew back, head held high, looking smug and waiting for praise. Zhong Qi caught it, smiling as he patted its head. Amazing, you're the best, Xiao Yi purred contentedly. After killing 15 leaders, Zhong Qi leveled up to level 6. It was a pity the summoned goblins didn't count as experience, otherwise this harvest would have been even more impressive. A bronze bracelet and 2 pieces of white-grade equipment also dropped on the ground. The bronze bracelet, which increased intelligence by 15 points, was immediately equipped by Zhong Qi, while the unused bracelet was intended to be listed on the auction house afterward. Li Muhan was the most deeply affected. She knew best how terrifying this dungeon was. Some teams had struggled for 15 hours to kill 17 leaders, only to be driven back by the endless monsters. Yet Zhong Qi, alone, cleared out 15 leaders in just a few minutes. She even began to doubt whether Zhong Qi, possessing such terrifying talent, needed anyone to help him level up. She, a top-tier support class, had barely had a chance to attack since entering the dungeon. Just then, Cui Ying suddenly sneezed. Even her padded coat couldn't keep out the freezing temperatures. She and Lin Yuan were already losing health steadily. Li Muhan quickly cast healing spells on the two, but the blood loss continued, requiring her to constantly expend her mana to maintain it, causing her to frown. Just as Zhong Qi was pondering how to resolve the situation, Lin Yuan suddenly pulled 2 stoves from his backpack, skillfully adding firewood and lighting them, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Yuan chuckled, saying he'd been feeling the cold in the dungeon and had prepared in advance, only to find it came in handy now. As soon as the stove was lit, the temperature immediately rose, and Cui Ying and Lin Yuan stopped losing health. Li Muhan finally breathed a sigh of relief after fully restoring their health. Then Lin Yuan asked Zhong Qi if he was hungry. Zhong Qi rubbed his stomach. It was indeed almost lunchtime. The next second, Lin Yuan took out a large handful of meat skewers from his backpack and skillfully placed them on the grill. Brother Zhong, just a moment. It'll be ready soon. Zhong Qi was full of questions. This guy was going to run a nightmare dungeon with a stove and meat skewers? But after the aroma of the meat wafted up, he had to admit it was indeed quite delicious. Zhong Qi took a bite of the grilled meat skewer. The cooking skills were pretty good. Xiao Yi smelled the aroma and was also tempted, so he handed the little guy a skewer. Xiao Yi swallowed the meat skewer in one gulp, flew to the stove, and stared at Lin Yuan, seemingly annoyed that he was grilling too slowly. She then opened her mouth and exhaled a breath of dragon's breath. As a result, the meat skewer and the stove disappeared together. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. She was clearly trying to help. So how could this have happened? Zhong Qi was both amused and exasperated. He quickly picked it up and earnestly told it not to go over there and cause any more trouble. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had brought more than one stove, so they started grilling again. This time, he first shared the grilled meat skewers with Xiao Yi, and even Li Muhan ate some. The 4 of them and the dragon were actually eating barbecue in a nightmare-level dungeon. Halfway through the meal, Cui Ying simply took out her phone and snapped a picture of the grilled meat and the cold surroundings, captioning it, "First nightmare-level dungeon experience. Simple and enjoyable." Chapter 17. Chao Su had been playing in the 3 Saint Zone dungeons for a long time. His class was ordinary and his level was not high, but he was particularly obsessed with high-difficulty dungeons, especially the nightmare-level Frozen Forest, which he had studied countless times. Unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough to complete the game himself, and could only spend his time on the forums, browsing guides, news, and various dungeon images for enjoyment. That day, he suddenly came across a post by a hard-working girl named Xiao Ying, with the title, "My First Nightmare-Level Dungeon Experience. Simple and enjoyable." The accompanying picture even included barbecue. Chao Su scoffed on the spot. Eating barbecue in a nightmare-level dungeon? This kind of pretentious picture is too fake. He was about to expose the other party. But as he zoomed in on the image, his expression gradually changed. Through years of research, he recognized the location from the scene, the ice, and the details of the edges. There were the remains of an ice goblin on the ground, and even half of a tattered banner was exposed, clearly the traces left by the ice goblin leader after his death. Chao Su stared wide-eyed, repeatedly confirming for a long time before exclaiming in a trembling voice, "Is this the Frozen Forest? Or a nightmare-level Frozen Forest?" The terror of the nightmare-level Frozen Forest is well known. Almost every team that has ventured in has fallen before the first wave of monsters. How can someone be holding out, and even roasting meat inside? He no longer doubted the authenticity of the photos and immediately reposted the post with the caption, "Shocking." A team was actually having a barbecue in a nightmare-level icy forest. The news quickly went viral on the forum, with a large number of people flocking to question it. Some said it was definitely photoshopped. Some mocked the poster for not understanding the difficulty of the dungeon, and others thought the person was risking their life for clicks. But as more knowledgeable people examined the scene closely, some began to realize that the scene in the picture did not seem fake. Could it be that a team had actually broken through the first wave? At this moment, Liu Gang, a soldier from the kamikaze squad, also appeared in the comments. He confirmed that the location in the picture was correct, but he didn't believe that anyone could actually defeat the first wave. Liu Gang analyzed that most of the people who posted the pictures were only barely holding on for a while. They deliberately chose to take small-scale photos and dared not take panoramic photos, for fear of exposing the truth that the team could not hold on any longer. Everyone suddenly realized that this was all staged. No one believed that someone could be so relaxed in the nightmare-level frozen forest. Inside the instance, Chueying had just finished eating barbecue, patted her stomach contentedly, and let out a satisfied burp, marveling at how she could eat such delicious barbecue in a nightmare-level instance. As Lin Yuan handed the grilled meat skewers to Xiao Yi, he smiled and said, "We were able to enjoy ourselves so much this time, all thanks to Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi." Chueying nodded repeatedly, while Zhong Qi simply smiled faintly. Li Muhan was somewhat conflicted. Logically, she should have explained the situation with the monsters beforehand, but Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi's actions had repeatedly overturned her understanding. She worried that reality would slap her in the face after she spoke. But after hesitating for a moment, she still spoke up to remind them that in addition to more ice goblin commanders, there were also minotaur guards and goblin heavy cavalry behind them. These two types of monsters have high health and defense, and they will block the front, making it impossible for the leader to reach them. The leader will also constantly summon goblins, making it easy for the team to be worn down. Li Muhan believes that their ability to pass the first wave so quickly is already a record, and to be on the safe side, it would be best to exit the instance now. Zhong Qi shook his head and calmly asked her if she still remembered what he had said during their first dungeon run. "You know nothing about power." He stated that he would not back down, nor did he need to. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, it couldn't stop them. If Li Muhan was truly afraid, she could leave first. Then, Zhong Qi looked directly at her and said, "In the Dragon Zone, you are a top-tier support, a genius. But here, you are nothing." Li Muhan bit her lip, offering no rebuttal. She wouldn't have accepted it if anyone else had dared to speak to her like that, but facing Zhong Qi, she couldn't utter a single word in response. Zhong Qi ignored her and called to Lin Yuan and Chueying to continue. The two immediately followed, and Li Muhan remained silent for a moment before finally catching up as well. She couldn't let go of a genius like Zhong Qi. As a support class, she was already at a disadvantage in the competition with G1 and Han Lingxi, and Zhong Qi might be her only chance to surpass them. Unbeknownst to her, her mindset had completely changed. From initial arrogance and nonchalance, she had become cautious and meticulous with her words, and much of her genius arrogance had been worn away. Not long after the group advanced, the Minotaur guards and goblin heavy cavalry appeared, densely blocking the way, with the blue light of the commander's summoning circle flashing behind them. The Minotaur Guardian was level 15 with 11,000 HP. The goblin heavy cavalry was also level 15 with an even higher HP of 12,000. Chueying felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. The real trouble lay with the commanders behind them. As long as the commanders didn't die, they would continue to summon ice goblins, making the number of monsters virtually endless. Chueying, knowing her place, immediately retreated to the back, and Lin Yuan didn't try to be brave. Li Muhan first cast a group heal, then applied buffs to Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi. Zhong Qi's intelligence instantly increased by 20 points, and his casting speed, attack speed, and agility also improved. He couldn't help but glance at him. The amplification abilities of a top-tier support class were indeed astonishing. But facing this horde of monsters, Zhong Qi's tactics remained simple, a direct assault. The Minotaur guards and heavy cavalry charged forward, while the commander at the rear began summoning new ice goblins. Li Muhan hurriedly reminded them that they must stop the summoning as soon as possible, otherwise the ice goblins would continue to shrink their space, and the situation would only become more and more passive. Zhong Qi nodded and called out only once, "Xiao Yi." Xiao Yi spread its wings and instantly took to the air. But as soon as it took flight, a large number of icy arrows shot towards it. Although several arrows hit, they only dealt a dozen or so points of damage. With Xiao Yi's health, this attack was negligible. It charged above the leader, its dragon roar suddenly exploding, and its active skill, Dragon King's Shock, directly covered a large area of enemies. The ice goblin commanders were all stunned, and then a breath of abyssal dragon descended from the sky, instantly causing terrifying damage that swept across the battlefield. More than 80,000 damage numbers popped up one after another, instantly killing entire groups of enemies. Even the Minotaur guards affected by the dragon's breath were turned to ashes on the spot. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan were dumbfounded. While other summoners were slowly whittling down the enemy's health with their summoned creatures, Zhong Qi's summoned beast wiped out the entire field with a single breath of dragon fire. Li Muhan was equally stunned and speechless. After her enhancement, Xiao Ye's damage was even more terrifying than before, and even monsters with high HP couldn't withstand it. A massive amount of experience points flowed to everyone. Most of the monsters were killed by Xiao Yi, and the vast majority of the experience went to Zhong Qi, but Li Muhan continuously used support skills, and the experience points she gained far exceeded those of Lin Yuan and Cui Ying. Li Muhan, who had just reached level 9, was seeing her experience bar rapidly increase, and was about to break through to level 10. For the first time, an uncontrollable excitement appeared in her usually cool eyes. The monster clearing continued, and the Minotaur guards, Goblin Heavy Cavalry, and the rear commander all quickly disappeared under the dragon's breath. Li Muhan finally reached level 10. Zhong Qi reached level 7 with more than half of the experience points. Lin Yuan reached level 7, and Cui Ying also reached level 6. They were just a little short of breaking through to the next level. Before the group could even inspect their spoils, the surrounding wind suddenly became even more biting. Dark clouds pressed in from the horizon, with flashes of lightning crackling within them. At the same time, a figure entirely crimson slowly emerged from the ground ahead. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The boss had appeared. Dark clouds churned, thick masses pressed down, flashes of lightning occasionally streaking through them, as if some terrifying being was about to descend. The next second, a giant red shadow emerged from the clouds. Its massive body was several times larger than the previous Minotaur guard. After landing, it almost filled the space in front of it, like a small, muscular mountain. Giant Goblin Guard. Level 15, HP 32,000, Attack Power 150. Skills: Mount Tai Fall, Sunset Hammer, Falling Cloud Step, Twilight Wind Fist. Boss skill: Berserk. When HP is below 20%, attack power increases by 50% and skill range doubles. The cost is a 1.5-second stun after the skill ends. Such a large amount of health, more than 30,000. Just as Lin Yuan finished looking at the attributes, another muffled loud bang came from the side. Another enormous monster appeared, radiating a chilling aura. Giant Ice Goblin. Level 15, HP 27,000, Attack 110, possesses skills such as Frost Array, Ice Crystal Drop, and Frost Throw, and also has a Berserk state. But that wasn't all. A third figure followed closely behind, slowly emerging from the icy mist. Giant Ice Goblin Commander. Level 15, HP 29,000, Attack 130. Skills include Commander, Ice Summoning, Ice Array, and Blizzard. The boss skill is also Berserk. 3 bosses? Lin Yuan was completely stunned. He knew that the Nightmare level dungeon was difficult, but he didn't expect to encounter 3 level 15 bosses in a row so soon after entering. In front, there were 15 Frost Goblin leaders attacking, and behind them was another wave of monsters, tanks, summoned monsters, and mage monsters stacked up in layers. Just when we finally managed to deal with those monsters, 3 bosses appeared in the blink of an eye. This isn't a dungeon. It's clearly designed to prevent players from completing it. Lin Yuan didn't even dare to think about what their team would do without Zhong Qi. No wonder that over the years, no one has been able to clear the Nightmare difficulty Ice Forest for the first time. The difficulty is simply beyond the capacity of ordinary teams. They clearly don't want people to go there. Cui Ying's face turned pale as she stared at the 3 bosses that were constantly approaching, her breathing becoming tense. Li Muhan didn't speak, but subconsciously looked at Xiao Yi next to Zhong Qi. Xiao Yi exhaled a puff of white breath from its nostrils, clearly not taking the 3 enormous creatures seriously at all. In its eyes, they were just 3 slightly larger insects, yet they managed to frighten these people like this. With a whoosh, Xiao Yi spread her wings and flew away. Compared to the 3 bosses, it even appears somewhat petite in size. But as Xiao Yi approached, the giant goblin guard at the front instinctively took a step back. This is the pressure emanating from one's bloodline. Even though Xiao Yi's level was lower than the opponent's, The giant goblin guard was still the first to tremble when the dragon's aura appeared. To be honest, at this point, I'm starting to feel a bit uncertain. Lin Yuan stood at the back and couldn't help but sigh. We've only been in the nightmare dungeon for a short time, and there are already 3 bosses. What else is coming? Cui Ying nodded repeatedly. It's like a dream. This is too difficult. Even if I level up to 15 or even 20, I wouldn't dare to enter this kind of dungeon. As the two turned around, they discovered that Zhong Qi was standing right next to them. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Brother Zhong, what are you doing here? Zhong Qi looked at him strangely. Am I the strange one here? No, Brother Zhong. Shouldn't you be at the front directing Xiao Yi right now? Zhong Qi looked puzzled. Why should I order Xiao Yi around? Do you think I need to do that? Lin Yuan was speechless. But don't other summoners always command their summoned beasts to fight? Zhong Qi looked at him as if he were an outsider. I am a Dragon Tamer, not a summoner. Do you understand the prestige of being a Dragon Tamer? Lin Yuan scratched his head, instantly realizing that his question was indeed a bit stupid. Zhong Qi then asked, do you still have any meat skewers? Yes, Brother Zhong, do you want some? Put it on the shelf in advance. Zhong Qi spoke calmly, as if the 3 monsters in front of him were not 3 bosses, but 3 ordinary monsters. By the time you finish grilling the meat skewers, Xiaoya should have finished her battle, so it'll be a good time to replenish our supplies. Both Cui Ying and Li Muhan were stunned by these words. 3 bosses, and you actually have to take them down in the time it takes to grill meat skewers? This is incredibly disrespectful to the boss. Lin Yuan didn't dare to delay and immediately set up the stove skillfully, putting the meat skewers on it to grill. At the same time, Xiaoya had already flown to the giant goblin guard. Instead of breathing fire, it raised its dragon claws and swung them at the boss in midair. Deadly Dragon Claw. This is another active attack skill that Xiaoya has mastered. The moment the dragon claw struck, the giant goblin guard's health bar, which was a staggering 32,000, was instantly emptied. Minus 32,000. The massive boss crashed to the ground. OMG, it was done in seconds. Cui Ying exclaimed in surprise. But Li Muhan keenly sensed something was wrong. What's going on? The damage Xiaoya caused this time is actually much less than before. Logically speaking, Xiaoya's previous attacks dealt even more terrifying damage. Even if the boss has high defense, it shouldn't have only dealt a little over 30,000 damage. Could it be because of the different skills? Cui Ying guessed. Li Muhan did not answer, but looked at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi clearly knew the reason, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Huh, an extra condition has been triggered. Additional conditions? The 2 women spoke at the same time. Zhong Qi explained, when the dragon claw strikes, there is a certain probability that it will instantly kill the monster. I didn't expect that Xiao Yi would trigger it on her first use. Instant kill. These 4 words made their eyes widen instantly. Li Muhan's composure diminished somewhat, and Cui Ying opened her mouth wide, almost big enough to fit an egg. A single claw can instantly kill a boss with 32,000 HP. That ability is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was frantically fanning himself, wishing he could fan the fire until it started smoking. Xiaoya finished the battle too quickly. If all 3 bosses were dead before his kebabs were even cooked, that would be troublesome. This little tyrant is so fierce, he dares not offend him at all. After Zhong Qi killed the goblin guard, his experience points increased by 532, and his level rose from 7 to 8. His job panel was updated, and he added all the attribute points he gained to intelligence. His health was 2,200 and his mana was 800, further enhancing his strength as a Dragon Tamer. One boss leveled him up and dropped a piece of equipment, but Zhong Qi didn't have time to pick it up yet because there were still 2 commanders left on the field. Just as the giant ice goblin leader drew the magic circle, preparing to summon more monsters, Xiao Yi let out a dragon roar, and the Dragon King's intimidation instantly interrupted it. Immediately afterwards, the Abyss Dragon Breath swept out, dealing a full 72,369 points of damage, instantly reducing the giant ice goblin's health bar to 0. The other commander also couldn't hold on, dealing 75,264 damage before being instantly killed by Xiaoya's Dragon Breath. The 3 bosses didn't last long from appearance to death. They were all cleanly and efficiently wiped out by Xiaoya. Cui Ying's mouth gaped open, and Lin Yuan fanned himself even faster. Just then, he finally finished grilling the meat skewers. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had finally made it in time. Otherwise, his speed in grilling meat would have been slower than Xiao Ye's in killing the boss, which would have been too embarrassing. The three bosses dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment and 1 piece of bronze equipment, namely a staff, a longsword, and a longbow. When Zhong Qi turned around, he saw Lin Yuan and Cui Ying staring intently at the equipment. The staff was suitable for mages, and the longbow was perfect for archers. He smiled and said, "Same old rule, market price." The two nodded immediately. This kind of equipment was always in short supply, and the market price was already very cheap. Since the staff's attributes didn't match Zhong Qi's, he planned to sell it to Lin Yuan. Cui Ying, on the other hand, directly pulled out 300,000 and took the bronze longbow. After obtaining the new weapon, Cui Ying immediately took a picture and posted it on the forum with a very direct title. "The drop rate in nightmare-level dungeons is really high. I got bronze equipment so quickly." The post quickly went viral, with some people shocked, some questioning, and others asserting that they had simply bought the equipment and went into the dungeon to pose for photos. Chao Su, who had been keeping a close eye on the dungeon news, carefully studied the picture and confirmed that the background was indeed the nightmare-level frozen forest, and it was completely different from the photos that had been circulating. He deduced that Zhong Qi's team was not only still alive, but had even passed the first wave of monsters and might be advancing in the second wave. However, this analysis immediately drew ridicule, with people refuting his analysis with the Kamikaze Squad's judgment and accusing him of pretending to know what he didn't. Chao Su, however, remained convinced of his research. Someone had actually cleared the first wave of monsters in the nightmare-level frozen forest. The news also reached Ji1 and Han Lingxi, but the two scoffed at it. They had personally entered this instance and did not believe that anyone could pass the first wave. Ji1 felt that Zhong Qi would only enter normal dungeons, and that once the kid came out, he should be taught a lesson. After seeing the photos posted by Cui Ying, Zhongli did not immediately deny them. He confirmed that the poster did indeed belong to Zhong Qi's team, and the location was also in the nightmare-level frozen forest. He couldn't help but marvel that the power of the Dragon Rider was even more exaggerated than that of a mythical summoner, and even doubted whether Zhong Qi could actually achieve the first clear of this dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Zhong Qi collected the Frost Goblin orb dropped by the boss. This was a rare item that could imbue weapons with the attribute of frost, and it was quite valuable. But after the 3 bosses died, there were no more monsters in the large area in front of us, and the silence was unsettling. Lin Yuan found it strange, but Cui Ying was hoping there wouldn't be any monsters. She was already terrified by this dungeon, and her heart was racing. Zhong Qi noticed a problem. After entering the dungeon, they were surrounded by monsters, and although the leaders had other skills, they could only summon small monsters. The front row is responsible for blocking, while the back row keeps summoning, as if the only purpose of these monsters is to hold them back as much as possible and summon more of their kind. Now that the monsters have disappeared after 3 waves of attacks, this anomaly makes Zhong Qi increasingly suspicious. He sent Xiaoya to scout at high altitude and asked Li Muhan for information on the follow-up to the nightmare-level frozen forest. Li Muhan shook her head. The king-level frozen forest ended after defeating 2 giant bosses, but no one had ever made it through the nightmare level, and there was almost no follow-up information. However, the dungeon description mentioned that this place didn't seem to be like this before. A sense of unease immediately arose in the group's hearts. Not long after Xiao Yi flew away, its figure disappeared from Zhong Qi's sight. Zhong Qi immediately called it back, only to find that there was nothing nearby either. Cui Ying couldn't help but wonder if they had already cleared the level. Lin Yuan also thought it was possible. After all, they had killed so many monsters. After walking for a while, a gloomy house appeared ahead of them, with an extremely long wall behind it, blocking everything. In front of the house was a glowing portal. Cui Ying instantly became excited, convinced that this was the exit from the dungeon. She and Lin Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of the nightmare-level dungeon was too intense, and even with Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi by their side, they never dared to relax. Zhong Qi, however, was not pleased. Instead, he asked Li Muhan if she knew how to dispel magic. Li Muhan immediately understood that he suspected there was something wrong with the teleportation portal. The dispelling spell landed on the portal, but nothing changed. Li Muhan confirmed that it was indeed a portal leading to the outside world. But Zhong Qi's brows remained furrowed. He stared at the gloomy house and said in a deep voice, "Something's not right. If leaving through the portal means you've cleared the game, then what's the purpose of this room?" Lin Yuan guessed that someone might have lived here before, but had moved away. Zhong Qi didn't respond, and went straight through the portal into the house. The house was empty, as if it had been abandoned for a long time, but judging from the remaining traces, a woman once lived there. The desktop was fairly clean, but a bone lay on it. After examining it, Zhong Qi was shocked to find that it was a human leg bone. Lin Yuan stared at the tiny bone, guessing it might belong to an infant. Zhong Qi remained silent for a moment, then turned and walked out of the house. He ordered Xiaoye to fly to the outside of the wall to investigate again. Xiaoye spread her wings, and as soon as she flew over the wall, her body mysteriously disappeared. Lin Yuan and Cui Ying both changed color, but Zhong Qi could clearly sense that Xiaoye had not disappeared. It was still behind the wall. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the portal they had been using as an exit suddenly dimmed and then disappeared completely. Lin Yuan's face turned pale. He could clearly see the portal, so why wasn't the dungeon over yet? The next moment, the wall behind the house collapsed with a roar and rubble rolled down, with the sound of impact coming from below. Behind the wall was not an exit at all, but a bottomless abyss. The group quickly walked to the edge, where they saw a cold pool in the center of the abyss, with countless ice sculptures standing densely in the water. Most of the ice sculptures were incomplete, and Cui Ying exclaimed that there were many goblins inside. Zhong Qi suddenly spoke up. "No, those aren't goblins, they're people." Everyone froze instantly. Zhong Qi turned around and went back into the house, picked up the human leg bone on the table, and threw it directly into the abyss. The moment the leg bone struck, the icy pool trembled violently, and countless ice sculptures shattered simultaneously. A biting chill swept in, and what had been sleeping deep in the icy pool finally awoke. "What is that?" The moment Lin Yuan sensed that aura, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, and his voice changed tone. Such a strong sense of oppression. Li Muhan's expression turned solemn. She had entered nightmare-level dungeons before, but she had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Cui Ying, the weakest among them, was already having difficulty breathing. Her face was deathly pale, and she was staring at the bottom of the abyss, trembling uncontrollably. "Then what exactly is that thing?" Boom. Another loud noise rang out. The cold pool surged violently, and a huge head slowly rose from the bottom of the pool. All the ice sculptures outside shattered at the same time, and the ice fragments were swept into the sky by the shockwave, like a heavy snowfall. Zhong Qi stared intently at the head, which was ugly and hideous, with countless painful human faces crowding its face. Li Muhan said in a deep voice, "This should be the final boss of the nightmare-level frozen forest." The next moment, the information about the Lord of the Cold Pool appeared. It was level 20, had a full 80,000 HP, and an attack power of 300. It possesses 4 skills: Frost Roar, Mighty Smash, Transform into an Icy Pool, and Eye of the Vengeful Spirit. When its health drops to 20%, it will also activate the Icy Pool domain. At that time, the place where it is located will become a frozen pool, and everyone will suffer continuous freezing damage, and may be frozen into an ice sculpture. Its origin is even more chilling. It was formed from countless resentments, sealed in a cold pool, suffering endless torment, freezing living beings, and forever unable to escape. My God! Lin Yuan's scalp tingled when he saw the attributes. 80,000 HP, and so many overpowered skills. How are we supposed to fight this? Cui Ying asked tremblingly, "Should we leave? This boss is far stronger than many monsters in level 20 dungeons. It's nothing like the enemies they can face right now." After reading the attributes, Li Muhan calmed down completely and looked directly at Zhong Qi. "How do we fight?" Lin Yuan and Cui Ying were both stunned. In this situation, Li Muhan was not thinking about running away, but asking about tactics. Li Muhan saw through their thoughts and coldly reminded them. "Take a look at the teleportation scroll first." The two immediately checked, and then their faces turned completely ashen. The teleportation scroll had failed. "There are only 2 choices now," Li Muhan said. "Either clear the level or die here." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and quickly calmed himself down. "Brother Zhong, tell us how to fight. We'll do whatever you say." He knew very well that his only hope of leaving alive lay with Zhong Qi. Instead of immediately arranging a battle, Zhong Qi asked, "Have you ever thought about why there's a woman's house here, and a human leg bone inside?" Li Muhan's gaze sharpened. Zhong Qi continued, "There used to be a portal in front of the house, but the wall blocked the view behind it. As long as you don't look behind you, you can leave, but once you see behind you, the chance to leave disappears." Li Muhan immediately understood. "You mean that leaving through the portal before doesn't count as truly completing the game, and you won't get the reward. And what we see now is the true appearance of the frozen forest?" Zhong Qi nodded. As mentioned in the dungeon description, This place was once a bustling town, with merchants coming and going and many people living here. Li Muhan suddenly looked at the Lord of the Cold Pool, her voice tight. So this boss is formed from the resentment of the people in the town after they died? Lin Yuan also realized. If we can find the reason why they died and became aggregates of resentment, we may have a chance to clear the dungeon. That makes sense. Zhong Qi looked down. But before finding out the truth, we must at least deal with this aggregate of resentment. At this moment, the Lord of the Cold Pool had completely climbed out of the pool. His enormous body blotted out the sky and the sun, and his body looked as if it were pieced together from countless deformed bones. Can we really kill it? Chueying couldn't help but ask. Li Muhan looked directly at Zhong Qi and asked, "What do you need us to do?" "Add all the amplification skills to my account." Good. Without hesitation, Li Muhan cast all her amplification skills on Zhong Qi. Those amplifications would also apply to Xiaoyi. Zhong Qi narrowed his eyes. This boss has 80,000 HP, and it will activate its domain when its HP is low. Once the surrounding area turns into a freezing pool, the four of them definitely won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, we must kill the boss in one go before its health drops to 20%. Moreover, they have already lost the chance to exit the instance. Failure means certain death here. Zhong Qi took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyi. "Get ready to make your move, Xiaoyi." "Oh whoa, Xiaoyi's fighting spirit sword. Alright, let's finish it off in one go." Xiaoyi dashed out instantly, heading straight for the bottom of the abyss. The cold air above the pool was bone-chilling, and the Lord of the Cold Pool raised his hand and threw a punch. Xiaoyi dodged to the side, and Zhong Qi immediately ordered, "Use the deadly dragon claw." The dragon claws tore through the air and slammed into the skeleton of the Lord of the Cold Pool, sparks flying as they rubbed against it. Minus 45,769. This claw attack directly reduced the boss's health by more than half, but it did not trigger the low health area skill. The Lord of the Cold Pool swung his fist again, and Xiaoyi dodged it repeatedly. When she flew to the edge of the stone wall, the giant fist suddenly smashed into the stone wall. A tremendous force smashed down. With a deafening roar, the stone wall was shattered, and a torrent of debris rained down. Xiaoyi dodged the attack through the gap, but the spot where her fist landed instantly froze. "Watch out, get out of the way!" Chueying shouted urgently. The ice layer spread rapidly in all directions, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. Damn it! The freezing effect has been triggered. But when the frost hit Xiaoyi, it had no effect whatsoever. Xiaoyi's passive ability, Dragon King Bloodline, is activated. It grants immunity to all negative status effects, including freezing. Zhong Qi's eyes lit up. As expected of a dragon, this talent was indeed terrifyingly strong. Deterrence. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the abyss, even sending water columns shooting into the sky from the icy pool. The master of the icy pool was instantly stunned. Xiaoyi seized the opportunity and spewed out scalding dragon breath. The dragon breath landed on the Lord of the Cold Pool, and his skeletal body instantly began to melt. Minus 68,592. Sold out in seconds. The Lord of the Cold Pool had no chance to trigger the low health boss skill, and Zhong Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the boss fell, a massive amount of experience surged in. Zhong Qigong had just reached level 8 when he leveled up again, directly reaching level 9. Immediately afterwards, several pieces of equipment and a huge amount of gold coins dropped next to the corpse of the Lord of the Cold Pool. Some of them shimmered with a golden light, while others glowed with a deep white light. That's definitely not a silver-grade equipment. It's most likely platinum-grade. A spectacular explosion. The Lord of the Cold Pool collapsed with a crash, his massive body turning into countless fragments of bone, sinking completely into the icy waters. Lin Yuan stood rooted to the spot, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. A boss with 80,000 HP, terrifying attacks, and the ability to unleash a freezing pool even at low HP had actually been defeated by Zhong Qi and Xiaoyi working together. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "So, we cleared the nightmare-level frozen forest? Brother Zhong is amazing." Chueying finally caught her breath and cheered, patting her chest. When the Lord of the Cold Pool appeared, she felt like she could barely breathe. Now she felt like she had survived a catastrophe. However, Zhong Qi and Li Muhan did not relax. The two kept their eyes fixed on the icy pool at the bottom of the abyss. The bone fragments were frozen in the pool, yet ripples spread across the surface. Li Muhan said in a deep voice, "This is probably not over yet." The house clearly belonged to a woman, but no trace of her could be found anywhere. More importantly, they still didn't know what had happened in the village or how those people had died. As soon as he finished speaking, the water in the cold pool surged violently, and a blue figure slowly rose from the pool. It was a woman dressed in blue, holding a dark blue staff, her robes and body covered in strange patterns. She hovered above the pool, her face blurred, liquid constantly flowing from her empty eye sockets. It was impossible to tell whether it was pool water or tears. She stared at Zhong Qi and the others, her voice almost frantic. "Why didn't you leave when I gave you a chance to go? Why did you have to stop me?" Li Muhan immediately checked her information and froze. The Ice Queen, a demigod. Her level, health, attack, and skills are all question marks. The inability to see any information meant that the other party either possessed a treasure that could shield their senses, or their strength far surpassed hers. And the demigod before her clearly belonged to the latter. Lin Yuan's face turned deathly pale. This was clearly just a level 5 to 15 dungeon. So how could a demigod have appeared? Even awakened beings might not dare to provoke such a being. Everyone was plunged into despair, but Zhong Qi suddenly spoke up. "You have only imprisoned their souls and bound their bodies. But the power of ice will numb their senses, so they can't feel much pain at all. You can't torture them, you're just torturing yourself." The Ice Queen's expression changed drastically, and she instantly crossed the entire icy pool, arriving in front of Zhong Qi. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and Li Muhan and the other two were directly knocked away, their health bars instantly empty to the last bit. But Zhong Qi kept looking at her and repeated, "You're just torturing yourself." He saw more information than Li Muhan. The Ice Queen was a mother who lost her child and was buried beneath a frozen pool. She was then favored by the gods and gained divine power. Combining the information from the king of the cold pool and those human-faced skeletons, Zhong Qi had already guessed the truth. The souls of goblins were originally villagers. Every time a goblin is summoned or killed, a villager's soul suffers a death. There are many more souls in the icy pool, frozen for years. All of this stemmed from the crimes committed against her child by the villagers. The Ice Queen roared, saying that the villagers claimed her child possessed auspicious energy and wanted to leave that auspiciousness in the village. While she was away, the villagers boiled the child into a pot of soup, and everyone took a bite. When she rushed back, only one leg remained in the pot. The village chief even tried to gag her with that leg. She refused, so the village chief and the villagers threw her into the icy pond. But they didn't expect that she wouldn't die. Instead, she gained power. So she killed everyone, extracted their souls, and wanted them to suffer eternal torment. Zhong Qi took a deep breath and pointed out the key point again. The icy pool froze their senses, so your punishment is not as painful as you think. The Ice Queen was taken aback, then shouted sternly, "Then tell me, what should we do? If you can't answer, I'll kill you." Zhong Qi suddenly ordered, "Xiao Yi, use deterrence." A dragon's roar suddenly erupted. At such close range, the Ice Queen had no way to dodge it. In an instant, all the patterns on her body lit up, as if they had been fully activated. The Ice Queen screamed in agony, and two chains shot out from the icy pool, dragging her directly back to the bottom. Li Muhan and the other two were all stunned. Zhong Qi stared at the water's surface and finally confirmed that the patterns were all dragon script. The countless intricate patterns actually contained only one character, ice. This single word, ice, is the source of the Ice Queen's divine power, and it carries a strong aura of the hidden dragon abyss. Zhong Qi was betting on this point. As one of the 3 dragon eggs from the hidden dragon abyss, Xiao Ye's Dragon King's intimidation was indeed able to trigger the dragon rune seal. The mother who lost her child is unpredictable, and even if Zhong Qi told her the solution, she might not survive. The only way to save her is to lure her closer and then use Xiao Yi to break the seal. As the Ice Queen sank back into the icy pool, Zhong Qi whispered, "This time, it should be a true victory." The truth about the frozen forest has also been fully revealed. The villagers ate their children, and the mother, after being murdered, gained divine power but was also sealed in the icy pool. She kills the villagers, extracts their souls to torment them, and if the dragon's markings are disturbed, she will be sealed away again. After hearing this, Chueying couldn't help but curse. These people are beasts, they deserve it. Lin Yuan nodded, and Li Muhan added coldly, "Beast." But Chueying was still unwilling to give up. Although the dungeon was cleared, the villagers didn't seem to have received the punishment they truly deserved. Zhong Qi smiled and said, "I already said I have a way." He told the 3 of them to wait up there, then grabbed Xiaoya's foot and led her to the edge of the cold pool. The chains clanged again, and the Ice Queen burst out of the icy pool, her face contorted with rage. "You lied to me." Zhong Qi calmly replied. "I will indeed tell you the solution, but I don't trust you." He told the Ice Queen that she had blocked all the souls at the entrance, so the teams that came in couldn't kill many goblins. And how could she let the villagers suffer enough? The Ice Queen was stunned and pressed for instructions. Zhong Qi's solution was simple. Open the dungeon entrance and let more people in. He then built another giant cauldron, threw all the villagers' souls into it to cook, and those who entered the dungeon would receive rewards for adding fuel to the fire. The more fuel added, the better the reward. This is a better form of revenge. The Ice Queen's eyes lit up immediately. As a demigod in the dungeon, she controlled the rules and could easily change them. The next moment, a notification sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. They achieved a perfect clear of the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Frozen Forest, and it was their first time clearing it. With double rewards, Zhong Qi instantly leveled up to level 10 with a massive amount of experience. The first clear treasure chest was platinum level, and the perfect clear treasure chest was diamond level. The other three also each received a gold treasure chest. The drops from the king of the frozen pool are equally amazing. 1 platinum piece of equipment, 3 gold pieces of equipment, 2 bronze pieces of equipment, 5 iron pieces of equipment, 3 skill books, and a large amount of gold coins. But what Zhong Qi cared about most was the unique title he received as an extra, Frosty Best Friend. This title belongs exclusively to him, increasing ice attribute enhancement by 30%, ice attribute resistance by 50%, and luck by 3. After equipping it, ice attacks will find it much harder to inflict serious damage on him. Besides the title, he also received a hidden bonus. That's the dragon rune on the Ice Queen's body, the character for ice. Zhong Qi already possessed dragon language skills and had always wondered if he could cast dragon spells. Now that he had memorized the word ice, the system notification finally appeared. He learned dragon ice, which can be transformed into dragon magic, creating a world of ice and snow. Zhong Qi finally showed a look of joy. It works. Zhong Qi didn't hesitate and immediately chose to transform. The next second, a system notification sounded. Congratulations on mastering the dragon magic spell, Icy Wonderland. This spell uses dragon runes as a medium, requires no chanting, and can be cast instantly, causing ice and snow to fall within its range and freezing all enemies. Zhong Qi's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Instant cast skills are rare to begin with, let alone the ice and snow skill, whose power and range are extremely astonishing, making it a true divine skill. Moreover, the system rewards for clearing the dungeon had not yet been settled, and he would obviously have to wait until he left the dungeon to claim them, which made him even more excited. Back up, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying were so excited their faces turned red, and even the usually aloofly Muhan had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Brother Zhong, we beat the game." Zhong Qi nodded and said, "It's not just a clear, it's a perfect first clear." Cui Ying was so excited she almost jumped up. It was her first time clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, and she exclaimed that it was all worth it. She even wanted to introduce her cousin to Zhong Qi on the spot. Lin Yuan, not to be outdone, said he also had a cousin. Zhong Qi quickly coughed to interrupt, saying that since they had cleared the level, they should leave as soon as possible. Women would only slow down his leveling speed. At the same time, 3 announcements appeared in succession throughout the instance area. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for perfectly clearing the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Frozen Forest. The announcement caused an immediate uproar in the dungeon community. The Frozen Forest was already notorious for being a team killer, and its nightmare difficulty had sent countless talented players crashing out. But now, someone has actually completed the game perfectly, and it's a Dragon Rider squad that I've never heard of before. Many people immediately recalled the previous posts and wondered if this was the same team that had been accused of faking their identity by the Kamikaze squad. Immediately afterwards, Cui Ying posted another message with only one sentence. "First time clearing a nightmare-level dungeon. So happy." Countless people flooded in instantly, and those who had previously questioned him immediately changed their minds. Chao Su even posted a smug message, emphasizing that he had said long ago that all those pictures were real. The news spread incredibly fast, and Ji1 and Han Lingxi soon learned of it as well. Both were filled with disbelief, for they had personally challenged the nightmare-level Frozen Forest. At that time, they formed a team with top geniuses, but they couldn't even withstand the first wave of monsters and had to retreat in a sorry state. But now, someone actually cleared the game perfectly? When Han Lingxi saw Cui Ying's post, her face immediately darkened. It looks like Zhong Qi's team. Ji Wen immediately denied it, refusing to believe Zhong Qi had such strength. In his view, Zhong Qi had previously needed them to help him level up. How could he possibly clear such a dungeon alone? Han Lingxi quickly offered an explanation, concluding that Zhong Qi had been given powerful teammates and resources to familiarize himself with the dungeon, which was why he was able to get through the level. The more the two thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and they even began to calculate the resources Zhong Qi possessed. Ji Wen sneered, saying that someone like Zhong Qi, who had connections, didn't deserve to enjoy those things. As long as they rejoin the team and take over Zhong Qi's resources, their strength will definitely continue to improve. Han Lingxi also believes that Zhong Qi will kick out his current teammates and beg them to join the team. On the other side, Zhang Li was equally shocked upon receiving the news. Clearing the game and achieving a perfect clear are completely different concepts. There are very few people in the Dragon Kingdom who can perfectly clear the Nightmare Dungeon. Zhang Li succeeded once and is still very proud of it. However, Zhong Qi perfectly cleared the high-difficulty Frozen Forest on his first entry into the Nightmare Dungeon. What's even more terrifying is that he brought along two teammates with limited combat power, as well as a support class. Even with Li Muhan's strong support abilities, a sufficiently powerful damage dealer is still needed. Could the third-tier Divine class Dragon Tamer really be this terrifying? Even Zhang Li couldn't imagine how Zhong Qi had managed to do it. He immediately decided to go to the instance area in person to meet this young man. A flash of light appeared at the dungeon exit, and Zhong Qi and his companions finally left the dungeon, unaware that they had already caused a sensation throughout the entire Three Saints zone. The Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix regions are all talking about the Dragon Taming team, with a large number of professionals rushing to find them, and the forum even offering a reward of 100,000 for information about the team. Some were even willing to offer their gold equipment just for a chance to join the Dragon Rider squad. Zhong Qi looked at the suddenly appearing crowd around him, somewhat puzzled. Someone next to him immediately told him that a team had cleared the Nightmare level Frozen Forest, and everyone was there to find the Dragon Taming team. The man introduced himself and asked Zhong Qi to let him know if he had any news. Zhong Qi calmly nodded in agreement, while Lin Yuan and Cui Ying were barely able to hold back their laughter. Brother Zhong, we're famous. Lin Yuan straightened his back, feeling triumphant, while Cui Ying declared that she would definitely tell her mother that she had finally made something of herself. Zhong Qi just smiled. It was just a nightmare-level dungeon. There would be many more to come. Just then, two figures blocked their way. Ji Wen looked at Zhong Qi and said calmly, "You're Zhong Qi? This is your Dragon Taming team." Li Muhan immediately frowned and called out the two names. Ji Wen and Han Lingxi were the two people who had been assigned to team up with Zhong Qi but had never shown up. Zhong Qi has just cleared the dungeon, but they've already shown up. Their purpose is obvious. Ji Wen explained with a smile that he and Zhong Qi had some important business to attend to, and now that they had finished, they came to fulfill their promise and help Zhong Qi level up. He then glanced at Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, his eyes filled with disdain. Their equipment was unremarkable. In Ji Wen's eyes, they were far from being top-tier geniuses. The fact that they could clear the Nightmare Dungeon with someone like that further demonstrates the astonishing resources behind Zhong Qi. The thought of these resources potentially falling into their hands made Ji Wen and Han Lingxi even more eager. Ji Wen said directly, "Now that we're here, there's no need for these two to stay with the team." Han Lingxi sneered and told Lin Yuan and Cui Ying to leave on their own, mocking them as good-for-nothings who had no right to stay there. Although Lin Yuan was furious, he fell silent after hearing the identities of the two. Ji Wen and Han Lingxi were the two geniuses of the Dragon District, far surpassing him in both fame and strength. Moreover, judging from the original arrangement, these two should have been Zhong Qi's teammates. They seem more like replacements who came later. Seeing that the two remained silent, Ji Wen became even more smug and directly gave an order to Zhong Qi. "Get those two useless guys out of here, and give me the captain." Zhong Qi didn't even bother to look at him, but turned to ask Li Muhan, "Are the other two in your Dragon District not quite right in the head? They seem to have been sick for quite a while." Li Muhan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had long disliked the two of them, and now that Zhong Qi had made his stance clear, she naturally sided with him. "It's really not good. It should be treated." Ji Wen and Han Lingxi's expressions instantly darkened. Han Lingxi coldly warned Zhong Qi not to think that clearing the dungeon was his own skill, and that they were only helping him out of respect. Zhong Qi's answer was extremely straightforward. "Idiot. If you're not smart, get out of here and don't infect others. Also, The Dragon Rider squad has very high IQ requirements for recruitment, and neither of you meet them. Ji-won and Han Lingxi were completely enraged. The surrounding crowd was also drawn by the argument, and many people recognized the two geniuses. When they heard the words, Dragon Taming Team, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Zhong Qi and his group. The appearance of Ji-won and Han Lingxi immediately ignited the entire scene. The two top geniuses of the Dragon District had also come for the Dragon Taming Team. Everyone thought that with their talent, Zhong Qi would definitely take them in, but to their surprise, the conversation between the two sides was full of hostility. The Dragon Riders team had just perfectly cleared the nightmare-level frozen forest, already enjoying unparalleled prestige. Now, they didn't even give face to the two geniuses, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Ji Wen's face turned ashen, and he pointed at Zhong Qi angrily. You don't really think that you're capable just because you managed to pass the dungeon by relying on a little bit of information, do you? He also adopted a condescending attitude, claiming that it was an honor for Zhong Qi that he and Han Lingxi were willing to help him level up. Now Zhong Qi dares to refuse them. He's simply ungrateful. Ji Wen even gave Zhong Qi an ultimatum, telling him to drive away Lin Yuan and Cui Ying and then beg them to join. Zhong Qi almost burst out laughing after hearing this. Lin Yuan and Cui Ying hesitated. They knew of Ji Wen's talent and were worried that they would be a burden to Zhong Qi. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Zhong Qi interrupted him. Don't say anything, just leave it to me. Lin Yuan looked at Zhong Qi and nodded emphatically. Cui Ying's eyes were also filled with emotion. Just as Zhong Qi was preparing to resolve the matter completely, a powerful figure descended from the sky. The person was none other than Zhang Li, the Minister of Resources. As soon as Zhang Li landed, he burst into laughter. Zhong Qi, I didn't expect you to actually clear the nightmare-level frozen forest on your own. Impressive. These words instantly shattered Ji Wen's earlier slander. Even Zhang Li, a third-tier clergyman, personally confirmed that Zhong Qi's success was no fluke. But Ji-won and Han Lingxi remained calm. They considered themselves top geniuses in the Dragon District and were destined to become third-tier divine professionals in the future, so they naturally felt that Zhang Li should give them some face. Han Lingxi spoke first, saying that it wasn't that they were unwilling to complete the task Zhang Li had assigned, but rather that Zhong Qi was arrogant and overbearing. Ji-won immediately chimed in, twisting the truth, saying that they kindly helped Zhong Qi level up and apply to join the team, but Zhong Qi mocked them for not being smart enough and even told them to get out. The two of them worked together, and in the blink of an eye, they portrayed themselves as victims and depicted Zhong Qi as an unreasonable and tyrannical villain. Lin Yuan and Cui Ying couldn't hold back any longer and angrily retorted, You're talking nonsense. You're lying. Even with Zhang Li right in front of them, they couldn't stand by and watch Zhong Qi be falsely accused. But Zhang Li didn't rush to punish anyone. He just looked at Zhong Qi and calmly asked, What happened? This attitude made Ji-won and his companion feel uneasy. Zhang Li faced Zhong Qi as if he were questioning him on equal terms, rather than interrogating an ordinary newcomer. Zhong Qi chuckled softly. They're not wrong. Those two are indeed a bit stupid. I told them to get lost, but they kept pestering me and even made threats. It would have been resolved if they had just left, but they had to make a scene like this. Zhang Li nodded and asked directly, Should I handle this? Zhong Qi said calmly, Then I'll trouble you. Zhang Li had been holding back his anger for a long time. The previous orders had already been issued, and only Li Muhan was willing to help Zhong Qi upgrade. Ji-won and Han Lingxi hadn't even shown up. Having already disobeyed orders, and now lying in public, treating everyone like fools, these two have completely crossed the line. Moreover, Zhong Qi's importance is far beyond that of two so-called top geniuses. Zhang Li coldly announced, All the resources you enjoy will be cut off. I will inform Elder Yi to send you to the Demon Suppression Army for training. Cutting off resources and sending them to the front lines is almost the harshest punishment for a genius. Ji-won instantly lost control, his face contorted with rage as he roared. I refuse to accept this. Why are you treating me like this? Han Lingxi also screamed in panic, but Zhang Li didn't even bother to explain and simply had the two of them taken away. Geniuses can be arrogant, but they cannot use arrogance as a license to be lawless, especially when they provoke someone as important and exceptionally talented as Zhong Qi. With teammates like Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, Zhong Qi was able to perfectly clear the nightmare dungeon, a feat that once again impressed Zhang Li. Zhang Li patted Zhong Qi on the shoulder and laughed. You little rascal, you're really unexpected. Zhong Qi winced as the old man slapped him hard. He hadn't held back at all. Afterward, the two left the crowd and went to the resources department. Those who remained in place were in an uproar. Even Minister Zhang valued Zhong Qi so highly. The background and strength of the dragon taming squad suddenly seemed unfathomable. Some even speculated that Zhong Qi might have some connection to Dongfang Shuo, the strongest warrior in the dragon district. Many others were determined to join the dragon taming team, no matter what. Inside the resources department, Zhongli asked Zhong Qi if he knew why he had dealt with Ji1 and the other man in this way. Zhong Qi shook his head and asked in return, "Isn't it just a matter of your word how to handle it?" Zhongli sighed and said that nowadays, the dragon district is recruiting fewer and fewer people, and the talents they recruit are getting better and better, but their arrogance is also getting stronger and stronger. However, the most taboo thing on the battlefield is disobeying orders. Whether facing monsters or professionals from other countries, acting on one's own can lead to the deaths of countless comrades. The problems in Long District had been accumulating for a long time, and he had always wanted to rectify them, but he had always lacked an opportunity. Zhong Qi immediately understood and touched his nose, saying, "So, you're using me as a pawn?" Zhongli glared at him and said that this was originally to seek justice for Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi, however, was not buying it at all. He didn't want to take the blame for such a big mistake. Zhongli had no choice but to admit that in the entire dragon district, only Zhong Qi could carry him. No one dared to touch him casually, and most of the third-tier priests would stand by his side. Moreover, whatever resources Zhong Qi needs, they will be supplied with priority. Zhong Qi immediately narrowed his eyes. "Didn't you say you would dedicate the entire nation's resources to nurturing me? This is the treatment I'm entitled to. What about the benefits you mentioned?" Zhongli coughed awkwardly and could only say that there were definitely benefits, but it would take time. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of Zhong Qi's eyes. Ding! Extra mission triggered. Suppress the current ruler. A truly exceptional dragon tamer must not only suppress their contemporaries, but also an entire era. No one before them can match them, and no one after them can surpass them. Zhong Qi immediately understood that he was destined to take the blame. But to take it, he had to first get enough benefits. He looked at Zhang Li and asked slowly, "I heard you brought back 10 intelligence fruits from the abyss a while ago." Zhang Li was shocked. Where did Zhong Qi find out about this? The intelligence fruit can permanently increase intelligence attributes, making it a truly priceless treasure. Seeing his reaction, Zhong Qi immediately confirmed that the item was indeed there. Zhang Li gritted his teeth helplessly. "I can give it to you." Zhong Qi then asked, "What about the 6 agility fruits?" Zhang Li stared at him for a long time before finally uttering 2 words. "Here you go." Zhong Qi then pressed on, asking for power fruit, health fruit, and magic fruit. Zhang Li finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Are you treating me like a wishing well?" Zhong Qi calmly replied. "Then you'd like to find someone else?" Zhang Li glared angrily, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Give it to me. I'll give you whatever you want." Zhong Qi was secretly pleased. A mere 3rd-level divine post, easily within his grasp. Looking at Zhong Qi's smile, Zhang Li suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. Even if he didn't agree to the conditions, this kid would inevitably run into the Dragon District genius sooner or later. Zhong Qi, carrying 2 burdens on his own, managed to clear the nightmare-level frozen forest. His talent and strength are truly terrifying. The Dragon Tamer profession is truly a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Zhong Qi currently only has 1 dragon pet, Xiao Yi, and there are 2 dragon eggs lying in his dragon-raising ground. Just how powerful will he become once he contracts 2 more dragons? The 2nd-tier professional in the Sakura Kingdom who can summon the Yamada no Orochi has long been a focus of attention for various countries. But no matter how powerful the Yamada no Orochi is, how can it compare to a true dragon? Zhang Li began to look forward to Zhong Qi's future. This young man might truly grow to an unparalleled height. After leaving, Zhong Qi asked Zhang Li for several advanced skill books in addition to the attribute fruits. Dragon tamers and summoners are similar but different. Low-level skills are useless, and high-level skills are hard to find, so it's good to let Zhang Li take care of them. As for the geniuses in the Dragon District, Zhong Qi didn't take them seriously at all. He was confident he could suppress an entire era. Just then, a system notification sounded, and Zhong Qi realized he hadn't claimed the rewards from the nightmare-level frozen forest. As he confirmed the claim, a series of notifications popped up. He received the combined skill Dragon Claw, 3 lucky cards, 2 max-level skill cards, and a god-level pet evolution card. Dragon Claw is an active attack skill that shares 10% of the dragon pet's attack power, transforming into a giant dragon's claw to deliver a fatal blow, and it can continue to level up. With Xiaoya's attributes, even sharing only 10% is terrifying enough. Each of the 3 lucky cards increases luck by 5 points, for a total of 15 points. Luck affects drop rates, extra rewards, and opportunities, and is extremely difficult to increase under normal circumstances, so Zhong Qi immediately used them all. Next, he enhanced Dragon Claw with a max-level skill card. At max level, Dragon Claw shares 45% of Xiaoya's attack power and also inflicts bleeding and 30% true damage. This claw strike is like grabbing directly into the enemy's major artery. Ordinary monsters simply cannot withstand it. But what Zhong Qi cared about most was that god-level pet evolution card. Without hesitation, he selected the black-winged demon dragon Xiao Yi and crushed the card. An invisible force surged into Xiaoya's body, causing its aura to rapidly increase. Its wings grew larger, its bone spurs sharper, and its body became much stronger, losing some of its childlike appearance and gaining an aura of oppression. Xiaoya evolved from infancy to childhood, with her HP increasing from 28,000 to 38,000, magic power reaching 8,500, strength reaching 1,340, and intelligence and agility all exceeding 1,000. To possess such attributes at level 10 is something most bosses of the same level cannot achieve. Zhong Qi was deeply shaken. A single breath of dragon's breath from Xiao Yi could probably wipe out all those so-called geniuses in the Dragon Zone. After evolving, Xiao Yi doubled in size and pounced into Zhong Qi's arms, causing him to stumble. It clearly realized it had become heavier and scratched its head somewhat awkwardly. Seeing its expectant eyes, Zhong Qi could only hold it. Not long after, Xiao Yi began to snore comfortably, and Zhong Qi then put it back into his dragon taming space. He then inventoried the equipment dropped by the king of the frozen pool. The platinum-grade frost spirit staff increased intelligence by 70, reduced casting time by 20%, created a frozen pool to damage enemies, and increased the damage of ice-type skills by 200%. Although Zhong Qi wasn't an ice mage, this staff would still greatly enhance his abilities, so he immediately equipped it. Of the 3 pieces of gold equipment, he kept the bracelet that increased agility, granted immunity to slowing effects, and allowed for brief bursts of speed. Although the 2 armor pieces had decent stats, they weren't as good as the experience bonus and set effects of his existing set, so he decided to sell them. He didn't even look at the remaining silver equipment. He listed them all on the auction house. Next, Zhong Qi opened the platinum chest for the first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon and obtained the platinum-grade sky-splitting meteor blade, as well as 5 bottles each of strength, intelligence, and agility potions. The Sky Splitter Meteor Blade is the Bleeding Warrior's artifact, granting plus 80 strength, a chance to inflict bleed on attacks, increased damage against bleeding targets by 90%, and the ability to summon meteors to bombard enemies. Then came the Diamond Chest, the reward for a perfect completion. Zhong Qi rubbed his hands together, and after confirming the opening, a gleaming piece of equipment appeared before his eyes. The Blade of the Fiery Dragon, a diamond-grade pet equipment. Besides that, there's a resurrection scroll, a diamond-grade treasure map, and a skill book. Zhong Qi couldn't help but swear. Diamond equipment is already rare. Many second job class players may not even own a single piece. High-level pet equipment is even rarer, and it's almost impossible to buy it on the market. The Blade of Flame can increase a pet's 3-dimensional attributes by 20%. Its attacks inflict continuous burning, grant immunity to 40% of fire damage, and has a chance to convert 30% of its attack into true damage. Its Fiery Dragon aura can increase attack damage by 80%, but it will continuously consume mana. This is already extremely powerful for an ordinary pet, but when combined with Xiaoya's incredible attributes, it becomes terrifyingly powerful. Without hesitation, Zhong Qi immediately equipped Xiao Yi with the Flame Dragon Blade. Now, if they encountered the Lord of the Cold Pool again, he was absolutely confident that Xiao Yi could kill him in one strike. This dungeon run allowed Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi to leap several levels in strength. Next, they will enter a true period of explosive growth in their power. For others, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult, but for Zhong Qi, the later stages are the best time to level up. He'll soon be able to form a contract with the second Dragon Egg. After the Dragon Zone revised its recruitment rules, each batch of geniuses underwent rigorous screening, resulting in those who emerged from the Dragon Zone generally being stronger than those from the Tiger and Phoenix zones. Over time, The geniuses in the Dragon District gained greater influence and even formed an almost tacit privilege. In order to maintain this privilege, the people of the Dragon District have never hesitated to use any means necessary. After news of G1 and Han Lingxi's punishment spread, the geniuses of the Dragon District quickly gathered together. Han Lin, who was in the lead, slammed his hand on the table, his face grim. Lingxi and Ji1 didn't do anything seriously wrong, yet they were severely punished. Just who is this Zhong Qi? Someone replied that Zhong Qi's information was kept confidential and his background could not be found out for the time being. But he had just perfectly cleared the nightmare-level frozen forest, so his strength was definitely not weak. Upon hearing nightmare difficulty and perfect clear, everyone fell silent for a moment. But Han Lin coldly stated that no matter how strong Zhong Qi was, it was not a reason for him to provoke the Dragon District. If they let this go unchecked, what prestige will the geniuses of the Dragon District have left? How will others view the Dragon District? Yun Chengqing tapped the table, reminding everyone that Zhong Qi was talented, strong, and had an unknown background, making him a character not to be trifled with. But that's precisely why we should use him to establish our authority. As long as we suppress Zhong Qi and prevent him from ever recovering, the Dragon District will remain a holy land for geniuses. Han Lin squinted and asked him how exactly to do it. Yun Chengqing laughed and said, "Since Zhong Qi has become famous for nightmare-level dungeons, then we'll keep a close eye on his movements. Whichever dungeon Zhong Qi enters, the Dragon Zone will send a team to clear it first." They wanted to overpower Zhong Qi time and time again, wear down his arrogance, and ultimately make all of Zhong Qi's reputation just a backdrop to highlight Longxiu. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Clearly, they were very interested in destroying a rising genius. Han Lin felt it wasn't enough. Now that he had decided to take action, he should make the fire burn even brighter. On the other side, Lin Yuan was filled with excitement when he saw Zhong Qi. He hadn't expected that Zhong Qi would still be willing to take him along under these circumstances. Zhong Qi raised his hand and rubbed his fingers together. "Stop being sentimental, just give me more money." Cui Ying's tears stopped. Zhong Qi immediately offered 1 million per person, promising to take both of them to the next dungeon, and a nightmare level 1 at that. Lin Yuan immediately agreed, and Cui Ying readily paid the money, also mentioning her cousin, saying that she was beautiful and obedient. Li Muhan happened to glance at her, and Cui Ying immediately shut up. Zhong Qi didn't reply either, only telling them to meet in front of the instance in half an hour. Lin Yuan was very surprised. After clearing nightmare difficulty once, the strong teams in the Three Saints district usually need to rest for a long time, but Zhong Qi was about to do it again immediately. But thinking of how terrifying Xiaoye was, he felt that Zhong Qi really didn't need to rest. After Lin Yuan and Cui Ying left, Li Muhan told Zhong Qi that Long District was preparing to target him. Han Lingxi and Ji1 were the best in Long District this year, and now that they have been punished, some people in Long District are blaming Zhong Qi for it. Zhong Qi laughed. It turned out that Long Chu wanted to maintain his authority by suppressing him. Li Muhan nodded, and Zhong Qi then asked her if she would regret leaving the Dragon District. Li Muhan said calmly that she felt following Zhong Qi was more promising than staying in Long District. Zhong Qi laughed loudly, then took out the copy information selected by Minister Zhang. Cat Demon's Domain, Minotaur Kingdom, and Cold Forest were all suitable for them. After analysis, Li Muhan concluded that Hanlin was the safest option, as the environment in the Cat Demon's Domain was too harsh, and Lin Yuan and Cui Ying probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhong Qi nodded, but said he wouldn't choose any of the 3 instances. Li Muhan was stunned, and then Zhong Qi asked if the previous generation of genius teams from the Dragon District were currently conquering the Tree Spirit Forest. It was a newly released Abyss dungeon. The Dragon Zone had failed several times in a row and was trying to get the first clear. Zhong Qi's meaning was clear. The next dungeon would be the Treant Forest. Since the Dragon Zone had started targeting him, he would take the initiative. Li Muhan found it hard to accept. The Treant Forest was a dungeon for levels 15 to 25, and their level was simply not high enough, let alone nightmare level. Zhong Qi only said one sentence. "Trust me." Looking at his smile, Li Muhan felt inexplicably at ease. In the end, she could only sigh in her heart and decide to go crazy with him this once. Throughout history, there have indeed been people who attempted to enter dungeons far above their level, but almost all of them failed miserably. For someone like Zhong Qi to challenge a nightmare-level dungeon, which is beyond his level, is seen by others as utterly suicidal. At the same time, Lin Yuan is also facing pressure from his father. When Lin's father learns that they have offended Long District, he angrily berates Lin Yuan for ruining the Lin family. He declared that if Lin Yunhua dared to go to the Dragon Taming squad again, he would never have to return to the Lin family again, and Lin Wudao would pretend he had no son. Lin Yuan felt bitter, but ultimately chose to give in and agreed to leave the Dragon Taming squad. Chuaying also faced dissuasion from her mother, but she firmly believed that no matter how strong Zhong Qi was, it couldn't stop Zhong Qi. She has average talent and understands that the Dragon Rider squad might be her only chance in her life, and she would definitely regret it if she missed it. Ultimately, Chui's mother couldn't persuade her otherwise and had no choice but to agree. When Chuiying returned to the meeting, she found that Lin Yuan was not there. Zhong Qi told her that Lin Yuan had already withdrawn. Chuiying immediately understood that Lin Yuan was also being pressured by the Dragon District. Zhong Qi, however, smiled and said that the more the Dragon District did this, the more it showed that they were afraid. With the team shorthanded, Li Muhan called in her younger brother, Li Shua. Li Shua was a genius from the Tiger Zone and a shield warrior, which perfectly filled the gap in the team's lack of a tank. Once everyone was present, Zhong Qi wasted no time and led the three directly to the dungeon entrance. On the forum, the news of Lin Yuan's departure from the Dragon Taming team also sparked heated discussions. Everyone felt that Zhong Qi had offended the entire Dragon Zone, and the Dragon Taming team would be targeted and disbanded sooner or later. Li Shua had just emerged from the dungeon and was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He had heard that the target was the Triant Forest and assumed that the team was going to challenge the normal difficulty level, which was much higher than their own level. Li Shua froze completely when Zhong Qi made his selection and the words, Nightmare Level, appeared on the instance interface. He immediately looked at Li Muhan, his voice changing. Sister, we have no grudge against each other. Why do you want me dead? Entering the Nightmare Level Triant Forest, which was above his level, was tantamount to suicide in his eyes. But the teleportation array had already been activated, and the four of them entered the gloomy and evil forest in the blink of an eye. Li Shua looked utterly desperate, while Chuiying kept laughing. Li Shua said with a mournful face, everyone else is a ranged class, but I'm the only melee tank. I'm sure I'll die the fastest. Zhong Qi was amused and then stepped into the depths of the forest, his gaze falling on an old tree not far away. Well disguised. Unfortunately, it won't work on me. The Dragon Rider squad has entered the Triant Forest. News of Zhong Qi and his group entering the instance quickly spread to the Dragon Zone. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingqing, Han Lin, and the others' expressions immediately changed. A cold glint flashed in Han Lin's eyes as he sneered. We haven't even bothered him yet, and he's already come to us on his own. Yun Qingqing's face was full of sarcasm. They didn't enter the normal or adventure level, but the most difficult nightmare level. Upon hearing this, the people in the Dragon Zone burst into laughter. Even they only dared to try their luck at the warrior and king levels. They wouldn't dare to easily step into the nightmare level. The warrior level, Tree Spirit Jungle, was already extremely difficult, and even after preparing for a long time to conquer the king level, they still weren't absolutely confident. Zhong Qi and his group were actually challenging the nightmare level, which, in their eyes, was utterly suicidal. Everyone believed that the Dragon Rider team would not only fail to clear the dungeon, but would probably not even last long. In fact, they would be wiped out in the dungeon without the team even having to lift a finger. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare level, Tree Spirit Jungle, Li Shua had barely accepted reality. Since he was already inside, he decided to think less before he died. Zhong Qi's gaze fell on an old tree, but Li Shua looked puzzled. Isn't this just an ordinary old tree? Could it be a monster? As he spoke, he walked past Zhong Qi and reached out to touch it. The next second, the old tree suddenly shook violently, and a thick branch lashed down, directly knocking away most of Li Shua's health. Li Shua was stunned for a moment and hurriedly retreated. Fortunately, Li Muhan's healing spell landed in time. Otherwise, this tank warrior would probably have died here as soon as he entered the dungeon. Once activated, the tree spirit's attributes are revealed. This level 20 tree spirit has 15,000 HP, 130 attack power, and possesses the skills of camouflage and branch whip. Li Shua's eyes widened. 15,000 HP? How are we supposed to fight that? Chuiying said casually from the side. It's just 15,000. What's the big deal? Before Li Shua could retort, Zhong Qi had already stepped forward and summoned Xiao Yi from the Dragon Taming space. The black dragon let out a deafening roar and spewed out a breath of abyssal dragon fire. The old tree spirit, which had been so ferocious just moments before, was burned to ashes before it could even struggle. The damage numbers that popped up in midair completely froze Li Shua. Minus 158,963. 150,000. Li Shua rubbed his eyes frantically, then turned to his sister. Sis, am I dreaming? That was 150,000 damage. Li Muhan sighed and rubbed her forehead, telling him to keep quiet. Li Shua, however, was even more confused. But I'm the tank. If I don't stand in front, who will take the damage? Xiao Yi seemed to understand, her breath snorting with disdain as she unleashed another burst of dragon breath. The two tree spirits still hiding nearby, who hadn't yet had time to remove their disguises, were instantly killed. Li Shua fell silent. It seemed that a human shield wasn't needed here after all. He finally understood that his sister had called him here not to fight, but to have him latch onto Zhong Qi's coattails. Zhong Qi ignored everyone's reactions and just said as he walked, "The Trant Forest is simpler than the Frozen Forest. There is no extra plot. You just need to kill all the monsters along the way." Li Shua felt a chill run down his spine. The nightmare-level dungeon was described by Zhong Qi as merely much easier. But considering Xiao Ye's terrifying 150,000 damage, he felt Zhong Qi was indeed qualified to say that. Cui Ying noticed Xiao Ye's changes and exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Ye seems to have grown up." Zhong Qi nodded. It has grown a bit after evolving. The current Xiao Ye is no longer like a newborn dragon, but more like a 2- or 3-year-old child. Before entering the instance, Zhong Qi had already obtained a large amount of information from Zhang Li. He knew that there were many tree spirits disguised as ordinary trees hidden in the jungle, and it would be too time-consuming to identify them one by one. So he looked directly at Xiao Ye and said, "Use the simplest method to clear them all out." Xiao Ye flapped its wings and took to the sky, opening its huge mouth. The abyssal dragon breath, with its greatly increased range, descended from the sky, almost enveloping the entire jungle. Damage numbers flashed wildly, hundreds of thousands of them appearing one after another. Whether real trees or tree spirits, they were all reduced to charred remains by the dragon's breath. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience bar, Li Shua couldn't help but ask Li Muhan, "Sister, do you top geniuses farm monsters in swathes?" Li Muhan had no idea how to answer, because she was equally stunned by what she saw. It was the first time she had ever seen someone clear a nightmare-level dungeon like this. The group didn't even do anything, yet their levels began to skyrocket. Li Shua was only level 9 when he first entered the dungeon, but now he's level 10, with almost half the experience gained. In the past, leveling up required him to desperately tank damage and constantly worry about being one-shot by monsters. Now, he can just stand in the back and do nothing, and he's already leveling up. Li Shua swallowed hard, his mind filled with only one word: awesome. Zhong Qi frowned. He had only leveled up twice after killing so many monsters. The speed was clearly not ideal. It's a bit slow. Li Shua, Li Muhan, and Cui Ying fell silent simultaneously. Sure enough, the standards of the big shots were on a completely different level from those of ordinary people. Meanwhile, within the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, the Dragon Zone's most elite 4-person team is locked in a fierce battle. The tree spirits are extremely well camouflaged, making it difficult for them to distinguish monsters from trees at first glance. Huang Mingyuan, the main character, couldn't help but curse. "Why don't we just cut down all the trees? Dragging this out is such a waste of time." The others, however, remained confident. They were the top teams in the Dragon Zone, and if even they were trapped here, it was even less likely that other teams could clear the level. When someone mentioned that the Dragon Riders team was challenging the nightmare difficulty, the group scoffed, believing that those people were just clowns throwing their lives away, and then continued their pursuit of the king difficulty, first clear. On the other side, Li Shua stared in disbelief at the vast expanse of jungle reduced to scorched earth. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, so many monsters, and they were gone in the blink of an eye. Once he fully realized his role, he immediately volunteered. "Boss, leave the dirty and tiring work of picking up equipment to me." This time the loot wasn't much, a silver leggings and 3 bronze pieces of equipment, but it did drop 2 valuable skill books, Warrior's Heavy Slash and Mage's Illusion Moon. Li Shua stared at the Heavy Slash skill book with intense longing in his eyes and cautiously asked, "Big boss, can you sell me this one?" Zhong Qi nodded directly. "Just pay the market price." Li Shua was so excited that he thanked them repeatedly and immediately learned the skill book after receiving it. For a tank warrior, Heavy Slash is an extremely rare attack skill in the early game. As for Illusion Moon, Zhong Qi didn't even consider it. More skills aren't necessarily better. Useless skills don't need to take up space. Shui, however, was very interested in this control skill. As for the remaining equipment, Zhong Qi let the three of them choose first. Li Shua only realized that it was a platinum-grade staff when he saw the white light on Zhong Qi's staff up close, and he was shocked again. After collecting the loot, Zhong Qi said, "Keep going, grind faster, lest someone else steals the first clear." The three listened with complicated expressions. Nightmare-level dungeons usually take several days, or even a month, to clear, but Zhong Qi was sweeping them away as if he were buying supplies. And this method of clearing was undeniably exhilarating. Soon, the group traversed the scorched jungle and arrived at a vast desert. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and Li Shua couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't there any monsters here?" Zhong Qi looked ahead and slowly explained, "This is a boss formation, composed of multiple bosses. The strength of the bosses within the formation will increase by 20% to 30%. Li Shua hurriedly asked for a way to break the formation. Zhong Qi said that the best way was not to enter the formation, but to disrupt it from the outside, so that they would not be surrounded and attacked immediately. Li Shua had just breathed a sigh of relief when Zhong Qi pointed to the ground and said, "However, we are already inside the formation." As soon as the words were spoken, the earth trembled violently, and sand and gravel shot into the sky. Accompanied by roars, enormous figures burst forth from the ground. Li Shua counted them one by one, his face turning completely pale. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. 10 bosses. Zhong Qi calmly said, "With the support of the formation, my strength will roughly double. What's more troublesome is that standing in the center of the formation will mean being attacked by 10 bosses at the same time." Li Shua was filled with despair. "Then we're doomed right here in the center." Zhong Qi patted him on the shoulder, his tone steady. "Young man, you need to be steady in your actions. 10 bosses are just a small problem." Li Shua stared blankly at Zhong Qi's retreating figure. The next moment, the black dragon coiled above Zhong Qi's head, its wings spread as if to cover the entire sky. The black-winged dragon in the sky spread its wings, which, though not enough to cover the sky, seemed to be able to shield Zhong Qi from all the wind and rain. Zhong Qi walked step by step into the center of the formation, with Xiao Yi hovering above his head. In front of him was a huge, black old tree spirit. It was more sinister than the previous tree spirit, with thicker branches and a strange human face on its front, staring at Zhong Qi with a single eye. This is a boss. While the other 9 bosses are all trapped in the formation, their eyes all fixed on Zhong Qi. Li Shua trembled as he watched, and couldn't help but ask Li Muhan, "With 10 bosses together, can Zhong Qi really handle it all by himself?" Li Muhan stared at Zhong Qi's back, her tone soft, but with absolute certainty. "He can do it." The next second, Zhong Qi looked up, and Xiao Yi immediately understood her master's meaning. A dragon's roar descended from the sky. The upgraded Dragon King's aura instantly covered the entire area, freezing all 10 bosses in place. Not only were they stunned, but their defense was also reduced by half. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoya opened her mouth and spat out scalding dragon breath, the flames sweeping across the formation, and 10 damage numbers of nearly 200,000 appeared at the same time. Li Shua didn't even see the boss's health bar before all 10 monsters turned to ashes, and he himself was enveloped in the white light of leveling up once more. Holy crap! Holy crap! Li Shua was completely dumbfounded. 10 bosses that had been arranged in a formation were all wiped out in one move by Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi. He had only been in the dungeon for a short time, hadn't done anything, had just been standing at the back, yet had already leveled up twice. Li Shua then realized what those who left the Dragon Taming team had missed. With this kind of leveling speed, who would be willing to leave? He made up his mind on the spot that he had to stick close to Zhong Qi. He might not have enough talent, but he had to offer something of value. Soon, he secretly glanced at his sister Li Muhan, and a bold idea popped into his mind. If Zhong Qi becomes his brother-in-law, wouldn't it be only natural for him to help his brother-in-law get promoted? Li Muhan had no idea that her younger brother had already started plotting this, while Chuiying was still immersed in the excitement of leveling up. It's leveled up again. Brother Zhong is amazing. She jumped up excitedly. 10 bosses were wiped out in an instant. This kind of strength is simply outrageous. What's even more frightening is that Zhong Qi's face remained completely expressionless. He even frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with the battle. Chuiying couldn't help but think of Lin Yuan, who had left the team. When he learned of Zhong Qi's current strength, he would probably regret it to the core. Zhong Qi glanced at his level. After defeating the boss in a row, he had reached level 15, and his attributes had improved again. But compared to Xiaoya, his growth is nothing. At level 15, Xiaoya has nearly 50,000 HP, nearly 2,000 strength, and his other attributes are also incredibly high. With this panel, Xiaoya has almost no pressure, let alone fighting monsters above her level. Even when challenging high-difficulty dungeons, she can handle it with ease. Meanwhile, inside the king-level Triumph Forest, Huang Mingyuan's team was being utterly thrashed by 5 arrayed bosses. Their frontline tanks were already at low health, and Huang Mingyuan's face was ashen. He couldn't think of a way to break through the formation. Left with no other choice, he had to order a retreat. If they dragged it out any longer, the entire elite Dragon Zone team would be wiped out in the dungeon. The news that the Dragon Zone team had dropped out of the king-level dungeon quickly spread, shocking everyone. If even they couldn't clear it, just how difficult was the dungeon? When someone mentioned that the Dragon Taming squad was still in the nightmare-level Triumph Forest, Huang Mingyuan and the others simply assumed that Zhong Qi and the others were stalling for time inside. They were convinced that the Dragon Riders team couldn't even get past the first wave of jungle monsters, and even posted a statement asserting that no one could clear the king level in a month, and the nightmare level would take at least a year. Many people echoed this sentiment, but Lin Yuan was conflicted after seeing the news. He hoped that Zhong Qi could pass the level, but he was also afraid that Zhong Qi would actually succeed. Since he has already left the Dragon Taming team, the more dazzling Zhong Qi and the others become, the more Lin Yuan will seem like a joke. Inside the dungeon, Li Shuo lost control again while picking up the dropped items, and the 10 bosses actually dropped 2 level 15 platinum equipment pieces. One item is the Triant Entangling Gauntlets, which increases health and strength, continuously restores health, and enhances strength. The other item is the Triant Entangling Leggings, which also increase health and strength, as well as agility. Standing still for 10 seconds will greatly increase defense. Both pieces of equipment were very suitable for frontline warriors, and Li Shuo was very tempted, but he didn't dare to say a word about buying them. Zhong Qi killed all the monsters, so it's only natural that he takes everything. As a proper follower, I must never cause trouble for the boss. Zhong Qi has no immediate plans to deal with the equipment. Whether Li Shuo can stay or not remains to be seen. He doesn't want another Lin Yuan to emerge. After passing the boss formation, there should only be the final boss left, and the dungeon will end quickly. This is why Zhong Qi chose it. It's simple and efficient. Of course, this efficiency only applies to Zhong Qi. Others would have a hard time getting past the final boss, let alone the first wave of monsters. Just then, Zhong Qi suddenly remembered that he had a diamond-grade treasure map in his hand, and the location seemed to be nearby. He took out the treasure map, followed the directions, and found that the target was indeed right in front of him, and it completely overlapped with the location of the final boss. Zhong Qi's expression immediately turned strange. Could this diamond-grade treasure map be pointing to the final boss's treasure vault? The problem is, after you kill the final boss, wouldn't everything inside be yours anyway? Yi Tingyun looked at Zhang Li with a very ugly expression and immediately scolded. Is this how you handle things after Zhong Qi was handed over to you? Not only did the leveling team make a mistake, but now the entire Dragon Zone is condemning Zhong Qi. This minister is really going downhill from his position. He entrusted this matter to Zhang Li because he trusted him. If he really couldn't handle it well, he might as well send Zhong Qi to the Demon Suppression Army. Within the Demon Suppression Army, anyone who dares to cause trouble for Zhong Qi will be the first to be killed by Yi Tingyun. If Zhong Qi goes there, his treatment will be almost the same as that of the Crown Prince. Zhang Li clearly had other plans. He shook his head and said that Zhong Qi was not suitable to go to the Demon Suppression Army now, and that place prepared specifically for him should be completed soon. That was a secret realm created using the power of 30 third-tier clerics, specifically for Zhong Qi's upgrade. Yi Tingyun spoke of it with pride on his face. Zhang Li smiled and asked him if he knew where Zhong Qi was. Yi Tingyun guessed it was a normal dungeon, at most warrior or king level. Zhang Li shook his head repeatedly, and Yi Tingyun's expression changed. Could it be that Zhong Qi had been sent into an adventure-level dungeon? Zhang Li immediately denied it, saying that even if he were unreliable, he wouldn't let Zhong Qi risk his life on a high-risk mission. Yi Tingyun then realized, could it be nightmare level? What shocked him even more was that Zhang Li said Zhong Qi was not only the main DPS in the nightmare dungeon, but also the team's main DPS, while the teammates were just average except for the support class. Yi Tingyun's face immediately darkened. A newbie who had just changed jobs and hadn't even run a few dungeons was being sent to be the main DPS in a nightmare level dungeon? This was simply absurd. Zhong Li, however, produced the information on the Dragon Taming squad. Zhong Qi's first cleared dungeon was the nightmare-level frozen forest, and he served as the main DPS throughout. Yi Tingyun remained silent for a long time after reading the information. Could they really clear the nightmare-level frozen forest with teammates like these? Now that Zhong Qi has entered the nightmare-level Triumph Forest, Zhang Li believes that he still has a very high probability of clearing it. At this moment, Yi Tingyun fully understood that they had underestimated Zhong Qi. Their initial concern for him stemmed from the 3 dragon eggs. But now it seems that Zhong Qi's own talent is equally terrifying. The Dragon Kingdom has never lacked geniuses, but someone as extraordinary as him is truly rare. The two then decided that once Zhong Qi left the instance, they would send geniuses from all over the world and members of the Demon Suppression Army into the Secret Realm together. It can make full use of the Secret Realm and also show those arrogant geniuses what it means to be outdone. Meanwhile, Huang Mingyuan's team was resting. They were preparing to attack the king-level Triumph Forest again in half an hour. Huang Mingyuan declared that the first clear of the king-level difficulty must be achieved by the Dragon Zone, and the Dragon Taming team must not be given a chance. Everyone immediately split up to buy potions and restore their health. Inside the nightmare-level Triumph Forest, the battlefield had been cleaned up. Li Shuo picked up all the dropped items and handed them to Zhong Qi one by one. Zhong Qi told the 3 that the route of this dungeon was not complicated, and that they could clear the dungeon directly by defeating the final boss. Li Muhan and the others were speechless. What was simple for Zhong Qi was enough to drive them to despair, given the monster horde and 10 bosses ahead. Taking the opportunity, Li Shuo approached Zhong Qi and asked if he could continue to take him to the next dungeon, offering to pay for leveling up. Zhong Qi smiled and agreed. Li Shuo was immediately excited, and even began to plan how to turn this big shot into his brother-in-law. The 4 continued deeper into the dungeon, quickly clearing out the monsters along the way. The experience gained brought Zhong Qi close to level 16. The leveling efficiency of the Nightmare Dungeon was indeed astonishing. Soon after, they arrived at a vast plain. In the very center stood a colossal tree that reached for the sky, its branches and leaves obscuring a large portion of the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. "Young people, you have arrived." The 4 immediately went on alert, only to see a kind old man's face appear on the trunk of the giant tree, with 2 long beards that even reached the ground. The panel shows that it is called the Ancient Tree, level 25, with 120,000 HP, and all its skills are question marks. The background also suggests that you can try to communicate with it. The old tree took the initiative to speak, saying that although it was the final boss, it disliked fighting. If the 4 agreed, it was willing to give them its equipment and let them leave directly after completing the game. Li Shuo and Cui Ying were both stunned. The final boss of the Nightmare Dungeon was actually begging for mercy and offering equipment in exchange for peace. Cui Ying first asked it to take out its equipment for a look. The old tree smiled and stretched out 4 branches, each supporting a ball of white light. The 4 pieces of platinum equipment corresponded perfectly to the 4 characters' classes. Li Muhan received a bracelet, Li Shuo received a shield, Cui Ying received a longbow, and Zhong Qi received an earring. Afterwards, the old tree gave Zhong Qi an additional skill book, Life Rhythm. Once activated, it shortens the casting time and cooldown of other skills and accelerates mana regeneration. This skill book is extremely valuable to magic-based classes, its value even comparable to 2 pieces of platinum equipment. All 3 were tempted and couldn't help but look at Zhong Qi. The old tree sighed and asked Zhong Qi if he was dissatisfied with the reward. If not, it could continue to change it, as long as it didn't have to do it again. Zhong Qi finally looked up and asked coldly, "If you die, will these rewards still be ours?" Li Shuo was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Not only would the boss drop its equipment after it died, but it would also drop a lot of experience, and might even drop more good items. More importantly, Zhong Qi possesses a diamond-grade treasure map that clearly points to a hidden treasure here. The old tree was clearly trying to take Zhong Qi's things in exchange for him letting it go. How could Zhong Qi possibly agree to that? When the old tree saw its plan fail, its kind face instantly twisted in pain. Countless roots burst forth from the soil, densely covering the ground, and even dripped blood from its branches. Its true nature was finally revealed. It was not an ancient tree at all, but a demonic tree that had devoured the entire tree spirit world for thousands of years. It had deliberately faked higher attributes to make Zhong Qi and the others give up, and then tricked them into leaving with platinum equipment. Li Shua was furious and cursed loudly. How dare this old bastard deceive them? But the tree demon was already roaring and controlling dozens of branches, lashing out with overwhelming force. Just then, Xiao Yi let out a dragon roar, and the terrifying pressure instantly stunned the tree demon and all the tree branches. Immediately afterwards, dragon breath erupted, scorching dozens of tree branches black, and the tree demon let out a shrill scream. Zhong Qi looked at it with icy eyes. Now that you've shown yourself, you can go in peace. The tree spirit roared furiously, but Xiao Yi's second breath of dragon fire had already landed on it. Flames raged, engulfing the entire giant tree. The flames that Xiao Yi spewed were not ordinary flames, but abyssal flames that brought an intense burning sensation. The tree spirit let out a miserable scream, and more than 40,000 and 30,000 damage numbers jumped out from above its head, and its health quickly dropped to 0. Just as it was about to be burned to death, it roared fiercely, and countless tree roots on the ground wriggled wildly, forcibly drawing the life force of the world into its body. A plus 100,000 health bar appeared, and the tree spirit instantly regained full health. Li Shua was dumbfounded. What is this thing? How can it replenish everything instantly? Li Muhan immediately thought of the tree demon's information. Its boss skill was called World Absorption, which allowed it to absorb the power of the entire world to recover its state when it was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that this recovery wasn't just half health, nor was it a lifesaver from near death, but a full recovery from scratch? If an average team had to fight for a month, finally whittling it down to almost nothing, only to have it instantly heal to full health, they would be devastated. This skill almost eliminated the possibility of clearing the game normally, but the tree spirit just happened to encounter Zhong Qi, who was even more unreasonable than it. At Zhong Qi's command, Xiao Yi unleashed a deafening dragon roar, activating the Dragon King's intimidation. The tree demon's eyes glazed over, and it was instantly stunned. Immediately afterwards, another abyssal dragon breath struck, dealing nearly 60,000 damage in 2 bursts, enough to instantly kill it. However, the dragon's breath did not resolve instantly. As soon as the first wave of damage occurred, the tree spirit's world absorption activated again, restoring its health to full once more. Li Shua, Li Muhan, and Shuiying all paled. Such an abnormal skill. How could it be used continuously in such a short time? Even more devastatingly, the tree spirit quickly regenerated its health for the 3rd time, its health bar returning to full. As long as it wasn't killed in one hit, it could regenerate indefinitely. Just as everyone's hearts sank, a sudden roar came from afar, and a large area of the ground collapsed, revealing a bottomless crack. Li Muhan immediately understood that the tree spirit's healing was not without cost, but the cost was not borne by the tree spirit itself, but by the entire instance world. It takes root in the world, absorbing its energy. The more skills it uses, the closer this world gets to collapse, and once it is completely destroyed, they will have no way to escape. Zhong Qi frowned. The probability of Xiao Yi being exiled or instantly killed was too low. If they really relied on probability to gamble on the outcome, the world would probably be gone first. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind, and he pointed downwards at the tree demon. Xiao Yi, attack its roots. The dragon's breath blasted into the ground repeatedly. The tree spirit continuously regenerated its health, and the ground continued to collapse. Finally, the dense network of roots beneath it was completely exposed. Those roots, like blood vessels, crisscrossed and almost covered the entire world. The tree spirit could instantly regenerate its health thanks to these roots that had been there for thousands of years. Li Muhan was horrified. The tree demon had probably already drained the world dry. Its previous willingness to offer rewards and let them leave wasn't out of generosity, but rather because it didn't want anyone interfering with its continued devouring of the world. Li Shua hadn't yet understood Zhong Qi's plan, but Zhong Qi just smiled faintly. Isn't it constantly recovering? Then let's cut off the root of its recovery. The next second, Xiao Yi unleashed abyssal dragon breath at the exposed root system, simultaneously activating the diamond-level flame dragon blade aura, causing the flame damage to surge once again. Flames clung to the roots, spreading wildly through the dense root system, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was a sea of fire. The single burn only inflicted a few thousand damage, not fatal to the tree spirit itself, but it drove it completely mad. Countless branches lashed out at Xiao Yi recklessly, but couldn't touch her at all. Zhong Qi had already dodged the attack range, leaving the tree demon with no choice but to turn and lash out at the flames. But as soon as the branches touched the raging fire, the flames climbed up the trunk, turning the entire tree into a fiery inferno. Li Muhan finally saw through Zhong Qi's purpose. By burning all the roots, the tree demon would lose its source of nourishment from the world, and even the strongest healing skills would become ineffective. With most of its roots burned, the tree spirit activated its skill again, but could only recover 1/3 of its health, never returning to full health. Seeing this, Zhong Qi said, "That's enough. Xiaoyi, take care of it." Xiaoye activated Dragon King's shock again, stunning the tree demon, and then unleashed a powerful abyssal dragon breath. -85,269. -87,569. Two terrifying attacks struck, completely depleting the Trent's health bar. It desperately tried to draw the world's energy, but received no response. In the firelight, the tree demon stared menacingly at Zhong Qi, before its body exploded with a deafening roar, sending a massive amount of experience into Zhong Qi's body. A series of flashes of white light appeared, and Zhong Qi leveled up from level 15 when he entered the dungeon to level 22. Li Shuo and the others didn't participate much, but they also benefited from the level up. After the tree spirit died, there was a spectacular explosion of loot, with one particularly dazzling light standing out. Li Shuo couldn't help but exclaim, "Diamond-level equipment." Zhong Qi didn't rush to collect the equipment. The diamond treasure map clearly stated that there was another large treasure vault here, and the real big prize was yet to come. He quickly discovered something wrapped in the roots beneath the tree demon's base. After cleaning it, he was astonished to find it was the treasure vault of the ancient tree demon. After putting away the treasure vault, Zhong Qi examined the diamond equipment. It was a breastplate exclusive to summoners and dragon riders, which not only increased intelligence by 120, but also continuously restored status, absorbed additional experience, and even allowed one to exchange 20% of their health for a 50% damage boost to their pet. Zhong Qi immediately put on the breastplate, activated the absorption skill, and devoured the tree demon's corpse again. While gaining extra experience, he also condensed a 10,000-year-old tree demon pearl. The orb can directly increase the maximum health by 1,000, making this a truly amazing gain. Just as Li Shuo was about to ask about the equipment attributes, the entire dungeon world suddenly shook violently, and the four of them couldn't even stand up. Zhong Qi instantly realized that the tree demon's roots had penetrated too deeply. Now that the tree demon was dead, its roots had lost their vitality, and this world had lost its support. He immediately gathered all the loot on the ground, led the three of them to open the dungeon exit, and quickly left. As soon as the four stepped out of the instance, a deafening roar came from behind them. The entire Trant Forest instance was completely destroyed. Li Shuo stared blankly at the scene, and couldn't help but mutter, "Boss Zhong is too awesome. You even destroyed the dungeon." Immediately afterwards, a series of clearance notifications sounded. "Congratulations on your first successful clear of the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Trant Forest. Are you all rested yet?" Half an hour later, Huang Mingyuan gathered his teammates and prepared to challenge the king-level tree spirit forest again. Last time, they lacked experience and were not well prepared, so they didn't get very far and eventually fell to the 5 bosses. This time was different. They made extra preparations and were confident that even if they couldn't clear the level on their first try, they would never be as embarrassed as they were last time. "All right, Brother Huang, we're here." When his 3 teammates arrived, Huang Mingyuan snorted coldly. "Last time we fell to 5 bosses, but this time we definitely won't." The group immediately began to praise them, saying that with Huang Mingyuan leading the way, they were very likely to achieve the first clear of the king-level title, making the Dragon Zone famous once again. Huang Mingyuan listened with a smug look on his face and said directly that as long as he made a move, the reputation of the genius of Long District would surely spread far and wide, and no one could compare. The topic quickly shifted to the guy who dared to enter Nightmare difficulty and even provoke the Dragon Zone. Some people scoffed, saying that since there was still no news of that person, he was probably long dead in the Nightmare-level Trant Forest. Even the Dragon District team couldn't clear the King-level challenge on their first try, so how could the opponent possibly challenge the Nightmare level? They'd probably be left with nothing. Huang Mingyuan waved his hand, urging everyone not to waste time and to quickly achieve the first clear of the King-level difficulty before researching the Nightmare-level difficulty. In his view, only the Dragon Zone was worthy of entering the Nightmare-level Trant Jungle. The 4 arrived at the dungeon entrance. Huang Mingyuan selected the King-level Trant Forest and was about to enter when a deafening roar suddenly came from the dungeon area. Everyone was stunned. Some suspected that a new abyss had appeared, while others looked around but found no obvious changes. His teammate hesitated and asked if they should go in or not. Huang Mingyuan's face darkened. You're scared by this little commotion? Do you want to embarrass the Dragon District? Everyone readily agreed, but Huang Mingyuan clicked to enter again and suddenly froze in place. The king-level Treant forest he had just chosen is gone. Brother Huang, what's wrong? The dungeon is gone. Huang Mingyuan, refusing to believe it, searched again, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. What disappeared wasn't just the king-level dungeon, but the entire Treant forest dungeon. All the difficulty levels were gone. Could that loud noise just now be related to the disappearance of the tree spirit forest? Meanwhile, in the ordinary level Treant forest, a player named Zhong Qi had just brought a Treant to near death and was excitedly swinging his final blow. But instead of getting any equipment or experience points, the scene before me changed drastically. You have been teleported out of the instance. Zhong Qi was completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. The same scene appears in all difficulty levels, including normal, adventure, warrior, and king. Countless teams that were farming monsters and fighting bosses were forcibly teleported back to the dungeon area. Some people were just one hit away from defeating a monster, while others had just killed a boss and hadn't even had time to pick up the loot. The scene immediately erupted in chaos. The news of the disappearance of the Treant jungle dungeon quickly spread throughout the forums. Some say this is unprecedented, some suspect the dungeon was destroyed, and others speculate that the abyss has been shut down. But no one believed that the Treant forest would disappear for no reason. After all, it was a newly appeared dungeon that was originally crowded with dungeon-running teams. After looking at the forum and the scene, Huang Mingyuan and his group finally confirmed that the dungeon was indeed gone. He sighed, his face full of regret. It seems the chance for a first clear at the king level is gone. Teammates quickly comforted them, saying that even without the first clear, the team with the highest progress in the Dragon Zone was still the best in the king rank, and their reputation would still spread. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 system announcements suddenly appeared in the instance area. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Treant Jungle. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Treant Jungle. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Treant Jungle. Everyone was silent at first, then erupted in cheers. There isn't even a first clear of the king difficulty yet, but someone has already achieved a first clear of the Nightmare difficulty. Moreover, this Dragon Taming squad is the same team that first cleared the Frozen Forest and then forged a grudge with the Dragon District. The crowd quickly began to mock the Dragon Zone, saying that the Dragon Zone hadn't even cleared the King level, while the Dragon Taming team had already cleared the Nightmare level. The first Holy Zone had completely lost face. The 4 people from the Dragon District looked extremely grim. They simply couldn't accept it. The King level difficulty was already making things difficult for them. So how could the Dragon Rider team possibly clear the even more challenging Nightmare level difficulty? Some even suspect that the Nightmare difficulty level is easier, or that the Dragon Riders team used special methods to cheat. Huang Mingyuan's face turned ashen. These 3 announcements were like a slap in the face to Zhong Qi district in front of everyone. But the next moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The tree spirit forest disappeared, and then the Dragon Rider squad cleared the Nightmare difficulty. Could it be that the disappearance of the dungeon was caused by the Dragon Rider squad? So many teams were forcibly teleported in the dungeon. They didn't kill all the monsters, didn't pick up the equipment, and lost all the rewards. This loss is enough to make everyone resent the Dragon Rider squad. Huang Mingyuan immediately logged onto the forum and posted in the name of the Dragon District team. He said that the Dragon Zone wasn't lacking in the ability to clear the king-level dungeon, but rather that the dungeon disappeared just as they were about to clear it. He said that everyone's rewards and rights were taken away just as they were about to be obtained, but after the dungeon disappeared, someone cleared the Nightmare difficulty. The Treant jungle is notoriously difficult, and the Dragon Riders team has only been there a short time. How could they possibly clear it so quickly? The post was quickly pushed to the top and immediately attracted countless people to agree. Some people felt that the speed at which they cleared the dungeon was indeed strange, while others believed that the dragon riding team used special methods. And some even said that they deliberately destroyed the dungeon in order to win the Dragon Zone, causing everyone to lose their rewards. The insults were overwhelming, and all the criticism was directed at the Dragon Taming team. Huang Mingyuan's teammate couldn't help but ask, "Is that really the case?" Huang Mingyuan sneered, "Does it matter? What matters is that they got the Nightmare level first clear reward, while we and none of us did. Whether it was what they did or not is no longer important. They are now on the opposite side of everyone. I'm just guiding them. You don't necessarily need good results to ruin a team. You just need to use some tricks when they're getting famous. The teammates immediately gave a thumbs up, believing that the Dragon Taming squad would definitely become infamous and be hated by everyone this time. Huang Mingyuan burst into laughter, his eyes turning cold. Since they're so ungrateful, then we'll destroy them. No one can surpass our Dragon District. At this moment, Zhong Qi and his 3 companions had already emerged from the instance. Congratulations on your first successful completion of Nightmare Difficulty, Trant Jungle. Due to the collapse of the Nightmare level Trant Jungle, you have perfectly cleared the dungeon. The dungeon will now undergo maintenance, and will reopen after the maintenance. Because you, Zhong Qi, saved the entire tree spirit world, your name and your team's name will be engraved in this world. You will also receive 100 dungeon cards. Holding these cards will reduce the difficulty of dungeons without reducing the rewards. The notification that the Nightmare level Trant Jungle had been cleared for the first time popped up in front of everyone. Although the instance has collapsed, it will reopen after repairs, and Zhong Qi and the Dragon Taming team will have their names engraved in this world for saving the tree spirit world. More importantly, Zhong Qi obtained 100 special dungeon cards. When cardholders enter the new Trant Forest, the dungeon difficulty will be reduced, but the experience, drops, and completion rewards will remain completely unaffected. Each person can only use it once, and this card can also be transferred once. The owner is Zhong Qi. In addition, the loot dropped by the tree spirit, the spoils from the treasure vault, and the 2 diamond-level treasure chests all ended up in Zhong Qi's hands. Zhong Qi held the faintly glowing dungeon card, a smile playing on his lips. Lowering the difficulty without reducing the rewards. Once word got out, dungeon teams would probably go crazy. Teams lacking strength, who would otherwise have no chance of clearing the level, now have the opportunity to obtain the full rewards. Zhong Qi happens to have a full 100 of these, their value immeasurable. Just then, Li Shuo rushed over, his face extremely pale. Cui Ying and Li Muhan followed behind, clearly indicating that something serious had happened. Zhong Qi looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Shuo took a few breaths and finally said, "The Dragon District is spreading rumors on the forum that the Trant Forest disappeared because we used special means to cheat, steal the first clear of Nightmare difficulty, and also made everyone lose their rewards." He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, saying that the forums and dungeon areas were all talking about this, and everyone believed that the Dragon Rider team would do anything to achieve a first clear, even ruining the dungeon. Cui Ying gritted her teeth in anger. Dragon District claims to be one of the 3 holy districts, yet they use such methods to frame us. It's outrageous. Despite their anger, all 3 understood that this situation couldn't be resolved simply by clarifying things. Everyone who had entered the Trant Forest felt they had suffered a loss. The mere sight of the Dragon Riders would unleash their fury. Li Muhan frowned and said, "The most important thing now is to find Minister Zhang. Only if he steps in can we possibly control the situation." She knew Zhong Qi knew Zhang Li and felt this was the safest approach. At least they could control the situation first, and then figure out how to clear their name. Zhong Qi did not answer immediately, but instead opened the forum. The most popular post was indeed published by Huang Mingyuan. Countless other posts followed, condemning the Dragon Taming team and filled with insults, clearly indicating that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble. Zhong Qi glanced at it for a moment, then chuckled faintly. Dragon District, so all they know how to do is play these kinds of tricks. He turned to Li Muhan and asked, "Did they enter the Tree Spirit Forest? How were their results?" Li Muhan immediately replied that the first time she entered the Dragon Zone was in a king-level dungeon, and she quit after 10 hours. The second time, she didn't even have a chance to enter before the dungeon collapsed. Zhong Qi immediately understood everything. The Dragon Zone team couldn't clear the king difficulty level in 10 hours, but he led his team to a first-ever Nightmare difficulty clear. Once the news spreads, the Dragon Zone team's reputation will definitely be completely overshadowed by the Dragon Taming squad. So Huang Mingyuan simply took the initiative and used the instance collapse to throw a bucket of dirty water on them that could not be washed away. Li Muhan reminded him again, "We need to find Minister Zhang first to calm those angry people down." "No need." Zhong Qi shook his head. "Why try to contain them? Since they're angry, let them be even angrier." All 3 of them were stunned. Li Shua's eyes widened, almost wondering if Zhong Qi had gone mad. They were already the target of everyone's anger. Wouldn't further provoking those people be asking for trouble? Zhong Qi continued. "The Dragon District has lit the fire, but it's not burning bright enough yet. I want them to make it burn even more fiercely. Li Muhan was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Do you have a way?" Zhong Qi nodded. There happened to be some. Even though he hadn't explained the plan, the three of them felt inexplicably at ease. Zhong Qi was always unusually calm in the face of crisis, as if the chaos before them was already under his control. Zhong Qi looked at Chueying. "Do you have a forum account?" "Yes, Brother Zhong, do you need it?" "Post a message for me," Zhong Qi said calmly. "Just say that clearing the nightmare difficulty Trant jungle this time was very easy and effortless. The dungeon wasn't as difficult as I imagined." Chueying was completely stunned. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? They're already hated by everyone. And if they say something like this, even people who weren't initially that angry will probably turn against them completely. Zhong Qi simply smiled and said, "Send it as I say. Don't worry about making too much of a commotion. What I'm worried about is that the commotion isn't big enough." Chueying gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to believe him. Soon, a post was published. It contained only one sentence. "Cleared nightmare difficulty dungeon again, easy and effortless. The Trant jungle doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined." The post quickly went viral and became a trending topic as soon as it appeared. A large number of professionals flooded the comments section, and they were completely outraged after seeing this comment. Some people angrily accused them of taking everyone's hard work through unfair means. Some said that the Dragon Taming team was shameless, and others directly demanded that they get out of the dungeon area. The commotion grew louder and louder, with everyone from those who had been to the dungeon to those who hadn't, all coming to chime in. It seemed that criticizing the Dragon Rider squad had become a new trend in the dungeon community. Huang Mingyuan naturally saw the post as well. The people in the Dragon District were waiting to see how the Dragon Taming team would respond, but they didn't expect the other side to send out such provocative messages, and they immediately burst into laughter. Some say the Dragon Taming squad has completely lost their minds, while others praise Huang Mingyuan's brilliant methods, forcing Zhong Qi and his team to not even know how to fight back and could only give up. Huang Mingyuan listened to the compliments from the crowd, his face full of pride. "So what if you have some strength and talent?" he said, feigning composure. "In this world, strength alone isn't enough. I could destroy them without lifting a finger." He then posted a second message himself. He accused the Dragon Riders team of harming innocent professionals, yet dared not respond directly and showed no remorse whatsoever. He was simply the biggest scum of the dungeon area. Once the Dragon District made its stance clear, the already boiling emotions were completely ignited once again. The comments section was filled with calls for the Dragon Taming team to get out. Some people were even ready to confront Zhong Qi and his group directly. Chueying only glanced at the comments a few times before turning pale and not daring to scroll down any further. "Brother Zhong, what do we do next?" "Wait," Zhong Qi said, uttering only one word. Chueying was taken aback. "Waiting for what?" Zhong Qi said calmly. "Let the bullets fly for a while longer. The dungeon will be under maintenance soon." Now, no matter what Zhong Qi says, as long as he shows his face, the angry crowd will only use him as a target for their anger. Since the Dragon District has started the fire, Zhong Qi will let them continue to burn. The brighter the fire burns, the more the Dragon District will step forward to guide this anger. Once the new tree spirit jungle has been repaired and everyone re-enters the instance, the truth will naturally come to light. When that time comes, who will be targeted by the anger ignited by the Dragon District? The answer is simple. The one who starts the fire will be the first to be engulfed by the flames. Zhong Qi didn't have to do anything. He just had to wait for Long Chu to push this charade to its climax. In a sense, he even had to thank Huang Mingyuan for saving him a lot of effort. Not long after, just as everyone was filled with excitement, a district-wide announcement suddenly appeared. The new Trant forest has been repaired and is now open for all classes to re-enter the instance. Previous progress will be retained, and uncollected equipment will be automatically stored and will not be lost. The announcement concluded by specifically thanking the Dragon Taming team. In recognition of their contributions to the instance, the names of Captain Zhong Qi and all team members will be engraved in the instance as a sign of appreciation. What exactly are Zhong Qi and the others doing? The news spread rapidly on the forum, and Zhongli had naturally noticed it long ago, but he had not yet taken any action to suppress it. Suppressing this matter is pointless and will only provoke more anger among the players in the dungeon area. He already had a plan for dealing with the guidance posts in the Dragon Zone, but the time wasn't right yet. But the Dragon Rider squad's sudden post left Zhongli confused. Wasn't this just further fueling everyone's anger? What exactly was Zhong Qi trying to do? Fortunately, The secret realm they prepared was already set up, and Zhong Qi could have entered it to level up very soon. However, with the current turmoil, this matter had to be put on hold for now. Zhang Li frowned and asked, "What is Zhong Qi doing right now?" The person next to him thought for a moment and said, "After posting the message, there has been no further activity." Zhang Li grew increasingly suspicious and decided to wait. He wanted to see what else this kid could do. Just as the professional's anger was burning brighter, a region-wide announcement suddenly popped up, which everyone could see clearly. The new Trant Jungle instance has been repaired and is now open for re-entry. Previous progress will be saved, and uncollected equipment will be automatically stored and will not be lost. Special thanks to the Dragon Rider team for their contributions to this instance. The names of team leader Zhong Qi and all team members will be inscribed within the instance as a token of appreciation. The teams that are removed this time will receive an extra compensation chest. The new Trant Forest will reopen in half an hour. The announcement silenced the entire instance area for a moment before it erupted in chaos. The dungeon is fixed? It can be reopened? Why should we especially thank the Dragon Rider squad? Didn't they use underhanded methods to clear the game and get us kicked out? Now it seems that's not the case at all. What's most shocking is that the name of the Dragon Rider squad will be engraved in the dungeon. Someone immediately checked historical records and exclaimed, "In history, only 3 people have had their names engraved in copies. You may not remember the first 2, but everyone knows the third one. His name is Dongfang Shuo." The strongest expert, Dongfang Shuo? That's right. Could it be that the Dragon Taming squad did the same thing as Dongfang Shuo? The group finally realized what had happened. The Dragon Rider team hadn't taken any shortcuts. They had resolved the anomaly in the Trant Forest, altering the entire instance and causing the other teams to be eliminated. As for the first clear of the nightmare-level Trant Jungle, Zhong Qi and his team earned it through their true strength. Holy crap! The Trant Forest is so difficult. How did they manage to clear nightmare difficulty, even though it's a level above their own? The Dragon Taming squad is too strong. The tide turned instantly. Posts that had attacked the Dragon Taming team were deleted one after another, and those who dared to speak out were quickly silenced by the insults. The Dragon Rider squad is the only team with real strength and integrity. They didn't cheat at all. They changed the game. Who started spreading rumors and misleading us? Soon, the focus shifted to the Dragon District. The one who started this whole thing was Huang Mingyuan from the Dragon District team. Dragon District is actually spreading rumors about the Dragon Taming team? They already had conflicts. The Dragon District had suppressed the Dragon Rider team before, and after the Dragon Rider team cleared the frozen forest, they challenged the Trant Forest, which was beyond their level, in order to counter the Dragon District. The Dragon Rider team has already achieved the first clear of nightmare difficulty. What about the Dragon Zone? They haven't even managed to clear the king level first clear. In an instant, a barrage of ridicule came from all sides. When the tide goes out, it's clear who's been swimming naked. Dragon District actually resorted to such methods. It's disgusting. Huang Mingyuan's face turned ashen when he saw these comments. These fence-sitters, they switched sides so quickly. The team members panicked. "Brother Huang, more and more people are criticizing us. What should we do?" Huang Mingyuan said coldly, "What's the panic? It's just a small problem. Even if the Dragon Rider team solved the dungeon issue, they did delay everyone. Compensation is due, and we were trying to get rewards for everyone." He immediately reposted, insisting that the Dragon Zone was advocating for compensation for all professionals. Now that the reward was in hand, the Dragon Zone should naturally deserve some credit as well. Upon seeing that post, Chuiying turned pale with anger. Shameless. How can this person be so shameless? Li Shuo was also furious. It was all our credit, but in his mouth, it's become that he also deserves credit? Li Muhan also looked unhappy. Zhong Qi, however, simply smiled. No rush, it's just a little bit of hardship. Not long after, an even more explosive piece of news went viral across the entire forum. A dungeon card has appeared. This card can reduce the difficulty of dungeons without affecting the dungeon rewards, instantly shocking all professions. What truly shocked everyone was the owner of the dungeon card, Zhong Qi. The appearance of the dungeon card immediately caused quite a stir, and even Zhang Li, who had been paying close attention to the situation, couldn't help but laugh. He had been wondering why Zhong Qi hadn't made a move for so long, but it turned out that the kid had been hiding such a big trump card all along. Dungeon cards haven't appeared for many years. They reduce the difficulty of dungeons without affecting the rewards for clearing them. Who wouldn't want one? Zhang Li remembered that the last time the dungeon cards appeared was more than 10 years ago. Dongfang Shua had a total of 15 cards, and each one was snapped up. In the end, he used them all to do favors. Now that Zhong Qi has suddenly released the dungeon card, Zhang Li is only concerned about one thing. How many cards does Zhong Qi still have? He immediately instructed his secretary to contact Zhong Qi, intending to ask him personally for clarification. At the same time, the professional player community was in an uproar. Dungeon cards meant that dungeons that were previously impossible to clear now had a chance of success. It might be useless for an ordinary professional to get it, but it would have a completely different effect if it fell into the hands of a strong team. The first clear of Nightmare-level Treant Jungle has now been taken by the Dragon Rider team, but the first clear of King-level Jungle is still vacant. Whoever manages to achieve the first clear of the King-level dungeon using dungeon cards will not only receive rewards, but also gain immense fame that surpasses even the Dragon Zone team. This opportunity made countless teams green with envy. However, for the Dragon Zone, the appearance of the dungeon card was like a sudden blow, directly disrupting all of Huang Mingyuan's plans. He had previously gone to great lengths to put the Dragon Taming team in the spotlight, hoping to crush Zhong Qi with public opinion and the reputation of the Dragon District. Who would have thought that Zhong Qi would pull out a dungeon card so easily? With this, Zhong Qi is not only not afraid of being targeted, but other teams will also have the qualification to challenge for the first clear of the King level. The Dragon Zone team had already lost the Nightmare difficulty first clear to the Dragon Riders team. If another team were to take the King difficulty first clear, they would lose all face. The group was in a panic. Some suggested stopping other teams from buying the dungeon cards, while others thought they should just get the dungeon cards for themselves. Finally, someone came up with an idea to invite Zhong Qi to join the Dragon District. If the restrictions are lifted and Zhong Qi is given an extra spot, he might be willing to hand over his dungeon card in order to enter the Dragon Zone. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingyuan immediately perked up. Just wait for Zhong Qi to hand over the dungeon card, then kick him aside, right? The Dragon District has never stipulated that it can accept anyone it says it will. Zhong Qi's idea of joining the Dragon District through this is simply wishful thinking. The group immediately flattered him, thinking the move was extremely clever, and promptly sent someone to contact Zhong Qi. On the other hand, Lin Yuan felt completely drained after learning that the Dragon Taming team had cleared the Nightmare-level Treant Jungle. He was once a member of the Dragon Taming squad, but he withdrew at a crucial moment. The honors and rewards that he could have received were all gone. Later, when the Dragon District began targeting the Dragon Riders team, he barely found some comfort and even preferred to believe that Zhong Qi had cheated. Only if the Dragon Taming squad is completely destroyed will his departure from the squad not seem like a sign of his blindness. However, the successive appearances of the dungeon repair notice and dungeon cards shattered his illusions. Lin Yuan's face was deathly pale as he stared blankly at the information on the dungeon card. Lin's father rushed out and urged him to go back to the Dragon Taming squad to get the dungeon card, saying that he had contributed to the squad and that he should have a share of the dungeon card. Lin's father even told him to drive Zhong Qi away and take back what belonged to him. But Lin Yuan didn't answer. He just stared blankly at the sky, as if he didn't want to care about anything anymore. Lin's father was so anxious that he threatened that if he didn't go, the Lin family would pretend that he didn't have a son. Lin Yuan remained unresponsive. Forget it, I'm tired. At this moment, Cui Ying and the other two were also stunned by the dungeon card in Zhong Qi's hand. No wonder Zhong Qi remained calm. With such a trump card in hand, no matter how much the Dragon District caused trouble, it couldn't hurt him at all. Cui Ying cautiously asked how many bills Zhong Qi actually had. Zhong Qi smiled and simply said, only 100. The three were stunned. 100 dungeon cards. This was not a trump card at all, but a storm that could stir up the entire professional player community. Zhong Qi stated that the duplicate cards would not be kept by them and would all be sold. If Cui Ying or her relatives or friends needed them, they could purchase them first at a price of 8 million per card. This price isn't expensive. In fact, it's quite fair. If it can help the team clear high difficulty dungeons, people would be willing to pay 10 million, let alone 8 million. Soon, Zhong Qi received a lot of messages, the most interesting of which was the invitation from the Dragon District. Cui Ying was furious after reading the message. The Dragon District clearly wanted the dungeon card, but their tone was as if they were offering Zhong Qi a chance to join. Zhong Qi simply smiled and asked in return, do you think I would join the Dragon District? He wouldn't even look down on the Dragon District, let alone an invitation with conditions. Even if the Dragon District begged him to go, he wouldn't go. However, Zhong Qi didn't ignore the other person. One should be polite. At the very least, he should reply. So he replied directly to the Dragon Zone. Dungeon card, 50 million each, no bargaining. Upon seeing this, Cui Ying and the others immediately understood Zhong Qi's meaning. Didn't Long District want to take advantage? Then let them see what the consequences are. As for Zhongli, Zhong Qi replied very politely, saying that he had a lot of dungeon cards and was willing to sell them. Zhongli could buy them first if he needed them, at a friendly price of 10 million per card. Subsequently, Zhong Qi discovered that many teams in the Phoenix District and Tiger District had also taken the initiative to contact him. The Tiger Spirit team offered 15 million to buy a dungeon card. They are extremely powerful and are preparing to attempt the first clear of the king-level Trant jungle. And this matter would give Zhong Qi a significant advantage over the Dragon District, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon after, the captain of the Tiger Spirit squad arrived in person. She was a burly, imposing woman named Tiger Spirit. Hu Ling thanked Zhong Qi, but Zhong Qi only made one request. He hoped that they would clear the dungeon as soon as they got the dungeon card, and not let the first clear of the king-level dungeon fall into the hands of others. Tiger Spirit instantly understood that Zhong Qi wanted to use them to continue attacking the Dragon District. She immediately pledged, on behalf of the Tiger Spirit squad, that no one would be faster than them in achieving the first clear of the king-level difficulty. Zhong Qi was finally satisfied and put all the dungeon cards up for sale, with a uniform price of 15 million, no bargaining. The high price deterred many ordinary professionals, but teams that really wanted to challenge warrior, king, or even nightmare-level dungeons went crazy. Buying a chance to clear a high-difficulty dungeon for 15 million, and possibly even getting the first clear reward and fame, is a calculation anyone can do. During the purchasing process, Zhong Qi also asked Zhong Li to add a restriction. The price of the dungeon card automatically increases to 50 million as long as it is purchased by members of the Dragon Zone team. Huang Mingyuan and the others rushed to buy it, and their faces turned green the moment they saw the price. They were so angry that they cursed loudly, and then they thought of finding an outsider to buy it for them and then giving it away to Longxiu. But just a few minutes later, the person in charge of making the contact returned with a long face. The copy card can only be transferred once, and Zhong Qi has completely blocked their transfer. Huang Mingyuan broke down on the spot, and his roar echoed throughout the area. Zhong Qi, 10 million for one card. Zhongli stroked his chin, carefully calculating the price of the dungeon card. It's 5 million less than 15 million elsewhere, which isn't expensive, but he's in charge of the resources department and is extremely sensitive to prices. He quickly realized that the price was negotiable and could be negotiated further. Upon learning that Zhong Qi was in the third instance area, Zhongli immediately rushed over. At this moment, Zhong Qi was sorting through the dungeon rewards and had obtained several more diamond equipment pieces, enough to replace his gold equipment. It takes only level 22 to assemble a full set of diamond equipment, something even a second stage awakened player might not be able to do. Zhong Li's eyelids twitched as he watched, inwardly cursing Zhong Qi as a greedy scoundrel, and his determination to bargain became even stronger. He smiled and said that he had secured a tremendous opportunity for Zhong Qi. More than 30 third-tier divine professions joined forces to create a secret realm, which is full of monsters and rich in resources, making it extremely suitable for leveling up. Once inside, Zhong Qi's leveling speed will definitely skyrocket, and reaching the second awakening level in a short time will not be a problem. Zhong Qi looked at him and felt that this minister was like a fox plotting something. Zhongli was still lamenting that he had gone to great lengths to get this spot and had paid a huge price for it. Zhong Qi nodded earnestly. Thank you, minister. Just as Zhongli was about to make his demands, Zhong Qi said that since the minister had suffered such a great loss, he should simply withdraw his offer and not take it anymore. Zhong Li's smile froze instantly, and he quickly emphasized the benefits of the secret realm to Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi said that since the minister had suffered such a great loss, he should not make things difficult for him. Zhongli finally revealed his true intentions, stating that compensation was simple, just make the dungeon cards a little cheaper. Zhong Qi's answer was crisp and decisive. No. Zhongli was getting anxious. He had put in so much effort. How could Zhong Qi not give him any face at all? Zhong Qi reiterated his previous statement. Since the minister has contributed so much, then the position should be returned. Zhongli looked at him incredulously. You don't want to upgrade? Zhong Qi calmly retorted. Does the minister think I wouldn't know the reason for the existence of this secret realm? Zhongli was stunned. He hadn't expected that Zhong Qi could guess from just a few words that the secret realm was originally created for him. Seeing that there was no hope of negotiating the price, Zhongli could only continue to explain the value of the secret realm. It is a place where monsters from the abyss and the outside world gather, as well as many geniuses participate, and those who perform well can receive rewards. More importantly, this secret realm will also be used to select candidates for future national wars. The nation war determines the ownership of the dungeon. Teams from different nations compete for the first clear, and whoever achieves the highest level first clear gets to own the dungeon. But Zhong Qi still shook his head and told Zhongli that even if he withdrew his spot, he could still get in. But if the price of the dungeon card drops, Zhongli definitely won't make up the difference. Zhongli was completely speechless, because Zhong Qi was absolutely right. In the end, he could only decide to open the secret realm tomorrow, allowing Zhong Qi to bring his team in. As for the dungeon cards, he still wanted more. Zhong Qi announced 15 sheets, which was the number Dongfang Shua had initially provided. Zhongli readily agreed, but then realized what was going on and pressed Zhong Qi for details about how many cards he actually had. Zhong Qi said calmly, "Not many, just 100. Zhongli was furious. He left with 15 dungeon cards, but he also brought back the skill book he had found for Zhong Qi. Battle Pet Inspiration LV.1 increases pet damage by 30% when used. Zhong Qi directly used a max-level skill card to upgrade it to max. Battle Pet Inspiration Max increases pet damage by 100%. This skill, when combined with Xiaoya, almost doubles Xiaoya's damage. Meanwhile, the 80 dungeon cards that Zhong Qi had listed were almost sold out. The most troublesome team is the Dragon Zone team, because the dungeon card can only be transferred once, and the way to find someone to buy it for them is completely cut off. If they want to challenge the new king-level Treant jungle, they have to spend 50 million to buy a card. They can choose not to buy it, because they have no chance to compete for the first clear against teams that have already bought the dungeon cards. Han Lin eventually found Huang Mingyuan and decided that Long Xiu would bear the cost, and that they had to win over Xiaodong. Huang Mingyuan bought the dungeon card, but had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only give Han Lin and the others a severe scolding. The others kept comforting him, saying that as long as he achieved the first clear of the king-level difficulty, the reputation of the Dragon Zone could still be preserved. Huang Mingyuan led the three to the entrance of the dungeon, crushed the dungeon card, and selected the new king-level Treant Forest. There were 3 seconds left before entering the instance, but before the countdown ended, the notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the Tiger Spirit team for clearing the new Treant jungle on King difficulty, achieving the first clear of King difficulty. The notification sounded twice in a row, and all 4 people in the Dragon District froze on the spot. Huang Mingyuan roared Zhong Qi's name, but was eventually teleported into the instance. A giant tree spirit walked over by its roots, and the 2 characters, Zhong Qi, shone brightly on its thick trunk. On the other hand, Zhong Qi was also somewhat surprised to hear that Long Chu had actually spent 50 million to buy the card. He thought the price was already high enough, but it seems he should have bid less. He should have bid 100 million. But no matter how expensive the card was in the Dragon Zone, it was useless. When Zhong Qi sold the card to the Tiger Zone, he also sold the dungeon information. The Tiger Spirit team cleared the level ahead of schedule. The Dragon Zone spent 65 million but still got nothing, and was even outdone by the Tiger Zone. Just as the hype surrounding the dungeon cards was beginning to die down, an even more explosive piece of news spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. More than 30 third-tier divine professions have joined forces to create a secret realm, exclusively for top geniuses to level up, with abundant resources and amazing rewards. Countless professionals were immediately excited, all wanting to enter the secret realm to prove themselves. Li Muhan and the other 2 were equally excited. Cui Ying ran over to ask Zhong Qi if he knew how to enter the secret realm. Zhong Qi simply replied, "I know." The 3 of them then heard that this secret realm seemed to have been created by more than 30 third-level divine officials specifically for one person, which they all found utterly absurd. The rank of a third-level deity is so prestigious, how could they possibly waste their time and energy on one person? Just then, Zhang Li reappeared, reminding Zhong Qi not to forget the secret realm tomorrow. He asked Zhong Qi whether he should lead his own squad or select stronger individuals from the Demon Suppression Army. Elder Yi has already spoken. As long as Zhong Qi is willing, he can choose any members of the Demon Suppression Army. Zhong Qi shook his head, indicating that his team was just as good. Zhang Li was deeply moved, saying that Zhong Qi's ability to get more than 33rd-tier divine professionals to work together to create a secret realm was unprecedented in history. Even Dongfang Shua didn't receive this kind of treatment back then. After the tension disappeared, the air seemed to freeze. Cui Ying's lips trembled. She couldn't believe that what Minister Zhang said was true. This secret realm was actually created specifically for Zhong Qi by more than 33rd-level divine officials. Zhong Qi just smiled and said that Minister Zhang might be joking. But the three of them simply didn't believe it. Zhongli would never joke about something like that. Coupled with the Demon Suppression Army's promise to pick anyone they wanted, they finally guessed Elder Ye's identity. Yi Tingyun, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. The legendary figure who turned the tide was actually making arrangements for Zhong Qi. When the three looked at Zhong Qi again, they were filled with shock. His talent is terrifying, and his background is even more terrifying. How dare the Dragon District provoke such a person? They're probably not far from their doom. Cui Ying swallowed silently, suddenly feeling that her cousin was not good enough for Zhong Qi. She asked cautiously, "Brother Zhong, do you need any maids?" "My cousin is very good at taking care of people." Li Shua panicked and blurted out, "Brother-in-law." Li Muhan immediately glared at her. Li Shua shut up on the spot, with only one thought in his mind. "Damn it, I blurted out what was on my mind." The secret realm is about to open, and many details still need to be discussed again by the several third-tier deities. Zhang Li, Yi Tingyun, and others gathered together, and it was clear that they were in charge of the arrangements for this secret realm. Li Ming, a veteran third-tier priest, explained that for this secret realm, they had practically emptied out many unclaimed dungeons, transferred the monsters in, and then divided them into 9 difficulty levels by region. How far geniuses can go depends entirely on their own abilities. After saying that, Li Ming turned to Zhang Li and asked, "What level has Zhong Qi reached now?" Zhang Li simply smiled and let him guess. Based on the progress of top geniuses, Li Ming estimated that Zhong Qi should be at level 12, and with some more training in the secret realm, reaching level 20 wouldn't be difficult. As for reaching level 50 and completing the second job advancement, that's just a matter of time. Normally, it would take a genius several decades to reach level 75 and complete the third job advancement, but with their help, 10 years is already fast enough for Zhong Qi. Zhang Li remained silent, a smile still playing on his lips. Seeing this, Li Ming frowned. Could it be that Zhong Qi hadn't even reached level 12? Yi Tingyun could tell at a glance that Zhang Li was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. He had been fooled by this guy before, but he didn't expose him this time. After all, it was quite interesting to watch others guess. Zhang Li finally shook his head, saying that Zhong Qi's talent was better than they thought. Li Ming tentatively guessed level 15, but Zhang Li still shook his head. Then he guessed level 18, but that was still wrong. When Zhang Li announced the answer, Zhong Qi had already reached level 22. Li Ming froze on the spot, and the others around him also fell silent. This speed of advancement was completely beyond their expectations. In the end, Li Ming only uttered 4 words. "May heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom." Zhong Qi had only been leveling up for a short time, yet he had already managed to join the third tier of this secret realm. However, the requirement to enter the secret realm this time is being under 30 years old. Many geniuses have been cultivating for 8 or 9 years, or even 10 years, longer than Zhong Qi. Their level and foundation are still far superior to Zhong Qi's. Li Ming felt a little regretful, thinking that Zhong Qi started too late. Even if the secret realm was originally prepared for him, it would probably not be easy for him to compete with those veteran geniuses. Zhang Li remained calm. The secret realm hadn't even opened yet, so drawing conclusions was premature. He certainly believed in the efforts of all the geniuses, but he was even more confident that Zhong Qi would bring a pleasant surprise. Then Li Ming asked the crucial question, how exactly did Zhang Li plan to help Zhong Qi get promoted? Zhang Li looked up, but remained silent. Li Ming immediately noticed that his female secretary, Ali, who usually accompanied him, was gone. Zhang Li casually mentioned that Ali had gone home for some business, but Li Ming instantly understood. Ali was a second-tier professional. She had already entered the secret realm? If a high-level professional teamed up with Zhong Qi, the experience gained would be consumed by the higher-level player, making it impossible for them to directly help Zhong Qi level up. Zhang Li, however, said that it was fine not to team up. Ali has learned a new skill that allows her to force monsters down to their last sliver of health. She's responsible for crippling the monsters and then leaving the final blow to Zhong Qi, so all the experience points naturally go to Zhong Qi. Li Ming was speechless after hearing this. It did indeed seem like cheating. But then he thought about it again, and realized that the entire secret realm was originally designed for Zhong Qi, so this arrangement was quite reasonable. Zhang Li rubbed his hands together, waiting for the secret realm to open. They could not only see the performance of the geniuses, but also select candidates to prepare for future national wars. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi and the Dragon Taming team were ready. Li Shuo, Li Muhan, and Cui Ying still found this fact too outrageous. The enormous secret realm, capable of accommodating the Dragon Kingdom's top geniuses, divided into 9 levels, and created by over 30 third-tier divine officials working together, was actually prepared specifically for Zhong Qi. In his excitement, Li Shuo blurted out brother-in-law to Zhong Qi again, which earned him a beating from Li Muhan. However, the boy remained incorrigible and secretly told Zhong Qi that he had his sister's complete photo album and would show it to him another day. Zhong Qi stroked his chin, not refusing the offer. The next day, Zhong Qi led the Dragon Taming team into the secret realm. The news that the Dragon Taming team had qualified had already spread far and wide. Everyone thought they were very strong, but this time, the competition also included the Dragon Zone's ace team, members of the Demon Suppression Army, and geniuses from various martial arts universities. In contrast, the Dragon Taming team was too young, and everyone thought it would be difficult for them to achieve great results. But Zhong Qi and his team had already entered the secret realm, and the discussions outside could no longer affect them. Upon entering the first level, Li Muhan explained the rules. All 9 levels must be cleared one by one. The first level is called Surrounded by Wolves, filled with level 10 ghost wolves and a level 15 boss leader. The most troublesome thing about the wolves is that they live in packs. If one is disturbed, the entire pack will surround it. Cui Ying immediately tensed up. If they were surrounded, Zhong Qi might be fine, but the rest of them would be in danger. Li Shuo had just nodded when he saw a ghostly wolf staring intently at him, and his voice trembled with fear. Everyone turned to look, but Cui Ying suddenly froze. Because that ghost wolf was completely out of health, Li Shuo tried throwing his shield to attack, and the ghost wolf fell down on the spot, and the experience really did fall on him. Before they could react, hundreds more pairs of green eyes appeared behind the ghost wolves. Li Shuo almost turned and ran. But then he discovered that the entire group of ghost wolves was completely drained of health. Everyone hurriedly checked and finally understood. The first level of the secret realm, which was supposed to be a difficult challenge, had now become a leveling ground where you could gain experience for free just by landing a single blow. Li Muhan immediately looked at Zhong Qi. The answer was already obvious. This must have been Zhang Li and his group's arrangement, to weaken all the monsters in the area beforehand, leaving them specifically for Zhong Qi to finish off. Zhong Qi touched his nose and swore to God that he really didn't know anything about it. However, the treatment Zhang Li arranged did seem quite good. He immediately called out to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi flew out, and with a burst of dragon breath, hundreds of ghost wolves, along with their leader boss, were instantly wiped out. Zhong Qi is now level 22. Hundreds of monsters weren't enough to level him up, but his experience bar increased by nearly half. After the monsters were cleared out, the gate to the second level's secret realm opened. But when the Dragon Rider team stepped into the second level, everyone was stunned again. The monsters here were exactly the same as those on the first level, all with 0 health. Li Ming looked up at Zhang Li and finally couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going a bit too far?" The monsters in the first level secret realm were all reduced to 0 health, and the same was true for the second level. The Dragon Rider squad had almost no difficulty entering. The secret realm was originally meant for training, but with what you've done, they won't get any training at all. Zhang Li didn't care at all. Even if the Dragon Rider team were to fight the first 2 levels by themselves, they could easily pass them. We're just saving them some time now. Since it's pointless, why waste time? Li Ming was speechless for a moment, and could only remind him that at the normal pace, the Dragon Taming team could not possibly clear the level so quickly. All teams within the secret realm have public rankings. If the Dragon Rider team manages to advance 2 levels in a short period, they will inevitably reach the top spot. This means they will immediately become the center of attention. If people knew that they took the lead in this way and then couldn't keep up in the rankings, the Dragon Riders team would probably be ridiculed for a long time. Zhang Li simply said, "Then it depends on their own strength." At this moment, the rankings of the secret realms have been updated, and the Dragon Taming team ranks first with an absolute advantage, instantly stunning countless forces. What's the background of the Dragon Rider squad? They've only been in there a short time, yet they've already passed 2 levels in a row. The second-ranked Demon Suppression Army squad has only just passed the first level. How could they be so fast? Some people thought it was a team from the Dragon Zone, but upon closer inspection, the Dragon Zone's ranking was clearly lower. The team from Martial Arts University wasn't positioned so far forward either, making this previously unheard of Dragon Taming team seem exceptionally mysterious. Some people suspected them of cheating, but this secret realm was created by more than 30 third-level divine professionals, making it almost impossible to cheat. Unless a third-level deity personally helps, but such a person would not open a back door for an unknown small team. Many others believe that the Dragon Riders team is only temporarily ahead, perhaps having found the trick to the first 2 levels. The later secret realms are even more difficult, and the Demon Suppression Army and the Martial Arts University teams will definitely not be weak either. They will be surpassed sooner or later. They will definitely fall in half an hour. Half an hour is too long. I'll bet 15 minutes. 10 minutes, at most 10 minutes. The rankings caused a stir when they were shared in the instance area. Many people couldn't believe that the Dragon Riders team could outperform so many talented teams, and even leave higher-level teams behind. In their view, the Dragon Taming squad does have some strength, but they will definitely be stopped when they encounter a truly difficult secret realm. The Dragon District quickly received the news, and Han Lin's face immediately darkened. The person leading the team from Long District this time is their real ace, Su Qing. Even with Su Qing personally leading the team, the Dragon District was still suppressed by the Dragon Taming squad, which Han Lin found unacceptable. Damn it, they must have used some special methods. The surrounding Dragon Realm professionals immediately comforted him, saying that Su Qing had just entered the secret realm and was simply familiarizing himself with the environment. Once Su Qing gets serious, the mere Dragon Taming squad is nothing to worry about and will soon be surpassed. Hearing these words, Han Lin's expression softened slightly. After letting out a cold snort, he agreed with the assessment. Meanwhile, the Dragon Taming squad had already entered the third-level secret realm. As soon as Li Shuo saw the monster, he couldn't help but swear again. The monsters here are already level 20, but they are still at 0 health. Li Muhan was almost numb, but Cui Ying couldn't help but look at Zhong Qi. Brother Zhong, this secret realm wasn't built by your family, was it? Are you the young master of some reclusive family? Zhong Qi looked at her like she was an idiot. You think that more than 30 third-level divine positions could all come from the same family? Cui Ying was speechless. The Gale tenons before her were not only empty of blood, but even their wings had been broken. It all looked like a dream. Following Zhong Qi, her leveling speed became more and more exaggerated each day, and this time, she even leveled up twice in a row. Ironically, Zhong Qi barely exerted any effort, yet the monster had already fallen, as if they hadn't even made a move before it was defeated. Not only Cui Ying, but Zhong Qi himself also rose from level 22 to level 24. The upgrade went so smoothly that even he felt a little unreal. Fortunately, after entering the 4th-level secret realm, this situation of monsters collectively being depleted of health finally did not occur again. Zhong Qi breathed a sigh of relief and looked directly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. With a whoosh, Xiao Yi spread her wings and rushed out, spewing out abyssal dragon breath. Large numbers of monsters melted away like ice and snow, and damage numbers popped up one after another. Minus 186,938. Minus 191,235. Minus 190,236. Monsters fell in droves, and Cui Ying's eyes widened, her mind filled with only one thought. Is there any difference between this and the previous one? Immediately afterwards, a white light fell on her, and she leveled up again. Li Ming looked at Zhang Li with a look of confusion in his eyes, but that emotion only lasted for a moment before becoming complicated again. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could speak, Zhang Li waved his hand and revealed that fox-like smile on his face. Now you should understand that my previous arrangements, even if they involved some underhanded tactics, would not have affected the outcome. Zhang Li put his hands behind his back and looked at the light screen in front of him, which was showing Zhong Qi's battle in the 3rd-level secret realm. Even without Chen Li's help, he could still clear the game quickly. It's his talent and his skill, and I've always believed in him. Besides, I know Zhong Qi better than you do. Li Ming fell silent. He had indeed oversimplified things, worrying that Zhong Qi would rush too fast and make a mistake later, thus getting completely stuck in the secret realm. But now it seems that Zhang Li knew how strong Zhong Qi was from the very beginning, and chose to believe in him from the start. Li Ming sighed and could only admit, you're right. Yi Tingyuan remained silent throughout. Li Ming didn't understand Zhong Qi, much less Zhang Li, but Yi Tingyuan saw things very clearly. Although Zhongli had his hands behind his back, his eyelashes were trembling slightly, clearly indicating that he was also extremely excited, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions. He didn't completely trust Zhong Qi. He clearly wanted to use Zhong Qi's performance to put on a show, but Li Ming, being an honest man, actually believed him. Yi Tingyun shook his head, feeling that Zhong Li was becoming increasingly boring. However, Li Ming quickly added, "But I still think he won't go very far. Zhong Qi is far behind those true geniuses, not because of a lack of talent, but because of a lack of time to develop. He started leveling up too late. If it had been 3 years earlier, he might have had a real chance, but he is still too young now." Zhongli raised an eyebrow. "Then let's continue watching." Li Ming nodded, but still didn't believe Zhong Qi could surpass the other geniuses. Many third-tier divine professionals present shared the same thought. The gap between Zhong Qi and those top teams lies in years of accumulation, a gap that cannot be bridged simply by talent. That's why no one stopped Zhong Li from secretly helping him earlier. They all felt that this advantage wouldn't affect the final outcome. Yi Tingyun's expression gradually became serious. He also wanted to know just how far Zhong Qi could go. At this moment, within the third-level secret realm, Chun-Li was also surprised by the performance of Zhong Qi and the others. They advanced too quickly. Before Chun-Li could even make a move, Zhong Qi and his group had already arrived. To avoid revealing her identity, she simply stopped and observed from the shadows. Then, she witnessed Xiaoya's near-devastating attack. Even with her level 53 strength and all-out effort, the damage she inflicted wasn't much higher than Xiaoya's. This made Chun-Li realize that she probably didn't need help at all before, and Zhong Qi could have completed the game perfectly on his own. This guy is a monster. She gave up interfering and decided to see for herself how far Zhong Qi could go on his own. Swarms of monsters fell and dissolved under Xiaoya's attacks. Li Shua stared at the familiar scene before him, momentarily lost in thought. Even though the secret realm had been upgraded to a higher level, my brother-in-law's strength was not suppressed. Instead, it became even more terrifying. The monster's growth rate seemed to be unable to keep up with Zhong Qi's growth rate at all, and even Li Shua's own vision was about to fall behind. The monster on this floor is a Cyclops. After death, it will transform into a soul, retaining 80% of its original combat power, which is equivalent to having an extra life. Furthermore, when the soul's health drops below 20%, it will self-destruct, significantly increasing the difficulty of this level. But this trouble was meaningless to Zhong Qi. Xiaoyi killed both their physical body and soul form with a single blow, giving them no chance to self-destruct. The large area was quickly cleared, and Zhong Qi's level rose to 25. He was getting closer and closer to his second job advancement after awakening. After his second transformation, he will be able to re-enter the Dragon Taming grounds and form a contract with the second dragon egg. The first dragon egg, which hatched into Little Knight, was already so terrifying. What will the second one bring? As Zhong Qi was thinking, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal giant descended from the heavens. It has only one eye and one horn, and its body is covered with complex patterns, exuding a chilling aura. King of the Cyclops, level 25, HP 150,000, attack 420, possesses skills such as Stomp, Cyclops Light, Giant's Majesty, and Charge Smash. More importantly, it also possesses boss skills, including Absolute Defense. Zhong Qi narrowed his eyes. What really caught his attention was not the Giant King's attributes, but the intricate patterns on its body. Those are dragon patterns. It's very similar to the dragon runes on the previous demigod, except that the dragon runes on the Giant King are incomplete, only half of them, and they're already worn out. The Cyclops King let out a deafening roar, causing the entire third-level secret realm to tremble. Then, it grabbed a boulder and hurled it fiercely at Zhong Qi and the others. The boulder ripped through the sky with a deafening roar. Zhong Qi and the others quickly scattered for cover, but the ground still trembled violently when the boulder landed. Cui Ying's face turned pale. This giant is too terrifying. Outside, several third-tier priests witnessed this scene and immediately began to assess the situation. Someone said, "The Cyclops King comes from the nightmare-level dungeon Giant Kingdom, and his strength far exceeds the current limits of what the Dragon Rider squad can withstand." Li Ming also spoke in a deep voice. "They will be stopped here. Zhong Qi is good, but the most terrifying thing about the Giant King is its defense, which can reduce damage by nearly 90%. Moreover, the Demon Suppression Army has already entered the third-level secret realm, and Zhong Qi and his group have lost their initial advantage. Now is the real competition." Meanwhile, The demon suppression army was also advancing rapidly through the secret realm. The stern-faced man kept giving orders, instructing his team members to clear out the monsters around them. On this trip to the secret realm, we will make a name for the demon suppression army and trample all geniuses under our feet. Su Qing also led his team into the third-level secret realm. His gaze was icy. Quickly clear the monsters and go straight for the final boss. The first place can only belong to the Dragon Zone. The other teams are just stepping stones. Mentioning the Dragon Rider squad, Su Qing sneered. I'll make sure they can't even see our backs. Meanwhile, teams from martial arts universities such as Kunlun, Daidu, and Qinglin also successively reached the end of the second-level secret realm. The real battle between dragons and tigers has finally begun. When facing the Cyclops King, Zhong Qi did not immediately order Xiao Yi to attack with all her might. His attention remained focused on the half of the dragon rune. The giant king's aura carried the shadow of the hidden dragon abyss. Although the half of the dragon rune was incomplete, it was enough to insulate against most of the damage. Without first deciphering the dragon runes, no matter how strong the attack is, it's meaningless. Fortunately, Zhong Qi was familiar with dragon patterns. He discovered that the patterns on the giant king's body were incomplete, and the remaining part was likely hidden on the soles of his feet. To see all the dragon runes, you must first make it fall down. Xiaoya intimidate. Xiaoya immediately activated the Dragon King's intimidation, and the Cyclops King's body stiffened, instantly falling into a daze. Deadly Dragon Claw. Xiaoya instantly rushed in front of the Cyclops King and slammed down with her claw. A deafening explosion erupted, and the Cyclops King's body shuddered violently, causing him to stagger and fall backward. Minus 21,569. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Zhong Qi finally saw the hidden patterns on the soles of the giant king's feet. I see. That half of the dragon script clearly forms a broken stone character. Having deciphered the structure of the dragon runes, the solution naturally became clear. Zhong Qi immediately activated his skill, unleashing a dragon claw strike at the fallen Cyclops King. This attack wasn't intended to inflict significant damage, but rather to destroy the dragon runes on its body. Once the dragon runes shattered, that near-unbreakable defense would vanish completely. The Cyclops King roared in agony, followed by a crisp cracking sound. Click! Its special defenses were actually shattered by Zhong Qi's attack. Minus 5,367. Outside the light screen, Li Ming and the others all showed expressions of disbelief upon seeing this scene. What? How is this possible? These secret realms were originally created by Li Ming and his group, and even the monsters inside were carefully captured from various secret realms. The arrangement of monsters on each level is deliberate. The designers aim to observe the strength, patience, and wisdom of the players by utilizing the characteristics of the monsters and bosses. The third-tier Cyclops King was the test they specifically chose. Its defense was astonishing. Even highly talented professionals would have to pay a considerable price. But no one expected that this carefully selected boss would fail to uncover much of Zhong Qi's true nature before being easily cracked by him. What puzzled Li Ming and the others even more was that Zhong Qi had clearly broken through the Cyclops King's defenses, yet they couldn't figure out what method he had used. Someone stared at the light screen and couldn't help but whisper, "This is impossible. How could he do it so easily?" Li Ming was equally confused and could only turn his gaze to Zhongli. Zhongli was also staring intently at Zhong Qi, though he himself had no answer. But now he is the person who understands Zhong Qi the most, and he absolutely cannot show a shocked expression in front of everyone. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. So Zhongli stroked his sparse beard, nodded slowly, and pretended to have seen through it all. This kid actually used this trick. He looked helpless, as if Zhong Qi's actions were exactly what he had expected. Li Ming believed it, and immediately pressed Zhong Qi to explain how he had done it. Zhongli shook his head and said, "I can't tell you. It's that kid's secret. What if he comes after me if I reveal it?" Li Ming looked at him, but didn't ask any more questions. Yi Tingyun, who was standing next to him, had already seen through Zhong Li's act. Based on Yi Tingyun's understanding of Zhong Li, if the other party truly knew the inside story, he would never act so pretentious. Even Zhong Li didn't know the truth, so Yi Tingyun was even more eager to find out how Zhong Qi would break the deadlock. At first, he never thought Zhong Qi could get this far. But Zhong Qi repeatedly defied their expectations and surprised everyone. Even though Yi Tingyun originally thought that this Cyclops King could at least hold Zhong Qi back for a long time. However, it turned out that this third-level boss could not stop Zhong Qi at all. Li Ming and the others were thoroughly intrigued, and their gazes returned to the light screen. Inside the secret realm, Zhong Qi had already swiftly and decisively broken through the dragon runes on the Cyclops' body, rendering its proud defense completely ineffective. Xiaoyi. Zhong Qi immediately spoke. Xiaoya instantly understood his meaning, opened her mouth and spewed out a deep abyss dragon breath, directly blasting towards the Cyclops King. A terrifying damage number popped up, a full 120,000 points of damage. The Cyclops King didn't even have a chance to struggle and was instantly killed. After the dragon pattern was broken, this incredibly defensive boss immediately became vulnerable. As the level of the secret realm increases, the experience rewards also become more and more generous. This one boss gave Zhong Qi most of the experience, and his level has already reached more than 25. The group of people behind Shui Ying were all stunned, completely unable to believe that the boss who had been so difficult to deal with just moments ago was gone. Li Shuo blinked, then rubbed his eyes hard. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrong, the shock on his face could no longer be hidden. Shui Ying recovered quickly. After all, Zhong Qi had brought too much of an impact, and she had gradually gotten used to it. Especially after seeing herself level up, she accepted reality even faster. She couldn't help but say, "Brother Zhong, I don't think we need to specifically reduce those monsters to low health. Anyway, you can handle them. It probably won't take much longer." Li Shuan nodded vigorously. With Zhong Qi's current strength, even if the monster was at full health, he could probably just sweep through it. Chun Li, hidden in the shadows, fell silent. Even for her, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the Cyclops King in a short time when he was in defensive mode. But Zhong Qi not only did it, he did it so decisively. She had observed the whole process up close, yet she still couldn't understand Zhong Qi's methods. In her eyes, Zhong Qi was becoming increasingly mysterious. No wonder Zhong Li valued him so much. This young man certainly deserved to be valued. After defeating the boss, the group could proceed to the next level of the dungeon. The Cyclops didn't drop anything particularly valuable, only a few pieces of platinum equipment. Zhong Qi was already fully equipped with diamond gear and had no interest in these platinum items, so he let Shui Ying and the others choose what they needed first and sell the rest. After dealing with the spoils, the group immediately entered the 4th level secret realm. What Zhong Qi didn't know was that just as they entered the next level, the rankings outside changed again. The Dragon Rider squad remains in 1st place, and the previously displayed 3rd level secret realm has now become the 4th level. This change instantly caused an uproar among everyone who follows the leaderboard. The Demon Suppression Army has only just entered the 3rd level, and many martial arts university teams are still stuck at the 2nd level, but the Dragon Taming squad has already rushed into the 4th level. Just who is this Dragon Rider squad? And why are they getting faster and faster? Some people mentioned that the Dragon Riders team seems to be from the 3 sacred regions, but teams from the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix regions are all on the list, so they are obviously not official teams from the 3 major regions. Furthermore, some sources have revealed that the Dragon Taming team has clashed with the Dragon Zone multiple times before, and in dungeon battles, the Dragon Zone has almost always been suppressed by them. What's most unbelievable is that this team was just grinding level 5 to 10 dungeons not long ago, but now they're dominating high-difficulty secret realms. The leap forward in such a short time, and the fact that they have surpassed all the other talented teams, cannot be explained by ordinary talent alone. The people in the Dragon District naturally noticed the changes in the rankings, and Han Lin's face immediately darkened. He stared at the rankings and asked in a cold voice, "Isn't the difficulty of the secret realm very high? Why is the Dragon Taming team's speed getting faster and faster?" The people in the Dragon Zone exchanged bewildered glances, none of them able to offer a reasonable explanation. After all, they had only just entered the 3rd level, while the Dragon Taming team had already advanced to the 4th level. In the end, someone could only offer forced consolation, saying that the 3rd level secret realm might just be countered by the Dragon Rider team's class, and that they were just lucky. Everyone echoed this sentiment, firmly believing that the Dragon Taming team could never truly surpass the Dragon Zone and would inevitably be overtaken by them. Han Lin remained silent, staring at the leaderboard with a sullen face. At the same time, almost no one knew that in the 9th level area of the secret realm, a deep dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In that deepest part, one can vaguely see scattered dragon scales and horns. There's a real dragon hidden here. Deep within the 9th level secret realm, an exceptionally powerful force suddenly awakened, causing the surrounding monsters to tremble in fear. They dared not move, nor make a sound, as if some terrifying being was suppressing them from the depths of their blood. Deep within the cave, a horn slowly emerged. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a dragon horn. Deep within the 9th level secret realm, a dragon is hidden. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Unfortunately, no one in the group that entered the secret realm knew that a monster was crawling out of the cave. Its head was covered with hideous scales, and it was ugly in appearance. The scales were also messy and disorderly. It looked like a dragon, but it was not a real dragon. To be precise, this is a dragon that has not yet completed its evolution, but it already possesses a trace of dragon might, and has the potential to continue transforming into a dragon. That's why the monsters on the periphery were so overwhelmed by its aura that they prostrated themselves on the ground, too afraid to resist. The dragon exhaled and slowly crawled out of the cave, arriving in front of the nearest saber-toothed tiger. It then bit off the tiger's head in one bite. The cracking sound continued, and the other monsters could only tremble as they watched it eat, until it had devoured all the monsters on this floor. Then, the dragon took a step and headed towards the next level of the secret realm. Outside the light screen, Zhong Li saw this scene and suddenly looked at Li Ming. The little snake you caught has already begun to evolve. Li Ming nodded and said that the little snake somehow obtained a trace of dragon blood, swallowed it, and luckily left the dragon blood in its body. Zhong Li sighed deeply. A trace of dragon blood was already the ultimate opportunity for evolution. Even taking just one step closer to becoming a dragon would greatly enhance one's strength. Li Ming placed it on the last level, clearly intending for it to become the biggest obstacle in the secret realm. As for which team will make it to the end, that remains to be seen. What everyone was really looking forward to was whether the Dragon Taming team could reach the 9th level. Zhong Qi was a Dragon Tamer, and Xiao Yi was a true dragon. If a real dragon were to encounter this Jiao, a type of dragon, the scene would definitely be worth seeing. Li Ming checked the progress of each team. Except for the Dragon Taming team, which had already entered the 4th level of the secret realm, the other teams were still trapped on the 3rd level. The Cyclops King on the 3rd level is a carefully selected level. From here on, the difficulty of the secret realm will increase dramatically. They originally thought this level would be enough to stop most teams, but Zhong Qi actually used a method that even they couldn't understand to easily defeat the Cyclops King. Zhou Bo felt that the Dragon Taming team would definitely achieve good results. After all, being able to pass the 3rd level already proved that Zhong Qi's methods were extraordinary. However, Li Ming was not optimistic. He believed that the later secret realms would only become more difficult, and Zhong Qi and the others were ultimately too low level to continue breaking through. Zhong Li stated that regardless of the method Zhong used, he is currently the only team to have passed the 3rd level, a point that is indisputable. Li Ming remained silent. He knew that the other contestants were also top geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Demon Suppression Army and the Dragon District teams were particularly formidable. At this moment, within the 3rd level secret realm, the Dragon District team is besieging the Cyclops King, but is being driven to distraction by its terrifying defense. Su Qing's face was grim. The 4 of them worked together to continuously attack for several minutes, but they only managed to reduce the boss's health by 1,000. The Cyclops King has over 100,000 health points. At this rate, it's hard to say how long it will take. Su Qing was convinced that there must be another way to clear this level. Otherwise, even a team like theirs would not be able to defeat this boss normally. The Demon Suppression Army squad also fell into deep thought. They had already reduced the boss's health by 1/10, but they also realized that continuing to whittle it down would consume a lot of time. More and more teams reached the 3rd level, only to be stuck in front of the Cyclops King without exception. Everyone began to wonder how Zhong Qi got through to the 3rd level, given that the dragon riding squad hadn't been there for very long. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi and his companions had already arrived at the 4th level secret realm. Even now, Cui Ying and the other 2 still felt a sense of unreality. Zhong Qi was killing monsters so fast that they felt like they were still in a normal dungeon. Cui Ying patted her face to confirm that the pain was real, then looked at Zhong Qi with a serious expression. "Brother Zhong, if you feel lonely sleeping alone at night, you must tell me. My cousin can help." Zhong Qi was speechless. Li Muhan didn't speak, but just gave Li Shua a cold look, which startled Li Shua, who was about to speak, into immediately shutting up. The atmosphere on the 4th floor was distinctly different, filled with a sense of impending doom. Clearly, this was the true watershed of the secret realm. Zhong Qi, on the contrary, was somewhat looking forward to it. The first 3 levels were too easy for Xiao Yi, and he hoped that this level would bring a real challenge. As the group ventured deeper, they saw almost no ordinary monsters around them. Finally, in the middle of the secret realm, they encountered their first enemies. Li Shuo counted them one by one, his expression growing increasingly stiff with each count. There were 35 monsters in front of him, and all 35 of them were actually bosses. The entire group of bosses, including several third-tier divine servants outside the light screen, couldn't help but look at Li Ming. Zhou Bo couldn't help but speak up. 35 bosses appearing at the same time. This was an exaggerated increase in difficulty, not at all like a level prepared for ordinary teams. Li Ming, however, didn't care at all. This level was originally the watershed for selecting true geniuses. The National War represented the face of the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no need for useless people to participate. Everyone understood this principle, but with the fourth level suddenly increasing to this level, probably 80% of the teams would be eliminated directly. Now, the only Dragon Rider team to have arrived here, whether they can pass the test or not, all eyes are on Zhong Qi. After counting the number of bosses, Li Shuo fell silent. Shui Ying and Li Muhan also looked at Zhong Qi at the same time. Zhong Qi simply waved his hand. It's a small problem. 35 bosses were finally giving him a bit of a challenge. The next moment, Zhong Qi activated his newly learned skill, Pet Inspiration Max. This skill can directly increase the damage of battle pets by 100%, and a red light immediately enveloped Xiaoya. Immediately afterwards, the aura of the diamond-grade equipment Flame Dragon Blade was triggered, and Li Muhan also released a damage amplification skill. With multiple enhancements stacked upon each other, Zhong Qi looked at Xiao Yi, who was unleashing her full power, and said, "Go, Xiao Yi." Awoo. Xiaoya flapped its wings and soared into the sky, opening its mouth to spew out scorching dragon breath. A large area of flames swept down, instantly covering the 35 bosses. These bosses were all level 26, but the moment the damage numbers popped up, everyone was completely stunned. Minus 312,569. Minus 312,458. Minus 309,682. Waves of damage, each worth 300,000, exploded out in a frenzy. The boss didn't even have time to react before it fell one after another to the dragon's breath. At the same time, Zhong Qi's level began to jump rapidly, from level 25 to level 26, and then to level 27. His experience points continued to increase rapidly until finally, his level stopped at level 29. In a short period of time, he rose 4 levels. Li Shuo's mouth was agape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. That's amazing, brother-in-law. Outside the light screen, several third-tier priests fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, yet the damage numbers on the screen continued to pop up. Minus 312,569. Minus 312,458. Minus 309,682. But before the numbers faded, the battle was already over. Because all the monsters in the secret realm are gone. Zhong Qi's team wiped out all 35 level 26 bosses, leaving none behind. From the start to the end of the battle, it didn't even take 10 seconds. To be precise, it was only about 5 seconds. Several third-level divine professionals were so shocked by what they saw that they could not contain their astonishment. Li Ming, in particular, stood there, unable to utter a single word for a long time. He recalled that he had just questioned Zhong Qi, thinking that the Dragon Taming team might not be as good as other teams. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Qi refuted all his words in the most direct way. Those 35 bosses were personally selected by Li Ming and placed into the 4th-level secret realm. They thought it would be a good test for these newcomers, but who would have thought that Zhong Qi would defeat them all in just 5 seconds? Zhou Bo walked over, patted Li Ming on the shoulder, sighed, but said nothing. It was precisely this hesitant, unspoken expression that made Li Ming feel even worse. Zhang Li then put his hands behind his back again, not even showing Li Ming his face, as if he had expected this all along. Looking at him, Li Ming felt that there was something wrong with the guy's posture. Yi Tingyun saw through it at a glance. Zhang Li was clearly putting on an act again. However, Zhang Li has the right to pretend, because the strength that Zhong Qi displayed far exceeded everyone's expectations. 35 level 26 bosses were wiped out in 5 seconds. Even more crucially, Zhong Qi's original level was lower than these bosses. This overwhelming combat power, which surpasses all levels, cannot be described simply as strong. Yi Tingyun's gaze fell on Xiao Yi, and his heart trembled even more. The dragon race is terrifying to this extent. Xiaoya is the weakest of the 3 dragon eggs. If Zhong Qi contracts a second or even a third dragon egg in the future, how powerful will it become? Once Zhong Qi reaches level 50 and completes his second awakening, he will have the opportunity to try contracting a second dragon egg. At that time, Zhong Qi's strength will inevitably experience another surge. Yi Tingyun was also well aware that this was not just due to the power of the dragon egg, but also to the terrifying talent of Zhong Qi himself. No one else would have been able to contract these dragon eggs. Only Zhong Qi could do that. This is his unique talent, Dragon Tamer. Yi Tingyun was extremely happy and even began to look forward to the upcoming national war. How interesting will the expressions of those carefully nurtured geniuses from countries like Japan and the United States be when they encounter Zhong Qi, this monster. He could almost see Zhong Qi dominating the battlefield of the national war, overwhelming all the geniuses of various countries and leaving everyone breathless. At this moment, Li Ming remained silent for a long time, but still couldn't help looking at Zhang Li. You knew all along? Zhang Li, still with his hands behind his back, replied in a low voice. I've been taking care of him these past few days. The meaning is already very clear in just one sentence. Zhang Li had already witnessed how strong Zhong Qi was, which is why he always had confidence in him. Li Ming fell silent again, and finally could only nod. You are right. He looked at Zhong Qi on the light screen and slowly said, he is indeed different. Zhang Li didn't continue the conversation, but he was already feeling incredibly pleased. He was afraid that if he continued talking, he would burst out laughing on the spot. Meanwhile, in the 3rd-level secret realm, Su Qing's face was terribly gloomy. He stared intently at the Cyclops King, only to see that the opponent's health bar had barely dropped by a tiny bit. They kept attacking for a long time, but only managed to whittle down a little over 1,000 points of health. This amount of damage is practically negligible against the Cyclops King. Su Qing became increasingly agitated as he fought, and finally couldn't help but curse loudly. Is this boss even safe for humans to defeat? How do I get past it? It's absolutely impossible for anyone to clear the game in a short time. This damned secret realm is just deliberately torturing people. The other 3 members of the Dragon District team also looked grim. Faced with such a terrifying boss, they had no choice but to vent their frustration. Just as Su Qing was cursing angrily, the Cyclops King suddenly swung his fist and slammed it down hard on his side. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed through. Although Su Qing wasn't hit head-on, the ground beneath his feet fell down with him. Help me! His scream had barely begun when he was completely engulfed by smoke and dust. On the other side, Zhong Qi had already defeated all the bosses in the 4th-level secret realm. He shook his head, somewhat disappointed by the difficulty of this secret realm. I originally thought these bosses could hold out a little longer. Who knew that all 35 of them combined could only last 5 seconds? The battle was over before he even exerted much effort. Cui Ying, standing behind Zhong Qi, remained silent. It wasn't that she wasn't shocked. Rather, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. 35 bosses, all dead in 5 seconds. She didn't even get a clear look at what the boss looked like before her level started to rise. This upgraded experience is absolutely amazing. Li Shua and Li Muhan both leveled up. Although Zhong Qi took most of the experience provided by the 35 bosses was outrageous. Even if they only receive a portion, it will be enough for them to level up. The 3 of them were once again relieved that they had chosen the right person to befriend this time. Without Zhong Qi, they would never have been able to experience this kind of effortless leveling up speed. Zhong Qi, however, didn't seem to care much about it. After several amplifications, Xiaoya's damage had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Defeating these 35 bosses in an instant was just routine for him. With all the bosses dead, a large amount of loot was dropped on the ground. Zhong Qi's gaze was quickly drawn to one of the pieces of equipment. The equipment radiated a dazzling golden light. Legendary equipment. A piece of equipment that surpasses even the diamond level. In the 8th-level secret realm, the originally noisy environment suddenly fell into dead silence. Each level of the secret realm is teeming with monsters, and as long as the monsters are there, it will never be this quiet. When they arrive in unfamiliar surroundings, they always roar and stir, venting their unease. But now, it's eerily quiet here. A faint sound came from the ground, and looking around, one could see monster corpses everywhere, with blood flowing and limbs scattered about. Deep within the secret realm, a massive golden tiger stared wide-eyed, its 3-meter-long fangs broken, utterly lifeless. A dragon was biting its neck, drinking its blood voraciously. Its belly heaved, and with each gulp, the patterns on its body became brighter. This dragon has only a trace of dragon blood in its body, but it is constantly transforming and evolving its bloodline by devouring monsters in a secret realm, making it purer. Even so, its power is already terrifying. Now, it has devoured all the monsters in the 8th level secret realm. No one knows what happened here. The dragon patted its slightly bulging belly, clearly not yet fully full. After pausing for a moment, it swam towards the 7th level secret realm. Judging from its posture, it clearly intends to swallow all the monsters in the entire secret realm whole. Meanwhile, in the 4th level secret realm, Zhong Qi's gaze fell on a piece of equipment that emitted a pale golden light. All 35 bosses died, dropping a lot of good items, but this golden light was the most dazzling, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Legendary equipment. Li Shuo stared at the light, his eyes burning with fervor. Zhong Qi picked up the equipment, and attribute notifications immediately rang in his ears. Earrings of the Radiant Spirit. Legendary grade. Wearable at level 28. Increases all 3 main attributes by 50% and all skills by 1 level. It also allows Zhong Qi and his pet to be more in sync, and the effect of using pet enhancement skills is directly doubled. Even stronger is the Radiant Field, which increases all attributes by 80% within its range. Zhong Qi also gains mana and health recovery, as well as a significant defense boost. The final protection of the Radiant Spirit can summon a spirit to share 80% of the damage, and can even enter his body to grant him immunity to 1 death, with a 5-hour cooldown. After reading the attributes, Zhong Qi's eyes lit up with joy. This earring was practically tailor-made for his profession. The improvement in 3-dimensional attributes is already terrifying enough, but the increase in skill level is even more crucial. The 3 additional abilities can not only strengthen Xiaoya, but also provide him with a trump card for survival. As expected of legendary equipment, its effects are ridiculously powerful. Zhong Qi didn't hesitate and immediately put on the earring, boosting his strength once again. He's currently level 29, and his equipment, level, and combat power are constantly increasing. The secret realm has 9 levels in total. If he can clear them all, he can at least reach level 40. He wasn't far from reaching level 50 and completing his 2nd job advancement. Then he could try contracting his 2nd dragon egg. Thinking of this, Zhong Qi felt even more excited. But just as he was taking stock of his other gains, the 3rd level priest watching the light screen outside had extremely grave expressions. In order to evolve, the little snake has already devoured all the monsters in the 9th and 8th level secret realms, and its growth rate has far exceeded expectations. They had originally expected that the team could handle the level 9 monsters, but at this rate, the dragon would continue to devour and grow stronger. In the end, its strength may very well exceed the originally set limit, and no team in the secret realm will be able to defeat it. What's more troublesome is that in the first few levels of the dungeon, monsters will be generated based on the number of teams, and each team will have the same challenge objective. However, the last 3 levels are different. That's the only secret realm where all teams enter and compete for the same group of monsters. Whoever clears it first, the others can't fight anymore. And this dragon with dragon blood, there is only one of it. Now, it is clear that something has changed in the last 3 levels of the secret realm. Li Ming advocated immediately ending the secret realm and capturing the dragon. He believed that these geniuses should not be allowed to face an enemy they could not defeat. Zhang Li shook his head in opposition. He stared at Li Ming, his tone serious. You were able to save them this time, but what about in the future? When they go to the front lines to fight against more monsters and participate in national wars, will you still be able to help them time and time again? Zhang Li believes that this is their battle and no one should interfere. Instead, they should trust that these young people have the ability to find a way to survive. Li Ming disagreed. This place was where the future geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered. If they were all wiped out, the Dragon Kingdom might even face a generational gap. The 2 sides were locked in a dispute, and the other 3 priests also held their own positions, causing the atmosphere to freeze. Finally, Yi Tingyun sighed and proposed a compromise. Tell all the teams in the secret realm the truth, do not force them to evacuate, and let them decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Li Ming still felt it was a risk, but in the end, everyone had no choice but to accept the outcome. The news quickly spread throughout the secret realm. Zhong Qi, having finished counting his spoils, also heard the notification. You can decide for yourself whether to quit or continue. Cui Ying immediately shrank back, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Zhong, should we retreat? Even the third-level divine job is making us choose to quit, then the boss must be terrifying. Neither Li Shuo nor Li Muhan spoke. They simply looked at Zhong Qi. They had already decided that no matter what happened, they would follow Zhong Qi's arrangements. Zhong Qi understood what the two meant and then smiled at Cui Ying. The situation isn't so serious as to be beyond repair yet. If it really gets to that point, Minister Zhang and his team won't give us a choice. They'll just tell us to leave. The fact that we are now allowed to choose for ourselves means that there is still a possibility of coping. This is also an opportunity for us. Zhong Qi was naturally unwilling to quit. The secret realm was an excellent place to level up. Leaving it would mean slowly grinding through dungeons, which was too inefficient. Cui Ying was silent for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and nodded. Brother Zhong, I'll listen to you. Zhong Qi smiled and said, then let's continue. After saying that, he led the 4 people into the next level of the secret realm, the 5th level secret realm. When the other teams heard the news, they were immediately thrown into chaos. Some thought the danger was too great and chose to evacuate immediately. Some people believe that since one has participated in the secret realm, there is no reason to quit at the last minute, and one must continue forward. Almost none of the truly strong teams chose to leave. This was especially true for the teams in the Dragon Zone. After reading the message, Su Qing narrowed his eyes. No matter how dangerous it is ahead, it will not make us back down. Just as his teammates finished agreeing, his expression suddenly turned ugly, and he couldn't help but curse. That damn Cyclops. How can its defense be so high? They haven't even defeated the Cyclops King yet, and are still trapped in the 3rd-level secret realm. The Demon Suppression Army also chose to stay. For them, danger was commonplace, and several teams from the Martial Arts University also decided to continue their journey. Seeing this, Zhang Li smiled slightly. He always felt that although other teams might not have a chance, Zhong Qi might be able to create a miracle. Li Ming remained worried. That dragon was originally a level 40 monster, and after devouring so many monsters, it was likely approaching level 45. How do I face a level 45 dragon blood monster? At this moment, Zhong Qi had already entered the 5th level secret realm, and a strong sense of urgency arose in his heart as well. He knew that a stronger monster was undergoing a transformation in a high-level secret realm, and that a monster needed to devour others to transform, so naturally, only other monsters could be devoured. For every one it eats, Zhong Qi gains less experience and resources, and his leveling speed is slowed down. This won't do. Zhong Qi's eyes darkened. He had to speed things up. At the very least, we must ensure that the dragon consumes less. Yi Tingyun suddenly spoke up. We should believe in them, and we should also believe in their own choices. They have already been given the opportunity. In this dangerous situation, whether to stay and continue the fight or choose to leave is entirely up to them. As for the final outcome, they should bear it themselves. Now that some have stayed and some have left, it shows that they have all made their choices. You could say these people are courageous, or you could say they are overconfident, but now that the choice is before them, all they can do is believe. Of course, those who remained couldn't be ignored. Yi Tingyun looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, if all these teams fail, we must act immediately to ensure their survival. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhang Li also expressed his approval. However, Yi Tingyun's arrangement also indicated that he didn't really believe anyone could capture the snake. That was a snake with a trace of dragon blood inside it. Perhaps if Zhong Qi's level and equipment were stronger, he would still have a chance, but his teammates were really dragging him down. Aside from Li Muhan, the other two couldn't help Zhong Qi much at all. Li Ming looked at the few teams still persisting on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. In his view, no team could withstand it. The snake was evolving far too fast. At this moment, within the 5th level secret realm, Zhong Qi led his team into the battlefield. This place was not much different from the 4th level secret realm. There were no ordinary monsters, only bosses. But this time the boss is stronger, reaching level 30, and the number has increased dramatically from 35 to 60. There were a full 60 level 30 bosses. When Li Shuo saw the scene, he immediately gasped. 60. A full 60. Even if these bosses just stood still and let him attack them, they would probably exhaust him to death. Not to mention that after checking their stats, he found that even the one with the lowest HP had 150,000. But Zhong Qi couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw this. 60 bosses? In his eyes, this was clearly a huge wave of experience points. Without hesitation, he activated the pet's inspiration skill, as well as the aura of the Little Night Flame Dragon Blade, and the amplification skill of the Radiant Spirit Earring. After all his stats were maxed out, Zhong Qi looked at Xiao Yi. The two were already in perfect sync, and Xiao Yi immediately flew towards the group of bosses, unleashing a burst of dragon breath. Large numbers of damage numbers jumped up one after another, with around 350,000 damage sweeping across the battlefield, but it still couldn't clear out all the bosses. The level 30 bosses are clearly more intelligent. Many of them dodged in advance when they saw the dragon's breath coming. One of the earth pythons burrowed directly into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently, the vibrations heading straight for Zhong Qi. "Brother Zhong, be careful," Chuang shouted hurriedly. The earth python was extremely fast, and the other bosses clearly knew how to coordinate. A huge boulder suddenly crashed down, forcefully separating Zhong Qi from his teammates. Li Shuo and his companions wanted to provide assistance, but were blocked by a giant boulder and couldn't get there in time. The next second, the earth python burst out of the ground and pounced straight at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi reacted extremely quickly, retreating several steps to dodge the deadly attack from the earth python's head. But this was not its true killing move. With a loud boom, the giant tail of the earth python descended from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to tremble. A single attack from a level 30 boss, even if it lands on a tank, is enough to take away most of their health. If it were to hit Zhong Qi, it would be an instant kill. Li Shuo and the others immediately panicked. Li Shuo even tried to force his way over the boulder, but he was still a step too late. Faced with the crashing giant tail, Zhong Qi showed no panic, calmly uttering 4 words, "Spirit of Radiance." A beam of light shot out instantly and wrapped around Zhong Qi. Multicolored radiance emanated from his body, though not dazzling. It dramatically changed his aura. Thud! The giant tail slammed solidly into Zhong Qi, sending rocks flying and dust billowing everywhere. Yet Zhong Qi withstood the blow without a scratch. All 3 were stunned. The protection of the radiant spirit, this legendary equipment, had come in handy the moment they put it on. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Qi raised his hand and unleashed the dragon claw, striking the earth python and sending it flying. Then he waved his staff, and the character, Ice, appeared in the dragon script. Instantly, a blanket of ice and snow enveloped the earth python, freezing it completely. The earth python was immobilized, and its health was depleted in the blink of an eye. With just 2 skills, Zhong Qi instantly killed a level 30 boss, without even needing to use Xiao Ye's abilities. Chuang couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Is Brother Zhong this fierce himself? Li Shuo's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Boss Zhong, how come your own damage is so high? In his mind, summoners relied entirely on their pets, and had little combat power of their own. But Zhong Qi's performance completely overturned his understanding. Li Muhan was equally stunned. After spending so much time together, this was the first time he had realized that Zhong Qi was not only incredibly strong because of his pet, but also because of his own absurd abilities. As they looked at the light screen that appeared before them, the 3 third-level divine professionals fell silent. Li Ming stared at Zhong Qi on the screen and couldn't help but look at Zhong Li. Are you sure he's just a Dragon Tamer? Not a mythical warrior, mage, or a hidden dual cultivation master? The impact of those 2 skills was immense. Summoning classes typically rely entirely on their summoned beasts for power, with limited combat ability themselves. However, Zhong Qi single-handedly killed a level 30 boss with just 2 skills, completely overturning their understanding. Even someone at Zhong Qi's level, a 3rd-tier divine officer, might not be able to act so decisively. What's even more terrifying is that he is also a Dragon Tamer. Zhong Li was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. He had thought he knew Zhong Qi very well, but now he discovered that Zhong Qi's strength was far greater than he had imagined. Judging from Zhong Li's reaction, Li Ming realized that Zhong Qi's improvement was likely recent. To have become this strong in such a short time was truly unbelievable. Zhong Li asked, "Now, can he deal with that snake?" After careful consideration, Li Ming shook his head. It's still difficult. Zhong Qi's talent is indeed amazing, but the gap between that snake and them is too great. Zhong Li laughed and said, "Then let's wait and see. I think Zhong Qi has a chance." On the other side, Li Shuo and the others were also speechless after witnessing Zhong Qi instantly kill the earth python at close range. Li Shuo stared wide-eyed and asked, "Boss Zhong, you're really not a warrior or a mage?" Zhong Qi first launched a close-range attack, then unleashed a terrifyingly powerful wide-range spell, all without needing to chant. If other mages saw this skill, even top-tier hidden classes would probably be envious. Zhong Qi brushed the dust off his clothes and said with a faint smile, "Of course not. It's probably just that I'm more versatile. Nobody believed that explanation. Shui Ying sighed. Even if you said you were a third-tier divine official now, I wouldn't be surprised. During this time, Zhong Qi constantly challenged their understanding. They used to think of themselves as geniuses, but now they realized that being a top genius might just be the threshold to getting to know Zhong Qi. Xiao Yi is ridiculously strong, and Zhong Qi can instantly kill the boss. Both of these almost overwhelming talents are concentrated in the same person. After the Earth Python sneak attack failed, all the bosses who were originally preparing to approach Zhong Qi froze and gave up the idea. Although Xiaoya hadn't killed all the monsters instantly, she had cleared most of them, and now she was completely free to do so. It opened its mouth and spewed out abyssal dragon breath, causing massive damage numbers to fly up, with terrifying damage of over 300,000 covering the battlefield. Swarms of monsters melted away in the dragon's breath, and one boss after another fell, with massive amounts of experience flowing into Zhong Qi's body. Zhong Qi's level jumped up and down, from level 30 to level 31 to level 33, and finally directly to level 35. This kind of high-intensity boss group is the best place to level up. What's more, most of the experience for the Dragon Taming squad goes to Zhong Qi. Li Muhan only gets 10%, and Li Shuo and Shui Ying share the remaining 10%. Other teams, with 4 members working together to grind monsters, couldn't match Zhong Qi's leveling speed at all. In fact, with Xiao Yi around, Zhong Qi didn't need any teammates' help in the first place. Now that I've reached level 35, I'm only 15 levels away from level 50 and the second job advancement awakening, which means I'm getting closer and closer to the second dragon egg. However, the unusual conditions within the secret realm prevented Zhong Qi from relaxing. If the upper-level monsters were cleared out by others, he would lose a significant amount of experience. His purpose in entering the secret realm was to level up quickly, and he absolutely did not want to see the experience that should belong to him being stolen. A fighting spirit rose in Zhong Qi's eyes. No matter what, he had to rush forward faster and regain the experience. At the same time, in the 7th-level secret realm, the giant snake suddenly looked down. It wasn't advancing very quickly on this level, encountering considerable resistance, but it suddenly sensed a powerful force below that was frantically slaughtering monsters. That force could even threaten it, and it was competing with it for resources within the secret realm. If it is too slow, it may be overtaken by its opponent. An angry roar echoed throughout the 7th secret realm, and madness and ruthlessness surged in the serpent's eyes. It not only wanted to kill Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, but also vaguely sensed that its path to evolution might lie in that unseen power. After clearing the boss in the 5th-level dungeon, the loot dropped was not much. There was very little equipment, only some miscellaneous items. Of the 13 skill books, none were usable by Zhong Qi. Of the 5 orbs, he kept the one that increased intelligence and planned to sell the rest. Just as Zhong Qi finished packing and was preparing to enter the 6th-level secret realm, the system prompted him again. Ding! Temporary quest triggered. The battle of truth and falsehood. Dragons can be real or fake. How dare a fake dragon challenge a true dragon? Enter the 7th-level secret realm immediately and defeat the fake dragon. Upon defeating it, you will obtain the next evolution path for your divine pet. Zhong Qi's eyes lit up immediately. The next evolution path for the divine pet meant that Xiao Yi could evolve again. Xiaoya is currently in her infancy. The next stage is her growth period. If she's already this terrifying in her infancy, her strength will undoubtedly be even more astonishing once she enters her growth period. This mission also made Zhong Qi realize that the root cause of the changes in the secret realm was the fake dragon above. Since the system calls it a pseudo-dragon, it means it possesses at least a trace of true dragon blood. Any creature associated with dragons is unlikely to be weak in strength or talent. Of course, its bloodline is probably far inferior to Xiaoya's, but its level must be higher. Zhong Qi was more interested in this. This was the truly interesting struggle. Without further hesitation, he led the 3 through the portal into the 6th-level secret realm, preparing to fight his way to the 7th level to find the pseudo-dragon. Meanwhile, within the 3rd-level dungeon, many teams are still struggling, including the Dragon Zone team. Su Qing and the others were panting heavily, and the Cyclops King finally had only a sliver of health left. Su Qing laughed loudly. That damned Cyclops King is finally going to pass us by? With our strength, we can at least rank in the top 3. The team members echoed each other, believing that with Su Qing leading the way, very few teams could break through this incredibly defensive boss. Su Qing even thought of the Dragon Taming squad and sneered. They probably haven't even seen the Cyclops King yet. The group intensified their attack, preparing to enter the 4th-level secret realm as soon as possible. What they didn't know was that the Demon Suppression Army squad had already taken the lead in entering the 4th secret realm. The members of the Demon Suppression Army thought they had secured first place, and lamented that if the 3rd secret realm was already so difficult, the 4th secret realm would probably be even harder to clear in a short time. They continued forward, unaware that the team that was truly far ahead had already broken through the 5th secret realm and entered the 6th level. The 6th level secret realm has been opened. Zhou Bo spoke in a deep voice. The little snake is in the 7th level secret realm. At this speed, the Dragon Taming team will soon collide with it, and this little snake is the biggest unexpected event in this secret realm. To protect the teams entering the secret realm, the higher-ups even planned to have everyone leave early, which shows just how dangerous that little snake was. Now that the Dragon Riders team is about to encounter it, everyone is both worried and eagerly anticipating the outcome of this battle. Most people don't actually have high hopes for the Dragon Riders team, but they are already number 1 on the leaderboard and are currently the strongest team. If even the Dragon Taming team can't succeed, then other teams have absolutely no chance. The group could only wait, while also preparing to intervene in the battle at any moment. As long as the Dragon Rider team wasn't instantly wiped out, they would do their utmost to save them. Soon, the leaderboard was refreshed again, and the rankings and progress of the top teams changed. The Dragon Taming team remains in first place, but they have already moved from the 5th level secret realm to the 6th level secret realm. The moment the rankings were released, the forum exploded, with countless people gasping in astonishment. The Dragon Rider squad was advancing too fast, completely leaving everyone else in the dust. The Demon Suppression Army squad, ranked 2nd, had only just entered the 4th level secret realm, a difference of 2 levels between the two sides. What's even more shocking is that the team in the Dragon Zone that had a conflict with the Dragon Taming team was previously stuck at the 3rd level. Although they subsequently passed through the 3rd level and entered the 4th level secret realm, the distance between them and the Dragon Rider squad was still so vast that it was despairing. One is at the 6th level, and the other has just reached the 4th level. This is not just a normal lead, but a complete and utter crushing defeat. Many people have begun to doubt whether the Dragon Riders squad is really a team that has only recently risen to prominence. Their strength is simply outrageous. Some even exclaim that if they could join the Dragon Rider squad, they could probably just coast through all the dungeons in the future. Of course, some people immediately ridicule this idea. At the current level of the Dragon Rider squad, ordinary people are simply not qualified to join. The news of the rankings also reached the Dragon District, and Han Lin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot once again. He originally thought that the Dragon District team would catch up with the Dragon Riding squad soon and then crush them. But the reality was completely the opposite. The Dragon Zone team not only failed to surpass them, but was also completely suppressed by the Dragon Taming squad from beginning to end. The gap between the 6th level and the 4th level is obvious. No matter how unwilling Han Lin is, he cannot deny the terrifying advantage of the Dragon Taming squad. Unable to enter the secret realm, he had no way to intervene and could only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn Dragon Taming squad." As the Dragon Zone suffered repeated setbacks, the sentiment on the dungeon forums completely changed. Initially, everyone was discussing the Dragon Taming squad's suppression of the Dragon Zone, but soon someone pointed out that they were suppressing much more than just the Dragon Zone. The Dragon Riders team has now left all the other talented teams behind, firmly holding the number 1 spot, and by a precipitous margin. Some people were curious about what made them so strong. Soon, news spread that the Dragon Taming squad's success was almost entirely due to their captain, Zhong Qi. As for the other team members, some people see them as nothing more than accessories that accompanied Zhong Qi into flight. While this statement is exaggerated, it reminds everyone that the Dragon Rider squad did indeed have 2 teammates who were almost useless in the past. Even more outrageous, one of them voluntarily withdrew from the team, personally giving up the opportunity to cling to Zhong Qi's coattails. That person's name was Lin Yuan, and he came from a small family called the Lin family. After the news spread, Lin Yuan's forum was immediately flooded with ridicule. Everyone was laughing at his foresight in giving up the Dragon Rider squad, which was currently ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. Someone asked him how he managed to turn a path he should never have taken into the biggest mistake he ever made. Not only Lin Yuan himself, but the Lin family's forum was also flooded with comments. In a short period of time, Lin Yuan and the Lin family were both trending topics. However, none of these trending posts contained a single word of praise. They were all filled with overwhelming ridicule. Lin Yuan looked at the Dragon Taming team, which was ranked first on the leaderboard, and his face turned ashen. He knew he had made a wrong move, the worst mistake of his life. This one mistake could lead to total defeat. At this moment, Zhong Qi and his companions had entered the 6th level secret realm and quickly engaged in battle. Zhong Qi didn't want to waste even a moment. He couldn't wait to enter the 7th level secret realm. In the 6th level secret realm, Zhong Qi and his companions had already entered this place. The secret realm has 9 levels. Chueying didn't expect that they would reach the 6th level so quickly. If it weren't for Zhong Qi leading the team, she would never have dared to imagine that she could one day enter a secret realm of this level. The first 2 levels are relatively easy, but the difficulty increases dramatically starting from the 3rd level. The Cyclops King is a monster that even if you let her army fight you while you're standing still, it would probably take them half a year to kill her. Not to mention the dense array of bosses on the 4th and 5th floors. If it were her, she might never see them in her entire life. Zhong Qi had pushed his way through to this point, and clearly had no intention of stopping. Chueying felt a surge of excitement, yet she couldn't help but sigh for her cousin. This secret realm is a vast forest, with towering, verdant trees reaching into the clouds and vines hanging down, and countless powerful auras lurking all around. Li Shuo looked around warily, but finally glanced at Zhong Qi and dared not walk ahead rashly. Zhong Qi chuckled and joked, "Aren't you supposed to be the meat shield? Why don't you go to the front and draw aggro?" Li Shuo quickly chuckled awkwardly, saying that he couldn't possibly withstand the monsters here. If he went up to them, he would probably be instantly killed. Ultimately, it's because Zhong Qi is too strong. He has taken him to a height that doesn't belong to him. Zhong Qi didn't mind, and walked past Li Shuo, entering the forest first. Time was of the essence. There was no need to waste it on such trivial matters. Sure enough, the monsters in the forest were well hidden. There were several lurking on almost every giant tree. Zhong Qi glanced at them and immediately became interested. These were all level 35 diamond level bosses, vine demons. Each vine spirit has 200,000 HP, and its skills include entanglement, slapping, and scattering of 1,000 leaves. The boss skill, summoning spirit, can awaken nearby plants and trees to fight. There were at least 100 of these vine spirits. Zhong Qi's eyes lit up after he counted them. With so many bosses, his level could continue to skyrocket. Xiaoyi. Zhong Qi immediately summoned Xiaoyi, fully activating her buffs and maximizing her damage output. Xiaoyi's cheerful roar rang out, and the entire forest trembled violently. All the hidden monsters revealed themselves, their scarlet eyes opening densely among the treetops, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Chueying trembled with fear and hurriedly reminded Zhong Qi to be careful. Li Shuo also gripped his weapon tightly. Even though he was afraid, he would rush to Zhong Qi's aid if anything happened to him. But Zhong Qi stared at the monsters, his eyes filled with excitement, not fear. To him, these were not enemies, but a wealth of experience. Xiaoyi roared again, and the Dragon King's power swept across most of the forest, causing half of the vine demons to fall into a daze on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying dragon breath was unleashed, and nearly 400,000 damage numbers appeared in large numbers. The flames, imbued with the aura of a fiery dragon, were no match for the diamond-level vine demon's 200,000 HP, which was burned and corroded along with the giant tree in a large area of terrain. Experience points poured in like crazy, and Zhong Qi quickly reached level 36. He grinned. Keep going. The remaining vine spirits were utterly terrified, with a dozen or so fleeing first, followed by more and more. Li Shuo was dumbfounded. He'd been grinding dungeons for so long, and this was the first time he'd ever seen a boss so terrified that it ran away for its life. His brother-in-law's ruthlessness was simply outrageous. Outside the light screen, Zhongli couldn't help but tease Li Ming, saying that the monsters ran away as soon as the fight started, and the collection was really poor. Li Ming stubbornly explained that this precisely proved their higher intelligence and ability to sense danger, which was an acknowledgement of Zhong Qi's strength. Zhongli shook his head helplessly, but he had to admit that Zhong Qi's strength far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he really did have a chance to deal with that snake. Zhong Qi, unwilling to let any experience slip away, continued to order Xiaoyi to pursue. The fleeing bosses were caught and killed one by one. Meanwhile, the Dragon District team was desperately fleeing for their lives in the 4th level dungeon. Su Qing, covered in dust and with almost no health, led his teammates, cursing as they ran. The number of bosses here is outrageous. They are simply no match for them head-on. If they are even a step too slow, they could be wiped out. The Demon Suppression Army was in a slightly better situation, able to retreat while fighting, but they were still held back by a large number of bosses and could only advance little by little. Meanwhile, on Zhong Qi's side, Xiao Yi pounced on the last Vine Demon, ending the battle with a fatal Dragon Claw strike. The final surge of experience into his body propelled Zhong Qi to level 39. He looked towards the higher levels, his anxiety growing. That pseudo-dragon was definitely not weak. If he delayed any longer, all his experience points would likely be stolen. Cui Ying and the other two caught up, and Zhong Qi told them to pack quickly and head to the next floor immediately. Cui Ying was puzzled. They had just finished a battle, so why didn't they take a break? Zhong Qi shook his head. No need. There's something waiting for us on the next floor. At his insistence, the three had no choice but to follow and quickly entered the 7th level secret realm. Outside the light screen, Zhang Li and the others all became serious. The snake had begun to evolve. Whether they could stop it depended on Zhong Qi and his team. The scene gradually came into focus. It was a gray-black world filled with charcoal-black rocks, and the group was standing on a mountain path. In the distance, an extremely terrifying aura was constantly erupting. Cui Ying's face turned pale. That aura was even more powerful than all the previous diamond-level bosses combined. Moreover, the other side seemed to be engaged in battle. Zhong Qi immediately quickened his pace. Hurry, or it will be too late. Without waiting for their response, he rushed straight up the mountain. Before long, they finally saw a giant rhinoceros lying in a pool of blood, with swallowing sounds coming from its neck. Upon closer inspection, a tail covered in scales can be seen, and the surrounding area is littered with wreckage, with hardly any monsters remaining. Zhong Qi's eyes instantly turned cold, and he couldn't suppress his anger. Damn beast! This thing stole the experience that should have belonged to him. Zhong Qi roared, his voice echoing through the secret realm, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed rage. The experience that should have belonged to him was all stolen by that beast, and the hordes of monsters that used to surround him are now all corpses. They didn't die in battle, they were swallowed whole by that fake dragon. Zhong Qi originally thought that after passing through 9 levels of secret realms, he would have a good chance of reaching level 50 and completing the second awakening. By then, he would be able to contract the second dragon egg, but now, this fake dragon has completely disrupted his plans. Now that it has appeared here, the monsters in the secret realm have probably already been wiped out by it. It's no longer realistic for Zhong Qi to rely on the secret realm to reach level 50. Sensing Zhong Qi's anger, Xiao Yi also let out a low dragon roar. Although Cui Ying and the other two did not know the reason, they all wisely remained silent. At this moment, the pseudo-dragon finally stopped swallowing and crawled out from the gap in the giant rhinoceros carcass. Its body was a full 6 meters long, but it had been hidden by the massive rhinoceros carcass and was not particularly noticeable. Now that it was fully exposed, the oppressive feeling was immediately overwhelming. It has obvious dragon characteristics, with horns, claws, and scales. However, these features were all incomplete. The dragon scales only covered part of the body, as if they had been forcibly pasted on, making it look particularly ugly. Its horns were short, and its claws were as dry as chicken feet. Yet even so, the aura of the dragon emanating from it was still terrifying. Li Shuo stared at it, and couldn't help but ask, This is a dragon? Soon, he looked at Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, vaguely sensing something, but did not continue to ask. The secret realm actually harbors such a monster. No wonder they were given the chance to leave earlier. It's clear that there's something here that could make one despair. But this monster's bloodline was clearly impure, and its next opponent was Xiao Yi. Amidst the shock, Li Shuo also felt a surge of anticipation. Cui Ying's eyes lit up, but Li Muhan's face remained solemn. She knew very well that any creature tainted with dragon blood would never be weak. When the phantom dragon saw Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, it finally understood where the powerful aura that had previously made it wary came from. Its gray-white eyes swept over the crowd, finally locking onto Xiao Yi, its gaze revealing ferocity and greed. Faced with the spying of this lowly bloodline, Xiao Yi became even more furious. It simply could not tolerate that a false dragon dared to stare at a true dragon like that. At the same time, information about the phantom dragon appeared before Zhong Qi. The phantom dragon of Nisla Forest, level 45, legendary, with a HP of 2.57 million and an attack power of 1,100. It possesses skills such as Spirit Moon Roar, devouring the sun and moon, Illusionary Spirit's Fury, leaping over the Dragon Gate, Flood Dragon Pool, and Bloodline Suppression. In particular, Bloodline Suppression can reduce all of the opponent's attributes by 3 times when facing beings with lower bloodlines. However, when encountering beings with higher bloodlines, its own attributes will decrease instead. Even more terrifying is that when its health drops below 30%, it will unleash the boss skill, Transform into a Dragon, strengthening its dragon bloodline and doubling all its attributes. Upon seeing this attribute, Li Shuo and the others were all stunned. Holy crap, 2,570,000 health points. The bosses they had encountered before had a maximum of only a few 100,000 HP, not even a fraction of the HP of this Phantom Spirit Dragon. Not to mention, it's a legendary boss with an attack power exceeding 1,000 and skills that are more terrifying than the last, making it incomparable to the previous monsters. Li Shuo then truly understood that as long as one was associated with dragons, their strength would be ridiculously powerful. This Phantom Spirit Flood Dragon isn't even a real dragon, yet it's already this strong. How terrifying would a real dragon be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xiaoya. Wasn't this young dragon before him a true dragon? Chueying was equally stunned by the attributes, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Facing such a monster, did they really have a chance to win? Just as everyone was under increasing pressure, Xiaoya suddenly let out a dragon roar, and the terrifying sound wave shook the surroundings. The Phantom Dragon instinctively retreated, but quickly remembered that Xiao Yi was still a child, and the ferocity in its eyes surged again. If it can devour a real young dragon, its bloodline will inevitably evolve to a more perfect state, and its strength will increase dramatically. Eating Xiaoya is more valuable than consuming all the monsters in the entire secret realm. Greed completely overwhelmed fear, and the Phantom Dragon twisted its long body, charging fiercely towards Xiaoya. Xiaoyi didn't back down at all, and met the attack head-on, delivering a fatal Dragon Claw strike to the Illusionary Spirit Dragon. With a loud bang, 358,963 points of damage were dealt. However, the Illusionary Spirit Dragon's health bar, which was as high as 2.57 million, was only reduced by a small portion. The health is way too high? At this moment, Zhou Bo saw the damage Xiao Yi dealt, and the rapidly decreasing health of the Illusionary Spirit Dragon, and his heart tightened. They had long seen that this Phantom Dragon was evolving, and now, having completed a transformation, it had reached level 45. A level 45 legendary boss, possessing a trace of dragon blood. Its strength is far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Among monsters, bloodline almost entirely determines their talent and potential. Normally, facing such a being would require multiple teams preparing for a long time before joining forces to kill it. But now, within the 7th level secret realm, there is only the Dragon Rider squad. Other teams, even the strongest demon suppression army, are still trapped in the 4th level secret realm and cannot get here in time. Zhou Bo sighed. I should have made Zhong Qi and the others wait. Now that we have a few more helpers, the pressure will be much less. Although Zhong Qi is strong, Li Shuo and the team is just a fragile tank, and probably can't withstand a single attack from the Phantom Spirit Dragon. Cui Ying is an archer, and her damage output is less likely to influence the course of the battle. Only Li Muhan, as a support, can truly provide Zhong Qi with a boost. Of the 4-person team, almost half are unable to participate in the battle head-on. This is precisely why everyone was skeptical of the Dragon Rider team beforehand. But Yi Tingyun shook his head. There's no need to wait. Their ability to enter the high-level secret realm so quickly is their own talent. Zhong Qi and his group are qualified to face this monster, but others are not even qualified to see it. Being weak isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least in situations like this, you won't be pushed to the front lines to die. Everyone fell silent. Those who considered themselves top geniuses couldn't even see the enemy's back when faced with a truly formidable foe. Li Ming stared at the light screen and said in a deep voice, "Now we can only see how long they can hold out. As long as they can hold out until the other teams arrive, the situation will be much better. If all else fails, they will have no choice but to intervene forcefully. In that case, the secret realm trial will end prematurely, but in any case, Zhong Qi cannot be allowed to get hurt." Zhong Qi was unaware of the concerns of the outside world. He only knew that a great deal of experience that originally belonged to him had been lost due to the evolution of the Illusionary Spirit Dragon. If this boss weren't related to Xiaoya's evolution, his anger would have been even greater. At this moment, Xiao Yi was already engaged in direct combat with the illusionary spirit dragon. The dragon claw struck, and the illusionary spirit dragon was forced back, but the more than 300,000 damage only reduced a small portion of its health bar. The phantom dragon has over 2 million HP, so even if Xiao Yi wanted to kill it, it would take a considerable amount of time. But the illusionary spirit dragon naturally wouldn't stand idly by and take the beating. It roared to the sky, and a scarlet blood moon appeared in the heavens. The next moment, a terrifying sonic wave swept outwards, and the boulder that was hit by the wave exploded with a bang, sending debris flying everywhere. Run! Li Shua's expression changed drastically. This was an indiscriminate attack. Xiao Yi wasn't afraid, but the three of them couldn't withstand it. Li Muhan immediately waved her staff, simultaneously providing group healing and shields to the four of them. She included Zhong Qi as well. Regardless of whether Zhong Qi needed it or not, she couldn't leave him out at a time like this. Li Shua and his two companions quickly retreated, hoping only to protect themselves and avoid causing trouble for Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi. The sound wave also rushed towards Zhong Qi. His attributes and equipment were strong enough that he wasn't instantly killed, but he still lost a lot of health. Zhong Qi immediately used a potion to fully restore his health. Xiao Yi also only lost a small amount of health. The illusionary spirit dragon's attacks were simply unable to shake its high attributes. More importantly, the phantom dragon possesses a bloodline suppression skill. It gains a significant boost against enemies with lower bloodlines than itself. However, when facing beings with higher bloodlines, this skill will only weaken itself. Xiao Yi is the king of the dragons. The illusionary spirit flood dragon is still far from truly transforming into a dragon, and although Xiao Yi is still in his infancy, the majesty of the Dragon King is inviolable. Roar! Xiao Yi let out a dragon's roar, and the deafening sound wave swept in all directions. The illusionary spirit dragon's eyes froze instantly, and its massive body was forcibly frozen in place. The Dragon King was terrified. This time, it was a true, absolute suppression stemming from bloodline. The trace of dragon blood within the illusionary spirit flood dragon became its most fatal weakness. Immediately afterward, a purplish-black symbol appeared above its head. Zhong Qi's eyes narrowed. This meant that the phantom spirit dragon was not only stunned, but its defensive skills and equipment effects were also weakened by at least 30%. With the added bloodline suppression, its defensive attributes decreased by a full 230%. A perfect opportunity. Xiaoya, Abyssal Dragon Breath. Xiao Yi opened its massive maw, and its dark dragon breath, carrying an aura of destruction, instantly engulfed the illusionary spirit dragon. The dragon's breath landed on it, and its hard scales began to burn. The phantom spirit dragon roared in pain, but it still could not escape the Dragon King's dominance. It was fully conscious, and Zhong Qi clearly saw the fear in its eyes. The hissing sound continued, and damage numbers appeared. -863,964. A single breath of dragon fire instantly wiped out a third of the illusionary spirit dragon's health. Combined with Xiao Ye's earlier claw attack, its 2.7 million health points were reduced by over 1 million in the blink of an eye. This is the evolved phantom dragon, with incredibly formidable defense. For any other class, it would take an unknown amount of time to fight it. Finally, the phantom dragon broke free of its intimidation and immediately distanced itself. It stared intently at Xiao Yi, the fear in its gray-white eyes lingering for a long time. But soon, fear was replaced by greed. Xiaoya was of noble blood, but she was still too young, and her strength had not yet truly grown. If Xiaoya were any stronger, it would have already turned and fled. But now, it felt it still had a chance. The phantom spirit dragon roared again, the blood moon reappeared, and its sonic attacks swept in all directions. Xiaoyi flapped its wings and took to the air to dodge, but in that instant, the phantom spirit dragon's figure vanished into nothingness. Wow! The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and a large area turned into a pool of water. It's the dragon pool. Cui Ying recognized the skill and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Zhong, it can enhance your own attributes and weaken all enemies in the pool. Quickly tell Xiao Yi to get out of the way." But it was too late. The phantom dragon first used its roar to attract attention. Its real killing move was this rapidly expanding dragon pool. The entire area, spanning thousands of miles, was covered. Although Xiaoya was in the air, the aura of the pool water under the blood moon still clung to her. The phantom dragon let out a piercing, eerie laugh, as if victory was already assured. Cui Ying's face turned pale, This is troublesome. Li Shua was extremely anxious and wanted to help Zhong Qi, but he knew that the gap between him and this level of combat was too great, and he couldn't help at all. Outside the light screen, Zhou Bo couldn't help but curse, "You cunning beast." No one expected that the Phantom Dragon's intelligence was so high that it knew how to use other skills as cover before releasing the key ability that would determine the outcome of the battle. If Xiaoye is weakened, the already difficult situation will inevitably become even more passive. Zhang Li clenched his fists, already considering whether to make a move in advance. However, within the 7th level secret realm, the aura of the Flood Dragon pool had just enveloped Xiao Yi when it vanished without a trace. The weakening effect of the Phantom Dragon has no effect on Xiaoye. What's going on? Li Shua was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Zhong Qi's lips curled into a slight smile. Xiao Yi possessed the bloodline of the Dragon King. What right did this mere phantom spirit Flood Dragon, with only a trace of dragon blood, have to influence it? Thanks to the Dragon King's bloodline, Xiaoye is completely immune to all negative effects. Now that the Phantom Dragon thought it had the upper hand, this was the perfect time to attack. Zhong Qi immediately activated his Battle Pet's encouragement, and a dragon script with the character Ice appeared. A world of ice and snow. Roar. Xiao Yi let out a dragon roar, once again intimidating the illusionary spirit Flood Dragon, and at the same time, he spat out a breath of dragon fire. This dragon's breath covered everything. Zhang Li stared at the battle on the light screen, finally letting out a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected this." He truly hadn't expected that Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi could resolve the crisis in such a way. The weakening skill of the illusionary spirit dragon had absolutely no effect on Xiao Yi, who was a dragon. If Xiaoye is affected, the Dragon Taming squad will inevitably be in danger, and at that time, they will have no choice but to intervene. After all, this secret realm was originally prepared for Zhong Qi, and they had to ensure that nothing unexpected happened to him. Now that Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi had solved the problem themselves, Zhang Li could finally relax completely. Moreover, judging from the current situation, this phantom spirit dragon might not be invincible. Zhang Li's eyes regained interest, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Li Ming. "I've said it before, anything is possible before things settle down." Li Ming did not respond, his gaze remaining fixed on the light screen. Because after Xiao Yi exhaled another breath of dragon fire, the illusionary spirit dragon's health had dropped to 30%. The truly difficult phase is only just beginning. The phantom dragon roared, its horns on its head suddenly lengthened, its scales became denser, and its claws became sharper and more powerful. This is its boss skill, Dragon Transformation. Transforming into a dragon strengthens its dragon bloodline and directly increases all attributes by 200%. Immediately afterward, the blood moon in the sky changed again. What was originally a single blood moon had become two. Crimson moonlight spilled onto the earth, making the surroundings appear as if drenched in blood, exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Then, a phantom golden portal appeared in the sky, shimmering brightly under the light of the two blood moons. The moment the portal appeared, the body of the illusionary spirit dragon began to become ethereal. Li Shua's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, "It's the Dragon Gate." This is another skill of the Phantom Dragon, leaping over the Dragon Gate. As long as it successfully leaps over the Dragon Gate, its attributes will increase dramatically again. The combination of transforming into a dragon and leaping over the Dragon Gate would be enough to push its combat power to an extremely terrifying level. Zhong Qi certainly wouldn't give it that opportunity. Once it successfully leaps over the Dragon Gate, the subsequent battle will become incredibly troublesome. Zhong Qi immediately attacked, his dragon claw slicing through the air and slamming into the illusionary spirit dragon. Although this attack only took away some of the health, Zhong Qi immediately followed up with the Ice and Snowstorm skill. The Phantom Dragon has extremely high defense, and the icy snow couldn't cause much damage. However, this is a dragon language skill after all. Although the damage isn't high, the slowing effect is extremely powerful. The speed of the Phantom Dragon suddenly decreased, and its leap towards the Dragon Gate also slowed down significantly. The next second, Xiaoye let out a deafening dragon roar, and the Dragon King's intimidation instantly struck, causing the illusionary spirit flood dragon to freeze in shock for a moment. After transforming into a dragon, its resistance to the Dragon King's intimidation increased, and the control time was reduced considerably, but for Zhong Qi, this amount of time was already sufficient. Battle Pet Inspiration. Aura. Fiery Dragon Blade. Abyssal Dragon Breath. With all the amplification skills applied simultaneously, Xiaoya's power was pushed to its current limit. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoya opened its huge mouth, and a blazing dragon breath roared out, completely engulfing the illusionary spirit dragon. Boom! Flames burned wildly on the scales of the phantom dragon, and a string of scarlet numbers appeared. -1305968. A whopping 1.3 million damage. When the seven-figure damage number appeared, all the spectators were stunned. Li Muhan and the other two stared wide-eyed at the number, unable to recover for a long time. Outside the light screen, several third-tier divine officials also completely lost their composure. After a moment of silence, Li Ming blurted out a curse. Holy crap! Over 1 million. He had been keeping a close eye on Zhong Qi and had already overestimated the young man's abilities as much as possible. However, the shock brought by Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi still far exceeded his expectations. With Zhong Qi's current level, he was able to deal over 1 million damage in a single hit against a legendary boss with even stronger attributes, a level of 45, and dragon blood. This kind of output is simply unbelievable. Perhaps it cannot be said that there will be no one like him in the future, but he is definitely unprecedented. Even Dongfang Shuo, the strongest man of the human race, could not have achieved this level when he was at Zhong Qi's level. It could even be said that Dongfang Shuo might not have been able to unleash such a terrifying burst of power at level 45. Only one thought remained in Li Ming's mind. Genius. Absolutely a genius. Moreover, Zhong Qi is not only the #1 genius in the Dragon Kingdom, but also the most outstanding genius in all of humanity and the world. The same thought crossed the minds of the other third-tier clergy. After their initial shock, their expressions quickly turned to ecstatic joy. Because what follows is a national war. In past national wars, the Dragon Kingdom's performance has never been ideal, and it has even been repeatedly suppressed by the smaller Sakura Kingdom. The reason why the Sakura Kingdom has become increasingly arrogant in recent years is because they have gained the upper hand in national wars and severely crushed the Dragon Kingdom. But this time, everything is different. With Zhong Qi around, they felt an unprecedented sense of confidence in the upcoming national war. Yi Tingyun immediately spoke, his voice brimming with excitement. The selection for the national war team has been finalized. The national war is about the glory of a nation, and they seem to have seen the hope that the Dragon Kingdom can completely turn the tide in this national war. They eagerly awaited the day Zhong Qi would step onto the battlefield of the national war. At this moment, Cui Ying and the other two finally snapped out of their daze. The scene of that single blow that instantly killed the illusionary spirit flood dragon was still replaying in their minds. Li Shuo was so excited he almost lost control. 1 million damage. Holy crap, 1 million. He felt as if he were witnessing history, witnessing the birth of a truly top-tier powerhouse, and that person was right before their eyes. Cui Ying was equally excited. Her face flushed, and she kept shouting, Brother Zhong, Brother Zhong, Brother Zhong, you're amazing. Even Li Muhan took several deep breaths, but still couldn't calm down. Zhong Qi's reaction, on the contrary, was much calmer. The illusionary spirit flood dragon was dead, and he had gained experience, but the result was far worse than he had expected. Level 41. He only got promoted twice. Just as Zhong Qi was feeling somewhat dissatisfied, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations, great host. You have obtained Divine Pet Evolution Card 1. This suggestion finally helped Zhong Qi suppress his frustration. Xiaoya can evolve again. The announcement for the secret realm sounded 3 times in a row, and all the teams still inside were stunned on the spot. The Dragon Riders have actually defeated the final boss, and this expedition to the secret realm is about to end. Everyone simply couldn't believe it. While they were still struggling to advance in the 3rd-level secret realm and hadn't even seen the boss, the other side had already cleared 9 levels of secret realms. The few teams that made it to the 4th level were in despair. They had just exhausted their strength to grind down the Cyclops King, only to be chased and harassed by the 4th-level boss. Who would have thought that the secret realm would end so abruptly while we were running? Both are called geniuses, and they can accept being less skilled than others, but they cannot accept a gap this large. In the Dragon District team, Su Qing stared wide-eyed at the other 3 in disbelief. The news just now was fake, right? The other 3 were equally stunned, and none of them could answer him. They initially looked down on the Dragon Taming team, thinking that Zhong Qi and his group had at most just entered the 3rd-level secret realm, but it turned out that the other side had even killed the final boss. Su Qing completely lost control, screaming shrilly, It's fake. This absolutely can't be real. He led the true elites and geniuses of the Dragon District into the secret realm, thinking he could easily crush the Dragon Taming squad, but reality dealt him the heaviest blow. On the other side, the Demon Suppression Army fell into a long silence, with some even maintaining their attack postures, motionless. After a long while, someone said with a wry smile, "Is the gap really that big? We just found a way to break through the 4th level of the secret realm, and they have already killed the final boss." Some people remembered that the deputy commander and the commander had once praised Zhong Qi, and finally understood that the praise was not without reason. The strength of the Dragon Taming squad can no longer be described as merely powerful, it is terrifying. The other teams were also discussing in shock, and everyone was convinced that the Dragon Taming squad must have gathered the 4 most outstanding prodigies in the Dragon Kingdom. What they didn't know was that the only person truly carrying the team was Zhong Qi. Xiao Yi was in charge of the main battle, Cui Ying was the support, and the other 2 basically just watched from the sidelines. In the forum, Cui Ying also quickly posted a thread. Clearing the secret realm was a breeze, to put it simply. The post, accompanied by a picture of the character clearing the level, instantly went viral and the comment section exploded. Countless people flocked to pay their respects to the big shots, asking them how they managed to suppress so many talented teams. Some people also mocked the Dragon Zone without reservation, saying that every time the Dragon Riding Squad becomes famous, it is always the Dragon Zone team that gets injured. Whether the people in Long District regret it or not, no one knows, but Lin Yuan must be regretting it to the core. The Lin family has become a laughing stock, and his already difficult life has been made even worse by now. This time, the Dragon District fell into an unusual silence, and no one dared to express dissatisfaction and contempt for the Dragon Taming team as they had before. Zhong Qi, leading the Dragon Taming team, repeatedly brought the Dragon Zone down from its pedestal. This time, the team that went into battle was the strongest in the Dragon District, but they were still completely defeated and had no chance to fight back at all. Finally, someone sighed, wondering why they had to provoke Zhong Qi in the first place. If they had been willing to lower their stance and accept Zhong Qi from the beginning, wouldn't it be the Dragon District that has now cleared the secret realm and is the focus of everyone's attention? Unfortunately, it was all too late. The title of number 1 in the Sanxing District could not be retained in the end. Even after the death of the illusionary spirit dragon in the secret realm, Zhong Qi still frowned slightly. Fortunately, the loot dropped by this legendary boss was quite generous, and the most suitable item for him was a legendary Phantom Dragon Staff. The staff can increase intelligence by 50%, summon the Phantom Moon to enhance skill effects, and create a Phantom Spirit clone with 80% of the original's attributes and skill effects. Once its Phantom Aura is activated, it consumes 100 mana per second, but it can enhance the effects of skills within range by 120% and pets by 200%. The final Dragon Gate skill can directly weaken the enemy's attributes by 80% if the enemy cannot break through the Dragon Gate in time. Zhong Qi had previously used a Platinum Grade Staff, but now that he has switched to Legendary Grade equipment, his strength has naturally increased once again. The Phantom Dragon also dropped several precious orbs, one of which, a Water Attribute Orb, could increase mana regeneration speed by an additional 80%. Zhong Qi equipped it without hesitation, so that in combination with the Phantom Aura, he could maintain the maximum amplification for a longer period of time. He also collected all the other secret potions that restored health, mana, and enhanced the 3-dimensional attributes. The special materials left behind by the Phantom Dragon are also quite valuable. If given to a suitable blacksmith, they could even be used to forge some decent equipment. After checking all the spoils, Zhong Qi took out the final reward, a Divine Pet Evolution card. Xiaoya is already at level 41, but she is still in her infancy. Even in its infancy, Xiao Yi already possessed such terrifying power. Zhong Qi really wanted to know just how strong it would become after evolving into its adult stage. Without hesitation, he crushed the Divine Pet Evolution card. The card transformed into power, continuously flowing into Xiaoya's body. Xiaoya fell from the sky to the ground and lay there quietly, but the aura emanating from her body became increasingly terrifying. Cui Ying and Li Shua quickly noticed the abnormality. Even from a distance, they could feel a chilling power. Li Shua even felt that Xiao Yi at this moment was more like the true ultimate boss here than the Phantom Spirit Dragon that had just been killed. Zhong Qi explained with a smile. Xiao Yi is about to evolve. The 3 of them were stunned. Li Shua was shocked. It's already so strong. How can it still evolve? Zhong Qi nodded. It's still in its infancy, so of course it can continue to evolve. Li Shua was completely dumbfounded. If it was already this strong in its infancy, how terrifying would it be when it grew up? Cui Ying then said matter-of-factly, Xiao Yi is a dragon, and dragons are inherently extremely powerful. Zhong Qi didn't explain further. He knew in his heart that Xiao Yi was not only a dragon, but also the king of the dragons, the true Dragon King. However, his identity was too astonishing, so he did not reveal it for the time being. Xiaoya's evolution this time is quite rapid. Her body has already begun to change. The first thing to change was the dragon horns on Xiaoya's head. What was once somewhat immature had quickly grown thick and long, and the patterns on the horns had become increasingly complex and profound. If someone skilled in dragon script were present, they might be able to trace one or two dragon script characters from those patterns. But this is extremely difficult, and Zhong Qi is certainly not capable of doing it yet. Next, Xiaoya's body changed, and this was the most obvious change. Originally only a little over a meter long, its body continued to lengthen after evolving, and in the blink of an eye, it was nearly 5 meters long. The 5-meter-long black-winged dragon coiled there, emanating an extremely strong sense of oppression. In particular, its dragon scales had become denser and sharper, making it look ferocious and majestic. The evolution wasn't slow, but it was still a huge transformation and would take some time. Cui Ying and the others showed no impatience. Instead, they all stared at Xiao Yi with curiosity. They all wanted to know just how powerful this little dragon would become after it completed its evolution. Zhong Qi also kept his gaze fixed on it, while outside the light screen, a group of people were also watching this scene intently. Those people also noticed Xiaoya's change and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this little dragon is actually evolving. This is definitely good news." The national war is about to begin, and Zhong Qi has been confirmed to represent the Dragon Kingdom. However, at this crucial moment, Xiao Yi undergoes an evolution, which will undoubtedly cause Zhong Qi's combat power to surge once again. Someone couldn't help but laugh. When this kid participates in the national war, he'll definitely give other countries a big gift. I just want to see their reaction when they see Zhong Qi and this Dragon Queen. But soon, someone else thought of something even more astonishing. The black-winged dragon that hatched from the first dragon egg was already this powerful. So what about the second dragon egg? And the third dragon egg? Wouldn't that be even more outrageous? The room fell silent briefly after those words, then everyone's eyes lit up. Zhong Qi's leveling speed was already astonishing, but now it still seemed a little slow. If the first dragon egg is so terrifying, how will other countries cope if the remaining two can also hatch? However, given Zhong Qi's current level, it is clear that he cannot meet their expectations in a short period of time. Zhou Bo couldn't help but curse. I really want to see that scene soon. The others next to him nodded in agreement. They were indeed eager to see Zhong Qi sweep through the national war with his 3 dragons. At this moment, Xiaoya's evolution was finally nearing its end. Most of its original childishness had disappeared, replaced by a true majesty belonging to the dragon race. But its personality remained unchanged. It still loved to stick close to Zhong Qi. Its first reaction after completing its evolution was still to want to jump into Zhong Qi's arms and have its owner hug it. Zhong Qi's expression changed instantly. Xiao Yi was now a full 5 meters long and incredibly heavy. If she were to pounce on him, he would probably be crushed to death. There would be no other outcome. He quickly stopped Xiao Yi, who immediately looked aggrieved. Zhong Qi could only helplessly pat its head and tell it that he really couldn't hug it anymore. After comforting Xiaoya, Zhong Qi opened its attribute panel and was stunned after just one glance. Xiaoya's evolved attributes were frighteningly high. Black-winged dragon, growing stage, master, Zhong Qi, mythical rank, level 41. Requires 1.35 million experience points for the next level up. Its health is a whopping 200,000, mana is 91,000, strength is 4,700, and intelligence and agility are both as high as 3,400. Such stats are beyond exaggerated. Many tanky characters who have completed their second job advancement may not even have 150,000 HP. But Xiao Yi has just evolved, and her HP has already reached 200,000. Even more terrifying is that its strength, intelligence, and agility are equally outrageous. Compared to many professionals of Zhong Qi's generation, Xiaoya's 3-dimensional attributes are even higher than their total health. In addition, Xiaoya has gained 2 new skills, Divine Dragon Descent and Dragon God Shakes the Heavens. Dragon Descent allows Xiaoya to spread her wings and plummet from the sky. Targets within the attack range will suffer massive damage, and those at the very center will be forcibly stunned for 5 seconds. Xiaoya is now quite large, so the area of effect of this attack will naturally be enormous. The damage is already terrifying, and with the addition of a 5-second stun, it's a skill that can completely turn the tide of battle. As for the Dragon God's Heaven-Shaking Strike, it is a technique that the black-winged demon dragon mastered from the abyss using its powerful bloodline. It can instantly unleash a terrifying shockwave, causing massive damage upon hitting its target. Even more terrifying is that enemies hit by this attack will continuously suffer from the corrosive aura of the abyss, causing their status to decline. In other words, this move not only deals explosive damage but also directly weakens the opponent. After seeing the two new skills, Zhong Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaoya's current strength was completely unreasonable. She truly lived up to her reputation as a black-winged demon dragon with Dragon King blood. If Xiaoya were to encounter the illusionary spirit dragon again after its evolution, she could probably crush it to death from the sky with just one move, Divine Dragon Descent. Unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable target for it to test its skills on at the moment, which left Zhong Qi somewhat disappointed. Little did he know, Zhang Li and the others had already made arrangements for the upcoming national war. Zhong Qi will lead the team into battle. Japan and South Korea have been arrogant for too long. This time, it's time to show them the true strength of China. Chapter 51, The Nation War Begins. It's time to leave. Now that the secret realm is over, there's no need to stay here any longer. After killing the Phantom Spirit Dragon, Zhong Qi knew that the monsters of the higher levels had probably all been eaten by the Phantom Spirit Dragon. This made him feel very sorry. With so many fewer monsters, I also lost a lot of experience. Otherwise, I might have had the chance to reach level 50. But now, everything is gone. Zhong Qi sighed. Although he had cleared the secret realm, he wasn't particularly excited. Li Shuo and the others witnessed this scene and were immediately puzzled. Boss Zhong, weren't we the fastest to clear the secret realm, crushing all the other teams? I just checked the forum and found that the other teams have only reached the 4th level of the secret realm, and some haven't even cleared it yet. Why do you seem a little unhappy? Yes, Brother Zhong. We should have won a great victory. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zhong Qi, wondering why he seemed so uninterested. Zhong Qi confessed. I originally thought I could level up a lot in this secret realm, but this beast ruined it. This beast killed all the monsters in the higher level secret realm, but the experience gained from killing this beast is not as good as that from killing so many monsters. Upon hearing Zhong Qi's explanation, the three of them were stunned, then looked at each other, at a loss for words. In the end, all one can do is sigh. No wonder Brother Zhong is so strong. For us novices, we're already overjoyed if we can just pass, but Brother Zhong is still thinking about so much. Yes, as expected of Boss Zhong. Li Shuo couldn't help but praise him as well. Alright, let's get out of here. As Zhong Qi spoke, the other three nodded, and then the 4 of them left. At this time, the other teams had already left. The Dragon Riders team was among the last to leave. Outside, the reputation of the Dragon Taming squad had already spread far and wide. A team that crushed all the genius teams. While other teams were still in the 4th level, or even lower level of the secret realm, they had already cleared the entire secret realm. This is undoubtedly a testament to their pure strength. Every team that emerged from this secret realm testifies to just how difficult it is and how terrifying the monsters are. But then, monsters like the Dragon Taming squad appeared. Now, no one doubts whether the Dragon Riders team cheated. After all, how could someone who cleared the secret realm so quickly have cheated? How can one cheat like this? We need to have a 3rd-tier priest personally help with monster killing. But then another problem arose. What terrifying strength it must take to achieve such speed. How did they do that? That's incredibly fast. Yes, I heard that there are 9 levels in this secret realm. The fastest team only reached the 4th level before they cleared it. That's more than twice as fast. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't you heard that something big happened in the secret realm? Perhaps the final boss came out from the last level and wiped out all the monsters in the higher level secret realms. If that's the case, then it could be brought forward. Hey, you know what? That's actually quite possible. In that case, the Dragon Rider squad's incredible speed is acceptable. But the more this is the case, the more it demonstrates how terrifying the Dragon Taming squad is. Yes, if the final boss is really that terrifying and was still killed by the Dragon Rider squad, then how terrifying must it be? These are the 4 most talented people. It must be, otherwise, such a record couldn't have been set. That's really amazing. The prevailing opinion outside was that the 4 members of the Dragon Taming squad were the most talented. However, this is not the case. Li Muhan's talent is indeed exceptional, but there is only one truly top-tier, or even peerless, genius. Zhong Qi. At this moment, after the Dragon Rider squad came out, the 3rd-level priests naturally received the news immediately, and Zhang Li then sent someone to invite the Dragon Rider squad over. Before long, led by Chun Li, the 4 members of the Dragon Taming team arrived at the location where Zhang Li and the others were. Chun Li's gaze fell on Zhong Qi, her eyes lowered, and she was filled with shock. To be honest, she had observed Zhong Qi up close, including the monsters in the 1st and 2nd level secret realms, and even the ones she had cleared. However, once they reached the 3rd level of the secret realm, they chose to leave. Therefore, the subsequent scenes were not observed up close. Originally, she thought that Zhong Qi would be like the other teams, getting stuck for a long time in front of such a carefully arranged checkpoint, and then slowly making his way through. He will fight against many teams, and after a long time, he may win, but the probability of losing is greater. That's just what Chun Li thinks. The final result put them far ahead of the other teams. In such a short time, they cleared the secret realm and killed the final boss. Chun Li was fully aware of the strength of the illusionary spirit dragon. However, he was still killed in a short period of time. Therefore, there was surprise in her eyes when she looked at Zhong Qi. But it didn't last long, because the door opened. Chun Li said to Zhong Qi and the others, "The minister is inside. Thank you for showing me the way." Zhong Qi smiled at Chun Li and then stepped inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, many 3rd-tier clergy were waiting. After Zhong Qi and his 3 companions entered, the first person they saw was Zhang Li, while the others were all smiling. Apart from Zhong Qi, the other 3 were seeing so many 3rd-tier divine officials for the first time, so they were obviously very nervous at this moment. Li Shuo and Cui Ying, in particular, were cowering with their heads down, looking like 2 quails. Zhang Li, with a smile, spoke first. "Congratulations. To clear this secret realm in such a short time, you are now the strongest team in our Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, an unexpected incident occurred in this secret realm, which was difficult to handle, but you managed to resolve it." Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Li clapped his hands. "That's amazing." That statement was, in fact, sincere. Others think so too. However, it is clear that the other 3 are undeserving of this assessment. Especially Cui Ying and Li Shuo. After all, they were just standing on the sidelines, doing nothing. Li Muhan is still useful. And they? All I can do is stand by and cheer. Anyone else could do that. So, upon hearing this, both of them naturally blushed. Of course, Zhang Li and the others knew all this, and after seeing the 2's reactions, they understood. Naturally, he didn't say much more. Their eyes were all on Zhong Qi. This praise was also directed at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi's reaction was very calm, and he spoke at this moment. "It's all thanks to the minister's excellent guidance." That one sentence made Zhang Li straighten his back immediately. When it comes to showing off like this, Zhong Qi is so helpful, and in front of so many 3rd-tier divine officials, he naturally has a lot of face. Zhang Li secretly gave Zhong Qi one, saying, "You're smart, kid. I didn't waste my time giving you that look." His eyes were smiling. The people behind them naturally looked helpless. At this point, they could see things clearly. Zhong Qi was just giving Zhang Li face. And they, of course, didn't expose it. At this point, it's enough to just understand each other without saying a word. Next, he then praised them. Then, changing the subject, he looked at Zhong Qi and said, "Did you know that every year, several countries around us engage in a national war?" Nation war. The moment those 2 words were uttered, Zhong Qi was taken aback. He really didn't know much about the national war. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Li with a questioning expression. Zhang Li began to explain. "Nowadays, each of our countries has some powerful individuals who have reached the 3rd level of divine office. Once these powerful individuals truly make their move, it means that a real war is about to break out between our countries. So, basically, the 3rd-tier priests won't take action easily. So what if they encounter some new secret realms, or even resources? They'll let the younger generation fight for them. The allocation of resources and ownership of the secret realm will be determined by the wins and losses among the younger generation. We call this kind of battle a national war. This kind of national war happens once a year. And this year, the year is about to begin, and the selection of our Dragon Kingdom's representatives has not yet been fully confirmed. But, Zhang Li paused, then looked at Zhong Qi and said seriously, "You've been selected." At this critical moment, Zhong Qi naturally wouldn't let things fall apart, so he nodded and solemnly said, "I am honored." Zhongli immediately broke into a smile. "Because we started too late, our ranking in the national wars in the past few years has been very low. As a result, we have always been at a disadvantage in terms of resource allocation. With you here this time, we will definitely be able to give them a surprise." Ha 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 ha. Zhongli was clearly in a good mood. It's not just tension. The same is true for others. After all, Zhong Qi is so strong that he can naturally achieve a better ranking in this national war. This will give the other countries a huge shock. Cui Ying and the other two understood what Zhongli was saying. At such a crucial time as a national war, they naturally couldn't possibly go and mess around anymore. Therefore, they should be excluded from the national war. Cui Ying and Li Shuo are definitely not meant to be. Of course, they both breathed a sigh of relief after learning about this. At such a crucial time, if they were really allowed to go up there, they would really be under a lot of pressure. After all, the two of them are completely useless. In the event of a national war, if they really need the help of their teammates, they can't be of any assistance. It would be better to let Zhong Qi find a real genius to team up with. In that case, the chances of winning a national war would be much greater. Cui Ying and Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief, a fact noticed by Zhang Li and the others. It's wonderful that the two of them are so sensible. The importance of national wars lies in their connection to the future resources of the Dragon Kingdom, so they cannot be taken lightly. In that case, you should make preparations. The national war will begin in a couple of days. Tomorrow, your teammates will be selected, and then you'll get to know each other better. Good. Zhong Qi nodded, and then left. Brother Zhong, good luck in the national war. The face of our Dragon Kingdom depends on you. Give those South Koreans and Japanese a sound thrashing. Boss Zhong, everything depends on you. Go for it. Cui Ying and Li Shuo were both full of fighting spirit, cheering Zhong Qi on. Zhong Qi smiled. He didn't seem to be under any pressure. After Xiaoye evolved again, it's clear that his strength has increased once more. In that case, this national war shouldn't be a problem. However, this national war should allow you to level up quite a bit, right? In response to this, Zhong Qi was also looking forward to it. The next day, Zhong Qi was summoned to a special place by Zhang Li. Here, he saw 3 other people. However, to his surprise, Li Muhan was also there. She is currently the best support professional in the country, so she is naturally qualified to participate. Seeing the confusion in Zhong Qi's eyes, Zhang Li spoke up to explain. Zhong Qi nodded. It was certainly a good thing to have someone he knew there. As for the other two, they are a man and a woman. Let me introduce you. This is Liang Jiai, a level 45 flame mage, currently the strongest magic-based class in the country. This is Yun Qing, a level 45 dragon shield warrior. He is the strongest shield warrior in the country and the #1 tank. Hello, I am Zhong Qi, a level 41 dragon rider. Zhong Qi also introduced himself. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing both looked at Zhong Qi with curiosity. After all, they had heard quite a bit about the Dragon Taming squad during this period. To be able to clear the secret realm with such overwhelming force among all the teams, especially since other teams had already cleared it when they were at the 4th level of the secret realm. This is absolute strength. The strong are always worthy of respect. As the captain of the Dragon Taming squad, Zhong Qi is clearly an absolute powerhouse. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing naturally did not show any arrogance. After all, even if they were to lead a team into a secret realm, they couldn't achieve Zhong Qi's results. Hello. The two spoke at the same time, and were still quite polite to Zhong Qi. As for Li Muhan, they already knew each other before, and Zhong Qi was familiar with her, so there was no need for a separate introduction. Hey, this time, the nation's war depends entirely on the 4 of you. There are 13 participating countries in total. Among them, the most powerful and the biggest competitor is the Sakura country, Zhongli Dao. The martial arts tradition in Japan started very early, and they have their own set of procedures for cultivating domestic geniuses. And this time, they have indeed produced a few outstanding geniuses. So this time, you're under a lot of pressure. But I believe in you all. You can overcome all difficulties and achieve even better results. In previous instances, the Dragon Kingdom's ranking was extremely low. This is something that is difficult for a large country like China to accept. This time, Zhang Li has absolute confidence. Chapter 52 Conflict with the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Why listen to the barking of dogs? This time, you should mainly pay attention to the people from Japan and also the people from South Korea. Although South Korea and Japan don't have a good relationship, they might still join forces when facing us. Zhang Li's expression turned serious. Many countries might even target us specifically, so you need to be careful. We understand. After hearing what Zhang Li said, the four of them naturally understood that the situation in the Dragon Kingdom was not good. After all, they have always been in a weaker position in national wars. This time, if the Dragon Kingdom wants to rise, it will inevitably take away the interests of many countries, and they will naturally not agree to it. So this time, the difficulty is still quite significant. Alright, I will send you the information on each country next. The information is from before. Their strength must have increased during this period, so you can use it as a reference. Zhang Li then gave each of the four people a copy of the information. The records document the 13 nations that participated in this national war, along with the personnel from each nation. Zhong Qi also glanced through it. However, this data is from before, and many of the people in it were already level 45 before that. This is enough to show that China is indeed somewhat lagging behind in the cultivation of geniuses. Alright, we'll begin tomorrow. You can all go back and get some rest. Yes. News of a national war naturally attracts even more attention. The entire nation is already discussing it. The national war is about to begin. I wonder how we will fare this time. Sigh, I hope it will be better than last time. The last national war was truly humiliating. There's nothing we can do. We started much later than others. Although we were ranked 9th last time, we weren't last. You know, the countries that came after us started much later. It's a bit embarrassing that we only surpassed them. Hopefully this time it will be better. Who were the participants this time? The Dragon Rider squad also includes the Flame Queen, known as the strongest fire-type class, and Yun Qing, the strongest tank. The Dragon Rider squad? Oh my god, people from the Dragon Rider squad are participating too. With the Dragon Rider squad participating, this time it's definitely a sure thing. Yes, this Dragon Taming squad already displayed considerable strength in the secret realm. But this is a national war. The difficulty of a national war is vastly different from that of a secret realm. If the Dragon Taming squad is so powerful in a secret realm, can they be the same in a national war? Who can say for sure? But since they've been chosen, it means they have the ability to match the selection criteria. All we can do is cheer them on. Yes, I hope they get good results. Within the Dragon Kingdom, this matter is still being discussed. However, Zhong Qi and the other three had already chosen to set off. They were traveling in a military helicopter. The national war took place at sea. This time, a new abyss instance has appeared at sea. Therefore, it was used as a new battlefield for the national war. Not long after, Yi Tingyun arrived here with 4 people. Yi Tingyun instructed the 4 of them. I don't want to put too much pressure on you in this national war. Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. After all, our performance in the previous national wars was already quite poor. As long as we are stronger than last time, that is progress. Faced with Yi Tingyun's extremely low demands, they naturally knew that this was to make things easier for them. We don't want them to perform poorly under excessive pressure. Zhong Qi and the others were aware of this. Zhong Qi smiled. He didn't seem to be under much pressure and could even joke around at this moment. Now that we're here, we naturally want to achieve better results. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Besides, they're just minor characters. As long as we take action, there won't be any problems. Seeing Zhong Qi so relaxed, Yi Tingyun felt much more at ease. In that case, who among you is willing to be the team captain this time? Yi Tingyun looked at the 4 people. Li Muhan didn't finish speaking, but her gaze turned to Zhong Qi. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Jiai and the other person spoke. Zhong Qi was the captain of the Dragon Taming squad, and he led the team to great success. So let's make Zhong Qi the captain. Yun Qing chuckled sheepishly and said, I have no objection. Yi Tingyun nodded. In that case, it's confirmed. This time, the team leader will be Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi was somewhat helpless, never expecting that he would still be the captain in the national war. Alright, the dungeon is about to open. You can go now. When Zhong Qi led the 3 of them over. That is, you can hear the discussions around you. Isn't this the Dragon Kingdom's team? It seems the Dragon Kingdom is quite confident this time. What's the use? My grades have been terrible for several times in a row. I doubt this time will be any different. Exactly. The people of China are much more capable. Does that mean the people of other countries are inferior? This time, we must severely suppress the Dragon Kingdom. Let the Dragon Kingdom see how powerful our South Korean nation is. There were naturally many sarcastic remarks. Zhong Qi remained unfazed, but the other 3 were somewhat less impressive. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw 4 people standing in front of them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mei Chuan Naiku, and these are my teammates. You Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom, I didn't expect you to have the guts to participate in the national war. It seems that last time, our Sakura Kingdom didn't go easy on us. But don't worry, I will make sure you remember me well in this national war. I will leave a deep impression on your Dragon Kingdom. Mei Chuan Naiku said sarcastically. This time, I'll make you the worst among 13 countries. People of the Dragon Kingdom, remember my words. After saying this, Liang Jia and Yun Xing were furious. People from Japan are indeed very arrogant. Yun Xing was about to speak when Zhong Qi stopped her. Mei Chuan Naiku sneered. It seems this Chinese man is quite pragmatic. Your Dragon Kingdom has an old saying. A wise man knows when to yield. You certainly know when to yield. Don't worry, this time I will defeat you decisively. Yun Xing glared angrily at Zhong Qi, but Zhong Qi smiled and said, at a time like this, why listen to the barking of dogs? Responding to them would be beneath our dignity. Chapter 53, the teammates were dumbfounded. Do you guys usually have this much fun grinding monsters? At a time like this, why listen to the barking of dogs? Responding to them would be beneath our dignity. We are human beings, so there's no need to pay attention to barking dogs. Upon hearing Zhong Qi's words, Liang Jia and Yun Xing were taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Both of them nodded and said, the captain is right. In that case, there's no need for us to pay any more attention to these dogs. Then let's go. Their mood naturally improved a lot. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom was in a weaker position. When the people from the Sakura Kingdom came, they were specifically there to humiliate them. Even though they were furious, they didn't really have a good way to deal with the more powerful people from the Sakura Kingdom. But now, as Zhong Qi spoke, his attitude of complete disregard made the two of them instantly realize that since the Sakura Kingdom had come specifically to cause trouble, there was no need for them to pay any attention to them. Zhong Qi's words are absolutely right. Really, just as the two of them believed Zhong Qi's words and took the words of the people from Japan as the barking of dogs, the professionals from Japan began to get angry. People of the Dragon Kingdom, do you even know who you've angered? In this national war, we will show no mercy and make you suffer a humiliating defeat. This time, China's ranking will definitely be at the bottom. Several people from Japan were furious and shouted these words hysterically. But Zhong Qi had already led the group far away, completely ignoring them. Several people shouted from behind. Clearly, he was extremely angry. At this moment, as the group gradually walked away, Liang Jia immediately smiled. Captain, thanks to you. Otherwise we might have been humiliated this time. These people from Japan are truly despicable. Yes. Yun Xing nodded and said, if it weren't for the captain, we might have really fallen into their trap. Yun Xing looked like she was still shaken. Clearly, the people from Japan were not speaking on a whim or as part of a routine act of humiliation. Instead, they wanted to put the Dragon Kingdom in opposition to all other countries, incite other nations to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, it will be very difficult for the Chinese team to achieve good results. However, to their surprise, the Dragon Kingdom didn't respond at all. As long as they don't respond, all their words and preparations will be in vain. This response can only be described as brilliant. At this point, both Liang Jia and Yun Xing had more faith in Zhong Qi. At first, all they knew was that Zhong Qi was very strong and had great talent. Although I agreed to let him be the captain, I actually had some doubts about whether he could do the job well. But now, this diminished the initial skepticism. Putting everything else aside, seeing those professionals from Japan looking so frustrated was so satisfying. It was so awesome. And at this very moment, Zhong Qi and the other two waited on the side. Next, all you need to do is wait for the time to pass and then enter the new instance. Not long after, the instance is now open. Mei Chuan Naiku walked over specifically to Zhong Qi and said coldly, Dragon Kingdom people, I will make you regret your past actions. This national war. Zhong Qi simply waved his hand and said casually, Okay. Immediately, Mei Chuan felt as if he had swallowed a fly, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Zhong Qi's attitude showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. This makes any harsh words he utters seem like a clown. The more this happened, the angrier he became. We wanted to teach the Chinese a lesson, but now, there's simply no way. Soon, the secret realm will open. Yi Tingyun watched from the sidelines, quite satisfied with Zhong Qi's performance. This kid is quite composed. With him leading the team, there shouldn't be any problems. The gate to the secret realm has opened. Mei Chuan Naiku snorted coldly and went in first. Before leaving, he even made a throat-cutting gesture, The provocation was quite obvious. Zhong Qi didn't even glance at him. He looked at his three other teammates and said, "All right, let's go in too." Good. The four of them then entered this secret realm. As the scene before them blurred, it quickly changed, and then a large area of burning flames appeared everywhere. The flames were everywhere, and even the rocks around them had changed color from the heat. Lava was gushing out from the ground, and many rocks had turned charcoal black, resembling coal. "It's so hot." After entering, Yunqing couldn't help but fan herself twice with her palm. The temperature here is indeed very high, especially for shield warriors like Yunqing, whose equipment is thicker than that of other classes. Therefore, in such a high-temperature environment, the temperature he feels is higher than that of others. Of course, the equipment will be even warmer in low-temperature environments. It is indeed quite hot. Zhong Qi nodded, then looked around. The environment here is obviously quite harsh. Ahead, there is a long mountain path, at the end of which is hidden by rocks. Perhaps a monster is hiding behind the rocks. We need to be careful. Liang Jia noticed it too and gave a reminder. Zhong Qi nodded. Let's walk slowly, there's no need to rush. He knew that with the Sakura Kingdom present, the three of them were very anxious and eager to achieve good results in this dungeon as soon as possible, so that the Dragon Kingdom could rise in the rankings. At this time, what they didn't know was that their team's progress in the instance would also be turned into data and made visible to outsiders. Yi Tingyun was sitting outside, and next to him were the leaders of various countries. Among them, the leader of the Sakura Kingdom was Mei Chuan Nika's uncle, named Mei Chuanifu. Mei Chuanifu then said with a smile, "Our team from the Sakura Kingdom has already killed 5 monsters. Although it's not many, it's still among the top teams, unlike some other teams that have yet to kill any. Currently, there aren't many teams that haven't yet killed the monster. There are only 4, and Dragon Kingdom is one of them. In the past, Yi Tingyun would have been anxious by now. After all, falling behind in this one step means falling behind in every step. In situations like this, if someone takes the lead, it becomes quite difficult to catch up. But this time, he was well aware of Zhong Qi's strength, so he wasn't in a hurry at all this time. Even after Mei Chuani finished speaking, he still had a smile on his face. It seems that what Mei Chuanifu was talking about wasn't China at all. Yi Tingyun was very confident that even if Zhong Qi and his men didn't make it to the top, they wouldn't do too badly. After all, their strength is undeniable. However, what Yi Tingyun didn't know was that the strength of Zhong Qi that he knew was before Xiaoye evolved. But now, Xiaoye has already evolved. After evolving, Xiaoye's strength has increased significantly compared to before. Therefore, Yi Tingyun had no idea just how terrifying Zhong Qi's strength truly was. And at this very moment, it was located in a secret realm. Zhong Qi and his companions finally encountered the first wave of monsters. There are 2 in total. Fire Demon. Level, 45. Health, 110,000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Burning, Self-Destruction. A minor demon that isn't very powerful. It's quite weak. Compared to the dungeons Zhong Qi has been clearing these past few days, it's extremely weak. However, at this moment, Zhong Qi did not choose to make a move directly. He was not yet clear about the strength of his 2 teammates, so he planned to let them make the first move and see what happened. You guys make the first move, and Mu Han will assist you. Good. The 2 naturally had no objections. That means taking direct action. Yunqing shouted, immediately raised his shield, and charged ahead. All of the fire demon's attacks were blocked. With Yunqing blocking the way, virtually no attacks could get through. Furthermore, under the successive attacks of the 2 flame demons, Yunqing only lost a small amount of health, just 1/10. Li Muhan can heal that little bit of health back. Zhong Qi, standing behind, nodded. As expected of the top tank class in the country, its tankiness is indeed very strong. Zhong Qi estimated that even if there were 10 of these fiery demons, Yunqing could withstand them. While Yunqing withstood the damage, Liang Jia waved her staff. Fire Hell. With a delicate shout, a fire dragon flew out. The fire dragon immediately coiled around the feet of the 2 blazing fire demons, completely sealing them off. -1,203. -1,223. -1,236. With continuous damage, the 2 flame demons' health points kept decreasing. Zhong Qi nodded. That's fine. The monsters here are all fire attribute, the same as Liang Jia's class attribute, which will significantly reduce the damage dealt. Moreover, this skill is not absolutely offensive. It leans towards confinement. Immediately afterwards, Liang Jia waved her staff again, and a blazing tiger appeared instantly. Fire Tiger. Roar. After the flaming tiger appeared, it charged straight at the target. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and then the surrounding area trembled. Minus 7,236. Minus 7,356. The two fire demons were attacked simultaneously and suffered considerable damage. This time, Zhong Qi showed a surprised expression. This skill deals quite a bit of damage. These two truly deserve to be called the strongest mage and tank in the country. They are indeed very powerful. If we simply let those two fire demons take action, they could probably kill them within 3 minutes. This is a very good speed. After watching for a moment, Zhong Qi casually unleashed a dragon claw attack. His arms were instantly covered with a dense layer of scales. Instantly, the fingertips became incredibly sharp. Its arms suddenly grew longer, becoming an enormous dragon claw, which then reached directly at the two fire demons. Boom. A loud noise was heard. Minus 123,698. Minus 126,983. Yunqing and Liang Jia were still diligently killing the monsters when suddenly, a dragon claw appeared and instantly killed both monsters. This left the two of them completely stunned. I was stunned. This. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What was that just now? Yunqing couldn't help but ask a question. He remembered that Zhong Qi's profession was a Dragon Tamer. Li Muhan is a support class. Liang Jia is a fire-type mage. What was that skill just now? Who did it? Could it be that some mechanism was triggered, and these two monsters just died because of it? Yunqing touched her nose and murmured, "We're really lucky." Puff. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Qi and Li Muhan both laughed at the same time. This laugh left Yunqing and Liang Jia completely stunned. Even Liang Jia believed that the attack just now was likely due to the mechanism here. They triggered the mechanism. That's why those two blazing flames died instantly. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a mechanism at all. It was Zhong Qi who made the move. Li Muhan covered her mouth and explained. That wasn't some kind of mechanism. It was the captain who made the move. Team. Liang Jia paused for a moment, blinked twice, and seemed a little incredulous. After all, they knew that Zhong Qi's profession was a dragon tamer. They didn't even see the dragon pet, so how could it have been Zhong Qi who did it? Seeing that the two looked unconvinced, Zhong Qi simply smiled and didn't offer any further explanation. There's still plenty of time, many more monsters, and plenty of opportunities to explain. There's no need to rush. Moreover, it's very difficult to convince people simply by talking. It would be much easier to just take action directly. Zhong Qi was the first to walk up. Yunqing and Liang Jia exchanged glances, still somewhat skeptical, but followed Zhong Qi, wanting to see just how strong he really was. Not long afterward, the group reached the end of the mountain path. Then, at the end, there was an exceptionally large rock. There were more than a dozen monsters under that rock. Immediately, Yunqing and Liang Jia's expressions turned serious. Because it's not easy to raise more than 10. Moreover, national wars are extremely important, and mistakes are absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, they need to take it very seriously. Just as Yunqing raised his shield, preparing to step forward and take the damage, Zhong Qi patted him on the shoulder, shook his head, and said, "Need not." Oh. Yunqing was completely stunned. With so many monsters, if I don't have to carry them, how are we going to get through? He didn't quite understand. Liang Jia looked at Zhong Qi with the same incomprehension. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was quite familiar with the place and quietly stood behind Zhong Qi. Then, I fully buffed Zhong Qi. Xiaoyi. The next moment, before Yunqing and Liang Jia's shocked eyes, a 5-meter-long giant dragon roared out. Roar. With a roar, a terrifying dragon breath was unleashed. -2103695. -2169836. -2236589. Upon seeing the damage numbers, the two were instantly petrified. No, is this how you guys usually grind monsters? Is this so great? Chapter 54. A barbecue during the National War, relaxed and enjoyable. No, this is how you guys usually grind monsters. This is so awesome. More than 2 million damages. These dozen or so monsters didn't even last a breath before they were gone. Looking at this scene, Yunqing and Liang Jia were instantly petrified. Yunqing is a little better off. After all, he is a tank class and doesn't usually need to deal much damage. So at this moment, although it was incredibly shocking, at least we were able to process it a little faster. But Liang Jia is different. She is a true damage dealer, and in China, she is one of the top damage dealers. There are very few who can outdamage her. At this point, even though they have the same attributes, the damage is reduced. However, even under normal circumstances, his injuries would only amount to a little over 10,000. This is the strongest state. However now, Zhong Qi's move directly amounted to over 2 million. This is fucking. She bought it in one gulp, leaving not a trace. At this time, Liang Jia felt a deep sense of defeat. The main issue is that the gap is huge. Alright, we can continue now. Zhong Qi turned around and smiled as he spoke to the two of them. At this moment, the two were absolutely certain that it was Zhong Qi who had made the move. That's terrifying. Who can compare to this? They had been wondering how the Dragon Riders team could have been so fast, completely overwhelming other teams by more than double. Even when special situations arose in the secret realm, they were all resolved so easily by the Dragon Taming team. Now, they understood. No wonder that happened. That's a whopping 2 million damage. Which monster can withstand that? At the same time, upon realizing this, both of them began to breathe rapidly. Since Zhong Qi is so powerful then, this national war, isn't it? Outside, the leaderboard immediately started to change. The Dragon Kingdom team, which was originally ranked near the bottom, suddenly saw its number of monsters killed jump from 2 to 17. This dramatic change propelled China's ranking to 3rd place. This is unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's national wars. Even temporary ones have never happened. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Tingyun immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. Cool. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong about Zhong Qi. That kid is fucking awesome. Meanwhile, Mei Chuanyifu, seeing this, snorted coldly and said, what good luck. Looks like we found a monster horde. Or maybe the monster just happened to be low on health. We really hit the jackpot. However, this kind of luck can't last long. It's just a flash in the pan. In the end, this national war will be all about strength. True strength. Hearing Mei Chuanyi's words, Yi Tingyun remained smiling and did not reply. It was just to get him to speak. He smiled, but this only made Mei Chuanyi even more annoyed. He wanted nothing more than to point his finger at Yi Tingyun and hurl a few insults at him. But he quickly suppressed this idea. We still need to stay calm. And at this very moment, Yun Qing and Liang Jia have not yet recovered from the trauma of losing 2 million. Li Muhan followed silently. She knew that Zhong Qi's strength was not that great. After all, Zhong Qi still possesses several skills that can enhance pets. Even if it's available, it's useless. Even so, Xiaoya's damage already amounted to 2 million. I can't even imagine the damage that would be dealt if this were used. As the four continued walking forward. Finally, we encountered the first boss. A rhinoceros bathing in lava. However, this rhinoceros has 2 heads. Two-headed fire rhinoceros. Level 50. Rank Diamond. Health 860,000. Attack power 800. Skills Charge, Flame Stomp, Fire Horn Slam, Blazing Sky. Boss skill Rebirth. A level 50 diamond level boss. Yunqing glanced at it and was somewhat amazed. Players will undergo a second job advancement awakening at level 50, and bosses will also receive a buff after reaching level 50. It can be said that after reaching level 50, the strength of the boss will increase significantly. This two-headed fire rhinoceros can be said to have incredibly powerful attributes. He seems to be a tough opponent. Just as Yunqing had this thought, she saw a giant dragon spreading its wings in the sky and then suddenly swooping down. Boom! A divine dragon descends from the heavens. A tremendous roar resounded. The entire ground shook. Yunqing almost lost her footing. Then we saw smoke and dust rising everywhere. The two-headed fire rhinoceros that had been standing was slammed into the ground. He didn't even glance at the two-headed fire rhinoceros before he saw the white light of experience enter Zhong Qi's experience. Zhong Qi has leveled up. Yunqing. Liang Jia. Liang Jia couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Li Muhan, asking, did you upgrade in the same way before? Li Muhan nodded. Liang Jia said quietly, no wonder it was so fast. She thought of something else and said, then the other 2 people from before, their strength. She didn't finish her sentence because she suddenly realized that with Zhong Qi's strength, the strength of the other 2 people was no longer important. Because she and Yunqing are already number 1 in the country. Even so, we can only stand here and watch the show. Therefore, the other 2, even if they were just 2 pigs, were able to level up rapidly under Zhong Qi's leadership. This is fucking. That was awesome. More bosses will appear later, and it's clear that there's more than one boss. Liang Jia and Yunqing were at a loss, unsure whether they should stand there and watch the show or rush forward to share the burden. The main problem is that once they rushed up there, they really couldn't offer any real help. But if we don't go up, they'll just stand here, and it seems a bit awkward. Li Muhan sighed after seeing the two of them. I decided to help the two of them quickly integrate into the team atmosphere. Then, he took out a barbecue grill and meat skewers from his backpack and asked, "Who among you knows how to grill meat?" The two turned their heads and looked at Li Muhan in disbelief. Li Muhan looked helpless. She didn't want it to be like this either, but mainly, she really didn't need them. Immediately, Liang Jia spoke. "I can't. My grilled meat smells amazing." Yunqing also realized what was happening and said, I eat really fast." Li Muhan glanced at him immediately. No matter how fast he ate, could he compare to Xiaoyi? The three quickly got to work. Grilling meat during a national war had a unique flavor. Meanwhile, the other teams are fighting hard. They had no idea that there were teams that could be so relaxed during a national war. If they found out, they'd be furious. Chapter 55: The Disadvantages of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhong Qi's Terrifying Ideas. Neither Liang Jia nor Yunqing had expected that this national war would turn out like this. Originally, they had imagined that this national war would be extremely arduous. The four of them need to work very hard to maintain the Dragon Kingdom status. Furthermore, to achieve a better ranking, one needs to put in more effort. But now, reality has taught them that their ideals were simply too simplistic. Yunqing took a bite of the freshly grilled meat skewer, and her eyes immediately lit up. It smells good." He gave Liang Jia a thumbs up and exclaimed in praise. As expected of the strongest fire mage, his fire control skills are truly impressive. After being praised by Yunqing, Liang Jia didn't seem very happy. In fact, her face darkened. After all, being a combat-oriented class, yet here they're dedicated to grilling meat. It just sounds so awkward. Liang Jia naturally didn't want the praise at this time. But there was really no other way. Zhong Qi is too fierce. This resulted in the two top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom having nothing to do but barbecue meat to liven things up. Seeing Liang Jia's lack of interest, Li Muhan indicated that she understood perfectly. After all, at first, it took her quite a while to recover from immersing herself in the role. It would be strange for anyone to have a top genius, especially a combat-oriented one, grilling meat here. "Yo, the meat's cooked." A voice suddenly came. Turning around, I saw that it was Zhong Qi walking over. Zhong Qi smiled as he looked at the meat skewers in their hands. Yunqing was completely stunned. Puzzled, he asked, "The monsters haven't been completely eliminated yet, you?" He was trying to ask, "The monsters are still around, so why did you come here?" Zhong Qi smiled immediately and said, "You don't need me. Xiaoya can manage on her own. Besides, it won't be long. I'll come over first and taste it for it. How does the roast meat taste?" After saying that, he picked up a string of them. Not bad at all. This cooking is really good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat is so delicious. Seeing how relaxed Zhong Qi looked, they even came straight over. Liang Jia and Yunqing were once again stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen a summoner class fight like this. The pet beast was still fighting ahead, but it just ran away. "How will you handle your pet?" Yunqing turned around and glanced at Xiaoyi, just in time to see Xiaoyi kill all the remaining monsters with a single breath of dragon fire, and then fly over with a whoosh. "All right, we can handle it. It's very easy." Whoosh. Xiaoya flew over too. It was already drooling with envy at the sight of the roasted meat. Zhong Qi laughed twice and handed the meat skewers in his hand to Xiaoyi, who swallowed them directly. Xiaoya has grown much larger now, and so has her appetite. Therefore, this meat skewers are not enough to fill you up. However, Zhong Qi hadn't originally intended to just let Xiaoyi eat her fill and satisfy her craving. If Xiaoya is allowed to eat as much as she wants, the others will be exhausted. Meanwhile, external rankings. Japan leads with 31 monsters, followed by South Korea with 28. The Dragon Kingdom fell down to 6th place. However, it happened at this very moment. Suddenly, the number of the 20 monsters in the 6th Dragon Kingdom jumped to 67. And they jumped straight to 1st place. When China's ranking jumped directly to number 1, the resulting reaction was naturally enormous. What? How could things have changed so much? China has directly become number 1. How is this possible? In the previous national wars, the Chinese were always among the last few to finish. How come this time? Cheating. The Chinese must have cheated. The Chinese are cheating. The country, which is hostile to China, was immediately thrown into an uproar. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had performed poorly in the previous national wars, which meant that most of the resources were allocated to them. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom has stood up. They even crushed other countries at a very fast pace. This includes Japan, which was previously the most powerful, as well as South Korea. The main reason is that China's speed is just too fast. It's incredibly fast. With such overwhelming dominance, they surge straight to first place. This is something they find unacceptable. Of course, there were also some countries that had a good impression of China, and at this time they praised it. Wow, that's amazing. It seems the people from Dragon Kingdom who participated this time are true geniuses. After all this time, the Dragon Kingdom has finally been cultivated. That's amazing. They've already taken first place so quickly, and with such a huge advantage. Yes, with such a huge advantage, other countries will find it difficult to catch up. It seems that this time, the Dragon Kingdom really has a chance to be in the top 3. Amazing. They've been holding back a big surprise this time. Of course, as the original first and second place, they were surpassed by the look down upon China. Japan and South Korea were naturally quite displeased. Park Bo-byu from South Korea spoke in a cold voice. What incredible luck. They must have encountered a mechanic and had a stroke of good fortune to be able to kill so many monsters at once. Exactly. If it weren't for good luck, how could they have killed so many at once? That's right. Only a well-designed system can kill so many monsters at once. Good luck won't last forever. Once this mechanism is gone, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely reveal its true colors. Despicable Chinese. They are utterly shameful. With South Korea speaking out, many countries that supported them naturally echoed their sentiments. Mei Chuani also said coldly, Dragon Kingdom, don't be too happy yet. You just happened to run into the right opportunity. After a while, you will know how terrifying our Sakura Kingdom is. Hearing these harsh words, Yi Tingyun simply smiled and replied, Ah yes. He was too lazy to refute such remarks. Let's just do what Zhong Qi did and let the dog bark. In any case, the facts will always prove them wrong. At this moment, Yi Tingyun felt incredibly relieved. Zhong Xiaoji is awesome, absolutely awesome. With so many monsters dying, causing the Dragon Kingdom's ranking to rise so much, Yi Tingyun had already guessed that it must have been Zhong Qi who made the move. Besides Xiaoya, who else could possess such terrifying damage? Therefore, after the rankings suddenly changed and so many monsters were killed, Yi Tingyun understood. It must be Xiaoya. It was Zhong Qi who made the move. As long as Zhong Qi makes a move, this time it's definitely going to be a sure thing. The top 3 are a certainty. There's even a chance they could take first place. As for why it's not about securing first place, it's simply because we need to be humble. This national war can be considered the first step in the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Yi Tingyun was naturally very happy. This time, the choice of personnel was absolutely correct. And at this very moment, it is in the copy. The people from the Sakura Kingdom smiled as they looked at the large group of monsters in front of them. After all this time, it's finally done. All the monsters have been gathered together. Ha. Yes, this time we got this special item, the monster bomb, so first place is definitely ours. This time, for the national war, they specifically went to farm dungeons and obtained a special item. It deals special damage to monsters and will explode upon use. Then, blow up a large number of monsters. They have been gathering monsters using various methods. This time, everyone has finally gathered. There were at least 100 of them. Mei Chuan Naiku immediately burst into laughter. Ha. This time, first place is definitely ours, no surprises. Yes, this time we've gathered over 100 monsters. Who can compare to us? It's simply impossible. More than 100 monsters, ha. I bet those old men outside would be scared out of their wits if they saw this. They'll definitely be terrified. We're about to experience explosive growth. Ha. The 4 people from the Sakura country were naturally extremely excited. In their view, winning first place in this national war is already a sure thing. Apart from them, no one else has the strength to compete for first place. Not only were they able to get first place, but none of the remaining teams had the strength to compete with them. That's their source of confidence. Right now, after they were ready, Mei Chuan Naiku smiled. Then he said, In that case, let's begin. Immediately, a monster bomb appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the area where the monsters were most concentrated. Not only did he have one, but the other 3 people also had one. Furthermore, there isn't just one of these monster bombs. Instead, each person gets 3. Boom, boom, boom. After they threw the monster bombs, a series of explosions rang out. The sound of the explosion shook the surrounding area. This demonstrates the power of the bomb. Hundreds of monsters were instantly killed by the monster bomb, with most of them dying instantly. Even those that remained were all at 0 health. Meichuan Naiku and his group naturally harvested these low-health enemies at an extremely fast speed. Then, this is reflected in the external rankings. The second position of the Cherry Blossom country jumped up immediately, reaching 157. Such a jumping speed is even more terrifying. And this speed hasn't stopped yet. We're still going up. It wasn't long before the number reached 234. This left everyone stunned. Holy crap, how could it be so fast? The Japanese are too powerful. They killed more than 100 monsters in one go. That's incredible. This first place is definitely theirs. They've jumped over 200 in no time. Who can compete with them now? Perhaps there is hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Are you kidding me? Dragon Kingdom only managed to get to this level by relying on its own mechanisms. How do you expect Dragon Kingdom to catch up with more than 200 monsters at once? That's true. The Dragon Kingdom was only able to kill so many monsters because of its mechanics. Now that those mechanics are gone, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not be able to catch up. But it's still good. Even with the system in place, China's ranking is much higher than last time. How enviable. How come we haven't encountered a mechanism like this? That's right. Sigh, what bad luck the Dragon Kingdom has. After seeing their country's rapid rise to the top of the rankings, Mei Chuanifu then smiled. From this moment on, it's time to truly show our strength. Our Sakura nation will take first place, and no one will be able to surpass us. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Tingyun. Then he revealed a mocking expression. Some people, no matter what means they use, can never surpass us. That's fate. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun gradually narrowed his eyes. He was certain that Japan must have used some means. Because the location of this national war was chosen by the Sakura Kingdom. That's right. This national war is hosted by several countries in turns. This time, it's the turn of the Cherry Blossom country. The current rapid growth rate in Japan is already abnormal. That alone is enough to prove what they're hiding. Yi Tingyun fell into deep thought. Is he a powerful genius like Zhong Qi, or? They brought in some special props, which is why. But what exactly is it? At this moment, Yi Tingyun pondered deeply but could not find an answer. However, regardless of the circumstances, he still believed that Zhong Qi possessed considerable strength and could handle the situation. Right now, it is in the copy. After finishing the barbecue, Zhong Qi decided to lead the team to continue their journey. This is, after all, a national war, so we should still show some respect. Only, Zhong Qi frowned. If it were just like that, it would indeed be a bit slow. We also need to find the monsters little by little. So, if only we could gather together and kill the monster directly. Should we send someone to lure the monsters? Zhong Qi was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the other three. Li Muhan is definitely out of the question. As a support class, she's not even capable of luring monsters, let alone protecting herself if she gets chased by them. The same applies to Liang Kaiyi. Those who practice law-based professions are physically weak, and if something happens, they will naturally lose their lives. The only class capable of attracting monsters is Yun Qing, a tank class. However, relying solely on him is still too slow. So, in situations like these, special methods are needed. Zhong Qi was deep in thought, pondering what to do. As time went by, he finally came up with a solution. Since we can't lure the monster over, then, why don't we just destroy this whole place? Zhong Qi immediately looked at the three of them and said, "Let's go down the mountain." Oh. When Zhong Qi said this, the other three were all taken aback. Confused, he looked at Zhong Qi and asked, "Aren't we supposed to be participating in the national war? What will we do if we go down the mountain now?" "Yes, if we go down the mountain now, we'll fall far behind everyone else." Zhong Qi Dao, "I have another way. Do you believe me?" Li Muhan was the first to nod. Yun Qing and Liang Jiai, after a slight hesitation, also nodded. "Believe. Then, let's go down the mountain. Since we're going to destroy this place, then, we should go down the mountain first, otherwise we might hurt ourselves." Chapter 56 Zhong Qi's Madness. Number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, probably no one could have imagined the decisions made by the Dragon Kingdom. Zhong Qi's idea was a bit too crazy. In other words, he didn't tell anyone directly. Otherwise, even Li Muhan, who was familiar with Zhong Qi, would have thought that Zhong Qi must have gone crazy. The mountain they were on was several hundred meters high, the kind that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Who knows how many monsters lurk on this mountain? And what Zhong Qi wanted to do was actually destroy this mountain. If we destroy all the places where the monsters live, then they will naturally have nowhere to hide. In that case, naturally, This would allow you to kill all the monsters. This was Zhong Qi's idea, simple and straightforward. To avoid having to search for them one by one again. Zhong Qi naturally had this idea, and so he began to put it into practice. It didn't take long. After they descended the mountain, Liang Jia and Yunxing looked at Zhong Qi with confusion and asked, "Captain, what are we doing down here? Are there actually more monsters down the mountain?" "You'll find out soon enough." Zhong Qi's lips curled into a smile. "Xiaoyi," he shouted. Immediately, Xiaoya flew over. Then, Zhong Qi began to unleash his skills to fully restore Xiaoya's status. Li Muhan naturally understood this as well, and immediately reapplied the status skills to Xiaoya. Zhong Qi also used the skills on that legendary staff. In short, it's just one sentence. Max it out. Xiaoya, make your move. If they didn't hesitate and continued to stay, then obviously, the time would be dragged out for too long. At this time, as soon as Zhong Qi spoke, Xiaoyi spread her wings and flew into the sky. What is the captain trying to do? Yunxing looked puzzled, then turned to Li Muhan. Li Muhan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Then, Yunxing became even more puzzled. At that moment, Xiaoya flew directly into the sky at great speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, just as Yunxing was wondering, she instantly saw a dragon's breath descend from the sky, breaking through the clouds and landing on the entire mountain range. The dragon's breath was extremely large, blotting out the sky and covering the entire mountain peak almost instantly. Immediately, a strong wind blew, which intensified the fire. Soon, the entire mountain was engulfed in flames brought by the dragon's breath. Seeing this, Yunxing was completely stunned. If he still didn't understand what Zhong Qi was trying to do at this point, he would be a fool. Zhong Qi actually wanted to. The entire mountain peak will be destroyed. What a crazy idea. He looked at Zhong Qi in disbelief. Boom. Under that terrifying damage and the overwhelming flames, the mountain actually began to shatter. It actually works. And in the next instant, a white beam of experience light surged into Zhong Qi's body. My experience actually has increased. Boom. Another explosive sound rang out, and the entire mountain peak actually began to crack open from the middle. Then, countless rays of light began to flow into Zhong Qi's body. Before long, Zhong Qi was upgraded again. Holy crap, you can do that. Liang Jia was completely stunned by what she saw. She never expected that it could be done like this. That's terrifying. That's insane. Is this something Zhong Qi is capable of doing? Is this something a human could do? It's unbelievable that someone would think of destroying the entire mountain to kill all the monsters. OMG. Liang Jia's perception was overturned. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Meanwhile, it was outside. On the leaderboard, Yoshifumi Yamekawa was basking in pride and self-satisfaction at having Japan ranked first. Suddenly, it became apparent that the numbers following Dragon Kingdom were increasing at an extremely rapid pace. Like riding a rocket, it surpassed Japan in an instant. He even doubted his eyes. Then I rubbed my eyes, but even after opening them again, I still couldn't find anything. The same applies. China has actually surpassed Japan. 300. Someone else saw it too. He couldn't help but speak up. It actually reached 300. How terrifying. How did the Dragon Kingdom manage to do that? It seems that those who came from the Dragon Kingdom this time are all true geniuses. How could someone but a true genius do something like this? My God, this is truly astonishing. Is this the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom is about to take off. However, some people do not believe it. Impossible. This is impossible. How could the Dragon Kingdom be so fast? They must have used some kind of method. That must be it. If no special means were used, it would be impossible to do it so quickly. Despicable Dragon Kingdom. However, no matter what they say, the numbers behind Dragon Kingdom continue to grow. 300, 400, 500, 800, until the very end, 1,000. When the four numbers appeared after Dragon Kingdom, Yi Tingyun was completely stunned. His mind went blank for a short time, and he even stopped thinking. First, definitely number 1. 1,000, completely crushing other countries. It's even more than 5 times that of the second place Japan. Such outstanding results, such a terrifying number of monsters killed. Even the combined monster kills of all other countries couldn't surpass them. At this time, Yi Tingyun took a deep breath and reluctantly accepted the situation. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. This time, you made the right choice. Indeed, sending Zhong Qi to participate in the national war was the most correct choice. He didn't doubt anyone else. After all, Only Zhong Qi was the only one who could do this. Yi Tingyun had great faith in the others. They couldn't do it. Only Zhong Qi. It can only be Zhong Qi. Dragon Kingdom, we're going to be number one. Compared to Yi Tingyun's ecstatic joy, Mei Chuani from the Sakura country had an extremely ugly expression. Because the speed of China is just too fast. To him, the Japanese nation was utterly humiliated and crushed. This was absolutely unacceptable. He immediately shouted it out. Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom cheated. You must have brought something in, otherwise, it would be impossible to do this. You can't possibly be that strong. However, Yi Tingyun just looked at him coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 57. Did you also defeat the monsters from other countries? Click. Inside the secret realm, the mountain peak was split in half, and even from a distance, one could still see monsters falling into the crack. Then, it was burned to ashes by the flames that emerged from the crack. This scene truly resembles a natural disaster. It is not possible to create without the wrath of the gods. However, only a few people at the scene knew that this was not the wrath of a god at all. This is Dragon's breath. The terrifying dragon's breath scorched everything in its path, unleashing a raging inferno. Flames that burn the heavens. The mountain peaks were burned open and split open. As for the monsters on the peaks, they were caught in the flames. One by one, unable to withstand the heat, they fell into the crevices like dumplings being dropped into a pot. It eventually transformed into a beam of white light and surged into Zhong Qi's body. To the astonishment of the three, Zhong Qi leveled up. This isn't the first time. In a short time, Zhong Qi had already been promoted 2 levels. Of course, this is far less impactful than the scene before us, which resembles a natural disaster. Upon closer examination, such a rapid upgrade speed has an even stronger impact and lasting effect. Zhong Qi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the broken mountain peak, without saying a word. The 3 behind him turned bright red with embarrassment, and none of them dared to utter a single word. They were afraid of disturbing Zhong Qi at this moment and affecting the plan. The 3 of them didn't put in much effort. Zhong Qi acted alone and even benefited from it. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing, despite being of little use, still leveled up by gaining experience from the team. Of course, this is because they are already close to the next level and don't need much experience. But if they were to do this on their own, it would take a long time. It's definitely not that easy. Upgrading becomes increasingly difficult as you progress through the levels. Those like Zhong Qi, who level up faster the higher their rank, are the exceptions. At this time, on the mountain peak, many monsters let out painful howls. They couldn't withstand the flames. Roar. The roars were so continuous that even from a distance, one could hear their despair. There are even some bosses on the mountain peaks. He had already stood atop the mountain peak, at the very top, his gaze fixed on Xiaoya across the sky. Their eyes were filled with anger. Ah! A furious shout rang out. Immediately, a huge, strange bird appeared, spreading its wings in an instant, circling above the sea of fire, and then charging toward Xiaoya. Careful! Yun Qing called out subconsciously, but the next moment she saw, high in the sky, Xiaoyi suddenly turned around, her massive body spinning in unison, before a dragon tail lashed out fiercely. The giant, strange bird was struck directly by Xiaoya's dragon tail as soon as it approached. Immediately, bang! It struck him fiercely. The strange bird cried out in pain and was pulled back. It fell into the crevice and was quickly engulfed by the surrounding flames, burning to ashes. Glug! Seeing this, Yunqing couldn't help but swallow. Brutal. That's too brutal. That strange bird, he saw the message. It is a level 50 diamond level boss. Even if a team with exceptional talent and skill were to come, it would still take some time to succeed. However, now, under the lobster's influence, which was like a natural disaster, they died instantly. And a boss of the same rank as that strange bird. There are still quite a few. They were all standing on that mountain peak, trembling with fear. Xiaoya's tail strike just now had already extinguished their will to live. After all, they were high above, possessed the might of a dragon, and with an abyss behind them, there was no chance of survival. At this moment, all they can do is stand on that mountain peak and barely survive. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. And the next moment, roar. A beastly roar echoed. The voice was a mixture of anger and authority. Immediately after that roar, all the monsters standing on the mountain peak simultaneously stepped back, creating a passage. Then, in that passage, one could see a ferocious monster with a huge head and 3 horns walking out step by step. With each step the monster took, the surrounding bosses trembled. Clearly, it holds a very high position. After it appeared, Liang Jia glanced at it and immediately exclaimed in surprise. That's it. The others turned to look. Liang Jia explained. Monsters containing the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts usually only exist in the deep abyss dungeons where the aura of the hidden dragon abyss is profound. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, and extremely ferocious. My uncle once told me that if I encounter monsters with this kind of bloodline, I should run far away, the farther the better, and not fight them. These monsters, empowered by the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts, possess extremely terrifying damage and defense. Most importantly, its ancient ferocious beasts, at their most powerful, even dared to challenge the dragon race. No wonder the other monsters were all timid and hesitant when they saw Xiaoya. Even the strange bird only dared to rush towards Xiaoya when it was pushed to the limit. Even as they approached, they immediately showed signs of fear. And this ferocious creature dared to bark twice at Xiaoya. How dare you? But only adult ancient ferocious beasts dare to provoke the dragon race. And this is merely a creature with a trace of ancient ferocious beast blood. Xiaoya is also a king among the dragons. The two are worlds apart. They're not even in the same league. However, Zhong Qi glanced at it and realized that this ferocious creature actually had more than 3 million health points. Its attack power is also very high, reaching 1,700. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. They do indeed have some capital. However, at this time, Xiaoya was naturally not going to tolerate a monster daring to yell at her. Being able to burn down an entire mountain, Xiaoya's strength is naturally terrifying. After letting out 2 cries, the ferocious creature suddenly leaped onto the mountain peak. Bang! Instantly, the large area beneath its feet shattered, and several monsters that were struggling to stand fell down, turning into experience points. Seeing their companion die, the few that had escaped unscathed actually looked gloating. However, before they could gloat for long, they suddenly saw a dark shadow hurtling towards them at an even faster speed. It was that malevolent creature. It charged forward for only a moment before being slapped back by Xiaoya's dragon claw. And they returned faster and more fiercely. Those gloating bosses were directly knocked down by the figure and perished in the sea of fire. The ferocious creature steadied itself, its eyes gleaming with even greater ferocity. However, just as it was about to launch another attack on Xiaoya, suddenly, an enormous shockwave pierced right through it. Dragon God shakes the heavens. Its chest was split open, and blood flowed from the huge gash. The terrifying damage numbers are also evident. -2789632. With over 3 million health points, 2 attacks reduced it to almost nothing. And that's not all. Under the Dragon God's heaven-shaking strike, the ferocious creature was corroded by the abyssal aura and began to lose blood continuously. Soon, his health bar was completely depleted. Its eyes instantly lost their life. Then, with a loud crash, he fell to the ground and died completely. A white light flashed by, and Zhong Qi upgraded once again. Level 45. The further you progress, the more experience points you need to level up. For example, Zhong Qi needs tens of millions of experience points to level up. This would require a large number of monsters to sustain it. And it is quite obvious. At this point, there weren't enough monsters left here. The sea of fire created by the dragon's breath continues. But now, the most powerful and strongest boss is already dead. Right now, even after using up their monster bombs, the professionals in the Sakura Kingdom remained smug and self-satisfied. In their view, having killed hundreds of monsters at once, the Sakura Kingdom was in an absolutely invincible position. Who else but them could kill so many monsters at once? In the past, it would only take 70 or 80 monsters to be ranked first, but now they need hundreds. It completely broke all previous records. This made them very proud. They didn't even pay much attention to killing monsters later on. Yuma Kawachi laughed loudly and said, "This time, the Sakura Kingdom will undoubtedly be number 1. We will crush all other countries and once again dominate the national war. Ha ha ha. Besides our Japan, who else deserves to be number 1? No one. Naikakuin is right. Only we can do it. All those who want to compete with us for first place, they're all dead." Yuma Kawachi said, "We'll definitely be number 1. And as for number 2, that should be South Korea. And as for that dragon country." A cold glint appeared in his eyes. "They can only be ranked last. A bunch of laughable trash. They've been near the bottom in several national wars, yet they still dare to come and participate. It's truly laughable." Exactly. These people from the Dragon Kingdom are only here to embarrass themselves. Just clowns. The Dragon Kingdom is full of clowns. They probably haven't even killed 10 monsters yet. 10? You're overestimating them. This secret realm was one we found ourselves, and it's not easy to find. If they can kill 5 of them, they'll already be considered successful. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them burst into laughter. Their words were filled with disdain and ridicule for the Dragon Kingdom. Only, compared to their peace of mind. Mei Chuani, the person in charge of the Sakura Kingdom who was waiting outside, looked at the number of Dragon Kingdom's numbers on the leaderboard and his face became increasingly grim. In particular, Yi Tingyun's reaction. This made him even angrier. Yi Tingyun's disregard for him left him unable to vent his anger. In particular, with the current overwhelming dominance of the Dragon Kingdom, it's as if all other countries combined can't catch up with it. Yi Tingyun didn't even give an explanation. Is this a sign of disrespect towards Japan, the land of cherry blossoms? Do you look down on the last nation war champion? Immediately, Mei Chuani became extremely angry. Immediately, they rallied several other countries that were on the same side, preparing to launch an attack. I think there's something fishy about this national war. Yamekawa Yashitomi was the first to speak. The number of monsters killed by the Dragon Kingdom is carefully considered. This instance was chosen by my Sakura Kingdom, and its difficulty is considerable. The monsters in the secret realm are no more than this. The Dragon Kingdom has such a high number now. Could it be that they have killed all the monsters in the instance? He snorted coldly. Everyone should know that this is absolutely impossible. Therefore, there's only one truth, and that is, the Chinese cheated. Right now? As soon as Mei Chuanyifu spoke, Dragon Kingdom instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. Led by Japan, many countries whose interests have been affected have also turned their attention to this. This is terrifying. After all, this involves the allocation of resources. Many people lost money as a result. Some people didn't dare to speak up, but now that Mei Chuanyifu had spoken, their hearts were stirred. Yi Tingyun's heart also felt heavy. After all, there are still problems with so many people putting pressure on each other at the same time. He narrowed his eyes, but his face showed no fear, and he sneered. What? You found this instance? We've never touched it before and didn't know anything about it. If anyone's cheating, it should be your Japan. How come you're turning around and accusing us now that you can't win? I'd also like to ask, how did you manage to increase the number of monsters in your Sakura Kingdom so rapidly? Mei Chuani naturally didn't respond, but simply said coldly, This is our secret, we can't tell you. However, you Dragon Kingdom people are inherently weak, yet you have killed so many monsters. There must be something fishy going on. That's for sure. Yi Tingyun, if you don't give us an explanation today, then it seems this national war will have to be put on hold for now, so we can all see what your Dragon Kingdom is relying on. Yi Tingyun was so angry that his teeth itched. The number of monsters killed in the Sakura Kingdom has increased dramatically, which is something we cannot disclose, but coming here is considered cheating. This is pure double standards. How can this not make people angry? At this time, it is within the copy. The monsters on the mountain peak have been completely wiped out. Even the mountains are gone. Zhong Qi had reached level 45 and had more than half of his experience points left, so he could no longer gain any more. In response to this, Zhong Qi still felt somewhat disappointed. I thought I could level up to 50 this time. The result was still somewhat worse. It seems I need to go back to China and grind a few more nightmare-level dungeons to gain the experience I need. However, it's still quite a distance from the required difficulty. A nightmare-level dungeon probably won't be enough. Thinking about this gave Zhong Qi a bit of a headache. But, just then, Yun Qing suddenly exclaimed, Look, what is this? The group looked over and saw that after the mountain peak was completely destroyed, a gap had appeared. The gap appears to have burned out the partition within the instance. Zhong Qi was stunned for a moment. This seems to be an obstacle between us and other countries. In the instance, they proceed separately, and this separation is what constitutes the barrier. If they could break through these barriers, it would mean they could enter the copy worlds of other countries. Yun Qing and the other two immediately looked at Zhong Qi. A thoughtful look appeared in Zhong Qi's eyes. So, which country's alternate world lies within this gap? Let's go take a look. I was just worried about not having any monsters to grind. Chapter 58 The Tragic South Korea. We've encountered a natural disaster. At this time, in the instance world where South Korea is located, the group of people who came this time are also very strong. In the last national war, South Korea ranked third, and this time, their goal is naturally second. As for the number 1 spot, they would have a hard time competing with Japan. However, they believe that South Korea would eventually be number 1. As for the Dragon Kingdom, Their ancestors once ruled the Dragon Kingdom, so naturally they can suppress it as well. Certainly. They were even more convinced that the entire planet belonged to their South Korean empire. But now, South Korea may lie low for a while, but it will still reign supreme in the future. Damn it. This monster is terrifying. It's not that easy to kill. Why didn't this damn Japan choose some easier dungeons? They're just making things difficult for us. Yeah, that's right. Once we regain the glory of our ancestors, we'll rule the Dragon Kingdom first, then the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. While they were still immersed in their fantasies, they didn't notice at all that a gap had been opened on another part of the mountain. Then, four people walked out of the gap. Which country's copy world is this? Yunxing looked around and searched for a while, only to find that she couldn't see anyone. It seems the number of monsters hasn't decreased at all. Could it be that the area is empty and unclaimed? Yunxing said somewhat uncertainly. Liang Jia looked at it again, but wasn't quite sure either, and asked doubtfully. It seems so. It looks like the monsters haven't decreased at all. If a country were here, things wouldn't be like this, would they? Li Muhan frowned. She didn't quite agree with their ideas. Because it's very simple. There are many monsters on this mountain. Even if they cleared out all the monsters in the previous dungeon, they still didn't know exactly how many remained. If a normal team were to farm this, it would take a very long time to clear it all. How could it be like Zhong Qi, who simply cleared everything? That's absolutely impossible. Even if a team that has undergone second stage awakening came, they still couldn't do it. Ultimately, it's Zhong Qi who's terrifying. As a result, Yunxing and Liang Jia misjudged the situation. It's highly likely that teams from other countries are farming here. But, Li Muhan then thought. Anyway, no one else can be as fast as them. Since they're already here, why not lend a hand? Zhong Qi shared the same idea. The two of them were on the same page. It has to be said that Li Muhan's thoughts are becoming more and more in sync with Zhong Qi's. If Li Xuan knew this, he would definitely applaud and exclaim in admiration. What a perfect example of husband and wife working together harmoniously. Sister, this way you've already won over your husband. Zhong Qi's approach was naturally more decisive, as he had already begun preparing to take action. It's still the same old method. Xiaoya. Having learned from her first experience, Xiaoya was naturally quite adept at it the second time. Immediately, it took to the sky. Then he unleashed a powerful burst of dragon breath. After Zhong Qi was upgraded, Xiaoya was also upgraded along with him, and her attributes were also improved. It's much simpler, of course. Soon, a raging inferno engulfed everything. Even the sky above was stained crimson by the flames. The four South Koreans at the foot of the mountain immediately showed strange expressions. It's so hot. How can it be so hot? Really? What's going on? Is the instance about to close? That can't be right. We haven't been here long. Maybe we've attracted some kind of boss. That must be an extremely terrifying boss. We need to be careful. We probably can't beat this boss. We need to find a way to run away quickly. We have to run. Holy crap. Look, Park Bu-sung pointed to the mountain and instantly saw a huge swarm of flames surging and engulfing everything around, crashing in all directions like a tsunami. Run! He immediately shouted, abandoned his three teammates, and ran away as fast as he could. Even so, they were still a step too slow. The mountain peak suddenly cracked open with a loud bang, and the four of them almost fell into the crevice. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was only burned by the flames. The terrifying flames scorched their bodies, causing their equipment to crackle and spark. Their health was dropping rapidly, at an astonishing rate. Quick! Take it off. Take off your equipment. Finally, the four men removed their equipment and managed to extinguish the fire. But, the four of them were fine, but their equipment was completely burned. Park Bu-sung immediately cried out in despair, my top-tier equipment. It's gone just like that. A natural disaster. What kind of lousy dungeon did Japan find? There's even a natural disaster. Damn it, I've really lost out this time. He looked miserable, and the other three weren't much better off. Covered in dust and dirt, with his health bar almost empty, and all his equipment gone. At this point, even the slightest monster that appeared would be enough to kill them instantly. On the other side, Zhong Qi looked at the blazing flames and smiled with satisfaction. Since it's unclaimed land, there's no pressure to put it away. Before long, all the monsters were dead. Then, the upgraded light enveloped him once again. Another level up. I'm so happy. And, just then, they discovered another gap. In an instant, the four people's eyes lit up again. What does that mean? They can enter the next instance world once again. Can it be upgraded? Not only Zhong Qi thought this way, but the other three also thought this way. They've already tasted the sweetness of success. Now that a gap has appeared to enter other instance worlds, how can we tolerate this? Before Zhong Qi could even speak, Yunqing immediately said, Captain, shall we move on to the next world? Liang Jia and Li Muhan also looked expectant. Zhong Qi smiled and nodded, saying, Then let's go. After saying that, the four of them passed through the gap and entered the next world. And after they left, the four South Koreans, on the verge of tears, gazed at the sky. Heavens above, how could we be so unlucky? It hasn't been that long, and we've already encountered a natural disaster. But, before long, they also discovered the gap, and the four of them looked at each other in bewilderment. The atmosphere froze. Chapter 59, Wiping out the entire Sakura Kingdom. You absolutely must reach level 50. That felt great. After entering a new world instance, Yunqing couldn't help but speak up. That's incredibly awesome. After defeating the monsters in one dungeon, they turn around and enter another dungeon. The one we just entered, although it seemed to be unclaimed, what if that country wasn't strong enough, so we hadn't done much farming yet? That might not be impossible. Yunqing belatedly realized what was happening. Suddenly, a thrilling sense of theft arose within him. And this feeling intensified, becoming increasingly exciting. Most importantly, they've done this more than once. There was a second time. Even the third time, the fourth time. Yunqing didn't know what would happen to the other countries, but they must have had a great time. At this time, his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Zhong Qi. You have to admit it. Following a captain like this is truly a promising career path. Thinking back to my old team, I used to think that the captain was pretty good. But now, compared to Zhong Qi, he's nowhere near as good. The difference is too great. Of course, Liang Jia shared the same thought. The main reason is that following Zhong Qi is really great. This feeling of comfort was something I had never experienced before. She used to be the absolute main DPS, single-mindedly focused on how to deal more damage, and also on protecting herself from monster ambushes. The pressure must have been immense. In fact, the pressure is even greater when the team's composition is weaker. However, now, there's absolutely no need for that. After a short period of adjustment, she gradually adapted and even became enamored with the feeling. This feeling of gaining experience while standing still is just so awesome. Even more crucially, this is the point. Standing still and relying solely on Zhong Qi, she gained far more experience than if she had worked herself to death on her own. If you still want the old way of life, then you're just being foolish. So at this time, the two had already become Zhong Qi's loyal supporters. Iron Man. Li Muhan hadn't expected the two of them to change so quickly. I didn't even have time to react. Zhong Qi didn't care. He simply smiled at their reactions. Anyway, as long as the person is obedient, the lion's share will always be his. It's perfectly fine to offer someone a bowl of soup. They have entered the third instance world. I don't know which country it's from, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's still the same as always. After receiving Zhong Qi's instructions, Xiaoyi instantly flew into the sky, unleashing a burst of dragon breath that scorched the world around her. Immediately, the monsters melted, turning into white light of experience, which flowed into Zhong Qi's body. Before long, all the monsters in this world disappeared. Then, that is, you can move on to the next one as you wish. But, shortly after they left, four people walked in through the opening from the beginning. Park Busung looked around, somewhat bewildered, and asked, Where's this? They looked around, feeling a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. Then, it dawned on me. Here. It's another instance world. This is a copy world from another country. So before, what they encountered was not a natural disaster at all. Or was it caused by human intervention? Who is it? Who on earth is it? At that moment, the four of them were filled with immense anger. After all, they have now determined that what happened earlier was not caused by a natural disaster at all, but rather by someone stealing the monster. But which country actually possesses such power? They, South Korea, ranked third. So only the first two countries have that capability. And the most likely possibility is the land of cherry blossoms. In an instant, the four of them exchanged glances and knew the answer in their hearts. But at this time, Zhong Qi, along with his three teammates, had already entered the next world. After having a few experiences, I naturally became quite adept at this task. Even Yunqing and Liang Jia started working together with him. Their teamwork became increasingly seamless. At this time, Zhong Qi also reached level 47. As you progress through the levels, it becomes increasingly difficult to advance. Therefore, even after killing so many monsters, there is still a distance to go before reaching level 50. This is also why Zhong Qi was in such a hurry. He wants to level up to level 50 as soon as possible. However, there are still quite a few of these dungeon worlds left, and it's still possible to conquer them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, Zhong Qi is quite fast now. One world after another entered. This delighted Yunqing and the other two, as they had gained a lot of experience following Zhong Qi, where he ate the meat while they drank the soup. Of course, Yunqing and Liang Jia were previously at a much higher level than Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi was only level 41 before, but the other two were level 45. Zhong Qi is now level 47, and he's not even just reached level 47 yet. He already has most of the experience points, while they are only a little over level 46. Even so, they were extremely satisfied. After all, it was Zhong Qi who did the work. They were just watching from the sidelines and only cooperated with him a little. What more could one ask for? You can gain experience without putting in much effort. But after they entered this instance world, that is, they discovered a world that was different from the one they had seen before. The area is full of potholes, which suggests that some special method is used to farm monsters. In an instant, Yunqing narrowed her eyes. After looking at it for a moment, he concluded, someone is cheating. Since it's a national war, the use of these special items is naturally not allowed in the competition between several countries. Otherwise, the countries could just compete entirely with the items, and there would be no need to look at strength. And now, some countries are already using it secretly. So, its ranking on external leaderboards must be quite high. Yunqing suddenly thought. If it weren't for Zhong Qi, the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom would probably have been affected again because of this item. How awful. Which country could be so shameless? A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Liang Jia saw it, and also thought of this. The two searched together, and eventually discovered a clue. The land of cherry blossoms. They're from the land of cherry blossoms. Yunqing immediately said angrily. No wonder they were so arrogant before. They had prepared for this all along. How shameless. How despicable. Liang Jia also cursed. These people are shameless. Just because they chose this secret realm, they cheated by using these special items. They're utterly despicable. Both of them were furious. Zhong Qi smiled and, in turn, comforted them, saying, it's all right. No matter how many props they use, it's all the same result. They're not going to get first place anyway, so let them use them. Besides, they won't have any more to use soon. Upon hearing this, both Yunqing and Liang Jia showed joy on their faces. He nodded and said, the captain is right. These shameless people deserve to be taught a lesson. This time, China will definitely be ranked number 1. This is beyond doubt. They have already wiped out all the monsters in their instance world. Unless people in other countries are also able to do this. However, this is simply impossible. Moreover, there's no time to spare. Not only that, they have now arrived in the land of cherry blossoms and are about to take action to completely cut off any possibility of them being killed. Liang Jia snorted, and the corners of her mouth curled up. These shameless bastards, even if they cheat, they can't beat us, hee hee. Yunqing also laughed, and the two looked at each other and chuckled together. Seeing this, Zhong Qi couldn't help but laugh. He said, in that case, shall we give these people from the land of cherry blossoms a little surprise? Xiaoya. Ah. Xiaoya responded and flew into the sky. At this time. And so it is in this world. Mei Chuan was smug, and that smug look never faded. After all, in his view, their country's ranking was already secure. Since the beginning, we have killed 400 monsters. How can such a terrifying number be compared? Which other country can catch up? At this moment, Mei Chuaniku even wanted to shout, who else? That's where his confidence comes from. Even if they were to lie down and give up at this point. Just lie here and don't move at all, and you can easily get first place in this national war. Well, how lonely it is to be invincible. This was Mei Chuaniku's truest thought at that moment. But, at that very moment, they suddenly noticed that the sky was turning red, and then the temperature was rising. What's going on? What happened? Mei Chuaniku quickly noticed this and couldn't help but express his doubts. I don't know. It seems like something big is about to happen. The temperature is rising rapidly, and there are also a lot of monster roars. Could it be that the final boss is about to appear? It's better to come out. Mei Chuaniku immediately grinned, and then said, perfect timing. We still have some monster bombs on hand. Once the final monster appears, we'll throw them all out to blow up the boss. That way, we can get quite a bit of benefits. He has a good idea. Unfortunately, that's not the case at all. The temperature suddenly rose. Inside the mountain, the monster died swiftly, completely melted away. Even the final boss was killed long ago by Xiaoya's dragon breath. Xiaoya's level is currently 47. With the damage increased again, how can the boss withstand it? It's completely useless. However, they did manage to spot Xiaoya's figure. Immediately, Mei Chuan Nika shouted, "Quick, throw the monster bomb. That's the final boss, blow it up." With a loud shout from Mei Chuan Niku, they immediately threw all the monster bombs in their hands directly at Xiao Yi. This scene was naturally witnessed by Yun Qing. Yun Qing immediately looked at Zhong Qi and said worriedly, "Captain, that looks like the special item they have. Any special item they can hold must be incredibly powerful. Should we bring Xiaoya back? Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if she got hurt." This is his concern. After all, Japan has been preparing for so long. This thing must be quite powerful. If Xiaoya gets injured at this time, it will be troublesome. However, Zhong Qi shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it. Just as Yun Qing was about to speak, suddenly, as the monster bomb was thrown towards Xiaoya, Xiaoya spread her wings, and a fierce gust of wind blew her away. The wind was strong and swift, blowing the entire bunch of monster bombs back. "Oh no! Run! Holy crap! How did it come back? Baka!" The four of them panicked immediately. No one knew the power of this monster bomb better than they did. I had saved up quite a bit, and was planning to go all out, but in the end, a really big one came along. However, the big one was indeed for himself. Damn it! At this time, dozens of monster bombs came hurtling towards them, and the four of them scrambled to run backward. However, it was still a bit slow. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued, and smoke rose up, turning into a large mushroom cloud. Upon seeing this scene, Yun Qing couldn't help but be taken aback and said, "Wow, that's quite powerful. If you threw that into a horde of monsters, how many would it kill? What a pity. What a pity, they got to enjoy it all themselves, ha ha ha." Yun Qing burst into laughter. His voice was exceptionally cheerful. Xiaoya looked at the four people, her large dragon eyes filled with doubt. It wondered to itself, what exactly are these four ants doing? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the entire scene was finally revealed. Those four people, the four people from the Sakura country, were blown to smithereens by their own monster bombs. All four people are dead. In such a powerful explosion, they simply wouldn't have survived. Even the body was incomplete. This. Li Muhan glanced at it, and immediately looked at Zhong Qi. She felt that things had gotten a bit out of hand. All the participants died instantly. That means the four people from the Sakura kingdom were wiped out. Yun Qing and Liang Jia were also stunned. They also realized that things were getting serious. What should we do? A look of panic flashed in Liang Jia's eyes. However, Zhong Qi remained calm throughout. He merely glanced at it and said casually, "It has nothing to do with us. What do we do?" Oh. The group of people were taken aback. Immediately, Zhong Qi continued, "We've never seen them. We don't know if they're alive or dead. So why should we care?" In an instant, the three understood what Zhong Qi meant. I immediately felt relieved. Yes. In this instance, all countries are separated. The people of the Sakura kingdom were all wiped out. So what does that have to do with them? There's definitely nothing wrong. They panicked just now, which was wrong. Then, Zhong Qi led them into the next instance world. This time, he's determined to reach level 50. No one can stop them. Chapter 60 finally reached level 50 and framed South Korea. Right now, at this very moment. Outside, Yi Tingyun is currently being interrogated by Mei Chuani and others, but unexpectedly, there is another change on the ranking list at this time. Moreover, this unusual activity is quite significant. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. People turned to look, only to see that the second-place position in the Cherry Blossom country had suddenly changed. South Korea, which was originally ranked third, has now taken second place. Many people were stunned. What's going on? How come South Korea is in second place? And what about Japan? That's not right. The number of monsters killed in South Korea hasn't changed at all, so how come they're second now? Yes. How did Japan just disappear like that? Japan not only dropped out of second place, but it also dropped out of the rankings altogether. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Therefore, there are only two possibilities. First, there's a problem with this ranking list. Secondly, the four people from the Sakura kingdom are already dead. Is there something wrong with the leaderboard? That must be it. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom is ranked first. There must have been a problem with the rankings. That must be it. Otherwise, how could China be ranked number one? How could they possibly deserve it? Several people spoke up. However, only a few of them spoke up. Because the leaderboard won't have any problems. So, there's only the second possibility left. The 4 people from Japan have run into trouble. He's dead. How is that possible? In an instant, many people thought of this. Then he showed a shocked expression. This was a dungeon chosen by the Japanese nation themselves, and as a result, not only did their team fail to get first place, but all of their team members also died. At that moment, many people turned to look at Mei Chuanyifu. At this moment, Mei Chuanyi's face was terribly gloomy. For people from the land of cherry blossoms died. How could that be? This is a copy they carefully selected. Furthermore, the 4 of them also brought monster bombs. How could he die? The monsters can't kill them at all. Surely they couldn't have been killed by their own monster bombs, could they? Could someone be that stupid? Mei Chuanyifu didn't believe it. Even at this point, he had lost all interest in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing is more shocking than the deaths of 4 people from Japan. Immediately, Mei Chuanyifu then said, "No, something must have happened if this national war has been aborted. We must find out. We absolutely must find out." He actually wanted to unilaterally end the national war. If something happens to people from their own country, and these are the 4 top geniuses from Japan, what will happen if they return home? The responsibilities one needs to bear. Thinking of this, Mei Chuanyi broke out in a cold sweat. We must find out. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to commit seppuku. However, Mei Chuanyi wanted to stop, but Yi Tingyun suddenly sneered and said, "This instance was chosen by your Sakura kingdom yourself. Now, the national war hasn't even ended, and you want to unilaterally terminate it? What? Are you trying to say that your Sakura kingdom has poor judgment and that the instance you chose is problematic, or that the people you selected are problematic? How come out of so many countries, only your people got into trouble?" Yi Tingyun looked coldly at Mei Chuanyifu. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and then a possibility came to mind. Although the chances are slim, what if it is true? What if it really was Zhong Qi and his group who did it? Therefore, under no circumstances should we let them in to investigate. Otherwise, if he were exposed, he might not be able to bring Zhong Qi and the others back safely. This is absolutely impossible. Not only that, he also secretly sent a message back home, telling Zhang Li and others to come quickly. No matter what, we cannot let anything happen to Zhong Qi. That's for sure. However, at this point, Mei Chuanyifu had completely gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot. "You're going to stop me?" Yi Tingyun naturally wouldn't budge an inch, saying, "National wars don't just belong to your Sakura country. You think you can end it here? No way." Mei Chuanyi looked at Yi Tingyun for a long time, then suddenly said, "I knew from the start that there was something wrong with your Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that you were behind this incident? People of the Dragon Kingdom, it was you who killed our Sakura Kingdom's professional players. You will stop at nothing to get first place in the national war." He suddenly realized that since he couldn't handle the situation and couldn't take the blame, he should shift the blame onto someone else. And there was no better way to pin this blame on China than to shift it onto the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Mei Chuanyifu thought of many things. Then he said these words. Yi Tingyun sneered. "How dare you say such a thing? You chose the instance, you chose the people, and now that something has happened after entering, you want to blame it on us? How shameless." The two faced off. The atmosphere became tense and fraught with danger. Other countries, witnessing this scene, also began to have doubts. It's really strange that the 4 people from the Sakura country have run into trouble. What exactly happened? At this moment, the South Korean spoke up. "The national war will be over soon. So, should we wait a little longer? If something happens to people from Japan, then South Korea is undoubtedly the second. If this is confirmed and the matter is stopped now, South Korea's second-place position might not be secure." He naturally did not want it to end. Mei Chuanyi gave him a cold look. At this time, in the dungeon world, Zhong Qi led the 3 of them through many worlds, and finally, they reached level 49, not far from level 50. Once you've cleared all the monsters in a dungeon world, you can reach level 50. After returning home, you will be able to contract the second dragon egg. At this point, Zhong Qi was also somewhat excited. Filled with excitement, he entered the final instance world. Xiaoyi. As usual, Xiaoya killed all the monsters with her breath. Then, a beam of white light entered Zhong Qi's body, and Zhong Qi leveled up to level 50. It's perfect. He felt a surge of excitement. However, Zhong Qi was still quite cautious. Because each country enters from a different location and exits from a different location. At this point, if you were to leave from other areas, you might be suspected. He then led the 3 of them back quietly to the Dragon Kingdom's instance world, thus ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. What he didn't know was that after they went back, following the trail of Zhong Qi and his group, South Korea arrived at the location of the Sakura Kingdom. Then, they discovered a copy of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. And before they could explore much, the war suddenly stopped. Then, they were teleported out of the world of the Cherry Blossom country. As Mei Chuani looked at the exit of his Sakura country and the 4 South Korean professionals who came out, a murderous intent immediately surged in his eyes. Chapter 61: The Struggle Between South Korea and Osaka. At this point, the national war was completely over. Mei Chuani did not get his wish. His idea was to end the national war immediately and find out the truth about the deaths of Mei Chuani and others. Only in this way can he give an explanation to the high-ranking officials in China after returning home. And, more importantly, of these 4, Mei Chuan Naiku was his relative. The other 3 are also scions of prominent families in Sakura province. These 4 individuals come from families whose power and influence far surpasses that of Mei Chuan Fu. Even, the 4 of them are still the hope for the future of their respective families. Now, however, they have all perished here. There's no way Mei Chuan Fu would just let this go like that. He must find a way to discover the cause, and ideally, bring the real culprit back with him. However, when he resolved to end the war, unexpectedly, the resistance they encountered was exceptionally strong. Surprisingly, it wasn't the Dragon Kingdom that first objected. It is South Korea. This infuriated Yoshifumi Yamekawa. However, he didn't have any better solutions. He can't possibly fight against so many countries on his own. He's not that stupid. And within the instance world, with the end of the national war, teams from many countries left the instance world where their respective countries were located. To be honest, their biggest impression of this national war was in the later stages. Suddenly, heavenly fire descended upon the world. As if by divine retribution, all the monsters gradually died, and their deaths were swift. They didn't even see the final boss. All they saw was that the world was completely empty. This puzzled them greatly. But later I realized that this might be a unique feature of this instance world, so I stopped paying attention to it. Anyway, the national war is over. There's nothing they can do. But, however, there is one country that did not originate from the instance world where its own country is located. That's South Korea. They followed the trail and eventually arrived at the instance world where the Sakura Kingdom was located. Then, I realized something was amiss. However, before they could find out the truth, that is when they learned that the national war had ended. Next, everyone will be teleported out. With no other option, they had to give up the search. Then, I was teleported out of the instance world of the Sakura Kingdom. However, they were unaware that being teleported out of that instance world would take them to the instance exit of that country. So, when they discovered that they had 4 copies of the exit in the Sakura country, the 4 of them were stunned for a moment. Park Bu-sung was immediately stunned. What's going on? How did we end up in the land of cherry blossoms? The other 3 were also completely bewildered. However, just as they were bewildered, they suddenly saw Mei Chuan Fu with a murderous look on his face. What is he trying to do? Does he think we stole their monster from the Sakura Kingdom? Huh? Where are the people from Japan? Why haven't they come out yet? The 4 sensed something was wrong and looked back. As expected, there was no trace of the 4 from the Sakura country. The more crucial point is that not only was Mei Chuan watching them, but everyone from the rest of the country was watching them, including those from South Korea. What happened? Park Bu-sung looked puzzled. What's wrong? Hey. Mei Chuan Fu was so angry he laughed. You actually have the nerve to ask what happened? You don't dare admit what you did, and now you dare to play dumb after you get out. At this moment, his anger intensified. Looking at these 4 people, he couldn't wait to take action and kill them on the spot. If the South Koreans hadn't sensed something was wrong and rushed over immediately, Mei Chuan Fu might have actually taken action. Even so, Mei Chuan Fu was on the verge of rioting. The South Korean representative, named Kim Ki, immediately looked at Park Bu-sung and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you come from the land of cherry blossoms?" His eyes and brows also carried a heavy expression. Seeing Zhong Qi like this, how could they not know that something important had happened? His heart sank immediately, and he quickly said, "We were grinding monsters in the dungeon world when we suddenly noticed that the sky had changed, turning bright red, and the temperature had also risen sharply. Then, we initially thought it was a natural disaster, a phenomenon occurring within the instance world, but it turned out not to be. A dragon appeared in our instance world. That dragon was incredibly powerful. After a fierce battle, it still managed to escape." Park Bu-sung looked resentful. What a pity. If that last dragon hadn't used such an insidious trick to ambush us, we would have killed it already. Damn it. We almost became dragon slayers. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi immediately coughed twice. Others may not know, But doesn't he himself know the strength of these people, or the strength of the dragon clan? You encountered a dragon, and if it hadn't been for a sneak attack, you would have slain it? Isn't this pure nonsense? That's simply impossible. He could tell at a glance that he was bragging. Fortunately, everyone is well aware of the true nature of South Koreans. Therefore, many people showed strange expressions after hearing this. Especially Yi Tingyun. His expression was the strangest. Of course, the reason for his strange expression was different from that of others. Because he knew perfectly well that Zhong Qi was a dragon tamer, and his pet beasts were dragons. Given South Korea's boastful nature, only part of what they say is true. It's true that I encountered a terrifying dragon. In other words, Zhong Qi, that kid, secretly infiltrated the instance worlds of other countries, and then, did you go and farm someone else's monsters? Good lad, you've got some nerve. That's really something, to actually do something like that. Wrong. He suddenly realized something. Since that's the case. So, the 4 people who died in the land of cherry blossoms. Could it really be this kid who did it? He showed a hint of surprise. I think this is a huge deal. Fortunately, I had already called someone over. If things really come to light, there are still ways to deal with it. Yi Tingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I think I was incredibly wise. Zhong Qi is a real troublemaker. He never causes trouble, but when he does, it's never a small matter. Of course, Yi Tingyun's reaction was not noticeable in the crowd. After all, everyone's reaction is a bit off these days. He was perfectly concealed. Of course, the best thing about it now is, this matter was perfectly covered up by the 4 people from South Korea. These 4 scapegoats are really something. Yi Tingyun immediately felt much more comfortable. Then he immediately looked at Zhong Qi and the other 3, and glared at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi looked helpless. There's nothing we can do about it. But, to his surprise, someone actually took the blame for this. As expected of South Korea, the center of the world, the whole world belongs to South Korea, even the black pot, referring to the country's name. Of course, it wasn't just Zhong Qi who was surprised. Yin Qing and the others felt quite relieved to see that someone had taken the blame for them. Originally, there was considerable conflict between South Korea and Japan during the war. Normally, their relationship with the Dragon Kingdom is also quite poor. It's quite fitting that they're tearing each other apart over this now. I'm so happy. I never expected to see such a good show after I came out. The 4 of them watched the 4 South Koreans with great interest, wanting to see their reaction. However, Yi Tingyun, being prepared for any eventuality, brought the 4 of them back first. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Right now? After Jin Shi coughed, he immediately said, get to the point. At a time like this, no one will believe such boastful words. Park Bu-sung continued. Then, after the dragon escaped, we discovered the entrance to other dungeon worlds. Following that entrance, we arrived at the world where the Sakura Kingdom is located. However, before we could investigate anything, the national war ended. That's how it happened. After finishing speaking, Park looked around and asked, where are the people from Japan? Why haven't they come out? Did they leave first? These words enraged Mei Chuani, whose face was already dark. Excuses? All excuses. You don't think you can fool me with a few made-up stories, do you? This alternate world was found by our Sakura Kingdom. There are absolutely no dragons in this world. Even if you're going to make up an excuse, at least make it believable. The truth is, you killed people from our Sakura country, and you think you can just fool us. He was furious. These words stunned Park Bu-sung and the other 2. What? For people from the Sakura Kingdom are dead? How is that possible? Could they have been killed by that dragon? However, some people say, in that case, wouldn't South Korea be number 1? Bang. Mei Chuani suddenly vanished, seemingly about to make a move. However, the people of South Korea were naturally not going to let him succeed. They immediately stood in front of him. Mr. Mei Chuan, wait a minute. Something's fishy about this. We need to investigate further. Check it out yourself. Baka. Mei Chuani was so angry that she cursed loudly. The person is already dead, and the South Koreans came from their own country, Japan. The matter is already so clear, what else is there to investigate? Could it be that, as they say, a dragon went in? How did the dragon get in? Surely it couldn't have been someone who brought them in, right? That's a dragon. Dragon. The pinnacle of the monster hierarchy. Is it possible for a professional to control a dragon? Only a madman would think that. It is obvious that the deaths of the 4 Japanese people are absolutely related to South Korea. There's no need to investigate further. Just let me take these 4 people back and interrogate them thoroughly, and the truth will come out. Mr. Mei Chuan, I said that just now because I didn't want things to get too tense. Don't push your luck. Suddenly, The two were at each other's throats, locked in a fierce confrontation. Yi Tingyun, along with Zhong Qi and the others, watched with amusement. In this national war, the Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly number one. Zhong Qi glanced at the leaderboard. With several thousand monsters, they were already far ahead. The number of monsters they killed when they later entered other instance worlds was not counted. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for South Korea to take the blame alone. Even so, this scapegoat is about to fall apart. If we investigate this matter thoroughly, the truth will be easy to uncover. Right now, however, Mei Chuanyifu was blinded by rage. At the same time, the people of South Korea, of course, wouldn't let him succeed. If he takes this back, what he finds out won't just be about what happened in the instance. These know a great deal about many things in South Korea. That would be a huge loss. Therefore, no matter what, I will not agree. A battle seemed imminent. And now that the rankings for this national war have been determined, other countries naturally want to leave, but many others plan to stay and see what happens. Only, when the country wanted to leave, it was also stopped by Mei Chuanyifu. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Although South Korea was the most likely suspect, he did not rule out the possibility of other countries. Even if the suspicion is minor, it's not impossible. Of course, besides that, the Dragon Kingdom, which ranked first in this national war, is also highly suspicious. It is naturally impossible for Mei Chuanyifu to stop all countries by himself. This immediately aroused public outrage. But the people from the Sakura Kingdom arrived quickly, bringing with them more than 10 powerful third-tier divine professionals. In an instant, the situation was brought under control. Yi Tingyun's expression became much more serious. If we were exposed at this point, then something terrible is about to happen. Fortunately, it wasn't just the powerful figures from the Sakura country who came. There were also those from the beautiful country. Although only one representative from the United States attended, their power is sufficient to reconcile the two countries. They then took Park Bosong and the other three with them. Now, the pressure is on the Dragon Kingdom. Yun Qing's heart pounded fiercely, and she couldn't help but look at Yi Tingyun, asking, "Commander Yi, what should we do?" Yi Tingyun also had a terrible headache. Although I've already called for help, they haven't arrived yet, and I'm still feeling uncertain. Zhong Qi, on the other hand, remained quite calm. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Even if it really has nothing to do with South Korea, they're saying it was done by a dragon. Who among us has the ability to control a dragon? Isn't that a joke?" After he said this, the other four people all looked at him. Zhong Qi Dao, "I'm a mage, haven't you seen my skills?" Suddenly, all four of them were stunned. Yun Qing said quietly, "Awesome. From this perspective, it seems that it really has nothing to do with them. I just need to explain why I killed so many monsters. That's easy to say. At worst, we can blame it on the dragon. Just say you picked up a bunch of low-health enemies. If we put it this way, things become much simpler." Zhong Qi didn't care about this. All he wanted was to get back as soon as possible. Enter the Dragon Taming grounds again to contract the second dragon egg. Chapter 62, Re-entering the Dragon Raising Grounds. The second dragon egg contract. Not long after, people from various countries arrived. Therefore, it is unlikely that I will stay here for too long. Therefore, all the countries came together. Let's discuss two things. First, there's the matter of the Sakura country. The four people from the Sakura country must find out the truth of the matter. However, given that South Korea is the prime suspect, the four individuals will be interrogated in the presence of the United States. Secondly, there's the allocation of resources in nation wars. Dragon Kingdom won first place. However, this first place has been met with some objection from many countries. So, with the consensus of many countries, the claim that China is number one has been reinvestigated. China does not agree with this point. But it didn't work. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom performed poorly in several national wars. In recent years, although the number of third-tier divine positions has increased significantly, there are still some gaps. So, even though they expressed their disapproval this time, it was to no avail. However, Zhang Li and his men arrived just in time. Zhong Qi and the other three can return to China first. As for Yi Tingyun, that will have to wait until the final result is agreed upon. He wants to stay here forever. On the way back, Liang Jia couldn't help but say, "Why? Why is it that when they got first place, nothing happened and they could still receive the resource rewards as usual, while when we got first place, we were subjected to all sorts of difficulties? They even accused us of cheating and getting first place through unfair means. This dungeon was all selected by the Sakura National Selection. We had no idea about it beforehand, and they cheated. They were the ones who cheated, yet they turned around and slandered us. He was furious. The same applies to Yun Qing and Li Muhan. Only Zhong Qi and Zhang Li were able to remain calm. Zhang Li glanced at Zhong Qi in surprise, then said, "There's nothing we can do about it. That's the downside of being weak. Over the years, we've been dragged down by too many other things. But we won't be dragged down for long. We'll be able to resolve this soon. Once we're truly strong, things like today will never happen again." At this moment, all four of them were moved. That's real strength. If they had the strength, would things have turned out this way? If someone has real strength, how can they be slandered? However, Zhang Li still glanced at Zhong Qi one more time. He already knew the whole story and the true facts. He hadn't expected that. That kid Zhong Qi actually. This is such a big deal. That's really unexpected. He wiped out all the world monsters in all other countries' dungeons, burned the top-tier equipment of the four from South Korea, leaving them naked, and most importantly, he killed all four top geniuses from Japan. Here you go. At this point, Zhang Li couldn't help but praise Zhong Qi, exclaiming, "As expected of the person I had high hopes for." Zhong Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Ultimately, led by Zhang Li, the group returned to China. After returning to China, the team naturally disbanded. In fact, Yun Qing and Liang Jia wanted to invite Zhong Qi to level up again. However, Zhong Qi declined, citing important matters. Because he had something more important to do next. Even Li Muhan refused. Thud, thud, thud. Zhong Qi knocked on Zhang Li's office door. "Enter." Upon seeing Zhong Qi, Zhang Li couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you leveling up? What are you doing here?" Zhong Qi smiled and said mysteriously, "Minister, guess what level I'm at now?" Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. "You were level 41 when you left. Could you have been level 45 already?" "No, you killed so many monsters, you should be around level 48. Level 48. Almost there. I'll be at level 50 soon." Thinking about this, he also became somewhat excited. The second dragon egg. It will be resolved very soon. Shortly after Zhang Li finished speaking, Zhong Qi immediately turned off the hidden information. In this way, your level information can be displayed above your head. When Zhang Li saw the number 50 above Zhong Qi's head, he was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly realized what was happening. "You're already level 50? That was fast. Of course, otherwise what would I be doing here with the minister?" "Good lad." Zhang Li's tone suddenly became urgent. "Wait here, I'll go get some people right now. We're going to Dragon Taming land this afternoon." "No, immediately." However, after saying that, he immediately asked, "Do you want to prepare some more?" Zhong Qi shook his head. "No need. Let's deal with the second dragon egg as soon as possible." "That's fine too." Zhang Li nodded. Next, Zhang Li went to find someone. This second trip to the dragon-raising land naturally requires thorough preparation. No mistakes can be tolerated. Shortly after, Zhang Li returned and said to Zhong Qi, "Everything's ready, let's go." "Good." Then, the two headed to the dragon taming land. On the way, Zhong Qi felt somewhat emotional. "It hasn't been long since I successfully changed jobs. But it's already level 50. He originally planned to awaken first, and then go to the dragon taming land after the second job advancement. But this incident gave him a jolt. Therefore, Zhong Qi plans to first contract the second dragon egg, and then change his class. Soon, Zhang Li brought Zhong Qi to the dragon taming land. Ever since Zhong Qi made a contract with the first dragon egg, the dragon taming grounds have been completely sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter anymore. And now, what guards this place is none other than the Qiantang River. When Qiantang saw Zhong Qi, a smile immediately bloomed on his face, and he said, "Good lad, you're leveling up really fast. It hasn't been long, and you're already level 50. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young." Zhong Qi smiled and replied, "I worked really hard this time, and I haven't let Professor Qian and everyone else down." "Ha ha ha ha." Qiantang burst into laughter, patting Zhong Qi on the shoulder and saying, "You little rascal, I really love hearing what you say. I genuinely wanted you to join the Demon Suppression Army back then, but it's a pity now you look down on the Demon Suppression Army." Old Qian is right. The Demon Suppression Army is the strongest army in the Dragon Kingdom, the dream of every young person. Ha 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 ha. Qiantang burst into laughter again and said to Zhong Qi, "Stop arguing with me and go inside. So many people are waiting for you." Zhong Qi nodded and said nothing more. The most important thing now is the second dragon egg. Then, the dragon taming grounds opened, and Zhong Qi entered them without hesitation. It was at the very moment Zhong Qi entered. The area outside the dragon-raising grounds was heavily guarded. In the shadows, countless powerful third-level divine beings were protecting Zhong Qi. At this moment, He is the only hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Hope for takeoff. Chapter 63, The Second Dragon Egg, Contract Successful. What exactly happened? You'd better explain yourself clearly. Tell us the whole story, word for word. If you miss even the slightest detail, I'll make you wish you were dead. At this time, Park Busung looked at the beautiful third-year high school student who had been promoted to a clergyman in front of him and nodded. Road. Rest assured, we will not hide anything from you that we know. Let's start with what you noticed about the strange thing. Okay. Park Busung spoke up. The anomaly was discovered in our own instance world. At the time, we found a scene that resembled a natural disaster. We thought it was a problem with the instance world, that something unusual had happened, but that wasn't the case. No. Yes. All of this was actually caused by a dragon. A complete service? That dragon was very long, about 4 or 5 meters long, blotting out the sky. It was its breath that caused the strange occurrence in that instance world. Almost all the monsters in the instance world died under that dragon. The third-tier cleric from the beautiful country seemed to remember something, a playful glint in his eyes. I heard that you beat that dragon so badly that it had to run away with its tail between its legs and only managed to win by sneaking up on you. At this moment, Park Busung looked embarrassed. This is something you can brag about to others without any problem. However, those present are mostly third-tier divine professionals. In front of such powerful individuals, boasting is futile. It will be seen through at a glance. For example, right now, it's obvious that this is being used to reprimand him. Park Busung, naturally, wouldn't keep up the pretense any longer and immediately said, "Of course not. That was just me bragging to save face. In reality, that dragon burned all our equipment in one go, and then completely ignored us and left. It was only after that dragon left that we discovered the passage to another instance world." Is this where the dragon left? Yes. We followed it and entered the Sakura Kingdom's instance world. However, after entering the Sakura Kingdom's instance world, we found that it had also been attacked by that dragon. Mei Chuan Nei Ku Jun is nowhere to be found, which may be related to this. The third-tier clergyman from the beautiful country nodded. I didn't ask any further questions. Having asked this many questions, the matter is fairly clear. The next step, naturally, is not to ask any more questions, but to investigate whether what the 4 of them said is correct. Only in this way can we confirm who the murderer is. He then looked at Mei Chuani and said, "The rest is to investigate the dungeon again. However, since this matter concerns your Sakura country, you will lead the investigation this time." Mei Chuani immediately nodded and said, "Hi." Then, he couldn't wait to leave, leading his people into the instance world. He really wanted to know what had happened. Why did his 4 top geniuses from Japan suddenly die? This was a dungeon chosen by their own country, Sakura, and now, 4 of their own people have died inside. It's incredibly ironic. Roar. Within the Dragon Taming grounds, as Zhong Qi entered, he heard a series of roars, but these roars were not declarations of war, but rather carried a sense of respect. They seemed to be worshipping their king. Zhong Qi looked emotional. The last time he came here, he hadn't awakened his profession yet. He was very nervous when he came, not knowing if he could solve the problem of the dragon egg and successfully contract a dragon. Otherwise, one's career will not be fully realized. Then I would truly become a useless person. And now, as it turned out, he did it. It really is possible to contract a dragon egg, and it also solves a major problem for the Dragon Kingdom. This was something no one had anticipated. Zhong Qi accomplished what the Dragon Kingdom had been struggling with for so long, something that so many third-level divine officials had failed to achieve. It's quite a sad story. Zhong Qi kept walking and soon returned to the platform where the 2 dragon eggs were. It is still covered with various rare and precious feathers. Zhong Qi is now able to discern their information. However, these feathers are useless. They only slow down the dissipation of the aura of the hidden dragon abyss from the dragon egg. Then, Zhong Qi's gaze fell on the 2nd dragon egg. This dragon egg has a stronger aura than Xiaoya's. However, more importantly, the aura he exuded was something that Zhong Qi couldn't discern before due to his insufficient strength, but now he could detect some of it. This aura. That's really strange. Zhong Qi frowned. It was actually able to affect the space. This is enough to prove the power of this 2nd dragon egg. But what exactly are the abilities of the dragons in this story? Zhong Qi approached, and then information about the dragon egg appeared. 10 cursed spirit crystals are required to awaken it. Cursed spirit crystal? Immediately after this news came out, the system's voice also rang out. Ding! The host has completed the mission of suppressing the current ruler. Rewards are being calculated. Please wait. Zhong Qi suddenly remembered that the task should have been settled after the national war ended, but it had been delayed until now. However, it's not bad. Perhaps because I was still in a dangerous situation at the time, the system did not process the settlement, but now I am completely safe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 cursed spirit crystals. Damn it, this damn system. They really won't take their poop until it's absolutely necessary. They're only giving it to me now. What were you doing earlier? Of course, these are not the only rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained skill upgrade card 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mythical grade equipment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mythical level skill Dragon Taming. Hiss. Hearing about the rewards given by the system, Zhong Qi gasped. Although the reward came a little late, it was still incredibly good. This reward is absolutely amazing. The first reward can be ignored. The second one is the skill upgrade card. After using it, you can upgrade your skills. Of course, it's not a normal level up, but a direct upgrade to the maximum level. The third is mythical level equipment. This mythical level equipment is the highest tier equipment that Zhong Qi can currently access. As for the rest, it's only possible after you've completed 3 job advancements. The last one is a mythical skill. Such a skill can be considered the most precious. Mythical level skills, even in the current Dragon Kingdom, there are definitely no more than 10 of them. In fact, most of the powerful individuals who have reached the 3rd level of divine rank do not possess a single mythical level skill. This is enough to prove the power and value of this skill. However, Zhong Qi already possesses it. Mythical level equipment and skills, if word got out, even a 3rd-tier divine officer might be tempted to covet them. Dragon Heart. Rank. Mythical. Wearing requirements. Exclusively for Zhong Qi. Property. 3-dimensional attributes, plus 100%. The power of all dragon-type moves is increased by 300%. Dragon's Wise Heart. When using this skill, all skills will no longer require casting and their effects will be increased by 150%, while the power of pet skills will be increased by 100%. Dragon's Resolve. When this skill is used, the pet's skill power is increased by 500%. Dragon's Enlightenment. Increases experience gained by 100% when using this skill. Dragon's Fury. Sacrifices 50% of the user's life in exchange for a 200% increase in the pet's 3 attributes. After seeing the attributes of this mythical level equipment, Zhong Qi couldn't help but gasp. That's freaking awesome. This equipment. That's incredible. It was simply the strongest equipment he had ever seen. It truly lives up to its legendary status as equipment. These attributes are entirely befitting of this mythical rank. That's incredible. With just this one piece of equipment, Zhong Qi's attributes would be doubled after he put it on. No, more than double. He himself is twice as strong, but his pet, Xiao Yi, can be strengthened even more with this equipment. This is a leap in strength. Then, he looked at the mythical skill. Dragon Domain LV.1 constructs a dragon domain, increasing the effects of all dragon-type skills by 800%. There's nothing fancy about it, just simple numbers. Increases effectiveness by 800%. All skills. Oh shit. That skill is amazing. At this moment, Zhong Qilian's breathing became rapid. With these skills and mythical level equipment, it's clear how much Zhong Qi's strength will increase. Call. He let out a heavy breath, finally suppressing the shock in his heart. That's incredible. Compared to that, the skill upgrade card doesn't seem so good. However, this skill upgrade card can also be used on mythical level skills. However, because the skill is of mythical level, the effect is not that good. One card can only be upgraded once. After receiving his reward, Zhong Qi naturally didn't delay any longer. 10 cursed spirit crystals appeared in his hand. Then, it was placed on top of the second dragon egg. The 10 cursed spirit crystals vanished the moment they touched the dragon egg. Then, the second dragon egg began to glow. The light was extremely dazzling. As a result, the sky over this dragon-raising land changed color. In an instant, countless dark clouds gathered, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared. The monsters within the dragon taming grounds had long been lying prostrate on the ground, awaiting the birth of the king. At that moment, they were outside. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon was undoubtedly seen by the 3rd-level priest here. Zhang Li's expression immediately changed. This is bad. Once this phenomenon occurs, other countries will definitely discover it. We must quickly cover it up and minimize its impact. Must. In an instant, More than a dozen third-rank divine officials flew into the sky and began to cover up the strange phenomenon in the sky. This strange phenomenon was so terrifying that even with more than 10 third-level divine officials working together to cover it up, it was still somewhat difficult. Fortunately, it was managed to be contained within this area. Seeing this, Zhong Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What on earth did this kid do? Is this second dragon egg really that terrifying?" Zhou Bo, standing to the side, laughed. "These 3 dragon eggs have dragged down our entire dragon kingdom, and they were brought back by the strongest expert, Dongfang Shua. If they weren't terrifying, they wouldn't have been so difficult to deal with." Zhang Li Dao. "That's true, but this is far too terrifying. With so many of us, we almost couldn't conceal the strange phenomenon." Zhou Bo looked in the direction of the dragon-raising grounds, a deep envy in his eyes, and said, "After all, they are dragons. They are dragons, after all. Dragons." These 2 simple words represent terror and power. Zhang Li also sighed and said, "That kid is really enviable." They weren't the only ones who envied them. After experiencing that terrifying phenomenon, how could this group of third-level divine officials not know just how powerful the dragons that appeared this time would be? Fortunately, no matter what, the dragon race ultimately belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Since they belong to the Dragon Kingdom, then I'll be extremely happy. At this time, it was in the land where dragons were raised. Zhong Qi was also stunned by this strange phenomenon. I couldn't help but say, such a terrifying phenomenon, such a huge commotion, what kind of monster could have been born? Shortly after he finished speaking, a clear, crisp sound suddenly rang out. Snap! The sound was crisp and clear, immediately attracting Zhong Qi's attention. Zhong Qi stared intently at the dragon egg, his expression tense, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. Then, under Zhong Qi's watchful gaze, the dragon egg began to crack, starting from a single point, and quickly becoming faster and faster. Immediately, click! With another crisp sound, the eggshell shattered completely, revealing a small dragon horn. However, these dragon horns were not black like Xiaoya's before, they were gray. Furthermore, there are intricate patterns on the dragon's horns. Beside the patterns, there were also streaks of eerie gray aura. The moment the dragon egg broke, even the eggshell emitted that eerie aura. This aura startled Zhong Qi. He felt something was amiss. However, now that the eggshell has just broken, it's best to finalize the contract as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thinking about this, Zhong Qi then used his dragon taming technique on the dragon egg. Of course, to be precise, it was aimed at those small dragon horns. Max-level dragon taming technique. After Zhong Qi performed the technique, the max-level dragon taming technique was successfully released. His maxed-out dragon taming skill already has a 100% success rate, so there's no need to worry about failure. Ding! Congratulations, host. The contract has been successfully completed. Zhong Qi's face lit up with joy. The second dragon egg has also been solved. Also after Zhong Qi's contract was successful. Eek! Zhong Qi heard a soft sound, and when he looked up, he saw a tiny gray dragon looking at him through the eggshell. He covered most of his body with the eggshell, leaving only his 2 eyes and 2 small horns visible. She was actually spying on Zhong Qi, but after Zhong Qi discovered her, she immediately locked the door again. So cute. Seeing this, Zhong Qi was in a great mood. Chapter 64 The Source of Curses in the World, The Cursed Dragon. Mei Chuani has already entered this instance world. Moreover, it's the area where his cherry blossom country is located. He brought a large group of people with him, and these people were not just from Japan. He needed people from other countries to bear witness so that he could clear his name of his mistakes. At this moment, when he entered the instance world that Mei Chuan and the other 3 had entered, he immediately frowned. He was shocked to discover that there was an extremely strong aura of destruction here. The mountains in the previous instance have long been completely destroyed, and ruins are everywhere. This is something that cannot be caused by human power. After observing for a moment, Mei Chuani asserted. Therefore, it means that South Korea has been cleared of suspicion. Despite South Korea's decent performance in national wars in recent years, they simply lack the strength to survive, which is why they are in this state. This means that what they said is actually correct. A dragon really did appear, and everything here was caused by that dragon, including the 4 deceased people from the Sakura country. But then another question arises. Where did that dragon come from? How did it appear? These questions made Mei Chuani ponder. However, at that moment, something suddenly came to mind. He quickly looked at the ruins, and as he approached, he opened his eyes, revealing an expression that said, "I knew it." Here, there is a faint aura of the hidden dragon abyss. Hidden dragon abyss. Dragon clan. Dragon egg. He suddenly remembered that the Dragon Kingdom had 3 dragon eggs brought back from the hidden dragon abyss. If the 3 dragon eggs in the Dragon Kingdom have hatched. Although it's somewhat unlikely, it's the only explanation that makes sense. Dragon Kingdom. It really was you guys. Mei Chuani's face immediately contorted with rage. While, as the sound rang out, the little dragon seemed very shy after seeing Zhong Qi and hid back inside its eggshell. Zhong Qi couldn't help but smile. This little guy is quite interesting. Unlike Xiaoya before, she was incredibly tough, not only fearless, but even eating her own eggshells. Zhong Qi pondered that perhaps Xiao Yi, being a fellow dragon, would be closer to the little guy, so he summoned Xiao Yi from the dragon taming space as well. Roar! After emerging, Xiaoya shouted joyfully towards the sky. At Xiaoya's shout, the monsters in the dragon-raising land immediately prostrated themselves even lower. And, with Xiaoya's shout, the already frightened little dragon suddenly locked itself even tighter, and Zhong Qi could still hear faint whimpering sounds. Zhong Qi was immediately left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoya's shout actually scared the little guy into crying. Are you that timid? Left with no other option, Zhong Qi had to take Xiao Yi back. After that, the little guy felt a bit better. Then, seeing that Zhong Qi seemed to be harmless, he dared to come out and eat the eggshells one bite at a time. And while eating, it carefully protected the eggshell, as if it thought Zhong Qi would steal it. Zhong Qi felt even more helpless about this. However, he took the opportunity to check the little guy's attributes, and was immediately stunned. Cursed Dragon, the strongest cursed dragon in the world, possessing all the power of curses in its body. After seeing this, he immediately remembered what that strange aura from before had been. Curse. In other words, if this little guy dislikes something, even just a little bit, it can plunge him into all sorts of misfortunes and curse him. Hiss. How terrifying. Cursed Dragon. Level 1. Health, 1000. Magic, 2000. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 300. Skills, Curse Origin, Curse Domain, Dragon's Curse Kill, Dream Curse. The origin of the curse. As the source of all curses in the world, nothing unfortunate can get close to him. Once anything displeases him, misfortune will ensnare him. Cursed Domain. Within this domain, all enemy creatures will have their luck reduced by 500% and will suffer various misfortunes. Dragon's Curse. Designate a target and unleash terrifying damage using the power of dragons and curses. Dream Curse. Using the power of a curse, it traps the target in a dream world, where they will suffer cursed attacks and are unlikely to awaken. Looking at these 4 skills, Zhong Qi wanted to take a few steps back and stay away from the little guy. The very source of that curse is enough to frighten people. Anything that displeases this little guy will bring him bad luck? This is fucking. Isn't that a bit too domineering? Fine. I signed the contract relatively early, and I get along quite well with this little guy. Otherwise, if we wait until this little guy comes out before making a contract, and he holds a grudge, that would be terrible. Although the little guy is young and not high enough in level, his abilities are incredibly powerful. Xiaoya is already abnormal enough, but compared to this little guy, she's still quite a bit weaker. The main problem is that this little guy's skills are impossible to defend against. The remaining skills in the domain reduce luck by 500%, which is equivalent to nothing but bad luck. They will also suffer various misfortunes and attacks. As for the latter 2, Curse Kill is a purely offensive skill. However, the accompanying curse must be terrifying. The last one, it is a very powerful control skill. And it's highly unlikely they'll regain consciousness. Once this little guy's curse abilities improve, some monsters might not be able to wake up at all. Not only can they not regain their senses, but they are also constantly attacked by the power of the curse. Just thinking about this ability is terrifying. Before long, the little guy finished eating the eggshell. After looking at it for a moment, Zhong Qi spoke. How about I call you Ying? Since the little one likes to whimper, let's use that as a name. Eek! The little guy flew over timidly, landed on Zhong Qi's shoulder, then tilted its head and leaned closer. It even rubbed against Zhong Qi. It's obvious that she really likes Zhong Qi. Sob. Level 1. Health, 1000. Magic, 2000. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 300. Skills, Curse Origin, Curse Domain, Dragon's Curse Kill, Dream Curse. Ying's attribute emphasis is also very obvious. Her health is much lower than her magic power. It is clearly a pure magic dragon. It's completely different from Xiaoya's wild dragon. Come on, I'll take you to see the outside world. Zhong Qi smiled and said to Ying. Eek! The little guy's eyes lit up immediately. Clearly, he was very curious about the outside world. Then, Zhong Qi took the little guy and left. But before leaving, he took one last look at the last dragon egg. The dragon egg was a dazzling golden color, and Zhong Qi saw the information as he approached. Detailed information can only be viewed after the third job advancement. It seems that it must be after the third transformation that one can form a contract with this dragon egg. Chapter 65, even third-tier clerics are caught in the trap? Terrifying. Now that we've seen information about the third dragon egg, there's no rush. These 3 dragon eggs are something that needs to be dealt with sooner or later. 2 of them have already been resolved, which is a good thing. The third dragon egg needs to be upgraded to level 75 before a contract can be formed, so Zhong Qi naturally can't rush it. The most important thing now is to upgrade as soon as possible after we get out. The key is to level up your character. After reading the information about the third dragon egg, Zhong Qi took Ying out. Ying was quite scared and timid, so she couldn't be placed in the dragon taming space. Otherwise, if someone gets scared, who knows who might suffer. Zhong Qi wasn't sure whether Ying's curse would work on Xiaoyi. However, he didn't want to take that risk. If things get out of control, given the destructive power of the curse's origin, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be unleashed everywhere. Then I'll have to spend time and effort to coax her. There's no need for that. So, Zhong Qi simply carried Ying out. The little guy, nestled in Zhong Qi's arms, had big, curious eyes, looking around, left and right. Zhong Qi saw it and couldn't help but smile, but he didn't pay any more attention to it. Since the little guy wants to look around, let him look everywhere. Before long, Zhong Qi left with Ying. Then, Zhang Li and the others were waiting outside, their expressions quite anxious. Even though I know nothing bad will happen. However, this problem has been troubling the Dragon Kingdom for a long time, and it has remained unresolved for so long. However, a solution has finally been found. Furthermore, the first dragon egg has already been dealt with, and now it's the second one. This is naturally a good thing. That's why they're so anxious. If this problem is resolved sooner, then there will be nothing in the Dragon Kingdom that can restrain them. What awaits the Dragon Kingdom next is a true leap forward. But now, it was exactly the second dragon egg. The terrifying phenomenon they witnessed earlier required the intervention of more than 10 third-level divine officials to barely suppress it. This alone is enough to show just how terrifying a dragon must be inside this second dragon egg. Will Zhong Qi be able to successfully complete the contract? Could something unexpected happen? This moment, many of the questions arose in Zhang Li's mind. Even though he claimed to be the person who knew Zhong Qi best, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest at this moment. They were afraid something might go wrong. If Zhang Li is like this, then there's no need to say more about the others. More than a dozen third-tier divine servants were extremely nervous here. If this were discovered, it would be extremely shocking. However, that is the truth. They were all waiting for Zhong Qi to appear. Why has it been inside for so long, and there's still no movement? Zhoubo couldn't help but say. Zhang Li immediately said, "Look at your impatient temper. This kind of thing is naturally not that simple. Of course, we have to wait. Can't you even wait a little longer? You should learn from me. I remain unfazed even when Mount Tai is pressing down on me." Zhoubo gave him a disdainful look and said, "If you hadn't been walking around here so much that my eyes were getting blurry, I would have really believed you." Hearing this, Zhang Li immediately felt a little embarrassed. His subtle actions were actually discovered. They didn't have to wait long before Zhong Qi appeared. After Zhong Qi appeared, these dozen or so third-level divine officials immediately became restless. In a flash, they were in front of Zhong Qi. Resolve. Did you get the second dragon egg contract? Where is the dragon? Where is the dragon? It's not going to fail, is it? In an instant, more than 10 people started talking all at once. Zhong Qi didn't react much to this scene, but Ying was seeing it for the first time. She was timid to begin with, and now she was even more timid. In an instant, she shrank back into Zhong Qi's arms, shrinking so deeply that only her little bottom was exposed. Even the dragon tail on its little bottom was tucked in tightly, as if afraid of being seen. This scene was naturally discovered. The dozen or so third-level priests were immediately taken aback. This is the little guy? Was it this little guy who caused all the commotion earlier? No way, they caused such a commotion, yet they're so cowardly? At this moment, seeing the little guy locked in Zhong Qi's arms, more than 10 people were naturally shocked, feeling that the contrast was too great. The commotion this little guy caused earlier was so great that it took more than 10 of them working together to barely suppress it. As a result, this courage. It's so funny it makes you want to burst out laughing. Zhong Qi was also somewhat helpless. There's nothing I can do, that's just how timid I am. But he suddenly realized something. The whimpering sound is the source of the curse, anything that displeases it. Ying seems to be frightened now. Suddenly, Zhong Qi's expression changed, and he immediately addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, the situation seems to be turning bad. What's wrong? Everyone's expressions immediately changed, and they showed solemnity. What happened? Everyone here is a third-level divine official, and they all fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Naturally, they are not afraid of any danger. Therefore, at this moment, some people revealed their murderous intent. The moment that murderous aura was revealed, Zhong Qi knew it was all over. This is a huge mess. Before, we don't know if Ying was frightened, but now? They must have been terrified. Still a big shock. Really. Just after Zhong Qi finished thinking about this, one of the people who had previously shown murderous intent suddenly cried out in pain. His face showed pain as he said, "Why does my stomach suddenly hurt? No, the toilet. I need to go to the toilet." With a whoosh, he flew away swiftly. Even as it flew away, a loud poof sound could be heard. Immediately, someone burst into laughter. "Old Yang, you can't hold it in anymore, lest you poop in your pants." Unexpectedly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach as soon as he finished speaking. Then, it flew away just like before. There was another poof sound in the sky. Before anyone could laugh at him, several others did the same. Puff, puff, puff. Such voices rose and fell. Suddenly, 6 of the dozen or so third-level divine officials left. The rest looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't understand what happened. Zhang Li also looked at Zhong Qi, his face full of confusion, but then he seemed to realize something and asked, "You were just saying that this kind of thing would happen?" Zhong Qi nodded. Then he glanced at the little one in his arms and said helplessly, "I knew something was going to happen after you scared the little guy, and sure enough." Hiss. As soon as Zhong Qi spoke, the remaining people all gasped. However, after inhaling it, he suddenly spat it out. "Holy crap! What did Lao Yang and the others eat for lunch? It stinks like hell. It stinks." That was the reaction of all of them. Zhong Qi was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected this to happen. The power of a third-tier divine officer is naturally unaffected by this stench. The fact that it's taking effect now can only mean that it was Ying's doing. One of them, after realizing something was wrong, actually stood still, swaying his shoulders left and right, and did the Iron Mountain lean 2.5 times. Zhong Qi was surprised to find that they had this skill. They truly deserved to be a third-level divine official. At this point, everyone fell silent. She silently watched Zhong Qi, and also watched Ying in his arms. Zhang Li asked, "What kind of ability does this little guy have that's so incredible?" "They are third-level clergy. Most negative abilities won't have much effect on them. It would be very difficult for them to take effect. Moreover, even if it were effective, there shouldn't be such serious consequences. However, it is indeed in effect now. Furthermore, this little guy, despite being only born and at level 1, is already able to influence a third-tier divine officer. What a terrifying ability that is." At that moment, a light flashed in their eyes. Staring at Ying in Zhong Qi's arms, his eyes almost popped out. Zhong Qi said it again. "You guys need to tone it down, or you'll scare it again." Only after this did they finally restrain themselves. Zhang Li coughed lightly. "Good, very good. Since this little guy's abilities are so terrifying, there's a lot more room for him to shine in the future." At this moment, once they learned about Ying's abilities, they immediately had a lot of ideas. Zhang Li Dao. Is this all the little guy can do? After all, simply making someone ejaculate and perform actions is already quite perverted, but they wanted to know if there were anything even more perverted. Zhong Qi shook his head. "Of course not. What you suffered was unintentional on the part of the little guy. The little guy has the ability to bring misfortune to anything it dislikes. You were probably entangled by its escaping aura before. If the little guy activated it himself, the effect shouldn't be so weak." One sentence left everyone stunned. Then, holy crap! A sigh of emotion escaped his lips. The group looked at Ying in Zhong Qi's arms with surprise. Zhong Qi continued to explain. "This little guy can be said to be the source of all curses in the world. It can control all curse power." This statement is even more shocking. As expected of the dragon race. Even dragons shouldn't have such terrifying abilities, right? Yes. What is the origin of these 3 dragon eggs that Lord Dongfang Shuo brought back? Just 3 dragon eggs almost destroyed our country. You can imagine how terrifying they were. This is only the second one. After these words were spoken, everyone immediately realized what was going on. Yes, this is only the second one. The second ability is already so incredibly powerful. What about the third one? If the third one can also hatch, and the contract is successful, in an instant, everyone became excited. Zhong Qi knew what they were thinking, so he spoke up. The third one requires level 75 to be contracted. Good, good, good. Zhang Li said good 3 times in a row, which was enough to show how excited he was. At this time, the group of people calmed down. Ying seemed to feel that there was no threat outside, and only then did she dare to peek out and secretly watch them. Looking at the old men around, Ying was also a little curious. Then, look at the old men, and then at Zhong Qi. Finally, she nestled in Zhong Qi's arms and rubbed her head against him. Zhong Qi sensed it and gently patted Ying's head. Eek. Ying means feeling very comfortable. Alright, now that we've already made a contract with the second dragon egg, let's head back first. Otherwise, if we stay here any longer, something might happen. Good. The second dragon egg has already been contracted, and Zhong Qi feels that he should also find time to awaken it. After reaching level 50, you will be able to awaken your second job advancement. Then, the profession will change again, becoming stronger. He was curious about how much this awakening would change him and what powerful skills he would gain. And at this very moment, it was outside. Zhong Qi was unaware that the Sakura Kingdom had already set its sights on the Dragon Kingdom. Or rather, it can only be focused on the Dragon Kingdom. Under the guidance of the United States, it is no longer possible to have a conflict with South Korea. However, it is impossible for South Korea to extricate itself from this situation. After all, they came from Japan. Both morally and logically, compensation should be provided. Therefore, some resources were compensated to the Sakura country, and under the guidance of the beautiful country, the matter was dropped. Certainly, the main reason they were able to get through this was that Japan planned to take this opportunity to attack China. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has been developing rapidly, seizing many secret realms and professional resources. They intend to extract a hefty sum from the Dragon Kingdom in order to disrupt its development. And this time, this is the best opportunity. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has 3 dragon eggs, and a dragon has appeared in the dungeon. This is an excellent way to shift the blame onto China. As for whether it was actually done by the Dragon Kingdom, that's another matter. The first thing they did in order to deal with the Dragon Kingdom was to declare that the Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war was invalid. Because the Dragon Kingdom cheated maliciously, affecting the scores of all other countries, the Dragon Kingdom's score has been cancelled. The Dragon Kingdom's national war was won by the Sakura Kingdom, followed by the South Korean Kingdom, with the other countries taking turns in that order. The news quickly reached the Dragon Kingdom. After it was relayed back, it naturally caused a stir among countless people. Because this is simply unfair. Why? Our first place in the national war was cancelled. They were fine when they were first in the national war. Exactly. The dungeons were all selected by the Japanese government. We didn't know that beforehand. How could they cheat? Damn it. Slander. This is blatant slander. That damn Japan. They're resorting to such underhanded tactics because they can't beat us. How despicable. A bunch of scoundrels, despicable and shameless. The crowd was indignant. Countless people vented their anger. This news is more sensational than any other news. Zhang Li and the others gathered together again because of this news. Chapter 66. All third-tier divine officials mobilized. For Zhong Qi, it's obvious that things aren't that simple. Zhang Li looked at everyone and spoke first. Revoking our first-place finish in the national war should only be the first step. Their real goal is not that. Japan did this on purpose. This time, it was probably the United States that took the lead and joined forces with South Korea to set things up. The question now is, how do we deal with this next? Zhang Li was waiting for other people's opinions. This matter is naturally not so simple to make a choice about. It is essential to discuss this with everyone. After Zhang Li spoke, the others also fell into deep thought. This is clearly a hostile move. In particular, the Dragon Kingdom is currently in a period of rapid development, with all kinds of geniuses emerging one after another. Now is the time when time is most needed. If we just give these geniuses some more time to grow up, then the Dragon Kingdom will become even stronger. But the key point is that other countries don't want to give China time to develop. That's why this test came about. What should we do? For a moment, they all fell into deep thought. Should we forego this development time and go have a proper fight? At the very moment when public sentiment was running high, Zhong Qi didn't pay much attention to the commotion outside. He was thinking about how to achieve his second awakening. Do you wish to proceed with your second job advancement? If yes, a second job advancement quest will be issued. Yes. Zhong Qi didn't hesitate much. After all, he was already level 50 and had Ying. Now I have 2 dragon pets. Xiaoya and Ying are both extremely powerful. If you don't do the second job advancement now, what are you waiting for? Second job advancement quests are being distributed. Please wait. Since your Dragon Tamer is a prestigious mythic level class, the difficulty of the second job advancement quest has been increased. Please speedrun 5 nightmare level dungeons and achieve at least 1 perfect rating. This is the second job advancement quest. That's way too difficult. Is this exclusive to mythical level professions? Goodness. He remembered asking other people about their second job advancement quests, and they said it was just a matter of completing a few high-level dungeons. Why is the difficulty so much higher when it comes to my part? They really think highly of themselves. However, even with such a significant increase in difficulty, Zhong Qi was not afraid at all. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Since this task is so difficult, then let's get through it. He also looked forward to how much his strength would increase after completing the mission and awakening his second job advancement. Zhong Qi was still very much looking forward to it. Just as Zhong Qi finished reading the mission, he suddenly saw the news that the Dragon Kingdom's national war results had been cancelled. Zhong Qi's eyes narrowed immediately. This is absolutely outrageous. Their hard-won first place in the national war has been cancelled. The title of first place in the national war, which should have belonged to them, instead fell to the Japanese nation. Zhong Qi's eyes were filled with anger. Originally, he was still looking for a place for his awakening quest, but now it seems that going to the Sakura Country instance would be better. Clear all the Sakura Country dungeons? Moreover, this time we're not only going to wipe out their dungeon, but we're also going to show them what Ying's abilities are like. After having this idea, Zhong Qi went to find Zhong Li. At this moment, Zhong Li was naturally in a real bind. The Dragon Kingdom is currently in a rather awkward situation. If a conflict were to break out, it would require the Dragon Kingdom to sacrifice a crucial period of its development. But if we don't fight, this great humiliation is hard to swallow. Of course, it would be great if we could cause Japan a huge headache on a small scale. But who should be assigned this task? Ideally, one should be strong, but not too high in level. Otherwise, if the level is too high, it will have the opposite effect. Just as Zhong Li was having a headache, Zhong Qi came to see him. Is there something you need? Zhong Li looked at Zhong Qi and couldn't help but ask. There are some. Then Zhong Qi said, I haven't completed my second job awakening quest yet. This quest is a bit special. I just happened to see the news about Japan, so I thought I'd go there and give them a surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li was momentarily stunned. Then, looking at Zhong Qi, he was stunned for a full 3 breaths. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Oh yeah, how could I have forgotten about you? Zhong Li immediately had a number of plans in mind. We happen to have a tool to conceal your presence, which will prevent your identity from being exposed. Since you're interested, I'll give you some information later. By the way, what's your mission? First clear of 5 nightmare level dungeons, 1 perfect rating. 5. Zhong Li chuckled, revealing a sinister look. I'll give you 50. Then, Zhong Li left in a hurry. He returned shortly afterward. Holding a thick stack of documents in his hands, he said at the same time, This contains all the copies of Sakura's domestic data. Of course, these are the ones we can find. There are many more, but we won't mention the ones we can't find. There are many instances here, all of which are extremely important to Japan. And your goal lies in making your choice within this. Zhong Qi was immediately taken aback. He hadn't expected that Zhong Li would produce so much information so soon after he mentioned it. They even have props to conceal their presence? So, you've been plotting this for a long time, haven't you? In that instant, Zhong Qi felt as if he had stumbled into a den of thieves. Seeing Zhong Qi's expression, Zhong Li naturally understood what Zhong Qi was thinking and immediately smiled. You've already brought it up, so you can't back down now. Moreover, I can't wait to see what kind of situation will arise in Japan with that little guy's abilities. Go ahead, I'll send someone to cover for you. Later, every single one of those third-tier clergy will protect you. You just keep fighting in the back of Japan. I'll lure all their strongmen over here. Zhong Li had clearly been planning this for a long time. At this time, Zhong Qi could only nod and say, All right. Then, he obtained the prop to conceal his presence and a large document from Zhong Li. Then, it was time to return home. This time, due to the special circumstances, I didn't bring many teammates. After all, the fewer people the better. Too many people would make it easier to be exposed and less safe. Zhang Li took many measures to ensure Zhong Qi's safety. Almost all the third-level divine powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom were mobilized, looking like they were about to fight. However, only the two of them knew that there would be no actual fight. It was merely a cover for Zhong Qi's entry into the Sakura Kingdom. Under these circumstances, Zhong Qi secretly entered the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 67: Entering the Cherry Blossom Country Dungeon. Right now, after learning of the Dragon Kingdom's movements, the reactions from all sides were different. First, there is the Dragon Kingdom itself. Upon learning that so many powerful individuals at the third-tier divine level had mobilized, the professionals were naturally overjoyed. They were incredibly excited. They all said, "They're going to fight. They're finally going to fight. That damn Japan, I've hated them for ages. They deserve to be punished." That's right, it's clearly the #1 national war in our Dragon Kingdom. Why don't we get it? It's absolutely outrageous. These piece of trash can get first place, but we can't. Damn it. It's a pity I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely have taken action and gone to the front lines to show them the strength of the professionals from my Dragon Kingdom. Yes, if I were strong enough, I could definitely get there too. Of course, with the name Japan of Sakura, everyone wants to go. Let's beat those bastards to a pulp. In an instant, the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom were naturally excited and began to speak out. After learning about the actions of the third-level clergy of the Dragon Kingdom, Qing naturally offered his full support. The main reason is that Japan's previous actions were simply too infuriating. Previously, their Dragon Kingdom lacked strength, and its ranking in national wars remained low for several years. This has always been a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. These professionals only regret that they are not strong enough to contribute to the national war. And now, the Dragon Kingdom has finally won first place in the national war, such a good result. This naturally made them proud and incredibly excited. But they never expected that after winning first place in the national war, things would turn out differently. Not recognized. They rejected it outright. The Dragon Kingdom's national war first place is gone. How could they possibly tolerate this? More importantly, they also learned that even though it was the Sakura Kingdom that chose the instance, the Dragon Kingdom had no idea about it beforehand. This guy is clearly trying to cheat, but it's so hard to find a way to cheat. So, it's simply that Japan wants to renege on its promise. That's simply impossible. That's complete slander. They did this because they were afraid that their Dragon Kingdom would win first place in the national war. This made them extremely angry. They had been itching to take action for a while now. Now, the third-tier priests have been stirred up and clearly have the idea of taking action. I support them. We must give it our full support. This news also reached other countries. What? All the third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom have been mobilized. Damn Dragon Kingdom. Are they really preparing for war? As expected, the Dragon Kingdom harbors wolfish ambitions. I saw it coming a long time ago. They have ill intentions and have been wanting to make a move for a while now. Exactly. In this national war, the Dragon Kingdom must have used some underhanded means to get first place. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Kingdom have gotten first place? How despicable. Those damn Chinese, they've been plotting this for a long time. Of course, just as there are those who are hostile to China, there are also those who are optimistic about it. They clearly won first place in the Dragon Kingdom's national war, but they just refused to give it to them. How shameless. Yeah, this instance was chosen by Japan. They chose it, and the Chinese cheated without them even knowing. It's hilarious. If the people of China can cheat right under their noses, it just proves that the people of Japan are truly trash. Exactly. They can't even tell if someone is cheating. Now, without any evidence, they want to disqualify someone from first place in the national war. They're clearly just jealous. At this point, they're trying to use dirty tricks to forcibly take first place. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. There are all sorts of explanations. Now that they know that the Dragon Kingdom's third-level divine office has made a move, everyone is naturally waiting for further developments. I want to see how the Sakura National Assembly will respond. Upon learning of the Dragon Kingdom's response, Yoshifumi Yamekawa was naturally furious. You damn Dragon Kingdom. You've done such a thing. Yet you refuse to admit your mistake, and now you dare to make a move. However, the other third-level priests of Sakura country, upon learning of these events, did not show anger like Mei Chuanyifu. They frowned. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom is making such a big commotion already says something. It's very likely that the Dragon Kingdom has been plotting for a long time and wants to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. In any case, we cannot just sit here and wait to die. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has taken action, we must follow suit. Quickly contact South Korea and the United States. At this time, we must give China a head-on blow. If they dare to make a move, we must make sure they lose a few people. Quickly, get everyone moving. This time, let's see what the Chinese want to do. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire nation of Sakura was in motion. Before long, the third-tier priests within the Sakura Kingdom began heading towards the border. Just as Zhong Li thought, if they made any move, then Japan would definitely not just stay put. There will definitely be a response in return. Since they had already reached an agreement with both South Korea and the United States, they absolutely could not miss this good opportunity. They'll definitely want to take this opportunity to do something. That's for sure. Sure enough, after learning this news, South Korea, good. We finally got our chance. The Dragon Kingdom has finally fallen for our trap. We can use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Ha. So the Dragon Kingdom has finally made its move? Looks like they couldn't hold back any longer. Quickly, let's seize this opportunity and teach the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. The Dragon Kingdom people have finally fallen for our trick. If we could destroy the Dragon Kingdom, we would gain even more resources. When the people of South Korea learned of this news, their reaction was naturally one of joy. In any case, the Chinese people's primary target could never be them. It would definitely be the Japanese. In this way, they can take advantage of the situation and obtain a lot of resources. This way, they can obtain a lot of resources without having to take action. This is naturally what they like best. So at this point, it's practically no surprise that they will definitely participate. After learning about this, the United States also chose to step in and help Japan. They were the ones who got involved and decided to start this project. Since they are helping the Sakura Kingdom and causing harm to the Dragon Kingdom, they naturally cannot be ambiguous at this time. Otherwise, things could get complicated if something goes wrong. Only, they were all unaware that the reason Dragon Kingdom did this was because Zhong Qi wanted to take this opportunity to enter Sakura Kingdom and teach the Sakura Kingdom's professionals a lesson. That's why the Dragon Kingdom would do such a thing. As for wanting to fight, the Dragon Kingdom did not want to waste precious time fighting them at this point, something that was meaningless. However, they were unaware of these things. In fact, very few people in China know about it. To keep it a secret, Zhong Li didn't tell many people. It's not that I'm worried anyone will harm Zhong Qi, but the main problem is that once more people know about this, some loopholes will inevitably appear, and then others will find out. In that case, Zhong Qi would be in greater danger. So, in the end, the fewer people who know about it, the safer it is. Zhong Li was very clear about this. Right now, Zhong Li was on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, looking into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh, wondering where Zhong Qi was now. Hopefully nothing unexpected will happen. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi had already secretly arrived in the land of cherry blossoms. Since Zhong Li had prepared many things in advance, his entry into the territory of the Sakura Kingdom was also something he had prepared in advance. At this time, Zhong Li naturally didn't want any accidents to happen and would do his best to make arrangements for Zhong Qi. So, unsurprisingly, Zhong Qi arrived in the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. Minister Zhang's method is really effective. After Zhong Qi arrived safely, thanks to the props that concealed his presence, there were indeed no surprises. Furthermore, no one in Japan noticed him. In that case, we can begin. He recalled the information Zhong Li had given him. This document contains numerous copies of information about Japan. First, after reading it, Zhong Qi decided which instance he wanted to enter. One of these is the Orochi instance. This dungeon is said to be a relic left behind after the death of the Yamada no Orochi, the divine beast of the Sakura Kingdom. The importance of this site to Japan is self-evident. Of course, while it is of great importance, it is also an extremely difficult dungeon in Sakura Country. For decades, no one in Sakura Country has ever achieved a first clear of the nightmare difficulty of the Orochi dungeon. Therefore, Zhong Qi placed it as his first priority. It became my first choice. If he could achieve a first clear of this dungeon, it would be a huge blow to Japan. Having thought this through, Zhong Qi set his sights on the Orochi dungeon and headed towards it. The location of the Orochi instance is on the east side of the famous volcano in the Sakura Kingdom, and it's easy to find. Before long, Zhong Qi arrived outside the Orochi instance. There are already quite a few professionals from the Cherry Blossom country here. The Orochi dungeon does not require a team. Players can also enter solo. Zhong Qi definitely wouldn't team up, otherwise, it would be easy for him to be exposed. Moreover, when making his selections, he had already discarded all the dungeons that required a team. Therefore, this instance is extremely suitable for him at this time. Not long after Zhong Qi arrived, Someone actually wanted to team up with him. Zhong Qi was equipped with translation devices, so he was able to understand what they were saying. Hey, want to team up? The Orochi dungeon is really rare. Yeah, it's practically impossible to solo it. Nobody can solo the Orochi dungeon. Come join our team. If you team up with us, it's possible to clear the Orochi dungeon. Yes, our team is incredibly strong. However, when faced with invitations from several Japanese girls, Zhong Qi simply shook his head and declined. There is absolutely no way he would team up with someone from Japan, even if she's a girl with great looks and figure. Just after Zhong Qi left, several men from Japan couldn't help but snort. What the hell? He actually thinks he can solo the Orochi dungeon by himself? He must be dreaming. Exactly. How could anyone possibly solo the Orochi dungeon? Don't be delusional. What a greenhorn. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. He has no idea how powerful the Orochi dungeon is. Just look at how he failed. I reckon anyone who goes in like this will fail and come out pretty soon. Hey, don't say things like that, or you might not get out of here. Ha, that's actually quite possible. At this time, many people expressed their contempt for Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi naturally didn't just laugh it off. If this were in China, he wouldn't even bother with it. But we're in the land of cherry blossoms right now. Why be polite to them in the land of cherry blossoms? Ying peeked out from Zhong Qi's arms and glanced at them from afar. The next moment, the expressions of the people who had spoken earlier immediately changed. Ouch, my stomach hurts, I can't hold it in anymore. Immediately someone shouted. Oh dear, my stomach hurts too. Me too. No. Puff. Uffed. Uffed. Immediately, some people couldn't hold back any longer. Then a fart came out, and you should know that even a third-level divine officer couldn't stop it. At this moment, after the fart was released, something else appeared along with it. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. Then, a foul stench suddenly filled the air. Ah! Immediately, someone screamed. This place has now been turned into a large toilet. None of them could hold back anymore, and they all vented their anger here. Suddenly, all of these people became famous here. Zhong Qi was unaware of what happened next, because at that moment, he had already entered the instance. Nightmare level, Orochi dungeon. The screen flashed, and Zhong Qi entered it. The scene before him changed, and Zhong Qi saw a different view. The Orochi instance is the first instance he encounters after arriving in the Sakura Kingdom. At this time, upon entering this place, Zhong Qi immediately sensed its atmosphere. Then, the monsters here also look very strange. At the very least, what we see in China is not the same as what we see in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Zhong Qi didn't care about that. I planned to release Xiaoya directly and get her to work. However, at that moment, he looked at Ying and hesitated a little. Should he try Ying first? Chapter 68 Yamada no Orochi. I wonder if that kid Zhong Qi is safe now. At this moment, Zhongli couldn't help but say. He wasn't entirely sure whether his decision was right or wrong. But for now, this is the only way. This is currently the best solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used so many people to specifically cover for Zhong Qi. Even now, many third-tier clerics don't understand why Zhongli summoned them or what he wanted to do. I really thought a fight was going to break out. Zhongli didn't offer much explanation either. However, Yi Tingyun has now arrived. Upon hearing Zhong Li's words, Yi Tingyun was taken aback and then couldn't help but ask, Zhong Boy? Where did Zhong Boy go? Zhong Li was taken aback upon hearing Yi Tingyun's voice. He hadn't expected Yi Tingyun to arrive at this time. There was an awkward moment. Yi Tingyun pressed on, saying, Zhong Li, explain yourself clearly. What exactly did you ask us to come here for? Is it related to that kid Zhong? Zhong Li, feeling helpless, explained. It is indeed related to him. This time, Zhong Qi chose to go to the Sakura country on his own initiative to undergo the second awakening. What? Upon hearing this news, Yi Tingyun was furious. He pointed at Zhong Li and said, Haven't you been under any pressure lately? You've been too complacent. How could you let him do something so risky? Zhong Li felt utterly helpless and said, I tried to stop him, I didn't want to, but I just couldn't persuade this kid otherwise, so I had no choice. Yi Tingyun stared at him. Do you think I'm stupid? Even if Zhong Li is willing, can he go if you don't agree? Forehead. Zhong Li had no choice but to tell the truth. This time, we really have no other choice but to do what the Japanese have done. This is the only way to avoid a fight, save face, and still make the Japanese suffer some losses. I've discussed this with Zhong Qi, and coincidentally, he's planning to go to Japan for his second awakening. Yi Tingyun was still somewhat worried and said, Will this work? Zhong Li Dao. Elder Yi, You have no idea how incredibly powerful the second dragon egg that Zhong Qi contracted is. Yi Tingyun was taken aback. The second dragon egg has also been contracted? Yes. Yi Tingyun was not in the country before, so naturally she didn't know about this. Only after finding out did I feel a little relieved. But then he thought about it again and said, "That's not right. If Zhong has already made a contract with the second dragon egg, then we absolutely cannot let him go out. What if something happens to him? Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I have made full preparations." Well, Yi Tingyun sighed and said, "Forget it. We're already out. There's no point in saying this now. Since he's already gone, let's just do what we're supposed to do and try our best to cover for him." Old Yi is truly insightful. Zhongli gave a thumbs up. "Don't give me that crap. If anything happens to Zhong, I'll be the first one to come after you." Okay. Yi Tingyun left, and Zhongli sighed. He wasn't really confident at all. And at that very moment, cherry blossoms in Japan. Zhong Qi entered the Orochi instance. There are quite a few monsters here. Zhong Qi could just test Yingying's abilities. Wah! After Zhong Qi shouted, Yingying finally popped her head out and looked around curiously. When she saw the monsters all around, she was so frightened that she shrank back and hid. Zhong Qi had no choice but to offer words of comfort. "It's okay, Sob Sob. You try attacking them. They're weak, no match for you." After Zhong Qi comforted him for a while, he finally felt a little better. Then Yingying tried to activate her skill. Then, the four monsters in front of them swayed slightly, and then began to attack each other. They seemed to dislike each other, and then attack indiscriminately, without distinguishing friend from foe. Upon seeing this, Zhong Qi immediately felt that this ability was very strong. Even at such a low level, Yingying can directly influence level 50 monsters. However, this speed is still too slow. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Qi decided to summon Xiao Yi, but to avoid frightening Yingying, he still needed to comfort her and say something to her. "Wah, I'll call out your kin in a bit. Don't worry, it's your good friend and won't hurt you." It was like coaxing a child. It took quite a while before Yingying calmed down a bit. Then, Zhong Qi summoned Xiao Yi. "Xiaoya, come on." There's not so much pretense with Xiaoya. Xiao Yi understood Zhong Qi's meaning in an instant and immediately flew forward. Not far away, there were more than 30 monsters, with levels between 50 and 55. Xiao Yi ignored them and unleashed a burst of dragon breath, instantly causing a large number of damage numbers to appear. Zhong Qi glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. It actually caused over 6 million damage. So terrifying. This nightmare-level dungeon in the land of cherry blossoms is simply not enough. Then, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi continued to advance in this way. Not long after, they saw the boss. A large snake. But it's not Orochi, it's not the final boss. Without a word, Xiaoya finished him off with a single breath of dragon fire. Then, a passageway appeared in front of them. The passageway was very deep. Zhong Qi went down from the entrance and came to a place that looked like a snake's nest. Here it is. Zhong Qi looked around, and then suddenly felt an extremely surging murderous aura. Under that malevolent aura, rustling sounds immediately came from all directions. It made a rustling sound. Then, I saw pairs of bright green eyes appearing. They were snakes, one after another. Holy shit. Zhong Qi was startled. Damn, the sudden appearance of this thing was indeed a bit frightening. However, Zhong Qi simply unleashed a burst of dragon breath, which also resolved the issue directly. Then, they had reached the deepest part of the lair. Here lies a deep pool. In the deep pool, there was an extremely large snake. The snake was enormous, with extremely thick scales covering its body. More importantly, it has 8 heads and 8 tails. Yama no Orochi. Zhong Qi immediately narrowed his eyes. I realized that I had seen the final boss here, Yamada no Orochi. But what appears here is likely the lingering resentment of Yamada no Orochi. Even so, an extremely terrifying aura still appeared. Zhong Qi sensed it, but he wasn't afraid. The mere Yamada no Orochi is no match for Saya. Roar. At that moment, the Yamada no Orochi roared, and the entire area trembled. Yingying was startled, and then a huge rock on the nest suddenly fell and hit the head of the 8-headed serpent with a thud. It completely stunned me. Chapter 69. Congratulations to Zhong Qi of the Dragon Kingdom for clearing the Sakura Kingdom dungeon. Huh? It seems like someone entered the nightmare level Orochi dungeon earlier. What? The nightmare level Orochi dungeon? Really? No one has entered the Orochi dungeon in all these years. Seriously, not only did I enter the nightmare level Orochi dungeon, but more importantly, I did it all by myself. What? Has he gone mad? Or did he already have a death wish and deliberately go in there to die? This is absolutely suicidal. The Orochi dungeon is already difficult. Even the normal level Orochi dungeon is difficult to clear, let alone the nightmare level. Even the strongest team in our Sakura Kingdom doesn't have an easy time clearing the nightmare level Orochi dungeon. Now, someone is going in to solo it. Isn't that just courting death? He must be courting death. He's tired of living. Otherwise, how could he possibly enter the nightmare level Orochi dungeon? And all alone. These days, people actually go there to die? It's truly baffling. Forget it. Let someone get themselves killed. It's none of our business anyway. That makes sense. I wonder how long this person can hold out. Still trying to hold on? You'd probably die as soon as you went in. Right now? On the forums of Japan, many people expressed different opinions about this person entering the nightmare level Orochi dungeon. Of course, in the end, everyone's opinion is the same. I simply cannot believe that anyone can clear the nightmare level Orochi dungeon, especially solo. However, what they didn't know was, the person who entered the nightmare level Orochi dungeon was not only a solo player, but also not a member of the Sakura Kingdom. If they knew, their expressions would be priceless. And at this very moment, it is located on the border of the land of cherry blossoms. May 20 frowned. He said, "Something's not right. Something's not right with the Dragon Kingdom. Why are they so entangled in so many third-tier divine positions at the border, yet there's no next step? What exactly are they trying to do? Could they have some other scheme in mind?" Still planning. At this point, someone scoffed and said, "I think the Chinese are facing too much domestic criticism, so they have no choice but to send people out to try and spread some information at the border, and then just wait for the domestic criticism to subside. They don't have the guts to fight at all, they just stay outside. Just you wait and see, there's absolutely no chance of a fight." After hearing this, May 20 also thought that this might be true. But something still felt off. He always felt that the Dragon Kingdom had ulterior motives. But what are their intentions? I never would have imagined that. The Dragon Kingdom has lost its #1 spot in the national war, which is naturally a great disgrace. Why don't the people of the Dragon Kingdom even bother to fight back? May 20 was very puzzled. And the same. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom had no intention of taking action and was merely gathering its third-tier clergy at the border, the South Korean kingdom immediately voiced its opinion. What are they trying to do? What is the Dragon Kingdom trying to do? They've just assembled, but haven't taken any further action. What exactly are they trying to do? Could it be that they've seen through our plan and are taking precautions? It's hard to say. It's not impossible. China is the closest to South Korea, and if they plagiarize our culture, they will naturally learn our intelligence. That makes sense, you shameful Chinese. You're copying everything we South Koreans do. Once our South Korean empire regains its former glory, we will reclaim that homeland of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the people of America also learned of the movements of China. However, the response was rather lukewarm. This move is merely a strategic move to lay the groundwork for future developments. It would be best if the Dragon Kingdom could intervene, but if they couldn't, they wouldn't suffer any losses anyway, as the Dragon Kingdom's prestige would be significantly reduced. Either way, it's a good thing. Only, neither knows. At this time, a Chinese man had already entered the nightmare level Orochi dungeon. Furthermore, at this time, they had made it to the end of the nightmare level Orochi dungeon and even encountered the final boss of the nightmare level Orochi dungeon. This is something that countless people in Japan have not been able to achieve. For so many years, not even anyone from the Sakura country has entered this place or seen this final boss. Yamada no Orochi's regrets. The Orochi instance holds an inexplicable obsession for the Sakura Kingdom. Unfortunately, they simply couldn't do it. All of this is because the difficulty of the Orochi dungeon is just too high. As a result, so many of their teams failed here. They simply couldn't do anything about it. But this was no big deal for Zhong Qi. The monsters in front of the Orochi dungeon were all easily cleared by Xiaoya. After clearing out these monsters, Zhong Qi successfully leveled up to level 51. After receiving experience points, Ying leveled up quickly and soon reached level 25. After reaching level 25, Ying's attributes change very quickly. This is easy to see. However, Xiaoya's damage output is currently extremely high, so Zhong Qi has no intention of letting Ying take action. Unfortunately, there are no more divine pet evolution cards now, which is why Ying is still in her infancy. There's no way to evolve if you want to. Otherwise, if Ying could evolve, her strength and skills would undergo a complete transformation, a truly dramatic change. Even so, it's enough. Right now? Before them stood a gigantic Yamata no Orochi. It has 8 heads and 8 tails. The Yamata no Orochi's design is somewhat strange, but it looks quite ferocious. Upon seeing Saya, the Yamata no Orochi roared in anger. Roar. The roar was earth-shattering, which surprised Zhong Qi. Upon seeing Sayo, the Yamata no Orochi actually dared to roar, showing disrespect for Sayo. Xiaoyi, show him what you're capable of. As Zhong Qi finished speaking, roar. Xiaoya also roared angrily. With Xiaoya's bloodline and her current level, this roar was truly terrifying. The 8-headed serpent's previous ferocity was immediately suppressed. Then, his eyes glazed over. Clearly, he had been completely stunned by Xiaoya. Zhong Qi checked the information about the Yamata no Orochi and found that it had tens of millions of health points. Goodness, this is just a pity. The HP is actually over 10 million. That's pretty impressive. However, at that moment, the roar of the 8-headed serpent filled Ying with a lot of noise. Ying poked her head out from Zhong Qi's arms and whimpered twice at the 8-headed serpent. Then, his 8 heads actually began to attack each other. This scene completely stunned Zhong Qi. Is this even possible? In that instant, as if the other leaders were mortal enemies, they began attacking each other. Health points immediately began to drop, and the rate was not fast enough. Before long, they lost over 1 million health points. This scene is a testament to the terror of Ying. At this moment, Xiaoya, seeing this scene, naturally did not want to be left behind. Although Ying's abilities are terrifying in Xiaoya's eyes, Ying is just a newly hatched dragon egg. Compared to this old dragon, he is naturally far inferior. As a senior figure, he had to show this young dragon his power. Instantly, it flies into the sky and then suddenly lands. Boom! An immense roar erupted in an instant. Sayo plummeted from the sky, crashing down like Mount Tai, and landed directly on the remnant spirit of the Yamata no Orochi. In an instant, 5 million health points were lost. Furthermore, all 8 heads were instantly stunned. Immediately, Xiaoya followed up with a deadly dragon claw attack, causing another 4 million HP to drop. Poor Orochi, the final boss of the Orochi dungeon, was instantly killed by the combined efforts of Ying and Xiaoya before it could even make a move. Puff! With the lingering resentment of Yamata no Orochi dead, it naturally dropped a lot of items. Zhong Qi took a look and found that there were actually 2 legendary level equipment pieces. Perfect, these are the 2 items he was missing, so without further ado, he put them on. Apart from that, it was just some ordinary equipment. Zhong Qi simply put everything away, but there was one thing among them that surprised him. Orochi's scales. With this, you can summon the remnant spirit of Orochi for 5 minutes. One use. It turned out to be a summoning item. Summoning this thing and using it on the Sakura Kingdom would not only cause considerable damage, but could also clear one's name of suspicion. Nice one. Zhong Qi put it away. Then, the sound of clearing the dungeon echoed in my mind. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty Orochi dungeon. Do you wish to hide this information? Huh. They even have this thoughtful option? That is naturally. No hiding. Since we've come to the land of cherry blossoms, why are we still hiding information? This is ridiculous. We have to show the people of Japan just how strong our dragon country's professionals really are. Give them a little shock. Right now, outside, news of the nightmare level Orochi dungeon being cleared quickly spread. Then, it immediately caused a sensation in Japan. Holy crap, someone actually cleared it. The nightmare level Orochi dungeon. Incredible. This person is just too strong. How is this possible? He actually cleared the nightmare difficulty Orochi dungeon. Who is it? Which great deity do I want to worship? I want to worship this great deity. Wow, this is truly amazing. So incredible. At this moment, someone realized what was happening. Wait a minute. There are only a handful of people who have entered the nightmare level Orochi dungeon, and there's only been one person at this time. And he entered alone. Holy crap. What? Single player mode? That means I can solo the nightmare difficulty Orochi dungeon. Holy crap, that's insane. Soloing the nightmare difficulty Orochi dungeon, my goodness. Yama, this guy must be a genius. I'm going to find him and have his babies. At this moment, after learning that this was a solo clear of the nightmare difficulty Orochi dungeon, the entire Sakura Kingdom was in an uproar. Because this is just too powerful. At this very moment, Aoi Fuku, the person in charge of the Orochi instance area in Sakura country, learned of this news and immediately said, "This person is the future hope of our Sakura Kingdom. Several of our strongest young people have already sacrificed themselves in the national war. This is the future hope of our Sakura kingdom. Find him, nurture him. We must find him. However, just as he was speaking, suddenly, another message went viral. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. Achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. Achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. Achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Orochi Dungeon. The message was repeated 3 times in a row. The words echoed in the excited minds of every Japanese person living in this cherry blossom country. Then, the previous excitement came to an abrupt end. They seemed to be petrified after being glanced at by Medusa. No one spoke for a long time. After a long while, someone finally spoke. What? Did I hear that right? Who cleared the level? A Dragon Kingdom person. I think I heard that too. It can't be real. How could it be that someone from China cleared our nightmare level Orochi dungeon? It's fake. It must be fake. Is there something wrong with my ears? How could I hear such news? Baka. How could this be real? Damn Chinese. Soon, things became lively again. How could I possibly mishear such a message, especially one that was repeated 3 times in a row? They just can't believe it. That damn Chinese bastard. He actually sneaked into our Sakura country. Idiot. Find him and kill him. Kill this Chinese smuggler who stowed himself away in our Sakura country. Kill him. Kill him. May all the Chinese die. Soon. These professionals have gone completely mad. After all, this was a dungeon that no one in their Sakura kingdom had cleared in a long time, and it held great significance for them. That's the Orochi dungeon. This is a dungeon containing the lingering resentment of the Yamada no Orochi, a very important figure in the mythology of Japan. But now, it was this kind of dungeon that allowed a Chinese player to achieve the first clear. It was a nightmare level first clear. This is like a slap in the face to the people of Japan. It was smoking too loudly. After a moment of stunned silence, Aoi Sora's face contorted with rage. Baka! 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 He roared in his office and gave the order. Find this Chinese man and kill him. Kill him. At this moment, Zhong Qi naturally imagined how angry and annoyed these professionals from the Sakura kingdom would be. But he actually enjoyed it. Ha 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 ha. A Chinese man from China enters the land of cherry blossoms and clears one of their most difficult dungeons. It's the kind of thing that's particularly meaningful. The professionals in Japan should be furious. But this is just the beginning. He wants to do more than just that. And, at this time, he has one more thing to do. Destroy this place. Chapter 70 destroyed the Sakura country instance. Dragon people, those damn dragon people, how dare they enter our instance? He even went in alone, all by himself, into our nightmare level Orochi dungeon. This is contempt. This is contempt for us. Provocation. He's provoking our great Sakura empire. Baka. We must kill him. We absolutely cannot let him live. Everyone in Japan who heard the news went completely insane. They couldn't believe that someone from the Dragon Kingdom would be so bold as to sneak over and clear their nightmare-level dungeon. Even more importantly, this person even dared to not hide the information and report it directly. Let them know. If this person is not killed, it will be a great disgrace to the country of Sakura. What a disgrace. They had just announced that the Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war was problematic, obtained through cheating, and therefore not valid. But then, the Chinese cleared the nightmare-level Orochi dungeon, a dungeon they hadn't cleared in a long time. This was a resounding slap in the face to all the people of Japan. This is a blatant insult. How could they possibly tolerate this? Therefore, at this moment, all the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom here rioted, searching everywhere, wanting to kill Zhong Qi. However, what they didn't know was that Zhong Qi hadn't actually come out of the instance at this time. The reason it didn't come out is very simple. Because he hasn't finished what he needed to do yet. How could they leave so easily? This instance is of extraordinary significance to the kingdom of Sakura. The more challenging the scenario, the more pain the Sakura kingdom will feel when it is destroyed. So, Xiaoye, Zhong Qi called out. Xiaoye immediately understood Zhong Qi's thoughts. Zhong Qi and Xiaoye have done this kind of thing quite a lot. Previously, during the national war, the one-man dragon, in order to kill monsters, naturally did not choose a very ordinary method, but instead burned down the mountain peaks where the monsters were hidden in order to kill all the monsters directly. At this point, All that needs to be done is the same as before. Furthermore, after doing this, I believe the people of Japan will definitely show an even more interesting expression. Soon, Xiaoya flew into the sky. Then, he unleashed a breath of dragon's breath. The terrifying dragon breath descended instantly, first landing in the nest, and then gradually spreading to other areas. The flames began to burn, scorching every part of the area. Zhong Qi naturally brought Ying with him and found a safe place in advance. It will not be affected. Wow, that's fast. This nightmare-level Orochi dungeon began to burn instantly. The terror of the night dragon's breath lies not only in this, but also in the fact that this abyssal dragon's breath has a certain probability of exiling its target to the hidden dragon abyss. So, this Orochi instance disappeared very quickly. Once there's a gap, there's no more problem. Not long after, the Orochi instance began to disappear. Similarly, with Zhong Qi's help, Xiaoyi was amplified, causing the flames to gradually spread to other levels of dungeons. In the king-level Orochi dungeon, some teams noticed something was wrong. Strange. What's going on? Why is it so hot? Look over there. There's a huge fire, and the dungeon is starting to disappear. What's going on? This fire is so strong. It hurts so much. Run. Some of the slower Japanese professional athletes were burned to death by the flames. Gradually, even the king-level Orochi dungeon began to disappear. The fire spread again, reaching the warrior level. Damn it. What's going on? Baka. There's a problem with this instance. Get out of here. Get out of here. Adventure level. Run. Run out of here. Soon. All the professionals, regardless of level, rushed out and immediately exited the instance. But after they logged out, they were shocked to discover that this was a dungeon. I can't get in. Not only can't we enter, but even the appearance of the Orochi instance is gradually disappearing. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility occurred to them. Orochi dungeon. It's almost gone. It's going to disappear. How could this be? This is a copy that is extremely important to them. How could this happen? How could this be? Baka. What happened? Our instance disappeared. This is our instance. Our Orochi instance, belonging to our Sakura kingdom. Could it be, because that Chinese player cleared the game, which is why the instance disappeared? When someone said this, many people from Japan immediately changed their expressions. How is that possible? How could the people of the Dragon Kingdom possibly do that? There must be something wrong with the dungeon. It should be able to open again in a while. They simply cannot accept that, because of the Dragon Kingdom people, their Oyagi dungeon in the Sakura Kingdom is gone. However, what they cannot accept is the truth. Then, they made a discovery. Normal, adventure, warrior, king, nightmare. I can't enter any of the 5 levels of the Orochi dungeon. All gone. Only at this moment did they believe that the Orochi instance had truly disappeared completely and was not merely temporarily closed. The only possible reason for this scene is that Chinese man. Damn Chinese. Baka, find that Chinese man quickly and kill him. You must kill him. He must not be allowed to live any longer. This moment, the professionals in Japan are going all out. Countless professionals stopped grinding dungeons and instead formed teams to hunt down Zhong Qi. They searched everywhere like mad dogs, searching relentlessly. Anyone found suspicious would be arrested and interrogated. However, even so, still, no trace of Zhong Qi could be found. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi was secretly watching the actions of the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom, and he was naturally very pleased. The title of first place in the national war, which originally belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, was forcibly taken away by the Sakura Kingdom, which naturally made him very unhappy. And at this moment, in return, he destroyed a copy of the Sakura Kingdom. But that's certainly not enough. How could simply destroying one instance be enough? This time, his awakening requires him to clear 5 nightmare-level dungeons for the first time. For more. And, at that moment, Zhong Qi had the scales of the 8-headed serpent in his hand. Since the professionals in Japan are so fond of Orochi, then, let them see what the Yamada no Orochi is like. Zhong Qi crushed the scales. Roar. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the area. Chapter 71 The Cherry Blossom Country has gone mad. What exactly is this kid trying to do? Zhongli couldn't help but frown. They naturally have sources of information about the Sakura Kingdom, and they are now closely monitoring news from there, afraid that they might miss any news about Zhong Qi. In this way, if something serious happens, they can immediately take action to deal with Zhong Qi and prevent him from getting into trouble. This was something Zhongli had thought of beforehand. Zhongli would never allow anything to happen to Zhong Qi. That's why Zhongli made so many preparations. Otherwise, How could he explain it to the others? What if something really happened to Zhong Qi? Zhong Li is the #1 culprit. Moreover, Zhong Qi's importance is self-evident. Zhong Li was well aware of this. However, if there weren't really no better solutions, Zhong Li wouldn't have wanted Zhong Qi to take action this time. Not to mention, Zhong Qi was very willing to do this. Under such circumstances, this kid still dared to go to Japan to farm dungeons. I have to say, he's incredibly bold. That's how it is. Taking these considerations into account, Zhong Li agreed to Zhong Qi's request and allowed him to travel to the land of cherry blossoms. Even so, he still made many preparations to ensure Zhong Qi's safety. They brought all the third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom here, and they also did many other things. However, Zhong Li did all this to cover up the news of Zhong Qi's entry into the Sakura Kingdom, and to ensure Zhong Qi's safety and prevent him from revealing his identity. But he never expected that Zhong Qi would actually expose his identity. What is this supposed to do? How did my identity get exposed out of nowhere? Although what Zhong Qi did was very good and very satisfying. They completely destroyed the Orochi dungeon in the Sakura Kingdom and still managed to get the first clear of this nightmare-level Orochi dungeon. But this is a dungeon that the Chinese people just happened to be the first to clear. That's fucking bad. If this gets back to China, I wonder how furious the people there will be. It was absolutely exhilarating. But also brought with it was the news that Zhong Qi had entered the Sakura Kingdom, which had already been exposed. So, it's quite obvious. The news that Zhong Qi had entered the Sakura country had spread, and so had the secret he had been trying to keep hidden. The first to know this news were the third-tier priests of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, they all came in droves. Yi Tingyuan was among them, his eyes filled with a gloating expression, as if to say, "Serves you right for not telling us beforehand. Now let's see how you explain this." Using the future of the Dragon Kingdom to do this kind of thing, these people will surely eat you alive. Zhong Li immediately felt a terrible headache. "Zhong Li, you give me an explanation." Then a sound came from outside. Before he even saw anyone, Zhong Li's head was already throbbing. Then, many third-tier divine officials quickly rushed over. Zhong Li said helplessly, "Gentlemen, it's not that I don't want to tell you this. It's just that it's too important, and I have to keep some things a secret." "Well, Zhong Li, you do know this is important? You're risking the future of our Dragon Kingdom to do something so risky. What if something goes wrong? What if something goes wrong? Can you, Zhong Li, shoulder this responsibility? Zhong Qi is currently the only person in the entire country capable of resolving the Dragon Kingdom's problem. 2 of the 3 dragon eggs have already been dealt with. Only the final, crucial one remains. But now, you're actually letting Zhong take such a risk. If he loses even a single hair, it'll all be Zhong Li's responsibility. If even a single hair on that Brad Zhong's head falls, I'll never forgive you, Zhong Li." In an instant, then a bunch of people started criticizing him, all talking at once. Faced with his colleagues' attempts to speak, Zhong Li had no way to express his grievances. Furthermore, there was nothing that could be said, because everyone was right, and they were all considering things from the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom, without any personal opinions whatsoever. Therefore, Zhong Li could only listen and endure everyone's criticism. These individuals were able to vent their pent-up resentment. Later, seeing that everyone had said enough, Zhong Li finally spoke. "Everyone, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but actually, Zhong himself was willing to do this. In fact, he specifically came to me, and after we discussed it, we went to the Sakura country. This matter mainly involves Zhong's job change quest. Otherwise, why would I have agreed to this? Don't I know how important Zhong is? Of course I know, but it's precisely because I know how important Zhong is that I agreed to these things. This is all an affirmation of Zhong. It's precisely because Zhong is so important that I finally gritted my teeth and made the decision to agree to this." At this moment, Zhong Li had no choice but to defend himself. Then, no one bought his words at all. If you had told us about this earlier, would we have supported you? Now, you've pulled this sudden move, and you even want to make Zhong famous in Japan. Destroying the Orochi instance in the Sakura Kingdom, that's truly impressive. We all acknowledge that, and we're proud of Zhong. But, at a time like this, is it really a good thing to gain fame in the Sakura Kingdom? Next, what awaits Zhong is an encirclement and suppression by the Japanese. Under these circumstances, every day Zhong stays is a day of danger. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, indicating that they shared the same sentiment. But everyone else nodded in agreement, but Zhong Li himself was in utter misery. Because this wasn't something I asked for. I didn't agree. This was something Zhong Qi did on his own initiative. He immediately said, I didn't ask him to do that. I wanted to protect his privacy and safety. However, he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Heh, come on, this kind of thing is so dangerous. If it weren't for your insistence, and considering that Zhong isn't stupid, would he have done something like this? He's in a foreign land, surrounded by enemies. He'd be hiding from them if he could. Why would he do something to put himself in such a dangerous situation? Zhongli, even if you're making excuses, at least put some thought into it. Zhongli immediately put on a crying face. He swore. It wasn't him. It really wasn't him. But why doesn't anyone believe it? How could Zhongli be that kind of person? He absolutely wanted to ensure Zhong Qi's safety. However, no matter how he tried to argue, no one believed him. Everyone agreed that this was his intention. This made Zhongli feel extremely frustrated. Yi Tingyun coughed lightly, feeling the time was right, and then said, now that this has happened, we should quickly find an opportunity to do something else to further ensure Zhong's safety, and ideally, make sure that all the third-tier clergy in the Sakura Kingdom can never return. In this way, we can more perfectly guarantee Zhong's safety. That makes sense. Oldie is right. We can't just sit here any longer. We need to do our part and create a safe environment for young Zhong. That's right. Let's get started right now. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Zhong. Alright, we'll make our move now. Right now, news from the Dragon Kingdom also spread very quickly. Because the news of the cherry blossoms spread like wildfire throughout the country, some people in the Dragon Kingdom also discovered it and quickly informed others. However, it is already common knowledge. What? Zhong Qi secretly entered Japan and even got the first clear of the nightmare difficulty level of the Orochi dungeon, which is of great significance to Japan. That's amazing. They're really bold. They actually sneaked off to Japan to steal the first document. Those Japanese devils are going to be green with envy now. More than that, they're furious. They couldn't conquer this dungeon for so long, but we Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom took it down. Haha, awesome. Zhong Qi is awesome. From now on, I'm a fan of the great Zhong Qi, a 10-year veteran fan, and I'm here uninvited. Hey, your information is so outdated. Did you know? Zhong Qi not only got the first clear of the nightmare level Orochi dungeon. Huh? Not only did you get the first clear of the nightmare level Orochi dungeon, could it be that Zhong Qi also got the first clear of another dungeon? Of course it's not that simple. After getting the first clear, boss Zhong Qi also destroyed the Orochi dungeon in Sakura country. From now on, the Sakura people who are living a good life will no longer have the Orochi dungeon. Holy crap, that's insane. They got the first clear and then ruined the dungeon? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Not only that, after Zhong Qi made the first call, he didn't try to hide the news at all. He posted it all over the screen. All the professional players in Japan know about it. Huh? I remember, these first messages are sent out 3 times, right? Yes, send it 3 times. So that means the professionals in Japan heard this news 3 times? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about that scene makes me want to laugh. I listened to it 3 times in a row. Wouldn't that make me furious? Not only would I be furious, but I'd also lose the dungeon. Ha ha. Zhong Qi is awesome. That guy is amazing. That was a really satisfying play. That's exactly what we should do. Who told Japan to do such a shameless thing, trying to erase our first place in the national war? Exactly. That shameless Japanese nation deserves to be taught a lesson. Just now, I was saying that if I weren't lacking in strength, I would have gone to the front lines to provide support and teach these Japanese devils a lesson. I didn't expect that boss Zhong Qi would be so ruthless, going there without a word. This is the difference between the pros and us newbies. The boss's execution is amazing. But, won't something bad happen if the big boss does this? Yes, now that everyone knows, the people of Japan have gone crazy. Aren't they searching everywhere for boss Zhong Qi? If that boss is discovered. Pa, what are you thinking? Boss Zhong Qi will absolutely not be discovered. That's right, the boss will absolutely not be discovered by these little devils. However, even so, they still had concerns in their hearts. After all, Zhong Qi's current situation is far too dangerous. If they weren't truly unable to help, this group of people would have left long ago. However, at this moment, Zhang Li and the others also began to take action. Now that Zhong Qi has begun to take action, they naturally cannot just stand by and watch. Otherwise, if the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom were to return, then Zhong Qi is in even greater danger. Soon, the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom emerged from the border and headed towards the Sakura Kingdom. When the third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom discovered this news, they were immediately overjoyed. Of course, They also learned about the situation within their own territory, and although they were quite angry. But at times like these, it's natural to be able to distinguish which part is more important. Mei Chuani received the instructions and told the others. Domestic matters are nothing, just a small matter. Although the Orochi instance is gone, sending the Orochi son over will easily handle it. Our task now is to deal with these third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom. If we can kill even one of the Dragon Kingdom's third-tier clergy, then it will be a huge blow to the Dragon Kingdom. After Mei Chuani spoke, many people nodded in agreement. Yes, reaching the level of a third-tier divine profession has a huge impact on combat. Each third-tier divine profession is a strategic weapon for each country. However, if one could kill a third-tier divine official from the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom suffered a huge loss. The Dragon Kingdom has mobilized a considerable number of people this time. If they can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. When they thought of this, many people from the Sakura Kingdom couldn't contain their joy, as if they could see the Dragon Kingdom's third-tier priests walking into their trap and being slaughtered at their mercy. Similarly, they quickly informed South Korea and the United States of this news. In an instant, the third-tier priests from the three countries joined forces and quickly launched a massive encirclement. At this moment, what they didn't know was that back home, as Zhong Qi crushed the scales of the Yamata no Orochi, a gigantic Yamata no Orochi appeared. Furthermore, although this Yamata no Orochi did not exist for a long time, however, it possesses the full strength of the remnant from the nightmare-level Orochi dungeon. In other words, a boss with tens of millions of HP has appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, immediately after appearing, it launched an attack on the Sakura country professionals scattered around without warning. In an instant, a chorus of screams erupted. Chapter 72: The Slaughter of the Yamata no Orochi. The location of South Korea. The Dragon Kingdom has finally made its move. It seems the time has come for us to restore the glory of the South Korean Empire. Quickly, take action immediately and suppress these people from the Dragon Kingdom. As long as we can seize the Dragon Kingdom's resources, our South Korea can continue to grow stronger, and we will be one step closer to the day when we are restored to the great South Korea. Upon learning of the activities of the third-tier clergy in the Dragon Kingdom, the people from South Korea became as if they had been injected with adrenaline and rushed outside. They quickly joined up with people from the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. At the same time, within the territory of the cherry blossom country, when Yamamoto Ichiro learned that the Orochi dungeon in the Sakura Kingdom had not only been cleared on nightmare difficulty by the Chinese, but that the Orochi dungeon had also been destroyed. As the son of Orochi, he is also the most promising genius in Sakura. His profession allows him to summon the Yamata no Orochi. After emerging from this seclusion, I am more familiar with my profession, and I have also completed my second awakening, making me much stronger than before. So at this time, he planned to clear the nightmare difficulty of the Orochi dungeon for the first time, but unexpectedly, someone else beat him to it. Moreover, the one who got there first was a Chinese. Furthermore, it directly destroyed the Orochi instance. Upon realizing this, Yamamoto Ichiro revealed an angry expression. "Baka, you damn Chinese, I'll kill you." He left quickly, heading towards the location of the Orochi instance. Right now, in the very area where the Orochi instance was originally located, just as these people were frantically searching for Zhong Qi's traces, they suddenly saw a huge Orochi appear. With 8 heads and 8 tails, it is exactly the same as the Yamata no Orochi in mythology. Upon seeing the Yamata no Orochi, the professional players from the Sakura Kingdom were completely stunned. Holy crap! What is this? It's huge. It looks like Yamata no Orochi. It really does. But didn't the Orochi instance disappear? How did this Orochi reappear? Impossible. Orochi should have disappeared along with the Orochi instance. Its appearance at this time is strange. Could it be that the Orochi instance didn't actually disappear completely, and that the Chinese couldn't have done it? Now that the Orochi has reappeared, they want to restore the Orochi instance. That must be it. This is, after all, a copy of our Sakura country. How could a mere Dragon country person possibly destroy it? That's right. How could mere Chinese people possibly destroy our Orochi instance? They don't have the ability to destroy our Orochi instance. Although the appearance of the Yamata no Orochi was quite strange, many people in Japan accepted it after these words were spoken. In comparison, it's harder to accept that the Chinese destroyed the Overlord instance, depriving them of the possibility of re-entering it. After accepting this situation, Many professional players in Japan felt much better. Only, in their eyes, the Yamata no Orochi, whom they revered as a god, suddenly opened one of its heads and spewed a burst of flame. That was the most crowded place, and when the Yamata no Orochi spewed its breath, a large number of professional players from the Sakura Kingdom were unable to dodge and suffered the consequences. Ah! A scream of pain rang out. This sudden turn of events left everyone completely stunned. What's going on? Why would our Yamata no Orochi from the land of Sakura attack us? Something's wrong. I must be dreaming. This is our Sakura Kingdom's sacred beast. Our Sakura Kingdom's sacred beast is attacking its own people. Something's not right. This can't be real. It can't be real. Damn it. This must be the work of those damned Chinese. It must be. It's all that damned Chinese. It's him. He's the one who caused all this. Many professionals from the Sakura Kingdom did not believe that their Sakura Kingdom's divine beast, Yamata no Orochi, would attack them, and this was all Zhong Qi's mistake. So even at this time, they were still working hard to find Zhong Qi. They wanted to find Zhong Qi's whereabouts. Upon seeing this, Zhong Qi immediately smiled. What? Even at this point, you still refuse to attack your divine beast? Fine. He suddenly looked at the eight-headed serpent and commanded, Orochi, I command you to slaughter all the professionals here. I don't want to see a single living person. After Zhong Qi gave the order, the lingering spirit of Orochi went into a frenzy. The eight heads kept launching attacks, smashing in all directions. After the Yamata no Orochi went berserk, its attack power was naturally not weak. Not long after, some professionals were killed by its attacks. Zhong Qi had not experienced the terrifying power of the Yamata no Orochi in the previous dungeon. Because Xiaoya and Yingying's abilities were too strong, this thing had no room to maneuver and was instantly defeated. But things are different now. When facing the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom, Orochi was extremely brave, living up to its title as a divine beast. Even if it's a regret, it's still enough. Of course, Zhong Qi thought that there should be some fun involved, which was to have Yingying lend a hand. Immediately, many professionals from the Sakura country fell down while running away, or suddenly felt unwell in their stomachs, and various other unexpected situations arose. Then, still confused, the Yamata no Orochi caught up and killed him with a single breath. Help! Help! Why? Why would the divine beast of our Sakura Kingdom attack its own people? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. I can't accept it turning out like this. We, the great cherry blossom people, will definitely overcome all difficulties. We definitely can. Stop the divine beast. We can't let it continue like this. If it continues, something terrible will happen to us, and all its people will die. We have no choice but to attack. I believe the divine beast will forgive us. Attack. We can't run anymore. If we run, none of us will survive. Then, many professionals from the Sakura Kingdom launched an attack on the Yamata no Orochi. Those methods were quite ruthless. And at this very moment, upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Qi, with the intention of helping others to the end, unleashed his skill. He discovered that the skills he had given to his pets were also effective against the lingering resentment of the Yamata no Orochi. Isn't this a great thing? Is Chapter 73 going to destroy another instance? At this time, the commotion caused when Yamata no Orochi appeared here is unimaginable. Furthermore, after the appearance of the Yamata no Orochi, it immediately launched an attack on the professionals in the Sakura country, and it was indiscriminate. Almost instantly, a large number of professional players from Japan died as a result. This is something that cannot be prevented no matter what. Therefore, they began to attack the Yamata no Orochi, which was the divine beast of their Sakura Kingdom. Moreover, the attack was fueled by anger. They never imagined that their own mythical beast would attack its own people. This completely broke down the defenses of the people from Japan. And at this time, Zhong Qi was naturally generous in helping the mythical beast of the Sakura Kingdom. At that moment, several amplification skills were stacked on the Orochi. In an instant, the eight-headed serpent became even more ferocious than before. Boom. At that moment, a burst of flame shot out. Then, a large number of professional players from the Sakura Kingdom died instantly. The screams of pain echoed far and wide. As expected of the sacred beast of Japan, the Yamata no Orochi unleashed a burst of flames that overwhelmed many of the Japanese warriors. You should know that the Yamata no Orochi has 8 heads. The simultaneous attack of all 8 heads was incredibly devastating. Even the professionals from Japan, at this moment, took countermeasures, but to no avail. Soon, the direct attack on Yamada no Orochi began. However, even so, it was still of no use. But at this time, Yamamoto Ichiro, who was known as the son of Yamada no Orochi, also came here. Furthermore, he immediately saw the lingering resentment of the Yamada no Orochi, and with a cold snort, he roared. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are truly going too far. He summoned his pet beast, which was also an 8-headed serpent. But this 8-headed serpent was much weaker in comparison. His Yamada no Orochi hasn't fully evolved yet, so it looks much weaker, but it's actually not bad. He has come out now to resolve the issues within Japan. In order to get rid of Zhong Qi, Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, is a great country. A dungeon that hadn't been cleared by anyone in China for a long time was actually cleared by a Chinese player. This is, without a doubt, a great disgrace. This is something he absolutely cannot allow. That's why he came. However, having witnessed such a thing, they naturally wouldn't allow it. Therefore, they immediately joined forces with the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom to launch an attack on the Yamada no Orochi. Zhong Qi witnessed this scene and became somewhat curious about the renowned Orochi's son from the Sakura Kingdom. After all, this person is quite famous in Japan, and his ranking in other countries is also quite high. Zhong Qi had heard of this person before, but had never had the chance to meet him. Now, however, he had the opportunity. Zhong Qi watched from the side and found that this person was indeed very strong. Even though this Yamada no Orochi was still a minor, its strength was still terrifying. This lingering resentment was no match for this person and was quickly suppressed. Zhong Qi didn't stay long. After watching for a while and realizing that this person posed no threat, he quietly left. At this time, he naturally wouldn't reveal his identity. What he wanted now was to quickly get to another instance. Hurry up and complete your job change quest. After completing the job change quest, your strength will increase again. You'll feel much more comfortable then. Zhong Qi then left. With his props, he wasn't afraid of being discovered at all. As long as he didn't show himself, there would be absolutely no problem. Shortly after Zhong Qi left, the lingering resentment of the Yamada no Orochi finally reached its end. It simply disappeared. When the Yamada no Orochi disappeared, the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom here were completely dumbfounded. What happened? How did it disappear? My health bar still had plenty left. Damn it. That Chinese guy must have escaped. He took advantage of the fact that we were busy attacking the remnant spirit of the Yamada no Orochi and didn't have time to deal with him. So he just ran away. That despicable Chinese man. Go find him. We must find him. We can't let him continue like this. Kill him. Only by killing this Chinese can we wash away our shame. At this moment, these professionals from the Sakura country went completely berserk. First, Zhong Qi cleared the nightmare-level Orochi dungeon, and not only did he clear it, he also destroyed it. Certainly. More importantly, Zhong Qi directly summoned the lingering resentment of the Yamada no Orochi and killed many professional players from Japan. How could the professionals in Japan not go crazy at a time like this? Yamamoto Ichiro, at this moment, also showed an ugly expression and said, "Find him. You must find him. If Zhong Qi really manages to escape, then all of them, and the entire Sakura country, will be ridiculed. And it's the kind of laugh that will make your teeth fall out. From this day forward, the land of cherry blossoms will forever be nailed to this pillar of shame. And whenever the country of cherry blossoms is mentioned, the name Zhong Qi is always brought up. This is a disgrace to their land of cherry blossoms." This time, the appearance of the Yamada no Orochi's lingering resentment undoubtedly caused them considerable trauma. In the 5 minutes that followed, over 100 professionals from the Sakura Kingdom died. The deaths of hundreds of professionals represent a tremendous loss for the country of Sakura. At this moment, Zhong Qi had already secretly left. And then, it headed towards another instance. At this point, Zhong Qi had already reached the vicinity of the second instance. This second dungeon isn't as significant for the Sakura Kingdom, but it's the most difficult of all the dungeons. Volcano Instance. This is the name of the dungeon. In the country of Sakura, its fame is no less than that of the Orochi dungeon. The Orochi dungeon is also blessed by the mythical beast of the country of Sakura, so in terms of fame, there is actually a slight difference. However, the volcano instance is no longer available. The fame of this volcano dungeon stems entirely from its difficulty, because the difficulty here is too high. Even, the Sakura Kingdom has assembled too many teams to try and clear this dungeon, but none of them have succeeded. Unconvinced, they hired several powerful teams from the United States, but they still couldn't clear the nightmare difficulty. I only passed the king level. From then on, the volcano instance became famous. Certainly, the biggest problem with this dungeon is its terrifying terrain, which causes you to lose health constantly. This is one of the most difficult aspects of it. In addition, there is the density of monsters, which means you are constantly facing monsters at a high frequency, making it impossible to breathe. Of course, besides that, there is also the boss here. Every attack comes with an annoying burning effect. As long as the attack hits, you will definitely lose health continuously without any exceptions. Therefore, these factors combined result in a significant increase in the difficulty of this dungeon. Furthermore, due to the difficulty of this dungeon, its fame has remained for a long time in Japan. The number of people coming to try and complete the dungeon every day is ridiculously high. And now, Zhong Qi has arrived at this instance. In the Sakura Kingdom, you should definitely run all the famous and difficult dungeons. After learning about the volcano instance, Zhong Qi became very interested in it. If they can clear this dungeon, it will obviously be another heavy blow to the professionals in Japan. Now, Zhong Qi has arrived in front of the instance area. Then, I directly selected the nightmare difficulty level for the volcano instance and entered. It was after Zhong Qi entered that, obviously, the people outside were unaware that Zhong Qi had arrived. Of course, if they knew this, they probably would have already surrounded Zhong Qi outside. Right now, news of the deaths of a large number of professionals in the Sakura Kingdom also reached the Dragon Kingdom. The news of such a large-scale killing of professionals could not be kept secret and would easily be found out elsewhere. Therefore, the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom soon learned of this. Upon hearing this news, the Dragon Kingdom forum naturally erupted in excitement. What exactly happened? There are reports of a large number of professionals dying in Japan. How did they die? Someone asked in astonishment. Another person chimed in. According to rumors, it seems they were killed by their own country's mythical beast. What? Such a strange and unusual thing. Upon hearing this, the person's eyes widened, and they asked incredulously. Immediately following was a burst of laughter. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Such a wonderful thing should be celebrated nationwide. Serves them right. Those professionals from Japan deserved it. They deserve to end up like this. Another person chimed in. That's right. The more they die, the better, especially if they're killed by our own divine beast. This divine beast has done something truly gratifying. Everyone agreed. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question. Hey, don't forget that Boss Zhong Qi is currently in Japan. Besides, wasn't Boss Zhong Qi the one who previously ventured into the Orochi dungeon? In my opinion, this matter might be related to Boss Zhong Qi. Don't you believe me? This possibility really exists. You know, Boss Zhong Qi just successfully cleared the extremely difficult Orochi dungeon, and it was the nightmare level that everyone feared. Maybe he really does have that kind of magical item. Another person excitedly chimed in. I thought of that too. If it really was Boss Zhong Qi who made the move, then anything is possible. Everyone burst into laughter. Ha! So, does that mean Boss Zhong Qi did this specifically to vent our anger? Everyone agreed. Zhong Qi is truly amazing. With him in charge, those professionals from Japan will surely suffer a crushing defeat, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all feeling a surge of pent-up frustration, but when they witnessed Zhong Qi's brilliant achievements, their joy was indescribable. Everyone was eager to fly to Zhong Qi's side and lend him a hand, but unfortunately, they were powerless to do so. They could only stay in China and cheer for Zhong Qi through various means, hoping to pass on this strength to him. And at this time, after learning about what Zhong Qi had done, Zhang Li and his team also felt the pressure. Zhang Li couldn't help but give a wry smile. This kid, he really has to make a big fuss. Ordinary noises are no longer enough for him. It really is. At this moment, not only Zhang Li felt helpless, but the other third-tier priests also felt the same way. Yi Tingyun sighed, feeling that there was nothing he could do. First, I cleared the nightmare-level dungeon for someone else. And to make matters worse, I deliberately omitted any hidden information, making everyone aware of it. Now that everyone knows, why don't you run away? This kid isn't running away either. Instead, they ended up losing the game. If you've destroyed the instance, then run away. They didn't even run away after the dungeon was destroyed, and they even summoned the Yamata no Orochi, killing another batch of professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. This kid, that's incredibly bold. They really want to make the professionals in Japan so bad that the whole country has to be mobilized, and they won't stop until they've killed them all. This makes their already dangerous environment even more dangerous. Right now, All they can do is try their best to hold off these third-tier clergy from the Sakura Kingdom and prevent them from returning home. Otherwise, once these third-tier priests return to the country, Zhong Qi will have no chance at all. It will be even more difficult. Therefore, at this time, they must keep these people firmly under control so as to reduce a lot of pressure on Zhong Qi. This way, Zhong Qi will be safer in Sakura. At this moment, the situation is extremely urgent. Only by redoubled our efforts and going all out can we succeed, Zhang Li said firmly. He knew that the current situation was dire and allowed no room for complacency. That's right. We must do everything in our power to prevent them from returning safely. Otherwise, the pressure on Zhong will be immense. Yi Tingyun echoed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then, without hesitation, the two launched another fierce attack on the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom. It's important to understand that third-tier clerics are incredibly powerful, making it extremely difficult to quickly determine a winner. However, it is precisely because of this that this fierce battle can buy Zhong Qi precious time. Every clash is a life-or-death struggle, with both sides giving their all and refusing to yield. On the battlefield, sword energy crisscrossed, and spells flew, a dazzling spectacle, yet fraught with danger. Zhang Li and Yi Tingyun worked in close coordination, unleashing their full power in a desperate struggle against the enemy. They shared only one belief: to hold off these formidable foe and create favorable conditions for Zhong Qi. And at this very moment, Zhong Qi has already stepped into this mysterious and dangerous volcano instance. The moment he stepped into this realm, an unbearably hot aura assaulted his senses, making him immediately realize that the harshness of the environment here was beyond his imagination. Looking around, he was surrounded by waves of intense heat, as if he were inside a blazing furnace. The entire instance world resembled the interior of a giant volcano, a fiery red expanse. Even the ground beneath his feet was a vibrant, fiery red. The moment Zhong Qi stepped into this scorching land, he immediately felt the suffocating heat. Such intense heat would likely have been unbearable for most ordinary professionals, their health points rapidly decreasing. However, fortunately, thanks to his incredibly powerful equipment and Xiao Ye's unique abilities, Zhong Qi was largely unaffected. Not only did he not lose health, but he also felt a strange sense of comfort in the high temperature. Perhaps it was because of the incredibly strong defensive equipment he was wearing, which could withstand high temperatures. Or perhaps it was Xiao Ye's unique characteristics that gave him the ability to adapt to the hot environment. In short, while others might be burned or even endangered, Zhong Qi was able to walk safely through this sea of fire, like a warrior from a land of flames. Then, Zhong Qi summoned Xiao Yi. As for Ying, although Ying did not feel uncomfortable, because dragons have strong constitutions, Ying did not feel anything. It did not like the environment here. There was no other way, so Zhong Qi could only leave Ying in the Dragon Taming space for the time being. It's fine if Xiao Yi stays here. Xiao Yi felt very comfortable in this environment, and she was overjoyed after coming out of the Dragon Taming space. Suddenly, Xiao Yi flew into the sky, circled several times, and then swooped down to the ground. Xiao Yi really liked the environment here. And at that very moment, Zhong Qi patted Xiao Yi and said with a smile, "It seems this place suits you quite well." Xiao Yi's earlier circling motion had terrified all the monsters around her, causing them to tremble in fear. They didn't dare to call out anything more. The monsters here are indeed very dense. The crater is divided into several levels, and each level is full of monsters. Zhong Qi's gaze was sharp and fixed on the bottom layer, his eyes filled with anticipation. He turned to Xiao Yi beside him and said firmly, "Xiao Yi, now's the time to show your true strength. Let these guys experience your power. Roar." Xiao Yi understood Zhong Qi's words and responded with a deafening roar. Then, Xiao Yi suddenly spread its enormous, magnificent wings, soaring into the air like a majestic eagle. In the blink of an eye, it dashed away like lightning, hurtling towards its target floor. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Yi opened her mouth without hesitation, and an incredibly hot and surging dragon breath erupted from it. This incomparably powerful force seemed capable of destroying any obstacle in its path, sweeping towards that level at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by this terrifying dragon breath, forming a suffocating sea of fire. Zhong Qi looked closely and was somewhat surprised. It turned out that there were hundreds of monsters of various shapes and ferocious appearances gathered in this level. However, despite facing such a large and powerful enemy, Xiao Yi remained completely at ease. Her dragon breath was like a deadly torrent, relentlessly washing over the monsters. In just an instant, hundreds of monsters were utterly overwhelmed by Xiaoya's dragon breath, offering no resistance whatsoever. 7895631 7986523 80122369. The terrifying damage numbers appeared. Xiaoya's damage is now even more terrifying. Even with hundreds of monsters, she is still instantly killed. Then, under a dazzling light, Zhong Qi's level increased. Level 52. Zhong Qi's level increased quite quickly. After clearing out the monsters on the first level, he immediately headed towards the second level. Then, Xiaoya unleashed another burst of dragon breath, clearing out all the monsters in that tier. However, this instance is not that simple. It is face down. The further down you go, the closer you get to the bottom of the volcano. It is also the deepest source of the volcano. In a short period of time, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi cleared out monsters from 4 different levels. Zhong Qi's level is approaching level 53. At this time, Zhong Qi was getting closer and closer to the lowest source of the volcano. With this in mind, Zhong Qi suddenly had an idea. If we attacked the very bottom source, could we cause the volcano to erupt? However, if the volcano were to erupt, one must do everything possible to ensure their own survival. We absolutely cannot allow anything to go wrong. In that case, we'll need a special approach. Zhong Qi then looked thoughtful. Finally, he came up with a solution. Xiaoya is quite large now. As long as I sit on Xiaoya and Xiaoya is far away, I can detonate the volcano's source. In this way, the volcano can erupt completely without affecting oneself. After thinking about this, Zhong Qi felt it was feasible even more. Now that you've thought of it, go for it. Xiaoya, let's try to completely detonate this place. Then, the tacit understanding between the man and the dragon was quite remarkable. Zhong Qi directly let Xiao Yi descend from the sky, and then sat on Xiao Ye's back. Xiao Yi immediately took Zhong Qi and quickly ascended into the sky. Then, roar! Xiao Yi roared, which terrified all the monsters present, and none of them dared to approach. Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi were approaching the source of the volcano. Zhong Qi immediately said, "Now's the time, Xiaoya attack." A loud boom was heard. Without warning, Xiaoya opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Simultaneously, its enormous body shot into the air like an arrow, soaring straight into the clouds. Upon reaching a certain height, Xiaoya abruptly stopped, its entire body converging instantly, followed by a devastating dragon god heaven-shaking strike. In an instant, the world changed color, the wind and clouds churned, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. With another deafening roar, it seemed as if the whole world had been shaken to its core. Below, the once tranquil volcano began to tremble violently. Boulders tumbled from its surface, and thick smoke billowed from the crater, shooting straight into the sky. At this moment, this long-dormant volcano was about to erupt. Chapter 74, Crushing the Pride of the Cherry Blossom Country. Boom. In the volcano instance, as Xiaoya's attack landed, the source suddenly erupted instantly. Xiaoya's attack directly detonated the source of the volcano. This caused countless flames to spew out from it. That is to say, there was no one else here besides Zhong Qi. Otherwise, they would have been extremely shocked to see this scene. Because at this moment, they will know Zhong Qi's true intention to detonate the entire volcano. How insane and how terrifying. Furthermore, Zhong Qi has already begun implementing it. After being attacked by Xiaoya, the volcano has begun to erupt completely. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening roars suddenly erupted, and in the next moment, the volcano seemed to awaken like a giant beast that had slumbered for many years, violently spewing out raging flames and scorching lava. The terrifying flames, like roaring fire dragons, surged out in all directions in an instant, their speed astonishing. This lava flowed like a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring everything in its path. Those unfortunate creatures caught in the blast, even those who had lived on this land for generations and were intimately familiar with the environment, were powerless against the surging, scalding lava. The molten lava relentlessly sprayed upon them, causing them to howl in agony before finally meeting their demise. Fortunately, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi reacted quickly and escaped the danger zone in time. Otherwise, they too would likely have perished. After their successful escape, the replica of the volcano was completely detonated, plunging into chaos. Once the lava at the volcano's source began erupting, it could not be stopped, continuously gushing outwards. Boom, boom, boom. Another loud noise came, and the volcanic eruption became more and more violent, making people tremble. The sound was incessant, and it began immediately. Starting from one point, it spewed out in all directions. The monsters in the volcano dungeon could no longer stay still. Under this raging magma, large areas were directly melted. The temperature is too high. Even though Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi were quite far apart, they could feel the heat wave hitting them. This gives us an idea of just how terrifying the lava was. At this moment, Zhong Qi was sitting on Xiao Yi's back and couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe it actually managed to detonate the magma. He just wanted to give it a try, but he never expected it would cause such terrible consequences. But now that Zhong Qi has tried it, it looks like this instance is doomed. If the professionals in Japan found out that Zhong Qi had secretly entered the next dungeon, and the volcano exploded in this instance, and it seems that the instance is doomed to destruction. The professionals in Japan are going to go completely insane. Now, most of the nightmare-level monsters in the volcano dungeon are dead. Only the final boss remained, still struggling. Zhong Qi saw this, and his mind immediately stirred. He then said, "Xiao Yi, give it a try and see if you can take it down from this distance." Xiao Yi tried it out, and suddenly unleashed a burst of dragon breath. Unfortunately, the distance was too far to spray over. So, there was no other way but to give up. We've tried the dragon god's heaven-shaking strike, but it still doesn't work. Helpless, Zhong Qi could only watch as the boss died in the lava. He wouldn't take the risk of trying to kill the boss again. Since there's no other way, let's just forget about it. After Zhong Qi looked at it for a while, and felt that there should be no problem, he let Xiao Yi fly further away. Then, boom, the volcano erupted. Lava sprayed everywhere, eroding the surrounding area. The overwhelming flames and the red sea of fire that spread everywhere turned this instance into a purgatory. And at this moment, a voice came to Zhong Qi's ear. "Ding! Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty volcano dungeon. Would you like to hide this information?" Zhong Qi curled the corners of his lips and made his choice directly. Zhong Qi said, "No hiding." As Zhong Qi finished speaking, immediately, news spread outside. "Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the nightmare-level volcano dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of the nightmare-level volcano dungeon." Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the nightmare-level volcano dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of the nightmare-level volcano dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the nightmare-level volcano dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of the nightmare-level volcano dungeon. The message was repeated 3 times in a row, and these 3 messages immediately caused an uproar among the professional players in Japan. News of the Orochi dungeon has spread far and wide, and the professionals in the Sakura Kingdom naturally all know about it. But they never expected that Zhong Qi would be so audacious. In this situation, surprisingly, they dared to sneak in here and even enter the nightmare-level volcano instance. Even more crucially, they even cleared the nightmare-level volcano dungeon. It's my first time booking this way. The volcano dungeon is known for its difficulty, and surprisingly, Zhong Qi managed to clear it for the first time. This is completely disregarding the professionals in Japan. A blatant humiliation. So, after this news came out, the professionals in the Sakura country were in an uproar. This is outrageous. Absolutely infuriating. He even got the first clear of the nightmare difficulty volcano dungeon. They're not treating us like human beings at all. Those damned Chinese professionals. I'm so angry. I really want to catch this professional from the Dragon Kingdom and give him a good beating. Exactly, me too. Dealing with him isn't enough. We have to kill him. He has committed too many evil deeds. Not only did he destroy our Orochi instance, but he also killed many people. Absolutely unforgivable. Just then, someone suddenly asked, he entered the volcano dungeon this time and got a first clear on nightmare difficulty. Could it be that he's planning to destroy the volcano dungeon like last time? That shouldn't be the case. He must have destroyed the nightmare-level Orochi dungeon by chance last time. It's impossible for him to succeed a second time. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, but soon someone said, "But who can guarantee that? After all, this Dragon Kingdom professional is far too powerful, and his methods are endless. If he really wants to destroy the volcano instance, I'm afraid we simply won't be able to stop him." Dark, that's absolutely impossible. That's true. How could destroying a dungeon be so easy? Last time it was just pure luck. There's absolutely no way we can succeed this time. That makes sense. How could a mere Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom possibly destroy our dungeon? Besides, given the difficulty of the volcano dungeon, the fact that he managed to clear the nightmare difficulty level means he must have used some trickery. That should be it. This volcano instance absolutely cannot be destroyed. However, just as they were thinking, the erupting volcano had already spread from the nightmare-level dungeon in all directions, and soon it spread to the king-level volcano dungeon. What is this? Holy crap! What's going on? Why is it so hot? A professional from Japan looked at the scene in front of him with a look of horror. He felt a scorching heat rushing towards him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Damn it! This volcano dungeon was already difficult, and now it's even more difficult. Another professional from the Sakura Kingdom roared angrily. They thought they were fully prepared, but now they found themselves in an even greater crisis. The volcano has erupted. Run! The volcano has erupted, someone shouted in terror, their voice filled with despair and fear. Damn it! How could the volcano erupt? Get out of here quickly, or we'll all die here. Someone anxiously urged their companions to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Run! Everyone turned around and ran desperately toward the exit, hoping to escape the disaster. Damn it! How could the volcano erupt? Despite running as fast as they could, some people were still overtaken by the scalding lava and instantly swallowed up, letting out shrill screams. At this moment, this king-level volcano instance had become a living hell. The lava spewing from the crater was like a massive torrent, quickly engulfing the entire instance. Flames and thick smoke filled the air, making it difficult to see the surrounding environment. The volcano was so terrifying that it was already spreading towards the warrior-level dungeon, and the spread was rapid. The once peaceful warrior-level dungeon was also affected. The ground began to shake violently, and cracks appeared in the walls, as if it could collapse at any moment. The other dungeons were all affected. After these people left, the news spread immediately. What? The volcano in the volcano instance has erupted? How could this happen? This hasn't happened in so many years. Why is it happening these past few days? They've all erupted, and we can't enter any volcano instance at any level. With this lava spreading, all the volcano instances are like this. In other words, it's equivalent to the volcano instances being completely destroyed. It's probably really destroyed. The power of the volcano is terrifying. If this continues, everything in the instance will be burned. It's practically the same as being destroyed. At this moment, someone suddenly said, I remember, wasn't it Zhong Qi, the professional from the Dragon Kingdom, who entered this volcano instance? Yes, and he even cleared the nightmare difficulty volcano dungeon. He had previously cleared the nightmare difficulty level of the Orochi dungeon, and then, the Orochi dungeon was destroyed. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The news was simply too astonishing to accept. Could it be, someone hesitated before speaking, that the destruction of these instances was because Zhong Qi cleared them? This speculation immediately caused an uproar. Everyone began to consider the possibility, but no one could provide a definitive answer. After all, such a thing had never happened before, and no one knew the reason behind it. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean that as long as Zhong Qi clears a certain dungeon, that dungeon will be destroyed? Someone exclaimed. These words silenced the previously lively atmosphere, and everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, the resources within the instance were extremely important to all nations. To destroy them would be a tremendous loss. Perhaps we should investigate this matter, someone suggested. Could it be that Zhong Qi was also responsible for destroying this instance? No way. How could it be him again? But besides him, it seems, there's no other candidate. It must be him. At this time, when the professionals in Japan were discussing it, it was clear that they had guessed the truth. It's Zhong Qi again. Zhong Qi destroyed both of their copies. One Orochi instance, one volcano instance. Furthermore, both of these dungeons are extremely difficult and renowned dungeons in the Sakura Kingdom. But even such a copy was indeed destroyed by Zhong Qi. Moreover, it was destroyed only after Zhong Qi, a Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom, achieved the first clear of the nightmare difficulty. At this time, the people of Japan, naturally, went wild once again. Find him. We must find him. An angry voice rang out, seemingly piercing through the entire space. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Another voice echoed, filled with boundless determination and hatred. Seal off the entire area. We cannot let this Dragon Kingdom man, Zhong Qi, escape. Orders were issued one after another, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Only by killing this dragon citizen can we wash away our shame. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of everyone. At this very moment, Yamamoto Ichiro, upon learning that Zhong Qi had secretly arrived at the volcano instance, anxiously followed him. Simultaneously, Yamamoto Ichiro released a message, attempting to provoke Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi, you Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom, do you dare to show your face and fight me? Is this the courage of you Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom? You only know how to hide, and are afraid to face our professional warriors from the Sakura Kingdom head-on. His voice was full of provocation and sarcasm, as if he wanted to force Zhong Qi out. Are all people from Dragon Country such cowardly cowards? It's laughable. Another professional from Japan echoed Yamamoto Ichiro's words, his tone full of disdain. Is this what professional players from Dragon Country are like? The news naturally spread far and wide. Upon hearing this news, the people of Japan naturally straightened their backs immediately and echoed. Exactly. People of the Dragon Kingdom, if you have the guts, show yourselves and fight our Orochi's son. If you don't dare? That's all the courage the people of the Dragon Kingdom have. They resort to sneak attacks from behind. But as for a real head-on confrontation, the Dragon Kingdom dares not. This statement was filled with sarcasm and provocation, as if portraying the people of the Dragon Kingdom as cowardly and only capable of sniping from the shadows. The Orochi's son, mentioned by the other side, was depicted as a powerful and invincible figure, further highlighting the cowardice of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. That's right. The so-called #1 in national war in the Dragon Kingdom was only achieved through sneak attacks and dirty tricks. Don't you have any self-awareness about why your national war title was revoked? It's truly laughable. Our Orochi's son has stepped forward and crushed this Dragon Kingdom person like a rat crossing the street, not even daring to show his face. Now, Orochi's son is willing to lower himself and give you, a Dragon Kingdom person, a chance. Aren't you grateful? These words were full of mockery and contempt. Come out and die, you Chinese. Stop cowering. These professionals from the Dragon Kingdom are just like their country, cowards. They can't do anything but hide in their shells. Ha ha ha. Soon, many professionals from the Sakura country joined in and burst into laughter, their words and laughter filled with mockery of the Dragon country. And these words, naturally, reached the Dragon Kingdom through the transmission of those who were interested. Then, this caused quite a stir. What? Japan actually says we dare not fight them? How ridiculous. This is hilarious. They used cheating methods, but they ended up losing our first place in the national war. We earned it through real hard work. As expected, they are all despicable, just like their ancestors. Now, they still have the nerve to talk about Boss Zhong. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. No, the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Exactly, Boss Zhong has already achieved first clears of 2 nightmare-level dungeons in a row. These are dungeons that no one in Japan has been able to clear for a long time. And yet, they still say that Boss Zhong is afraid. Where's their shame? These people from Japan have absolutely no shame. It's laughable. Is this the shamelessness of the Japanese? They're really something. Ha. The most amazing thing about Japan is their shamelessness. A cacophony of voices rose and fell, filled with mockery and anger towards the Japanese. They believed the Japanese had not only cheated but also disqualified them from first place in the national war, and now they were turning around and accusing Boss Zhong of being afraid to fight them, a behavior they deemed utterly shameless. Everyone agreed that the Japanese were incredibly thick-skinned, and their brazen behavior was laughable. However, their actions clearly indicate they want Boss Zhong Qi to come out. Boss Zhong Qi should probably stay away. These people from Japan are obviously up to no good. Yes, they couldn't find Boss Zhong Qi, so they tried to force him to come out using this method. That's absolutely shameless. Please, Boss Zhong Qi, don't show yourself. Yamamoto, I'll fuck your holy god. At this time, the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom naturally saw through the Sakura Kingdom's intentions early on and naturally did not want Zhong Qi to show himself. As long as Zhong Qi doesn't show up, the Sakura Kingdom's scheme will fail. Therefore, nothing bad will happen. However, at this very moment, within the Sakura country, upon learning of this news, Zhong Qi naturally snorted coldly. These cherry blossom boys are playing a clever game. However, since they have already made their move, I naturally have no choice but to respond. Otherwise, wouldn't they look down on us like that? These professionals from Japan need to be taught a good lesson. Therefore, almost immediately after the news had been circulating for a while, Zhong Qi also sent out the same message. Want to fight me? Do you even deserve it? You think I'm a coward with no strength? Well then, What about your Japan? However, since you're so eager to die and want me to torture you, I'll grant your wish. Your Sakura Kingdom instance and Yasukuni instance are ranked number 1 in difficulty among Sakura Kingdom instances. So let's choose this instance and see how strong you, the Orochi son of Sakura Kingdom, really are, based on the time it takes to clear the nightmare level Yasukuni instance. So, Yamamoto, do you dare? These words reached Yamamoto Ichiro's ears again, and after hearing them, he gave a cold laugh and replied, "What's there to be afraid of? You're the one who should be afraid, Zhong Qi of the Dragon Kingdom. If I win this time, your life will be for our Sakura Kingdom. This instance is your death sentence. You are destined to die today." Yamamoto Ichiro had absolute confidence in himself. His ability to summon the Yamada no Orochi clearly indicates that he believes Zhong Qi will inevitably lose to him and has no chance of winning. This response garnered praise from many professional players in Japan. As expected of the son of Orochi, the number 1 genius of my Sakura Kingdom, his courage and confidence are truly admirable. That's right, this is the true strength of our Sakura Kingdom, the number 1 genius of our Sakura Kingdom. Only such a strong person can earn admiration. People of the Dragon Kingdom, have you learned anything? Your timid and hesitant manner makes you a disgrace to command. Come on, do you really think the people of China can learn the fine virtues of our cherry blossom country? The people of China will only cower. Regarding these words, Zhong Qi was not simply too lazy to pay them any attention. I summoned Ying directly and gave them a full set of curses. It's as if Zhong Qi is a kind-hearted philanthropist who doesn't fight with them, but that's obviously not the case. Now that he had spoken, Zhong Qi was determined to leave a deep impression on them and make them remember this point. Remember Zhong Qi's terror. Also remember the consequences of saying the wrong thing. Zhong Qi responds to Yamamoto Ichiro. In that case, let's meet in the dungeon. Let me see if your strength is as strong as the shamelessness of your Sakura Kingdom. Zhong Qi was not far from the Jingwei instance. Relying on the prop that concealed his presence, he arrived in no time. Then, we entered the nightmare level Yasukuni instance. This Yasukuni instance is of even greater significance to the kingdom of Sakura. Therefore, even before Yamamoto Ichiro entered Japan, there were many people from Japan who were there to support him. However, even so, it is still useless, because Zhong Qi will ultimately crush everything they have. Chapter 75 Taste the Eight-Headed Serpent. Boss Zhong Qi has actually shown up. People were incredibly surprised, their excitement and anticipation barely concealed. Their eyes widened as they stared in disbelief at Zhong Qi's figure appearing before them. As expected of a big shot, he's not afraid at all, even within the borders of Japan, someone exclaimed, expressing admiration for Zhong Qi's courage and confidence. This is the difference between the big shots and us. If it were me, I would never have come out. Only Zhong Qi could do something like this, another person said with emotion, realizing the huge gap between himself and Zhong Qi. Yes, the boss's courage is astonishing. If it were me, I would never dare to do such a thing. This is the difference between the boss and us, someone echoed, filled with admiration. No wonder he's a big shot. He dared to show his tracks even in such a dangerous environment. He's really confident and won't be bothered by the people from Japan. Heh, it's all because the people of Japan are just too despicable. The boss doesn't take them seriously. Otherwise, how could a few people from Japan have made the boss reveal his presence? One of them sneered, his tone revealing his disdain and contempt for the people of Japan. That's true, the boss completely looks down on them. Everyone nodded in agreement. With the appearance of boss Zhong Qi, this time, this so-called son of Orochi will definitely be taught a good lesson. It is said that this son of Yamada no Orochi is called the future hope of the Sakura Kingdom, because he can summon the Yamada no Orochi. This time, we will see how this son of Yamada no Orochi will be thoroughly crushed by our Dragon Kingdom's boss, Zhong Qi. Heh, how can a mere Yamada no Orochi compare to the big boss? Only those shameless people in Japan could have such an idea. Otherwise, they would never do it. That's hilarious. At this moment, the news of Zhong Qi's revelation and the release of information reached the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom, and they immediately began to discuss it. Although they didn't know Zhong Qi's thoughts on his actions, their thinking was quite simple. Since it was Zhong Qi who did it, then he must have his reasons for doing so. So, the expert is right. These are the most genuine thoughts of the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. They unconditionally support Zhong Qi. After all, the Sakura Kingdom is so despicable. If the Sakura Kingdom hadn't cancelled their national war first place, would boss Zhong Qi have risked entering the Sakura Kingdom? So, ultimately, This is still the fault of the professionals in Japan. Zhong Qi only entered Japan out of desperation to seek justice for them. They themselves lacked the ability to seek justice, but now boss Zhong Qi has entered the scene and is working hard to achieve it. Even though Zhong Qi's actions were slightly radical and caused some losses to Japan. But isn't some loss inevitable? All you need to know, Sakura country, is that your instance has been destroyed. It's that simple. But our boss Zhong Qi has many more things to consider. Thinking about it this way, Zhong Qi really has it tough. Upon realizing this, I felt even more grateful to boss Zhong Qi. Of course, Zhong Qi didn't know the reasons behind the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. If he did, he would definitely be both amused and exasperated. However, he does have quite a few things to consider. After all, we have already entered the Yasukuni instance, which is of paramount importance to the Sakura Kingdom. Within this instance, there are many ancestors of the Sakura Kingdom. They transformed into bosses within this instance. This is both challenging and profoundly meaningful. There's a long-standing rumor in Japan that if you can clear the Yasukuni dungeon, you'll receive a special reward. The first 2 times Zhong Qi cleared the Cherry Blossom Kingdom instance, he did not receive any special rewards. All of this is because these copies are now bound to the Kingdom of Sakura. Therefore, even if you get the first clear, you still won't receive the completion reward. However, Zhong Qi didn't care about any of that. Since there's no reward, let's just destroy the dungeon while we're at it. Since it's a Japanese dungeon anyway, I won't be too upset if it's destroyed. Furthermore, it can also teach the professionals in the Sakura country a lesson they won't forget. Great news. These are all good things. At this moment, Zhong Qi had already entered the Yasukuni instance, with Yamamoto Ichiro, the son of Orochi, following closely behind. Zhong Qi naturally didn't care about the contest between the two of them. There's no other reason than having absolute confidence that I can win. Upon entering the Yasukuni instance, one immediately senses a heavy atmosphere. The atmosphere was very strange, as if a major battle had just taken place. Moreover, this battle was extremely brutal. There were severed limbs everywhere. It was under these circumstances that he encountered a group of monsters. They turned out to be ancestors from the land of cherry blossoms dressed in strange clothes. Interesting. Very interesting. After looking at it, Zhong Qi curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an interested expression. Such humanoid monsters are not common. Now, I've actually seen it. Or were they ancestors of the land of cherry blossoms? In that case, it would be truly unreasonable not to kill them all. Xiaoyi. Roar. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky, followed by an enormous dragon soaring into the air and circling above. Its massive body writhed, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. With Xiaoye's roar, the heavens and earth changed color, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Xiaoye's mere appearance already displayed unparalleled power. Xiaoye's dragon roar was earth-shattering, seemingly tearing the heavens apart. The sound, like a thunderbolt, shook all directions. Whether it was the ancestors of the Sakura Kingdom or other creatures, all were shocked by this dragon's roar. Their eyes widened, looking up at the sky, their gazes filled with terror and awe. Under Xiaoye's powerful dragon might, they could not withstand the pressure. Their eyes became empty and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. Then, after circling once in the air, Xiaoye suddenly descended at an astonishing speed. Its form resembled a massive mountain collapsing, crashing heavily to the ground with unparalleled force. Boom! The earth trembled, dust billowed, forming a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. The sandstorm raged, and the entire world seemed to descend into twilight. Xiaoye's attack left the people of Sakura country utterly defenseless. In that bottomless crater, the people of the Sakura Kingdom were instantly annihilated, reduced to dust. Their bodies appeared so fragile and vulnerable before Xiaoye's immense power. Xiaoye's strength was astonishing. Her existence had become absolute dominance. Zhong Qi glanced at it, and then stopped waiting. Instead, it continued forward. This Jinghua instance is said to have some prior connection with the Dragon Kingdom, so, then let's destroy it. There's no need for us to stay. Zhong Qi continued walking deeper into the area. Every now and then, ancestors from the land of cherry blossoms would jump out, only to be dealt with one by Seo. Immediately, Zhong Qi's level has been raised again. Level 54. There are no restrictions when fighting monsters in the Sakura country. Of course, the main reason is that there are no worries. You can just keep maximizing your damage. In any case, how the dungeon ends up is none of his business. If it's not broken, then keep trying. If it is broken, that would be the best thing. Right now, Zhong Qi was very fast, and in almost no time, he arrived at the center of the instance. And in another place, Yamamoto Ichiro gazed at the ancestors of the Sakura kingdom before him for a long while before silently saying, "I'm sorry, my ancestors, but I had to do this in order to win this victory. Rest in peace. I believe your spirits in heaven will help me win this victory, won't they?" Yamada. After saying that, he summoned the Yamada no Orochi. Although it is still far from being fully evolved, it is still quite terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, after the Yamada no Orochi appeared, it launched an attack directly on the ancestors of the Sakura kingdom. It's very powerful. Although it can't match Xiaoya's speed, it's still very fast at clearing monsters. After the two entered the Yasukuni instance, the professional fighters in the Japanese island of Sakura began to speculate about the upcoming competition. "I wonder what will happen this time," a professional from Japan said with some worry. "Need I say more? It's definitely our Orochi's son who will win in the end. How could those Dragon Country people possibly defeat him? There's no need to even think about it." Another professional from the Sakura country said confidently. "Exactly. Someone can actually beat Orochi? That's impossible. Absolutely no one can ever beat Orochi." Another professional from the Sakura kingdom chimed in. "Yamamoto-kun will crush this Chinese man like an ant." A professional from Japan said viciously. "Victory will ultimately belong to our great Sakura empire." A professional from the Sakura kingdom shouted excitedly. "On our Sakura kingdom's territory, these Dragon Kingdom people are extremely impolite, destroying 2 of our dungeons in succession. If we cannot wash away this shame, how can our Sakura Kingdom warriors face other countries?" A Sakura Kingdom professional said angrily. "Then let's take advantage of this battle to wash away this shame," a professional from the Sakura country said firmly. At this moment, the professional players from the Sakura Kingdom outside began to discuss among themselves, filled with anticipation and confidence for the upcoming battle. They all believed that Yamamoto Ichiro, as the son of Orochi, could never possibly lose to Zhong Qi of the Dragon Kingdom. The son of Orochi is the most talented professional in the Sakura Kingdom in the last 60 years. And what about Zhong Qi of the Dragon Kingdom? I'd never heard of this before. Furthermore, Yamamoto Ichiro was the team leader in the last national war, and it was he who led the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom to win first place in the national war. Zhong Qi of the Dragon Kingdom only managed to get first place in the national war by cheating. Furthermore, after obtaining this false first place in the national war, they quickly discovered it and directly revoked the Dragon Kingdom's cheating first place in the national war. Now, these damn Chinese are clearly enraged, which is why they've come to their Sakura Kingdom's territory. That's so damning and despicable. If they hadn't been hiding and running, how could they not have found this Chinese man? We would have captured him long ago and killed him. Now, allowing him to compete against Yamamoto-kun is already an act of kindness from their Sakura Kingdom. Such people from the Dragon Kingdom should die as soon as possible. At this time, the professionals in the land of cherry blossoms are all patiently waiting for the final result. Their patience stemmed from their confidence that Yamamoto Ichiro had absolutely no chance of losing. In the Dragon Kingdom, the only outcome for any professional is being captured and executed. And now, it's inside the instance. Zhong Qi was killing monsters too fast, so this time, Ying wasn't allowed to stay in the dragon taming space anymore. After being released, Ying quickly snuggled into Zhong Qi's arms, then blinked her big eyes and stared at Zhong Qi without blinking. That's as if they're asking, "Are you going to lock me in the dark room again?" Although the dragon riding space is a very suitable place for them to stay, and they are very comfortable inside, they cannot come out and cannot see what is happening outside. It does indeed resemble a small, dark room. Therefore, Ying really dislikes staying in the dragon taming space. As for Xiaoya, she has matured a lot. Although I don't particularly like her, she is much more adaptable to her environment. However, now both dragons have emerged. After spending some time with her, Ying gradually became familiar with Xiaoya and began to restrain her curse ability, knowing that she could not use it on Xiaoya. Xiaoya, naturally, is also very good to Ying. After all, only those who share the same bloodline can gain its approval. Ying's bloodline is equally noble, no less so than Xiaoya's. However, Ying's current level is much lower than Xiaoya's, and she has not evolved. Xiaoya is still stronger. However, Ying's fighting spirit wasn't that strong. With Xiaoya around, they hadn't encountered a boss that could make the two of them team up, so Zhong Qi didn't force them, letting Ying be a little more relaxed. At this time, Zhong Qi then ventured deep into the dungeon, and Xiaoyi naturally found herself invincible. They relentlessly reaped the lives of the monsters. Xiaoya is very fast, Not long after, Zhong Qi met the final boss. The boss wielding a Japanese samurai sword. It looked quite strange, riding a pig, and was rather fat. Upon seeing this, Zhong Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Are these the ancestors of the land of cherry blossoms? The design is truly unique. However, Zhong Qi looked at the health bar and found that it was quite high, amounting to 15 million. It has a very unique skill. Raise your hands. When attacked and feeling unable to cope, it will automatically raise its hands and restore 20% of its health. Zhong Qi couldn't understand what was going on with this unique skill. However, since it already exists, it's not unreasonable. Xiaoyi. Upon seeing the final boss, Zhong Qi's eyes gleamed. He knew the battle was about to reach its climax. Without hesitation, he gave Xiaoyi the order. Charge. Xiaoyi instantly understood its master's intention. It spread its enormous wings and soared through the sky. Then, like a shooting star, it charged towards the final boss with unparalleled power. A deadly dragon claw slammed down, striking the boss with Xiaoyi's immense power, sending it staggering backward. Its health instantly dropped by 5 million, clearly indicating it had suffered a severe blow. Zhong Qi surveyed the scene before him, making a mental calculation. At this rate, they would soon defeat this powerful enemy. However, just then, the boss suddenly raised its hands and made a strange gesture. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious power surged from the boss, and its health rapidly recovered. This sudden change surprised Zhong Qi and Xiaoyi, but they did not panic. This is clearly the boss's unique skill. Hands up! Xiaoyi launched another attack, unleashing a scorching dragon breath followed by Dragon God's heaven-shaking strike. This series of skill combinations plunged the boss into trouble once again, causing its health to steadily decline. However, the boss seemed to have one last resort. It spread its wings and flew into the air, attempting to escape Xiaoyi's attack range. But Xiaoyi relentlessly pursued it, chasing the boss through the air. As the boss flew high into the sky, Xiaoyi followed closely behind. Then, Xiaoyi suddenly folded her wings and plummeted down at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiaoyi crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely on the ancestor of the Sakura Kingdom. Boom! The massive impact triggered an explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust. The boss's health instantly dropped to 0, completely defeated by Xiaoyi's divine dragon descent. Then, the dungeon is naturally cleared. However, after clearing the checkpoint, Zhong Qi did not intend to leave immediately. He planned to visit Yamamoto Ichiro. Since it's come to this, it's only natural to leave some gifts for the Sakura Kingdom. Xiaoyi. He wanted to try to break through the barrier here. Xiaoyi understood Zhong Qi's meaning and immediately unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, which began to scorch the surrounding barriers. Actually, it's quite easy to find. After all, at this time, only the two of them had entered the nightmare-level Yasukuni instance. Apart from them, no one else was in there. Therefore, once the barrier at the same level is broken, one can enter the location of Yamamoto Ichiro. And at this very moment, Yamamoto Ichiro also defeated the final boss. As expected of the most talented person in Japan in recent years, his strength is indeed impressive. In a short period of time, he also defeated the final boss. However, he hasn't finished the game yet. He's still being tormented. For Zhong Qi, it was very simple, but for others, it would be much more difficult. At this point, even with Yamamoto Ichiro exerting all his strength, he could only barely manage to reduce the enemy's health by 6 million. This boss still has 9 million HP. It will be a long time before it passes. However, just then, the barrier beside them was suddenly broken open, and a fierce dragon breath was spewed out. Just as it broke through the barrier, it sprayed directly onto the final boss. Then, boom, it immediately lost 4 million health points. 5 million left. Yamamoto Ichiro was shocked and immediately looked to the side, where he saw Zhong Qi carrying Ying as they walked over. Baka, you damn Chinese. Yamamoto Ichiro was furious and glared at Zhong Qi, cursing him directly. Zhong Qi glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "It's been so long, and you still haven't cleared the game? Is this the strength of the #1 genius in Japan? I think he's nothing special." Yamamoto Ichiro was furious, and his pet beast, Yamada no Orochi, was also enraged. Zhong Qi smirked, not even glancing at Yamamoto Ichiro. Instead, he turned to Xiaoyi and ordered, "Xiaoyi, take care of this piece of trash and eliminate the boss." Upon receiving the order, Xiaoyi immediately swooped down from the sky, landing on the boss with the speed of a shooting star. A deafening boom followed, dust billowed, and smoke filled the air. With just one strike, The boss's health points decreased by 8 million points instantly. It didn't even have time to raise its arms to defend before being instantly killed by Xiaoya's powerful strength. Yamamoto Ichiro stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what was happening before him. The boss he had fought so hard to defeat, only to have it snatched away so easily. His anger erupted like a volcano, but before he could retaliate, he suddenly realized his pet, Yamada no Orochi, was also within Seo's attack range. Although not Seo's target, Yamada no Orochi's health was now almost depleted, and it was stunned and unable to move. Damn it, Yamamoto Ichiro couldn't help but curse. He never imagined that his pet would be in such a dangerous situation because of this accident. His expression changed instantly. At that moment, Xiaoya's gaze shifted and landed on Yamada no Orochi. Her eyes darted around, revealing a hint of curiosity. Xiaoya looked at Zhong Qi, who immediately understood her thoughts, chuckled, and asked, "Wanna eat snake meat?" Xiaoya nodded immediately. "Then let's go." With Zhong Qi's nod of approval, Xiaoya immediately flew over, moving with lightning speed, and arrived before the Yamada no Orochi in the blink of an eye. She opened her sharp claws and pounced on the serpent. "You dare?" Yamamoto Ichiro panicked, his face contorted with shock and rage. In his haste, he tried to retract the Yamada no Orochi, but it was too late. Seo had already seized the serpent and, with a single claw, ripped off its head. His attempt to retract it had failed. The Yamada no Orochi has already lost its first head, but if the first head is gone, how far away can the rest be? Chapter 76 killed the number one genius of Japan. Zhong Qi naturally wouldn't refuse Xiaoya's request. Although the Yamada no Orochi was summoned by Yamamoto Ichiro, as long as he is not allowed to summon it back, it would be very easy to eat its flesh. Furthermore, in order to prevent Yamamoto Ichiro from summoning the Yamada no Orochi back, Zhong Qi specifically patted Yingying's head and made her take action. Yingying immediately locked onto Yamamoto Ichiro and unleashed her skill. From now on, no matter what skills Yamamoto Ichiro uses, it will be impossible for him to succeed again. This is the biggest weakening of Yamamoto Ichiro, and under such circumstances, it would be extremely easy for Seo to eat some snake meat. And, even if Seo wanted to do something, there was nothing Yamamoto Ichiro could do. He could only watch helplessly as his pet beast, Yamada no Orochi, was slaughtered. Faced with this scene, all he could do was feel anger. People's physical constitutions cannot be generalized. For example, Yamamoto Ichiro is currently in a state of extreme anger, which has reached its peak. However, after realizing that he could do nothing, he immediately made changes on his own. It became much quieter. Zhong Qi smiled at this scene. Even if Yamamoto Ichiro made changes, Zhong Qi still wouldn't let him go. Right now, Xiaoya grabbed and severed one of the Yamada no Orochi's heads, causing the serpent to grimace in pain. But now, even if it bares its teeth, it's still of no use. Xiaoya would not let it go. He crushed one of the 8-headed serpent's heads with his bare foot before launching another attack on its body. Under Xiaoya's oppressive aura, the Yamada no Orochi had absolutely no chance to struggle. Before long, a body was torn off by Xiaoya. Furthermore, after being forcibly torn off by Saya, the Yamada no Orochi let out a painful howl. At this moment, the Yamada no Orochi has absolutely no chance of resisting. He was merely the Yamada no Orochi, yet he faced a true dragon, and even among the dragons, Seo was considered a true king. Under such circumstances, how could Seo be afraid? And how could this Yamada no Orochi possibly stand against Seo? Of course not. He was lying face down on the ground when Xiaoya stomped on him and crushed him mercilessly. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamamoto Ichiro immediately broke down. As the number one genius in the Sakura Kingdom, he possesses formidable strength and exceptional talent. Having been in Japan for so long, I can crush anyone I fight and instantly kill any boss. However, everything changed after they met this Chinese man. It has changed from what it used to be. It's different from what he was used to. Chun Chun was completely abused by Zhong Qi. This was naturally unacceptable to Yamamoto Ichiro. However, even though he didn't accept it, there was nothing he could do. Because there was truly no way to deal with Zhong Qi and Xiaoyi. In just one exchange, before he could even do anything, he was completely crushed. At this point, even though Yamamoto Ichiro couldn't accept it, there was nothing he could do. Right now, not only can his pet not be taken back, but Xiaoyi has even torn off a piece of its body and put it directly into her mouth to eat. Hearing the crunching sounds of Seo chewing, Yamamoto Ichiro felt as if his own body was being fed into Seo's mouth and chewed along with her. This feeling filled him with immense fear and disgust, as if he had truly become food in Seo's mouth. His eyes widened, his heart filled with anger and despair. "Shut up." Finally, Yamamoto Ichiro could no longer bear it. He roared, trying to stop Saya's actions. His voice was full of authority, but also revealed a hint of fear. However, Saya ignored his shouts and continued to enjoy her food. Seeing that Saya ignored him, Yamamoto Ichiro decided to take matters into his own hands. He strode toward Saya. His steps seemed hurried, as if he wanted to stop Saya's actions as quickly as possible. Saya, upon hearing Yamamoto Ichiro's voice, didn't even bother to glance at him. She was focused solely on eating her food, showing no interest in Yamamoto Ichiro's presence. Only when Yamamoto Ichiro rushed in front of her, and finally, did she glance at him. Then, she turned her head, snorted at him, and exhaled with a pft. Instantly, a wisp of air shot out. This air, like a gentle breeze, swiftly swept towards Yamamoto Ichiro. Struck by this sudden force, Yamamoto Ichiro's body involuntarily tilted backward. He tried to maintain his balance, but ultimately could not withstand the force and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yamamoto Ichiro's disheveled state, Zhong Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found the scene utterly hilarious. The once imposing Yamamoto Ichiro had been easily defeated by Seo. Ying chirped merrily nearby, seemingly mocking Yamamoto Ichiro's defeat as well. The two of them watched with great amusement. Seo's sneeze had sent Yamamoto Ichiro sprawling. In other words, no professionals from the Sakura country can see this situation for the time being. If they could see it, they would probably be devastated. This is the #1 genius of their Sakura kingdom, hailed as a once-in-60 years talent, and the hope for the future of Sakura Kingdom. But in the end, he couldn't even catch a sneeze. Even Saya's sneeze caused Yamamoto Ichiro to lose a full half of his health. Yamamoto Ichiro's expression suddenly changed. At this point, there was really no other way. We had no choice but to give up. Then he watched Xiaoya eat. But the more Yamamoto Ichiro looked, the more frustrated he felt. Finally, he looked at Zhong Qi. After much deliberation, he charged directly at Zhong Qi. Since we can't defeat Zhong Qi's dragon pet, let's attack Zhong Qi himself. As the #1 genius of the Sakura Kingdom, how could he possibly be helpless against a dragon tamer who has no dragon pet? As Yamamoto Ichiro rushed over, Zhong Qi smiled. Did you think he was easy to bully? In that case, it will surely leave a deep impression on him. Immediately, the dragon claw skill was unleashed. Zhong Qi's arm began to tremble violently, as if something was trying to crawl out from within. Accompanied by a crackling sound, fine scales began to grow on Zhong Qi's arm, layer upon layer, densely packed. These scales shimmered with a deep and lonely light, appearing exceptionally mysterious and eerie. Suddenly, Zhong Qi's arm underwent such an astonishing change that Yamamoto Ichiro was taken aback. He immediately sensed something was wrong and turned to run away without hesitation. However, he was still too slow. With a deafening roar, a gigantic dragon claw descended from the sky, as large as a small mountain, quickly engulfing Yamamoto Ichiro. Yamamoto Ichiro's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was too late. The dragon claw struck Yamamoto Ichiro with lightning speed, the powerful force distorting the surrounding air. Although Yamamoto Ichiro tried his best to escape, he ultimately could not avoid Zhong Qi's fatal blow. With a dull thud, Yamamoto Ichiro was slammed down beneath the dragon's claws. The ground instantly caved in, forming a massive crater, its sides riddled with countless cracks, resembling a giant spider web. At the very center of the scene lay a corpse. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red, seeping from every part of Yamamoto Ichiro's body. He was no longer breathing, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe he had died like this. Yamamoto Ichiro had been smashed into a pulp by Zhong Qi's slap, dying a gruesome death on the spot. At the very moment Yamamoto Ichiro died, the Yamada no Orochi he had summoned began to dissipate. The enormous serpent's body gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing into nothingness. However, at that moment, Seo acted swiftly, opening her mouth wide and swallowing the remaining Yamada no Orochi whole. This scene left everyone speechless. No one expected Xiaoya to act so suddenly and decisively. Everyone stared at Xiaoya, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Xiaoya, however, looked completely satisfied, as if she had just enjoyed a delicious meal. With the disappearance of Yamada no Orochi, the battle finally came to an end. Yamamoto Ichiro, along with his Yamada no Orochi, departed from this world forever. He died in this Yasukuni instance. In this instance, the so-called number one genius of the Sakura kingdom disappeared just like that. Zhong Qi emerged under these circumstances. As soon as Zhong Qi came out, his figure was seen by the people of the Sakura kingdom. Then, the professionals in Japan went wild. They're out. The professional from the Dragon Kingdom has emerged. A sudden commotion erupted from the crowd, and everyone's eyes were focused in one direction. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could these professionals from the Dragon Kingdom possibly clear the Yasukuni dungeon of our Sakura kingdom? A man from Japan laughed loudly, his face full of smugness and mockery. His voice resonated with those around him, who echoed his sentiments. That's right, this dungeon is extremely difficult. Even for us Japanese, it's very difficult to pass. Another Japanese woman said, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Not only that, but our number of successful applicants is also very small, someone added, with a hint of pride in their voice. Yes, even a powerful country like ours is like this, so it goes without saying that the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom are even more difficult. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ha, isn't it obvious now? The professionals from the Dragon Kingdom didn't pass our Jinghua instance, someone shouted gloatingly. Yeah, they're out so early already. Those Chinese are really something else. People from the Dragon Kingdom? That's for sure. They're not our mighty Sakura Empire. At this time, when the people of Japan learned of these things, they naturally spoke up one after another, all believing that since the people of China had come out, there was absolutely no possibility of them passing through. Moreover, given how early it is, how could the Chinese get through? Absolutely impossible. Therefore, only one person passed through this Yasukuni instance. This was none other than Yamamoto Ichiro, the most respected son of Orochi, whose fame had long been established in their Sakura kingdom. After all, Yamamoto Ichiro's pet beast is the Yamada no Orochi, a mythical beast renowned throughout Japan. Under such circumstances, if he still cannot pass the Yasukuni instance, then no one can pass it. Even if this instance is nightmare level. Even so, they still believed that only one person could pass through the Yasukuni instance. That was Yamamoto Ichiro. They are the number one genius of the Cherry Blossom Country. However, they did not know that Yamamoto Ichiro, on whom they placed high hopes and believed he would definitely be able to clear the nightmare level Yasukuni instance, had already died in the nightmare level Yasukuni instance. As for the cause of death, it was that he was killed by Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom whom they looked down upon. Even the invincible divine beast Yamada no Orochi, which they considered invincible, entered Xiaoya's stomach. Certainly, they'll find out about this gradually. Because at that very moment, the news broke. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon and achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon and achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon and achieving the first clear of the Nightmare Level Jinghua Dungeon. The message was repeated 3 times in a row, and once it was released, it caused an uproar among the people of Japan. What? How is this possible? It was Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom who cleared the dungeon? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could someone from the Dragon Kingdom possibly clear our Jinghua dungeon? Exactly. It must be fake. It's fake. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, the people of the Sakura country had expressions of disbelief on their faces, especially the professionals, whose jaws almost dropped in astonishment. They had initially believed their nation's experts had victory assured, as they were fully confident in their country's strength. However, the news of the Dragon Kingdom's success was like a bolt from the blue, utterly devastating and unacceptable to them. No, this is impossible, a professional from Japan exclaimed excitedly. Our Orochi is a top-tier expert. How could he lose to an unknown Chinese? There must be something wrong here. Others echoed this sentiment, expressing their doubts and dissatisfaction. But the Dragon Kingdom people have already come out. So where is our Orochi's son? Where is he? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, expressing their doubts. As soon as these words were spoken, someone quickly discovered the crux of the problem. He guessed. They should still be inside the dungeon. After all, it's the nightmare level Yasukuni dungeon. We people from the Sakura Kingdom aren't as cunning as the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Our Sakura Kingdom's professionals are all dedicated to grinding dungeons. That must be it. These people from the Dragon Kingdom used cunning methods to quickly pass the dungeon. They're really cunning. How despicable are the Chinese? They actually resort to such means to try and win. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are truly despicable. They have repeatedly resorted to despicable means. At this point, they had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. They still believe that their number one genius, Yamamoto Ichiro, is still in the game. So, that's why they are so confident and composed. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhong Qi quietly left using the aura concealing item. What a joke. He's already dead. What's he waiting here for? Are we waiting to get these people to join forces again? What are these disgusting Japanese people incapable of doing? Shortly after Zhong Qi left, news of his departure was discovered. That Chinese man escaped? Damn it. He's so cunning. He must have run away because he was afraid that our Orochi-san would expose his damned crimes once he came out. The people of the Sakura country will definitely lose this competition. However, they naturally didn't want to admit it and wanted to deny it in this way. The fact that Yamamoto Ichiro didn't come out also made them feel frustrated. Even if you think the Chinese cheated, the instance is still their own. System messages cannot be faked. The Chinese have achieved the first clear of their most famous and attention-grabbing Yasukuni instance. Under these circumstances, the frustration naturally reached its peak. It's been taken by the Chinese. They were filled with extreme anger. But there was no other way. Even though Zhong Qi achieved the first clear of the nightmare-level Yasukuni instance by using cheating methods. However, the news still got out. As many people know, the Chinese have become the first to achieve this. Damn it. Countless people from Japan felt extremely aggrieved at this moment and secretly left to search for Zhong Qi's whereabouts. As for Zhong Qi, he naturally continued to other instances. He still needs 2 more first-time connections. Once you achieve the first clear of 2 more nightmare-level dungeons, you can naturally return to the Dragon Kingdom and change your class. That's still pretty fast. Zhong Qi's current level is 54, and he has more than half the experience required to reach level 54. In another instance, Zhong Qi can level up to level 55. The speed is still quite fast. I'm only 20 levels away from level 75 and the 3rd job advancement. At that time, you can begin to contract the 3rd dragon egg. Solve the real problems of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhong Qi left and went to another instance in the Sakura Kingdom. There aren't many of the more famous dungeons in the Sakura Kingdom left. So, he chose the remaining, more difficult dungeons. You won't attract as much attention anymore. Just complete the level quickly. After Zhong Qi left, many Japanese people, looking grim, returned dejected. They did not find any trace of Zhong Qi. That damn Chinese are like cunning rats, darting around everywhere, impossible to catch a trace of. However, they did not leave after they returned, because they were waiting for Yamamoto Ichiro to come out. However, as time slowly passed and the days grew longer, Yamamoto Ichiro's figure was still nowhere to be seen. This immediately caused many people to begin to have doubts. Strange? Why hasn't Yamamoto-kun come out yet, even after being inside for so long? It must be because the Yasukuni instance was too difficult. After all, it was a nightmare-level Yasukuni instance. It's normal that Yamamoto spent a lot of time in it. But the man didn't finish his sentence, because after Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom entered, everyone came out, but Yamamoto-kun, on whom they had placed high hopes, didn't. Their number one genius in the Sakura Kingdom, a once-in-60 years talent, has also formed a contract with the Sakura Kingdom's divine beast, Yamada no Orochi. But how could they be so thoroughly crushed by the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom? The difference is just too big. However, there was nothing they could do but wait here for their Orochi-san to emerge. Time continued to pass, but the opportunity never came. Something's not right. Could something have happened inside? Something happened? It shouldn't be. That's Yamamoto-kun. Nightmare-level Yasukuni is difficult, but it shouldn't be that bad. Probably not. However, Yamamoto-kun did stay inside for quite a while. He wouldn't usually stay in a dungeon for so long. So what exactly happened? Could something really have happened? And so it is. A day eventually passed, but Yamamoto Ichiro still hadn't appeared. During this period, the Chinese people actually achieved another first clear of a nightmare-level dungeon, and even received a perfect rating. Baka. Upon hearing this news, countless professionals in Japan were furious. However, not only did they have no way to deal with Zhong Qi, they also had no way to find any trace of him. In the end, all that was left was to give up. Then came impotent rage. Then, the next day, Yamamoto Ichiro still hasn't shown up. That professional from the Dragon Kingdom cleared another nightmare-level dungeon. After this incident, the professionals in Japan could no longer sit still. In the past, Yamamoto Ichiro had never been in a dungeon for such a long time. After so long, there was still no trace of him or anyone he had seen, which made them suspect that something must have happened. What should we do? Yamamoto-kun, did you die in the dungeon? But Yamamoto-kun is very strong. If he can't withstand the attack, it should be easy for him to back down, right? Wait a minute, that Dragon Kingdom person usually destroys the dungeon every time they clear it, but they didn't this time. That means the Dark Dragon Kingdom person actually has the ability to enter other dungeon worlds. Then, suddenly, everyone fell silent. Then, someone asked, "You mean, that Chinese man killed Yamamoto-kun?" Chapter 77 The Land of Cherry Blossoms goes completely crazy. After these words were spoken, all the people of Japan present were immediately stunned. Incredulity flashed in his eyes. They never imagined it would end like this. Although I really wanted to deny what that person said, I felt it was unlikely. However, at this point, they couldn't find any evidence to refute it. There is simply no way to refute it. They eventually discovered that it seemed to be true. After all, Yamamoto Ichiro hasn't appeared for so long. If that's the case, then it seems quite obvious that something happened in the dungeon. Zhong Qi, a Chinese national, has a history of such offenses, so the probability of him getting into trouble is very high. To put it bluntly, it was the Chinese who did the dirty work, which prevented Yamamoto Ichiro from coming out immediately. This is a big problem. Yamamoto Ichiro was the #1 genius in their Sakura country, the kind that only appears once every 60 years. But such a genius actually died in the dungeon. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could our #1 genius, the son of Orochi, die in a dungeon? Someone said, their face filled with disbelief. That's right. There's no way he could have died in the dungeon. Something must have happened that's holding him back. Otherwise, he would have been out by now. Another person said firmly. That must be it. It's impossible for the Orochi child to be in trouble. Something must have gone wrong for this to happen, someone else chimed in. However, some have raised the question. But the key question is, why hasn't the Orochi child shown up after all this time? This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Everyone felt puzzled and uneasy. Yes, under normal circumstances, the Orochi child should have appeared long ago. Even if the nightmare-level Yasukuni instance is difficult, it still can't stop him, someone analyzed. But now, this situation has indeed occurred. It's obvious that, to put it bluntly, although I don't want to believe it, there really is a problem. In the end, someone reluctantly admitted the reality. The son of Orochi. It seems, something has really happened to him. Damn it, that's the most talented genius in our Sakura country, and now, this has happened. Those damn Chinese. They actually killed our best genius in Japan. People of the Dragon Kingdom, I swear, I will never let you get away with this. It was at this moment. Zhong Qi had already quietly returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Although Japan has already imposed a lockdown, preventing anyone from leaving, Zhongli had already taken precautions for Zhong Qi. After achieving the first clear of 5 nightmare-level dungeons, Zhong Qi naturally had no intention of staying here any longer. They left the Sakura country and returned to the Dragon country. Moreover, at this time, Zhongli quickly learned of Zhong Qi's return to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhongli was still fighting fiercely against the people of the Sakura Kingdom when he learned that Zhong Qi had returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhongli was stunned. What? Why did this kid come back so quietly? Wasn't it before that they were competing against professionals from Japan? It was Yamamoto Ichiro, the son of Orochi, who was hailed as a terrifying genius from Japan, a talent rarely seen even once every 60 years. This is basically standing that kid up. At this time, Zhongli was completely baffled, not understanding what Zhong Qi was trying to do. However, not only was he unable to touch it, but the people of Japan were also completely baffled. They didn't know where Zhong Qi had gone. In short, they couldn't find any trace of him. Not only is Zhong Qi nowhere to be found, but their genius Yamamoto Ichiro is also nowhere to be found. This is truly terrifying. Both of them have disappeared. Right now, it was outside. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly. Zhang Li, who had been moving swiftly, suddenly slowed down considerably. Yi Tingyun was taken aback and looked at Zhang Li with suspicion, asking urgently, "What happened? Why are you like this?" Zhang Li frowned slightly, his expression grave, and said, "It's all over. Our mission is complete." Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun became even more puzzled and asked with a face full of doubt, "What do you mean? How could the mission end so easily?" Zhang Li smiled wryly and continued to explain. "Just now, I received a message from Zhong Xiaozi that he has returned to China. Zhong Xiaozi is back." Yi Tingyun stared wide-eyed at Zhang Li in disbelief, her voice heavy as she asked again, "Is what you said true?" Zhang Li smiled helplessly and replied earnestly, "Elder Yi, at such a crucial moment, how could I dare to utter a single lie? Young Zhong has indeed returned home safely. I only just received this news myself." Yi Tingyun frowned, lost in thought. "What's going on? Didn't we just have a duel with the Orochi no Ko from Japan? How did we get back to Japan?" He guessed. Could it be that they outmaneuvered them and ran back? The more Yi Tingyun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At this moment, he said directly, "This kid is still quite shrewd. He knows it's too dangerous in Japan right now, which is why he did something like this, outsmarting all these people from Japan." Yi Tingyun's lips curled into a smile, and he said, "This kid does have some brains." Zhang Li looked somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, stammering for a moment before finally speaking. Seeing his odd expression, Yi Tingyun immediately pressed, "What's wrong? Did I guess wrong?" Zhang Li quickly shook his head, replying, "Not entirely wrong." Yi Tingyun frowned slightly and continued to press. Tell me, where did you go wrong?" Zhang Li cleared his throat and slowly said, "The process is still the same, but many details are not." Yi Tingyun immediately became interested, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Li, and she asked eagerly, "Then tell me quickly, what exactly happened?" Zhang Li took a deep breath and explained. Zhong is indeed very composed. He has come up with a plan. However, the reason is not because he thinks Japan is too dangerous, and that encountering Japanese professionals and fighting them would make the situation more dangerous, but because he has already completed his fight. The competition is over. Yi Tingyun stared wide-eyed at Zhang Li in disbelief. Yi Tingyun's eyes widened suddenly. Then, after a moment's thought, he whispered, "Lost." After all, in his opinion, since the news hadn't been leaked and Zhong Qi had secretly returned to China, the probability of losing wasn't non-existent. Moreover, there's another point. The son of Orochi from the Sakura Kingdom is indeed very strong, despite his great reputation. Yamada no Orochi is a divine beast of the land of cherry blossoms. He was fully aware of this. Therefore, even with high hopes placed on Zhong Qi, there is still a possibility of defeat. That's not right. Yi Tingyun then thought of something else. Zhong Qi has already contracted 2 dragon eggs. How could a mere Yamada no Orochi possibly defeat Zhong Qi? So, at this moment, he still looked at Zhang Li, puzzled, waiting for Zhang Li to explain what happened next. Zhang Li naturally stopped keeping everyone in suspense. Let's get straight to the point. Zhong told me that the reason he returned to China so quickly is because the Orochi son of the Sakura Kingdom has run into trouble. Something happened? Yi Tingyun still didn't quite understand. That Orochi's son, enraged and humiliated, wants to hunt down Zhong Boy everywhere. Zhang Li shook his head. No, he didn't have that chance. Zhong was killed in the dungeon. Oh, kill him already? It's nothing, what? Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun suddenly realized what was happening halfway through his sentence. Then, staring at Zhang Li, he said incredulously, "What did you say? Zhong Boy was killed by that #1 genius of Japan?" "Yes." Zhang Li Dao. "I was shocked when I heard the news. No wonder that kid ran away so fast. If he hadn't, the third-rank clergy from the Sakura Kingdom would have torn him to pieces when they got back. My goodness." Yi Tingyun touched his chin, still feeling lingering fear. The main thing is, he didn't expect it to turn out this way. Did you kill the #1 genius? Damn it, if the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom were to put aside their own efforts to stall here, wouldn't they be rushing back immediately if they found out about this? At that point, even if you wanted to stop them, you wouldn't be able to. Zhong, you ran well. Going back like this is the right thing to do. I need to get back soon." Upon learning this news, Yi Tingyun felt inexplicably secretive. They were afraid of being found out. Otherwise, if others find out, they might immediately take action against them. That's for sure. Now that Zhong Qi has returned to the Dragon Kingdom, there is no need for them to stay here any longer. They should leave as well. Zhang Li and Yi Tingyun exchanged a glance, and then began to pass on messages to the others. Then, the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom began to leave. When they discovered that the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom were actually leaving, both the third-tier clergy of the South Korean and Japanese kingdoms were taken aback. What exactly happened? Why did the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly leave? A South Korean professional asked, puzzled. His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, seemingly bewildered by the sudden departure of the Dragon Kingdom people. Another professional added, "Yes. They came out for no reason, and they left for no reason. What are they trying to do?" His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt, expressing his incomprehension of the Dragon Kingdom's behavior. Other professionals echoed this sentiment, expressing their doubts and bewilderment. They felt that the behavior of the Chinese was utterly inexplicable and baffling. However, one of the professionals offered a different perspective. I don't think so. Perhaps the Chinese have their own plans and considerations, we just don't know them. His tone was more rational, but he didn't gain the agreement of the others. At this moment, a self-important professional shouted, "They must be afraid of the people of our South Korean Empire. They've witnessed our power and are terrified of us." His words revealed arrogance and confidence, as if he believed that the South Korean Empire was invincible. Another professional chimed in, "That must be it. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain what the Chinese are trying to do." A smug smile spread across his face, as if he were very satisfied with his judgment. The other professionals nodded in agreement. They began to discuss the fear and awe that the Chinese people might feel, and how the powerful South Korean Empire instilled fear in them. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are just like that. It's normal for them to feel fear after witnessing the power of our South Korean Empire, a priest said contemptuously. There's no way around it. Our South Korean Empire is just too powerful, another clergyman declared proudly. They began to revel in the power of the South Korean Empire, believing that this was the reason the Chinese left. What a pity, we didn't go deeper into the Dragon Kingdom and seize their resources. Cowardly Chinese, at this time. Let them go and let them properly cultivate our resources before we go and take them. At this moment, the third-tier clergy of South Korea uttered these words. Meanwhile, the Sakura Kingdom was also very puzzled by the movements of the Dragon Kingdom's third-tier clergy. What exactly did they want to do? Why did they suddenly leave? The crowd asked, puzzled. It's truly baffling. Their arrival was sudden, and their departure was just as unexpected, another person chimed in. This isn't like the way the Dragon Kingdom operates. They must be plotting something, someone speculated. Perhaps it's because they're afraid of our three kingdoms joining forces and know they can't win, so they chose to run away, another person suggested. That's not impossible. After all, the people of China have always been like this. However, at that moment, someone suddenly interjected. It seems that this is the time when Zhong Qi, the professional from the Dragon Kingdom, and our Orochi's son have agreed to fight. Is the Dragon Kingdom's sudden withdrawal related to this agreed-upon battle? Even if there is a connection, it only means that the Dragon Kingdom was defeated, which is why they fled in haste. The son of Orochi is a genius that our Sakura Kingdom has only seen once every 60 years. How could he be defeated so easily? Another person retorted confidently. That's true. The son of Orochi is absolutely incapable of losing. So, the only ones who could possibly lose are these damned Chinese. But these Chinese are really something. Of all times they have the nerve to think of coming to our Japan. They're practically asking for it. Who says otherwise? He must be out of his mind. Otherwise he wouldn't have made such a fatal decision. At this moment, they all believed that the Orochi son of the Sakura Kingdom could never lose. After all, they knew Yamamoto Ichiro very well and had absolute confidence in him. So, in the end, the only ones who can lose are the Chinese. The sudden withdrawal of the third-level clergy of the Dragon Kingdom could only be related to this matter. Faced with this situation, the third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom were extremely confident. Then, they returned to the land of cherry blossoms. Right now, it was located within the Dragon Kingdom. Zhong Li looked at Zhong Qi in front of him, a complicated expression on his face. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said in a tone that was both teasing and surprised, "You kid, you're really unexpected. You've actually managed to do so many amazing things." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze thoughtful, and continued, "The Sakura Kingdom is now in chaos because of you, and the Orochi's son, a character they carefully nurtured, was easily killed by you. The Sakura Kingdom invested a lot of resources and energy in cultivating him, but he turned out to be so vulnerable." Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips, and replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. Who told that kid to be so weak? I only gave him a light test, and he couldn't take it. He was dead in just 2 hits." Zhong Li felt uneasy upon hearing Zhong Qi's words. He sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. After his trip to Japan, not only had the boy's behavior become strange, but even his speech had taken on a peculiar tone. Zhong Li frowned, stared at Zhong Qi for a while, then shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Luckily you ran fast. Otherwise those third-tier clergy from the Sakura Kingdom would definitely go crazy looking for you to take revenge when they come back. That would be a big problem." Zhong Qi nodded. That's true. After all, they destroyed several of their dungeons, got the first clear, and killed a lot of professional players from Japan. He was killed by that number one genius, Yamamoto Ichiro. This time, Yamamoto really went to see his ancestors. Now that you're back, you should stay quiet for a while. The Japanese don't know you're back yet, so don't make a fuss about it for now, or there will be other troubles. Zhong Qi did not object. He said, "Next, I need to awaken. The mission is complete, and I have no choice but to awaken." Is that all? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li was immediately shocked. After all, these are 5 nightmare-level first clears, one of which even deserves a perfect rating. But Zhong Qi has already finished fighting in just a few days? That's way too damn fast. It's true, comparing yourself to others is just plain frustrating. If he were to come, it would probably take at least a month to recover. Zhong Qi, alone in the Sakura Kingdom, not only cleared the most famous and difficult dungeons in the country, but also killed the number one genius in the process. The younger generation is truly formidable. And the news of the return of the third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom, it quickly became known to professionals in China. Many people are speculating. Why are you back? Where's Boss Zhong? Have they abandoned him? This can't be. Their return was so sudden. Could it be that they won? Victory can't be this quick, can it? But what exactly happened? It can't be that serious. At this moment, the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom were completely baffled and had no idea what had happened. However, the sudden withdrawal of the third-level priest from the Dragon Kingdom is clearly abnormal. They all speculated that something must have happened outside, otherwise, this situation would never have occurred. And at that very moment, it is located in the land of cherry blossoms. The third-tier priests from the Sakura Kingdom were in a fairly good mood after returning home, and were about to ask their Orochi's son how he had won against the Dragon Kingdom property buyers. However, I heard this news instead. Something terrible has happened, sir. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has occurred. Hearing these shouts, everyone's hearts sank, but they still forced themselves to remain calm and asked, "What happened? Don't panic, tell us slowly." "Yes, what's all the fuss about? We have the situation under control, there's nothing to be alarmed about." At that moment, a panting man rushed up and stammered, "My lord, something terrible has happened. The son of Yamada no Makoto. We already know he won the match against the Dragon Kingdom professional. We'll have him come over later and reward him handsomely." The third-tier clergy from the Sakura Kingdom smiled, very satisfied with the result. Mentioning the Orochi's son brought even more smiles to their faces. "No, that's not it. I'm afraid he won't be able to come," the man said with difficulty. "Can't make it? Could it be that he's entered a dungeon again? He's really hardworking. No wonder he's the number one genius in our Sakura Kingdom. With this kind of diligence and effort, who can compare to him? That mere Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom actually dares to challenge the number one genius of our Sakura Kingdom? He's truly overestimating himself." However, the person who spoke shook his head and then said, "My lord, it's not like that. It's not like that. The son of Orochi has been in the Yasukuni instance for a long time and hasn't come out yet. We suspect that something might have happened to him." "What?" Upon hearing this, the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom widened their eyes in an instant. "Baka, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible." But Zhong Qi, the professional from the Dragon Kingdom, has already cleared the Jingwa dungeon for the first time and even came out. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned, speechless by the news. They couldn't believe that their nation's top genius had met with misfortune in the Yasukuni dungeon, and that professional from the Dragon Kingdom had actually achieved the first clear of the Yasukuni dungeon, which filled them with immense frustration and anger. The third-tier clergy of Sakura Kingdom wore grim expressions, their eyes flashing with anger. They had always had unwavering faith in their nation's genius, but this reality was unacceptable to them. They began to question whether the Orochi's son had truly perished. If he had indeed died in the Yasukuni instance, it would be a tremendous loss for Sakura Kingdom. At the same time, they developed a deep animosity towards the Dragon Kingdom professional named Zhong Qi. He had not only challenged the top genius of the Sakura Kingdom, but also successfully achieved the first clear of the Yasukuni dungeon, undoubtedly a provocation against the Sakura Kingdom. They vowed to uncover the truth and avenge the Orochi's son. The entire scene fell silent, with only heavy breathing and a tense atmosphere filling the air. Chapter 78. Xiaoya evolves again. Her power directly exceeds 10,000. With the words spoken by the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom, these third-tier priests finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It was also learned that Zhong Qi, a Chinese national, had achieved the first clear of the nightmare-level Jingwa dungeon. Not only that, but in this instance, he even defeated their Orochi's son, Yamamoto Ichiro. And at this point, Yamamoto Ichiro was still inside the instance and had not yet come out. This makes one suspect that something must have happened to him. Something terrible has happened. It is highly likely that he died in the Yasukuni instance. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. But now, this forced the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom to consider such a possibility. Furthermore, I feel the possibility is extremely high. Yamamoto Ichiro may have really died in the dungeon. They are the #1 genius of the Cherry Blossom country. When they discovered this, and it was highly likely to be true, the several third-tier priests were immediately stunned. An indescribable pressure pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Dead? He just died like that? Impossible. I absolutely refuse to believe this. At this moment, Mei Chuanyifu shouted again, his voice filled with determination and anger. Yamamoto Ichiro must still be alive. He must be trapped in the dungeon, trapped by those despicable Chinese. He'll be alright. Yamekawa Yashitomi and Yamamoto Ichiro shared a deep friendship, and at this moment, he was the one most finding it hardest to accept this cruel reality. However, no matter how much he insisted, the fact remained that many third-tier clergy in the Sakura Kingdom had already silently accepted this devastating news, and the anger in their hearts had reached its peak. Everyone understood that it was all the work of Zhong Qi, a professional from the Dragon Kingdom, but they couldn't produce any concrete evidence to prove it. After all, no one had personally witnessed whether Zhong Qi had actually killed their nation's top genius. This sense of powerlessness left them feeling incredibly frustrated, and at the same time, it deepened their hatred for Zhong Qi. Only now did they realize why the third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly retreated, because they had already done too much in the Sakura Kingdom. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has accomplished so much, they will naturally withdraw immediately. The key point is that none of them knew that the Dragon Kingdom had accomplished so much. They were still kept in the dark. Otherwise, when the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom retreated, they would have stopped them immediately, insisting that the Dragon Kingdom pay a price. But now, it's gone. The opportunity has already been lost. The people from the Dragon Kingdom will not come again, and there is nothing they can do. They can't go to the Dragon Kingdom again to forcibly kill the people from the Dragon Kingdom. There is nothing they can do about it. Therefore, the only thing they can do now is to find Yamamoto Ichiro's body and make a new plan. We cannot let Yamamoto's revenge go unavenged. The third-rank clergy of the Sakura Kingdom said with firm eyes, at the very least, we must make the Dragon Kingdom pay the price in blood. They killed our Yamamoto and destroyed our Sakura Kingdom's copy. This is hatred, the greatest hatred. No matter what, we must never give up and will fight to the very end. Their voices were filled with anger and hatred. Dragon Kingdom people, this is our blood feud with them. The priests of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom said through gritted teeth, their eyes flashing with anger. Their hearts were filled with resentment and discontent towards the Dragon Kingdom, considering them their enemy and deserving of revenge. However, Zhong Qi was unaware that the clergy of the Sakura Kingdom already considered the Dragon Kingdom an enemy. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This was because a deep-seated feud existed between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. This enmity stemmed from the struggle for resources and the Sakura Kingdom's various despicable tactics. Although many years had passed, this animosity remained deeply rooted between the two nations. Whether in the struggle for resources or other aspects, there is fierce competition and conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. This incident has further deepened the hostility between the two sides. The people of Japan are despicable and disgusting, having committed various despicable acts on numerous occasions before. Not to mention, in every national war, the Sakura Kingdom would always engage in some underhanded tactics, causing the Dragon Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. Under such circumstances, the people of the Dragon Kingdom naturally had no goodwill towards the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Furthermore, the hatred between the two countries is growing stronger. What Zhong Qi is doing now has made the people of the Dragon Kingdom extremely happy. It can be summed up in one word: awesome. Not long after, news of Zhong Qi's return to China had already spread. Of course, this news wasn't leaked by China itself, but rather by Japan, which issued an arrest warrant. Whenever they encounter Zhong Qi, they must kill him on the spot, making Zhong Qi pay for the life of their Orochi son. As for the Dragon Kingdom, their direct response was that Zhong Qi had already disappeared and was not in the Dragon Kingdom. This would naturally prevent Zhong Qi's information from being exposed. The people of the Sakura Kingdom want to find Zhong Qi. Sure, go find him yourselves. In any case, Zhong Qi was not in the Dragon Kingdom. Surely the Japanese can't just openly come to China, can they? Once they arrive, they must be at the third level of Divine Office. And if a third level of Divine Office enters the Dragon Kingdom, does that mean the Dragon Kingdom has no way to deal with a third level of Divine Office? We'll take as many as they come. Therefore, if the Sakura Kingdom wants to retaliate, they can either come secretly or wait for Zhong Qi to leave the Dragon Kingdom. However, the former is easy to deal with. If you come, I'll wipe them all out for you. The latter, that would be even simpler. By then, with Zhong Qi's development speed, his level would definitely be quite high, and he would probably have already dealt with the third dragon egg. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom is not worried at all. They simply ignored the arrest warrant issued by Japan. Meanwhile, the professionals within the Dragon Kingdom, having learned of this matter, instantly, they all spoke up. No wonder. I knew it. Why did our third-tier divine masters suddenly withdraw? One of them exclaimed in realization. So that's how it is. I knew it. There was no news from boss Zhong Qi for so long, and then all our third-tier divine powerhouses were withdrawn. Something felt off. So that's how it is. Now it's clear, it's clear. The other person was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Ha, I understand now, so that's how it is. No wonder the big shots all retreated. It turns out it was boss Zhong Qi who retreated in advance. That's really something. He directly took down the number one genius, and then hurriedly ran back. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. I knew it. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Our third-tier divine masters are back so fast. I almost thought Zhong Qi had disappeared, someone exclaimed. What are you talking about? That's boss Zhong Qi. With his strength, he must have turned the world upside down before he'd even come back. The crowd echoed, filled with admiration and anticipation for Zhong Qi. They could almost see the fierce battle and boss Zhong Qi's heroic performance. The entire scene was filled with enthusiastic discussion and an excited atmosphere. That must be it. With boss Zhong Qi involved, many of the instances in the Sakura Kingdom have been destroyed. Now, even their number one genius has been killed by the boss. This Japanese cherry blossom country must be furious. Serves them right. If they hadn't cheated during the national war and maliciously ruined our Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war, boss Zhong Qi wouldn't have done this. They should be killed to teach them a lesson. At this moment, the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom were extremely angry upon learning this news. Of course, after the anger came pure satisfaction. Zhong Qi did what they wanted to do, but couldn't, and now he's safely back in China. Naturally, his reputation is excellent. At this point, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhong Qi is their idol. The professionals in the Dragon Kingdom expressed their admiration and praise for Zhong Qi. His formidable strength and decisive actions made them extremely proud. Zhong Qi is truly amazing. He single-handedly destroyed the Japanese dungeon and even killed their number one genius, someone exclaimed. Yes, Japan must be furious, but they brought it on themselves. If they hadn't cheated in the national war, boss Zhong Qi wouldn't have done this, another person chimed in. People expressed anger at the actions of the Sakura Kingdom, while also greatly admiring Zhong Qi. Boss Zhong Qi is not only powerful, but also has a strong sense of justice. He stood up for our Dragon Kingdom and taught the Sakura Kingdom a lesson, someone said excitedly. That's right, he is our hero. We should learn from him, strive to improve our own strength, and win glory for our country. Others echoed. At this time, Zhong Qi naturally didn't pay attention to these things. He has already begun preparing to awaken. Ding! Congratulations. You have completed the awakening quest and will begin awakening shortly. Please wait. Awakening begins. As the sound rang out, a surge of power began to flow into Zhong Qi's body. Once this power entered Zhong Qi's body, he immediately felt that his body was beginning to change. Of course, the biggest change actually lies in the mind. It began to become more magnificent. If Zhong Qi's thoughts were initially a river, they are now a vast ocean. Beneath this vast ocean, Zhong Qi's advancement is nothing short of terrifying. At this time, Zhong Qi's improvement was also extremely rapid. Job panel. Name, Zhong Qi. Age, 18. Occupation, Dragon Rider, first job advancement. Level, 55, 32,500,000 experience points needed for next level up. Health, 12,000. Magic power, 6150. Strength, 351. Intelligence, 762. Agility, 360. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Taming, Dragon Language, Dragon Claw, Icy and Snowy World, Battle Pet Encouragement. Dragon Taming Space, Xiaoyi, Yingying. This is the panel before the job change. After changing jobs, Zhong Qi checked it again. Job panel. Name, Zhong Qi. Age, 18. Class, God Level Dragon Tamer, second job advancement. Level, 55, 32,500,000 experience points needed for next level up. Health, 16,000. Magic Power, 9540. Strength, 420. Intelligence, 890. Agility, 430. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Taming, Dragon Language, Dragon Claw, Icy and Snowy World, Battle Pet Encouragement. Dragon Taming Space, Xiaoyi, Yingying. After changing jobs, the improvement in all attributes is incredibly powerful. However, after Zhong Qi looked at his own attributes, he felt somewhat helpless. Even at level 55, after the second job advancement and awakening, his attributes were still far inferior to Xiaoyi and Yingying's. Zhong Qi took a moment to glance at Xiaoyi's attributes. Blackwing Dragon, Growth Stage. Owner, Zhong Qi. Tier, Mythical, Common, Rare, Legendary, Mythical. Level, 55, 32,500,000 experience points needed for next level up. Health, 228,000. Magic Power, 105000. Strength, 5,600. Intelligence, 4,100. Agility, 4,100. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Breath, Deadly Dragon Claw, Dragon King Bloodline, Dragon King's Intimidation, Divine Dragon Descent, Dragon God's Heaven-Shaking Strike. Pet Equipment, Flame Dragon Blade. Xiaoyi's terrifying attributes are nearly 10 times greater than Zhong Qi's. Aside from Xiaoyi's slightly weaker intelligence, her strength is more than 10 times that of Zhong Qi. That's terrifying. Even Zhong Qi, Xiaoyi's master, couldn't help but be astonished after seeing Xiaoyi's attributes. At this moment, Zhong Qi glanced at Yingying. Yingying is already level 47. The attributes are equally terrifying. The HP is not high, only a little over 100,000, but compared to Zhong Qi himself, it is a pure crushing defeat. As for Zhong Qi's strength and intelligence, Yingying is now level 47 and already has an intelligence of over 4,000. It's important to know that Yingying is still a baby and doesn't have any pet equipment. She relies entirely on her racial talents. This is extremely terrifying. This is enough to prove just how high Yingying's potential is. And at that moment, Zhong Qi heard a voice again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your awakening and class change. You will soon receive another reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Divine Pet Upgrade Card 3. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Skill Upgrade Card 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Mythical Grade Equipment 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique special title, Dragon God. Hiss. Upon seeing these rewards, Zhong Qi was naturally taken aback. Damn you, system. You wouldn't come if you didn't come, but now that you've come, you've given me a huge headache, haven't you? These things are all pretty good. There's no need to elaborate on pet upgrade cards and skill upgrade cards. Mythical grade equipment is exactly what Zhong Qi needs right now. This kind of equipment is extremely rare. For someone like Zhong Qi at his current level, it would be quite difficult to enter a dungeon where mythical level equipment can be obtained. The main reason is that mythical level equipment is generally obtained from dungeons after the third job advancement. He's only level 55 now, 20 levels away from the third job advancement to a divine position. If Zhong Qi were to say now that he wants to enter the dungeon for third-tier divine positions, they would definitely think he's gone mad. However, at this time, Zhong Qi did have this idea. He needs to reach level 75 quickly, but entering dungeons at his own level is indeed too slow. Why not just head straight to level 75 and try out the third job advancement dungeon? Perhaps it really is feasible. Of course, Zhong Qi won't go now. His strength hasn't been fully improved yet. In addition to these, it also has a title. Dragon God. When you have dragon companions by your side, their skill effects will be increased by 1000%, and you yourself will gain the majesty of the Dragon God, making you invincible against any dragon. Hiss. This title is the absolute best of the best. Not only can it increase the skill effects of Xiaoyi and Yingying by 1000%, it also grants them the majesty of the Dragon God. Once Zhong Qi possesses this title, he will have absolute authority, even when facing the Dragon Clan. Nice one. At this moment, Zhong Qi received all the rewards. and then looked at the divine pet evolution card. At this time, Ying and Xiaoya could evolve once again. However, when he looked at the two dragon pets, he suddenly realized that Xiaoyi no longer needed one evolution card to evolve once. He needed two. So, it's very simple. Xiaoya evolves once, and Ying also evolves once. After all, Xiaoya's strength is terrifying now. When clearing dungeons, the damage output relies on Xiaoya, and she is also the veteran dragon that has been with me the longest. Ying's strength is slightly weaker, and her personality is not suitable for combat. Therefore, it would be safer and more appropriate to improve Xiaoya first. However, as usual, Zhong Qi still evolved Ying first. As Ying progressed from infancy to early childhood, her attributes underwent a dramatic change. The health points didn't increase much, only 30,000, but the intelligence points increased directly from over 4,000 to 7,000. The rate of growth is astonishing. When Zhong Qi saw it, his jaw almost dropped in shock. That's way too terrifying. If it could evolve again, wouldn't its intelligence possibly reach 9,000? Back then, if Ying uttered a curse, almost no one could withstand it. As for himself, Zhong Qi looked at his own attributes and immediately felt rather unhappy. Indeed, the dragon race is the one truly blessed by the heavens. These attributes are absolutely terrifying. That's amazing. Right now, after Ying evolved, her size didn't increase much, but the two horns on her head grew very noticeably. Ying became even cuter, snuggling against Zhong Qi's chest, looking incredibly happy. Zhong Qi also patted its head to show his happiness. Now that Ying has begun to evolve, Zhong Qi looked at Xiaoya again. It's time for Xiaoya to evolve too. Right now, as Zhong Qi decisively crushed the two divine pet evolution cards in his hand, a powerful force instantly surged into Xiaoya's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoya's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Originally only 5 meters long, its body rapidly grew at a visible speed, extending to a full 20 meters in length. Such a tremendous change even astonished Zhong Qi. Not only did its size change drastically, but all the markings on Xiaoya's body also underwent significant alterations. At the same time, its appearance became increasingly ferocious, more closely resembling the terrifying, world-destroying dragon of mythology. At this moment, Xiaoya, simply standing there, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, creating a suffocating, heavy pressure. This is the true Blackwing Dragon. A pair of enormous black wings unfurled from Xiaoya's back, each adorned with 2 sharp bone spikes, making it appear exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Each bone spike gleamed with a cold light, as if ready to pierce the heart of any enemy at any moment. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Qi gasped in shock. I can't help but sigh in utter terror. Xiaoya has finished evolving. Zhong Qi took the opportunity to glance at the attributes, and after reading them, he felt they were truly terrifying. Blackwing Dragon, Transformation Stage. Owner, Zhong Qi. Tier, Mythical, Common, Rare, Legendary, Mythical. Level, 55, 32,500,000 experience points needed for next level up. Health, 1,200,000. Magic Power, 670,000. Strength, 15,700. Intelligence, 7,560. Agility, 8,420. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Breath, Deadly Dragon Claw, Dragon King Bloodline, Dragon King's Intimidation, Divine Dragon Descent, Dragon God's Heaven-Shaking Strike. Pet Equipment, Flame Dragon Blade. Hiss. His health points instantly surpassed 1 million, and his strength reached an astonishing 15,000. These terrifying three-dimensional attributes. Zhong Qi looked at his own attributes again and thought, holy crap, Xiaoya's three-dimensional attributes are even higher than my health. This is so terrifying, it's truly astonishing. As expected, this evolution requires 2 divine pet evolution cards. It's truly terrifying. In that instant, Xiaoya hovered in the air, raised its head and roared, letting out a deafening howl. The sound seemed to pierce through the clouds and shake the heavens and earth. As its roar resounded, the surrounding wind and clouds instantly changed color. The once calm sky became turbulent, and rolling clouds quickly gathered together to form a vast sea of clouds. The clouds churned and surged, seemingly responding to Xiaoya's call. Finally, they gathered at Xiaoya's feet, forming a solid platform. Xiaoya stood firmly on this cloud platform, like a terrifying dragon rising from an endless abyss, exuding a chilling aura. Zhong Qi stood below, looking at the terrifying demonic dragon in the sky and at Xiaoyi, his heart surging with excitement. Next, as Xiao Yi and Ying Ying's strength increased, his strength increased several times over. If Zhong Qi originally didn't have much confidence in entering the third-level Divine Job dungeon, now he did. He was preparing to enter the dungeon for the third-tier Divine Job advancement to increase his level. This is the fastest option. Chapter 79, 10 million damage, Xiao Ye's terror. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from Xiao Ye's mouth, seemingly tearing the heavens and earth apart. In an instant, this powerful force spread outwards, shaking all directions. Above the clouds, the terrifying demonic dragon rose as if from the abyss, emanating a fearsome aura. Its enormous body and unparalleled power inspired dread. Below, even a powerful figure like Zhong Qi was deeply shocked by Xiao Ye's current appearance. His eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Xiao Ye's current form was truly terrifying. If anyone else had seen it, their heart would likely have stopped beating. Its appearance was grotesque and ferocious, every detail exuding immense power. From its sharp claws to its gleaming teeth, everything displayed its ferocity. At this moment, every imaginable adjective could be used to describe Xiao Ye, and each one was perfectly fitting. Her very existence was terrifying, and this terror was accompanied by immense power. Simultaneously, Zhong Qi's own strength had also greatly increased, undergoing a qualitative change. He felt the power surging within him was stronger than ever before, as if endless potential awaited its release. After completing the upgrade, Zhong Qi returned to his room. However, not long after they returned, Li Muhan and the others arrived. Boss Zhong, Li Shua jogged over, his face beaming with excitement. He panted as he said, "You're absolutely amazing. I can hardly believe it. You managed to seize this opportunity to go to Japan and deliver such a heavy blow to them. Boss, you're truly incredible." Li Shua couldn't hide his excitement at all, his eyes shining with reverence. He continued, "The people of Japan have always been unfriendly to our country, and this action has undoubtedly taught them a profound lesson." Zhong Qi smiled and waved his hand, saying casually, "Actually, there's nothing special about it, just some simple little things." Despite this, Li Shua's admiration for Zhong Qi grew even stronger. He thought Zhong Qi's ability and courage were astonishing, especially his ability to act decisively and achieve victory when facing a powerful enemy. Those damned bastards from the Sakura Kingdom actually dared to lose our Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war. They are utterly despicable, Li Shua said angrily. Now it's all good. Boss Zhong personally took action and taught those Japanese a lesson, letting them know that our dragon country is not to be trifled with. Li Shua's voice was full of pride and joy. At this moment, Liang Jia nodded in agreement, her face showing admiration and trust. She said, "Of course, with the captain here, there will be absolutely no problem." She had a very high opinion of the captain's abilities and believed that he could solve any problem. It has to be the captain. He did so much in just one trip, and he made sure the people from Japan couldn't catch him at all. That's really amazing, Li Shua exclaimed, full of admiration for his captain. These people from Japan must be furious right now. Li Shua continued, a hint of smugness in his voice. They knew their captain had caused the Japanese a great deal of trouble, preventing them from succeeding. It's more than just infuriating. Ha ha ha. Li Shua couldn't help but laugh out loud, imagining the angry and helpless look on the faces of the Japanese people, and felt extremely pleased. At this moment, Li Shua and Liang Jia were both praising the captain's abilities and achievements, while Li Muhan, standing to the side, quietly watched Zhong Qi, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. She was attracted by the captain's charm and filled with curiosity and admiration for him. Certainly. At this moment, Li Muhan was very quiet and did not say anything, but her gaze remained fixed on Zhong Qi and never left him. Zhong Qi glanced at it and felt a headache coming on. He coughed lightly and said, "After I come back, I plan to level up again as quickly as possible." "What are your plans?" "Huh." At this moment, when Zhong Qi said this, all three of them were stunned. Then, they looked at Zhong Qi in disbelief. Li Shua exclaimed in surprise, "Boss Zhong. Boss Zhong, you mean, you're going to help us level up?" Liang Jia couldn't contain her excitement either, and asked, "Captain, is it really true?" Even Li Muhan was deeply moved at this moment. Seeing their reaction, Zhong Qi smiled and said, "If you don't have anything else to do, feel free to come. Anyway, I don't have any teammates right now, and I've been spending a lot of time with you guys, so it's best if you're the ones I'm used to." After Zhong Qi finished speaking, the three of them were immediately excited. "Marvelous. Upon hearing Zhong Qi's reply, Li Shua was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He said with a beaming smile, "Boss Zhong, you're so kind. It's such a lucky thing to be able to continue leveling up with you." Liang Jia couldn't hide her joy either. She said excitedly, "Captain, is it really possible? We feel incredibly honored that you're willing to continue leading us." Even the usually composed Li Muhan couldn't help but smile with delight. He said with emotion, "Zhong Qi, thank you for still being willing to lead us. This time we will definitely work even harder and live up to your expectations." The three expressed their gratitude and promised to work even harder to improve themselves. Zhong Qi, seeing their enthusiasm and determination, smiled and nodded, indicating his confidence in them. Li Shua said repeatedly, "Next, I'll be able to experience lightning speed again. Oh no, I'll be able to admire my brother-in-law's face." Li Muhan couldn't help but kick him. Liang Jia was naturally very excited, and at that moment, she jumped up and pounced on Zhong Qi. Immediately, she grabbed Zhong Qi and hugged him tightly. "Captain, you're so great. So great. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." This girl was completely unaware of just how alluring her actions were. Zhong Qi felt as if his head was suddenly enveloped. However, it didn't take long for Liang Jia to realize what was happening. She quickly got down, looked at Zhong Qi, and gave an awkward smile. Captain, I was just too excited. I couldn't help it. Ha. Ha." Liang Jia's face turned bright red, and she even stammered as she spoke. Clearly, Fong was genuinely excited, and this was an unconscious action. Zhong Qi sighed helplessly. "It's all right, just don't do it again next time." "I understand, but Captain, do you still stand by what you said earlier?" She looked at Zhong Qi expectantly, and Zhong Qi said, "Get ready, we'll meet here this afternoon." "Good." Liang Jia was overjoyed and immediately ran back. Li Shua was in the same boat. He needed to quickly prepare some strategic materials. Li Shua and Liang Jia both left, leaving only Zhong Qi and Li Muhan. For some reason, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Li Muhan broke the silence first, asking, "Does it smell good?" Zhong Qi touched his nose, smelled it again, and then nodded. "A little." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jolted awake, looked up abruptly, and sure enough, saw Li Muhan's resentful gaze. Just as she was thinking about how to gloss over the situation, Li Muhan changed the subject herself. "Your trip to Japan must be quite dangerous, right?" Zhong Qi Dao. "Fortunately, the minister provided a lot of props to conceal my presence and keep me safe. Although it sounds dangerous, it's actually not that bad. That genius from Japan is far inferior to me. This time, killing them on their first day proves what I said." Li Muhan couldn't help but smile. The two talked for a while longer, and then Li Muhan said, "Then I'll go prepare too." "Good." Li Muhan also left. After Li Muhan left, Zhong Qi was about to return to his room when he suddenly heard a voice. "Hey kid, you're in luck with the ladies." Zhang Li walked out with a grin. Zhong Qi looked at him with a puzzled expression. "When did the minister arrive?" Zhang Li chuckled and said, "From the very beginning, when you two were all lovey-dovey." Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi's face instantly turned bright red. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Minister, is there something you need from me?" Zhang Li seemed oblivious to Zhong Qi's embarrassment and continued, "You're not getting any younger. Why don't you take this opportunity to get married?" Zhong Qi was stunned, his face full of question marks. He asked, puzzled, "Minister, wait a minute. Why are you suddenly urging me to get married? Don't you have any other important matters to attend to?" Zhang Li chuckled, shook his head helplessly, and said, "If you got married, you wouldn't be causing so much trouble. This whole ordeal has almost exhausted me." Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi immediately retorted, "Minister, don't say that. I was the one who volunteered to go, and you gave my permission. Now that there's a problem, you can't blame it all on me." Zhang Li immediately laughed and scolded, "You brat. I agreed to let you go, but I didn't agree to you making such a big fuss. Look at what Japan has become. They almost came over and started a fight with us because of you." Zhong Qi, naturally, wouldn't fall for it so easily. He looked at Zhang Li and said with a smile, "Minister, please don't put such a heavy burden on my head. I can't bear it. If Japan really attacks, it's definitely because you've tricked them again. Do you think I can handle it alone? I know what I've done. It's not enough to make them do something like that." Zhang Li looked at Zhong Qi and sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected the kid to be so shrewd. He couldn't even be fooled by such a simple trick. So he sighed helplessly. Fine, since you say so, then let's just say so." Then, he changed the subject and said seriously, "However, you'd better behave yourself this time you're back. and don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, if the Sakura Kingdom takes notice, it'll be a big problem. Zhong Qi nodded, his gaze firm, and said, I didn't really have any specific goals or plans for coming back this time. I just wanted to level up and challenge some dungeons. Hearing this, Zhongli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, That's good. Recently, many new dungeons have appeared in China, and there are quite a few that suit you. If you haven't decided which dungeon to challenge yet, I can recommend a few good options. Zhong Li's tone revealed a hint of anticipation, clearly indicating that he had his own purpose. However, Zhong Qi saw through Zhong Li's intentions at a glance and replied without hesitation, No need, I've already decided. Zhong Li immediately pressed, Oh? Which dungeon are you planning to challenge? Zhong Qi calmly uttered 3 words, Black Wind Mountain. Upon hearing this answer, Zhong Li was instantly stunned. He stared wide-eyed at Zhong Qi in disbelief and questioned, Are you really sure? You're not joking, are you? Zhong Qi asked in return with a puzzled look. Why do you ask? I've carefully studied the Black Wind Mountain instance and think it's the most suitable for me right now. Zhong Li looked at Zhong Qi speechlessly. But that dungeon is a dungeon that only third-tier clericals can run. Zhong Qi, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Are you sure you're not crazy? Zhong Qi shrugged indifferently and said, Right now, the third-tier divine job dungeon is the most suitable for me. There aren't many other dungeons that are suitable for me. I've looked at them, and only the third-tier divine job dungeon is the most suitable for me and best meets my current needs. Zhong Li stared intently at Zhong Qi for a long while before finally asking, Are you really sure? I'm sure. Zhong Qi nodded firmly. Minister, don't worry. Since I've already made up my mind, I'm sure I'm confident. You don't need to worry too much. After listening, Zhong Li sighed helplessly. All right, but you'll be farming a dungeon that only third-tier divine classes can do, which is quite difficult. You'd better think about it again. Zhong Qi answered confidently. No problem. Zhong Li saw that Zhong Qi had already made up his mind and could not change it, so he just sighed and let it go. I don't plan to try to persuade Zhong Qi anymore. Zhong Qi, at this time, had just left Zhong Li. He then returned to his room. Time passed quickly, and then it was afternoon. In the afternoon, Li Muhan, Liang Jiai, and Li Shuo all arrived at Zhong Qi's place. Zhong Qi looked at the 3 of them and said with a solemn expression, This time, the dungeon we're going to run is a little different, so I need to tell you in advance so you can be prepared. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in understanding. Li Shuo spoke first. Brother Zhong, just say it. No matter what kind of dungeon it is, no matter how simple it is, we can accept it. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi felt a strange sensation rising within him, sensing that something was amiss. Liang Jiai chimed in. Yes, Captain, just say it. We can accept it. Zhong Qi looked at the 2 men, his brows furrowing slightly. He felt they seemed overly confident and reckless. However, he took a deep breath and slowly said, This time, the instance I've chosen is the Black Wind Mountain instance. The moment the words Black Wind Mountain were uttered, the 3 of them froze. Surprise crossed their faces, as if they couldn't believe their ears. The Black Wind Mountain dungeon is a name that resonates far and wide, not because of its difficulty or fame, but because it's a dungeon only challenged by high-level players who have completed their 3rd job advancement. Now, Zhong Qi is telling them they're about to face such a high-level dungeon, which fills them with both excitement and nervousness. Black Wind Mountain, Li Shuo muttered to himself, a hint of awe in his eyes. Liang Jiai's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, Captain, are you sure? That's a dungeon only high-level players with 3rd-tier divine classes go to. Li Muhan was also shocked. She originally thought that Zhong Qi would choose some dungeons that were suitable for their current level, but she did not expect that it would be such a difficult Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Zhong Qi nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, I have made up my mind. Although the Black Wind Mountain dungeon is indeed quite challenging for us, I believe that through this challenge, we will gain tremendous growth and benefits. Moreover, as long as we are well prepared and work together, we may very well succeed. However, they still found it somewhat difficult to accept. Boss Zhong, did I hear that right? We're going to the Black Wind Mountain instance. Li Shuo looked at Zhong Qi in shock and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it is Black Wind Mountain. Zhong Qi nodded expressionlessly, his eyes firm and confident. Gulp, Li Shuo swallowed hard, an expression of disbelief on his face. He had initially thought he'd misheard, but now it was undeniable. They really were going to the legendary Black Wind Mountain instance. This news filled him with panic and unease. But I'm only level 40 right now. Li Shuo lowered his head, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. He knew he was far from meeting the requirements for the Black Wind Mountain dungeon, and his heart was filled with helplessness and despair. So what if you're level 4040? It's not like Black Wind Mountain won't let you in, Zhong Qi replied calmly, as if he didn't care about the level difference. Won't this put too much pressure on you? Li Shua asked, his face flushed, finally mustering the courage to voice his concerns. He knew all too well how difficult and dangerous the Black Wind Mountain dungeon was for ordinary professionals, let alone him, a level 40 tank warrior. Li Shua understood that Zhong Qi had just returned from Japan and might be strong enough to handle the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. However, he worried that his presence would be a burden to Zhong Qi and hinder the team's progress. This sense of responsibility and inferiority put him in a dilemma. However, Zhong Qi did not change his mind because of Li Shua's concerns. Zhong Qi looked indifferent and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. After we get there, you can just stand by and watch. You don't need to do anything." Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Zhong Qi meant to take action personally. But this dungeon was usually only challenged by third-tier divine classes, and Zhong Qi had only brought the 3 of them. Could they really manage? Wouldn't it be too difficult? For a moment, Li Shua hesitated and said, "Should I quit? You can find a better teammate. That would be more helpful to you, and you wouldn't be as useless as I am." After all, as a tank-type character, he would feel inferior if he couldn't play any role in the battle. However, Zhong Qi firmly shook his head. "No need." Then he added, "All right, stop arguing. I'm ready. Let's go." After that, Zhong Qi stopped paying attention to them and simply led them to Black Wind Mountain. The location of the instance was quite far, so they bought high-speed rail tickets in advance and took the high-speed rail there. Looking at the scenery along the way, Zhong Qi wondered, if this were South Korea, wouldn't there be no need to take a high-speed train at all? It should arrive soon, right? Time passed slowly, and about 2.5 hours later, the group arrived at their destination. Then, Zhong Qi led them into the Black Wind Mountain instance, and immediately selected the Nightmare difficulty level. Among them, the lowest level was Li Shua, level 40, and the highest level was Zhong Qi, level 55. The Black Wind Mountain dungeon can only be accessed at level 75. This time, running the dungeon was, I have to say, really daring. If others found out, they would be horrified. Of course, even if others found out, Zhong Qi wouldn't care. Soon, the scene before them changed, and they found themselves in the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain instance. Unlike other instances, in the Black Wind Mountain instance, the 4 of them turned into 4 peaches upon entering. And just then, a number of monsters picked it up. However, after taking a bite, it suddenly cried out in pain and threw it away. Zhong Qi and his 3 companions revealed themselves. Looking at this unusual scene around him, Li Shua couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a dungeon run by third-tier priests, it's really impressive. It's astonishing. Liang Jia also watched and thought this dungeon was quite impressive. However, there were still more than 10 small monsters in front of me, and judging by their levels, they were level 80. The monster's level was twice that of Li Shua, leaving Li Shua completely stunned. Level 880? If Zhong Qi hadn't brought him along, he probably would never have seen such a monster in his lifetime. Only, now, facing such a monster, Zhong Qi immediately summoned Xiaoyi. With a thunderous roar, a deep-sea dragon over 20 meters long suddenly appeared, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and the surrounding winds and clouds gathered. Immediately, Xiaoyi fell from the sky, crashing down with a loud bang. A resounding crash shook the surroundings, causing the place to crack instantly. Immediately, the dozen or so monsters died. Then, Li Shua and the others saw the damage Xiaoyi had dealt. I was immediately shocked. More than 10 million. Am I dreaming? Li Shua stared at the injury, his mouth agape, unable to close. That's incredible. Chapter 80, Speedrun of the 3rd Job Advancement Cleric Dungeon. At this time, Zhang Li was in the room, muttering to himself, when he said, "This kid just left like that? Was he really confident, or was he just faking it?" He couldn't help but touch his chin, finding it hard to believe. After all, this kid was participating in the national war before. While nation wars are important, in the end, their level and difficulty are worlds apart from what we have now. Even later, when Zhong Qi went to Japan and dominated the country, he even killed Japan's #1 genius. But Yamamoto Ichiro, despite having the title of the son of Yamada no Orochi, was still far inferior to the Yamada no Orochi. Therefore, even in Japan, there isn't actually that much pressure. These dungeons, including those in the Sakura Kingdom, are vastly inferior to the dungeons that only 3rd job priests would attempt. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Therefore, even if Zhong Li had a good understanding of Zhong Qi's strength and knew that Zhong Qi was very strong, he would not think so at this moment. The difference between them is truly astonishing. But, just then, Zhou Bo walked in, and, upon seeing Zhong Li, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you sighing like that?" Zhou Bo casually asked, without Zhong Li even turning his head, "Do you think that Kid Zhong has any chance of clearing the Black Wind Mountain dungeon at this time?" "Kid Zhong? What dungeon can't be cleared?" He stopped mid-sentence, then his eyes widened abruptly. Zhou Bo repeated, "Wait, what did you say? Say it again." Zhong Li immediately realized he shouldn't have said that. He shut his mouth and said, "No, nothing at all. I didn't say anything." But it was too late. Zhou Bo stared at Zhong Li and said, "What exactly happened? You have to explain yourself clearly." Zhong Li inwardly groaned, but faced with Zhou Bo's persistent questioning, he knew he could no longer hide it. Zhong Li sighed deeply, his tone grave. "It took me a lot of effort to keep Zhong in check after he returned to China. After all, Japan will definitely be keeping a close eye on him, searching everywhere for any trace of him. At the slightest sign of trouble, they'll immediately take action." Zhou Bo nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. We must remain vigilant against those Japanese guys, and never let Zhong get into danger. I'm telling you, Zhong Li, anything as dangerous as infiltrating Japan like before must never happen again." "Of course it won't happen again." Zhong Li nodded solemnly. The trouble Zhong Qi caused last time was already big enough, and it still hasn't been completely resolved. Now, Japan is still eyeing them covetously, and he simply can't bear the thought of a similar situation happening again. Therefore, Zhong Qi should just stay in China. Looking into Zhou Bo's eyes, Zhong Li immediately continued, "After I talked to Zhong Qi, he agreed to stay in the country for a while. However, he is planning to go and grind in dungeons. This is a good thing." Zhou Bo nodded. "Raising the level as soon as possible will allow us to contract the third dragon egg earlier, which is a really good thing." Zhang Li Dao. "I think so too, but here's the problem. The dungeon this kid chose is Black Wind Mountain." After saying this, Zhang Li quickly added, "This was the kid's own choice. I didn't offer any advice. I even suggested other options, like running dungeons suitable for second job advancement. But he wouldn't listen and insisted on running dungeons that only third job advancement priests would run. In the end, I couldn't persuade the boy otherwise, but I was still prepared to stop him. But that kid insisted on going by himself. He just led his team there by himself. I'm so angry." Zhang Li's words silenced Zhou Bo. Finally, Zhou Bo was still somewhat skeptical and asked again, "You mean, that kid Zhong took a group of people to the Black Wind Mountain dungeon, and that's the kind of dungeon he'll choose to run after his third-class advancement? Who were the people he brought?" Zhang Li paused for a moment, then said uncertainly, "He must have been one of his former teammates, right?" This truly shocked Zhou Bo. Former teammates? No wonder he was so shocked. It was all because the difficulty of Black Wind Mountain was simply too much for professionals who hadn't reached the third job advancement. The difference between before and after the third job advancement is enormous. As a third-level divine official, Zhou Bo was perfectly aware of this. The difference before and after the job change is truly enormous. So when they learned that Zhong Qi was actually going to the Black Wind Mountain instance, their shock was genuine. Zhou Bo had already witnessed Zhong Qi's actions several times, but even now, seeing Zhong Qi like this, he still didn't quite believe that Zhong Qi could clear the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. However, on second thought, Zhong Qi is actually quite reliable. That is to say, it's not impossible for those few to clear the Black Wind Mountain normal level dungeon. Normal level? At this moment, Zhang Li glanced at Zhou Bo and then said, "Given Zhong's temperament, do you think he would choose the normal difficulty level for the Black Wind Mountain dungeon if he's going to go there?" Zhou Bo paused for a moment, then fell silent. Indeed, given Zhong Qi's personality, since he chose to go to the Black Wind Mountain instance. Therefore, without any controversy, the most difficult nightmare-level dungeon should be chosen. At this point, he was aware of this as well. Zhong Qi, that's really his personality. So at this time, the two exchanged a glance, then sighed. No way. They couldn't do anything about it. Now that Zhong Qi has gone, all they can do is wait for the outcome. At this time, it is located in the Black Wind Mountain instance. After Xiaoya made her move, she instantly killed more than 10 monsters, dealing a staggering 10 million damage. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. A staggering 10 million units of output. I've never seen such high damage in my entire life. Li Shuo stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself, "Is this still Boss Zhong? Am I seeing things? This should be a god." As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, no matter how hard he tried to see, the astonishing number remained clearly displayed before him. Even gods must be like this. Li Shuo was completely stunned, his mind blank. He stared blankly, a feeling of unparalleled shock and awe welling up inside him. Time ticked by, but Li Shuo remained motionless in that position. It wasn't until much later that he came to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excitement. How long has it been since boss Zhong Qi left? We've only been apart for a few days. How could things have changed so much? He muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. He recalled his previous conversation with Zhong Qi, during which Zhong Qi confidently stated that he didn't need their help at all and could solve all the problems on his own. At the time, Li Shuo had some doubts about this, but now, after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he finally understood that what Zhong Qi said was true. Can the gap between people really be this big? Li Shuo sighed, a sense of loss rising in his heart. He realized that there was a huge gap between himself and Zhong Qi, a gap that could not be bridged in a short time. Despite feeling somewhat frustrated, Li Shuo was not discouraged. Instead, he decided to take Zhong Qi as his role model, continuously improve his skills, and strive for higher levels. After all, only through unremitting efforts could he gradually narrow the gap with others. With such terrifying damage, even though this is a dungeon that only third-tier divine classes would play, there is still no pressure in front of the great Zhong Qi. Now Li Shuo is witnessing all of this firsthand. I have seen these facts. It greatly shocked him. Similarly, when Liang Jia and Li Muhan saw it, they were also so shocked that their mouths were wide open. It's big enough to stuff things in now. Wow, that's amazing. Captain, you're incredible. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo suddenly turned around and looked at Liang Jia. Although what she said sounded normal, upon closer inspection, it wasn't so normal after all. After glancing at them, Zhong Qi simply ignored them. Instead, he looked at Xiaoye and said, "Xiaoye, keep going." Zhong Qi shouted excitedly. As his words fell, Xiaoye let out a deafening dragon roar, flapped its wings violently, and shot into the sky like an arrow. Its enormous, 20-meter-long body blotted out the sun, like a towering mountain standing between heaven and earth. Each flap of its wings stirred up a gust of wind, the howling wind sweeping across the entire Black Wind Mountain, leaving everyone in awe. The clouds rapidly gathered, as if drawn by an invisible force, swirling around Xiaoye. The dragon's roar, like a powerful shockwave, spread outwards, instilling in the surrounding monsters an unparalleled sense of majesty and oppression. Many monsters, terrified, hastily fled, daring not to linger for even a moment longer. After Xiaoye entered her transformation period, the Dragon King's aura grew increasingly powerful. Some monsters with weaker bloodlines trembled with fear at the mere sight of Xiaoye, lying obediently on the ground, too afraid to move. This was the terrifying aura emanating from Xiaoye. At this moment, Xiaoye's dragon roar proclaimed to the entire Black Wind Mountain, their Dragon King had arrived. Roar. Immediately following, another earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. Xiaoye had already soared into the sky, its figure gradually disappearing above the clouds. Its presence immersed the entire Black Wind Mountain in solemnity and awe. At this time, after seeing Xiaoye fly away, Li Shuo and the other two felt somewhat worried. Li Shuo said, "Boss Zhong, is it really alright for Xiaoye to just leave like that? What if some monsters escaped? Wouldn't we be doomed?" He spoke quite frankly, and it seemed he was genuinely very worried. That makes sense, though. In such a dungeon, only those who have reached the third level of divine power would choose to participate. Even just entering such a dungeon is incredibly stressful. At this time, it was indeed very difficult for Zhong Qi to bring in someone like him who was just there to make up the numbers and was completely useless. However, Zhong Qi didn't seem to care. However, Li Shuo clearly felt a lot of pressure, which is why he asked such a question. He expressed his concerns. He was concerned about the three of them, wondering if anything might happen to them. After all, at this point, Zhong Qi was actually fine. Li Shuo was well aware that Zhong Qi was capable of protecting himself. However, the three of them are gone. Even for a tank class like him, under these circumstances, he would be killed instantly if he encountered even the slightest monster. That's without a doubt. At this moment, after Li Shuo said those words, Zhong Qi smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, Xiaoye is very careful in her actions. No monsters will slip through." But Li Shuo still had some concerns. "Don't worry, I have a backup plan." At that moment, a small horn peeked out from Zhong Qi's arms. Ying looked at the three of them with some curiosity, then blinked her eyes. "Wow, So cute. In an instant, Liang Jia saw Ying in Zhong Qi's arms, and her eyes lit up immediately. She had been somewhat worried and felt extremely uneasy, but when she saw Ying, all her worries vanished instantly. Ying's appearance is just too cute. It was tiny, with scales and all that, all a pale pink color. It huddled in Zhong Qi's arms, looking terrified, which easily stirred up one's protective instincts. Now, Liang Jia was just like that. With a whoosh, she was in front of Zhong Qi, staring intently at Ying in Zhong Qi's arms. Then he said, "Captain, can I touch it?" Zhong Qi was momentarily conflicted. If it were Xiaoya, it wouldn't be so bad. Xiaoya Zhong Qi could still control it. Just prevent Xiaoya from attacking. However, this is just a whimper. Once he shows any sign of displeasure, the curse might just be over. Unfortunately, it's also the kind of thing that's hard to guard against. So it's really hard to say. Zhong Qi hesitated for a moment, but fortunately, Ying didn't seem upset. It was also blinking its eyes, looking at Liang Jia. The relationship between the dragon and the human was quite harmonious. Upon seeing this, Zhong Qi said, "If Ying agrees, then yes. Its name is Ying. So cute." Hearing the name Ying, Liang Jia's heart almost melted. She stared at Ying, who looked at her but then locked its head back in its shell, looking a little scared. Seeing this, Zhong Qi smiled and said, "You're too enthusiastic. Ying is a bit timid." At this moment, Li Muhan also saw Ying, and naturally, she also liked Ying very much. It's safe to say that very few girls wouldn't like someone who moans like that. A pink blob, with tiny horns and big eyes. However, like Liang Jia, Ying also did not choose to let Li Muhan touch her. Ultimately, both of them felt somewhat disappointed. Li Shua looked at Zhong Qi and couldn't help but ask, "Boss Zhong, your backup plan isn't this cute little guy, is it?" His gaze fell on Ying, filled with doubt and suspicion. Even if monsters come, can this little guy really handle them? Does he have that kind of fighting power? Upon hearing Li Shua's doubts, Zhong Qi smiled and shook his head slightly. Don't underestimate Ying. Ying is very strong. Even Xiao Yi has to be very cautious when facing it. His tone was firm and confident, as if he had absolute trust in Ying. And Ying's level is much higher than yours. Zhong Qi continued, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Much taller than me. Upon hearing this, Li Shua's eyes widened, and he stared at Ying in disbelief. This little one. He couldn't believe that the seemingly delicate and cute Ying possessed such great strength. Ouch! Right after Li Shua finished speaking, he immediately clutched his stomach and cried out. Why does my stomach suddenly hurt? It must be from eating something bad at lunch. Ouch, ouch! He cried out in pain repeatedly. Zhong Qi burst into laughter. This isn't some kind of food poisoning, it's Ying's ability. However, before he could finish listening to what Zhong Qi had to say, Li Shua hurriedly ran away. It seems that Ying's skill just now was indeed very powerful. Then, Liang Jia asked in confusion, "Captain, what's going on? You just said that was Ying's skill." She stared wide-eyed at Zhong Qi, her face full of confusion, seemingly bewildered by what was happening before her eyes. "Yes." Zhong Qi nodded, then explained, Ying's ability is different from Xiaoya's. Ying's ability is curse. It is the source of all curses in the world. Anyone or anything that displeases it will be cursed. Just now, Li Shua was slightly punished by Ying. As he spoke, he wore a serious expression, as if warning Liang Jia not to easily provoke Ying. "So, when you first said you wanted to pet Ying, I was a little hesitant because of this. Ying's abilities are terrifying. What if it doesn't like it?" He shook his head helplessly, secretly glad that he hadn't impulsively touched Ying. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Uft! Li Shua's voice came from afar. Then, Liang Jia immediately burst into laughter. Her laughter, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, echoed in the air, instantly lifting one's spirits. However, even with Ying's terrifying abilities, Liang Jia and Li Muhan did not change their opinion of Ying. They still regard Ying as an incredibly cute and obedient dragon pet, without the slightest fear or disgust. There's no way around it. This little guy is just too adorable. This made the two women view the little guy with a lot too much prejudice. There's simply no way to do it. Li Shua returned much later, and judging from his weak appearance, he had clearly collapsed. At this moment, Zhong Qi patted Ying's head and said, "Wah, let's just let him go, he won't dare to do it again." Wah! Ying poked her head out, whimpered twice, and then dissipated the curse power. At this time, Li Shua clearly understood why he was acting this way. Immediately, it became much quieter. I will never dare to question Ying again. Then, they set off towards Black Wind Mountain. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, with lush trees on both sides, their branches and leaves dense. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows, as if draping the entire mountain forest in a mysterious veil. Along the way, they saw many horrifying scenes. Countless monster corpses lay scattered on the ground, some shriveled, some still covered in blood, emitting a strong stench of decay. These monsters came in various forms, some ferocious beasts, others bizarre humanoid creatures, their expressions contorted as if they had endured a fierce battle. Clearly, these were all monsters that Xiaoya had hunted down. And indeed, just as Zhong Qi had said, Xiaoya had left no monsters behind. However, as they walked, they came across a huge corpse. Li Shuo was immediately surprised. This big-headed doll, and it's blue, looks really weird. Luckily, Xiaoya dealt with it in advance. Otherwise, I heard that this big-headed doll is very powerful, with many skills and high damage. Even some third-tier divine classes would be stopped when they encounter it. Zhong Qi had also heard of the reputation of this big-headed doll, but of course, big-headed doll was just a name for it. Its real name was not this. Then they continued on their way. Then they saw the carcass of a wolf with white fur. The wolf carcass was also extremely large. Its once snow-white fur is now completely charred black. Clearly, this was caused by Xiaoya's direct dragon breath. Faced with Xiaoya's terrifying damage, even the bosses in dungeons like Black Wind Mountain couldn't withstand it for long. Even if this is a nightmare-level dungeon, the final result will be the same. Goodness! Li Shuo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At this point, the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The monsters here, just looking at their corpses, already gave him an extremely strong sense of dread. It's hard to imagine how oppressive it would be to actually face this monster. Fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, I suddenly realized that my level had actually increased by 2 levels. I've leveled up. Li Shuo was overjoyed. From level 40 to level 42, even though he did nothing, he received the least amount of experience. However, it has still undergone significant upgrades. However, he looked at Zhong Qi curiously and asked, Boss Zhong, what level have you reached? After all, he himself has already reached level 2. Judging from the way Zhong Qi seems to have acquired most of his experience, he should have even more, right? Zhong Qi glanced at him, then smiled without saying a word. Chapter 81: The Schemes of the Cherry Blossom Country. Li Shuo was very curious about how many levels Zhong Qixing had reached. However, Zhong Qi naturally did not speak of such things lightly. Zhong Qi glanced at his level. I'm already level 60. No wonder it's a dungeon only third-tier divine classes would run. The leveling efficiency is absolutely top-notch. If Zhong Qi were to run normal dungeons, or even nightmare-level dungeons, he might not be able to level up even if he cleared the entire dungeon. This is the limitation of the instance. After completing the second job advancement, upgrading becomes extremely difficult. Each level up requires an enormous amount of experience. This is not unique to Zhong Qi. The same applies to other professionals. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few third-tier divine positions in the Dragon Kingdom. Once you reach a higher level, each level up grants a massive amount of experience. Even after reaching the third job advancement, every dungeon they run is incredibly difficult. However, even so, it is still extremely difficult to level up by relying on a nightmare-level dungeon. Even someone like Zhang Li is only at level 79 now. Is the Minister of Logistics of the Dragon Kingdom behind him not interested in getting promoted? No, it isn't. Because there aren't enough instances. Even if he completes all the instances in the Dragon Kingdom, he won't improve any further. Furthermore, if you run the same dungeon a second time, the level of the crocodile will be significantly reduced. This is why every country needs to constantly expand in order to seek more copies. With more and more dungeons, these resources can make the professionals in their own country stronger, allowing them to reach higher levels and obtain more powerful equipment. As we all know, powerful equipment is found in powerful dungeons, and the most top-tier equipment can only be obtained after clearing a powerful dungeon for the first time. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, the differences between dungeons and the first clear of powerful dungeons are so sought after, which is a given. This is something that all countries are pursuing, and they fought each other for resources. These resources are indispensable for any country that wants to develop. There's no way around it. The same applies to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom had been bogged down by those 3 dragon eggs for too long and had no way to deal with them. Ultimately, it's a problem that can't be solved. This year, with the appearance of Zhong Qi, the problem of the 3 dragon eggs in the Dragon Kingdom can be solved, and things naturally become much more interesting. It can be resolved much faster. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom can free up more manpower, no longer needing to go to the dragon raising grounds to guard the dragon eggs, and no longer needing to worry about the dragon raising grounds continuing to expand and thus affecting the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, the coming year will be a year of rapid growth for the Dragon Kingdom, during which its strength will develop at an extremely fast pace. And it's faster than you can imagine. However, other countries don't seem to be aware of this yet. Now, if other countries find out about China's affairs, they will undoubtedly do everything in their power to stop China. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom is well aware of this, so what they need to do most now is to keep a low profile and secretly make a fortune. This matter must not be known to anyone else. However, Zhong Li is still pondering Zhong Qi's matter. He put down the documents in his hand and immediately began to murmur. This kid hasn't made a sound for so long. Could it be that he can actually make a name for himself in the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain? That's unlikely, isn't it? At this moment, Zhong Li was indeed very puzzled. He really wanted to know the answer, but unfortunately, he could not see the scene inside the nightmare-level dungeon, Black Wind Mountain. Therefore, it became impossible to know what exactly was going on with Zhong Qi. However, it had been quite a while since we went in. Based on Zhong Li's experience, at this point, they should have just finished defeating some monsters. Zhong Li remembered that when he first entered the Black Wind Mountain instance, it was incredibly difficult. They assembled a fairly strong team, but even so, it was still incredibly difficult. It took them a very long time to get through the Black Wind Mountain instance. However, the level they cleared back then was the King-level Black Wind Mountain. Currently, the first clear of Black Wind Mountain, a nightmare-level dungeon, still exists. Zhong Li suspected that Zhong Qi must have been eyeing this point, which was why he chose to run the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. There aren't many instances of this kind of nightmare-level dungeon cleared for the first time anymore. After all, although the Dragon Kingdom's development is relatively slow, there are still many third-tier divine positions. For them, achieving the first clear of a nightmare-level dungeon means a large amount of experience and a lot of powerful equipment, which can quickly improve their strength. This will further enhance the overall national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, it is definitely not to be missed. Zhong Qi has really gotten a good deal. However, there aren't many copies of this kind in China. If this kid can actually clear the dungeon that only third-tier divine classes can run. Zhong Li immediately fell into a deep thought. Then we'll have to change our plans for this kid again. Many of them, who were promoted to third-tier divine positions, left their home country to seek out dungeons in various places, and competed with other countries to finally obtain dungeon tokens. When several countries compete for a particular instance, an instance token will be generated. Once a country possesses this instance token, that instance can belong to that country, and they can even set specific rules for it. For example, some dungeons were previously set up so that only professionals from the Dragon Kingdom could enter after the battles were won. Therefore, other professionals who want to enter will be prevented from entering by the instance itself. Even a third-level divine officer would find it difficult to break this rule. Of course, it's not impossible to break through, but if you do, the dungeon will forcibly mark you with some marks, which will cause other dungeons to reject you. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, almost no one would take the risk of becoming a third-tier priest. Once marked, it will be under the special attention of the dungeon. Each instance they entered was extremely dangerous. Once marked, the risk of perishing was too great. This is something that no third-tier priest wants to do. Therefore, the dungeon token is what they are fighting hard for. Furthermore, the reason Zhong Qi was able to clear those dungeons in Sakura Country was because they were Sakura Country's own dungeons. Sakura Country probably never expected that professionals from other countries would come and secretly obtain the first clear of the dungeons. Oh, and one more thing. The reason why Japan doesn't set restrictions is because professionals from the United States might be able to enter. If that's set up, it will block professionals from the United States. That would be a big problem. Therefore, Zhong Qi was able to enter and obtain the first pass. Of course, destroying this instance would be beyond our control. And at this time, Zhong Li was thinking that if Zhong Qi could really clear the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon, it would be equivalent to him truly possessing the strength of a third-tier divine profession. So, that means he can team up with the third-tier priests and go to run dungeons outside. That will be the real battle. The current battle is nothing more than a minor skirmish. Even the national war, and Zhong Qi's previous entry into the Sakura Kingdom, although dangerous, are still far less challenging than these dungeons. The real competition for resources And the real problem lies in the fact that third-tier divine job seekers are venturing out to compete for dungeons. As for the resources provided by the national war, they are nothing more than some small dungeons. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the younger generation's turn to represent them. However, at this moment, Zhongli was wondering whether Zhong Qi could actually pass the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. He had some doubts. However, how many impossibilities has Zhong Qi already created? Who could have imagined that this kid would be able to contract the Dragon Egg and resolve the crisis in the Dragon Kingdom? So many third-tier divine officials couldn't do it, but this kid did it. And not only was the problem solved, but Zhong Qi also brought them many surprises afterward. The upgrade speed was astonishingly fast, and then they resolved the sudden crisis within the secret realm they created. Later, they participated in the national war and, leading the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom, won first place. Before this, the Dragon Kingdom had never achieved good results in any of its national wars. At this point, that is beyond doubt. Zhong Qi brought them so many surprises. Then, the Sakura Kingdom acted shamelessly and canceled the Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war. Zhong Qi was about to change his job, so he went to the Cherry Blossom country alone. I'm venturing into the land of cherry blossoms, all by myself. This is such a dangerous thing, and it takes so much courage. However, even so, Zhong Qi still went. Furthermore, they created such a huge stir in the land of cherry blossoms. At this point, this truly surprised Zhongli. And then, now, we've entered the Black Wind Mountain instance. Although Zhongli had great confidence in Zhong Qi, he also knew how terrifying the Black Wind Mountain instance was. And at this very moment, almost no one knows this. The third-tier clerics from the Sakura Kingdom gathered together, along with the third-tier clerics from South Korea and the United States. We've suffered a huge loss this time. The third-tier priest from the Sakura Kingdom said with a gloomy expression that Zhong Qi from the Dragon Kingdom actually broke into our territory, wantonly destroyed many of our dungeons, and even insidiously attacked our Orochi's son. That despicable Dragon Kingdom person is too vile. His tone was full of resentment and dissatisfaction. If we don't respond to this, it will be a heavy blow to the reputation of our nation, he continued. The professionals in the country will absolutely not tolerate us silently bearing this loss. Therefore, we must take action against the Dragon Kingdom. We must severely punish them. His eyes were firm and resolute. We need your support and assistance, he pleaded with the third-ranking clergy of South Korea. Upon hearing this, the third-ranking clergyman from South Korea revealed a sly smile and replied, "No problem. Actually, we've wanted to take action against the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. They've stolen too many of our resources that should have originally belonged to South Korea. That damn Dragon Kingdom. Exactly. That shameless dragon country robbed our South Korean country of its resources, and even more shamelessly, stole our South Korean festivals and ancestors." He spoke with fury on his face, clearly showing no remorse. The third-tier clerics from the United States and Japan couldn't help but sneer at the expressions on the faces of the South Korean professionals. The American professional chuckled but didn't say anything, instead changing the subject. "All right, we're here to discuss this matter. The Dragon Kingdom is making a lot of moves lately, making us suspect they have even bigger plans. We've gathered here to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from developing. We must isolate them and cut off their resources." Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. After all, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom posed a significant threat to these nations, and inaction could lead to losses for their own interests. Therefore, they decided to unite and jointly confront the Dragon Kingdom. The American professional's eyes were deep and unfathomable, gleaming with a cold light. He said in a deep voice, "Once the Dragon Kingdom truly rises and develops, it will inevitably seize a large amount of resources that rightfully belong to us. The Dragon Kingdom is like a greedy and shameless robber, constantly demanding from outside. We absolutely cannot sit idly by. We must take action to stop them." "That's right. Only by curbing the development momentum of the Dragon Kingdom can we live a better life," someone echoed. "That's absolutely right." Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, from this moment on, we must resolutely stop every instance that the Dragon Kingdom attempts to seize. The American professional's tone was firm and unquestionable. At this moment, the representatives of the three countries almost unanimously reached a consensus. In fact, they had always acted this way, but now their attitude became clearer and more resolute. This consensus meant that they would cooperate more closely in future actions to jointly counter the development of the Dragon Kingdom in order to protect their own interests. However, they overlooked one point. The The Dragon Kingdom was not a robber, but rather achieved its development through its own efforts and wisdom in acquiring more resources. And these resources should have been obtained through fair competition, not plunder. And at this very moment, it is located in the Black Wind Mountain instance. Zhong Qi, along with Li Shuo, Liang Jiai, and Li Muhan, had already arrived at a deeper part of Black Wind Mountain. And then, they saw Xiaoya's figure. At this moment, Xiaoya was facing someone who looked remarkably like a big-headed doll. However, he was wearing a tattered robe and had a crack on his head. Li Muhan had done some research, and after glancing at it, she said, "I heard that this boss used to be the abbot of a temple." Li Shuo glanced at it, paused for a moment, and then said, "Judging from this, it doesn't seem like it. How could the abbot have turned into this?" And he looked around and said, "Is this a temple nearby? Why is it so dilapidated? Who knows? Maybe it became desolate later for some reason." Liang Jiai also spoke up, and then added, "Judging from this, it looks like it has been through a big fire." While they were talking, Xiaoya had already taken care of the boss. The boss's final skill is a temporary invincibility. However, during that time, the boss cannot move, but it will summon some corpses that can restore its health. However, it's also easy to solve. All you have to do is get rid of those corpses. It's still quite easy to beat. Xiaoyi unleashed a dragon's breath, triggering a boss-level attack, and then killed him with a single claw strike. The main focus is on being decisive and efficient. The speed at which monsters were being killed made Li Shuo and his companions wonder if they had entered the wrong instance. This dungeon isn't the terrifying dungeon that only third-job divine classes would run. It's just an ordinary, easy-level dungeon. Not to mention, this is still at the nightmare level. It's said that no one has yet achieved a first clear of the nightmare difficulty level of this dungeon. Li Muhan said quietly. This statement had a significant impact on the other two. Liang Jiai's eyes lit up immediately, and she said, "So, if we clear the game, wouldn't we get the first clear of nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain?" Li Muhan nodded. "Yes, you're right." Li Shuo was so excited that he jumped up. "Yay, first clear of nightmare level Blackwind Mountain. This is a dungeon that only third-job cleric classes can run. If I get this, I can brag about it for a year." "A year?" Liang Jiai gave him a disdainful look. "Are you underestimating the value of this dungeon? You should know that you, a mere newbie, are only level 40-something. Yet you've already cleared a dungeon that only third-tier divine classes can do. That's something you can brag about for 10 lifetimes." Li Shuo quickly realized this as well, and was extremely excited. The same goes for Liang Jiai. However, this time she restrained herself and did not dribble the ball into anyone. After these few encounters, she had vaguely discerned that the captain's relationship with Li Muhan seemed to be. They are somewhat closely related. If she does this so frequently, wouldn't that mean, well, you know? No. Besides, we're girls, so we should be a little more reserved. Yes, restraint. Then, just as she was about to show some restraint, Xiaoya killed another boss. With a ding, Liang Jiai leveled up. Holy crap. She jumped up immediately. Another upgrade? That's awesome. Captain, do you need someone to warm your bed? I really can. Muhan can come on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I can come on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Weekends are fine too. Zhong Qi was speechless. What on earth is going on in this guy's head? All he does all day long is think about random things and covet my good looks. Indeed, men still need to protect themselves when they are out and about. The scene suddenly became somewhat strange. Li Muhan sensed danger. After glancing at Liang Jiai, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. This demonstrates the high value of the profession of wet nurse. Li Shuo quietly stepped aside, not wanting to get involved in this kind of thing. However, he still really hoped that Boss Zhong could become his brother-in-law. However, at this point, it all comes down to how capable her older sister is. Liang Jiai is indeed a strong contender. This little farce didn't last long, because Zhong Qi didn't respond at all, but Ying in his arms was quite curious. With its big eyes wide open and two paws out, it looked around for a while before stretching them outwards. Then, after comparing them, I stretched it out a little more. His eyes held a serious expression. Zhong Qi glanced at him and immediately recognized the little guy's talent. Comparing sizes remotely? He shook his head, wondering what he was thinking and how Liang Jiai had led him astray. That filthy woman. Next, Zhong Qi led them deeper into the area. The Blackwind Mountain instance is indeed very large, and the surrounding forests are dense. Although it is on a mountain, the temperature is quite high. The mountain was actually a maze of winding mountain paths. They followed one of the paths and gradually came to see a huge temple. The temple looked very solemn. but there were clearly many burn marks. It seems that this place has indeed been the site of a major fire. The fire must have been incredibly large to have reduced this temple to this state. I felt a very strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Li Shua suddenly spoke up. His eyes held a solemn expression. He definitely felt very bad. However, his level was too low. He was the lowest among the four. Even he could sense it, let alone the others. Liang Jia immediately gave him a disdainful look. Who can't tell? Go away and listen to the captain. Don't show off. Li Shua's face immediately flushed, which was true. But he still retorted angrily. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Little brat. I'm not young anymore. The two of them bickered quite a few times. Zhong Qi was speechless. Although Liang Jia is older, her personality is like that of a child. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was much more composed. He glanced at Li Muhan, only to find that she also looked helpless. At that moment, their eyes met. Li Muhan's cheeks immediately turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. Clearly, her blushing says a lot. Zhong Qi simply acted as if nothing had happened. Are you lusting after his body? Despicable. They entered the temple. Upon entering the temple, a strong sense of oppression immediately enveloped them. Li Shua and Liang Jia had stopped bickering, afraid that if Zhong Qi spoke up after his death, it would influence his judgment, since the Black Wind Mountain instance was incredibly terrifying at this time. Once they influenced Zhong Qi's judgment, they simply have no way to pass it. They still knew that this moment was extremely crucial. And shortly after they entered, a huge black bear suddenly appeared. The final boss has appeared. Chapter 82 was cleared for the first time again, shocking everyone. At that moment, with the appearance of the giant black bear, Li Shua and the others realized that this was the final boss. After all, that terrifying sense of oppression cannot be faked. This terrifying sense of oppression directly suppressed them at this moment, especially making it difficult for Li Shua to breathe. Not only Li Shua, but Liang Jia also felt suffocated under this oppressive atmosphere. This is, after all, a dungeon that only third-tier divine professionals would choose to run. The difficulty of this dungeon is still too great for them, so at this moment, they are still quite afraid. In particular, the sense of pressure is at its peak when facing the final boss. Even with Zhong Qi present, the situation remains the same. After all, once they arrive here, the surrounding environment could cause them extremely serious trauma, or even lead to further trauma and death. This is something they naturally don't want to do. However, this dungeon is indeed much more difficult. Therefore, it's normal to be extra careful. Right now, with the appearance of this giant black bear, the scene changed dramatically. Almost instantly, lava erupted from the ground, appearing in streams. Then, the temperature around began to rise. The temperature suddenly rose, causing Li Shua's expression to change immediately. How could this be? The temperature is rising way too fast. Yes, this temperature is making us feel so uncomfortable. Liang Jia, standing to the side, also said something similar, which is enough to show that even though Liang Jia's strength is much stronger than Li Shua's, it is still not enough. After feeling the temperature, Li Muhan's expression changed. This temperature is much higher than any of the dungeons they've encountered before. That's way too high. It brought them a tremendous sense of oppression. Under this oppressive atmosphere, their expressions all became solemn. However, after glancing at them, Zhong Qi spoke up to comfort them. It's all right. If things get tough, just wait for me here. I can take care of him by myself. Li Muhan looked at Zhong Qi, her eyes immediately showing a worried expression. Zhong Qi gave her a reassuring look, and then said, Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Then, Zhong Qi's gaze shifted to Xiao Yi, his eyes firm and deep, as if conveying a certain determination and conviction. Xiao Yi sensed Zhong Qi's gaze and immediately understood his intention. Without hesitation, they took a step forward, their strides firm and powerful. Just then, the enormous black bear suddenly let out a deafening roar. The roar, like a thunderclap, resounded throughout the heavens and earth, sending chills down everyone's spine. Instantly, the atmosphere tensed, as if the entire world had been shaken by the roar. Then, the temperature rose sharply, and a scorching heat filled the air. Lava began to boil, flames rose, and the earth burned fiercely. Whoosh! A vast sea of fire rapidly spread, instantly forming a massive ring of flames that trapped Xiao Yi and Zhong Qi within. The fire raged fiercely, illuminating the entire space, making it impossible to look directly at them. Li Shua and the other two could only vaguely make out Zhong Qi's receding figure through the leaping flames. At this moment, they were filled with panic and helplessness, unsure of how to deal with the situation before them. Boss Zhong. Li Shua spoke first, his eyes filled with worry. Their panic wasn't due to fear for their own safety, but rather because the appearance of this sea of fire at this moment completely isolated them. This means that the boss is extremely confident that he can handle the situation. At the same time, it also means that Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi are very likely to be in even greater danger. This danger is far more difficult than any they have encountered before. After all, this is a dungeon that only third-level divine professionals would attempt to run. The fact that they are now running a dungeon that is above their level is already quite astonishing. Moreover, it's a nightmare. At this moment, in this terrifying nightmare-level dungeon, they entered the final boss battle. The danger is simply too great. Now, they are isolated from Zhong Qi and cannot see what is happening inside. Even if something really happens to Zhong Qi, there is nothing they can do. This naturally caused them great panic. What to do? At this moment, Liang Jia couldn't help but look at the two of them. In this situation, she had also lost her backbone and was helpless. Li Shua also appeared extremely flustered. We can't see Boss Zhong anymore, so what can we do? After thinking for a while, Li Muhan said, given the current situation, all we can do is stand here and wait, because we can't really help at all. All we can do is try our best not to cause trouble for Zhong Qi. After Li Muhan finished speaking, the other two nodded, indicating that they agreed. After all, there's really nothing they can do. They can only watch from here. Right now? Their eyes widened as they stared intently at the raging inferno before them. The fire surged and roared, like a monstrous beast, devouring everything in its path. Flames soared upwards, emitting a piercing howl, as if threatening to ignite the entire world. The sea of fire emanated a suffocating heatwave, making the surrounding air unbearably hot. Terrifying flames spread rampantly, mercilessly scorching everything in their path. The flames leaped and danced, like ferocious fire serpents, ravaging the endless inferno. At this moment, their hearts were filled with tension and worry, but also with deep expectations for Zhong Qi. They hoped he could better handle this sudden disaster, overcome the difficulties, and protect everyone's safety. In this critical juncture, everyone prayed silently, hoping for a miracle. Only in this way can this dungeon run be truly complete. And at this very moment, it was outside. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes as he held the news in his hand. What a Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, to actually do something like this. At this time, Zhang Li's face turned cold. Because, just before, he received news that the people of Japan, together with professionals from South Korea and the United States, had begun to target China. This puts a lot of pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. The sudden actions of the three countries revealed that the number of third-level divine professionals in the Dragon Kingdom was far lower than theirs. Now that they have united, and suddenly at that, the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom is immense. The three ranks of divine officials in the Dragon Kingdom must be mobilized immediately to deal with them. But what exactly are they planning to do? Why did this happen all of a sudden? In particular, now is the perfect time for the Dragon Kingdom to take off, making it the best period for the country. During this period, the Dragon Kingdom needs a great deal of time to improve its strength. Strengthening the Dragon Kingdom's national power is what the Dragon Kingdom desperately needs right now. Time. However, it is clear that the Sakura Kingdom, along with the three other countries, does not want to give the Dragon Kingdom this time to develop. This is why Zhang Li's face looks so terrible right now. Next, we'll see what the Dragon Kingdom does. Should we follow their lead and fight against the three powerful third-tier divine beings from those three countries, or we simply ignore them and let them do as they please? No matter what you do, it's not the best solution. Zhang Li's face grew increasingly grim, because he gradually realized why Japan, South Korea, and the United States would do such things. They saw that the Dragon Kingdom might be about to take off. The power of the Dragon Kingdom is about to enter a terrifying period of development. Therefore, they will be much stronger than before. This is how they responded at that time. Zhang Li pondered deeply, wondering how he should respond. Not long after, Yi Tingyun also came in. What happened? Yi Tingyun noticed that Zhang Li's expression was not quite right, and immediately asked a question. Zhang Li handed the message in his hand to Yi Tingyun, and then said, "Take a look." After Yi Tingyun took it, he began to examine it carefully. However, after reading it, his brows furrowed even more deeply. Then, he looked at Zhang Li, his expression also not good, and said, "How could this be? Where did they get this information?" Yi Tingyun was referring to the dragon eggs at the Dragon Taming ground. Only when the dragon egg issue was resolved would the Dragon Kingdom be free of any obstacles and have time to take off. Therefore, the news of China's rise is naturally not a good thing for the three countries of Japan, South Korea, and the United States. Once the Dragon Kingdom takes off, it will seize a significant amount of resources. Therefore, they would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. They then united and launched a joint attack on the Dragon Kingdom. So what we can do now is to follow closely in their footsteps and never let them succeed in interfering with us. Yi Tingyan said, his tone firm and serious. However, Zhang Li's brows remained deeply furrowed, and he said worriedly, "But if this continues, doesn't it mean that we will always be led by the nose by them?" Yi Tingyan nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's true, but if we don't let them lead us by the nose, we're very likely to be defeated one by one, which would be an even more difficult situation for us." He paused, then continued, "Our Dragon Kingdom has far too few third-tier divine-level experts." His eyes revealed deep worry and helplessness. Their number of third-tier divine officials is simply too many, far exceeding ours. It's virtually impossible for us to confront them head-on. The only way to escape this predicament of being led by the nose is for us to have more third-tier divine officials than they do. But that's clearly impossible. Yi Tingyun's voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Our number of third-level divine powerhouses is absolutely no match for them. After all, they have the combined strength of 3 countries. We simply cannot cope with them and can only be led by the nose. Yes, we have no other options right now. Hey, actually, there's another way. Yi Tingyan said. What method? Zhang Li looked at him. If we had a more powerful third-tier divine master who could maintain a breakthrough against them in a single instance, then we could break the deadlock. But, Zhang Li frowned. There's nothing we can do. We don't have one. Unless someone as powerful as Dongfang Shua appears again, we simply have no way to help. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyan sighed. He finally said, "How is Zhong Boy doing now?" He thought of Zhong Qi. At this moment, Zhong Qi might be their only hope. If Zhong Qi can clear the nightmare-level 3rd job advancement Divine Realm Dungeon Black Wind Mountain, it means that Zhong Qi has great strength. In fact, they are far stronger than ordinary 3rd-tier divine professionals. This was news that the other 3 countries were unaware of. This is good news for the Dragon Kingdom. We can take advantage of this information gap to catch them off guard. Therefore, Yi Tingyan would be paying attention to Zhong Qi's news at this time. However, Zhang Li is currently unaware of Zhong Qi's situation. He cannot see the messages inside the Black Wind Mountain instance. He could only shake his head and say, "I don't know either." At this time, there is no way to see any news from inside the Black Wind Mountain instance. We can only wait for Zhong Qi to come out on his own. Well, Yi Tingyun sighed as he read, then said, "Then there's nothing we can do. All we can do now is wait." Zhang Li Dao. Let's stick to the original plan for now, and keep a close eye on the movements of the Sakura Kingdom and the others. We can't afford to make any moves without our knowledge, because that would mean we would completely lose any chance of winning. This is the only way. At this moment, Yi Tingyun was completely helpless. We can only temporarily follow Zhang Li's opinion. And at this very moment, it was located within Black Wind Mountain. Amidst the sea of fire, Zhong Qi remained completely calm in the face of the sudden situation. Not only did he not have it, but Xiaoya did not either. Despite the high temperature, Xiaoya didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, she even felt quite comfortable. Xiaoya's attributes and racial talents are simply too powerful, so there's no way she'll have trouble adapting to this situation. Of course, the same applies to Zhong Qi. In such a high-temperature environment, if Li Shua and his 2 companions were to enter, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. In this environment, they would likely continue to lose health, and without Li Muhan's healing skills, they might even perish. Fortunately, the sea of fire did not engulf them. Otherwise, Zhong Qi would have been in even more trouble. Having to spare time to keep an eye on the 3 of them severely weakens Zhong Qi's strength. However, this is fortunate. The sea of fire did not engulf them, which prevented Zhong Qi from being distracted. Right now, Ying peeked out from Zhong Qi's arms, and her big eyes widened when she saw the vast sea of fire. Curious, she turned her little head around, looking at her surroundings. Then, as if she had discovered something interesting, Ying suddenly closed her eyes and activated her skill. The activation of this skill was extremely subtle. Even Zhong Qi himself didn't notice it. Suddenly, the originally bright red flames underwent a strange change. The color of the flames rapidly shifted, gradually changing from fiery red to the pinkish hue of Ying's skin. This change was so sudden that Zhong Qi was utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed at the bizarre sight before him. Upon seeing this change, Zhong Qi immediately turned his gaze to Ying in his arms. He stared at Ying with confusion and surprise, wanting to figure out what had happened. At this moment, Ying lazily let out 2 soft cries, Ying, and then shrank back into Zhong Qi's arms, no longer peeking out. What happened next was even more astonishing. The sea of pink flames began to burn fiercely towards the giant black bear in the center of the arena. The raging pink flames seemed to possess some special power. They spread towards the black bear at an extremely fast speed, engulfing and consuming it. The black bear immediately let out a tremendous roar. The roar was filled with rage and pain. Clearly, the flames were now attacking the black bear itself. This was supposed to be the black bear's attack, a terrifying sea of fire, but Ying had directly used it to attack the bear. This is extremely terrifying. Even Zhong Qi was astonished upon witnessing this scene. As expected of Ying, her terrifying skill was truly awe-inspiring. At that very moment, beneath the sea of fire, the black bear monster's original 60 million HP dropped by a mere 10 million. At this moment, Xiaoya naturally stopped standing still and watching. With a bang, she took flight from the ground, spread her wings, and instantly, a terrifying gale appeared. The howling wind made the pink sea of fire burn even more fiercely. The raging fire, like a ferocious beast, devoured everything and spread relentlessly. The flames grew ever fiercer, threatening to reduce the entire world to ashes. The black bear monster struggled in the inferno, its fur charred and emitting plumes of black smoke. Its eyes were filled with terror and despair. It tried to escape, but was tightly engulfed by the fire and unable to move. Awoo! The black bear monster howled in agony again, its voice filled with rage and resentment. Xiaoya's attack had engulfed it in raging flames, the terrifying fire relentlessly scorching its body. Almost instantly, the black bear monster's health dropped by another 5 million. While this might seem small, it happened in an instant, making it extremely fatal for the black bear monster. Xiaoya soared into the air, plummeting from the sky like a shooting star. Her speed was lightning fast, leaving no time to react. Then, a deafening crash resounded as Xiaoya slammed heavily onto the ground. A huge crater appeared, within which pink flames roared, relentlessly scorching the black bear monster. Then, Xiaoya's attack struck him directly, completely engulfing him in flames. This attack caused the black bear monster to lose a significant amount of health. A full 30 million HP was wiped out by Xiaoya's attack. Such damage was enough to instill fear in any enemy. The black bear monster's health was reduced by more than half. In that instant, the surrounding sea of fire suddenly intensified, the flames growing ever more fierce and the raging inferno burning even brighter. At the same time, the black bear monster let out a roar, its body leaping into the air and transforming into a black whirlwind. Within this black whirlwind, the black bear monster's form was indistinct, moving at incredible speed, making it impossible to discern its exact shape. Xiaoyi! Zhong Qi suddenly shouted. Xiaoyi immediately understood his intention and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Dragon King's tremor. Accompanied by Xiaoya's dragon roar, a powerful sound wave spread in all directions, awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. Under the impact of this powerful sonic wave, the black bear monster, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly seemed to be frozen in midair. Its body trembled violently, as if it had been greatly affected. At this moment, Xiaoya launched an attack without any mercy. Dragon God shakes the heavens. Xiaoya roared again, and a terrifying energy shockwave shot out from her mouth, piercing through the black bear monster's body and completely defeating and killing it. This time, it caused more than 30 million damage. That's why no one saw it. Otherwise, Xiaoya's terrifying injuries would have shocked many people. And at this time, Xiaoya and Ying's teamwork was superb. Otherwise, under the influence of that terrifying sea of fire, victory would not have been so easy. But now, they have won. I cleared the Nightmare Difficulty Blackwind Mountain Dungeon. This Blackwind Mountain Dungeon is a dungeon that only third-tier divine professionals would come to run. Now, however, it was Zhong Qi who got the pass. Furthermore, Zhong Qi's 3 teammates were almost entirely useless. Strictly speaking, Zhong Qi should have cleared the dungeon single-handedly. They're incredibly strong. They've achieved the first clear of nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain. Just then, the pink sea of fire dissipated, revealing Zhong Qi's back. His back was incredibly imposing, and now it was fixed in the eyes of the 3 of them, carrying an air of determination. They were completely stunned. Especially at this moment, a message appeared in their minds. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing Nightmare Difficulty Blackwind Mountain and achieving a first-time clear. The appearance of this message left them completely dumbfounded. I cleared the game. Chapter 83, The Third Dragon Egg. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving a first-time clear of Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain. The message was repeated 3 times in a row, first resounding in the minds of Li Shuo and the other two. When Li Shuo and the other two heard this news, they were completely dumbfounded. They had been worried about this, wondering if something might happen to Zhong Qi in the Sea of Fire, leading to danger. But as it turns out, that's not the case. Zhong Qi is very powerful, even in the Nightmare level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. That is sufficient proof. When Zhong Qi made his move, he was probably no match for even some powerful third-level divine beings. No. At this moment, they realized that it wasn't just that. Based on the strength Zhong Qi has shown so far, he is probably much stronger than some ordinary third-level divine professionals. Even among the third-level divine professionals, Zhong Qi is probably at a pretty good level now. Therefore, upon discovering this scene, Li Shuo, Liang Jia, and Li Muhan all widened their eyes in astonishment. After all, Zhong Qi had only recently awakened his second transformation. However, that's how it is, yet it possesses such speed in the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon. Even the Nightmare difficulty level of Blackwind Mountain still exists because of its high level of difficulty. Those in the Dragon Kingdom who have the strength to pass the third-tier divine office have better options. Therefore, they chose to leave the first clear of this Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon to those who needed it more. However, those who needed him were not strong enough to pass the test. It's not that no one has tried forming a team with third-tier divine classes, but ultimately, they failed. However, Zhong Qi led the team to clear the level. Furthermore, Zhong Qi's team is quite different. Apart from Zhong Qi himself, the other 3, Li Shuo, Liang Jia, and Li Muhan, are basically not very combat effective. Li Muhan is in a better position. After all, she is a support class, and in this situation, her role is much more significant. However, this kind of copy is also not as useful. So, to put it simply, in the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon, it's all thanks to Zhong Qi's own efforts. His individual strength. He will continue on his own, relying on the support of the entire team. Still in this kind of dungeon. This is incredibly valuable. It's at the very top. After all, a whole team that once had a third-tier divine powerhouse failed to clear the Nightmare level Blackwind Mountain. But now, Zhong Qi, with this very setup, has actually succeeded. That's why the news hasn't spread yet. Otherwise, the shock it would cause would probably be even greater. The location of the Blackwind Mountain instance is actually quite remote, and there aren't many people here. Especially after Zhong Qi arrived here. To ensure Zhong Qi's safety and prevent the Sakura Kingdom from learning about Zhong Qi's whereabouts, Zhongli completely blocked any news of Zhong Qi's presence here, and directly prevented other professionals from entering the area. This place has been sealed off. Currently, only Zhong Li and a few others remain outside the Blackwind Mountain instance. Right now, these people stood guard outside, and then they heard the sound. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving the first clear of Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving the first clear of Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain. Congratulations to the Dragon Rider team for clearing the Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon and achieving the first clear of Nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain. The message, repeated 3 times in a row, filled their minds, leaving the 2 people present stunned. Then, I was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until some time had passed that I finally snapped out of my daze and realized what had happened. What followed were shocking words. Holy crap, what did I just hear? The Dragon Riders cleared the level. Someone stared in shock ahead, their voice trembling slightly. This is unbelievable. Is it really possible to clear the game? The person next to him was equally incredulous, his eyes wide. Wait a minute. Dragon Rider Squad. Isn't that Zhong Qi's team? He suddenly realized, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. It must be. Otherwise, why do you think the minister made us guard this place? Besides that person, who else would be worthy of such treatment from the minister? Another person said excitedly, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. That's true. After all, that person's reputation in Japan is extremely high. If even a little bit of news gets out, I'm afraid people from Japan will swarm over in an instant and do whatever it takes to kill Zhong Qi. He said worriedly, his face full of concern. These shameless bastards from Japan. If I hadn't been in a dungeon when this happened, I would have definitely gone to help Zhong Qi. These damned, shameless bastards. He showed an angry expression on his face, clenched his fists, and wished he could rush up and fight the enemy immediately. The same applies to the other person. Then, he continued. However, it hasn't been long since the national war, has it? How come Zhong Qi went to the Sakura Kingdom after the national war, and now, after such a short time, he's already entered the Black Wind Mountain dungeon? What's even more outrageous is that he actually cleared it. You underestimated it. Not only did you clear the Black Wind Mountain dungeon, but it was nightmare difficulty. This dungeon, Captain Lu Ji has been trying to conquer it for a long time, but he still hasn't succeeded, has he? It's not just a long time. We've spent far too much time and resources on this Black Wind Mountain instance. In this day and age, who in the country doesn't know that Commander Lu Ji is so obsessed with clearing the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon that he's practically driven mad? TSK. If he knew that someone else had already cleared the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon before him, what would he think? An idea? It'd probably drive you crazy. You never know. But Zhong Qi is too amazing. He should be quite a few levels away from the third-level divine office, right? How did he pass it? It seems so. Could it be that the minister arranged a team for Zhong Qi in advance and had someone guide him through the process, just to help Zhong Qi level up? It's not impossible. But the minister has ordered us to stay here to await news from Zhong Qi. Now that we have news, let's inform the minister quickly. That makes sense. I'll inform the minister immediately. They quickly relayed a message to Zhang Li, informing him that Zhong Qi had been released. The resource department is located there. What? Zhang Li jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a duck egg. He repeated incredulously. Past? His voice echoed in the room, filled with shock and disbelief. That's the Blackwind Mountain dungeon. And it's a nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon. Zhang Li muttered to himself, grabbing his hair tightly, as if trying to pull this shocking fact out of his mind. At that moment, despite already knowing the news, Zhang Li still couldn't believe what he was seeing. His mind went blank, as if he had lost the ability to think. How could this be? This was the Black Wind Mountain instance. This dungeon, which only qualified third-tier divine realm experts could challenge, was a nightmare for Lu Ji, who led an elite team of such experts for 2 whole years. 2 years. Even after such a long time, they still couldn't conquer the nightmare level of the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. This was driving Lu Ji nearly insane. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying and insurmountable difficulty of the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. His task is extremely difficult. Otherwise, Lu Ji wouldn't have spent so much time and still hadn't gotten through. But, now, just then, he received news that Zhong Qi had emerged from that instance. Zhang Li had initially thought, well, if I'm out, I might as well be out. If I'm out now, it's probably because I didn't pass. In an instant, he even thought of words of comfort. After all, this level of dungeon is so difficult, not to mention Zhong Qi's team composition. Apart from him, none of the other 3 people could even look at it. In the past, you weren't even qualified to be a soy sauce vendor. Li Shua and the other 2 were indeed like that. Even if they were just there to make up the numbers, they wouldn't be qualified. They couldn't even withstand the harsh environment, and it was very likely that they would lose their lives because of it. With this kind of configuration, how is it possible to clear the game? At this moment, Zhang Li's expression turned very serious, his eyes filled with doubt. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then sent a message to the 2 guards. You 2. Are you lying to me? The reply came quickly. Minister, how could that be? We're telling the truth. Zhong Qi really did pass the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain challenge. Zhang Li didn't doubt the authenticity of the news, but the shock it brought him was so great that he couldn't accept it immediately. He needed time to process and understand this astonishing fact. Therefore, he raised questions again, trying to calm his inner turmoil. Now, everything was confirmed. Zhang Li took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented joy welling up inside him. At this moment, he realized that Zhong Qi's power would bring tremendous changes to the Dragon Kingdom. This joy came not only from personal achievement, but also from his expectations and confidence in the future development of the nation. The Dragon Kingdom is currently in dire straits. The combined forces of Japan, South Korea, and the United States have more than twice as many third-tier divine professionals as China. This leaves China's third-tier divine professionals completely at the mercy of others, with no way to resist their influence. Now that Zhong Qi is so powerful, if we were to assemble another team for him, then this information gap can be used to do many things. The three countries of Japan, South Korea, and the United States will pay a heavy price. At this point, if their dispute were to come at a price, then we're going to lose a powerful cultivator who has reached the third level of divine authority. Cultivating each powerful individual who has reached the third level of divine rank requires an extremely high level of resources. Furthermore, even if you pile up resources, you might not be able to create such a powerful individual. It's extremely difficult. Every third-tier divine powerhouse possesses the ability to change the course of a battle. No matter which country it is, the loss of even one person will undoubtedly cause them great distress. Now, upon hearing that Zhong Qi, with such a team configuration, was able to clear the nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon in such a short time, Zhang Li's mind was immediately filled with a multitude of thoughts. These ideas are enough to make the three countries feel the pinch. Now, all he needs to do is wait for Zhong Qi to return. Excitement gleamed in Zhang Li's eyes. Right now, the pink sea of fire completely dissipated. Zhong Qi stepped out, looked around, and finally his gaze fell on the three dumbfounded people. He smiled and said, "It's over. This. Li Shuo said this 3 times in a row, but he didn't say the last thing. The reason for all of this is that he was too shocked. I never dreamed that I would actually beat the game. Although I had fantasized about this fact countless times before, fantasizing is one thing, but now that it has actually happened, the feeling is completely different. Now that it has happened, and it is right before our eyes. That brought a shocking impact. It is undoubtedly enormous." Therefore, Li Shuo became somewhat flustered, and upon seeing Zhong Qi, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Not only Li Shuo, but also Liang Jie and Li Muhan opened their mouths at this moment, but did not say anything. Looking at their expressions, Zhong Qi couldn't help but chuckle. That's normal. After all, this is a dungeon that only third-tier divine job professionals would attempt, the nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon, and he cleared it. He was curious to know how Zhang Li would react when he found out the news. After all, Zhang Li was extremely skeptical when he first arrived here. Now, Zhang Li has probably already received the news, and we're just waiting to see his reaction. Zhong Qi's mood immediately improved. Now that we've finished the dungeon, it's time for us to leave. After completing the first clear, he received the mythic level first clear chest. The box wasn't opened in time. In fact, the level of this dungeon is far higher than Zhong Qi's current level. Even if it is opened, the equipment that is opened will most likely be usable only by level 75. In other words, Zhong Qi probably won't be able to use it. So, I'm not in a hurry at all. However, the leveling speed in this type of dungeon is indeed astonishingly fast. If you can farm a few more, you should be able to reach level 75 quickly and advance to the third job advancement. After the third reincarnation, you will be able to go to the Dragon Taming grounds again to try to contract the third dragon egg. However, when Zhong Qi went to the Dragon Taming land last time to make a contract with Yingying, he still discovered some clues. Yingying and Xiaoye both left, but the aura of the hidden dragon abyss in the dragon raising ground did not weaken much. Why is that? What kind of dragon is hidden in this third dragon egg? Xiaoye and Yingying's attributes are both so terrifying. What about the third one? Xiaoye's terrifying damage, her extreme attack power, the source of the Yingying curse, and her skills that are impossible to defend against. Even in infancy, and at level 1, it can still affect powerful individuals who have reached the third level of divine office. This already proves how terrifying the whimpering is. So what does this third dragon egg look like? At this moment, Zhong Qi was already filled with anticipation. I eagerly anticipate reaching level 75, undergoing my third job advancement, and returning to the Dragon Taming land. At the same time, after recalling the events, he remembered something. What exactly did Dongfang Shuo and the others encounter in the hidden dragon abyss that caused them to die from severe injuries so soon after they emerged? Moreover, in principle, Dongfang Shuo was not required to give these 3 dragon eggs to the country, but he still did so. What exactly does this mean? Dongfang Shuo brought out many things from Qianlong Abyss, but these 3 dragon eggs were his most precious possessions. It is said that after Dongfang Shuo brought them out, he forbade anyone to touch the 3 dragon eggs, not even his closest relatives. Only as a last resort did they hand it over to the state. There are 3 dragon eggs in the hidden dragon abyss. Is there something else there? What exactly is inside? At this moment, Zhong Qi also developed a deep curiosity about the hidden dragon abyss. Once he becomes powerful enough, one day we will go and investigate. Furthermore, he vaguely felt that once all 3 dragon eggs were contracted, there should be a significant change. This change could very well affect the entire dragon kingdom. But no matter what, he is going to level up, undergo the 3rd transformation, and form a contract with the 3rd dragon egg. This is the thought and wish of everyone in the dragon kingdom today, and it is also Zhong Qi's responsibility. It was also the path that made him stronger. Who else besides Zhong Qi can solve the problem of this 3rd dragon egg? There's nobody here. Next, Zhong Qi then led Li Shuo, Liang Jiai, and Li Muhan away from the Black Wind Mountain instance. After they left the Black Wind Mountain instance, they immediately saw the 2 people Zhong Li had left behind. Then, the 2 of them widened their eyes in surprise. Holy crap! At that moment, when they saw the person next to Zhong Qi, their expressions of shock instantly reached their peak. Following Zhong Qi's victory in the previous national war, many things related to Zhong Qi have been unearthed. In particular, the strength and level of the other members of the Rising Dragon Riding Squad seemed too ordinary compared to Zhong Qi. In fact, many professionals jokingly say, I could do that too. After all, with Zhong Qi being so powerful, it doesn't really matter whether the others want him or not. It's just about clinging to the big boss. This is enough to prove that the Dragon Taming Squad's configuration is actually not very high. The only reason they were able to pass the dungeon was because Zhong Qi was involved. Now, the 2 have seen the lineup again. Suddenly, I remembered that when we cleared the game, they were talking about the Dragon Rider Squad. This means one thing. It's actually the same cast. This is also enough to clear the nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon. How did you do that? How is that possible? If Lu Ji finds out about this, how will he feel about his entire team of 3rd-tier divine powerhouses? The 2 looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Zhong Qi hasn't even reached the 3rd level yet. He's a real daredevil. That's incredible. What's wrong? At this moment, when he saw that the 2 people's reactions were not quite right, Zhong Qi looked at them with some confusion. Then, at the same time, Li Shuo, Liang Jiai, and Li Muhan quickly followed, all looking at the 2 with interrogative eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? Li Muhan noticed the silence around her and sensed something was amiss, so she calmly spoke up. Why are there no other professionals here? Only us. One of the 2 men gave a wry smile and said, There are naturally no other professionals here, only the 2 of us guarding this place. As for the reason, it's naturally because of Zhong Qi. Because of me? Zhong Qi was taken aback for a moment, and then the 2 quickly began to explain. Yes, it's all because of you. After all, you helped our Dragon Kingdom win 1st place in the national war, and you even went to the Sakura Kingdom, causing them huge losses. Now the Sakura Kingdom is issuing a full-scale manhunt for you and has also deployed a dense network of spies in our Dragon Kingdom. Although they may not be able to do anything, they can still gather information. No matter how much protection we take, there are bound to be oversights in these kinds of situations. You are extremely important right now. We absolutely cannot allow the Sakura Kingdom to find any information about you. Otherwise they might directly attack you and cause you harm. At this moment, Li Shuo asked, puzzled. But the fact that you've sealed off this place proves that there's a problem here, doesn't it? One of them looked at Li Shuo with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot and said, If you were a professional in Japan, would you think that Zhong Qi would only go to dungeons to level up after reaching the 3rd job advancement? Li Shuo shook his head. No. That's it. Japan spies are now mostly concentrated in the dungeons that people will run after their 2nd job advancement. There aren't many people in the 3rd job advancement dungeons, and it's normal for them to keep the news about these kinds of dungeons under wraps. I see. After the 3 explained, they understood. Then, they arrived at. The minister already knows the news. He said that once Zhong Qi comes out, you should go see him. He has something to tell you. I see. Zhong Qi nodded, and they quietly left. Chapter 84 The Contract. The 3rd Dragon Egg? This kid really gave me a big surprise. After learning that Zhong Qi had come out of the dungeon, Zhang Li muttered to himself. Zhong Qi's actions truly took him by surprise. Fortunately, Zhang Li, who was the first person shocked by Zhong Qi's actions, gradually became more familiar with him. Because of these reasons, Zhang Li was able to better accept the situation as Zhong Qi emerged from the instance. Now that Zhong Qi has been released, many things can proceed. Now we're just waiting for Zhong Qi to return so we can discuss it with him. The exact details and what exactly needs to be done will have to be discussed with Zhong Qi in person. Right now, Zhang Li was waiting in the resources department. Zhong Qi boarded the car to return. On the way, the members of the Dragon Taming team slowly looked at the scenery outside. This dungeon trip had brought them more shock and stirred more waves in their hearts than before, even much larger. It's unbelievable that they actually entered a dungeon that only third-tier divine job holders could enter, and even cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. If this news gets out even a little bit after we get back, then these are all top-tier news stories. Even if they follow Zhong Qi into this instance, they will still become the most sought-after and influential figures. This is absolutely correct. Unfortunately, this news could not be spread like this. Any news involving Zhong Qi is now of great importance and must be closely monitored. That's for sure. Not only Zhang Li had given instructions, but the other third-level priests had also given similar instructions. Any news about Zhong Qi is now under the highest level of secrecy within the Dragon Kingdom. Even the two people currently in charge of intelligence at Blackwind Mountain don't actually know much. And even if they accidentally learn more information, they would never pass it on. Because Zhang Li had secretly deployed even more people. It was used to protect Zhong Qi's safety and to prevent messages from being transmitted. Even so, Yi Tingyun was still a little uneasy, as there was a group of Demon Suppression Army soldiers outside. It can be said that wherever Zhong Qi went, there were layers of guards, making it very secure. Even the vehicles used for returning on the road were arranged by the Demon Suppression Army. Zhong Qi soon learned of this news, because he saw the Qiantang River. Old Qian. Upon seeing the Qiantang River, Zhong Qi naturally showed a surprised expression. A complex expression immediately appeared on Qiantang's face as he said, "I really can't believe it. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've grown so much. It's truly astonishing." Qiantang shook his head. He remembered that when he saw Zhong Qi not long ago, it was in the dragon raising grounds. At that time, he was in charge of the selection work in the dragon raising grounds. Lin Baitian was responsible for bringing the talented individuals from his region to participate, and Zhong Qi was one of them. Because of Lin Baitian, Qiantang took a second look at Zhong Qi and immediately recognized his potential, believing that Zhong Qi was destined for greatness. Furthermore, he told Zhong Qi that regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would not treat Zhong Qi unfairly if he came to the Demon Suppression Army. At that time, Qiantang truly liked Zhong Qi. It's just a pity. He succeeded. At the time, I still thought that Zhong Qi would not succeed. After all, the trouble in the Dragon Kingdom was something that even so many powerful people with the third-level divine office could not solve, so it was impossible for him to succeed. Qiantang felt that even the little guy he favored was the same. That's too difficult. The 3 dragon eggs are like an eternal nightmare, hovering over the Dragon Kingdom, filling it with gloom and fear, making success impossible. At that time, Qiantang still harbored despair. But Zhong Qi appeared. After entering the Dragon Taming grounds, this little guy successfully formed a contract with the first dragon egg, bringing hope to the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, one can imagine the shock Qiantang felt. For so long, the only hope for the Dragon Kingdom has been Zhong Qi. At that time, Zhong Qi's importance was self-evident. Then, Qiantang's idea naturally fell through. But he was also very happy at that time. He was happy that the Dragon Kingdom had found a solution, and also happy that the little guy he had his eye on had succeeded. Firstly, the road ahead has finally opened up, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to go further. Secondly, his judgment was indeed excellent. It has been quite a while since that day, but actually not that long. For these second job transformation professionals, it's probably only the time it takes to complete 1 or 2 dungeons. However, while 1 or 2 instances of the game have passed, the world outside has undergone a complete upheaval. The changes are tremendous. Qiantang is now aware of all the things Zhong Qi has done. They crushed the Dragon District, one of the 3 holy districts. In the Secret Realm, I got first place. He also participated in the National War and led the Dragon Kingdom team to win first place in the National War. Although this achievement was not recognized by the Sakura Kingdom, they also cheated and did all sorts of disgusting things, causing the Dragon Kingdom to lose its first place in the National War. But that kid Zhong Qi actually sneaked into the Sakura Kingdom, and without saying a word, he started speedrunning dungeons there. And speedrunning wasn't enough. He also destroyed their dungeons. The various instances, such as Orochi and Yasukuni, which were of great significance to the Sakura kingdom, all ultimately bore the traces of Zhong Qi. Next, for any professional players from the Sakura kingdom who want to enter and clear those dungeons, Zhong Qi will be an insurmountable obstacle. Not only that, but he also killed Yamamoto Ichiro, the renowned son of Orochi from the Sakura kingdom. Qiantang had naturally heard of his name. This Yamamoto Ichiro was hailed as the most talented person in Japan in the past 60 years. As long as he is there, the future of Japan is bright. With such a terrifying genius, Japan will surely be able to acquire more dungeons in the future, and its national strength will increase rapidly. Just like Dongfang Shuo before the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, given the starting time of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible for them to compete for anything. It should belong to the weakest group of countries, but it is precisely because of the emergence of Dongfang Shuo that the Dragon Kingdom is able to compete with other countries. Therefore, for these reasons, the Dragon Kingdom places great importance on geniuses. Originally, with Yamamoto Ichiro around, even if he couldn't compare to a genius like Dongfang Shuo, he wasn't bad either. Japan is poised for a meteoric rise. But, no. Zhong Qi made a move and killed Yamamoto Ichiro instantly. This is undoubtedly a huge disaster for Japan, but for China, it is undoubtedly a great thing. After completing these tasks, Zhong Qi returned to China. After returning to China, I don't know what happened. Even Qiantang, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army, was unaware that Zhong Qi had entered the Black Wind Mountain instance. If he had known then, the level of shock needs to be increased even further. Qiantang only knew that Zhong Qi had now completed the second transformation and was probably not much weaker than him in terms of strength. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhong Qi had already cleared the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. So at this time, Qiantang was still able to maintain his composure. Looking at Zhong Qi, he could only sigh repeatedly. Wow, that's impressive. You're really impressive, kid. I'm afraid that in a while, they'll be able to surpass me and that old bastard Lin Baitian. At that point, we'll probably all have to beg you to help us level up. Zhong Qi smiled, knowing full well that it was a joke. As the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Qiantang didn't need him to lead the troops. It was just a light-hearted remark. Zhong Qi naturally didn't take it seriously. Mr. Qian, you're too kind. With your abilities, I still need your guidance. Qiantang also burst into laughter. Both of them were in a good mood. Li Shuo and the others, listening to this, asked somewhat blankly. Who is this? Liang Jia quickly tugged at Li Shuo and secretly explained. This is Qiantang, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army, a big shot after his second awakening. Oh. Li Shuo nodded immediately and then said, only at the second job advancement. Upon hearing Li Shuo's rather arrogant words, many members of the Demon Suppression Army on the bus immediately looked over, their gazes not very pleasant. Even Qiantang couldn't help but look at Li Shuo at this moment. But he didn't say anything. He was curious about what Li Shuo relied on to say such a thing. Seeing so many people looking at him, Li Shuo then said, having only reached the second awakening stage, he definitely needs Boss Zhong's guidance. Kid, you'd better watch your language. Second stage awakening, that's really powerful, very strong. Yeah, what level are you, kid, to say something like that? How dare you look down on our deputy commander? At this moment, many of the professionals in the Demon Suppression Army were naturally unwilling and spoke up to express their opinions. Seeing that someone was questioning their military leader, they were naturally unwilling and began to speak up to defend their leader. At the same time, Qiantang looked at Li Shuo with a hint of doubt in his eyes and said, judging from your words, Zhong Qi's strength is more than just a second stage awakening. He was naturally not angry. After all, Zhong Qi was someone he thought highly of. In a sense, he had watched Zhong Qi grow up, and he couldn't be happier as Zhong Qi's strength increased. Upon receiving the mission to protect Zhong Qi, Qiantang was naturally in a very good mood and brought his most trusted confidants with him. The purpose was to ensure Zhong Qi's safety. And Qiantang also knew a little about Zhong Qi's current importance. He was arguably one of the most important figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, Zhong Qi's safety meant that whether the Dragon Egg problem could be solved and whether the Dragon Kingdom could escape the crisis. 2 Dragon Eggs have already been dealt with, and there's a 3rd Dragon Egg left. Only the 3rd one is left. If Zhong Qi can resolve the issue of this 3rd Dragon Egg, the benefits he brings to the Dragon Kingdom will be immense and of paramount importance. Therefore, at this time, Qiantang is naturally very good at distinguishing what is most important. Naturally, I won't get angry. He looked at Li Shuo, who nodded and said, "Yeah, Boss Zhong just led us through the Black Wind Mountain dungeon." Black. Upon hearing the words, Black Wind Mountain, Qian Tang's eyes widened for a moment. Then he exclaimed in surprise. Black Wind Mountain, a dungeon that only high-level, third-tier divine warriors would attempt. Li Shuan nodded proudly. Yes, it's that dungeon. And guess what level the Black Wind Mountain dungeon that Boss Zhong led us through was? Seeing Li Shua's expression, Zhong Qi couldn't help but chuckle. This guy actually kept us in suspense right in front of Qian Tang. Isn't he afraid of getting a severe beating from old Master Qian? However, he did not stop it. There was no need to hide this from Qian Tang. Zhong Qi always remembered Qian Tang's trust in him, and with Lin Beitian's connection, he always had a good impression of Qian Tang. It's true. He told the two of them that if they had any problems, they shouldn't hesitate to tell him, and he would definitely help if he could. That's why he didn't stop Li Shua. And at this time, the uncertain path of Qian Tang. Could it be an adventure-level difficulty? After all, Zhong Qi's current level is only shortly after the second job advancement. To be able to clear the Black Wind Mountain dungeon, even if it's just at the normal level, is already incredibly powerful. If this were an adventure-level dungeon, Qian Tang would already feel his heart pounding wildly. I was deeply moved. However, after he finished speaking, Li Shua shook his head. Not only that, Qian Tang's eyes widened instantly. Warrior level. He was completely stunned at that moment. Not only him, but all the other demon-suppressing warriors were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. However, Li Shua still shook his head, but in the end, he stopped keeping her in suspense and told her the truth. No, it's nightmare level, someone exclaimed in shock. This time, Boss Zhong led us to clear the nightmare level Blackwind Mountain dungeon, another person said excitedly. Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Qian Tang's face showed an expression of disbelief, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow an egg. After a brief moment of shock, Qian Tang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with utter astonishment. He muttered to himself, a nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Holy crap, that's incredible. He actually cleared the nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon. The people around him exclaimed in amazement, their voices filled with shock and admiration. This is terrifying. The nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon. Isn't that the one that Captain Lu Ji's team prepared for a long time and even failed to clear several times? Someone asked in surprise. It actually passed? Really? This is amazing. The others echoed, expressing their surprise at the result. It should be true. Vice Commander Qian is here. We wouldn't lie to him, would we? Someone reminded him. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. That's amazing. Everyone expressed their sincere admiration for Boss Zhong's abilities. I wonder what kind of expression Commander Lu would have if he knew what he said, someone imagined curiously. He's probably gone mad, isn't he? The others speculated with a laugh. At this time, the professionals in the Demon Suppression Army were utterly shocked upon hearing this news. Qian Tang, however, took a long time to process what he had just learned. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Zhong Qi and say, You really beat the game? Zhong Qi nodded, quite frankly. Yes, just like he said. Hiss. Qian Tang gasped in shock. The look in Zhong Qi's eyes was filled with shock. Zhong Qi admitted it. That is an undeniable fact. But he only recently awakened his second transformation, right? This is the third awakening. This is fucking. That's way too fast. Qian Tang's eyes revealed utter shock. At this moment, Zhong Qi immediately saw through Qian Tang's thoughts, smiled, and explained. I haven't completed the third job advancement yet. I only recently awakened the second job advancement. However, the shock brought by this explanation was even greater. Hiss. A series of gasping sounds filled the air. Then, everyone in the carriage stared at Zhong Qi in disbelief, as if they had seen a monster. However, Zhong Qi is indeed more like a monster. This is something that Li Shua, Liang Jiai, and Li Muhan must also acknowledge. He has done so much even though he only just awakened to his second awakening. It's amazing that they can clear the dungeon that only powerful third-tier divine beings would attempt. It's still nightmare level. What's worse, they brought those 3 good-for-nothings along. Even if Dongfang Shuo were to be resurrected, could he actually do that? They don't know. However, even if Dongfang Shuo were to be resurrected, he would still not be able to do things as easily as Zhong Qi. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Their eyes widened in astonishment and shock. Only at the second awakening stage, yet he can clear a dungeon that even third-level divine professionals can't. Someone muttered to themselves, their voice filled with doubt and disbelief. That's the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. He cleared it after just 1 second job advancement and awakening. Another person exclaimed in amazement, their face filled with admiration. This is too unbelievable. How can there be such a powerful person? Someone couldn't help but question, finding it all too bizarre. That's amazing. That's amazing. Even our former #1 expert, Dongfang Shuo, might not have been able to do that, someone exclaimed, expressing their admiration for Zhong Qi's strength. Only a second awakening. That's amazing, someone else chimed in, their tone filled with envy. It's unbelievable that such an amazing person would appear right in front of us, someone exclaimed, a surge of inexplicable excitement welling up inside them. Our mission this time is to protect such a brilliant genius, someone exclaimed excitedly, feeling incredibly lucky. A genius? This is the future of our Dragon Kingdom. With him here, our Dragon Kingdom is about to take off, someone said expectantly, their eyes shining with hope. That Orochi's son from Japan is utterly weak. He's just trash, someone said disdainfully, showing contempt for the so-called strong man from Japan. The son of Orochi? He's been dead for ages. And, someone added, but was interrupted by another before he could finish. Huh? He's Zhong Qi, the one who killed Orochi's son. Someone suddenly exclaimed, a look of sudden realization flashing in their eyes. At this time, Zhong Qi's identity was now fully recognized. In an instant, the eyes of these demon-suppressing soldiers were filled with shock, but that shock quickly turned into admiration. Really? It's Zhong Qi. My God! A demon suppression army professional exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with shock and awe. It's actually Boss Zhong Qi. He's my idol, another demon suppression army professional added excitedly, his eyes shining with admiration. He entered the Sakura Kingdom alone, destroyed the Sakura Kingdom's copy, and even killed the most talented Orochi son of the Sakura Kingdom, someone said excitedly, their face filled with admiration for Zhong Qi. I can't believe I actually got to see such a big shot in person, exclaimed someone not far from Zhong Qi, as if he had witnessed a legendary figure. Now the boss's strength has improved again, and he has even cleared the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. The person closest to Li Shuo asked in surprise, looking at Zhong Qi in disbelief. As expected of a big shot, is this the power of a big shot? That Orochi's son isn't even worthy to carry the big shot's shoes. The person directly opposite Li Shuo exclaimed, his admiration for Zhong Qi growing even stronger. At this moment, the professionals in the demon suppression army began to chatter amongst themselves. Their eyes were fixed on Zhong Qi, filled with reverence and admiration. Even the demon suppression army, known for its excellent discipline, couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves upon seeing Zhong Qi. After all, this was Zhong Qi. He was the idol of almost all the young professionals, and now he was standing right before them. How could they not be incredibly excited? Seeing this, Qian Tang smiled helplessly. He understood the feelings of these professionals, for Zhong Qi was indeed a revered figure. However, as the commander of the demon suppression army, he still hoped everyone would remain calm and disciplined. So he cleared his throat and shouted, "All right, quiet down. Don't forget our mission." Hearing Qian Tang's order, the demon suppression army professionals immediately composed themselves and regained their serious demeanor. Although they still harbored curiosity and respect for Zhong Qi, they understood that completing their mission was the most important thing at this moment. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage changed dramatically. Although the journey was not long, everyone's eyes were now focused on Zhong Qi, without exception. They stared intently at Zhong Qi, partly out of curiosity about him, and partly out of a desire to protect him. At this time, you absolutely cannot be distracted. Zhong Qi simply smiled at this situation and did not stop it. Before long, they arrived. Then, Zhong Qi separated from the Dragon Taming team and went to find Zhong Li. Chapter 85. The Nation War Begins, Zhong Qi's team. Not long after, Zhong Qi then appeared before Zhong Li. When Zhong Li saw Zhong Qi, his emotions were quite complex. It's incredibly complex. The main thing is that his reaction after learning the news was indescribable. He had made various guesses before, but he never expected that Zhong Qi could actually do it. Do these things. Cleared the nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon. He also brought along those 3 useless teammates who even required him to spare some attention. This has a huge impact on strength. Every genius, every professional, would find it difficult to unleash their full potential under such circumstances. At this point, Zhong Qi was the same. Therefore, after learning about the configuration of the Dragon Taming squad, Zhong Li's worries reached their peak. At that time, he even thought that if Zhong Qi had a different setup, he might actually be able to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon of Blackwind Mountain. This reflects confidence in Zhong Qi's abilities. However, after hearing about the Dragon Rider squad's configuration, that idea vanished immediately. Even the most powerful person couldn't possibly clear the game with 3 teammates like that. But as it turns out, Zhong Yang's strength and the facts have proven him right. That actually works. He really can do it. With this setup, I actually cleared nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain. And this truly shocked Zhongli. Now, upon seeing Zhong Qi, this complex emotion has reached its peak. You little brat. Zhongli looked at Zhong Qi and finally couldn't help but say, "They really do surprise me every time." Zhong Qi shrugged indifferently. It was just clearing a nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon. Why is the minister speaking like this? He said, "It's not that difficult. I still think it's quite simple." Upon hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help but twitch his lips repeatedly. At that moment, a thought popped into my head. I wanted to give this kid a good beating. After all, that's incredibly arrogant. That's outrageous. That's incredibly arrogant. What is the Blackwind Mountain instance? Only those who have completed the 3rd job advancement will bother with this. Furthermore, even when a 3rd-tier divine class goes to run that dungeon, the team composition will be very high. At the very least, the entire team of 4 people will be strong 3rd-tier divine classes. They might even specifically select personnel based on the content of the dungeon, and have them bring a lot of items to increase the probability of success. No one would joke about this kind of dungeon and force themselves to choose those with low configurations. There is absolutely no such person. Lu Ji had been preparing for this instance for a long time, and he had specially selected the candidates and prepared the props. Even so, I was stuck on this nightmare-level dungeon for quite a while. It's still ongoing. If Lu Ji knew what Zhong Qi said, knew Zhong Qi's team composition, or even that Zhong Qi hadn't prepared much and had only learned about the dungeon information, he would probably go crazy. However, Zhong Qi's words were indeed incredibly arrogant, which made Zhongli unable to resist wanting to teach Zhong Qi a lesson after hearing them. Back in the day, when he himself went to clear dungeons of this level, he also made a lot of preparations. After all, when facing such a dungeon, a slight mistake could really lead to total defeat. Therefore, he would definitely be extremely well prepared, and there should be no unexpected events. But this bell rings. That's not true at all. That kid, that's just ridiculously arrogant. But ironically, he really does possess that arrogant power. This is even more infuriating. So at this moment, even if Zhongli wanted to say something to Zhong Qi, he really didn't know what to say after opening his mouth. After all, Zhong Qi had already managed to clear the nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon thanks to his strength, which came shortly after his 2nd awakening. This is unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, not only is this unprecedented, but it is also highly likely that it will be unparalleled in the future. It must be true. After all, such a terrifying record is something that no one will be able to achieve in the future. And now, the person who accomplished this, Zhong Qi, stands right in front of him. Zhongli looked at him, sighed, and ultimately couldn't bring himself to say anything to blame him. In the end, he simply patted Zhong Qi on the shoulder and said, "Next time you enter a dungeon like this, you should at least consider raising the team's stats. Think about your teammates, not just yourself. If they drag you down, you'll be distracted, and if you can't handle it, it could very well cause others to die too." Of course, he did not believe that Zhong Qi would be unable to protect himself should something happen. With Zhong Qi's strength and his terrifying dragon pet, protecting himself should be relatively easy. Therefore, Zhongli is not worried about Zhong Qi. However, he was more worried about Zhong Qi's teammates, because if Zhong Qi failed to protect them in time, the other teammates would very likely die. So, while Zhong Qi's teammates were enjoying themselves, their lives were still in real danger. Zhongli had already considered this point for Zhong Qi. So at this point, they began to persuade Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi nodded and said, "What the minister said makes sense. However, it's a pity that this dungeon wasn't very difficult. It didn't reach that level. The bosses were all very easy and were killed in one hit." Tension. That was pretty easy. Zhong Qi Dao. Next time we encounter a more difficult dungeon, I will definitely take the minister's advice into account and try to make my teammates stronger. You son of a bitch. Zhongli stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. At that moment, he was truly a little. I feel like swearing. He even got halfway through his rant, but thankfully, he was quite well-mannered. So, he stopped halfway through his rant. He's a cultured person. How could he use foul language? However, seeing Zhong Qi's extremely arrogant demeanor, I really couldn't help but feel a little helpless. That's incredibly arrogant. This is the Blackwind Mountain Dungeon, and it's even a first clear on nightmare difficulty. You actually say it's easy? It didn't take much effort? What kind of dungeon can get you to put in your best effort? What level are you? It hasn't been long since my second awakening, right? Is this how arrogant you are? What will happen if you really reach the third level of divine office? Why don't we just rush straight into Japan and wipe them all out? At this time, this is Zhong Li's most genuine thought. However, he was unaware that Zhong Qi truly thought that way. However, his current strength is not enough, and he simply cannot kill all the third-level divine powerhouses in the Sakura Kingdom by himself. Killing one or two should be enough. So, at this point, Zhong Qi felt that he still needed to play it safe and develop his strength cautiously. My strength is still too weak. If I were as strong as Dongfang Shuo, would this tiny Sakura country still dare to be so arrogant? In other words, Zhong Li was unaware of Zhong Qi's thoughts at this moment. If he had known, one wonders what kind of expression Zhong Li would have had. However, even at this moment, Zhong Li's feelings were very complicated. In particular, after looking at Zhong Qi, she became even more convinced that her previous thoughts were absolutely correct. That kid Zhong is too arrogant. If this kind of temperament isn't curbed, problems are bound to arise in the future. What if a big problem arises in the future and this kid can't handle it? Wouldn't such a fine piece of J be gone? No, absolutely not. I absolutely have to give this kid a good talking to. That way, the kid won't panic when he faces real danger. The knocking can still be controlled, and he can ensure Zhong Qi's safety. It will be too late to teach them a lesson later. We have to change this kid's temperament a bit. So, at that moment, Zhong Li made up his mind. No matter what, Zhong Qi must participate in the upcoming activities. Then, he looked at Zhong Qi and said, "Young Zhong, our situation isn't looking too good right now." "What's wrong, Minister?" After returning, Zhong Qi didn't pay much attention to the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom, because he was busy running dungeons and learning about the information within them. After all, upon returning, Zhong Qi felt that his strength was still insufficient. Otherwise, he could have accomplished much more back in Japan. But in reality, it wasn't achieved. It was just killing a genius that Japan had only seen once every 60 years and destroying a few instances. It was all insignificant. That's simply not enough. Therefore, I must improve my abilities. This is why, as soon as he returned, he went straight into the dungeon without even taking a break. At this moment, upon hearing Zhong Li talk about the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom, he was indeed not very clear about it and showed his doubts. At this time, Zhong Li sighed, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. Next, he said, "Alas, you have no idea. Now, the Japanese are using their domestic pretext to put pressure on us. They have also joined forces with South Korea and the United States. The three countries' third-level priests are working together to harass the dungeons that our Dragon Kingdom is trying to excavate," Zhong Li said with a solemn expression. Zhong Qi listened quietly, a surge of anger and worry rising within him. He knew all too well the importance of dungeons to a nation. They contained endless resources and opportunities that could enhance a country's strength and status. The fact that the three nations, including the Sakura Kingdom, were jointly harassing the Dragon Kingdom's dungeons undoubtedly brought immense pressure and challenges to the Dragon Kingdom. Every time we want to take down a dungeon, a large number of other people will try to compete for it. Originally, we could have gotten a total of 14 dungeons this year. Zhong Li continued, his voice tinged with regret and helplessness. Zhong Qi's heart sank. He knew that competing for dungeons was always fierce, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. He had originally planned to acquire 14 dungeons, but now he had lost 3, which pained him immensely. "But by now, we've already lost 3 dungeons," Zhong Li said regretfully. "We've lost 3 in such a short time. If we can't stop this, I'm afraid in the end, we'll only be able to get 2 dungeons." Zhong Qi clenched his fist, a resolute glint in his eyes. He understood that if they couldn't stop the enemy's harassment, the Dragon Kingdom would lose even more valuable dungeon resources, which would have a significant impact on the country's development. The fact that 3 countries acted together, deploying so many third-tier divine officials, was a huge blow to the Dragon Kingdom. So, at this time, they will absolutely not allow the Dragon Kingdom to intervene again and thus successfully obtain the instance. Then, the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom is too great. Even if all the third-level divine powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom were mobilized, it still wouldn't be enough. Now, Zhong Qi understands what Zhong Li was worried about. Then, in an instant, he understood what Zhong Li was worried about and couldn't help but say, Does the minister mean he wants me to participate as well? To compete with the third-tier clerics from these 3 countries and reclaim the instance that rightfully belongs to us? Zhong Li nodded. Yes, at this moment, our strength is far too limited. All the third-tier clerics in the country have already been sent out, and we can't find anyone else who can be used, so. I see. Zhong Qi nodded and said, I'll go. I was trained by the country, and I'm a citizen of China. Since I have enough power to help at this time, I naturally won't refuse. Zhang Li Dao. At first, that was indeed my thought, but now that I'm at this point, I'm still a little worried. What are you worried about? Although you are strong enough, what we fear is the shameless methods of those 3 countries. If they were to plot against you, we could not afford the losses. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi smiled and said, Minister, there's no need to worry so much. I have my own ways of protecting myself. Let me go. They won't pose any threat to me. Zhang Li immediately fell silent. Finally, with a long sigh, he tacitly agreed and said, All right. No matter what, you must be careful and protect yourself. No matter what, you can give up the dungeon runs. Just do your best. You yourself are much more important than these dungeons. I see. Zhong Qi nodded. Zhang Li Dao. No need to go right now. I'll contact someone for you and arrange teammates. Good. Then, Zhong Qi waited for Zhang Li's arrangements. And at this time, it is outside. The third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom wore expressions of smugness and arrogance, their laughter echoing through the air as if mocking the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom. One of the clergy shouted, Ha ha! Is this what the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom are like? Utterly weak and powerless, utterly vulnerable. Another priest chimed in, That's right, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's third-tier priests is only SOSO. They can only snatch victory from us by resorting to despicable means. Yet another priest said angrily, It's because they used those dirty tricks that we had to cancel their first place in the national war. These Chinese are only good at scheming and plotting. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then someone said, Now that they've abandoned those despicable tactics, the Dragon Kingdom people are no match for us. Look at how they're retreating in front of us. Hee, we should press on and drive the Dragon Kingdom people out of here. This is the best decision we can make. Well said. These damn Dragon Kingdom people once plotted against our Sakura Kingdom's #1 genius. Now we will make them pay the price and kill more third-rank clerics to appease our genius. Their voices were filled with hatred and anger, as if they wanted to wipe out all the third-rank clerics of the Dragon Kingdom. What are you waiting for? Quick, kill him. The third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom spoke up one after another, and then 4 people surrounded a third-tier clergy member of the Dragon Kingdom. Even with the strongest third-tier divine authority in the Dragon Kingdom, it was still powerless to reverse the situation. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. This kind of scenario happens far too often. In the Dragon Kingdom, almost every professional is facing several people alone. But there's no way. The number of third-tier divine professionals in the Dragon Kingdom is far too small. Compared to just one of their countries, it's not enough, let alone 3. The combined number of third-tier divine professionals from the 3 countries has already put the Dragon Kingdom's third-tier divine professionals in a very tight spot. The location of South Korea. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The South Korean third-tier divine powerhouse laughed wildly, his laughter filled with disdain and contempt for the Dragon Kingdom. See that? This is the strength of our South Korean empire, he boasted proudly to those around him. We are so strong. The third-level divine officials of this Dragon Kingdom are really weak. They have no ability to resist at all. Another powerful divine official echoed, his face brimming with confidence and pride. This is the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom people. Now, it has been revealed on the battlefield. They have no means to resist us. Another powerful priest said with a sneer, his eyes flashing with greed. How weak. If this trend continues, it won't be long before our South Korean empire will be able to reclaim the territory that rightfully belongs to us. This Dragon Kingdom will eventually be incorporated into the territory of our South Korean empire. Another powerful priest shouted excitedly, as if he could already see the victory ahead. Ga 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 ga. The powerful priests burst into ear-piercing laughter, the sound echoing in the air and sending chills down everyone's spines. Many of the third-tier clergy from South Korea burst into laughter, their laughter filled with sarcasm and delusion. They were extremely sarcastic and looked down on the Dragon Kingdom's third-level divine powerhouses, but they never expected that they were outnumbered. Hee, by killing this Dragon Kingdom person, the Dragon Kingdom will have one less powerful figure. We'll be one step closer to restoring South Korea's true territory. A South Korean third-rank priest brandished his weapon, his eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. The other South Korean third-rank priests behind him echoed his sentiments. Yes, yes, let's strive to restore the glory of our South Korean empire and kill the dragons. We should kill all these dragons this time. Another South Korean rank 3 priest said through gritted teeth, as if he harbored a deep hatred for the dragons. The others echoed his agreement, believing that only in this way could the threat from the dragons be completely eliminated. It should have been done long ago, someone shouted, their voice filled with anger and discontent. They believed they had been too lenient with the Dragon Kingdom people before, which had caused them to suffer losses. Now, they decided to show no more mercy and deliver a heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom people. This is the true strength of our South Korean empire. Finally, someone roared and launched an attack on the third-tier priest of the Dragon Kingdom. And at this very moment, in another battlefield, the third-tier priests from the beautiful country also gathered together to fight outnumbered. Since they have a numerical advantage, why should they give it up? Of course, they can bully people. That's what they do. This time, the Dragon Kingdom will suffer heavy losses. The Dragon Kingdom's ambition to rise is nothing but wishful thinking. It's absolutely impossible. We must stop the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise, wouldn't all these resources be taken by them? Ha! People from the Dragon Kingdom, you want to take away the resources that rightfully belong to us? What a joke. These resources belong to us. Neither China, Japan, nor South Korea can take them away. The people of America are quite domineering. They actually wanted to take away all the resources. The third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom, struggling to resist. And at this time, within the Dragon Kingdom, Resources Department, Zhong Li has found a team for Zhong Qi. The 3 third-level divine officials are Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing. All 3 of them are extremely capable. It's perfect for teaming up with Zhong Qi. They can both protect Zhong Qi's safety and fulfill their purpose. Zhong Li was still extremely reassured. Zhong Qi met his teammates. At this moment, time is of the essence for Zhong Qi. There is no time to waste. So, upon seeing his 3 teammates, Zhong Qi spoke immediately, saying, 3 seniors, you are all my seniors. As for the situation, you should know it better than I do. Although I am a junior, now that I have this power, I want to dedicate myself to the country. Therefore, I will definitely do my best. The seniors should all know me, and at this point, I will do my best to cooperate with them. Zhong Qiqing spoke with deep emotion, and they all spoke up. Although he didn't know if saying these words would be useful at this time, Zhong Qi had to express his attitude. The other 3 were genuinely surprised to see that their teammate was Zhong Qi. They were somewhat worried about whether Zhong Qi's strength was sufficient. This is not a small-scale battle like in a national war. It's a real fight. Chapter 86: The Shocking Third-Tier Divine Rank, The Terrifying Bel Qi. At that moment, when Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing saw Zhong Li call them back, and that their teammate was actually Zhong Qi, the shock they felt was indescribable. They never imagined that their teammate would be Zhong Qi, who had only recently completed his 2nd job advancement. Zhong Qi's talent is indeed very strong. It can be said that he is the most talented person in the Dragon Kingdom in the past few hundred years. Even Dongfang Shuo, who was once the strongest, might not be able to match Zhong Qi's talent. They agree with this. Furthermore, they are willing to wait for Zhong Qi to grow and become stronger. But now, no matter how strong their talent, they shouldn't be able to fight alongside these third-tier priests after only a 2nd awakening, right? This is no small matter. If things go wrong, it could really lead to our downfall. So it was at this time. They felt it was better to be cautious, because only by being cautious could they truly protect all safety. This is not only taking responsibility for Zhong Qi, but also for them, and even more so for the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, if they really act together, a team of several people could take action against others. So what if an accident occurs? Without a doubt, there are 3 third-tier divine positions and the most powerful genius in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. If they all perish, the loss to the Dragon Kingdom would be enormous. It's incredibly big. So it was at this time. They all looked at Zhong Li, hoping he would retract his decision. However, when they looked at Zhong Li, almost instantly, Zhong Li understood what they were thinking and immediately smiled. However, at this moment, Zhong Li did not directly help Zhong Qi out of the predicament. Instead, he looked at Zhong Qi with a smile, but he didn't do anything, letting Zhong Qi do it himself. At this moment, only Zhong Qi himself can prove his strength. These are, after all, Zhong Qi's future teammates, so the only way for Zhong Qi to make his teammates believe in him is to make his future path easier. This is Zhong Li's idea. At that moment, Zhong Qi understood Zhong Li's thoughts after just one glance. Therefore, instead of asking Zhong Li for help, he looked at his 3 teammates and smiled. Actually, it's quite normal for the 3 seniors to have concerns. Zhou nodded at this moment and said, Zhong Qi, it's not that we don't trust you, but you know how serious and complicated this matter is. At this time, we must be cautious. After all, you are the most important person in the country right now. It's not that we don't want to team up with you, but your importance is too high. We can't afford to let anything happen to you. Sun Ji nodded and said, yes, if anything were to happen to you, the others would absolutely not allow it. In that case, the 3 of us would be sinners for all time, and the chances of the Dragon Kingdom improving would be lost in an instant. You are too important. You are the hope of our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot let you take this risk. This matter is not a small one. It is different from the national war, and even from your previous entry into the Sakura Kingdom. Even if the 3 of us join forces, it will not be easy to protect you. So, at this moment, the 3 of them spoke to Zhong Qi simultaneously, saying, I can't bring you this time. All 3 of them meant the same thing. They really wanted Zhong Qi to quit on his own and not team up with them. This was their own consideration, and also a way to protect Zhong Qi. They all believed that, given Zhong Qi's strength, it would be quite difficult for him to cope with the current situation. However, it was at this moment that Zhong Qi smiled in response to their concerns. It's normal for the seniors to be worried. If it were me, I would be worried too. After all, the strength I've shown so far, while not bad, is far from enough to team up with the seniors. However, the truth is that the seniors don't know me very well. Otherwise, they would have had more confidence in me. When Zhong Qi spoke, Zhou Bo and the other 2 were immediately taken aback. Then, they looked at Zhong Qi, waiting for him to continue. Zhong Qi smiled and said, do any of you seniors know about the Black Wind Mountain instance? Zhou Bo nodded. I know, this dungeon is not weak. When we first broke through to the 3rd level of the divine rank, we also tried to clear it. However, it was a pity that the nightmare level Black Wind Mountain dungeon was too difficult. So, we didn't clear it, but we cleared the king level dungeon. Now, we could try again, but there's no need. Let's leave the first clear of this nightmare level dungeon to someone else. Yes. Sun Ji nodded in agreement. However, it's actually quite difficult. After all, those who can run the Black Wind Mountain dungeon are all newly promoted to the 3rd level of divine profession. It's quite challenging to clear the nightmare level Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Liang Yuxing nodded in agreement. It's not just difficult, it's probably impossible for anyone to beat it. At this time, after the 3 of them finished speaking, they explained the difficulty of the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. After listening to their words, Zhong Qi smiled and said, not long ago, I led my team to the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Under the puzzled gazes of the 3, Zhong Qi continued. Furthermore, we've entered the nightmare difficulty level of the Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo looked incredulous and said uncertainly, You entered the nightmare level Black Wind Mountain? And then, did you pass it? At this time, after Zhou Bo finished speaking, not only did he show such an expression, but the other 2 also did the same. Then, they all showed expressions of utter shock. Because at this moment, Zhong Qi smiled without saying a word. This is obvious. He cleared the nightmare difficulty Black Wind Mountain dungeon. Zhong Qi, a professional who had only just awakened his 2nd job advancement, actually, able to lead a team through the nightmare difficulty Black Wind Mountain dungeon. What kind of team configuration? At this time, these words immediately came to mind. Then, they all looked at Zhong Qi. Zhou Bo then asked, how many 3rd-tier clerical positions did you bring? Since they were able to clear the nightmare difficulty Black Wind Mountain dungeon, it's quite obvious that they must have brought along some strong teammates. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been able to clear it. Black Wind Mountain is a nightmare-level dungeon. That's quite difficult. At this moment, Zhang Li spoke up, with a fox-like smile, clearly having watched quite a bit of the drama unfold. At this point, it was natural that I couldn't help but speak up. He knew the whole inside story, and now he spoke up. Zhong Qi's team is called the Dragon Taming team. Since it is the Dragon Taming team, it is naturally the same team and the same configuration as before. He laughed. It was the team he participated in the secret realm with before. Participate in the secret realm. In an instant, Zhou Bo's eyes widened. What? He looked at Zhang Li as if he had seen a ghost, and then said, Are you sure? Why would I need to lie to you? This is the truth. At this time, Zhou Bo's eyes widened considerably, almost to their limit. Then, he looked at Zhong Qi. I was deeply shocked. Zhou Bo was watching at the time, so he naturally knew just how low-level the Dragon Taming squad's configuration really was. It's ridiculously low, outrageously low. The reason Zhong Qi was able to lead them through the secret realm was entirely due to his exceptional personal strength. And now you're telling me that Zhong Qi actually cleared the nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon with the same setup? Is this real or fake? For a moment, Zhou Bo was shocked and somewhat disbelieving. But since Zhang Li spoke, it must be true. But, at this time, both Zhou Bo and Sun Ji were aware of this. On the contrary, Liang Yuxing was not there at that time. He was in the secret realm and was not very clear about the configuration of the Dragon Taming squad. So at this moment, he looked at the others with a somewhat blank expression. Sun Ji then explained. His team, the other three, are probably around level 40, and apart from him, there shouldn't be any other second job awakenings. Hiss. After hearing these words, Liang Yuxing finally understood how terrifying this was. Furthermore, of those three, one is a mage, one is a tank, and only one is a support. This is the real heavyweight. Not only are the three levels of skill far from helpful, but even in terms of class attributes, only a support class can be of some use. These three are basically just accessories. And Zhong Qi actually cleared the nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain dungeon with 3 teammates like that. This is fucking. That's incredible. Glug. At the same time, all 3 of them swallowed hard. At this moment, looking at Zhong Qi with a beaming smile on his face, he finally understood just how terrifying Zhong Qi's strength was. So, in that sense, Zhong Qi teaming up with them means their strength is more than just good. This is a true powerhouse. Even among the 3 of them, they knew it would be difficult to clear the nightmare-level Blackwind Mountain with 3 teammates like them. From this perspective, doesn't that mean Zhong Qi is stronger than them? Right now, the 3 of them were immediately stunned. Then, they all looked at Zhong Qi. Cough cough. Zhou Bo coughed twice, then said, I apologize for what I said earlier, Zhong Qi. You do indeed possess strength comparable to ours, cough cough. In the end, he really didn't know what to say anymore. Her face turned rosy. There's really no other way. After all, he had said some very harsh things earlier, so at this point, he was completely unable to say anything. The other 2 people also blushed a little. The words had already been spoken, but now it turns out that Zhong Qi was actually the strongest one. I was naturally extremely embarrassed about this. Zhang Li laughed at this moment, then looked at the 3 of them and asked, So now, do you have any objections to teaming up with Zhong Qi? Opinion? Naturally, there were no objections. After all, in situations like this, strength is everything. Despite only having reached the 2nd job advancement level, Zhong Qi was able to clear dungeons that could only be cleared after reaching the 3rd job advancement. Moreover, he brought 3 such teammates with him, in this manner. This is enough to prove how terrifying Zhong Qi's strength is. So, they naturally had no objections. In fact, they were quite happy. This is the hope of my Dragon Kingdom. Next, with no further objections, Zhong Qi set off with them. This is arguably the most unique team in the Dragon Kingdom right now. 3 third-tier divine officials, accompanied by Zhong Qi, who had undergone 2nd-tier awakening. However, probably few people would have guessed that Zhong Qi, after his 2nd awakening, was actually the strongest member of the team. The 4 of them then embarked on their journey. On the way, Zhou Bo introduced Zhong Qi to him. The instance we're going to now is a very strange one. It was discovered not long ago, and we immediately sent people to investigate it. But in the end, we still didn't find anything. This instance is quite different. This is unlike any other dungeon we've found before. We've searched for a long time, but haven't found anything that can control the dungeon. However, we did discover something. This dungeon has an extremely strong aura of the hidden dragon abyss. After saying this, Zhou Bo glanced at Zhong Qi and immediately understood why Zhang Li had sent Zhong Qi. After all, those 3 dragon eggs were brought out from the hidden dragon abyss. The 2 dragon eggs have now been contracted by Zhong Qi. Perhaps, with those 2 dragon eggs, Zhong Qi was actually able to find something to control the dungeon. This adds another instance to the Dragon Kingdom. So it was at this moment that Zhou Bo looked at Zhong Qi and couldn't help but say, This time, you should have a better chance than us, so we will do our best to assist you and try to find it earlier than other countries. Furthermore, this time the dungeons will not be completely separated. We will meet inside the dungeons, and at that time, a battle is very likely to break out. However, just do your best. You don't have much practical experience in this kind of battle, so just focus on protecting yourself. Zhong Qi knew that Zhou Bo was imparting his experience to him, so he did not refute him, but listened attentively and nodded. We'll name this instance Red Forest. Red Forest instance? Yes. We don't actually know much about the contents of the dungeon, except that there are large areas of red maple forests inside. So that's how it is. Zhong Qi nodded. Then, it's time to wait to enter the instance. Over the next long period of time, they got closer and closer to the instance. Although the speed is quite fast, the distance in the Red Forest dungeon is very far. Moreover, and more importantly, they cannot be too conspicuous, otherwise they will easily be discovered by other countries. In this case, the Dragon Kingdom, which already does not have a numerical advantage, will face even greater difficulties. So, even knowing that Zhong Qi is very strong, we still have to be careful. At this point, you can't be too careful. At the very least, we can't let anything happen to Zhong Qi Fa. So, it took almost half a day before we finally arrived outside the Red Forest instance. As expected, third-tier clergy from Japan and South Korea were waiting here. Upon seeing the people from the Dragon Kingdom, they immediately revealed disdainful smiles and chuckled. Oh, people from the Dragon Kingdom? I thought you wouldn't dare to come. One of them said sarcastically. Another person then mocked. Why don't you just give us this copy instead of keeping it? His tone was full of arrogance and contempt. Anyway, that's all the strength and temperament your Dragon Kingdom has. In this battle, your Dragon Kingdom was at an absolute disadvantage. You don't actually think you can fight against the three of us with just one country, do you? Someone let out a contemptuous laugh. Don't get your hopes up. Go home and farm. You absolutely cannot win this battle. Another person chimed in, causing the others to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The people from the Dragon Kingdom actually came. Someone laughed loudly, as if they had witnessed the most ridiculous thing. What are you doing here? Coming to your death? Another person joked. This is absolutely hilarious. In the end, everyone burst into laughter, seemingly completely disregarding the Dragon Kingdom. The laughter of these people echoed in the air, their eyes flashing with contempt and mockery towards the Dragon Kingdom, as if victory in this battle was already in their grasp. However, Zhou Bo and his men were not swayed by their taunts. They stood there firmly, their eyes revealing an indomitable will. After hearing their third-tier priests start mocking them, Zhong Qi immediately narrowed his eyes. Those familiar with Zhong Qi know that when he makes such a move, it means he is angry. He will definitely take drastic action against these people from Japan and South Korea. Make them regret it. And at this time, Zhou Bo naturally knew the temperament of young people. So, he simply tugged at Zhong Qi and whispered, "Don't get into arguments with them outside. If we do, we might get surrounded and attacked, which would be terrible. We need to go into the instance first. Once inside, we'll be teleported to different locations and won't be together. Only by entering the instance will we have a chance to turn the tide." At this time, after Zhou Bo finished speaking, Zhong Qi nodded. Then, they arrived at the dungeon entrance, selected nightmare difficulty, and prepared to enter. However, those guys from Japan were truly disgusting. They mocked in a contemptuous tone. What difficulty level did you choose? Was it normal? You know, even if you successfully cleared the normal level, you wouldn't get the items needed to master the dungeon. Then came a burst of shrill laughter. Ha! Maybe they're really afraid of us, which is why they don't dare choose a higher difficulty level and only dare to pick the normal level. But isn't that typical of the Chinese? Always like to avoid and hide. What's the point? They might as well fight us face to face. That way they can at least end their suffering and get relief sooner. These words were full of provocation and insult. They continued to mock. People of the Dragon Kingdom, let's see if you have the guts to accept the challenge. If you have the courage, then come and face us head on. The third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom began to provoke them one after another. Zhong Qi snorted coldly and said, "Your strength isn't just all talk, is it? Stop with the nonsense. If you really want to fight, come on nightmare difficulty. I'll be waiting for you in the dungeon." After saying that, he and Zhou Bo, along with the other two, entered the instance. After Zhong Qi disappeared, the remaining third-tier clergy from Japan and South Korea revealed sinister smiles, their lips curling into contempt and disdain. One of them sneered, "Humph, that idiot Zhou Bo actually dared to enter the dungeon. Utterly foolish. But it's fine. Now that they're inside, we can better teach these Chinese a lesson. This time, we must leave all these Chinese here, give them a good beating, and crush them." Another person chimed in. "That's right. These Chinese have always been too arrogant. This time, they must pay the price." Their eyes were full of provocation and malice, as if they could already see the tragic end of the Chinese. "Let's go in. Let's teach these Dragon Kingdom people a lesson." The leading rank 3 priest gave the order, and the others responded in unison. They strode confidently towards the entrance of the ruins. Every step was filled with determination and self-assurance, as if they already held the key to victory. "Let them die here," someone said through gritted teeth, their eyes flashing with hatred. Their hostility towards the Chinese had long since seeped into their bones, and they wished they could kill them immediately. With so many people dead, the Dragon Kingdom must be feeling the pinch for a long time, right? Another person laughed gleefully, his laughter full of smugness. They knew all too well how much the Dragon Kingdom valued talent, and this operation would undoubtedly bring enormous losses to the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha, isn't this exactly what we wanted? Someone burst into unrestrained laughter, the sound echoing in the air, sounding particularly jarring. Their goal was to weaken the Dragon Kingdom's strength and plunge it into a predicament. Not a single one of these damned dragons shall live. They shall all remain here. We shall kill everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Kill all the powerful warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. The last words were uttered like a curse. Their gazes were cold and ruthless, as if they could already see the blood of the dragons staining this land. Ha ha ha! A burst of maniacal laughter rang out, and their figures gradually disappeared at the entrance of the ruins. All that remained was boundless killing intent and determination, and that chilling laughter. Chapter 87. Over 100 million damage. Third-tier divine job astounded. Inside the instance, Zhong Qi and 3 third-level divine officials from the Dragon Kingdom entered this place. This copy is one that the Dragon Kingdom is determined to obtain. It is of great importance. In particular, this instance contains the aura of the hidden dragon abyss. What does that mean? This means that she is very likely to have a lot of information about the hidden dragon abyss. Nowadays, apart from Dongfang Shua leading people deep into the forbidden area of Qianlong Abyss at the beginning, no third-level divine officials have dared to enter it. After all, this dungeon is too difficult. Once upon a time, for third-tier priests from the beautiful country defied the superstition and directly entered it. But what was the final result? The final result was that they all perished as soon as they entered the outer perimeter of the hidden dragon abyss. No one knows exactly what happened inside. However, these 4 third-tier clergy members were fully prepared before entering. The other third-tier clergy in the United States also knew about this. They even spent a fortune to create a special soul lamp that could know their lifespan. This soul lamp was located in the beautiful country. If they encounter an accident and their lives are in danger, their soul lamps will dim considerably. If one dies in the hidden dragon abyss, then the soul lamp will then go out. Then, the 4 third-tier divine professionals from the beautiful country entered the hidden dragon abyss dungeon. But the final result was that after entering for 3 breaths, all 4 soul lamps went out. What does that mean? This means that the hidden dragon abyss is far too dangerous. Even though Dongfang Shua once let a group of people out, less than half a year later, all of them had died. And Dongfang Shua remained tight-lipped about what lay within the hidden dragon abyss, saying nothing. At this point, this aroused immense curiosity among everyone in the world at that time. This is why many countries later joined forces to explore Qianlongjian. But in the end, there were no surprises. Annihilated. None of them survived. As for news, there isn't much. So, only then will the hidden dragon abyss become a forbidden area. Moreover, it is the most terrifying forbidden area. To this day, no one dares to enter it again. And at this very moment, they discovered that this instance actually possessed the aura of the hidden dragon abyss, which proved that it was highly likely to have some connection with the hidden dragon abyss. If we can conquer this instance, we might be able to obtain a lot of information about the hidden dragon abyss. This is a very important matter. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom attaches great importance to this instance. It was also at this time. Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing all looked at Zhong Qi. At this point, they naturally no longer held Zhong Qi in the same contempt as before. They completely regarded Zhong Qi as a third-level divine official, just like themselves. After all, Zhong Qi has already proven with his strength that he is no weaker than a third-level divine officer, and in fact, he is among the most powerful. Keep in mind that Zhong Qi hasn't even reached the 3rd stage yet. He only recently awakened at the 2nd stage. It has great potential and strong capabilities. This is naturally the reason why people respect them. So it was at this time. They looked at Zhong Qi and then said, "Although we don't know why this place has the aura of the hidden dragon abyss, our current goal is to take control of this place and see if we can find out any information about the hidden dragon abyss. The reason Zhang Li called you this time is probably because both of your dragon eggs were brought out from the hidden dragon abyss. Perhaps, with you there, there will be an unexpected surprise. Zhong Qi nodded. After they mentioned that there was the aura of the hidden dragon abyss here, he roughly guessed what it was. Perhaps these are the reasons why I came here this time. However, helping the Dragon Kingdom with these things is simply my duty. At the same time, Zhong Qi himself was also very curious, since this place had an extremely strong aura of the hidden dragon abyss. So, what exactly is its relationship with Qianlong Abyss? Where did those 3 dragon eggs come from? Just 3 dragon eggs nearly brought disaster to the Dragon Kingdom. If I hadn't intervened in the end, the Dragon Kingdom would probably have had to make other plans. One event after another has shrouded Qianlongjin in a thick and mysterious veil. What exactly is going on in this place? What secret does it hold? At this moment, even Zhong Qi himself was extremely curious. The 4 of them are now inside the instance. It was another nightmare-level dungeon, but after entering, Zhou Bo felt that his choice had been somewhat hasty. We should play it safe and start with the king-level dungeon. However, since we're already here, we shouldn't think too much about it. They looked around. This is a vast maple forest. The maple leaves are so red they look like burning flames. In such a maple forest, when the wind blows, the leaves rustle, just like flames burning. Despite the surrounding environment, there is a sense of tranquility here. This is very strange. Each instance has its own unique attributes. It could be gloomy, freezing cold, or scorching hot. However, there are very few of these that appear to pose no threat on the surface. However, normally speaking, the less dangerous something seems, the more terrifying it actually is. Because danger always lurks beneath a calm surface. So at this moment, Zhong Qi, Zhou Bo, and the other 2 all wore solemn expressions. They certainly didn't think this dungeon was simple. Even without the aura of the hidden dragon abyss, it's still quite remarkable that this dungeon could attract them all. Something seems off about this instance. Everyone needs to stay alert, Zhou Bo said, frowning. The others nodded in agreement. They knew that in this situation, any negligence could have serious consequences. Indeed, this instance is completely different from any we've encountered before, Sun Ji echoed. A sense of foreboding washed over everyone, but they couldn't quite pinpoint the problem. Due to the presence of the hidden dragon abyss's aura, this instance is likely to give rise to many unique monsters, Liang Yuxing warned. Everyone understood that these monsters might possess special abilities or attributes, posing a significant threat to them. That's right, the aura of the hidden dragon abyss is exceptionally unique. We must be extremely cautious. Zhou Bo added. Everyone knew that if they weren't extra careful, they might encounter unexpected dangers. Then let's proceed cautiously and slowly into the depths. At this point, the 4 reached a consensus and began to carefully walk into the interior of the instance. For Zhong Qi, this was his first time participating in such a dungeon challenge. To avoid disrupting the team's rhythm and strategy, he decided to temporarily set aside his personal style and follow the group. After all, in an unknown environment, the power of the collective is more important. So he closely followed his teammates, paying close attention to the surrounding movements. Otherwise, if he had followed his own pace, he would have charged forward long ago. At the very least, Xiaoya should be brought out to unleash her dragon breath and truly set this maple forest ablaze. Before long, they entered the maple forest. Almost instantly after entering the maple forest, an accident occurred. Roar! The roar of the beast immediately resounded throughout the land. Immediately, the entire maple forest immediately closed up. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Bo and the other 2's expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with terror and despair. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what they were seeing. Run! This isn't a maple forest at all. It's a monster. It's a monster! Zhou Bo shouted, his voice trembling with boundless fear. He realized he had made a fatal mistake, stepping into what appeared to be a beautiful maple forest, which was actually a huge trap. The vast maple forest turned out to be a living monster, and their entry into it wasn't into the forest, but into the monster's mouth. At that moment, the monster's mouth was slowly closing, preparing to swallow them whole. As the monster moved, the surrounding environment changed drastically. Loud booming sounds echoed continuously, and large swaths of maple leaves fell, drifting down like raindrops. Then, the monster's true form gradually became apparent. This monster was enormous, its body resembling a mountain, inspiring awe and fear. Its appearance was ferocious and terrifying, covered with sharp spikes and fangs, exuding an aura of evil. At that moment, the monster's enormous size was fully revealed to everyone. Its appearance caused the surrounding terrain to instantly crack, as if the entire world had been ripped apart. With a deafening roar, the ground instantly split open, forming a massive fissure. The cracks spread rapidly, splitting the entire ground in two in the blink of an eye. From the middle, an enormous gaping hole appeared instantly, bottomless, like an entrance to hell. In a mere instant, an enormous crater appeared. From within the crater stretched two gigantic arms. They struggled against the ground, seemingly trying to prop up their massive bodies. Then, with a violent tremor and a deafening roar, it forcefully pulled itself out of the ground. This astonishing display of power left everyone in awe of its sheer size. At this moment, when everyone finally saw its complete form, Zhou Bo and the other two were completely stunned. Holy crap! How can this thing be so big? This is huge. The maple forest we just entered was just its mouth. We've only just entered this dungeon, and we're already facing such a terrifying boss. This kind of boss is tough to deal with. I wonder how many more monsters like this are in this dungeon. But each one is an absolutely formidable enemy. That's terrifying. We must work together to have any chance of winning against such a powerful boss. Zhou Bo exclaimed. Yes. Zhong Qi nodded in deep agreement and said, yes, if we don't unite, it's absolutely impossible for us to defeat it with just our individual strength. Liang Yuxing chimed in. This level of boss is completely beyond the capabilities of humans. At this moment, Zhong Qi raised his head and stared intently at the boss that had emerged from the ground. Now, the boss had fully revealed itself. Its enormous body was like a dark cloud, blotting out the sun, and even sunlight could not penetrate its massive form to reach the ground. Only a dark shadow remained in front of them, and Zhong Qi and his three companions were right in the middle of this shadow. The unparalleled, terrifying pressure was suffocating, making even breathing difficult. Just standing there gave off an aura of insurmountable power. At this moment, Zhou Bo, Zhong Qi, and Liang Yuxing all wore unusually serious expressions. For them, this boss was extremely terrifying. Zhong Qi looked at the boss's information and found that the boss had a lot of health, with the health bar densely packed and almost black. That long string of numbers is well over 100 million. It has over 100 million HP. With such terrifying health, even if they just stand still and let them attack, it would probably take them quite a while. At this time, Zhou Bo and the other two shared this idea. Then, they quickly prepared to take action. The three of them have worked together before and have a good understanding of each other. If Zhong Qi were to act rashly at this moment, it could very well break this tacit understanding. So, Zhou Bo looked at Zhong Qi, then spoke. Zhong Qi, watch us make our move first, observe our teamwork, and then decide whether or not to make a move. Yes, after all, you've never teamed up with us before. Otherwise, if it clashes with your usual offensive rhythm, it wouldn't be good for either you or us. After the others spoke, Zhong Qi nodded. Then, instead of making a move, he stood aside and watched them make their move with curiosity. Immediately, Zhou Bo made the first move. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a long halberd suddenly materialized. The halberd seemed to come alive in his hands, instantly becoming a weapon. In that instant, a gust of wind howled, as if to engulf everything around it. Then, Zhou Bo stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deafening crash as the ground cracked open. Next, Zhou Bo shot into the sky like an arrow, gripping the halberd tightly, and with a sudden, powerful sweep, he unleashed a deafening roar. The setting sun over the long river. Zhou Bo roared, and with his shout, a terrifying force erupted from the halberd, slamming fiercely into the boss. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, causing a painful strain on everyone's eardrums. Then, an astonishing number appeared before their eyes. 800,000. This single attack had caused a staggering 800,000 damage. As Zhou Bo's attack landed, Zhong Qi on the other side also launched a swift attack. His weapon gleamed coldly as he slashed at the boss with incredible speed. Zhong Qi's attack also dealt substantial damage, a full 700,000. Liang Yuxing, not to be outdone, moved with swift and decisive speed, his weapon transforming into a bolt of lightning, striking the boss in a flash. At that moment, his attack displayed formidable power, dealing a remarkable 850,000 damage. The three's attacks were perfectly coordinated, like a flawless combination punch, instantly inflicting over 2 million damage on the boss. Such output was astonishing, showcasing their exceptional skill and teamwork. This happened in an instant. Next, the three men attacked like a storm, without stopping. The three of them were extremely coordinated in both their attack techniques and teamwork. In a short period of time, it was like a violent storm that never stopped, and more importantly, even though the boss kept attacking and relentlessly assaulting, they were still unable to be affected. Thanks to their skillful maneuvering, the boss couldn't attack them at all. Time passed second by second. That boss lost a whopping 7 million HP. This is already an extremely terrifying injury. The bosses that the third-tier priests face are all high-damage, high-health bosses. They are a team with excellent teamwork and strong overall ability. In this situation, the only way to reduce the target's health is to deal damage within a short period of time. If it were a weaker team, the boss would probably only lose 3 or 4 million HP. Defeating the boss will be even more difficult. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi was watching from the side, and after a long while, he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. He didn't quite understand. Third tier, clerical job. Is it that weak? After 3 people have been attacking for so long, they've barely managed to reduce the enemy's health by 7 million. At this level, it seems that no matter what I do, whether I disrupt their offensive rhythm or not, it doesn't make much difference, does it? It only has 7 million health points. If Xiaoya were in this situation, she would lose more than this much health just from a sneeze, right? So, after watching for so long, Zhong Qi decided not to watch any longer. It's time for me to make my move. Otherwise, this is only the first boss, and if I don't take action, it could take forever to defeat it. Xiaoya. At that moment, Zhong Qi spoke, and then, a giant dragon suddenly appeared, its body circling in the sky. The moment it appeared, it enveloped everything above. Xiaoya's appearance caused even the boss to momentarily lose his composure. The appearance of the giant dragon caused the world to change color. Upon sensing Xiaoya's aura, the boss instinctively took a step back in that instant. Clearly, he was somewhat afraid of Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya's terrifying blood volume was enough to be displayed at this moment. Then, Zhong Qi applied all the buffs that could be applied to Xiaoyi. This is enough to maximize Xiaoya's damage output. Now, this was his first battle against the powerful third-level divine beings, and also the first time they joined forces. Naturally, we must unleash our full potential. Let them see their strength, and see the damage Xiaoya has inflicted. In this way, when facing even more powerful bosses later on, they will have even more confidence in themselves. So, at that very moment, Xiaoya was covered in various buffs. Zhong Qi unleashed every damage-increasing ability that could be stacked. Many lights began to shimmer on Xiaoya's body. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Xiaoyi. It carried a strong sense of oppression. Upon realizing this moment, Zhou Bo and the other 2 subconsciously stopped what they were doing, staring blankly and bewilderedly at Xiaoyi in the sky. Then, somewhat bewildered, he said, This is Xiaoya. They had seen Zhong Qi make a contract with the dragon egg before, and they had also seen Xiaoyi. However, before that, Xiaoya was still a little kid. It was far from reaching its current majestic and imposing appearance. Therefore, upon seeing Xiaoya's appearance, he was immediately shocked. These are the true dragons. This aura alone is incredibly oppressive. How terrifying. No wonder it's a dragon. Once it comes out, it should be able to deal millions of damage, right? I feel it should be more than that, at least 2 million. Zhou Bo and the other 2, sensing Xiaoya's aura, all made guesses about the injuries Xiaoyi had sustained. In fact, they didn't know how much damage Xiaoya could deal. They could only speculate based on their own experience. As for their guess about such damage, naturally, it's absolutely impossible for them to guess correctly, because the harm Xiaoya caused had far exceeded their comprehension. Roar. At that moment, Xiaoya roared. His roar was earth-shattering, the terrifying sound waves reverberating in all directions, causing his deafening roar to echo everywhere. Under Xiaoya's dragon roar, the boss's eyes immediately went blank. A great opportunity. Zhou Bo instinctively shouted, and was about to make a move when he saw this. With a deafening roar, the colossal dragon soared into the sky, its massive body instantly blotting out the sun, seemingly enveloping the entire heavens. It circled in the air, its enormous wings flapping to create gusts of wind that howled and swept wildly across everything around it. Just then, the giant dragon suddenly plummeted from the sky at incredible speed, like a shooting star streaking across the night. Its body, carrying immense power and pressure, crashed down on the boss below like a mountain crushing an egg. As the dragon descended, the ground trembled violently, dust billowed, and a thick cloud of smoke rose. The dragon's impact was immense, seemingly shattering the entire earth. The boss, suppressed by the dragon, let out a painful roar, struggling but unable to escape the dragon's hold. Then, boom! A terrifying sound suddenly appeared, shaking the surrounding area. Then, right before the eyes of Zhou Bo and the other two, an extremely long damage number appeared in an instant. They didn't even have time to count the numbers. All they saw was that the boss, whose health they had worked so hard to reduce by a little, had its health bar completely empty. Damage exceeded 100 million. Did they just get instantly killed by the boss? Chapter 88, Third Tier Cleric. Confused? Is this how you usually grind monsters? Zhou Bo couldn't help but rub his eyes, and then looked at it again in disbelief. Result: the scene I saw was still the same. This boss was instantly killed, leaving it with 0 health. Not a single bit was left. This was a huge shock to Zhou Bo, Zhong Qi, and even Liang Yuxing. At this time, when they saw that the enormous boss was instantly reduced to 0 health by Xiaoya, the shock they felt was unimaginable. They never expected that. Some people can be this terrifying. Before this, they believed that Zhong Qi was stronger than them. However, within such instances, individual strength often doesn't solve many problems. After all, after reaching the 3rd level of divine office, each of them possesses extremely powerful strength. However, even with such strength, it is still not very useful in this situation. This is based on their experience over many years. Experience has taught them that even individuals with strong individual abilities are not very useful when working together as a team. In the past, they had encountered individuals with exceptional individual skills, but their teamwork with them was extremely poor. The team he was in performed worse than an average team in the dungeon. Even worse, because they didn't cooperate at all, they even had a conflict. In that situation, a team of 4 was wiped out, with half of them dead. From then on, teamwork became the most important thing. Because almost no one is strong enough to completely rival a team. Absolutely not. But now, Zhong Qi, standing before them, had an answer. Zhong Qi's formidable strength left them completely helpless. Zhong Qi immediately attacked, instantly depleting the boss's health. This is a terrifying boss with hundreds of millions of health points. But he was instantly killed in front of Zhong Qi. This caused Zhou Bo's worldview, which he had held for so many years, to collapse completely. They looked at Zhong Qi. His eyes were filled with disbelief and utter shock. Is this guy even human? Isn't he a monster? How could that be? Someone is so terrifying that with a single move, they instantly killed a boss with over 100 million HP. If someone else had told them this, they would absolutely not have believed it. But now, this is not what they told them, but something they are seeing with their own eyes right before their eyes. So, they had no choice but to believe it. It was at this time that Zhou Bo and the others looked at Zhong Qi and couldn't help but swallow. That's too ruthless. That's incredible. What an amazing person. No wonder he was able to lead 3 teammates who were over level 40 to clear the nightmare difficulty Blackwind Mountain dungeon with relatively little effort. If only they had known earlier that Zhong Qi possessed such strength. What's the point of saying all that before? Say what? He told Zhong Qi to watch from the sidelines and not disrupt their offensive rhythm. They can kill instantly with a single blow, dealing 100 million damage in one hit. Their offensive rhythm is nothing compared to that. Does this still require an offensive rhythm? There's absolutely no need for it, okay? Where the opponent is, and how they make their moves, that's the rhythm of the attack. Even at this moment, all Zhong Qi needs to do is make a move, and they just need to cooperate with him. No, absolutely not. Zhong Qi didn't even need their cooperation. Since the boss was instantly killed, what's the point of them cooperating? Just watch from the sidelines. So, at this moment, Zhou Bo suddenly thought, could it be that Zhong Qi's previous teammates were also like this? Just watching from the sidelines? Are they treated so well? This isn't dungeon crawling. It's like hiring a mythical level henchman and bringing along 3 clients. At this time, when Zhong Qi looked at Zhou Bo and the other 2, who were staring in shock, he couldn't help but touch his nose and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect this boss to be so weak. It couldn't even withstand a single hit." Zhou Bo, Zhong Qi, Liang Yuxing. No, aren't you going to be a little humble? At least show us some consideration. We fought for ages and barely managed to reduce their health by a few million, and you just went in and killed them instantly, and then said something like that. All right. They remembered Zhong Qi's terrifying strength and realized there was no need to be modest with them. They have the power to be arrogant and do whatever they want without any need for it. Call. Zhou Bo couldn't help but exhale. Suddenly, I felt incredibly relaxed. In that case, wouldn't this dungeon run be incredibly easy? You should have told me you had such great thighs. We've already adopted the right attitude and been holding on tightly. And there's one more point, and it's the most crucial one. This Zhong Qi, he hasn't even reached the 3rd level of divine office yet. They've only been awakened for a short time, and that's insanely powerful. Even Dongfang Shuo, the strongest human in the past, was powerful, but he wasn't as strong as Zhong Qi, was he? At this time, Zhou Bo and the other two looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this? Zhong Qi. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. Fine. This kid is from their dragon country. If this kid were from another country, then they would have given up hope. What's the point of fighting? Just wait to surrender. Not long after the 2nd job advancement, he dealt over 100 million damage in a single strike. Who can compare to that? You? No. Is this how you usually run dungeons? Zhou Bo couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Zhong Qi before speaking. Yes. Zhong Qi nodded, then said, this is more efficient. Otherwise, with this boss having so much health, how long would it take to defeat it? So, I usually just use all my skills at once and go straight to my strongest state, which makes the fight a bit easier. Easy? That's way too easy. Is there an easier way to play? Anyway, Zhou Bo never expected this. Isn't this how you fight? Zhong Qi looked at the 3 of them. Then, the corners of the mouths of the 3 people twitched repeatedly. That's how they want to fight. The problem is, damn it, no matter how hard they try, they can't do that kind of damage. They're using their strongest abilities right away. But this is their absolute strongest. At this time, even in front of Zhong Qi, they had the feeling that comparing themselves to others was just asking for trouble. It's not that they're too weak, it's that Zhong Qi is fucking too strong. How could anyone be this strong? Call. The 3 of them couldn't help but exhale. Then, recalling her earlier words, she couldn't help but blush. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Fortunately, they had previously told Zhong Qi to stay on the sidelines and not to make a move, otherwise it might disrupt their offensive rhythm and have negative consequences. Now Zhong Qi has made his move. It did disrupt their offensive rhythm, and there were indeed some unfavorable results. Since Zhong Qi was killed outright, they had no target left and no longer needed to spend time and effort on slow and gentle scraping. This prevented them from working themselves to death. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhong Qi guessed what they were thinking, but he didn't say much. He just smiled and said, that's how I usually do when I run dungeons. Don't overthink it, it's okay. You'll get used to it. Familiar with. They really want to get to know each other. But they are afraid that once they get used to it, they won't want to go back. He has already taken on Zhong Qi's appearance. Honestly, if you're really familiar with it, it's really hard to go back. After all, having such a powerful person leading them, they could instantly kill the boss, especially the boss in this dungeon. It was much easier than them having to work themselves to death to defeat the boss. If you can easily defeat the boss, why would you still want to work yourself to death like before? Isn't that a given? I'm afraid of getting used to it. Alright, let's continue. This is only the first boss. There can't be only one boss here, right? As Zhong Qi spoke, he took the lead and walked to the front. As expected, we still have to follow our own pace. Previously, he had always thought that powerful individuals who had reached the 3rd job advancement would have an easier time defeating bosses, unlike those he had seen before who still needed to fight them slowly. But, as it turned out, he was wrong. Even a powerful cultivator with a 3rd-tier divine rank has to fight a boss slowly. There's only one boss, and it's the simplest kind. Judging from Zhou Bo's 3-way progress, it will probably take a long time to finish. Why go through all that trouble? Upon hearing Zhong Qi's words, the 3 of them immediately nodded. At this point, what reason did they have not to listen to Zhong Qi, faced with such a powerful figure? However, they didn't expect that this time their big brother would be a little guy who had only recently awakened. Upon realizing this, the 3 of them blushed. But there's nothing we can do. She could only lower her head and let her face blush silently. And at this very moment, in this copy, in another place, the 3rd-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom are working together to face an extremely large boss. Then the boss emerged from the ground, its 2 enormous arms swinging wildly, causing the ground to tremble with each swing. Meanwhile, the 3rd-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom were also complaining bitterly while continuously dealing damage. However, their teamwork was also very smooth. In a very short time, 8 million of the boss's health points were directly depleted. However, compared to hundreds of millions of blood points, 8 million is clearly insufficient. However, they were quite pleased with themselves for taking away that much of their health. A short, fat man in cherry blossoms chuckled. He wore heavy armor, held a huge axe, and his eyes revealed disdain and confidence. Who else can take down this boss's 8 million HP in such a short time like we can? A third-tier mage from the Sakura Kingdom nearby chimed in. Yes, it can only be us. Besides us, I don't think anyone else could do it, right? Another assassin from the Sakura Kingdom sneered. I reckon the Dragon Kingdom team is already being chased away by this boss by now. Ha ha ha. They must have run away in panic. With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom team, how could they possibly defeat this boss? I'm afraid that after all this time, they haven't even taken down 2 million HP. The third-tier priest from the Sakura Kingdom said gloatingly. You actually want to take control of this instance? How laughable, the third-tier mage sneered. Exactly, these people from the Dragon Kingdom really know how to dream, the third-tier assassin chimed in. Let's hurry up and take down this boss as soon as possible. The short, fat third-rank priest from the Sakura Kingdom gave the order. Alright, after we take down this boss, we'll go find the Dragon Kingdom people and kill them too. Everyone responded enthusiastically. They were full of confidence, believing their team was incredibly powerful and could easily defeat the boss, and mocked the Dragon Kingdom team for their weakness and incompetence. That might be a bit difficult. I'm afraid we won't be able to find any living Chinese. All we'll find will be corpses, because they simply can't defeat these bosses. Ha 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 ha. In an atmosphere filled with fantasy and pride, the people of South Korea were indulging in self-admiration. As expected of our South Korean empire, we successfully reduced this powerful boss's 4 million HP in such a short time. This is simply a miracle. Who else but us could have such strength? A South Korean third-tier priest exclaimed excitedly. Yes, this is a super boss with hundreds of millions of HP, and its defense is astonishing. But only we can deal with its attacks so easily. Another South Korean third-tier priest proudly added. It seems that our South Korean empire is about to regain its former glory, and our goal of unifying the world has taken another big step forward. The South Korean third-tier assassin shouted excitedly. That's right, our South Korean empire is truly too powerful. Unrivaled. The South Korean third-tier priest also cheered. At that moment, the 4 South Korean third-tier clergy, though being chased relentlessly by the boss, were filled with the joy of victory. They believed they had already triumphed. And even though they hadn't truly defeated the boss, they firmly believed that ultimate victory belonged to them. They even began to believe that their South Korean empire was now invincible, and no one could compare to them. This sense of self-satisfaction spread among the 4 South Korean clergy members, intoxicating them with a false sense of superiority. However, reality often delivers a heavy blow, as each attack from this boss required them to exert all their strength to withstand it. Before long, they will find themselves powerless under the boss's terrifying attacks, or even die here. Another place. The third-tier divine classes in the United States deal the highest damage. At this moment, their attack had already reduced the boss's health by tens of millions of points, which had been worth hundreds of millions of points. The sooner we deal with this boss, the more time we'll have to find a way to control the dungeon. The speaker's eyes were firm, revealing a resolute confidence. His voice was deep and powerful, as if declaring their determination to the entire world. That's right, this instance is said to be closely connected to the hidden dragon abyss. No matter what, we must get our hands on it. The third-tier mage from the beautiful country chimed in, his tone filled with desire and greed. He knew the immense value this instance held. If they could successfully control it, it would bring them endless benefits. The Japanese are a bunch of useless trash, and as for South Korea, they're even worse. They can only use this secret realm temporarily. Ultimately, it's up to us to control it. One of the third-tier priests said disdainfully, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. They seemed to disregard other countries, believing only they deserved all of this. What about the Dragon Kingdom? Suddenly, the third-tier warrior, who hadn't spoken until now, asked a question. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into laughter. Dragon Kingdom? Huh, what right do they have to compete with us? They're not worthy. This copy can only be in our hands, and only we are allowed to have it. No one else can have it. The first person to speak spoke with arrogance and disdain, clearly showing his unfriendly attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom. Then let's hurry up and take down this boss. In 3 more hours, we'll be able to defeat it, the third-tier mage urged impatiently. The others nodded in agreement. They quickly sprang into action, preparing to go all out to defeat the boss before them and move towards their goal of taking control of the dungeon. This dungeon is really tough. The first boss we encountered had over 100 million HP. There's absolutely no way anyone can beat us when facing such a terrifying boss. Of course, a boss like that has hundreds of millions of HP. Who wouldn't take it slow and steady? That makes sense. However, they never expected that the 4 people from the Dragon Kingdom had already encountered the second boss. Under Zhong Qi's leadership, they moved at an astonishing speed. Not long after, they encountered the second boss. Furthermore, when the second boss appeared, Zhou Bo and the other 2, almost without thinking, each took a step back. Zhong Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips as he watched them shield him. Should we do this? This is fucking. You guys are at least third-tier clericals. At least put in some effort and move around. How could this be? Just looking at yourself? Why don't you guys go for it too? Weren't you having a blast before? Why are you running away now? However, Zhou Bo and the other 2 had thought it through very clearly. With Zhong Qi around, why should the 3 of them have to fight as miserably as before? What's the point? Why not just let the clock start? This way they can stand behind Zhong Qi and keep an eye on him to see if anyone else will interfere. Yes, that's it. They weren't trying to slack off. They were keeping watch over Zhong Qi to ensure his battle wouldn't be disturbed. If Zhong Qi were disturbed, the consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Zhou Bo and the other 2 quickly figured out the reason. Then, he sighed inwardly. Damn. Having a powerful backer is really great. The second boss, while not as enormous, is still quite large. This was an extremely fierce tiger, with 2 fangs as thick as 2 large trees, and its appearance was accompanied by an extremely foul odor. The tiger's 2 eyes, like 2 giant rocks, were staring at them with piercing eyes. More importantly, this giant tiger also has a terrifying amount of health, amounting to hundreds of millions. Furthermore, its attack power is twice as high as that of the previous giant boss. Upon seeing it, Zhou Bo and the other 2 narrowed their eyes, realizing the terrifying power of this giant tiger boss. Under such a boss, a slight mistake could truly cost you your life. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, they all looked at Zhong Qi. Then, he extended his hand and gestured for them to enter. Zhong Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who exactly is the third-tier clerical class? How could you just stand by and watch? However, Zhou Bo and the other 2 did intend to watch from the sidelines. Left with no other choice, Zhong Qi then looked at Xiaoye again. Xiaoye was naturally filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, its body soared into the air once more, its wings spread wide, a gale arose, and maple leaves fluttered into the air, forming a maple leaf tornado that rushed towards the giant tiger. This was merely an unintentional act by Xiaoye, but in the eyes of the giant tiger, it was a blatant provocation. Roar! It roared, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. At that very moment, with a sudden stomp on the ground, his body instantly soared into the air, blotting out the sky and carrying a terrifying aura as he charged fiercely towards Xiaoye. Even from a distance, one could feel that terrifying power. However, Xiaoye was not afraid at all in the face of this scene. The dragon god's heaven-shaking strike was immediately unleashed, and terrifying energy shot out from Xiaoye's chest. Then, while the giant tiger was in midair, it pierced through it directly. Boom. Almost instantly, the dragon god's heaven-shaking strike pierced through the giant tiger, and then, the giant tiger's dense, indistinct health bars were instantly cleared. This happened in an instant. Before Zhou Bo and the other 2 could see clearly, they saw the giant tiger in the air fall to the ground. Then, in perfect unison, the 3 of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulged, and they said in unison, "Holy crap!" Chapter 89: The Secret of Hidden Dragon Abyss. Holy crap! When Zhou Bo and his companions finally saw the scene before them, they were astonished to find that the enormous tiger in the sky was plummeting straight down. Its massive body descended from the sky like a small mountain, carrying unparalleled power and impact. In an instant, countless grains of sand rose up like a storm, as if to swallow the entire world. As the tiger slammed heavily into the ground, a deafening roar echoed through the air, instantly creating a bottomless crater. Immediately afterward, countless cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb, covering the entire earth. This breathtaking scene was truly awe-inspiring. However, just after the tiger plunged into the pit, thick smoke and flying sand filled the surroundings, blurring visibility. But the loud bang from before still rang in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. Zhou Bo and the other 2 stared wide-eyed at the smoke-filled area, while simultaneously looking up at the giant dragon in the sky. A colossal dragon soared through the sky, its scales shimmering with dazzling light, like a brilliant star. At this moment, Xiaoye's body had grown immensely, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Its existence seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, making it the ruler of this world. Although it is not as large as the giant tiger or the giant boss from before. But the terrifying damage Xiaoye inflicted had left a deep impression on them. At this moment, Xiaoye's image was deeply imprinted in their minds. This is enough to prove how terrifying Xiaoye is. So, it was at this time. The horror in their hearts was entirely predictable. That's incredible. Yeah, damn it. If we had been grinding monsters like this from the beginning, we would have cleared this dungeon long ago. I knew Zhong Qi was a tough kid before, but I didn't know he was this damn tough. As expected of a dragon egg brought from the hidden dragon abyss, this Xiaoye is only the first dragon egg. Yes, the first dragon egg, but the first dragon egg is already this powerful. What about the second and the third? At that moment, they suddenly realized that Xiaoye was only the first dragon egg. However, the very first dragon egg turned out like this. Direct damage exceeded 100 million. The second dragon egg was also contracted with Zhong Qi, and the dragons inside had already witnessed its power. It was terrifying. And what about the third one? The third dragon egg, how powerful must it be? They started thinking about this problem. Unfortunately, it seems that this problem cannot be solved in the short term. Zhong Qi's level is now rising at an extremely rapid pace. However, reaching level 75 and undergoing the third job advancement to become a clerical priest in a short period of time still requires some effort. At this point, it's something they all know. Therefore, it is also a very clear point. It's highly unlikely that they'll see Zhong Qi's third dragon egg in the short term. We'll have to wait a while longer. However, if they can form a contract with the third dragon egg, then it will obviously solve the biggest problem for the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the dragon-raising land is the biggest problem for the Dragon Kingdom. Solving it would eliminate any worries the Dragon Kingdom might have. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom must also get through the current situation. Now, Zhong Qi is a hidden pawn in the Dragon Kingdom's game. And this move was extremely clever. In fact, it's likely that no one knows just how much Zhong Qi's strength has increased. Not only in the Sakura Kingdom, but also in other countries that have truly felt Zhong Qi's terrifying power, it's impossible to know. Even among the people of China themselves, very few truly understood how terrifying Zhong Qi was. It is clear that there are only a few people. One of them was Zhong Qi's former teammate. They knew perfectly well how powerful Zhong Qi was. After all, he had managed to clear the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain on his own. In that instance, the other people basically didn't contribute anything. Besides that, these are my current teammates. They understood even more how terrifying Zhong Qi was. This is because this dungeon is more powerful and more difficult than the nightmare-level Black Wind Mountain. However, even in this more difficult situation, the three of them, all third-tier divine professionals, barely managed to defeat the boss with millions of HP when they joined forces, only to be instantly killed by Zhong Qi. The level of horror is still unbelievable and beyond words. And now, this is the second boss. He was still instantly defeated by Zhong Qi. In fact, Zhou Bo and the other two have already realized that they have gained a lot of experience. As for Zhong Qi himself, then, under a burst of white light, its level increased. Zhou Bo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What level are you now?" Zhong Qi glanced at it and said, "Level 67. Hiss. Zhou Bo gasped. He was among the first batch of third-level divine officials to learn about Zhong Qi. Back then, he went to the dragon-raising land with Zhang Li and Sun Ji and learned about this kid, Zhong Qi. Now, not much time has passed since that day. However, in such a short time, Zhong Qi had already reached level 67. What kind of speed is that? They had almost never heard of anyone being able to level up so quickly in such a short time. Zhong Qi was the first one they had ever met. Least. In particular, the fact that he witnessed it with his own eyes made the impact and shock even more powerful and direct. It was at this time. After glancing at the boss on the ground, Zhong Qi said, "Let's continue. We need to hurry up in this dungeon, otherwise other teams might find us. If we lose the initiative, it will be much more difficult to control this secret realm." Although what Zhong Qi said was absolutely right, there was no problem with it. However, Zhou Bo and the other two found it difficult to agree. As for the reason, there is only one. That is, damn it, what team can be as fast as Zhong Qi? Absolutely impossible. This boss with over 100 million HP was instantly killed. They had never seen a team like this before. Zhou Bo thought for a moment. Even if the other teams were stronger than them, they could only deal with tens of millions of health points at most. This is already one of the top teams. But Zhong Qi, for example, actually lost over 100 million HP and was instantly killed by the boss. If someone could catch up, let alone catch up, even if they had half the strength, the Dragon Kingdom would have been helpless and would have had no choice but to surrender. Why bother going out to compete for dungeons then? They might as well just stay in the country and wait to be dealt with. But now, those who possess such terrifying strength are from their Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Zhou Bo and the other two were filled with boundless pride. At this moment, I have many feelings in my heart, and I am very excited. Heaven has mercy. This top genius has finally come from the Dragon Kingdom again. Next, the Dragon Kingdom was able to rely on Zhong Qi to catch them off guard. At this point, Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing already had quite a few ideas in their minds. I'm thinking about how to use Zhong Qi to crush teams from other countries. Certainly, Zhong Qi was unaware of their thoughts, but his own thoughts were simple. Since the situation in the Dragon Kingdom was so dire, it would be better to act as quickly as possible. Once this dungeon is cleared, you'll be able to enter other dungeons and then defeat the teams from Sakura Country and other countries one by one. In this way, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom can be completely improved. At this point, this is Zhong Qi's most sincere thought. Of course, if Zhou Bo and the others knew Zhong Qi's idea, they would definitely applaud excitedly, and they wouldn't doubt it, because Zhong Qi really had the ability to do it. Now, what they need to do is speed things up. Then, Zhong Qi then led the three of them deeper into the dungeon. On the way, they encountered two more bosses, both of which were eventually defeated by Xiaoya. Then, Zhou Bo and the other two gradually discovered something. That's it. The three of them. It seems to be completely useless in this instance. Although at first, I felt pretty good. With such a powerful figure on their side, they don't need to do anything but watch and cheer each other on. All that's left is for Zhong Qi to just instantly kill the person. But this happened too many times. Suddenly, it felt incredibly boring. Not only that, they are different from Zhong Qi's previous teammates. In terms of strength and level, Zhong Qi's previous teammates were no match for him, and they were also his peers. But those three aren't. They are our seniors. Moreover, his level was higher than Zhong Qi's, and his equipment was better, yet he could only watch from the sidelines. Suddenly it occurred to me that if Zhong Qi's equipment were better, wouldn't he be able to be even faster? So at this time, Zhou Bo immediately said, Zhong Qi, when we get back this time, we'll apply for equipment for you together. No matter what, we'll make sure you have a mythical level piece of equipment. Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi paused for a moment, then realized that he had already hidden all the attributes of his equipment. There is no way to determine your equipment level by its appearance. So, that's why Zhou Bo said those words. At this moment, he looked at Zhou Bo and shook his head. There's no need for that. Zhou Bo insisted. It's alright, Zhong Qi. With your strength, you deserve mythical level equipment. If you don't deserve it, then no one else can. You're already very strong, and your damage is so high that no one can compare. If you had mythical level equipment, you would definitely be even more powerful. These are his heartfelt words. However, Zhong Qi was still shaking his head. Upon seeing this, Zhou Bo immediately became anxious. With mythical level equipment, you can improve a lot. However, Zhong Qi shook his head, not because he felt it was a waste to use mythical level equipment, but because there was no need to waste the country's resources. Instead, he immediately revealed what he was hiding. Instantly, bursts of light emanated from the area. The dazzling light blinded Zhou Bo, and for a moment, he could barely open his eyes, shining with the brilliance of mythical equipment. Then, I was completely dumbfounded. The same applies to Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing. Seeing Zhong Qi's full set of mythical level equipment, they were completely dumbfounded. You. Zhou Bo said you 3 times in a row, but couldn't explain why. That's amazing. A whole set of mythical level equipment. Even Zhang Li, the Minister of Resources, wasn't this arrogant. That kid. They have such a large number of top-tier equipment without making a sound. That makes sense. Without this set of top-tier equipment, it would be quite difficult to deal such terrifying damage. Upon seeing Zhong Qi's top-tier equipment, Zhou Bo and the other two felt somewhat better. No wonder this kid is so fierce. No wonder. Weird, damn it. How do you manage to have so many top-tier items? Envious. Envy. Even for those who have reached the 3rd level of divine advancement, not everyone possesses top-tier equipment. Of the 3 of them, only Liang Yuxing possessed 1 item, which he treasured immensely. As for Zhou Bo and Sun Ji, neither of them were included. Every time they saw Liang Yuxing's mythical level equipment, they were incredibly envious. As a result, we've now seen Zhong Qi again. That person has top-tier equipment. Indeed, comparing yourself to others is truly infuriating. But then he remembered Zhong Qi's terrifying damage. Having so much top-tier equipment was indeed suitable. Even if they were given this set of top-tier equipment, they still wouldn't be able to deal such high damage. Well, Zhou Bo sighed and fell silent, feeling dejected. No way. Who told them to face Zhong Qi, that monster? What can be done to deal with such a monster? Not long after, Zhong Qi has already defeated 3 bosses in a row. Ying also appeared during this time, but she didn't participate in the battle much. However, Zhou Bo and his group had witnessed Ying's terror. Naturally, they knew the terrifying power of this second dragon egg. In that case, they also know that even if Ying doesn't participate in the battle, she is capable of handling it. Once Ying joins the battle, the level of terror will definitely be no less than, if not greater than, that of Xiaoya. Of course, the main reason is that Ying's ability is too abnormal. Not long after, they had arrived at the deepest part of this instance. Here, you'll find a full 20 bosses. Hiss. The 3 of them gasped in shock. 20? How is that possible? That's too many. There are actually 20 bosses? If the 3 of us come, how long would it take us to finish them? Moreover, these 20 bosses aren't the final bosses, but the place where it all began. The place they arrived at was a tall tower. These 20 bosses are merely guarding the outside of the tower. Glug. Zhou Bo couldn't help but swallow. He suddenly realized that there were 20 bosses guarding the outside of the tower, but what about inside? What terrifying monsters must be guarding it? What kind of instance is this? What secrets does it hold? At the same time, they also sensed that the aura of the hidden dragon abyss was the strongest within this tower. This is enough to prove that there must be something related to the hidden dragon abyss inside this tower. Here, what exactly is it? What is its connection with Qianlongjin? What exactly is Qianlongjin? At the same time, many questions arose in their minds. The hidden dragon abyss holds too many secrets. However, more importantly, despite having so many secrets, they couldn't find any information. Now, we are closest to that moment. Roar. At this moment, as Zhong Qi and his group of 4 appeared, the 20 bosses roared repeatedly. Terrifying sounds reverberated throughout the area. Standing at the very front was a giant gray-white python, its body covered in intricate scales with countless patterns. Furthermore, on its head were 2 protrusions. These were not yet fully formed dragon horns. Therefore, upon seeing this python, Zhou Bo and the others understood immediately. A jiao? This is a jiao possessing dragon blood. Its bloodline abilities were powerful, and it also possessed terrifying strength. Besides this jiao, all the other monsters were extremely terrifying. Some were ice wolves, each over 3 meters tall, exuding a chilling aura, their sharp claws gleaming coldly. Others were gigantic bear monsters, their furry bodies radiating power and inspiring awe. Still others were winged harpies, their sharp eyes piercing the air as they flapped their wings. These monsters, gathered together, created a powerful, oppressive force, inspiring fear in all who beheld them. They all possessed terrifying bloodline auras. Although Zhong Qi didn't recognize many of them, he could guess that they were all descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. He possesses considerable bloodline abilities. There were actually 20 of these terrifying beasts. When they come together, the destructive power they cause is extremely terrifying. At this time, Zhou Bo was naturally somewhat worried, and couldn't help but look at Zhong Qi, saying, 20 of them is still quite troublesome. Why don't we take a step back, discuss a strategy, and then make our move? Otherwise, once we get into trouble, it will be extremely difficult to get through this situation. The other 2 nodded as well. These 20 are not ordinary monsters. They cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, it is best to be careful. However, Zhong Qi shook his head and said, no need. He immediately looked into the distance and calmly said, it's too late. At this time, suddenly, they saw that the 20 bosses had arrived beside them and surrounded them. Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The ferocious beast's howl was like a powerful sound wave, shaking everything around it. The terrifying sound wave swept in, seemingly tearing the air apart, causing the entire world to tremble. Even space itself hummed and vibrated from the sound wave, as if protesting the existence of this powerful force. Amidst this terrifying sound, Zhou Bo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His body trembled slightly, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound, as if they were about to explode. But this was only the beginning. Something far more terrifying awaited them. Rustle. Immediately afterwards, a faint yet eerie rustling sound echoed all around. The once peaceful ground began to grind violently, sand and gravel swirling in the air, forming a hazy dust cloud. Suddenly, the dragon's body shuddered violently. Then it swung its massive tail with astonishing speed. Its tail was as hard as steel, and each lash produced a series of sharp sonic booms. The power of that blow was unimaginable. If one were unlucky enough to be struck, they would likely be instantly turned into mincemeat. Faced with such danger, Zhou Bo's face turned deathly pale. His eyes widened, and he shouted in terror, "Get out of the way!" Boom! With a deafening roar, the dragon's tail lashed out like a giant whip, striking the hard ground. Instantly, a bottomless crater appeared, as if the earth itself had been ripped open. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Even more terrifying, countless tiny scorpions crawled out from the crack created by the lash. These small scorpions were entirely black, gleaming with a cold light, like demons from hell. Their numbers were astonishing, almost filling the entire space, sending chills down one's spine. Besides them, there were various other venomous creatures, such as spiders and centipedes. These creatures were extremely venomous. A bite or sting from them would have unimaginable consequences. At that moment, the four men's faces turned grim. They realized that this battle might be even more difficult than they had imagined. This is troublesome. This was their shared thought. Faced with so many poisonous creatures, they had to be extremely careful, or they would face utter ruin. However, even so, they still have to face it. There was no way to avoid it anymore. The dense swarms of poisonous creatures, along with numerous ferocious beasts of ancient origin nearby, were pouncing menacingly. In an instant, they found themselves in the most dangerous situation they had faced since entering the instance. Under such circumstances, if not handled properly, not to mention Zhou Bo's 3 third-level divine positions, even 10 or more third-level divine positions would be at risk of perishing. Even Zhong Qi could very well run into trouble under such circumstances. So, at that moment, Zhong Qi took a deep breath and then shouted, "Xiao Yi Ying Ying." Roar. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the sky. With this dragon's roar, the sound reverberated throughout this entire world. That dragon's roar seemed to traverse endless time and space, echoing from ancient times. It carried an ancient and mysterious power, inspiring awe in all who heard it. At that moment, the entire world trembled, as if time itself had stopped flowing. The dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth, deafening like thunder. This sound was like the fury of nature, or the heartbeat of the universe, making one feel the power of life and its infinite possibilities. Chapter 90, After the Slaughter. Under the terrifying roar of the dragon, the entire world seemed to fall into chaos. The sky turned gloomy and dark, and the earth began to tremble violently, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. In this chilling atmosphere, Xiaoye's dragon roar resounded through the sky, shaking every corner. As the dragon's roar resounded, all living beings in the surrounding area were greatly affected. Their thoughts froze instantly, and their bodies lost control, as if bound by an invisible force. The countless poisonous creatures that crawled out from the cracks in the ground, which had been writhing densely and making rustling sounds, were now frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Not only these venomous creatures, but even the 20 powerful bosses felt an unprecedented sense of fear and powerlessness at this moment. Their eyes widened, their bodies stiffened, and they could no longer make any movements. This was the terrifying power of the Dragon King's aura. It could make all living beings tremble under its majesty. Xiaoye's current bloodline power is terrifying, especially when facing these monsters. If other beings were to face them, they would not only be of no help, but would also be greatly hindered, because these creatures have extremely powerful bloodline forces, and many of their methods would be completely ineffective. It can also have the opposite effect. However, at this time, Xiaoye will not appear in such a scene. As for the reason, it's naturally very simple, because Xiaoye's bloodline power is simply too strong. All of Xiaoye's methods are still effective and will not be compromised in any way. With Xiaoye's Dragon King's shock, all the bosses were stunned on the spot. Zhou Bo and the other two were all stunned. They were stunned on the spot. Of course, with Zhong Qi present, they were not affected by the Dragon King's intimidation, but seeing Xiaoye unleash a dragon's roar, which immediately intimidated all the monsters. The sense of oppression it creates is still extremely strong. And at this moment, after Xiaoye made her move, Ying, who was in Zhong Qi's arms, also poked her head out. Eek! Ying whimpered twice, its little body trembling from the exertion. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its little head jerked upwards as if releasing all its strength. This action was so adorable that it made one want to burst out laughing. If Li Muhan and the others were here, they would surely be completely charmed by Ying, their eyes sparkling with delight. Just then, Ying successfully unleashed her skill. The poisonous creatures, who had been in a dazed state, suddenly regained consciousness. However, when they opened their eyes again, an astonishing change occurred. Their eyes were exactly the same as Ying's. This was clearly wrong, meaning that these poisonous creatures had been controlled by Ying. Not only that, but even some of the 20 bosses, the moment they opened their eyes also became identical to Ying's. This situation shocked everyone. It has become different from before. I've started syncing with Ying. Furthermore, the moment they opened their eyes, they no longer held the same thoughts as before. Instead, it quickly attacked to the side. It started attacking the other monsters around it. Almost instantly after being affected by Ying, these monsters changed their shapes, and their eyes changed after being affected by Ying. But this was only the first step. An incredibly surging power of curses emanated from them. You must know that Ying is the source of all curse power in the world, so it was at this moment that this terrifying curse spread almost instantly, like a plague, spreading extremely rapidly, and its speed was simply unstoppable. We can only let it spread. At first, only some monsters were affected by Ying, but as time went on, the number of monsters affected by Ying increased. More importantly, in addition to their frantic attacks on the monsters around them, they also possess a strong curse power. This cursed power is eroding their bodies. At the same time, it also represents one point. That is, even if they manage to kill all their companions and survive, they will still lose their lives. Because at this moment, the power of the curse will absolutely devour their entire bodies. This is equivalent to the fact that, regardless of whether they eventually kill their companions, they will gradually die. This is the terror of the power of a curse. This sudden scene left Zhou Bo and his 2 companions completely stunned. Holy crap! What's going on? Yeah, why did they suddenly start attacking other monsters? This Ying's skill. This is terrifying. Wow, she has such a terrifying skill. At this moment, they were very shocked because, although they had seen Ying's skills before, they did not know that Ying's skills had such a side. They can actually control these bosses. Many of these bosses are ancient remnants. The power of that bloodline is absolutely terrifying. This is incredible. Is this what the dragon race is like? Their bloodline power can crush everything. When Zhou Bo and the others saw Ying's performance, they were naturally shocked beyond words. In particular, after seeing it, they felt the terrifying power of the curse. The power of curses is the most terrifying thing at this moment. The power of the curse infected the bodies of every monster, which instilled a sense of terror in Zhou Bo and the other 2. If Ying were to unleash her skill on them, there would be no doubt that they would have absolutely no way to deal with it. What awaits them is being completely at Ying's mercy, ultimately losing their lives. This is the terror of whimpering. At this moment, after thinking about the terror of Ying, they gradually felt the pressure. Suffocating pressure. Fortunately, Ying is their comrade in arms. We will not take action against them. And at this time, as soon as Ying unleashed her skill, a large number of monsters instantly turned against her and began to attack the nearby monsters. The release of Ying's skill was so terrifying that these monsters had no way to resist and were directly hit by it. Then, they instantly changed their original idea. Their original idea was that their target was Zhong Qi and his 3 companions. But now, with Ying's intervention, the target has changed. They began attacking indiscriminately in all directions, targeting other monsters. Therefore, this greatly reduced the pressure on Zhong Qi and his team. However, even without Ying's intervention, Xiaoya wouldn't be too afraid given her strength. After all, Xiaoya's strength is terrifying. In that instant, Xiaoya unfurled its enormous and mysterious wings, soaring into the air. Its movements were light and graceful, yet carried an indescribable majesty and domineering aura. Then, Xiaoya suddenly spread its wings, as if displaying its unparalleled power. A heart-stopping energy erupted from its body, sweeping across the surroundings like a storm. This power was incredibly awe-inspiring, as if it controlled the entire world. Xiaoya's power was so immense that the surrounding air seemed to freeze, as if time itself had stopped flowing. Its existence was like a dazzling star, radiating brilliant light that captivated all who beheld it. After Zhong Qi's level increased, Xiaoya's level also increased simultaneously, and Xiaoya's attributes increased very quickly. All of this is because of Xiaoya's terror. The advantages of the dragon race, the power of the bloodline, plus the aura of the equipment Zhong Qi wore, and even his achievements, etc., all contribute to this amplification. Everything can enhance Xiaoya's original attack even faster. It can be increased to the maximum. This is beyond doubt. Just then, Xiaoya suddenly opened its enormous mouth, and a powerful force erupted from it. This force was none other than Xiaoya's dragon breath. Xiaoya's dragon breath was incredibly hot and terrifying, seemingly capable of melting everything. It carried immense heat and destructive power as it began to spew from Xiaoya's mouth. If this terrifying dragon breath were to fall upon the monsters, it would undoubtedly bring immeasurable consequences. These consequences would be unbearable for the monsters. They might die instantly, without even a chance to resist. This is the terrifying damage that Xiaoya inflicts. However, at this moment, under the influence of Xiaoya's dragon breath, these monsters had nowhere to escape. Almost instantly, they were enveloped by Xiaoya's dragon breath. Then, a loud bang resounded, as if the entire world had been shaken. Boom! Boom! As the terrifying sound rang out, chaos erupted instantly. The monsters unfortunate enough to have been injured by Xiaoya collapsed to the ground. The terrifying heat of Xiaoya's dragon breath mercilessly scorched them, turning the surroundings into a black sea of fire. Like a surging tide, the sea of fire swept across the area in the blink of an eye, quickly engulfing everything in its raging flames. Within that scorching inferno, countless monsters howled in agony. Roar! Howl! The deafening roars of the beasts seemed to pierce the heavens. All of this indicated that Xiaoya's previous attack had inflicted immense damage, deeply wounding their very bones. Otherwise, they would never have uttered such painful and desperate cries. Amidst these wails, the entire space began to tremble violently, and even the air was filled with a nauseating smell of burning. The flames, like a ferocious beast, relentlessly devoured everything around them. Each burst of fire released vast amounts of abyssal energy and power, making the air scorching and thin. The monsters within the flames were burned to ashes, scattering on the ground and forming heaps of black powder. This powder drifted with the wind, merging into the billowing smoke. In this disaster, Xiaoya's figure appeared exceptionally small, yet it displayed immense power. Its wings flapped, creating a gust of wind that swept away the surrounding smoke, revealing a scene of ruins. What was once a pleasant place was now scorched earth, leaving only crumbling walls and scattered debris. What's even more shocking is that in this environment, even the air seemed to ignite, and the temperature soared dramatically. Xiaoya's attack was truly terrifying, beyond imagination. Her dragon breath struck the monsters, causing them to collapse in agony, unable to withstand the attack. However, that was the reality. Zhou Bo and the others witnessed firsthand that Xiaoya's damage wasn't just 100 million, but a staggering 120 million. This terrifying destructive power meant that all 20 bosses present could not survive. The output exceeded 100 million, and it didn't stop there. At that moment, the first to succumb was the dragon from before. Although it was covered in scales with complex patterns, seemingly able to absorb most of the attacks, it was still powerless against Xiaoya's terrifying dragon breath. Trying to withstand Xiaoya's dragon breath was simply a pipe dream. It was far too difficult. In that instant, it melted away, turning into ashes. As the dragon died, its corpse began to dissipate, emitting a nauseating stench. Xiaoya seemed unconcerned, continuing her attacks on the other bosses. Each attack carried immense power and scorching flames, making the bosses utterly defenseless. They could only scatter and flee, trying to evade Xiaoya's attacks. But Xiaoya was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to them and eliminating them one by one. In this battle, Xiaoya displayed unparalleled strength and majesty. This is way too fast. Are there really 20 bosses? The damage is way too high. How can it be so terrifying? Incredible. Is this Zhong Qi's true strength? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Bo and the other two couldn't help but swallow hard. Immediately, they all looked at Zhong Qi. At that moment, a beam of light surged into Zhong Qi's body. Immediately, Zhong Qi showed signs of upgrading. Then, with a whoosh, the energy around Zhong Qi changed, and he actually leveled up to level 69. 20 bosses, along with so many monsters, including highly poisonous ones, provided a huge amount of experience, significantly increasing Zhong Qi's experience gain. Then, I leveled up to level 69. It's only 6 levels away from level 75. Before long, Zhong Qi will be able to level up to level 75, and then go to the third dragon egg to form a contract with it. At that time, the crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom will be completely resolved. That will be the time when China truly takes off. After Zhong Qi was upgraded, it was obvious that Zhou Bo and the others had all thought of this. Right now, it is in another place, the region where the Cherry Blossom country is located. After their futile efforts, the four third-tier divine professionals finally managed to reduce the giant boss's health by a small amount. This is a huge step forward and a great success for them. After all, this giant boss is extremely difficult to defeat. That massive amount of health, coupled with incredibly terrifying damage and defensive capabilities. Ultimately, it brought them immense pressure. Especially now, after the boss lost some of its health, it triggered a unique boss skill. Boom! The terrifying sound shook the surrounding area, and in an instant, a vast aura reverberated throughout the region. This place looks as if it is about to be completely destroyed. Every time the giant boss swung its hammer, the entire ground trembled violently, making them feel as if they were about to be knocked off their feet. Even though the attack didn't actually hit them, but, at this moment, they all possessed the same terrifying sense of power. In particular, during the boss's attack, they suddenly had a guess. Is this boss attacking the ley lines below? Earth veins? No way. This boss can attack earth veins. If the ley lines are attacked, we could very well perish here. No, we can't let this continue no matter what, or we might all die here. Stop him. We have to take action and stop him, otherwise we'll be in danger. It was at this moment. They understood the crisis and the urgency of the situation. Immediately, the four of them attacked again, and this time, terrifying attacks rained down on the giant boss once more. Then, the giant boss was enraged by this attack. The battle between the two sides became even more intense and difficult to resolve. The location of South Korea. Puff. Suddenly, a third-level priest from South Korea, unable to withstand the pressure, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, in an instant, his breath weakened, and his body swayed limply. When he's like this, the boss was not idle at all, and continued to launch attacks. As the boss attacked, almost instantly, the other three people's expressions changed. At the same time, it was said, "Oh no, get out of the way. Run. Run. If you don't run, you'll die here." My God, that attack is terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying boss? Right now, the remaining three people were immediately filled with sorrow. At this point, they didn't have much ability left. In the end, the person still managed to escape. But we also learned how terrifying this boss was. Beautiful country. It shouldn't take too long. We still need to keep working hard. This boss is even more terrifying than any we've encountered before. I really don't know who can beat it so quickly. It's absolutely terrifying. This is actually the first boss in this dungeon. At this time, even the third-tier clergy of the United States felt a strange sensation in their hearts. And at this time, it is located in the area where the Dragon Kingdom is situated. After defeating these bosses, the tower behind them was finally revealed in its entirety. This tower looked quite strange. It soared into the clouds, giving off a solemn and awe-inspiring aura. A mysterious aura emanated from the tower, captivating all who beheld it. The tower exudes a dense aura of the hidden dragon abyss, an aura filled with ancient and powerful energy that inspires awe and fear. Its surface is covered with sharp bone spikes, gleaming with a cold light, as if poised to strike at any moment. Each spike contains immense energy, capable of unleashing astonishing power once activated. In addition, the exterior of the tower is carved with various ferocious beast patterns, so lifelike and vivid that they seem almost real. Each beast has a unique form and characteristics. Some are incredibly fierce, some are cunning and treacherous, and some appear gentle and friendly. These beast patterns seem to tell the history and stories of this tower, filling people with curiosity and a desire to explore it. Just seeing this tower is breathtaking. They were somewhat unsure whether such a thing could exist in this instance. The tower looked very ancient, probably quite old, and the fact that it was such an ancient artifact meant that there must be some unusual danger inside. If one were to enter rashly, there would likely be great danger. In a place like this, it's always right to be extra careful. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of total annihilation. We must be careful in everything we do. Therefore, Zhou Bo and the other two turned their attention to Zhong Qi and couldn't help but ask, "What should we do next? Should we go in and take a look?" Zhong Qi nodded in agreement. "Since we're already here, maybe the way to master this instance is inside." "That makes sense." The three nodded in agreement, and then said, "In that case, let's go in and take a look." Good. The four of them entered the tower together. However, the moment they stepped inside, a chillingly cold voice suddenly rang out. The sound came from nowhere, but once it appeared, it rolled in from all directions. Almost instantly, it spread to every place, murmuring like a nightmare. At this moment, the four of them trembled, and all showed expressions of disbelief. If you listen carefully, you can tell that the voice is a sentence. I don't know where these words came from, but they were probably meant for them. If you knew you were going to die, why did you come? The voice lingered in their ears, like the whisper of a demon. At the same time, their appearance caused a change in the expression on the faces of all four people. Chapter 91 Dragon Pattern appears again. Right now, even within the Dragon Kingdom, Zhong Li frowned as he looked at the documents in his hand. Is the situation really that bad? The information he possessed contained details about the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom, but according to this information, the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom was not very good. This proves that the Dragon Kingdom is now being suppressed by the combined forces of the other three countries. The situation is very bad right now. It was even worse than Zhong Li himself had anticipated. In his own mind, even if things were bad, they shouldn't have come to this. But Zhong Li also has his own plans. However, the current situation is so bad that he is now hesitant. What should we do next? Zhong Li is also somewhat apprehensive about the current situation. Zhong Qi was actually a card played unintentionally, discovered by chance, and not exactly his trump card. It was by chance, outside of their trump cards, that they discovered Zhong Qi's strength. This added some strength to the already weak Dragon Kingdom. With Zhong Qi's presence, things will be a bit easier for Delong Kingdom. However, it cannot solve any fundamental problems. The fundamental problem facing the Dragon Kingdom today is that there are too few third-tier divine positions. Moreover, the other side came prepared, which caught the Dragon Kingdom completely off guard. And at this time, Zhong Li frowned. Judging from the current situation, our predicament is indeed too difficult. I just don't know how much longer we can hold on. He was wondering if revealing his trump card would change the current situation. It seems that it is still quite difficult. In that case, it's best to keep your cards hidden even deeper. Only in this way can we use our limited resources to inflict more damage on those three countries. This is Zhong Li's idea. Only under such circumstances would the chances of the Dragon Kingdom's victory be greater. As the person in charge, Zhong Li, who remotely controls the overall situation from behind the scenes, must ensure that every trump card can play its maximum role. This is what Zhong Li was thinking. So now, after pondering for a long time, he finally sighed and chose to wait a little longer. Even so, there will be many sacrifices if this continues. But there's no way to do it. Without sacrifice, how can we have a brighter future? At the same time, Zhong Li was also thinking, I wonder how Zhong and the others are doing right now. Although he obtained some information, he could not obtain every piece of information accurately. Now, Zhong Li possesses information on casualties. That's why he looked so worried. But at this time, with Zhong Qi's arrival, things changed for Zhou Bo and the other two. Zhong Qi is quite strong. Compared to Zhou Bo and the other two, he should be at least as strong as, if not weaker than, them. They should have been able to hold out longer. In that case, there's naturally not much to worry about. However, there has been no news yet, which is causing Zhong Li to worry excessively. However, it's not too bad. Although he was worried, he remembered the strength of their team, which was one of the teams he felt most at ease with. At this moment, Zhong Li sighed again. There was nothing he could do. In the end, all we could do was wait quietly for news. And at that very moment, it is in the Red Forest instance, the location of the Cherry Blossom Country. The four were still working closely together, trying to deal enough damage as quickly as possible to take down the giant boss in front of them. Their strength was indeed quite good. In this short period of time, the boss had lost a full 15 million HP. With so much health, the boss's health bar was significantly depleted, which was immediately apparent. Seeing this, the third-tier clergy of Sakura Kingdom couldn't hide their excitement and exhilaration, as if they had been injected with boundless energy. Their faces beamed with joy, brimming with fighting spirit and vitality, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Immediately afterward, they threw themselves into the battle even more fiercely, attacking the boss with all their might. One of the clergymen brandished his weapon and shouted, "Let's give it our all. If we persevere, we'll definitely defeat this powerful boss." Another clergyman chimed in. Indeed, this battle was incredibly difficult. This boss not only possesses astonishing health, but also boasts high attack power and virtually indestructible defense. The third priest exclaimed, "Yes, it's quite an achievement that we've come this far. We haven't made any mistakes in this dungeon challenge, and our teamwork has been impeccable. This is our best performance so far. Ha. With our perfect teamwork and formidable strength, we're sure to be the fastest team to clear this boss, the fourth priest said confidently. The first clergyman added, that's without a doubt. Who can compare to us? Even the American team. We have no fear. The second clergyman chuckled dismissively. As for those people from South Korea, they're nothing but a bunch of self-aggrandizing bums. They're not worth our concern at all. Perhaps their progress isn't even as good as China's. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ha. Absolutely. They're a bunch of boastful bums. Who knows, their progress might actually be slower than China's. However, we should hurry up and try to defeat this boss as soon as possible. Then, we should go find the Dragon Kingdom's team and kill them all. That makes sense. Kill all the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom, and all of the Dragon Kingdom's resources will belong to our Sakura Kingdom. At that moment, they spoke during a lull in the battle, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They believed that with their combined strength, the four of them were a force capable of annihilating the Dragon Kingdom. Now, they have turned Zhong Qi and the other three into lambs to the slaughter. In their eyes, Zhong Qi and his three companions were like fish on a chopping board, waiting for them to make their move and wipe them out. And at this very moment, another place, the South Korean team. The four people from South Korea lived a much more miserable life, because the boss they were facing had only lost 9 million HP so far. It's very slow. Moreover, that's not all. Not only did the boss lose 9 million HP, but they themselves also suffered serious injuries, with two of them having almost no HP left. He is frantically using potions to restore his health. At this stage, they dared not approach the boss again and could only keep running away, because if they were touched, they would likely die on the spot. Damn, this boss's damage is way too high. A South Korean man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His voice was filled with shock and fear, as if he were witnessing the end of the world. Yeah, with such high damage, how are we supposed to fight it? Damn it! Another person roared angrily, his fists clenched, his eyes flashing with rage. They felt helpless and desperate. Facing this powerful boss, they seemed utterly powerless. This is completely making things difficult for our South Korean empire. This damned dungeon has a boss with such high damage and defense. There's simply no way to fight it. Another South Korean shouted excitedly, his voice trembling with tears, clearly in a state of extreme panic. If even our great South Korean empire is in this state, it will be even harder to fight other countries. The last person chimed in, a bitter smile on his face. The four of them ran and complained, their hearts filled with worry and unease about the future. It must be true. That Japan is definitely not easy to fight. They're not as good as us. The first person continued, trying to comfort himself, but his tone revealed a sense of helplessness. The only country that can compare to us is the United States, the second person added, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Despite their fear of the boss, they still believed their country held a certain position on the international stage. What about the Dragon Kingdom? The third person suddenly asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Dragon Kingdom? Ha. By now, people in Dragon Kingdom might already be dead. The fourth person replied with a laugh, his laughter tinged with contempt and mockery. It's quite possible. With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it's very likely that it will happen. The first person echoed, a hint of smugness on his face. Maybe the Dragon Kingdom has already been completely destroyed, and then we won't need to take action again at all. The fourth person continued, his words filled with confidence and arrogance. However, at that moment, a huge shadow loomed over their heads. The four looked up in terror and saw a gigantic monster swooping down on them from the sky. Its wings flapped, creating a gust of wind that sent them staggering about. A scream rang out, but fortunately, no major damage was caused. They escaped. While running, he was also trying to guess what was going on with the other national teams. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. And where the team from the United States is located, their strength is indeed very strong. At this moment, they have already reduced the boss's health by 23 million. This is the country that lost the most health among the three. What's even more impressive is their incredibly fierce fighting style. They could even tank the boss directly and relentlessly deal damage. So terrifying. It can be said to be the most powerful and fierce of the three countries. They were completely fearless and charged straight up. Quick, this is a great opportunity. Seize the moment and unleash your attacks, a team member shouted excitedly. That's it. The boss is immobilized and won't let go for a while. This is under my control. You guys go for it. Another team member said confidently. All right, let's retreat a bit to avoid the boss's skills. After he finishes using his skills, there will be a short window of vulnerability, which will make things easier for us. The captain calmly directed the team. The four constantly exchanged battle strategies, coordinating seamlessly. Facing the boss's enraged attacks, they nimbly retreated, each time perfectly avoiding the boss's attack range and causing it to miss its mark. During the brief lulls after the boss's attacks, they immediately seized the opportunity to launch swift counterattacks. Due to their formidable damage output, even in such intense combat, the boss posed no effective threat to them. Only, at their current fighting style, it would take quite a while to kill them. And now, at this moment, Dragon Kingdom. Zhong Qi had already led the three of them into the tower. Right now, Zhoubo looked around somewhat blankly, his gaze finally settling on his three teammates. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you hear anything unusual just now?" Sun Ji was taken aback upon hearing this, then fell into a reverie and replied, "It does seem like there were some sounds, but what exactly were they?" Liang Yuxing chimed in, "I heard that too, but this place seems a bit eerie." Zhoubo nodded in agreement and said, "This place is related to Qianlong Abyss and carries its aura, so it's normal for it to be a bit eerie. However, a question arises. What secrets are hidden here that have caused these strange phenomena?" At this moment, all three of them frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhong Qi had also heard that sound. They both frowned. Upon entering the tower, he immediately sensed the aura of the hidden Dragon Abyss. Of course, the most crucial point is, once inside, he noticed that Xiaoya was acting strangely. Xiaoya was originally very calm, but after entering the tower, she surprisingly showed a hint of nervousness. Furthermore, he also became somewhat irritable. It's as if there's some formidable adversary within this tower that it takes seriously. That's what makes this place so strange. However, even Zhong Qi himself didn't know the reason. At this moment, he was carefully observing his surroundings, trying to figure out what was happening. After some observation, he found that the place was completely shrouded in darkness, so dark that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. However, at the far end, rows of candles were burning, emitting a faint light that barely illuminated some of the situation inside the tower. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he began to see his surroundings clearly and couldn't help but gasp. The tower was filled with corpses, especially the mountains of skeletons piled up before him, a truly horrifying sight. These skeletons were unusually large, emanating an evil aura that sent chills down his spine. Moreover, due to the sheer number of corpses, there wasn't even a clean place to step. Seeing this horrific scene, Zhoubo couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, so many people have died here." Zhong Qi nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, this place is indeed full of eeriness and danger. But it is precisely because of this that we have the opportunity to uncover the secrets of this instance." He then added, "Currently, only we have successfully reached this location. It will not be easy for other teams to get in. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and be prepared to deal with any potential dangers." "Oh, I see. In that case, we have the advantage of time, giving us more time to search carefully." Just then, Liang Yuxing suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently ahead, and pointed, saying, "Look over there." Liang Yuxing's voice was full of surprise and confusion. Clearly, he was startled by the scene before him. As Liang Yuxing cried out in alarm, the other three also looked over. Then, they saw it. In the dense darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. When these scarlet eyes were revealed, Zhou Bo and the other man felt a shiver run through them. With just a glance, they immediately sensed an eerie aura. This aura was filled with evil and a disturbing power. Even the first person to see Liang Yuxing, upon seeing him, immediately fixed their gaze on him. Then, they involuntarily looked towards him. "Yuxing, Yuxing." Zhou Bo and Sun Ji noticed something was wrong and quickly called out to him. However, Liang Yuxing seemed not to hear them, continuing to walk deeper into the area. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Bo couldn't help but frown. Zhong Qi said, "He's probably being controlled. Wake him up quickly, or something bad will happen." Next, Zhou Bo and Sun Ji stepped forward together and forcibly restrained Liang Yuxing, waking him up. After being awakened, Liang Yuxing looked bewildered at Zhou Bo and Sun Ji, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? You know you'd already be inside if we hadn't stopped you," Zhou Bo said, somewhat angrily. Liang Yuxing was stunned for a moment, then remembered what had just happened, and a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. He looked at Zhou Bo and Sun Ji gratefully and said, "Thank you. I don't know what would have happened without you." Zhou Bo patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. We're all brothers. Helping each other is only right. But this place is really eerie. Let's be careful. Zhou Bo spoke up. Oh. Liang Yuxing was completely stunned. What on earth happened? Zhong Qi spoke at this moment, and then asked. Liang Yuxing said, after I saw those eyes, my consciousness became blurred. I think I saw a word, and then I lost consciousness. When my consciousness returned, it was at this moment. Word? The three of them were stunned, somewhat confused about what Liang Yuxing was talking about. However, Zhong Qi had some guesses about this. If it were in writing, then a script with such power could very well be. Dragon pattern. Only dragon patterns possess such power. But how could dragon script appear in such a place? Moreover, could it be that the presence of dragon runes is what gives rise to the aura of the hidden dragon abyss? At this point, Zhong Qi was also very curious and couldn't figure it out. But what Zhong Qi finds most perplexing now is whether this dragon script is related to the hidden dragon abyss. He had mastered several dragon runes, but the dragon runes he mastered were different from these. We need to take another look and be careful. Zhong Qi Dao. Good. The other three nodded as well. They were also unaware of what had happened. Zhong Qi knew some of it, but he wasn't clear about it or sure of it, so he didn't say anything. Then, the four of them cautiously walked into the darkness. As it drew closer, the dark figure with scarlet eyes gradually came into view. It was a giant wolf. Roar. As they approached, the giant wolf suddenly roared. The sound wave carried an extremely eerie aura. And after it appeared, it spread extremely quickly. During this time, Liang Yuxing's eyes changed again, turning directly into a scarlet color. Zhou Bo reacted and was about to speak when Sun Ji's eyes also changed on the other side. It is also scarlet. And he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. But his eyes had changed too. All three people were infected by the sound waves, which turned their eyes into scarlet colors. Then, it was at this moment that Zhong Qi frowned, immediately looked at Xiao Yi, and said, Xiaoya, use the Dragon King's intimidation. Roar. As soon as Zhong Qi finished speaking, Xiao Yi suddenly roared, and a loud dragon's roar instantly reverberated throughout the surroundings, shaking the area. The world inside the tower trembled at Xiao Yi's dragon roar. But, even though Xiao Yi used the Dragon King's intimidation, Zhou Bo and the other two only had a blank look in their eyes, but did not come out of that scarlet state. This moment, Zhong Qi immediately narrowed his eyes. There isn't one. Even the Dragon King's aura couldn't sway Xiaoya. How is that possible? Zhong Qi pondered for a moment, then immediately shouted. Wah! Since Xiaoya couldn't get them out of this state, then it was up to Yingying to take action. For this kind of thing, Yingying is still stronger. At this moment, Yingying peeked out, and then called out softly. Wah! After the soft moaning sound was heard. Instantly, the crimson color in the eyes of Zhou Bo and the other two was wiped away. Yingying truly deserves to be the source of all curses in the world. This directly rendered the crimson state useless. However, after Yingying removed the crimson status, she immediately discovered that Zhou Bo and the other two had lost a third of their health. Upon discovering this, Zhou Bo and his two companions were immediately astonished. How is this possible? What a terrifying skill. We were already under control. If it weren't for Yingying, we probably wouldn't have been able to wake up. No wonder there are so many corpses here. If it weren't for Zhong Qi and Yingying, we would probably be turned into a pile of corpses here too. At this time, Zhou Bo and the other two spoke with lingering fear, clearly indicating that what they had just witnessed had greatly shocked them. Chapter 92 Instant Kill of the Giant Wolf. What happened just now was indeed extremely shocking to them. The sudden surge of sound was enough to subdue the three of them in an instant. Moreover, they were completely unprepared and hadn't even noticed anything beforehand. Otherwise, with their strength, they could actually defend against some of it. However, there was absolutely no warning, which was enough to prove the terrifying strength of this giant wolf. Its sonic attacks, which were impossible to defend against, were extremely strange. It's simply impossible for the three of them to break this on their own. Under these circumstances, if it weren't for Zhong Qi and Yingying breaking the control, all three of Zhou Bo's companions would have been under control. This is an extremely difficult task. If they are truly controlled, then what awaits them next, without a doubt, is death 9 times out of 10. This is an extremely terrifying thing for them. And it is also the most unacceptable thing. Fortunately, Yingying's abilities are still extremely powerful. Since Yingying is present, the giant wolf skills will naturally be ineffective. This is arguably the best news right now. Being able to keep them out of control means that they won't encounter a scene of armed conflict. If that time really comes, it will be too painful. So at this time, the three of them, Zhou Bo, immediately showed expressions of gratitude and looked at Zhong Qi and Ying together. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have been in real danger. Yes, if we're controlled, who knows what we might do. They have already realized how terrifying this place is, and who knows what might happen if they do something at that point. This might cause Zhong Qi a lot of trouble. If those 3 third-level divine officials were to cause trouble for Zhong Qi, who hadn't even reached the 3rd level, under these circumstances then, they would lose face big time. Thank goodness. Ying intervened and prevented this from happening. Fine. At this moment, after seeing Zhou Bo and the others speak, Zhong Qi waved his hand, indicating that it was all a small matter. If something were to happen to the three of them, it would be a significant matter for the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, at this moment, Zhong Qi absolutely had to save them. Furthermore, there's another problem. If they're influenced and attack Zhong Qi, how will Zhong Qi deal with them? If he were to make a move, even though Zhou Bo and the other two were 3rd-level divine officials, they still wouldn't be able to withstand Zhong Qi. Therefore, it's best to let Ying take the lead. It's the safest approach. With the three of them no longer affected, Zhong Qi was able to do things more smoothly and wouldn't fall into this kind of complicated situation. Although Zhong Qi might not dwell on it much, he was still somewhat uncomfortable. Let's make our move now and try to kill this giant wolf as soon as possible. It's rather strange. Zhong Qi spoke up at this moment. This giant wolf was able to affect the minds of Zhou Bo and the other two with just its sound waves. If this dragged on, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't have other methods. Under the current circumstances, it was best to deal with it as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications. This is Zhong Qi's current thought. After Zhong Qi spoke, Zhou Bo and the other two echoed him. Quickly, let's make our move now and kill this giant wolf. Yes, kill this giant wolf. We can't afford to be affected again. After killing him, we can go deeper. Of the three who spoke, Zhou Bo was the most enthusiastic. Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing also understood Zhong Qi's meaning. Now, because this tower is so strange, there are huge risks and dangers here. If we can't deal with the giant wolf quickly, who knows what else might appear next. This place is really too strange and very eerie. This is just a single boss, yet it has already caused problems for all three of them. They were directly affected, and it's likely that if another boss appears, they might not be able to handle it. The problem is that none of them know how many secrets this place holds, or how many monsters roam within this tower. Therefore, we must be cautious at this time. This is a very important point. If this drags on any longer, things could very well take an unexpected turn. They must take this seriously, otherwise, something unexpected might happen. And this accident could potentially cost them their lives. Neither losing their own lives, nor implicating their teammates is something they want to do. Then, we have no choice but to take action. Taking action beforehand and defeating this boss is the best approach. At this moment, they finally understood everything. So now, after Zhong Qi expressed his opinion, the three of them had almost no objections and immediately launched an attack. Zhou Bo took the initiative. Zhou Bo moved with extraordinary speed, arriving in front of the giant wolf in the blink of an eye. Then, with lightning speed, he launched a fierce attack, smashing heavily into the wolf's body. Zhou Bo was one of the most powerful among the three. He was considered a veteran 3rd-tier divine powerhouse, and among all the 3rd-tier divine powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Bo's strength was quite remarkable. Zhou Bo became famous early on, and his profession is a well-known rare profession in the Dragon Kingdom. Although he does not have a mythical level, his professional strength is still extremely good. At that very moment, Zhou Bo's figure flashed, like lightning slicing through the sky, launching a fierce attack. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, countless afterimages appeared all around, as if dozens of Zhou Boss existed simultaneously. Then, in an instant, an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted, surging outwards like a raging torrent, causing the entire space to tremble. All of this stemmed from Zhou Bo's earth-shattering strike. Then, this incredibly powerful attack, with overwhelming force, mercilessly slammed into the giant wolf. Almost instantly, the giant wolf felt unprecedented pain. Roar! With a deafening roar, the giant wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. Its massive, mountain-like body trembled violently from its severe injuries, each tremor like an earthquake, raising clouds of dust. However, despite the immense pain its body was enduring, The rage in its eyes burned even more fiercely, like two raging flames. This giant wolf was known for its ferocity and formidable strength, and had never suffered such severe injuries even when facing numerous powerful enemies before. It couldn't remember the last time it had been so battered and bruised. However, Zhou Bo's attacks were simply too fast and too fierce, making them virtually impossible to defend against. Before it could even react, a second wave of attacks rained down upon it like a storm, relentlessly striking its body. In particular, when the sound wave swept in like a raging torrent, its power was devastating, leaving devastation in its wake, and no one could withstand it. Countless renowned powerhouses instantly lost all ability to resist under the terrifying impact of the sound wave, leaving them helpless at the mercy of their enemies. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Bo and the other two miraculously avoided this deadly sonic attack and successfully broke free. Although the mysterious power of Ying undoubtedly played a part in this, at this moment, it was Zhou Bo who took the lead, rushing to the front first. This action was undoubtedly a tremendous provocation and insult to the proud and arrogant giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf's anger was completely ignited. It felt unprecedented shame and rage, wishing it could immediately tear this small and ugly human to pieces. Kill him. It must kill him. This became the only thought in the giant wolf's mind at this moment. Just then, the giant wolf suddenly turned around, opened its blood-red maw, and let out a deafening roar. Then, like a moving mountain, it charged back at Zhou Bo with overwhelming force. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and every step it took caused a violent tremor, as if the entire earth was shaking. At the same time, an even more powerful and violent attack force surged out with its movement, like a tornado capable of tearing through the void, rushing straight towards Zhou Bo. This roar contained not only the giant wolf's boundless rage, but also a terrifying force capable of altering the very fabric of the world. If this force were to strike Zhou Bo squarely, even with his unfathomable strength, he would likely be severely injured and unable to escape unscathed. This was the true terror of the giant wolf, sending chills down one's spine. However, at this critical and thrilling moment, Zhong Qi and Liang Yuxing acted swiftly, without hesitation. They knew very well that this was a life-or-death situation, and if they could not work together and do their utmost to assist Zhou Bo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhong Qi moved with lightning speed, his movements astonishing. Almost instantly, just as the ferocious giant wolf was about to pounce, he stood firmly beside Zhou Bo. Then, Zhong Qi gripped his imposing spear tightly and swung it with tremendous force. In that instant, the spear tip flashed with a chilling light, as if capable of cleaving through the void. With each extremely sharp and powerful strike, the spear roared forth with an overwhelming force. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with afterimages left by Zhong Qi's spear movements. These spear shadows rose and fell like lightning, one after another, spreading throughout the surrounding space and emerging in layers. Looking around, the entire sky seemed to be completely shrouded by these dense, overwhelming spear shadows, and every corner was filled with a sharp, killing intent and boundless pressure. Undoubtedly, this move is one of the most terrifying and destructive techniques Zhong Qi has ever unleashed. In such a critical situation, Zhong Qi did not hesitate to use his hidden trump card technique, with only one goal: to withstand the unstoppable and ferocious attack of the giant wolf before him. Although Zhong Qi's strength is terrifying, the three of them are third-level divine officials of the Dragon Kingdom. More importantly, they are Zhong Qi's seniors. At this time, even if they cannot provide Zhong Qi with very effective help, they cannot let him down. Therefore, he put in a lot of effort. Liang Yuxing moved with ghostly grace, skillfully dodging the giant wolf's relentless attacks. Each dodge was perfectly timed, as if he were telepathically in sync with the wolf's movements. And in between his evasive maneuvers, he seized fleeting opportunities to launch sharp counterattacks. It must be said that Liang Yuxing's strength is truly not to be underestimated. His incredibly agile movements alone are enough to amaze people. Coupled with his relentless and impenetrable attacks, which are like a whirlwind, he shines brightly in this battle, gradually demonstrating a strength that surpasses the other two. Liang Yuxing had always been low-key and reserved, never revealing his true abilities. However, at this moment, when truly facing a formidable enemy, his terrifying hidden strength was finally revealed in its entirety. His ferocious attacks, coupled with his extremely skillful and flawless attack rhythm, left even Zhong Qi, who was watching from the sidelines, unable to find the slightest flaw or weakness. If they were facing a monster of slightly weaker strength, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Liang Yuxing's relentless and powerful attacks. Perhaps in just a few moments, this unfortunate creature would have been killed by Liang Yuxing's relentless onslaught. Unfortunately, this giant wolf was no ordinary creature. It was a monster residing within this mysterious tower. Moreover, from the moment it appeared, it unleashed a unique sonic attack, causing significant disruption to Liang Yuxing and his companions. How could such a formidable opponent be easily defeated? Just then, the three men stood close together, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they were one. Their defensive line was impregnable, seemingly forged from steel, and utterly unbreakable. However, the giant wolf was incredibly fierce, and its attack power was beyond imagination. Even so, the three men held their positions firmly, refusing to yield an inch. They knew that if they relaxed even slightly, the giant wolf would seize an opening, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This was arguably the limit of their combined power. Asking them to do anything more would be futile. After all, while they were all third-tier clerics, possessing considerable strength and considered powerful by ordinary eyes, they were ultimately inferior to the terrifying monster before them. This was a truly unavoidable situation. At this heart-stopping moment, terrifying damage surged forth relentlessly. The giant wolf roared to the sky, its sound waves sweeping outwards like a raging storm, causing even the surrounding space to tremble violently. In the boundless darkness, the roar was like a sharp blade, seemingly threatening to tear this place apart and cause immeasurable destruction. Zhou Bo and the other two within it gritted their teeth, struggling to hold on. They dared not be distracted for even a moment, fearing that a loss of focus would undo all their efforts. Moreover, they absolutely could not add any more pressure to Zhong Qi, who was already engaged in a fierce battle. At this crucial moment, they had to do everything in their power to avoid causing him any trouble. Just as the situation was becoming increasingly critical for Zhou Bo and his two companions, Zhong Qi's figure moved. Now it was Zhong Qi's turn to act. He exuded a sharp aura, activating all his status-enhancing skills and applying them to Xiao Yi. Although Zhong Qi himself is quite strong, at this point, the best approach is for Xiao Yi to attack directly. After all, Xiao Yi's attacks are very strong, and her damage is terrifying. At this point, Zhong Qi didn't need to attack himself and create trouble for himself. You can leave everything to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. With Zhong Qi's hoarse cry, the entire world seemed to tremble. In an instant, a dark shadow streaked across the sky like lightning, rushing towards the clouds at astonishing speed. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Xiao Yi who had arrived in response to the call. Xiao Yi's enormous body quickly unfurled, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, a strong gust of air swept across the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it was already high in the sky, hovering like an unshakable mountain. At this moment, Xiao Yi's chilling figure was clearly revealed before everyone's eyes. It exuded an indescribable aura of majesty, like a ghost in the night, sending shivers down their spines. Even in this endless darkness, Xiao Yi's figure was difficult to see clearly, but the terrifying bloodline pressure unique to the dragon race, originating from within it, surged like a tidal wave, heavily impacting the hearts of everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe and causing their legs to go weak. This pressure from one's bloodline is like an innate aura of royalty, intimidating all living beings in all directions. Any being that dares to challenge its authority will be reduced to ashes before this terrifying power. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly opened its enormous maw, large enough to swallow the heavens and earth, and a dazzling black flame erupted from it. Immediately afterward, an extremely hot dragon breath surged out like a volcanic eruption, scorching and distorting the air in its path. The raging flames, carrying a devastating force, spread across the land in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the once pitch-black earth was illuminated as bright as day by this raging inferno. The inferno roared, as if it would completely devour the darkness. The raging flames surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly tearing apart and shattering the endless darkness around them, allowing this area that was originally shrouded in darkness to finally see the light of day again and be baptized by light. In the dazzling firelight, a gigantic wolf came into view. Its pupils, as large as bronze bells, clearly reflected the leaping, raging flames. At that moment, the wolf was filled with boundless rage and unbearable pain. For in that instant, the raging flames, like maggots, tightly coiled and clung to its massive body, relentlessly scorching every inch of its fur and muscle. Roar! With a deafening, agonizing roar, the giant wolf could no longer suppress its inner torment and let out a mournful howl. The terrifying abyssal aura carried by the flames was like the most deadly poison in the world, frantically corroding the giant wolf's body at an alarming rate. Although this giant wolf's body was exceptionally strong and different from that of ordinary wild beasts, at this moment, faced with such ferocious fire and that extremely terrifying abyssal aura, it was still powerless to resist and had no way to escape its predicament. This was the terrifying, chilling power that Xiaoya unleashed. The raging sea of fire instantly engulfed everything, as if it would burn the entire world to ashes. And the giant wolf in the center of this sea of fire struggled and twisted its enormous body desperately, like a trapped beast in a desperate situation. It howled menacingly, its roar echoing through the heavens, seemingly trying to dispel the surrounding flames. At the same time, it swung its incredibly sharp claws with all its might, attempting to extinguish the demonic flames that clung to its body. Moreover, in order to escape this terrifying sea of fire, the giant wolf spared no effort, unleashing all its innate skills and talents. For a moment, light flashed and energy surged, but even so, all its efforts were ultimately in vain. The cage woven from flames was indestructible, remaining unmoved no matter how the giant wolf charged and tore at it. As time passed, the fire grew fiercer, and the giant wolf, already trapped, found its situation increasingly difficult. The inferno continues to rage. Gradually, the darkness was swallowed up by the firelight, along with the giant wolf's dwindling health bar until it disappeared completely, and its once majestic but now dying body. At this moment, only the still rampant sea of fire remained, and the fearsome figure of Xiaoya, who controlled everything from behind the flames. This is what makes Xiaoya truly terrifying. It sends chills down your spine. Such horrific damage is truly shocking and hard to believe. Chapter 93 Dragon Pattern, Next Level. After the giant wolf died, the horrific changes that followed were utterly shocking and terrifying, especially since, at this moment, this scene was witnessed directly by all four people. The previously pervasive black mist seemed to be affected by some mysterious force, instantly dissipating without a trace. However, in the next moment, the black mist rapidly spread again, infiltrating the surrounding area at an astonishing speed. Just like before, after feeling the encroaching black mist, the expressions in Zhou Bo and the other two's eyes gradually changed. This undoubtedly proves that at this very moment, the black mist has the same effect. It can disturb one's mind. Worse still, it can even blur one's consciousness, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. This is truly terrifying. After all three of them are third-tier clerics, and should have some resistance to this type of skill. Furthermore, they possess equipment specifically designed to resist such skills. Theoretically, this equipment should have minimized the effect of this skill, but it seems that it hasn't been working as intended. So, it was at this time. After Zhou Bo and the other two underwent changes, Zhong Qi realized that they had been affected once again. Then he looked at Ying, who immediately let out a cry. Wah! With a soft cry, almost instantly, the three people were affected by the black mist and were forced to retreat. Then, Zhou Bo and the other two trembled slightly as they recovered from their state. Looking at Zhong Qi, she immediately understood what had happened, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Thank you. Zhong Qi shook his head. No need to thank me. This place is indeed very eerie. Zhou Bo and the other two agreed wholeheartedly. After all, they were truly and completely controlled by this place. He is different from Zhong Qi. However, upon learning that the three of them had been controlled one after another, and that Zhong Qi had to rescue them each time, he couldn't help but blush. The reason is quite simple. The three of them held third-level divine positions, far higher in rank than Zhong Qi. Yet, in the end, they were repeatedly controlled, and it was Zhong Qi, a junior, who came to their rescue. At the same time, they were also relieved, because what they could have foreseen was that if Zhong Qi hadn't been there, the three of them, along with another third-level divine official, would have entered this place. They'll probably be wiped out inside this tower. This tower is truly eerie. This was the first monster they had ever encountered, yet it had managed to bewitch them, leaving them completely helpless. Certainly, they also forgot one thing. If it weren't for Zhong Qi, they would still be struggling against the first giant boss in the dungeon. That's probably the key reason they're stuck. People from the other 3 countries haven't passed through yet. They're still far from the tower. So at this time, meeting Zhong Qi was their greatest stroke of luck. Only under Zhong Qi's guidance were they able to enter this place and have the possibility of passing through. Zhou Bo sighed. Although he was unwilling to accept it, there was nothing he could do. That was the reality, and he could only accept it. At the same time, I knew it in my heart. Only Zhong Qi has the potential to change the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's continue and see what's here. Zhong Qi spoke up. Good. Since Zhong Qi's strength is so terrifying that he can prevent them from being controlled in this way, then they naturally have no reason not to obey Zhong Qi's words. Now, obeying Zhong Qi's words is the best way. It was also through this place that they obtained the best way to control the dungeon. Right now, Zhong Qi ignored Zhou Bo and the other 2 and walked inside first. At the same time, Zhong Qi was also observing cautiously. Just now, he sensed the dragon's markings. What is dragon script? The dragon script he had previously acquired also contained the aura of the hidden dragon abyss. Zhong Qi was very suspicious, but in fact, Qianlongjin and Longwen had an indispensable connection. There's also this point. It was Xiaoye and the others. 3 dragon eggs brought out from the hidden dragon abyss. Furthermore, Zhong Qi gradually discovered that Xiao Yi and Ying Ying were far too powerful. The dragons described in the data, even though they are the most powerful beings in the monster hierarchy, should not be this powerful, right? What does this tell us? This suggests that Xiaoye and her companions are in the hidden dragon abyss, and are very likely unique individuals. So, now there's a problem. Did Xiaoye and the others inherently possess such bloodline, or did the hidden dragon abyss cause them to change? This is the crux of the problem. What exactly is it? However, we know very little about Qianlong Abyss. They now need more information and data to better understand Qianlongjin and make a judgment. This is also why Zhong Qi wanted to explore this tower. There must be many secrets hidden here. At this time, as Zhong Qi ventured deeper into the area, the surroundings grew increasingly dark, as if countless eyes were peering at him from the shadows. Just then, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from ahead. He stopped warily and stared intently, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes come into view. Those eyes gleamed with an eerie light, as if concealing endless evil and terror. Immediately afterward, another pair of scarlet eyes appeared, echoing the first pair. These 2 scarlet eyes, once again, emitted sound waves. These sound waves carried a bewitching power, attempting to erode the will of Zhong Qi and the others. However, before Zhou Bo and Sun Ji could be affected, Ying Ying directly intervened, dispelling the power of the sound waves. Then, where the sound waves dissipated, 2 monsters appeared. They were no longer the giant wolf they had encountered before, but a blood-red python and a 3-tailed raccoon. Both monsters had incredibly ferocious appearances, sending chills down one's spine. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of the 4 people. How eerie. Just looking at the 2 monsters made Zhou Bo frown. Sun Ji did the same, frowning and staring intently at the 2 monsters, muttering, "What exactly is here? Why are these monsters appearing one after another? There must be some big secret involved. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this." Fortunately, Zhong Qi was here this time. Otherwise, we would probably be dead here already. The other 2 nodded in agreement. I completely agree with that statement. During this dungeon run, they became even more aware of Zhong Qi's terrifying strength. Not only is she incredibly powerful, but she also possesses Ying Ying's unique skill. They thought about it now, and Zhong Qi's current appearance. Isn't that equivalent to a hexagon, which is comprehensive? That's incredibly powerful. This surprised them greatly when they realized it. However, after thinking about it for a while, I realized that Zhong Qi had done so many amazing things along the way, and once I thought about that, it became much easier to accept. Then, they all looked at the 2 monsters. Zhong Qi frowned, pondering to himself. He saw the dragon runes again, but this time they were incomplete, appearing quite fragmented. The giant wolf from before also had some dragon runes, but they were similarly incomplete. This puzzled and intrigued Zhong Qi. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the dragon runes on these 2 monsters differed from those on the giant wolf, yet they also shared similarities. It seemed that these monsters were all formed from dismantled parts of a complete dragon rune. This idea fueled Zhong Qi's curiosity and desire to investigate these monsters further. Just as Zhong Qi was pondering, he suddenly remembered Xiao Ye's ability. So he shouted loudly, "Xiao Ye!" Hearing its master's call, Xiao Ye immediately responded and launched an attack. It opened its mouth and spewed out a scorching dragon breath, instantly engulfing the 2 monsters. Terrifying flames raged, as if threatening to devour everything in their path. Burning in the flames, the two monsters howled in agony, their bodies scorched by the fire, their health bars rapidly decreasing. In a mere instant, their health was depleted, finally dissipating into a wisp of mist. The victory in this battle came so swiftly, leaving one to marvel at Xiaoya's immense power. However, Zhong Qi remained filled with doubt and curiosity about these mysterious monsters and the secrets hidden behind them. He decided to investigate further, to unravel this mystery, and to explore more of the truth about the dragon runes and these monsters. As the two monsters died, Zhong Qi finally saw the dragon runes on their bodies clearly. Then, I began to try to assemble it in my mind. But it's not complete. It's only 1/10 of a complete text. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Qi licked his lips with some excitement. What does that mean? This means that if Zhong Qi continues and kills the monsters here again, he will most likely obtain a complete dragon rune. The power of that complete dragon rune is beyond doubt. Each complete dragon rune is an extremely powerful spell. And this tower doesn't just have one floor. If each level had a different dragon script, Zhong Qi's eyes lit up immediately. This seems to be a unique opportunity that belongs only to him. Because, apart from Zhong Qi, there's probably no one else who knows Long One. Zhong Qi can be said to be one of a kind. Given Zhong Qi's understanding of dragon script, it would be easy for him to decipher it and master its spells. Zhou Bo and the other two clearly did not discover this. They just looked at Zhong Qi and found it a little strange. He then asked, "Did you discover something? This place is very eerie. There should be something even stranger deeper inside. All the monsters here now seem to have the ability to disturb people's minds. If we are not careful, we may very well be tricked." Zhong Qi nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhou Bo and the other two's concerns. Although their worries weren't entirely unfounded, Zhong Qi's interest in the mysterious dragon runes grew stronger, driving him to continue. At this moment, his eyes gleamed, and he slowed his pace slightly. A moment later, 3 more monsters appeared ahead, completely different from the previous ones, each with different dragon rune patterns. This meant Zhong Qi had an opportunity to further refine the dragon runes he possessed. Immediately afterward, Xiaoya once again displayed her formidable strength, swiftly and decisively slaying the 3 monsters. Zhong Qi successfully obtained a more complete dragon rune. Several consecutive battles gradually put Zhou Bo and the others at ease. They had witnessed Zhong Qi's power firsthand and were no longer as tense and uneasy as they had been initially. As Zhong Qi continued to explore and collect, the completeness of the dragon rune gradually improved. Each encounter brought new discoveries and surprises, completely igniting Zhong Qi's curiosity, and he resolved to uncover the secrets hidden behind the dragon rune. Zhou Bo and the other two also frowned. They gradually discovered some clues. "Sunji Dao, what's on these monsters?" Zhong Qi nodded. "It's dragon script." Dragon script. Upon hearing those 2 words, all 3 gasped and stared at Zhong Qi in astonishment. "Is it really dragon script? You can read dragon script? You're not seeing things." Zhong Qi Dao. "It is indeed dragon script, but it is incomplete. Each monster has a missing part of it. If we kill enough of them, we might be able to piece together a complete dragon rune. This means that he really can understand dragon script." This shocked Zhou Bo and the other 2 once again. Liang Yuxing said, "It's quite surprising that you can understand dragon script, but it's also good news." He continued, "There are a few dragon runes in the resources department. However, many people have studied them recently, but none of them have been able to figure them out. It would be best if you could understand them. When you go back, you can take those dragon runes with you." Zhong Qi was naturally taken aback upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, there was an even more pleasant surprise. It's always a good thing to obtain more of things like dragon marks. The more he acquires, the stronger he becomes. At the same time, Zhong Qi was also suspicious of something. He always felt that there was a great secret hidden in these dragon patterns. This secret may be related to the hidden dragon abyss. Next, Zhong Qi continued to slay the monsters here, and then gradually repaired the dragon rune, making it more and more complete. In the end, he discovered that this dragon script was actually the character Huan illusion. Although Zhong Qi's copy is not yet complete, he can already make out the general outline. And at that very moment, roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar shook the heavens and the earth. The voice seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, causing people to tremble. It carried boundless pressure and domineering power, like a colossal beast from ancient times, declaring its existence to the world with its majesty. As the beast's roar resounded, The entire world seemed to be shaken to its core. The earth began to tremble, the mountains shook, the rivers surged, and all things felt an irresistible force. Immediately, from that deepest point, a dazzling white light suddenly shone forth. This white light was so intense that it illuminated the entire world. It was like a brilliant pearl, hanging in the sky, radiating an eye-catching brilliance. However, this white light was not merely bright. It carried an aura of mystery and solemnity. It illuminated the surrounding scenery, making everything clearly visible, yet simultaneously bringing a sense of emptiness. This emptiness was not hollowness, but a tranquility and peace that transcended the mundane world. Beneath this dazzling color, the surroundings instantly entered a state of clarity, a state that directly affected everything around them, causing everything to change. The once bustling world suddenly became eerily quiet, as if time had stopped flowing. The wind ceased to blow, the clouds stopped to drift, the birds stopped singing, and all life was immersed in this tranquility. Of course, the strangest thing is that, although the colors are bright, it always gives people a feeling of suffocating darkness, like a waterfall rushing down, pressing down hard on everything around. The feeling was as if light and darkness had perfectly merged at that moment, creating a peculiar atmosphere. People felt the hope and warmth brought by the light, while also experiencing the fear and oppression brought by the darkness. Zhou Bo and the other two felt a deep sense of suffocation. Even their breathing became labored. Their eyes widened, trying to comprehend the strange sight before them. They were filled with awe and curiosity about the unknown world. Immediately, under the bright light, 3 extremely peculiar monsters appeared. These monsters were very long, their bodies easily 30 or 40 meters long. About halfway down their length was their necks, which were incredibly long and narrow, like threads, ending in a lantern-like shape. The bright light all originated from this point. At the same time, the lanterns contained a scarlet color. Dragon runes were engraved within them. Zhong Qi glanced at them and instantly understood. The remaining dragon runes must be inside. These 3 monsters were extremely bizarre in appearance, sending chills down one's spine. Their bodies were enormous and elongated, as if woven from countless thin lines, giving them an ethereal and unreal feel. Their heads and tails were very small, while the middle part was unusually wide, forming a huge sphere, looking like an elongated balloon. At the center of the monster's body is a long neck, like a thin rope connecting its head to its body. This neck is very narrow, only a few centimeters wide, but it can bend and stretch flexibly, allowing the monster to easily attack its enemies. At the end of the neck is a huge lantern-shaped object, which flashes a bright light. This lantern-shaped object is the monster's eye. It can emit intense light, illuminating the surrounding environment, and also release powerful energy to damage enemies. Inside the lantern-shaped object, some red lines could be seen. These were dragon runes. Zhong Qi recognized them at a glance, knowing that the remaining dragon runes must be inside. He was secretly delighted. He had finally found the last piece of the puzzle, and now all he needed to do was find a way to get these dragon runes. Xiaoya! Roar! Upon hearing Zhong Qi's call, Xiaoya immediately understood. Its body soared into the air, its length of tens of meters, hovering above the sky. The wind and clouds changed color, and the suffocating darkness seemed to be dispelled. This is the terror of Xiaoya. This terrifying power was everywhere, driven by Saya, and gathered from Saya's body. The power of bloodline ignited at this moment, burning like flames, layer upon layer. An explosive force gathered within Xiaoya. Its scales, now densely packed with indescribable patterns, unmistakably display its terrifying power. Roar! Xiaoya suddenly plummeted from the sky. At that moment, the sky, the darkness, and the world all seemed to tremble violently under this blow. All of this is because of this terrifying power. 3 monsters were within Xiaoya's attack range. Then, boom! A terrifying force, chilling to the bone, descended from the sky like a meteor, carrying boundless pressure and destructive power, engulfing the 3 monsters. This force, like Mount Tai crushing eggs, slammed heavily onto them. A deafening boom echoed as the ground, unable to withstand the immense impact, cracked open. The once rock-solid and impenetrable ground now resembled a fragile eggshell, easily dented by the force. Numerous cracks spread rapidly, carrying away layers of debris, as if the earth itself were groaning in pain. Xiaoya's attack was like a cosmic explosion, incredibly powerful, seemingly capable of shattering the entire world. At that moment, she displayed unparalleled strength, leaving everyone in awe. Her attack was so sharp, seemingly intent on destroying everything, and no one could stop it. The three monsters were utterly powerless against this terrifying force and were instantly annihilated. Their bodies shattered in an instant, turning to ashes and dissipating into the air. The health bar instantly emptied, and then disappeared. Finally, Zhong Qi saw the remaining dragon script and managed to repair the character 1 illusion. At the same time, it was also the moment when Zhong Qi repaired it completely. It made a buzzing sound. It was as if the entire world was responding to it. The darkness vanished instantly, gradually revealing the light. At the same time, it also revealed the situation here. The place resembled ruins, with countless boulders surrounding it, and corpses and remains scattered everywhere. Not far from Zhong Qi, a deep, dark doorway emitted an eerie light. The gate was cast in bronze and was decorated with the image of a ferocious monster with protruding fangs. Those fangs gleamed with a deep, eerie light, sending chills down one's spine. This is the path to the next level. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Qi's expression immediately changed. Chapter 90 for the final boss. At this very moment, when the path to the next level appeared before them, the resulting shock was revolutionary. After all, this portal looked very unusual, and you could tell that something was wrong with it. In particular, after Zhou Bo and the other two saw it clearly, they were immediately trembling with shock. It was completely breathtaking. Therefore, the three of them were greatly shocked. Looking at the gate in front of me, I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. Zhong Qi looked at the portal and realized that it was the path to the next level. After looking at it for a while, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately said, "Let's enter from here. If we enter from here, we can reach the second floor. The monsters on the second floor should be even more terrifying, so we must be careful." Good. Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing nodded. Immediately afterward, the portal suddenly emitted a deep, dark light once more, as if a mysterious passage to an unknown realm was slowly opening. As the light flickered, Zhong Qi stepped forward without hesitation, his steps firm and steady. Before long, he successfully entered the portal. As Zhong Qi's figure disappeared into the light suddenly intensified, like a soft yet mysterious veil tightly enveloping his body. The veil shimmered with an eerie brilliance, dreamlike and ethereal, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing this, Zhou Bo and the other two standing behind did not dare to delay and quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, the four of them disappeared from their original spot and successfully entered the second level of space. However, when they actually reached the second level, the sight before them left everyone speechless. What unfolded before them was a pristine white world. Snowflakes danced in the air like fairies, fluttering and swirling down, creating a grand and beautiful snowscape. Looking around, all that could be seen were towering, majestic mountains, their peaks covered in thick snow, like a silver cloak draped over these imposing giants. Snowflakes fell gently, adorning the entire world with a crystal-clear, pristine white beauty, a truly breathtaking sight. Surrounded by such an icy and snowy environment, Zhong Qi and the other three felt an inexplicable sense of holiness. It was as if this pure and flawless world of ice and snow was the most sacred place in the world, while they themselves appeared incredibly dirty and defiled. This feeling came exceptionally quickly, almost instantly taking over their hearts, and involuntarily instilling in them a sense of awe. But it was at this moment that Zhong Qi quickly woke up and realized that this was the effect of this place on him. Zhou Bo and his two companions were clearly not as fast as him. Ying called out twice at just the right moment, and the three of them finally came to their senses. Then, he looked around blankly. "Hiss, we've been affected again." Zhou Bo found it somewhat unbelievable. This place is fraught with danger. They've only just entered the second level, and they've already encountered such danger again. It's terrifying. Under these circumstances, they have virtually no way to survive. After releasing the three of them from their states, Zhong Qi didn't say much. He didn't know much about the situation yet, so it was best to understand it first. Next, Zhong Qi then led Xiao Yi and Ying deeper into the area, slowly observing the surroundings. Zhou Bo and the other two followed Zhong Qi obediently to avoid any accidents. At the same time, they were also cautiously observing their surroundings and what was behind them. Zhong Qi scouted ahead, observing and preparing for what was to come. All they could do was warn Zhong Qi immediately if anything happened, informing him of the danger. Since they cannot inflict terrifying damage on the monsters here like Zhong Qi and eliminate them, their role is to serve as a warning. In that case, they would at least be of some use. But After walking slowly for quite some time, a truly horrifying scene finally came into view. Far ahead, on a vast, boundless snowfield, lay countless dried corpses. These bodies seemed to have been frozen solid by the extreme cold, stiff and contorted like ice sculptures, and their sheer number was utterly astonishing. After witnessing such a horrific scene, Zhong Qi could no longer contain his shock and fear. His lips trembled as he murmured to himself, "Just how many people have died here?" His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. Anyone capable of reaching this place was undoubtedly a powerful individual with exceptional skills and extraordinary strength. At the very least, compared to the three of them, those people were at least as strong as, if not weaker than, their power. Yet, even with such immense power, they had still perished here. What terrifying danger lurked within this place? Just as Zhong Qi was rapidly pondering these questions, a crisp, click sound suddenly reached his ears without warning. He jerked his head up, his eyes frantically searching for the source of the sound. In an instant, he was horrified to discover that the cracking sound was coming from the mummies ahead. Many of the mummies, whose bodies had been frozen solid, began to crack and fissure at a visible speed. Then, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. These mummies slowly rose from the snow, and he turned around and walked towards Zhong Qi and the others. While walking, I was also moving my body around. They seemed to have lost their former consciousness. After glancing at it, Zhou Bo spoke. This means that these mummies have all been affected by this place, thus transforming into monsters here. Furthermore, Zhong Qi glanced at them and found that these mummies were level 80. Its health is only 80 million, but their attack and defense are both very high, and most importantly, their numbers. There are just too many. A quick glance revealed roughly 50 or 60 mummies approaching them. In an instant, Zhou Bo and the other two felt their hearts tighten. Immediately, a sense of tension immediately arose, and she couldn't help but look at Zhong Qi. It seems they wanted to ask if they should run away quickly in this situation, lest they be surrounded and lose their chance to escape. But Zhong Qi, of course, hadn't thought of that. All he could think of was to take action and kill all the mummies. With a loud boom, Xiao Ye's body shot straight into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it didn't even give Zhong Qi a chance to speak before launching a fierce attack. In the blink of an eye, a large shadow appeared in the sky, revealing Xiao Ye's enormous body as she soared into the air. Immediately afterward, another earth-shattering roar resounded. Boom! The deafening sound seemed to tremble the entire world. Xiao Ye's body, like a giant meteorite falling from the sky, crashed down with unparalleled force. Its momentum was like the most terrifying and majestic mountain in the world suddenly collapsing, crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. In an instant, the earth shook and dust billowed. Xiao Ye's heavy body slammed into the ground, instantly engulfing and burying the entire area. At the same time, countless snowflakes were swept up by the powerful impact, fluttering down in a flurry. The once tranquil sky was now in chaos, with snowflakes dancing wildly, forming a vast, white sea of snow. Within that sea of snow, churning like waves, lay a shocking scene of ruins. The withered corpses that had stood there moments before, under Xiao Ye's ferocious attack, had no chance to resist and were easily and instantly wiped out. With so many mummified corpses killed instantly, a massive amount of experience points were naturally gained. Unfortunately, the experience points required for Zhong Qi to level up are currently far too large, so Zhong Qi is not currently leveling up. But it's almost here. That's all. Zhou Bo was naturally stunned when he saw this scene. They stared at the scene before them in disbelief. There were 50 or 60 mummies, and they were all level 80. But it was instantly defeated. After leveling up, if the gap is too large, there will be a level-based suppression effect. When the level is too high, the attack power generated by one's own attributes will be discounted. Zhong Qi is only level 70 now, 10 levels short. Logically, his attack should be significantly reduced. But you can't tell it all. Xiao Ye instantly wiped out the large group of dried corpses in front of her. Let's continue. Zhong Qi continued walking forward. This time, he didn't see the dragon pattern appear. Since there was no dragon pattern, there must be another secret here. This secret can only be seen from deeper within. After walking for a short while, a large forest appeared in the snow. The trees in the forest were all frozen, and there was very little green. Hidden among the trees are rows of mummified corpses. It was easy to foresee that once someone entered this place and attracted the attention of one of the mummified corpses, the sounds of fighting would attract others. Then came the attack of a large number of dry corpses. This is what is truly terrifying. Zhong Qi's response to this was quite simple. There were no fancy methods. Xiaoye simply breathed out a dragon's breath in their direction. Since it's troublesome, let's just burn it off. Soon, Xiaoye opened its enormous mouth, and a thick, ink-black dragon breath suddenly erupted forth. This black dragon breath spread rapidly like a dark cloud, instantly engulfing the entire forest. In an instant, a raging fire broke out, its flames spreading with astonishing speed and ferocity. Before long, the area had become an endless sea of fire, flames dancing wildly as if threatening to devour everything. Within this scorching inferno, the mummified corpses, originally buried deep underground, began to slowly awaken. As they rose, the health bars above their heads began to drop incessantly. Faced with this horrific situation, these mummified corpses completely lost their minds and became utterly frenzied. They rushed wildly towards the outside, their target Zhong Qi and the others, emitting chilling roars. What's even more terrifying is that the sea of fire ignited by Xiaoye's dragon breath is no ordinary fire. It contains wisps of mysterious energy from the abyss. This energy is sinister, eerie, and extremely terrifying, far more horrifying than the sea of fire itself. It is precisely because of the scorching and corrosive effects of this energy that the creatures within the sea of fire suffer extremely severe damage. A series of deafening roars echoed through the sky as the mummified corpses struggled through the flames, screaming desperately, as if trying to break through all obstacles and reach Zhong Qi and his companions to their deaths. The entire scene was chaotic, like the end of the world. Unfortunately, this is futile. It's simply impossible to achieve. When the coincidences came close, Xiaoye used a dragon god shaking heaven break to kill all the dried corpses. Before long, all the monsters in the forest were wiped out, along with the entire forest itself. It all vanished completely, and ahead lay a broad and prosperous road. It is very flat, and, after the snowflakes were burned away, the true color of the earth was revealed, which was dark red. It seems that this place was once stained with a lot of blood. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shown this color. This is quite surprising. Continue. Zhong Qi didn't say anything, but after saying that, he led Xiaoye and Ying forward. He had a premonition that there was some secret hidden here. Otherwise, it shouldn't be like this. Given such a secret, it is imperative to understand it as soon as possible. Finally, after dealing with 3 more batches of mummies, Zhong Qi's level reached 71. We're very close to reaching level 75 and the 3rd job advancement. Once Zhong Qi completes his 3rd transformation, he can then proceed to contract the 3rd dragon egg. That will be the time for true takeoff. It is not only Zhong Qi's rise to prominence, but also the rise of the Chinese nation. This is a win-win situation. Zhong Qi was very much looking forward to this. Of course, Zhong Qi wasn't the only one looking forward to it. Zhou Bo and the others did too. Therefore, at this very moment, Zhong Qi's breakthrough made them very excited and somewhat thrilled. They continued deeper into the area. This is a fairly large mountain. As we gradually climbed to the top, we finally saw what the summit looked like amidst the vast expanse of snow. It was a vast temple, with countless Buddha statues near the mountain path. These Buddha statues are making different gestures and have different expressions. It could be anger, pity, or something else. Many of them also possess a sense of sanctity, inspiring awe and reverence. Seeing so many Buddha statues under such circumstances is puzzling. Zhong Qi frowned. Then his gaze finally settled on the temple atop the mountain. Let's go there, Zhong Yong said in a confident tone. If I'm not mistaken, what we want should be in there. Good. Zhou Bo and the other 2 also raised their eyes and looked towards the temple. Finally, a determined look appeared in his eyes. Their purpose in coming here was to take control of this instance. Now that they have seen their ultimate goal, they naturally want to get there as quickly as possible. Before long, they arrived at the top of the mountain and stood in front of the temple. As the heavy, ancient door was slowly pushed open, accompanied by a dull creak from the hinges, the scene inside gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. The first thing that caught their eye was the dense, countless Buddha statues, some sitting, some standing, each with a different posture, scattered throughout the room. These Buddha statues were so lifelike, as if they possessed their own souls and wills, inspiring awe in everyone. The entire space was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere, giving people a sense of unparalleled tranquility and peace. Amidst this sea of Buddha statues, a monk dressed in golden robes stood quietly with his back to them. His figure stood out against the backdrop of the numerous Buddha statues, yet blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, like a harmonious painting. For some reason, the moment they saw the monk's back, an indescribable sense of compassion welled up in everyone's hearts. This feeling was so strong that they could hardly breathe. Although the monk had not turned around, nor had he used any magic or means, just that simple back view had already conveyed boundless compassion and tolerance. But it means being able to influence others. It makes it difficult to snap out of this immersion. Even at this moment, Zhou Bo and the other two could not help but put their hands together and silently recite scriptures and pray. They were muttering incomprehensible scriptures, which were difficult to understand, but they spoke very quickly. With each recitation, a change occurs within the body. Snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on them and freezing them. If we leave them alone, they'll probably turn into dried-up corpses outside in no time. I became one of them. Wah! Her soft moans brought them back to their senses. Upon hearing the soft moaning sound, the monk finally turned around and revealed his true face. It's rather rugged, and doesn't resemble the crocodile image of Buddha at all. But when he revealed his true appearance, Zhong Qi did indeed show a solemn expression. This monk is acting very strangely, because Zhong Qi couldn't even see all of his information. He's level 90. He can already be called a demigod. Such a terrifying monster is actually in this dungeon. No wonder so many people died in this dungeon. What kind of professionals could withstand such a terrifying boss? Even Dongfang Shuo, the strongest human in the past, did not come close to becoming a demigod. There's still some distance to go, but the boss they are facing now can barely be called that. This is the most terrifying thing. Call. Zhou Bo and the other two couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. Are you also here to find it? The monk spoke, and before Zhong Qi and the other three could say anything, he suddenly shouted, "If that's the case, then die." Boom. Suddenly, light flashed and crackled in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was a spiked club forged from lightning. The spiked club slammed into the ground, and instantly, the lightning power emanating from it was transmitted from the ground. A terrifying force rushed towards them. "Get out of the way," Zhong Qi shouted, then dodged to the side. Zhou Bo barely dodged the lightning, but even so, he was still electrocuted by the residual lightning power, losing half of his health. If that brushes against them, they'll be instantly drained of health. How terrifying. Is this the power that is close to that of a demigod? Ah! At that moment, Xiaoya spread her wings, and suddenly a strong wind arose, swirling countless snowflakes into it, which then flew towards the monk. However, before they could even get close, they were directly shattered by the lightning. The monk spoke forcefully, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Since you've seen me, why don't you bow down?" Boom. Lightning struck down. It blasted toward Xiaoya. Xiaoya dodged the lightning and then plummeted from the sky with terrifying force, accompanied by wind and snow, falling in an instant. Boom. The sound reverberated, causing the entire hall to tremble. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rock were thrown in all directions. However, after all the scenes became clear, a loud clang suddenly rang out. Then, they saw that Xiaoya's body was so shaken that she staggered backward. When they saw the monk again, he had turned golden, as if he were cast in gold. A golden body. This is a Buddhist golden body. Liang Yuxing's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but shout it out. Golden body? Zhou Bo looked at him. Then Liang Yuxing nodded and explained. This golden body can resist most attacks. Attacks that hit him will be deflected by the golden body, and may even hurt him. At that moment, the three of them immediately understood how troublesome this boss was. Even Zhong Qi frowned at this moment. He glanced at the boss's health bar. Xiaoya's attack had only dealt 4 million damage. This is very wrong. If even Xiaoya could only inflict this much damage, then the others were even less capable. What should we do? At this moment, all 4 of them frowned. Zhong Qi looked at Ying in his arms. The next moment, Ying flew out. Sobs. It cried out, spread its wings, and flew into the sky. Immediately, countless storms appeared, swirling up layers of snowflakes, and black lightning surged into them. Then, within the Great Hall, countless Buddha statues and Buddhas seemed to awaken at this moment, opening their eyes all at once. Then, streaks of golden light began to appear, attacking the boss. Clang, clang, clang. Such sounds kept ringing out. Then, not long after, the golden statue shattered with a loud bang. The boss couldn't help but stagger and retreat backward. At this moment, Xiaoya finally seized the opportunity and suddenly unleashed another divine dragon strike. This time, they finally delivered the appropriate output. A full 130 million. Even so, it was still only 1/5 of the crocodile's blood volume. This boss is absolutely terrifying. Chapter 95: The Ultimate Secret. Killing a third-tier cleric. Even after breaking through that golden body, the damage output was only this small, which proves just how terrifying this boss is. Therefore, upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing were all deeply shocked. After all, Xiaoya was still able to deal such damage even when facing such a terrifying being who was close to a demigod. This is already an extremely terrifying output. So at that moment, they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Even more terrifying things. It was even more astonishing that the boss still had so much health after Xiaoya had dealt such terrifying damage. This is enough to prove how terrifying this boss is. So at this time, Zhou Bo couldn't help but say, even with Xiaoya's terrifying attacks, they can only cause this little damage. How are we supposed to defeat this boss? Under such circumstances, upon seeing the gap between them, they immediately felt the urge to back down. After all, given the vast disparity in their abilities, it's understandable that they would have such thoughts. However, Zhong Qi did not feel the same way about the three of them backing down. Now that its golden body has been broken, the rest is naturally not a problem. Zhong Qi saw things very clearly. At this moment, since it was possible to break the golden body and allow Xiao Yi to unleash her full strength, there was a great chance of killing this boss. However, although Xiaoya can deal 1/5 of the damage, it seems that 5 consecutive attacks would be enough to kill the boss. However, in reality, this boss is unlikely to give you that much time to attack. During this process, it will try its best to stop you and use its own methods to hinder you. So this point, that's without a doubt. It's difficult. However, under these circumstances, no matter how difficult it was, it still couldn't stop Zhong Qi. He still had to take action. He had a premonition that this was the biggest secret here. The secret of the hidden dragon abyss, and the biggest secret of this instance. And at this very moment. But it is in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Li saw the new casualty figures, and his brows furrowed tightly upon seeing them. Because the number of casualties is simply too high. Some of the third-tier divine positions in the Dragon Kingdom have already fallen. This makes things even more difficult for the already unfavorable situation in the Dragon Kingdom. So at this moment, Zhang Li was in a real headache. In fact, Zhang Li has already used some of his trump cards. However, although some results have been achieved, it is still difficult to change the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. This is something that is unlikely to satisfy Zhang Li. The current Dragon Kingdom is being forcibly suppressed by 3 countries. To break this deadlock, the only solution is to change the number of third-tier divine positions in the Dragon Kingdom within a short period of time. Alternatively, they could cultivate a near demigod-level powerhouse. Only in this way could they completely change the current weak state of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this is difficult, and at least for Zhang Li right now, there's nothing he can do. That's all he has left. All he can do is stall for time as much as possible. But can this delay change the current situation in China? At this moment, Zhang Li felt a sense of powerlessness. If we had enough time. Zhang Li has now realized this. If there had been enough time, none of this would have happened. The Dragon Kingdom has more possibilities and can face many things. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom wasn't given that much time. Zhang Li now only has the option of delaying. He has no chance of turning the tide. What should we do? Zhang Li felt a sense of powerlessness and looked out at the outside world with a sense of confusion. At that moment, he suddenly thought of someone. Zhong Qi. But then he shook his head. How could that be? Zhong Qi is not even a third-level god. If he reaches the third-level godhood and contracts with the third dragon egg, he might be able to resolve his current predicament. But now, still a long way off. Harmful. Zhang Li sighed and continued to flip through the documents in his hand. At the moment, there was nothing he could do but try his best to delay the time as much as possible, because only in this way could he find some possible opportunities. There's nothing we can do about it. And at this very moment, it is in the copy. Zhong Qi's gaze was fixed on the monk in front of him, whose golden body had been broken. At this moment, the monk's face was contorted with rage, and his eyes were flashing with fierce fury. Just moments ago, Xiaoya launched a fierce attack, inflicting considerable injury on him. However, this did not deter the monk. Instead, it fueled his even stronger desire to retaliate. With a roar, he once again swung his incredibly heavy spiked club. In an instant, rolling bolts of lightning erupted from the club, hurtling towards them like a roaring dragon. What was even more astonishing was that, as the monk swung his spiked club, countless bolts of lightning surged forth in the sky. These lightning bolts meandered and twisted, like nimble sprites dancing and weaving through the air. Accompanied by crackling sounds, the entire sky seemed to be illuminated by this dazzling light. Immediately afterward, as if receiving some kind of command, the electric snakes changed direction and rushed towards Zhong Qi's location like arrows released from a bow. For a moment, it was as if dazzling meteors had flashed across the sky, trailing long tails as they streaked across the heavens and hurtled towards the spot with overwhelming force. In that instant, the surroundings were enveloped in this powerful light, as bright as day. Every inch of space was illuminated clearly, leaving one in awe. Just as Xiaoya witnessed this astonishing scene, it opened its blood-red maw without hesitation, unleashing a powerful and scorching dragon breath. This dragon breath seemed to originate from an endless abyss, radiating a chilling aura, and instantly blazed fiercely. The flames raged like a ferocious beast, scorching every inch of the surrounding space. At the same time, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky, countless thick electric snakes howling and clashing fiercely with the dragon's breath carrying the abyss's aura. On the other side, the monk gripped a spiked club crackling with dazzling lightning, and slammed it down towards Xiaoya with overwhelming force. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire world. The dragon's breath, the electric snake, and the monk's spiked club collided violently, unleashing a dazzling burst of light and a violent surge of energy. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, forming scorching currents that swept outwards in all directions. However, after a fierce exchange, Xiaoya's attacks, empowered by Zhong Qi's buffs, gradually gained the upper hand. Despite the monk's desperate resistance, he couldn't withstand Xiaoya's overwhelming onslaught. Finally, with another deafening roar, the monk suffered a severe blow, his health dropping significantly once more. However, compared to the previous harrowing battle, this time the health loss was less, only 60 million. Even so, the monk felt unprecedented pressure and danger. What followed was the monk's relentless attacks. Shocking explosions resounded everywhere. Next, in addition to Xiaoya's attack, Yingying also began to attack. As Yingying made her move, an extremely dense curse power began to entwine around her. Almost instantly, its health began to drop continuously. At the same time, Xiaoya saw an opportunity and immediately unleashed the Dragon God Heaven-Shaking Strike once again. As Xiaoya unleashed her skill, after striking the boss, it almost instantly lost a full 150 million HP. Yingying's skill actually enhances Xiaoya's attacks. Now, the two dragons attacked together, causing even more terrifying damage. With the addition of Yingying's own curse power, she quickly lost over 200 million damage. In addition to the damage Xiaoya had previously caused, the boss has already lost more than half of its health. Just then, the boss was completely enraged, its fury burning as if it were about to shatter the heavens. It opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar, a sound like rolling thunder that exploded in all directions, deafening and echoing through the sky. In an instant, the surrounding ground began to tremble violently, and shocking cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Then, countless dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from these cracks, like silver snakes dancing wildly, intertwining and entwining, transforming this vast, boundless space into a turbulent, thunderous ocean in the blink of an eye. Within this chilling sea of lightning, the boss's body grew ever larger, resembling a towering mountain, radiating boundless pressure and terrifying aura. Its eyes widened in fury as it stared intently at Zhong Qi before it, and without hesitation, it unleashed thousands upon thousands of raging bolts of lightning, charging towards Zhong Qi like a herd of wild horses. However, faced with such a terrifying attack, Xiaoya and Yingying showed no sign of backing down. They joined forces perfectly, unleashing their combined power. Two dragon roars echoed through the sky, and Xiaoya and Yingying shone brightly as a vast, overwhelming energy surged forth. This energy collided with the raging lightning, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Accompanied by deafening roars, the menacing lightning bolts crumbled and vanished without a trace. Moreover, Yingying's skills displayed astonishing power. She skillfully utilized her unique abilities to transform the originally destructive sea of lightning into her weapon. The once surging, blindingly bright lightning sea, as if under a spell, gradually changed color, transforming from blue-white to a deep, mysterious purple. Then, Under Yingying's control, this transformed sea of lightning, like a roaring, surging dragon, carrying world-destroying power, hurtled straight towards the boss. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This ability is truly astonishing. This is the power of the dragon race. It's so powerful. To actually be able to let the boss's skills hit me, amazing. Incredibly amazing. Boom. The lightning strike, combined with Xiaoya's attack, emptied the boss's health bar. In such situations, the boss's special skills are often triggered. However, at this moment, Yingying let out 2 cries. Wah! His voice rang out, and then the boss's eyes immediately went vacant. Surprisingly, she was controlled by Yingying at this moment. Then, at that moment, Xiaoya flew into the sky, and a divine dragon suddenly crashed down. A deafening sound resounded everywhere, and dust rose in all directions. Immediately, the boss's health bar was completely emptied. Dead. The near demigod boss was actually defeated by Zhong Qi's 2 dragon pets working together. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou and the other 2 were so shocked that they were speechless. They stared at the scene before them. I was completely stunned. However, just as the boss breathed its last, a deafening roar resounded. Boom. The sound was like 1,000 thunderclaps, or a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, causing eardrums to ache and dizziness to set in. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by this violent roar, as if the entire world was trembling. With this terrifying sound, the 3 were horrified to discover that the magnificent hall had begun to sway and creak, emitting chilling sounds. Cracks were now appearing in the once solid walls and pillars, spreading rapidly before their very eyes. Run! Zhong Qi called out. The 4 of them quickly went out. Then, the collapse began here. Before long, the main hall was completely destroyed, leaving only ruins. At this time, Zhong Qi also successfully leveled up to level 71. However, that's not the key point. After the main hall became ruins, a golden light was revealed. Then, beneath that golden light, there seemed to be something else. At this time, Zhou and the other 2 were stunned when they saw this scene. What is this? It looks like there's something inside. What exactly is it? What the near demigod boss is guarding must be something far more complex than it seems. Shall we take a look? Let's go take a look and figure out what it is. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Zhong Qi, wanting to ask for his opinion. Zhong Qi nodded, and then walked towards the golden light. When Zhong Qi approached, he discovered what was inside the ball of light. It turns out, a small beast enveloped in golden light. It is quite small in size, but it has a rather mysterious aura. Its fur is dark and mysterious, as if it could hide in the dark night. However, there are a few faint spots on it, like stars. His eyes, like flashing blue flames, looked lively and carried an extraordinary sense of power. Of course, a little tail followed behind, wagging from time to time, blinking its eyes and looking at Zhong Qi curiously. At this point, it does resemble Yingying somewhat, but it doesn't look nearly as cute as Yingying. He became a bit fiercer. Upon seeing the small beast, Sun Ji was utterly shocked and exclaimed, "This is Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi." When Sun Ji spoke, everyone else was also surprised. Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? This is a Zhong Qi." Sun Ji Dao. It's absolutely true. I once saw the appearance of Zhong Qi in an ancient book, and this little guy is exactly the same as the one in the book. Is this really Zhong Qi? Liang Yuxing also showed a shocked expression. That's an ancient ferocious beast. This little guy is completely different from the extremely ferocious Zhong Qi in the legends. Sun Ji Dao. This is what the Zhong Qi looks like, as recorded in ancient books. So the biggest secret here is Zhong Qi? Zhou couldn't help but say. It seems so. Look at this little guy. He has the aura of the hidden dragon abyss. This means that this little guy is very likely related to the hidden dragon abyss. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at the little Zhong Qi together, and sure enough, they saw that it had an extremely strong aura of the hidden dragon abyss. Immediately, they believed it. This little guy really is connected to the hidden dragon abyss. Zhou frowned. But where is the key to mastering this copy? Sun Ji Dao. Could it be this little guy? Just then, with a crack, the golden light shattered completely, and the little guy emerged from it. Then, the surging aura of the hidden dragon abyss and the savage aura of that ancient ferocious beast instantly spread in all directions. A surging aura filled the air and suddenly rushed towards the 4 of them. The aura rushed in very quickly and was corrosive, instantly corrupting the surrounding space. Then, everything changed. However, at this moment, Ying suddenly cried out twice, and the wild aura immediately dissipated. Then, Ying flew closer and blinked at the little Zhong Qi. Unexpectedly, the little Zhong Qi started barking at Ying, looking both cute and fierce. Faced with this, Ying showed no mercy, raising her dragon claw and slapping it twice on the little head. Bang, bang, the sound was very crisp. Then, the little Zhong Qi immediately raised its little paws and covered its head, tears welling up in its eyes. This is because the ancient ferocious beast had a very good physique, far stronger than ordinary monsters. Otherwise, those 2 claws of Ying would probably have smashed its skull. After being punished for its whimpering, the little Zhong Qi finally quieted down for a while. Finally, after looking at the 4 people present, as well as Ying and Xiaoya, he obediently walked up to Ying and lowered his head. We have surrendered. Seeing this scene, Zhou Bo and the other 2 were completely stunned. This is an ancient ferocious beast. Even at such a small size, it still possessed an extraordinary bloodline, and yet it was subdued so easily. However, after considering Ying's bloodline, they immediately accepted it. Yes, in terms of bloodline, Zhong Qi's 2 dragon pets, Ying and Xiaoya, are both top tier. How dare a mere Zhong Qi bark at them? Isn't that just asking for a beating? And that's how they got taught a lesson. After subduing the little Zhong Qi had a strange feeling that this instance was as if he could use it for his own purposes. Then he understood. This little Zhong Qi is the key to mastering this dungeon. However, a deeper question filled his mind. First a dragon egg, then a Zhong Qi, a mythical beast. What secrets does this hidden dragon abyss hold? Such terrifying monsters dwell within. The problem is, some more have come out. Zhong Qi couldn't understand it, but at this point, he already had control of the instance. At the same time, one can also sense the locations of the 3rd-tier clerical positions in the other 3 countries. Zhong Qi immediately grinned. It was time to make a lasting impression on them. He then looked at the 3 of them and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see a good show." A good show? Zhou Bo and the other 2 were still stunned and didn't understand what was happening. But the next moment, the scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in a place. Before them stood 4 3rd-tier divine officers from the Sakura Kingdom and the giant boss they faced. When Zhong Qi and his group appeared, the 4 3rd-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom saw them almost instantly. Their expressions changed drastically, and then they revealed ferocious expressions. "Baka, we've been looking for you for ages, but you've actually delivered yourselves to our doorstep. In that case, there's no need for us to keep looking. We'll kill you all. Kill these Chinese people quickly. Let them die. Kill them. Soon." For 3rd-tier clergy from the Sakura Kingdom charged towards them, bearing their fangs and claws. And at this time, Zhong Qi grinned and said, "Xiaoya, roar." Xiaoyi unleashed a burst of dragon breath, and instantly, terrifying flames ignited on their bodies. Almost instantly, screams filled the air. Soon, the 4 3rd-tier priests from the Sakura Kingdom were burned to ashes. He's dead. In the land of cherry blossoms, 4 3rd-tier clergy members died in an instant. Before Zhou Bo and the other 2 could even be shocked or ask anything, the scene before them flashed again, and they were in another place. This time, it's 4 South Korean clergy members who have reached the 3rd rank. Damn it, they're those damn Chinese. What are those damn Chinese doing here? Are they here to laugh at us? Kill them. Even if we die, we cannot let them live. However, before they could even say a few words, they were also instantly eliminated. The 4 3rd-tier clergy of South Korea also died. Then came the United States. Same method, same speed. Zhong Qi used swift and decisive methods to kill the 3rd-level priests from the other 3 countries. At this moment, Zhou Bo and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Chapter 96 Kill. Slaughter all those who have reached the 3rd level of divine office. Zhou Bo and the other 2 were somewhat confused. The scenes unfolding before their eyes were simply too perplexing for them. Just moments ago, they were in that grand hall, meeting the ancient ferocious beast Zhong Qi. In the blink of an eye, they have traversed millions of miles, shuttling back and forth within this instance. Not only did they destroy the 3rd-level priesthood of the Sakura Kingdom in a short period of time, but they also destroyed the 3rd-level priesthoods of the South Korean and American countries. That's the problem. Isn't this a bit too fast? In such a short time, before they could even react, the 3rd-tier divine positions in these 3 countries were gone. This left Zhou Bo and the other 2 somewhat bewildered. What exactly is going on? Even now, Zhou Bo is still completely bewildered. It's unclear exactly what happened. Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing were the same. both with a look of utter bewilderment on their faces. Then he said, "Yeah, how did the scene suddenly change, and then other countries lost their third-tier clerical positions? They still have that feeling of dreaming. After all, suddenly, all the powerful third-level divine beings from 3 countries died. This was a scene they only ever dreamed of, but now? Did this really happen, or is it fake?" The 3 of them stared at Zhong Qi in disbelief. Zhong Qi smiled and said, "That little guy is the key to the dungeon. As long as I can make it submit, I can control the dungeon. Now, the dungeon is under my control. In other words, this instance is now under our control. Once you master this instance, you can naturally appear anywhere you want, anytime." After Zhong Qi finished speaking, Zhou Bo and the other 2 understood and accepted why Zhong Qi was able to lead them to various places and kill third-level deities from other countries. However, in the end, isn't Zhong Qi's strength just too terrifying? Faced with so many third-tier divine officials, they didn't even have a chance to struggle. Even though these powerful individuals at the 3rd level of divine office had just experienced a great battle, they should still have had at least a chance to react, right? The difference is just too big. Now that we have the copy, it's time to contact the people back home. Zhong Qi spoke up. He was well aware that the current situation in the country was not good. Now that they had solved this problem, they naturally wanted to do it as soon as possible to see if they could help other people in the country. After hearing Zhong Qi's words, the others, Zhou Bo, Sun Ji, and Liang Yuxing, nodded in agreement. "Road. That makes sense. Let's get in touch and see if we can help others. Then let's leave this instance. There's no way to contact anyone inside." "Good." The others nodded. Then, we exited the instance. After they left, they immediately contacted Zhang Li. Right now, Zhang Li was in the Resources Department office. He was now filled with worry. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom was so bad that even after Zhang Li used several trump cards, he could only temporarily buy some time and had not been able to change anything. If the wait continues and no way to break the deadlock emerges, Zhang Li will truly be out of options. Fortunately, at this moment, he suddenly received a message from Zhou Bo. Instantly, Zhang Li, who was leaning back in his chair, suddenly perked up and immediately sat up. Then, he quickly checked the message sent by Zhou Bo. After reading it, I couldn't help but rub my eyes and say, This is from exiting a dungeon." Zhang Li was somewhat stunned after hearing the news. He had considered that Zhong Qi's team might have emerged from the dungeon. But I never expected it to happen so quickly. He immediately became excited and asked, What was the result?" Zhou Bo was in a good mood at the time, so he replied, "The result, Sai." When Zhang Li saw the word harm, his heart skipped a beat. But then he thought about it again and realized that it made sense, since he was facing a 3rd-level divine professional from 3 countries. It's understandable that it's difficult to obtain the secret to controlling the instance. I was being too demanding of myself. That would have made things too difficult. So, at this very moment, Zhang Li replied and offered words of comfort. "It's all right. After all, they are 3rd-tier divine professions from 3 different countries. We are inherently weaker, so it's understandable that you can't beat them now. It's just a dungeon, so losing it is no big deal." Zhang Li was still comforting them at this moment. Then, Zhou Bo suddenly smiled. Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing knew Zhou Bo very well, and immediately realized that Zhou Bo had not explained things clearly, but was secretly saying something that misled Zhang Li. Sure enough, Zhou Bo replied next. "Sai, we're still too slow. It's only now that we've taken control of this instance. We really feel ashamed. It's nothing, just a dungeon." Huh. Before he could finish his reply, Zhang Li was completely stunned. Then, their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, incredulously, he asked again, "Wait, what did you say? You control that instance? Really?" Of course it's true. Not only did they take control of the instance, they also wiped out all the 3rd-tier clerics from other countries. These words immediately stunned Zhang Li. I stood there, stunned, for a long time before I finally came to my senses. Finally, he suddenly jolted awake, and his face lit up with excitement. Then, after glancing at Zhou Bo's expression, Zhong Qi knew that he definitely didn't say it directly, but wanted to tease Zhang Li. Zhong Qi was speechless for a moment. "It's already this late." Immediately, Zhong Qi said directly, "Minister, this area is all cleared up. Which instance is the nearest? We'll head over and provide support right away." At this moment, Zhang Li also realized what was happening and quickly responded, "Let me see." Then, he quickly flipped through the documents and began searching. A moment later, he immediately responded, "The closest dungeon to you is Jade Spring Cave, which is 700 miles away." "Okay, I understand," Zhong Qi responded. Then, He looked at the other three and said, "In that case, let's not waste any more time here and head over to provide support." Good. As soon as Zhong Qi spoke, Zhou Bo and the other two nodded immediately. They realized the urgency of the situation and agreed without hesitation. Then, they wanted to get there. However, simply traveling like this is still too slow. Just then, Zhong Qi's thoughts surged like a tide, and his gaze involuntarily turned to Xiao Yi beside him. Xiao Ye's body had now become incredibly enormous, standing there like a small hill, roughly estimated to be over 20 meters long. Its enormous size was more than enough to carry all four of them. Moreover, not only was Xiao Ye incredibly large, but its agility was beyond imagination. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Its speed was astonishing. Compared to the four of them, Xiao Ye was many times faster. At that moment, Xiao Yi, who had been soaring in the sky, seemed to sense Zhong Qi's call. Like a bird returning to its nest, it swooped down. With a gust of wind howling past, Xiao Yi landed steadily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhong Qi took the lead and reached Xiao Yi. At the same time, he looked at the other three and said, "Hurry up and get on." This was the first time Zhou Bo and his two companions had experienced something like this, and they were immediately quite shocked. "I never imagined we'd actually get to ride on a dragon's back. It's like a dream. I've never had an experience like this before." At this moment, the three of them naturally showed different expressions. At the same time, I was also slightly hesitant. They were afraid that Xiaoye wouldn't let them sit on its back. Of course, in fact, Xiaoye really didn't want to. However, since Zhong Qi is there and keeping things under control, there's naturally nothing to worry about. Xiaoye still didn't react, so Zhou Bo and the other two, with hesitation and caution, climbed onto Xiaoye's back. After they went up, with a whoosh, Xiaoye's body suddenly flew up and soared into the sky. The speed was astonishing. The scenery on both sides changed rapidly, rushing past. A strong wind kept blowing. And at this time, it's far away in the Jade Spring Cave instance. Ha ha ha. These are the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom? They're so weak. Too weak. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? It's utterly pathetic. We only used a little effort, yet the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't even fight back. Is this all the professional cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom are capable of? That's absolutely hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Our Japan is still the best. Damn it. Isn't it because our South Korean professionals are too strong that these damn Chinese can't fight back? Damn those Japanese. They're shameless. They actually tried to steal our credit. Exactly. Our South Korean pros are the strongest. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Now that the Dragon Kingdom's professionals are powerless to resist, let's take care of them. Take care of them. Then find a way to control this instance. It seems that the way this instance is controlled is behind the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. They're guarding it. Those cunning Chinese. No wonder they've been here for so long without retreating an inch. In that case, let's kill them. There's no need to wait any longer. At this moment, the third-tier clergy from the three countries of Sakura, South Korea, and America gathered together to besiege the third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's third-level divine officials are powerful, they are helpless against a force 3 times their size. Moreover, these 4 third-level divine positions from the Dragon Kingdoms are not actually that powerful. Now they are under siege, and it will probably be long before they perish here. All they can do is temporarily delay the process and prevent them from taking control of the instance so quickly. Besides that, there's nothing else we can do. At the same time, they also knew that it would be difficult to get other professionals from the Dragon Kingdom to come and help at this time. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is currently in a very difficult situation. At this point, everyone knows that. Therefore, the moment they made their move, they were prepared to die. Chen Lin began by saying, "It seems that none of us will make it back alive this time. Now that I'm out here, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. It's a pity we won't live to see the day when the Dragon Kingdom prospers. Fortunately, we still have hope. As long as that kid Zhong Qi levels up to 75 and solves the problem of the third dragon egg, then we will have the possibility of taking off. Yes, Zhong is our hope. As long as he can live well and level up faster, then there is still hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, I want to live. These bastards. Ha ha ha. Since we can't survive, why not make a final push and kill a few more in our last moments?" Right now, all 4 of them were contemplating suicide. Then, looking at the third-tier clergy in other countries, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. They wanted this, and even if it meant death, They wanted to take as many people as possible with them. And at this very moment, outside the Jade Spring Cave instance, Zhong Qi and his group of 4 had already arrived. Wow, that was fast. Zhou sighed. So this is the Dragon Clan. If it weren't for Xiaoya, it would have taken us quite a while to get here. It really is. Xiaoya's speed is just too fast. That's really amazing. Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing also spoke up. Zhong Qi got off Xiao Yi and went straight to the entrance of the dungeon, saying, "We don't have much time left. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid the others won't be able to hold out for long." Good. Then, the 4 of them entered the instance. In the blink of an eye, the scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. As if drawn by a mysterious and powerful force, they were suddenly thrust into the enchanting Jade Spring Cave instance. Upon entering, I was immediately awestruck by the extraordinary scenery. Although the place is named Jade Spring Cave, it is actually like a hidden paradise, concealing endless secrets and surprises. Looking out, the mountains rise and fall, lush and verdant. The water flows crystal clear, shimmering in the sunlight. Birds sing merrily, and flowers bloom in vibrant colors, releasing enchanting fragrances. The tall, straight trees, verdant and reaching for the sky, seem to vie with the heavens in height. Walking along the winding path, the babbling brook sounds like a clear and melodious tune. The stream rushes onward, flowing into the distance and disappearing into the horizon. The air is filled with a fresh and pleasant fragrance, making one feel relaxed and refreshed, as if in a secluded paradise. Here, time seems to slow down. Everything is so peaceful and serene, free from the hustle and bustle of the world. As soon as they entered, they heard extremely loud fighting sounds. It was clearly a battle between third-tier priests from 4 countries. Upon hearing this voice, the 4 men were immediately startled. Zhou said, "There it is, let's go there quickly." Judging from the looks of it, the battle isn't over yet. If we get there sooner, we can still help them. Okay, let's go quickly. The 4 of them immediately rushed towards the source of the sound, moving at a very fast speed. Before long, they arrived at the front. At this time, Chen Lin and his 3 companions were in the most critical moment. At this point, they were even willing to risk their lives to forcibly replace the others. However, just as they were dying, suddenly, they heard a cold shout in their ears. "Xiaoya, make your move." Roar. In that instant, as if the entire world had been torn apart, a deafening, earth-shattering dragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The sound was like rolling thunder, or the stampede of 10,000 horses. Its immense power was beyond description. It seemed not to originate from any particular direction, but rather as if it had traveled through time from ancient times, abruptly exploding in people's ears, catching them completely off guard. In an instant, the dragon's roar, like an invisible shockwave, spread rapidly in all directions with overwhelming force. Wherever it reached, the wind and clouds changed color, mountains and rivers trembled, and even the towering peaks shuddered. Whether it was dense forests, vast grasslands, surging seas, or boundless deserts, all were enveloped by this powerful sound wave, echoing with thunderous roars. Immediately, everyone looked up in astonishment at the sky, where a massive shadow gradually appeared on the distant horizon. As the shadow grew clearer, a colossal dragon, its body enormous and majestic as a mountain, came into view. This dragon shimmered with a dazzling golden light, its scales gleaming as if formed from countless brilliant stars. It coiled and twisted in the air, its enormous body almost completely obscuring the sky, giving off an unparalleled sense of oppression. The dragon raised its ferocious and majestic head high, spewing forth raging flames from its mouth. Its blood-red eyes revealed boundless dominance and majesty as it coldly surveyed the earth below. Its thick, powerful limbs stretched out in the air, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, as if ready to tear anything that dared to offend it to shreds at any moment. At this moment, this dragon was like a ruler descended from the heavens, pressing down on the earth with unparalleled power and momentum. At this moment, the dragon's roar filled the sky and resounded throughout the heavens. The third-tier divine powerhouses from Japan, South Korea, and the United States were instantly stunned by the dragon's roar. A dull glint flashed in his eyes. The Dragon King was terrified. Xiaoya directly stunned these 12 third-level divine officials. "Kill them!" Zhong Qi shouted again at Xiaoyi. His eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent, as if they could pierce through the void and reach the depths of the enemy's soul. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Xiaoya plummeting from the heavens like a meteorite. Its form resembled a towering mountain peak, carrying unparalleled pressure and power as it crashed heavily towards the ground. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to follow. With a deafening roar, boom, the entire earth trembled violently. Dust billowed everywhere, blotting out the sun. Countless fragments of rock shot out in all directions like cannonballs, leaving devastation in their wake. A terrifying aura surged through the air like a raging storm, engulfing everything in its path. Even more astonishingly, under Xiaoya's incredibly powerful attack, even the space within the instance seemed unable to withstand it. It began to tremble slightly, and tiny cracks quietly appeared, as if it were about to collapse completely at any moment. This sight was so terrifying that everyone present couldn't help but gasp. This is what makes Xiaoya truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun-Lin and the other three were completely stunned. I couldn't help but murmur. Am I dreaming? I think so. Why do I see a dragon? Is this heaven? Are there dragons in heaven? How do we die? The four of them were a little stunned. Even at this point, they didn't realize that they hadn't arrived in heaven, but rather that reinforcements had arrived. Boom! The enormous sound was still echoing. In the center, within that vast, deep pit, 12 third-tier divine powerhouses were neatly and instantly killed by Xiaoya. Like 12 radishes, they were blasted into the ground by Xiaoya's attack. Then, 12 blood flowers bloomed. All gone. Zhou Bo was still somewhat dumbfounded when he saw this scene. That's way too fast. How terrifying. They killed 12 powerful cultivators at the third level of the divine rank in one fell swoop. Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing were also completely bewildered. At the same time, they realized something. Since Xiaoya could instantly kill 12 third-tier divine officials, wouldn't she also be able to instantly kill them? Hiss. They gasped in surprise, feeling incredibly fortunate that the Dragon Kingdom possessed such a terrifying genius as Zhong Qi. If it weren't for Zhong Qi, the situation would be really difficult to handle now. However, the situation is currently in their favor. All we can say is, God bless the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, of the 12, only one remained, still clinging to a faint life force. Xiao Yi, naturally, showed no mercy, unleashing a burst of dragon breath that spread into a sea of fire, burning the remaining person to death. Xiao Yi descended from the sky and flew to Zhong Qi's side, right above his head. Zhong Qi strode forward, followed by an incredibly terrifying giant dragon, and walked up to Chun-Lin and the other three. He chuckled softly and said, "For seniors, it's all right now. The enemy is all dead." Instantly, Chun-Lin and the other three were so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 97 Then, let's destroy the country. Hiss. Chun-Lin opened his mouth wide, and his eyes widened considerably. Looking at the scene in front of him and at Zhong Qi, he really didn't know what to say. However, what we are seeing now is all real. Originally, he was already prepared to die, and all four of them were prepared to die. He generously appealed the decision here, but unexpectedly, reinforcements from within the country arrived. Moreover, not only did they arrive, but they were also incredibly assertive. After arriving, they instantly wiped out the third-tier clerics from other countries. They are still standing in front of them now. So at that moment, Chun-Lin was immediately moved to tears. He truly never imagined that he would survive. At this time, Chun-Lin looked at Zhong Qi, and tears welled up in his eyes. Not only Chun-Lin, but everyone else was also somewhat incoherent. Is this real? Our reinforcements have actually arrived. This is incredible. At this point, the other three were completely dumbfounded. Then, he stared blankly at Zhong Qi. However, at this moment, Zhong Qi smiled slightly and said, "We've cleared a dungeon, and this is the closest one we can get here, so we rushed over." Yes. Zhou Bo then spoke up. "We're moving too fast. We didn't expect that you hadn't even finished dealing with this issue yet, but we still managed to catch up." He said this with a hint of pride and a touch of arrogance. He now understood why Zhang Li had always liked to take advantage of Zhong Qi's momentum to show off a little. Because that was so awesome. Ha 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 ha. At this point, I understood it more deeply. At the same time, after Zhou Bo finished speaking, Sun Ji and Liang Yuxing, who were behind him, also found out what had happened. So, he secretly revealed a thoughtful expression. It seems they're thinking about trying it next time. However, I don't know if there will be another chance. At this moment, after saying all this, Chun-Lin and the others looked at Zhong Qi and the others and asked, "What are your plans next?" "What's next?" Zhong Qi said directly. "Naturally, we should support other instances. Our situation is quite bad right now, so we can only support others. This will quickly alleviate our pressure. However, after Zhong Qi finished speaking, Lin shook his head and said, Actually, there's a better way, but I don't know if you'd be willing. What method? After Lin finished speaking, Zhong Qi and the other three immediately looked at Lin. Lindao. In the current situation, we are not the weakest in one instance, but in all instances. If it weren't for your strength being so great that you were able to solve one instance, and then come to help us, you would actually be of no use at all. Furthermore, even if we are freed and go to support others, it will still be quite difficult. The four of us going to support another instance won't be able to resolve the situation. Only you guys can. However, the current situation is that there are too many instances that need support. Therefore, relying solely on you is actually very difficult, almost impossible. And even if you are fast, how much support can you provide? No matter what, we can't support all the teams at the same time. There will inevitably be a lot of sacrifices. It's a very difficult decision. Moreover, and more importantly, after saying this, Lin spoke earnestly, his expression becoming much more serious. He said, The instances we initially selected were, in order to avoid interference, many of them were extremely far apart. In other words, even if you're incredibly fast, there's really no way to solve the problem of more instances. We can only solve a few. This is a drop in the ocean compared to the current situation. It's far from enough. After listening, Zhong Qi nodded, agreeing that Lin's words made sense. So, if that's the case, what should we do next? What's the best approach? So, the four of them looked at Lin together, waiting for him to say what he would say next. Lindao. Therefore, we must find another way to resolve the current situation. At this moment, he looked at Zhong Qi and began. Have you guys ever thought about trying out Japan, South Korea, or the United States? Go to China? Upon hearing this, Zhong Qi was stunned for a moment. He had been there once before, but at that time, he had only destroyed a few instances. As for anything more, I really haven't thought about it much. Now, when Lin brought it up again, he hesitated for a moment, then realized that it seemed. This method actually works. Now that all three of their divine positions have been mobilized, the country must be quite vulnerable. If the country suffers severe damage, it will definitely affect these third-tier priests who are abroad. Even if not all of them return, a considerable number will. In this way, the current situation in China can be resolved more effectively and greatly alleviated. This method is excellent. So, after Lin finished speaking, Zhong Qi's eyes lit up immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo and the other two, after listening to it, also felt that it made a lot of sense. Then, they looked at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi Dao. You can give it a try. So, which country should we go to first? This is a problem. Lin said again. We can rule out the United States for now. They are stronger, and the third-level divine officials they have deployed are probably not all of them. They must have left a lot of them in the country. If we go there now, we are very likely to be bogged down there, which would be contrary to our plans. Therefore, we only have two choices, South Korea or Japan. Although South Korea is weaker than Japan, Japan is actually easier to manipulate. After Lin finished speaking, Zhong Qi and the other three nodded in agreement. That's absolutely true. Of the three countries, South Korea is the weakest, but if they want to achieve their goals, Japan is indeed the more suitable country. The reason is simple. The terrain of the cherry blossom country is better. Their terrain contains replicas of various disasters, such as volcanoes. This copy is not rooted in another world, but is truly rooted in its own land. This leads to the following situation. If something happens at this point, therefore, without a doubt, especially the volcanic eruption disaster, it can directly affect the entire country. At that time, what was caused was a truly devastating catastrophe, a disaster akin to the end of the world. At that moment, they all realized this. Immediately, Zhong Qi then said, Then let's go to the land of cherry blossoms. Now that things have been decided, there's no need to stay here any longer. Nowadays, time is extremely important. It must be done as early as possible, and not a single moment can be wasted. Therefore, at this moment, Zhong Qi said directly, If we go to the Sakura country, we don't need too many people. I can go by myself. Even if you go, you won't be of much help. So, you should go and support other dungeons. This way, we can alleviate our current situation to the greatest extent. After Zhong Qi finished speaking, Zhou Bo and the other two pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, we'll go support the other dungeons. You go ahead and don't worry about us. However, although it would be better if you went by yourself, you still need to be more careful, otherwise, there is a high possibility that there will be some kind of ambush in the country of Sakura. I know. Zhong Qi nodded, and then did not linger. Next, Xiaoya descended from the sky, and then Zhong Qi jumped onto Xiaoya's back. Immediately, it flew directly towards the land of cherry blossoms. At this time, after seeing Zhong Qi leave, Chen Lin and the other three watched his departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined that we would have to rely on him to change our current situation. It's truly unbelievable. Yes, fortunately, he is from our Dragon Kingdom. Thank goodness. They are all very grateful that Zhong Qi was there. If it weren't for Zhong Qi, they really wouldn't know what to do in this situation. We can't take them with us anymore. We need to hurry up and go help. Otherwise, we'll be the most useless ones. Good. After they finished speaking, the 7 of them left, heading towards another instance. Of course, they are separate. They weren't together. Even if they were together, they wouldn't have the ability to finish the instance. All we can do is go to more instances and drag out the time. At the same time, they also told Zhongli about their thoughts and actions. After learning about this, Zhongli will naturally use all his trump cards to do everything he can to delay the inevitable. Only in this way can we inject vitality into the Dragon Kingdom at this time. This is what they most want to achieve. Right now, a dark shadow streaked across the sky like lightning, finally stopping in midair. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi at his feet. At this moment, Zhong Qi stood tall and straight, his clothes fluttering in the wind, exuding a powerful aura. As expected of a top-tier dragon, Xiao Yi carried Zhong Qi through the air with lightning speed, instantly leaving the previous dungeon location. Below them stretched a vast and boundless sea, its waves surging and crashing against the rocks, splashing countless droplets. Zhong Qi stared straight ahead, his mind focused on only one thought: to reach the Sakura Kingdom as quickly as possible. He knew that time was of the essence, and every moment of delay could complicate the situation further. Xiao Yi seemed to sense her master's urgency, and her speed increased dramatically, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. Before long, they arrived at a place not far from the Sakura Kingdom. Just then, Zhong Qi suddenly noticed a faint, transparent barrier in front of him. This barrier enveloped the entire Sakura Kingdom, radiating a mysterious light. No wonder they dared to mobilize all of them. Zhong Qi exclaimed, looking at the barrier before him. It turned out that the Sakura Kingdom had been prepared, setting up such a powerful protective array. Under the protection of this array, they could confidently send out all their third-tier divine officials without worrying about any unforeseen events within their own country, nor about the Dragon Kingdom taking advantage of the situation to inflict huge losses on them. However, the Sakura Kingdom never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom would produce such an unparalleled powerhouse as Zhong Qi. With his strength, how could a mere protective formation possibly stop his advance? Roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, as if it would shake the entire world. A colossal dragon, its body enormous and its scales blotting out the sun, roared in from the distant horizon. Its figure was as massive as a mountain, coiled between heaven and earth, radiating a suffocating pressure. On the broad, sturdy back of this giant dragon sat a man named Zhong Qi. He stood tall and straight, his eyes piercing and focused intently on the distance. At that moment, his gaze revealed a resolute and unwavering determination. When Zhong Qi's gaze fell upon the mysterious barrier standing before him, he ordered without hesitation, "Xiao Yi, break it." Before he finished speaking, the giant dragon Xiao Yi beneath him roared to the sky once more, a roar as powerful as thunder, shaking the very core of the soul. With a roar from Xiaoya, it opened its blood-red maw and unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath. This breath, like a raging torrent, swept out with boundless power. In the blink of an eye, the blazing flames completely engulfed the barrier. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled in. The terrifying flames burned wildly against the barrier, crackling and popping. Almost instantly, a crisp cracked sound rang out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, they discovered that the seemingly indestructible barrier of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was beginning to develop fine cracks. These cracks quickly spread, intertwining to form a dense spiderweb. Without warning, raging flames appeared in the sky, dazzling like fireworks, yet containing boundless danger and destructive power. Then, these flames fell densely like a torrential downpour, as if the entire sky had been set ablaze. This sudden turn of events plunged the professionals of the Sakura Kingdom into extreme panic and confusion. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the rain of flames raining down from above. their hearts filled with astonishment and fear. "What on earth is going on?" a professional shouted in terror, his voice revealing undisguised panic. "Is it an insurmountable barrier? How could such a thing happen?" Another professional asked, his lips trembling. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Oh my God! What should we do if something like this happens? How can we defend against it?" Someone cried out in despair, completely losing the courage and composure to deal with the crisis. "It's over. We're doomed." More and more people began to fall into deep despair, feeling that they were about to face annihilation. However, they had no idea that it was Zhong Qi who was launching this terrifying attack. He carried Xiao Yi, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Above, the sea of fire poured down relentlessly, each flame like a blazing meteor, hurtling towards the Sakura Kingdom's professionals below. The numerous professionals from the Sakura Kingdom had nowhere to escape at this moment, and could only watch helplessly as the flames scorched their bodies. The intense heat of the flames spread rapidly, devouring their clothes, skin, and hair. For a time, screams of agony rose and fell, an incessant cacophony. Many professionals struggled painfully under the onslaught of flames, their health bars plummeting as their lives slowly ebbed away. Some tried to use skills or items to resist the fire's damage, but all their efforts seemed futile. Some unlucky souls even had their health bars emptied instantly, vanishing in a flash of white light. It can be described as extremely fast. At that moment, Zhong Qi had no time to consider anything else. Holding Xiao Yi tightly, he sped towards the largest volcano instance within the Sakura Kingdom, moving like lightning. His thought was exceptionally clear and simple: to completely detonate the largest volcano in this instance. Because if he succeeded, a massive disaster would inevitably follow for the Sakura Kingdom. At that time, those Sakura Kingdom's third-tier clergy members located elsewhere would surely be forced to rush back to their homeland to provide relief. Then, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens. In the sky, an enormous dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a series of deafening roars. It circled and soared through the air, like a lightning bolt slicing through the sky, hurtling towards the massive volcano with overwhelming force. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth, and a torrent of scorching dragon breath, seemingly capable of melting anything, erupted from its mouth. This incredibly powerful, suffocating dragon's breath, like a bolt of lightning, ripped through the sky and struck the volcano's crater with overwhelming force. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, with only the hissing sound of the intense heat and flames merging together. Then, the two rapidly merged, forming a raging, incomparably hot sea of fire. The rolling flames, like the fangs of a demon, mercilessly scorched everything around them. Rocks and vegetation alike were instantly reduced to ashes under this terrifying heat. And this was just the beginning. The immense force of the dragon's breath triggered a violent surge of magma deep within the volcano. Like an enraged beast struggling desperately to break free of its restraints in the dark depths, the crater, once as calm as a mirror, began to billow thick smoke. The smoke rose like a black dragon soaring into the sky. At the same time, muffled rumbling sounds emanated from within the volcano, as if the earth itself were groaning in agony. Finally, in a split second, with a deafening roar, the entire volcano erupted like a powder keg ignited. Torrential lava, like a burst dam, shot out of the crater with overwhelming force, soaring into the sky. The scorching lava traced fiery arcs through the air before raining down like raindrops. Each drop of lava carried a temperature hot enough to melt steel, igniting raging fires wherever it touched. The billowing smoke and dust blotted out the sun, turning the entire sky a gloomy gray. Sunlight, filtering through the thick smoke, appeared exceptionally dim and lifeless. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have changed color, as if the end of the world had arrived. This sudden volcanic eruption was undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster for Japan. It would not only destroy countless houses and fields, but also potentially claim tens of thousands of lives, inflicting an unprecedented and devastating blow on the country. All of this was caused by Zhong Qi, but even at this moment, Zhong Qi was still somewhat dissatisfied. In his view, the power generated by this volcanic eruption alone was far from enough. What he wanted was a complete eruption here, ideally one that would trigger everything at this moment, plunging the Sakura Kingdom into a world-ending scenario, thereby bringing all the third-tier priests back. Only in this way can the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom be resolved. This is exactly what Zhong Qi wanted. So at this moment, The volcano was still erupting, and the scorching flames were directly ignited from inside the instance, destroying it and heading out of the instance. This instance is rooted in the land of Sakura, and the current outbreak and explosion started from this point and then radiated outwards. Everything closest to this instance will be completely destroyed in this eruption. Annihilate everything. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions shook the entire world, and all the professionals in the Sakura country could feel the terrifying force of the shockwaves. They stared blankly at the scene, feeling the shock, their hearts filled with indescribable horror. In particular, looking at this sky, at the raging flames above, and the erupting volcanic lava, a feeling of despair suddenly arose in my heart. Is there really no other way for us? At this moment, a professional from the land of cherry blossoms couldn't help but murmur to himself. At that moment, he truly felt that there was no way to deal with it. Is the land of cherry blossoms destined to be utterly destroyed? But what about our third-tier clergy? Where are they? Where is it? Come back soon. If you don't come back soon, our cherry blossom country will be destroyed here. Chapter 98. The third-tier cleric is back? Useless. Almost no one would have imagined that, even at such a critical moment for the Dragon Kingdom, they would still be able to spare manpower to come here, enter the territory of the Sakura Kingdom, and have their own people attack them. This was something that neither Japan nor South Korea had anticipated, and even the United States had not expected. To be honest, even Zhong Li didn't expect this in the end. When this news was told to him and discussed with him, to be honest, Zhong Li himself was completely dumbfounded. This decision is absolutely insane. They penetrated deep into the land of Sakura, and through these means, destroyed the professionals within Sakura's territory, forcing them to withdraw their forces to save the country. When Zhong Li first heard the news, he immediately thought, this is insane. They must be crazy. Therefore, his first reaction upon learning this news was to stop it. However, on second thought, it seems that it is not entirely impossible. It is still possible to do it. In particular, upon learning that the person about to pass away was Zhong Qi, they felt it was highly likely. Therefore, Zhong Li agreed. Moreover, it was at this moment that he used all the cards he had up his sleeve, making sure all his cards were revealed and working together to cooperate with Zhong Qi. Only in this way can we achieve the best results. Even so, Zhong Li still felt it was insane. That's insane. He never imagined that such a decision could be made. But that's fine too. Given the current situation in China, it's time for them to go all out. If we can't just go crazy like this, then there really isn't much we can do. Then, Zhong Li agreed and began preparations. Right now, it is located within the territory of the land of cherry blossoms. Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi worked closely together, demonstrating unparalleled strength, and successfully destroyed the most fearsome volcano instance in the Sakura Kingdom. Just as the volcano instance was reduced to ashes, it was as if the gates of hell were opened, and raging flames, like roaring dragons, erupted from the depths of the earth, sweeping in with overwhelming force. The raging flames not only mercilessly engulfed the entire volcano instance, but also ruthlessly turned the surrounding area into scorched earth. Countless houses, roads, and farmlands vanished instantly, replaced by billowing smoke and scorching lava. Those unfortunate Sakura Kingdom professionals who were near the volcano instance had no time to escape this sudden disaster and were swallowed up by the raging flames, perishing in the flames. The scene was like the end of the world. The sky was dyed blood red, the earth trembled, and howling winds whipped up flames and ashes. People stared in horror at this hellish sight, their hearts filled with endless fear and despair. At this moment, the professionals of the Sakura Kingdom were trapped in a deep and desperate situation. It's important to understand that the Kingdom of Sakura mobilized almost all its resources to combat this crisis, deploying nearly all of its third-tier divine-level experts. They activated various defensive formations in an attempt to withstand the terrifying flames, but even so, they couldn't stop the disaster from spreading. Moreover, although most of the third-tier divine-level experts had rushed to the front lines, one person still needed to remain in the country to oversee the overall situation, just in case. However, how effective could this person be against such destructive power? Probably just a drop in the ocean. Just as the volcano erupted violently, a surge of immense energy swept across the heavens and earth. At that moment, the last remaining third-tier divine powerhouse in the country, with his keen senses, immediately detected this anomaly. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed forward like lightning, heading straight for the eruption site. In the blink of an eye, this third-tier divine powerhouse arrived at his destination. However, To his utter astonishment, he immediately spotted Zhong Qi, riding the mysterious behemoth Xiao Yi, high in the sky. Zhong Qi sat firmly on the dragon's back, radiating an unparalleled aura of power, as if the entire world was under his control. Despite facing a formidable foe, also a third-tier divine being, Zhong Qi showed no fear. He was already adept at slaying third-tier divine beings. In his past battles against the Sakura Kingdom, countless third-tier divine powerhouses had perished at his hands. Therefore, even if another third-tier divine powerhouse appeared now, to Zhong Qi, it was merely another lamb to the slaughter. Since the opponent had come to his doorstep, Zhong Qi would naturally show no mercy and would surely kill him in one fell swoop. Right now, not far directly in front of Zhong Qi, the third-rank clergyman from the Sakura Kingdom approached swiftly like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he stood firmly in front of Zhong Qi. The man's brows were furrowed, his face contorted with rage as he stared intently at Zhong Qi, shouting, "Baka, how dare you trespass on the territory of our Sakura Kingdom? Don't you even know how to write the word death?" However, faced with such arrogant and domineering questioning and accusations, Zhong Qi merely glanced at him indifferently. After just that one glance, Zhong Qi had already lost all interest in continuing the conversation. Why waste words on such an arrogant and ignorant fellow? So, without another word, Zhong Qi moved swiftly, instantly unleashing an incomparably powerful aura, and without hesitation chose to attack directly, preparing to kill him in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, Zhong Qi glanced down at Xiao Yi beneath him and softly called out, "Xiao Yi." Hearing its master's call, Xiao Yi suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl. In an instant, its mighty body seemed to be infused with boundless power. With this deafening roar, Xiao Yi swung its incredibly sharp claws, striking down at its enemy with overwhelming force. A deafening roar erupted, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The entire world seemed to change color with this attack. A fierce wind howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Above, a chilling explosion resounded, as if torn the sky apart completely. The third-ranking priest from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had just arrived and finished speaking his first sentence when he was about to say his second. Suddenly, he saw a gigantic claw descending from the sky. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire world. The terrifying force, like 1,000 thunderbolts crashing down and mountains collapsing, surged outwards with overwhelming force, instantly engulfing everything in its path. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly swung its incredibly sharp claws, sending them hurtling forward like lightning with an unparalleled force. With a crisp crack, the third-tier divine servant was completely powerless to resist and was struck hard by Xiao Yi's claw. Immediately afterward, another deafening roar resounded. The body of the third-ranked deity exploded like fireworks, shattering into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Above, blood rained down, forming a crimson curtain of blood, a horrifying sight. For a moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Those professionals from the Sakura Kingdom who had been eagerly anticipating that this third-tier divine powerhouse would display his divine might, turn the tide, and save them from their predicament were now speechless, their faces showing disbelief. My God, how could this be? Even a third-level divine being is no match for them? This is simply unbelievable. Someone screamed in terror, their voice filled with despair and helplessness. Even a third-level divine powerhouse was so easily killed. Then what hope do we have? What can we use to fight against such a powerful enemy? The other person's face was pale, his body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes were full of fear and confusion. What sins has our Sakura country committed to attract such a terrible demon? He is killing indiscriminately in our country. Is there no one who can stop him? Someone roared in grief and indignation, filled with resentment at the injustice of fate. Who will save us? Who can save us, innocent people? Cries and pleas for help echoed from the crowd, rising and falling, weaving together a tragic symphony. However, faced with this cruel reality, no one could offer an answer, and no one could give them even the slightest hope. It was at this moment the professionals in the land of cherry blossoms began to speak, expressing their feelings of despair. But no matter what they said, it was no use, because at that moment, there was simply no other way. Zhong Qi took action and began destroying the instances within the Sakura Kingdom. A simple volcano instance is far from enough. The destruction caused, though some, was not enough to bring back more third-degree priests from the Sakura Kingdom. What he wants to do is create a catastrophe that could ignite the entire Sakura country. Only in this way can the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom be alleviated. Therefore, after detonating the volcano instance, Zhong Qi immediately went to another instance. This instance is also very famous in the Sakura Kingdom, because it is a plague instance within the Sakura Kingdom. At this moment, Zhong Qi solemnly led Xiao Yi into this mysterious and dangerous plague instance. Upon entering, he issued a command without hesitation. Xiao Yi opened its blood-red maw, and a scorching and powerful dragon's breath erupted forth. However, unexpectedly, the dragon's breath was not aimed at the monsters or traps inside the instance, but rather at the sturdy barrier tightly surrounding it. Xiao Yi's dragon breath contained a dense abyssal aura, an aura with strong corrosive properties, seemingly capable of devouring anything in its path. When the dragon breath touched the barrier, it emitted a sizzling sound, and wisps of black smoke began to rise from the barrier's surface, gradually corroding it with deep marks. Time ticked by, and the barrier grew increasingly fragile under Xiao Yi's relentless attacks. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the barrier collapsed completely, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. At the same time, the plague hidden behind it surged forth like a flood bursting its banks. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a pungent stench, making it difficult to breathe. Those professionals closer to the source of the plague had no time to react before they were infected by the terrible disease. Almost instantly, their faces underwent a shocking change. Their once healthy, rosy complexions quickly turned ashen, as if shrouded in dark power. As the plague spread, these workers suffered immense pain and torment. Their blood volume plummeted like a waterfall, and their vital signs became extremely unstable. Some even let out piercing screams of agony, echoing through the deathly silence, sending chills down the spine. Moreover, the speed at which it spread was simply astonishing and unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, countless professionals from the Sakura Kingdom had already been mercilessly entangled and eroded by that terrifying plague. In an instant, heart-wrenching cries and pleas for help rose and fell, echoing through the sky. Who will have mercy and save us? Why has this sudden plague come like a raging flood? A professional, his face contorted in agony, let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice filled with despair and fear. It's that insane demon. He actually broke through the sturdy barrier of the plague instance and released this world-destroying plague. Another person roared furiously, hating the so-called demon to the core. It's terrifying. This plague is about to spread unchecked everywhere, like an unstoppable nightmare. Someone cried out in terror, as if the end of the world had arrived. Oh my God! Faced with such a desperate situation, how can we possibly survive? What should we do in this situation? What should we do? Many people were plunged into deep panic, completely at a loss. Where are those high-ranking, third-tier divine powerhouses right now? Why are they so slow to show themselves and save us from this dire situation? Some people called out to the nation's top military force with great hope, expecting them to turn the tide. If they don't come to our aid soon, we're really doomed. Is our beautiful cherry blossom country going to be destroyed like this? The people's emotions grew more and more agitated, and their unease and fear intensified. Right now, the professionals in the Sakura Kingdom were all wailing in despair. Their eyes were filled with helplessness, because they knew that they were beyond saving. They are about to die, and there's nothing we can do about it. And at that very moment, it was inside the Ministry of Resources in Japan. One of them rushed in anxiously, shouting everywhere. Quickly notify the third-tier clergy. Tell them to come back. Tell them to come back. Baka, do you know that all the third-tier clergy are currently fighting abroad, battling against the Dragon Kingdom, and have even gained the upper hand? Sending them back now would be harming them. Harm them. If they don't come back soon, our Japan will be gone. Do you even know what's going on in our country right now? Hold on. If they can just hold on a little longer, they'll succeed. Damn it. But we can't hold on any longer. We're all going to die. Do you understand? At this time, a heated argument broke out within the Ministry of Resources of the Sakura country. The sound was extremely intense and lasted for quite some time. It wasn't until quite some time had passed that they reached a consensus, informed the third-tier clergy about the situation back home, and asked them to return. Only, it was already quite late, because at this point, Zhong Qi had already destroyed several more instances. In an instant, within the land of cherry blossoms, volcanoes erupted, plagues spread, ice covered the land, and torrential rain poured down. Various strange phenomena appeared one after another. Various disasters have completely enveloped the land of cherry blossoms. As a result, every moment, Someone in the professional community in the land of cherry blossoms is dying. At this moment, Zhong Qi was riding on Xiao Ye's back, looking down at everything from above. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes, only a sense of satisfaction. The Sakura Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom have been sworn enemies for a long time, and there have been many battles between them. In the struggle for resources, the Sakura Kingdom even used insidious means against the Dragon Kingdom several times because the Dragon Kingdom started later and had a small number of third-tier divine positions. For example, canceling the Dragon Kingdom's national war first place was one such tactic. But now, all of this, everything that the Sakura Kingdom owed the Dragon Kingdom, will be made up for. Today, Zhong Qi is going to destroy the entire cherry blossom country. And at this very moment, it appears in many copies. A message began to reach the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom. What? Something's happened back home. How is that possible? Didn't we set up a protective formation? How could this still happen? Damn it. Damn it. It must have been done by the Dragon Kingdom. Those treacherous villains from the Dragon Kingdom. Damn those Chinese, they're so treacherous. Baka. At this time, many of the third-tier clergy in the Sakura Kingdom learned of the news and immediately began to curse incessantly. At this time, they were still joining forces with South Korea, the United States, and others to attack the third-level divine positions in the Dragon Kingdom. Even by this point, the third-level divine officials of the Dragon Kingdom were already powerless to fight back. However, at this very moment, news came from within Japan that Japan was in its most dangerous situation. If they don't come back soon, I'm afraid the land of cherry blossoms is about to be destroyed. Everything they did was for the sake of the Sakura Kingdom. So naturally, they would not allow the Sakura Kingdom to be destroyed at this time. So, without a doubt, go back. We absolutely have to go back. However, at this point, when they could have enjoyed the fruits of their labor, they had to leave prematurely. Therefore, many resources can only be used by South Korea and the United States for the time being. Baka. That treacherous Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but curse the Dragon Kingdom in their hearts once again. Then, with no other option, they could only turn around and leave. Right now, such scenes occur in many instances. Baka. It must be the Dragon Kingdom. They're definitely the ones who did it. We can't go back. If we go back, we'll be falling right into the Dragon Kingdom's trap. Not going back? Do you want the Sakura Kingdom to be destroyed? It's just a few weaklings dying. In our great Sakura Empire, the weak don't deserve to return. At worst, we'll rebuild after we win. Baka. Are you trying to die? Under such circumstances, even the third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom were in conflict. Opinions are divided, and after paying such a high price, some people certainly don't want to go back. However, under such circumstances, if they do not go, then only destruction awaits the Sakura Kingdom. There's nothing we can do about it. So, in the end, I chose to go back. After the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom left, the pressure on the third-tier priests in the Dragon Kingdom was greatly reduced. Upon seeing this, Chen Lin and the others breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems Zhong Qi has succeeded. Thank goodness. If he hadn't succeeded, we would have been in real danger." That's amazing. In the end, we still have to rely on Zhong Qi. He actually managed to hold off all the third-tier clerics in the Sakura Kingdom all by himself. That's really amazing. No, they've all left. If Zhong Qi is still in Japan at this time, it will be very dangerous. Yes. Quickly notify Zhong Qi and tell him to leave immediately. He can't stay in the Sakura Kingdom any longer, or he'll be besieged by everyone. The news was immediately relayed to Zhong Qi. However, after learning the news, Zhong Qi did not immediately withdraw as they had expected, because he felt that this wasn't enough. That's far from enough. Wah! At this moment, Zhong Qi let out a soft whimper, and the little head in his arms immediately poked its head out, looking around curiously, and then at Zhong Qi, not quite understanding why Zhong Qi had called him. At this moment, Zhong Qi grinned, revealing a cruel smile. "Curse this place. Unleash all your cursed power. I will maximize the disaster here." Zhong Qi spoke the last 3 words with great weight, which also represented his determination. In an instant, Ying released the power of the curse. Immediately, a large amount of curse power descended from the sky and headed towards all the disasters. At this moment, there are raging winds, freezing temperatures, torrential rain, volcanoes, and plagues. Countless disasters occurred simultaneously across the entire territory of the Sakura Kingdom. At this moment, every place, every inch of this land is shrouded in disaster. At this point, even if the third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom returned, they would still be unable to save the Sakura Kingdom. And this is exactly what Zhong Qi wanted. Boom. The sounds rang out intermittently, each scene filled with horrific carnage, each one a testament to the deaths of countless professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. They wailed and cried, pleading and begging for mercy, but it was no use. They only have one fate: annihilation. Chapter 99 Massacre. Third-rank divine powerhouses are killed one after another. At this time, within the Dragon Kingdom, news from the Sakura Kingdom spread to the Dragon Kingdom at a very fast pace. Upon learning this news, Zhongli immediately frowned. At that very moment, he had already sensed the complexity of Zhong Qi's situation. At this time, what Zhong Qi needed to do was to lure all the third-level priests from the Sakura Kingdom outside over there. In that case, Zhong Qi's place should be the most dangerous place. Once all the third-tier divine powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom are lured back by Zhong Qi, they will definitely attack him in their anger. In that case, Zhong Qi would undoubtedly be in the most dangerous situation. Therefore, Zhongli is also a little nervous now. Zhong Qi is now very important to the entire Dragon Kingdom. He absolutely cannot have anything happen to him. Therefore, in addition to closely monitoring the situation in Sakura country, Zhongli also sent messages to many people, asking them to keep a close eye on the situation regarding the third-level clergy advancement in Sakura country and to inform him immediately if they made any moves. Then, he passed it on to Zhong Qi. Just before that, the third-level divine officer of the Sakura Kingdom had obviously left the instance and headed towards the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. This means that Zhong Qi's situation will become even more dangerous from now on. So, without a doubt, Zhongli directly communicated with Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi, hurry, come back. In the Sakura Kingdom, all the third-level clergy have gone to your side. You must leave there quickly and take advantage of this time to leave. Otherwise, if you leave too late, it will be too late. Hurry. Move faster. Don't get spotted. Keep a low profile and get out of Japan quickly. I'll send someone to meet you. Zhongli was clearly very anxious because he knew very well that when the third-level divine powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom returned and saw the state of things in the Sakura Kingdom, they would be furious. If Zhong Qi is still alive by then, and they discover him, the enraged third-level divine powerhouse of the Sakura Kingdom will undoubtedly unleash all his fury on Zhong Qi. No matter how strong Zhong Qi is, he is simply no match for so many powerful individuals from the Sakura Kingdom who have reached the third level of divine office. This is an advantage in numbers. No matter how strong Zhong Qi is, can he face so many third-level divine professionals by himself? Not to mention, Zhong Qi's current strength is not yet at the third level. He has only recently awakened at the second level. Even though Zhong Qi improved after that period of time, there was still a gap. The more crucial point is, those third-tier clergy in the Sakura Kingdom are definitely cunning, and then they'll all attack Zhong Qi directly. In this case, Zhong Qi's pressure will undoubtedly be amplified to the maximum. This is the most difficult time. That's why Zhongli was so tense and wanted Zhong Qi to leave quickly. Only in this way could they avoid being left behind by the third-level priests of the Sakura Kingdom and ending up in the most dangerous situation. If we leave quickly, and Zhongli sends someone to meet us, then we'll be fine. Only, what made Zhongli somewhat uncomfortable was that after he sent a message to Zhong Qi did not reply. This made Zhongli very anxious. And at this very moment, even within the land of cherry blossoms, everywhere was a scene of destruction. Zhong Qi destroyed numerous instances in succession, and the power of those disasters raged across the land of Sakura. A series of disasters struck the land of Sakura, causing the professionals within its borders to wail in despair. However, at this very moment, many powerful third-tier divine beings gathered in the sky outside the Sakura Kingdom. When they witnessed the once impregnable outer barrier of the Sakura Kingdom being forcibly breached without warning, everyone's face turned deathly pale, and their terror was palpable. Where is the barrier? Where did it go? How could it suddenly disappear? A man shouted in disbelief, his eyes wide. Bakayuru. Who on earth has such great ability to break through this unbreakable barrier? They deserve to die. And someone even took the opportunity to rush into our country. How did they manage to do that? Another person stomped his feet angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. It must be that damn Dragon Kingdom again. All they know how to do is resort to these underhanded and treacherous tricks. Another person cursed through gritted teeth, his face full of resentment and indignation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I never thought they would be so despicable and shameless, breaking into our country while we were away. Now our country will suffer tremendous losses and destruction. Everyone echoed, their anger burning fiercely. No wonder we were urgently recalled. There's no time to lose. Everyone hurry back. We must stop those despicable guys from continuing their rampage. The leader shouted, leading the group back at breakneck speed. We must tear those Dragon Kingdom people who dared to trespass to pieces, and let them know the consequences of invading our Sakura Kingdom. Everyone roared in unison, the flames of revenge burning ever brighter in their eyes. At this moment, the third-tier priests of Sakura Kingdom were completely consumed by anger, their only thought being to return home as soon as possible and exterminate the invaders. Right now, high in the distant sky, suddenly, streaks of dazzling light, like shooting stars, flashed out rapidly, tearing through the sky at astonishing speed. Immediately afterward, wave after wave of incredibly powerful auras, like surging tides, violently shook the surrounding space, causing a sense of unease. Then, these mysterious and powerful beings, like lightning, sped towards the land of cherry blossoms. Their speed was beyond imagination. It seemed as if they had successfully entered the territory of the Sakura Kingdom in the blink of an eye. When they finally arrived at their destination, the scene before them shocked and enraged everyone. On this once peaceful and tranquil land of the Sakura Kingdom, countless terrifying calamities, like awakened demons, erupted madly from the earth. This scene was unprecedented and chilling. Moreover, under the ravages of this terrifying power, the brave and fearless professionals of the Sakura Kingdom suffered immense losses. Countless lives vanished in an instant, and many more were plunged into extreme suffering. Everywhere were pitiful cries, desperate wails, and sorrowful weeping. The once bustling cities were now ruins, and the streets and alleys were filled with the stench of death and destruction. Seeing their beloved country suffer such a devastating blow, the powerful figures of the Sakura Kingdom, each holding a third-tier divine rank, were filled with rage, their eyes wide and bulging with fury. Damn it! What on earth happened? One of the powerful figures roared, his voice filled with anger and confusion. How could this happen? Why are so many disasters erupting at the same time? Another powerful figure asked, his face filled with grief and indignation. However, faced with this horrific scene, they were temporarily powerless and could only watch helplessly as their compatriots continued to die, their hearts filled with endless grief and self-blame. They died one by one. Upon witnessing this scene, the returning third-level clergy of the Sakura Kingdom were filled with extreme rage. Now, a dazzling streak of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, its brilliant radiance illuminating the entire heavens. The return of the third-tier divine powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom had barely appeared when they immediately attracted the attention of the Sakura Kingdom's professionals on the ground. These people, who had been gripped by despair and fear, suddenly had their faces light up with hope, as if drowning people had grasped at a straw. They trembled with excitement, shouting incessantly, "They're back! Our great third-rank cleric is back! Oh my God, they're finally back! If they can get here in time, we'll definitely be saved," someone in the crowd shouted, weeping with joy. "We must kill that despicable Chinese man. Only by completely eliminating him can we escape this nightmarish crisis," another person roared through gritted teeth. "It's all because of this damn Chinese. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, we wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation," someone else chimed in with curses. In an instant, the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom below were filled with righteous indignation, their shouts echoing through the sky. They stared intently at Zhong Qi not far away with eyes full of hatred and anger, wishing they could rush up and tear him to pieces immediately. And at this very moment, also below, Zhong Qi did not leave immediately, but watched this scene unfold. Zhong Qi did not choose to leave. He also saw the message Zhong Li sent him. He had known all along that the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom would return. And the speed won't be slow either. In fact, it could be said that Zhong Qi learned of their return not long after they arrived. However, Zhong Qi had no intention of leaving, because he wants to give a big one to Japan. Killing so many powerful third-tier divine beings would naturally be quite difficult. However, killing some of them is still possible. Especially now, under the current circumstances, the third-tier priesthood of Sakura Country is almost like a god in the hearts of the professionals in Sakura Country. If we kill some of them in front of them, their beliefs will crumble. This is what Zhong Qi is trying to do. Therefore, even after the third-level divine powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom returned, Zhong Qi did not leave immediately, all for this moment. He's going to kill someone. Even if we can't kill all the third-tier divine powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom, killing them in one fell swoop will still weaken the Sakura Kingdom's national strength by a large margin. This is for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, and also for his own sake. Therefore, he absolutely had to do it. Call. Zhong Qi exhaled, and then, together with Xiao Yi, they appeared in the sky. Now, above the horizon, streaks of lightning, like silver serpents, danced wildly, tearing the dark sky apart. Deafening thunder accompanied the cries, making the entire world tremble. Thick, inky clouds rapidly gathered, churning and surging, forming a massive black vortex. A howling wind swept through, whipping up turbulent currents that sent sand and stones flying, leaving the earth below in ruins. Beneath this terrifying scene, an unprecedented catastrophe was gradually unfolding. Yet, amidst this chaos and disorder, a figure quietly appeared. Zhong Qi sat steadily on Xiao Ye's back, slowly emerging from the clouds. The colossal dragon was enormous, tens of meters long, its entire body covered in scales that shimmered with a mysterious light, each scale seemingly meticulously sculpted, radiating a chilling aura. It opened its blood-red maw, unleashing a deafening roar that rippled outwards, causing the wind and clouds to change color wherever it went. At this moment, the colossal dragon resembled a god descending to earth, exuding unparalleled majesty. Zhong Qi sat quietly on Xiao Ye's broad back, his posture upright, his expression cold and stern, his gaze piercing as if he could pierce through the fog and see through everything. He gripped the reins tightly, controlling the every move of the powerful creature beneath him. His imposing presence gave one the illusion that he was the one truly commanding a god. In that instant, a resolute aura erupted from Zhong Qi, sweeping across the surroundings like an invisible torrent. The moment he appeared, he immediately drew the attention of all the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom present. They were first astonished, then their faces revealed expressions of anger and hatred. It's him. It's him. That despicable Chinese man, someone shouted through gritted teeth. That's right, it's this guy? Kill that Chinese man, we must kill him. It's all because of him that our country has suffered such a heavy disaster. Another person waved his fist and shouted excitedly. If it weren't for him, how could we be in such a desperate situation? We absolutely cannot let him go. We must make him pay a terrible price. Shouts rose and fell from the crowd, filled with murderous intent and resentment towards Zhong Qi. At this moment, countless professionals from the Sakura Kingdom were filled with rage, howling and their eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, the several third-tier divine powerhouses in the distant Sakura country also witnessed this shocking scene through special means. Their eyes seemed to be burning with raging anger, the flames of fury almost bursting forth. Zhong Qi, the leader, stared straight at them, his face expressionless, neither pleased nor sad. He slowly spoke. That's right, I did it. But unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't wipe you all out in one go. Upon hearing these words, a clergyman from the Sakura Kingdom was enraged and roared through gritted teeth. You demon, you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 third-rank clergymen from the Sakura Kingdom pounced on Zhong Qi like arrows released from a bow. Kill him. With this command, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Instantly, an incomparably terrifying pressure erupted from the 3 of them, surging like a raging torrent. Their attacks, carrying boundless rage and determination, swept towards Zhong Qi like a tidal wave. At the same time, more than a dozen other third-tier divine officials launched their own attacks. Such a dense and powerful barrage of attacks simultaneously was an extremely rare sight. Few in the world could withstand such treatment. However, it was Zhong Qi who was directly facing this overwhelming attack at this very moment. Surprisingly, even in such a perilous situation, facing the siege of so many powerful enemies, there was not a trace of panic in Zhong Qi's eyes. There was only a calm and composed demeanor, like still water. He stared intently at everything unfolding before him, and in the next instant, his expression darkened, and he suddenly shouted, Xiao Yi. A deafening roar followed by a thunderous boom. It was Xiao Yi unleashing a furious, earth-shattering roar that seemed to pierce the clouds and shake the entire sky. In an instant, the heavens began to tremble violently, and an unparalleled, powerful force erupted like a volcanic eruption. As this powerful force swept through, the already dark and dense clouds seemed to be violently parted by an invisible hand, spreading rapidly in all directions. At the same time, a gale surged forth, howling and rushing in all directions like a wild horse. Below, the terrible disaster intensified with Xiaoya's appearance. Beneath a vast expanse of dark, oppressive clouds, a colossal dragon emerged from the sky. With a single, powerful swipe of its claws, it easily swept away everything in its path. This dragon, like an unparalleled deity emerging from the depths of the catastrophe, descended upon the world with unstoppable force. Another deafening roar echoed as a terrifying storm, raging like a ferocious beast, mercilessly swept everything in its path. The unfortunate Sakura Kingdom warriors had no time to react and were instantly crushed into dust by this powerful force. However, what was truly terrifying was that this storm was merely an unintentional disturbance caused by Xiaoya casually flapping her wings. Even so, many Sakura Kingdom warriors still lost their lives instantly in this storm. At this moment, this fierce battle has completely transcended the realm of mortals. It is simply a clash of titans between two gods, and Xiao Yi and Zhong Qi are undoubtedly the masters of this battle, deserving to be called gods. The three-tiered divine powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom standing before them were nothing but blasphemers. They deserved to be punished. Roar! Xiaoya roared again, the roar shaking the heavens. His roar was like thunder from the heavens, resounding through the sky and deafening. The roar seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart, making people tremble with fear. His black scales suddenly shone with a mysterious light, and the next moment, Xiaoya opened his mouth, and an aura from the abyss surged out. Immediately, he unleashed a terrifying dragon breath, sweeping everything away. Like the ultimate form of disaster, it descended with unparalleled power, determined to utterly crush everything. The first person to appear in front of Xiaoya, a third-level divine officer from the Sakura Kingdom, was directly hit by the dragon's breath. Immediately, the third-ranking priest of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's expression changed drastically. Then, it vanished directly within the dragon's breath. In a single exchange, he instantly killed a third-tier divine powerhouse from the Sakura Kingdom. That's Xiaoya's power. This was Zhong Qi's resolute decision. But today he wants to kill more than just this one. This is just the beginning. This is the first, and certainly not the last. Boom! The dragon's breath surged forward once more. Soon, the second third-tier divine powerhouse from the Sakura Kingdom would be facing him, but he was much smarter. He thrust out a long spear, which shimmered with a dazzling white light. Under the light, countless cherry blossom petals fell from the sky, carrying a holy aura. This was his trump card skill. However, even his most powerful and trump card was instantly crushed by Xiaoya's dragon breath. Along with it, the spear in his hand was also completely melted. His body and his incredulous eyes melted along with it. Another powerful third-tier divine officer has died. In the blink of an eye, 2 third-level divine professionals died. This is what makes Xiaoya so terrifying. However, this is just the beginning. Next, the dragon's breath surged forward, instantly engulfing the 3 third-level divine professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. They used every trick in the book, employing their most powerful skills. In an instant, a lot of light emerged, but it was melted away by the dragon's breath in no time. Someone cried out in pain. How could this be? How could this be? How could he be so strong? That's impossible. No one in the Dragon Kingdom could be so powerful. Damn it. Run out of here. Boom. Under the dragon's breath, all 5 third-level divine professionals were killed instantly. This scene left the professionals in Japan completely stunned. As they watched this scene, they couldn't help but murmur. Why is this happening? This is impossible. Our third-rank divine powerhouse. That's a third-rank divine powerhouse, practically a god. How could he not even last a single exchange? This is incredible. How could this possibly happen? Even a third-level divine powerhouse couldn't withstand it. Devils. These Chinese are devils. 5 third-tier divine officials, 5 third-tier divine powerhouses were killed by him. At this moment, they kept wailing. Even the other Sakura people who were also third-level clergy were stunned when they saw this. He killed 5 people in one go. This is terrifying. How could the Dragon Kingdom have such a powerful expert? My God, the Dragon Kingdom even has such a powerful expert. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed treacherous. And at this moment, Zhong Qi smiled as he watched this scene. It's not over yet. Chapter 100 Destroy the Country. What exactly happened? At this time, the situation within the Sakura Kingdom was difficult to communicate because the disaster within Sakura Kingdom was far too severe. The overwhelming difficulties have already spread rampantly throughout the land of cherry blossoms. In just this short period of time, hundreds of professionals in the Sakura country have died. The casualties of hundreds made everything seem especially terrifying. Furthermore, One can foresee just how furious the third-tier priests of the Sakura Kingdom will be when they learn the number of professionals who have died. They would be absolutely furious. At that time, Zhong Qi's situation would have reached its worst point. So, it was at this very moment. Zhang Li's worries had almost reached their peak. He feared that Zhong Qi would not have time to retreat and would be surrounded by the third-rank clergy of the Sakura Kingdom, thus falling into the most dangerous situation. At this point, not a single piece of information could be found. There's not much we can do then. Zhang Li had even mobilized his last remaining resources, sending people to the border of the Sakura Kingdom to meet Zhong Qi. If Zhong Qi doesn't come out soon, then Zhang Li had no choice but to grit his teeth and allow them to enter the country of Sakura. There's nothing we can do about it. At this time, it is located within the territory of the land of cherry blossoms. After many of the third-tier clergy of the Sakura Kingdom died, Zhong Qi's power has now reached its peak. So many powerful individuals from the Sakura Kingdom who had reached the third level of divine authority were directly killed by Zhong Qi. This is an extremely terrifying thing. This is why all the current third-tier divine powerhouses are very wary of Zhong Qi. On one hand, they were wary of Zhong Qi's terrifying strength, and on the other hand, they were extremely angry that he had killed so many powerful third-level divine beings from the Sakura Kingdom. This anger had reached its peak. At that moment, without the slightest hesitation, everyone surged towards Zhong Qi like a tidal wave, each eager to attack. Shouts and roars filled the air. At this moment, Zhong Qi faced an unprecedented crisis as numerous powerful third-tier divine professionals attacked him simultaneously. Surprisingly, however, Zhong Qi did not show the slightest sign of panic in the face of such an overwhelming offensive. Just then, Xiaoya suddenly let out a deafening roar. He unleashed his unique technique, Dragon King's intimidation, and in an instant, an invisible force rapidly spread out from him, seemingly engulfing the entire world. Immediately afterward, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Many of the third-tier divine professionals from the Sakura Kingdom were instantly stunned by this powerful force, their bodies stiff as statues, unable to move an inch. In a mere instant, the world changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. A terrifying aura swept over them like a burst dam, making it hard to breathe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoya leaped into the sky, his massive body appearing and disappearing among the clouds, like an invincible war god. Then, he plummeted down like a meteor, carrying unparalleled impact and destructive power. As his massive body swung violently through the air, even the heavens seemed to tremble. In that breathtaking moment, an incomparably resolute aura suddenly descended upon the world, as if the final judgment was about to arrive, and the power to destroy everything was about to erupt. In that instant, Xiaoya suddenly swung its huge and powerful tail, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by a deafening whistling sound, Xiaoya's terrifying attack slammed down with overwhelming force. In an instant, the attacks launched by those third-tier divine professionals from the Sakura Kingdom were as fragile as paper, easily blasted away by Xiaoya's immense power. A deafening boom resounded, as if the entire space itself trembled. To everyone's astonishment, the power of Xiaoya's tail strike was truly astonishing. With a single blow, it sent 3 third-tier clerical experts from the Sakura Kingdom flying backward like kites with broken strings. These third-tier clerical experts from the Sakura Kingdom were no ordinary individuals. Each of them possessed considerable strength. However, at this moment, before Xiaoya's absolute power, all their pride and confidence seemed utterly insignificant, utterly worthless. Certainly, Zhong Qi's methods are not limited to these. Right after Xiaoya's attack, Zhong Qi took the opportunity to call out Yingying's name as well. Zhong Qi gave the order to Yingying. Nowadays, there are quite a few powerful third-tier divine professionals in the Sakura Kingdom. Under such circumstances, it would be most appropriate for Yingying to take action. As long as Yingying makes a move, she can turn these third-level divine powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom to their side. At that point, they'll be letting their own people attack each other. What a spectacle of dogs fighting each other. This is the most exciting part. Therefore, at this moment, after some discussion, Zhong Qi and Yingying reached a consensus. It must be said that Yingying was truly exceptionally intelligent. With just a slight prompting from Zhong Qi, it immediately understood his thoughts. Then, without hesitation, Yingying opened its little mouth and cried out loudly. Yingying. In an instant, this clear and melodious cry pierced the sky like thunder, resounding throughout the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The chirping sound was exceptionally unique and wondrous, like celestial music or the warbling of a nightingale in a valley, melodious and lingering. This sound seemed to possess some kind of magical power, quickly spreading to every corner, and almost in an instant, the clear and beautiful chirping echoed in all directions. Even more peculiar was the irresistible allure of this unique sound wave, which surged and spread outwards like an invisible torrent. The eyes of the first few third-tier clerical experts from the Sakura Kingdom who heard it underwent a startling change in an instant. Their originally dark and deep eyes transformed into a pinkish hue, identical to Yingying's. Undoubtedly, they had been strongly influenced by Yingying's voice, and their inner will had begun to waver. At this moment, these once invincible third-tier divine powerhouses seemed to have lost their self-awareness, completely obeying Yingying's commands. In this critical instant, they suddenly launched a fierce attack on their teammates without warning. In an instant, swords flashed and magic blazed, plunging the entire scene into utter chaos. The third-tier clergyman from the Sakura Kingdom who was attacked stared wide-eyed at the person in front of him with an expression of disbelief, repeatedly accusing him. "What do you want to do? Have you gone mad and lost your mind?" His voice became sharp and shrill due to extreme shock. "Why did you suddenly attack me? Could you be a spy sent by the Dragon Kingdom to infiltrate this place?" The third-rank clergyman roared as he retreated, trying to create distance between himself and his opponent. However, the opponent pressed forward relentlessly, giving him no chance to catch his breath. "Yamamoto-kun, what are you doing? Stop it! Stop it!" The others around him also shouted, and for a moment, all sorts of voices filled with disbelief and fear mingled together, rising and falling incessantly. These voices echoed in the air, making the whole scene even more chaotic. However, no matter how loudly they shouted, the person affected by some mysterious force remained trapped in a nightmare from which they could not wake up, showing no signs of waking up. In that instant, the already tense situation in the Sakura Kingdom became even more chaotic and disorderly. People fled in panic, pushing and shoving each other, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! This earth-shattering roar was like the primordial sound of the universe at its beginning, shaking the entire earth. The long-dormant volcano, now like a raging beast, roared madly. It opened its terrifying maw once more, and from the endless darkness, thick smoke billowed out like a black dragon, shooting straight into the sky. And behind the smoke, incredibly hot magma poured down like a torrent. The scorching lava resembled an enraged fire dragon, radiating terrifying heat and light. It surged down the steep mountainside with lightning speed, unstoppable. Wherever the lava touched, vegetation instantly turned to ash, and rocks were melted into flowing liquid. The once tranquil and peaceful mountain forest vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a terrifying, apocalyptic scene. In an instant, the trees were ignited, engulfed in flames, the sound of snapping branches mingling with the crackling of the burning fire echoing through the valley. Houses were no match for the scorching lava, reduced to charred ruins in the blink of an eye. Even the sturdy roads could not withstand the destructive force, twisting and deforming under the impact of the lava before finally crumbling into countless fragments. The fire spread with alarming speed, quickly forming a boundless sea of flames. Flames danced wildly, greedily devouring everything around them. The air was thick with choking smoke and acrid odors, almost suffocating everyone. In this inferno, life seemed so small and fragile, as if it could be swallowed up by the merciless flames at any moment. However, this was merely a horrific scene unfolding in one region of Japan. Soon after, the entire country was plunged into the shadow of various disasters. Frequent earthquakes struck, the earth trembled violently, and buildings teetered on the brink of collapse. Howling winds whipped up sandstorms, destroying fragile lives. Torrential rains poured down, causing widespread flooding and submerging countless homes. In a mere moment, hundreds of professionals from the Sakura Kingdom perished. Some struggled in the flames, uttering heart-wrenching screams. Others were buried under collapsed buildings, awaiting their demise in agony. Even those powerful third-tier divine beings, usually revered as gods, were helpless. Faced with such a horrific natural and man-made disaster, despite their immense strength, they could not save their fellow citizens. They could only watch helplessly as vibrant lives vanished before their eyes, the sheer powerlessness filling them with an unprecedented despair. Even more shockingly, these high-ranking, third-tier divine beings were now struggling to protect themselves. Under the relentless onslaught of the disaster, many more powerful figures perished, becoming victims of this catastrophe. Once infinitely glorious, they could now only struggle desperately in the vortex of fate, praying for a sliver of survival. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Xiao Ye's mouth, as if the entire world trembled. Immediately afterward, a terrifying energy, as turbulent as a torrent, continuously gathered from the dense, shimmering, and coldly eerie scales covering Xiao Ye's entire body. In an instant, this extremely powerful energy suddenly condensed into a dazzling beam of light, carrying a world-destroying force, and shot straight out with lightning speed. The power contained in this beam of light was beyond imagination. It was like an indestructible sword that instantly pierced through the constraints of space and struck the enemy in front of it. A powerful third-tier clergyman from the land of Sakura was the first to be struck. Before he could even react, the beam of light pierced him mercilessly. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body dissolved into a cloud of blood mist and vanished into the void. Thus, yet another vibrant life was lost on this battlefield. However, those who had attempted to attack Xiaoye were also in dire straits. It turned out that, under Ying's skillful manipulation, as many as a third of these originally united third-tier divine powerhouses had suddenly turned their attention to killing their own comrades. Such a high rate of betrayal was truly astonishing and chilling. Chaos erupted on the battlefield, filled with shouts of battle and screams of agony. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the remaining soldiers were utterly helpless, forced to watch as their comrades fell one by one into pools of blood. At this very moment, this place had completely transformed into a horrific hell on earth. Shocking blood flowed like a burst dam, staining the vast land crimson, as if the entire world were submerged in a sea of blood. The chilling shadow of death, like a thick, dark cloud, relentlessly shrouded every corner of this land, leaving no escape. The deafening sounds of battle rose and fell, an incessant cacophony. The third-tier clergy from the Sakura Kingdom were engaged in a breathtaking, life-or-death struggle. Some of the clergy had been manipulated and controlled by Ying, losing their self-awareness and independent thought. Like walking corpses, they were fearless and recklessly charged at the enemy, utterly disregarding their own safety. However, the remaining clergy, uncontrolled, retained their sanity and ability to judge for themselves. Faced with their comrades, they were filled with conflicting emotions and struggles, unwilling to kill them. After all, if they truly harmed these comrades, not only would they suffer severe losses themselves, but it could also significantly weaken the overall strength of the Sakura Kingdom, casting a dark shadow over the nation's prosperity. This was Zhong Qi's purpose, and naturally they did not want him to succeed. But right now, there's no way to prevent Zhong Qi from succeeding. They can only be dragged down. Zhong Qi gazed silently at the scene before him. A considerable amount of time had passed. After careful consideration, he concluded that the time was ripe and resolved to leave. He gently patted Xiao Yi, who seemed to understand his intentions instantly. Xiao Yi then spread its enormous, powerful wings, and in a flash, a violent hurricane roared forth, like a ferocious beast, sweeping in with overwhelming force. This powerful wind rapidly spread, further exacerbating and expanding the already chaotic and disastrous situation. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly exerted its strength, its figure shooting straight up into the higher and farther sky like lightning. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it had already soared into the clouds. Zhong Qi, sitting on Xiao Ye's back, steadily followed it away, his figure gradually disappearing on the distant horizon. However, not long after Zhong Qi left the territory of Japan, the backup team that Zhang Li had secretly arranged to meet him detected his movements. They cautiously approached, taking advantage of this rare opportunity to quietly observe the situation within Japan. When they saw what was before them, everyone was deeply shocked, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. The entire Sakura Kingdom resembled a living hell, permeated with an atmosphere of despair and fear. Countless calamities, like the tentacles of demons, raged wantonly across the land. Cities were reduced to ruins, rubble and debris scattered everywhere. Mutilated limbs and severed arms lay strewn across the streets, blood staining the earth. Those once powerful professionals, some already dead, lay cold on the ground. Others were severely wounded, groaning in agony, their eyes vacant and lifeless, seemingly only able to silently await death. Zhong Qi's actions have undoubtedly dealt an unprecedented and devastating blow to Japan. It's no exaggeration to say that after this catastrophe, Japan will likely struggle to recover from such a severe blow for a considerable period of time. His methods were simply too ruthless and cunning. All right, let's go. When Zhong Qi saw the people waiting for him, he realized that Zhong Li must have sent them. Those people were stunned for a moment, and then quickly caught up with Zhong Qi. Not long after, Zhong Qi returned to China. After Zhong Qi returned, the news reached Zhong Li as quickly as possible. Upon learning of Zhong Qi's whereabouts, Zhong Li rushed over almost immediately. You little brat. It's good that you're all right. Zhong Li breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Zhong Qi was safe and sound. Minister, I have not failed you. Zhong Qi said something. Thank goodness you're here. Zhong Li sighed and said, if it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done next. There will always be an opportunity. Zhong Qi comforted him. By the way, how many instances did you detonate this time? What's the situation within Japan? Zhong Qi smiled and said, I detonated a few. That should give them a headache for a while. Behind Zhong Qi, the professional who had observed the situation within the Sakura kingdom hesitated to speak. This isn't just a temporary headache. It's going to give the people in Japan a splitting headache. That's terrifying. In that moment, they almost wondered if the kingdom of Sakura was about to be destroyed. The damage was truly terrifying. At this moment, they all had this understanding in their hearts. No matter what, they must not provoke Zhong Qi. That's absolutely terrifying. However, Zhong Li was clearly unaware of this situation. He thought that what Zhong Qi said was true, that only some parts were destroyed, causing considerable casualties in the Sakura kingdom. It's unbelievable that Japan is in such a predicament that it's on the verge of being wiped out. Even those professionals saw that many of the third-tier divine professionals from the Sakura kingdom had died. A powerful third-tier divine officer. That is the very foundation of a nation. However, he was also killed by Zhong Qi. How terrifying. What incredible strength. Zhong Li noticed their hesitation and unspoken words. Zhong Li frowned immediately and asked, What's wrong? What do you want? Minister. One of them silently swallowed, then said, What Lord Zhong Qi said is somewhat conservative. Keep. Zhong Li frowned immediately. Then tell me, what exactly is the situation? The man said, We don't know the exact number of disaster instances triggered by Lord Zhong Qi, but the entire country of Sakura is now shrouded in the power of disaster. In just this short period of time, the number of people who have died has already reached 700 or 800. And this disaster is far from over. The death toll will only rise, not fall. In fact, Lord Zhong Qi killed quite a few third-level divine powerhouses from the Sakura kingdom. Otherwise, the disaster within the Sakura kingdom would probably have been quelled long ago. But now, it's already very difficult. What we're seeing is that Japan is practically destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhong Qi, exclaiming in shock, You even killed their third-level divine powerhouse. Zhong Qi waved his hand dismissively and said, It was just a small thing. Nothing special. Chapter 101, Devastation in South Korea. Zhong Qi appeared relaxed, but Zhong Li knew that something extremely tragic must be happening in the land of cherry blossoms. Furthermore, with so many powerful third-tier divine beings having perished, what awaits the Sakura kingdom now is something even more cruel. Even if Japan resolves its domestic disasters, it will still be useless. Because too many powerful cultivators at the third level of the divine order have died, it also means that the power of the Sakura kingdom has been weakened too much. So what follows is what will happen next. The Sakura kingdom will lose its original status and its initiative. This also means that, from now on, among the 3 countries that were originally allies of the Sakura kingdom, the Sakura kingdom has lost its status and will no longer receive the same treatment as before. Next, whenever South Korea and the United States take similar actions, they will definitely bleed Japan dry, making it even harder for Japan to survive. This represents it. Japan, it's finished. It's completely over. Although Zhong Qi did not kill them directly at this moment, it was foreseeable and evident that the Sakura kingdom had no future. This great disaster not only destroyed their homeland and their people, but also their hopes. At this point, both Zhong Li and Zhong Qi were very clear about this. Therefore, Zhong Li was extremely happy at this moment. It is certainly good that a difficult problem can be solved in a short period of time. At this time, after resolving this issue, Zhong Qi planned to leave immediately. Zhong Li called out to him, What are you planning to do? Zhong Qi glanced at him and said directly, Of course, we should strike while the iron is hot. Now, only the issue of Japan has been resolved, but there are still South Korea and the United States. I'm heading to South Korea. At this moment, Zhong Li called out to him, Wait a minute. Some of their third-tier divine-level experts from South Korea have already returned. If you go there now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve the same results as Japan. South Korea must have taken precautions in advance, so it will be hard to succeed. However, Zhong Qi still did not stop. He said, should we give up just because it's unlikely to succeed? So many third-tier divine positions are working hard outside. If I didn't have the strength, I naturally wouldn't do it. But now, I do have the strength, so naturally I should take action. Go ahead. After saying that, Zhong Qi turned and left. Looking at Zhong Qi's back, Zhongli was filled with respect after a moment. Zhong Qi has grown up. He's not the same kid who needed to be protected and worried about anymore. Now, this kid's power is something they need to rely on. It was at this very moment. Zhongli suddenly raised his head and smiled. Ha 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 ha. Very nice. With such power, what is there to worry about for the future of the Dragon Kingdom? This is the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything about the Dragon Kingdom. I only hope that there will be more and more people like this in China. Even if I were to die now, I would be willing. These are the words in Zhongli's heart. Zhong Qi, of course, had no idea what Zhongli was thinking. Right now, he and Saya traveled together to the territory of South Korea. After his trip to the Sakura Kingdom, Zhong Qi's level had reached 72. Next, after 3 more upgrades, you can reach level 75 and undergo the 3rd job advancement. At that time, it will be enough to form a contract for the 3rd dragon egg. At this point, Zhong Qi was really looking forward to it, and they are working hard towards that goal. Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi moved quickly and soon began to approach the territory of South Korea. Of course, this is also why South Korea is not very far from China, unlike Japan. There is a considerable distance between the two countries. At this time, across the vast territory of South Korea, a meticulously planned operation had already quietly unfolded. Intricate and incredibly powerful formations were scattered throughout the land, resembling an impenetrable net. Prior to this, more than a dozen powerful third-tier clergy had returned to their homeland, their expressions solemn and ready to defend against any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, shocking news arrived. The Sakura Kingdom was shrouded in a terrible disaster. Everyone's faces turned grave, and they speculated whether the Dragon Kingdom was involved. Someone gritted their teeth and said, those despicable Dragon Kingdom people are so cunning and treacherous. They've taken advantage of this critical moment to sneak into the Sakura Kingdom and stir up trouble without anyone noticing. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Others echoed, that's right. We must be on high alert and not let the Dragon Kingdom have any opportunity to attack us. Otherwise, if our country suffers a disaster as severe as the Sakura Kingdom's, we might not be able to withstand it. However, a cold laugh rang out from the crowd. Humph, we're not as incompetent as the Japanese. We've always been cautious and fully prepared. Even if the Chinese dare to come knocking, they won't get the slightest advantage here, let alone cause the same disastrous consequences as the Japanese. These words drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Someone else scoffed, ha ha. In the end, it's all because those guys from Japan are so useless. If they were like our great South Korean empire, full of powerful figures, how could they have ended up like this? Another person added arrogantly, that's right. Back then, Japan was nothing more than a vassal state of our great South Korean empire. Now they dare to compare themselves to us. They're simply overestimating themselves. In an instant, everyone was filled with contempt and ridicule for Japan, while at the same time, they were full of confidence in the strength of their own country. The decline of the Sakura Kingdom this time is quite opportune, making it much easier for us to reclaim our territory in the future. In a way, the Dragon Kingdom has actually helped us out. Ha 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 ha. The third-tier clergy of South Korea wore smug smiles, as if they could already see a bright and glorious future beckoning them. They sat together, excitedly discussing the immense achievements they might attain and the unparalleled glory that awaited them. However, at that moment, without warning, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Boom! The roar was like a thunderclap, deafening and so powerful that the entire land of South Korea began to tremble. In an instant, houses shook, the ground cracked, and people ran around in panic, shouting for help. The peaceful and tranquil scene was shattered in an instant, replaced by chaos and terror. What's going on? What happened? Someone screamed in terror. Where did such a loud noise and such violent shaking come from? Another person asked, his face filled with fear and his voice trembling. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Then, someone seemed to realize something and shouted, it sounds like it's coming from the border. Upon hearing this, Everyone's face turned deathly pale. The border? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has attacked? Damn it, that must be it. We have to go and see. So, these third-tier priests used their skills and rushed towards the border with burning anxiety. Right at the border, Zhong Qi sat firmly on Xiao Ye's broad and sturdy back. Xiao Ye stretched out his massive body, emanating a terrifying aura that chilled everyone to the bone. Suddenly, Xiao Ye swung his thick, powerful arm, unleashing a blow containing boundless destructive power that slammed into the towering, sturdy barrier of South Korea. Xiao Ye's dragon claws were covered with dense, intricate patterns, which shimmered with an eerie light like mysterious runes. Each pattern was filled with incredibly powerful and explosive energy, making it impossible to look directly at. As Xiao Ye's giant hand slammed heavily against the indestructible barrier, a deafening roar erupted instantly, like a thunderclap from the heavens. The sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, even causing the surrounding air to tremble. At the same time, the entire interior of the barrier began to tremble violently, as if the earth were about to collapse and the end of the world had arrived. With this earth-shattering, terrifying force erupting in an instant, the seemingly rock-solid barrier could no longer withstand such a massive impact and was blasted into pieces. Immediately afterwards, countless fine cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb, covering the entire barrier. With a crisp crack, a moment later, a section of the barrier finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed completely in an instant, forming an enormous gaping hole. This gaping hole was large enough for Zhong Qi and Xiao Ye to easily pass through. Xiao Ye, speed up, let's rush in. Zhong Qi shouted. Hearing its master's command, Xiao Ye flapped its wings, which blotted out the sky, without hesitation, creating a gust of wind that swept past. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the gap with lightning speed and disappeared into the vast darkness. At this time, the people from South Korea had not yet arrived and had no idea that they had broken through the barrier that South Korea was so proud of and entered directly in such a short period of time. After entering, Zhong Qi's goal was clear. He headed straight for the disaster instance within the territory of South Korea. Moreover, from a great distance, Xiao Ye let out a dragon's roar, which instantly filled the heavens and shook the surrounding area. Zhong Qi had no intention of hiding himself. He wanted South Korea to know that he had arrived. This has plunged South Korean professionals into panic. This also showed them that even with the presence of a third-level priest from South Korea, it was still difficult to protect them. This is Zhong Qi's idea, Zhong Qi's meaning. No one can stop him from doing what he wants. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar that shook the heavens, Xiao Ye's enormous body appeared abruptly in the vast sky like lightning. A gigantic dragon, soaring across the heavens and blotting out the sun, appeared out of nowhere, its massive body seemingly capable of piercing the firmament. Each flap of its wings unleashed a raging storm, the gale howling like a wild horse, sweeping in all directions with overwhelming force. The numerous professionals within South Korea were utterly defenseless against this sudden gale. As fragile as candles in the wind, they were instantly and mercilessly swept up by the gale, soaring into the unreachable sky. Then, like kites with broken strings, they crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces and dying instantly. Crack! Another deafening roar rang out as a terrifyingly powerful calamity instance shattered before Xiaoye's eyes. Immediately afterward, the boundless calamity power contained within surged forth like a burst dam. This calamity power was vast and unstoppable, spreading wildly in all directions like a raging tide. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed everything around it. Boom! The earth trembled violently, instantly revealing deep, bottomless cracks, as if the earth had opened its hideous, terrifying maw. From these cracks, countless, densely packed venomous insects crawled out. These insects exuded a nauseating stench, and as they crawled, they emitted sharp, piercing rustling sounds. Just hearing this chilling sound was enough to send shivers down one's spine, make one's heart tremble with fear, and leave one's legs so weak that one could barely stand. Undoubtedly, if someone could calm down and listen carefully, they would realize that this seemingly ordinary sound was actually not a normal sound, but a powerful sound wave. However, if only a single insect emitted such a sound wave, it might not have caused much of a stir. But the situation was completely different now. What was seen was not just one insect, but countless, densely packed swarms. When so many insects gathered together, the sound waves they released collectively were terrifyingly powerful. In that brief instant, this powerful sound wave swept outwards like a surging tsunami, unstoppable. Even more terrifying is that these insects not only possess the ability to emit incredibly powerful sound waves capable of easily destroying human eardrums, but they also exist in a near-frenzied state, indiscriminately tearing apart everything around them. Whether it's the vast, boundless earth, lush trees, towering mountains, or living humans, nothing that enters their sight is spared. All become targets of their frenzied attack. The scene is reminiscent of a swarm of locusts sweeping across the land, leaving devastation and ruin in their wake. Shockingly, the moment this terrifying disaster instance was activated, hundreds of professionals from South Korea had already perished on this land filled with the aura of death and destruction. But this is just a copy. Next, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi continued towards the next instance. Then, an endless stream of calamity surged forth. In that instant, beneath the unbearably hot sky, as if it were a furnace, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Pure white snowflakes began to slowly drift down from the sky. These snowflakes seemed to come from another world, creating a stark and eerie contrast with the surrounding scorching environment. Immediately afterward, the surrounding temperature plummeted as if an invisible giant hand had abruptly pressed a cooling button. The earth began to freeze in the blink of an eye, the ice layer spreading rapidly like a surging cold wave. In just a few moments, everything in sight was frozen in a thick layer of ice. Those South Korean professionals who were closer were the first to be affected. Before they could even react, their bodies were invaded by the cold, instantly turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Some unfortunate souls didn't even have time to utter a painful cry before the merciless cold claimed their lives. Their life ended abruptly, and their health bars vanished completely in an instant, as if they had never existed. At this moment, the land was filled with the sounds of freezing, the crisp sounds of ice spreading rapidly and objects freezing, intertwined like a death symphony, sending chills down one's spine. And at this very moment, the third-tier clergy from South Korea arrived late, and, upon discovering everything, were immediately filled with rage. After spotting Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, they chased after them without hesitation. Suddenly, a long, narrow chain appeared in the sky, hanging down towards Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi. This is a skill performed by 10 South Korean third-level clergy. This is a special skill of the South Korean nation, which allows third-tier priests to work together to unleash even more powerful skills. This is why they are so fearless. Using these chains, they were confident they could restrain Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, preventing them from causing further damage to South Korea. At the same time, this can also be used to capture them. At that very moment, the chain hurtled towards them like lightning, its speed utterly astonishing. Even more striking was the mysterious power emanating from the chain, a power seemingly from ancient times, profound and immense. Simultaneously, it shimmered with a faint cyan light, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling yet exuding a chilling aura. As the chains drew ever closer, a powerful third-tier clergyman from South Korea could no longer contain his excitement. He exclaimed, "Success! The binding god rope has finally activated. As long as we can firmly bind these enemies, they will be unable to move, as if they were nailed to the spot." Another powerful priest chimed in, "That's right. This binding god rope isn't just for binding. It can also inflict considerable damage. If the 10 of us work together to unleash this technique, these overconfident Dragon Kingdom people will probably be reduced to empty shells in the blink of an eye." He couldn't help but laugh triumphantly as he said this. "Ha ha ha." The crowd burst into laughter. One of them said contemptuously, "The people of Dragon Country are far too arrogant and conceited, daring to trespass into the territory of our South Korean country. Today, let them experience our formidable power." That's right. These Dragon Country people are used to being arrogant. They've probably never seen a skill as powerful as the binding god rope before, have they? Someone mocked. At this moment, each of them was filled with confidence and pride, clearly having absolute confidence in the skill they were unleashing. In their view, since they had already used a skill like the binding god rope, there was no reason why it wouldn't succeed this time, and Zhong Qi couldn't possibly stop it. Zhong Qi was also taken aback for a moment. This chain looks decent, but upon closer inspection, it seems, there was no harm done. He was stunned for a moment, and in that moment of hesitation, the chains wrapped around him, almost instantly binding Xiaoya's body. The moment Xiaoya's enormous body was entangled, countless crisscrossing chains appeared, attempting to bind her completely. Only, the immense damage that the South Korean clergy, who had been anticipating, did not materialize despite their excited gazes. Zhong Qi discovered that Xiao Ye's extremely long health bar had only dropped a tiny bit, so little that it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. That's it. Is this a unique skill of South Korea? So weak? Zhong Qi immediately showed a hint of disappointment. Next, Xiao Ye struggled to break free, and before she even exerted much force, the chain snapped. Whoosh! Broken chains fell from the sky. Xiao Ye broke through these chains with very little effort. This is enough to show that the chains are not very good. Upon witnessing this scene, the third-tier clergy of South Korea felt as if the sky had fallen. How could this be? Their attack, which they had prepared for so long, had absolutely no effect. Not only did it not cause any damage, but even the binding effect failed. Actually, with Xiao Ye's Dragon King bloodline, this skill is ineffective against her. Otherwise, with the combined power of three-tier divine officials, they would have been able to inflict some damage on Xiao Ye, instead of having no effect whatsoever. Ultimately, they chose the wrong skills. Xiao Ye, make your move. At this moment, Zhong Qi called out. Suddenly, Xiao Ye roared, her dragon's cry shaking the heavens. Immediately, a terrifying dragon's breath was unleashed. In the sky, the black dragon's breath, carrying a rolling abyssal aura, spread and eroded in all directions. Even the sky was ablaze with flames, corrupted by the abyss's aura. The South Korean professionals watching below, seeing that the attacks of 10 third-tier divine professionals had all failed, immediately showed expressions of despair. The power of disaster descends. South Korea is suffering immense devastation. Chapter 102 Destroy South Korea, reach level 75. The current situation in South Korea is comparable to that in Japan, demonstrating the profound influence Zhong Qi has had on South Korea. However, despite the similarities in their situations, many differences remain. Let's start with the Sakura Kingdom. After the incident, Zhong Qi unleashed all the calamity energy within the country, instantly escalating the situation to an extremely critical point. In this emergency, the Sakura Kingdom had no choice but to seek external assistance, summoning its rank 3 divine powerhouses stationed abroad to return home immediately. Upon hearing the news, the Sakura Kingdom's rank 3 divine powerhouses stationed overseas acted swiftly, rushing back home without delay. They immediately threw themselves into handling domestic affairs, dedicating themselves to dealing with this sudden disaster. Furthermore, to prevent the domestic situation from worsening and spreading further, the Sakura Kingdom recalled all its rank 3 divine powerhouses to ensure stability and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. This series of measures represents the Sakura Kingdom's response strategy in the face of crisis. In contrast, South Korea, witnessing the fate of the Sakura Kingdom, immediately became vigilant and swiftly reacted by preemptively dispatching numerous powerful third-tier divine beings back to their homeland to prepare adequate defenses. This allowed South Korea to maintain a certain level of initiative in the face of potential crises, preventing them from being caught off guard like the Sakura Kingdom. This forward-thinking action fully demonstrates South Korea's keen insight and decisive decision-making ability. This was to prevent powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom from coming. However, even though they made preparations in advance and sent back powerful experts with third-level divine positions, it was ultimately useless. The disaster still broke out within the territory of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Furthermore, even with the emergence of 10 third-tier divine officials, they still could not stop Zhong Qi. This is Zhong Qi's current strength, which can be described as extremely terrifying. At that very moment, when these 10 powerful beings, all at the third-tier divine level, simultaneously unleashed their most prized skills, everyone expected an earth-shattering effect. However, something unexpected happened. These originally formidable skills were easily countered by their opponents. In an instant, an extremely powerful backlash swept in like a surging tide, instantly engulfing the 10 powerful figures. The one bearing the brunt was the third-ranked divine-level expert from South Korea, closest to the core of the attack. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, terror filling his entire countenance. Then, his aura suddenly intensified, but this intensity was completely beyond his control. In the blink of an eye, this violent aura completely spiraled out of control. With a muffled poof, the powerful figure from South Korea coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if all the life force within him had been expelled with it. His aura rapidly weakened, and his body swayed precariously, like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to plummet straight down from the sky at any moment. Fortunately, he was accompanied by several other third-tier divine professionals from South Korea. At the critical moment, they reacted quickly, reaching out to support him and preventing him from falling from the sky. However, he wasn't the only one who suffered the same fate. Among these 10 third-tier divine professionals, four experienced a sudden and severe weakening of their auras under the terrifying backlash, as if they had been seriously injured. Undoubtedly, they all endured immense backlash and were on the verge of death. Right now, to their astonishment, they discovered that even the combined efforts of 10 powerful clergy members at the third level of the divine realm couldn't inflict the slightest damage on Zhong Qi. Moreover, in this fierce exchange, they even suffered a severe backlash. This clearly demonstrated that Zhong Qi, from the Dragon Kingdom, possessed terrifyingly formidable strength. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the last glimmer of hope within the South Korean professionals was extinguished, replaced by endless despair and terror. Their initial confidence vanished, leaving them feeling as if they were in an icebox, their bodies cold, limbs stiff, completely devoid of the courage and conviction to continue fighting. The man before them, named Zhong Qi, stood like an insurmountable mountain, an insurmountable obstacle, making them feel so small, powerless, and fragile. And at this very moment, seeing that the situation was settled, Zhong Qi lost all interest in lingering. His gaze sharpened, and he turned to Xiaoyi beside him, issuing the order without hesitation. Xiaoyi, no need to hesitate any longer, launch the attack immediately. At Zhong Qi's command, Xiaoyi let out a deafening roar. The roar, like thunder, instantly resounded throughout the surroundings, causing the entire space to tremble. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyi opened its blood-red maw, and a terrifying dragon breath, chilling to the bone, erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the raging inferno spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. The extreme temperature seemed capable of melting everything, even distorting the air itself. Almost in the blink of an eye, the third-tier divine powerhouses from South Korea felt unprecedented pressure and fear. The powerful figure who was already weakened was now overwhelmed and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and his body swayed precariously, as if he would collapse at any moment. The other 9 powerful figures also looked on in terror, exchanging panicked glances, at a loss for what to do. What do we do? How are we supposed to deal with this? One of them cried out, his voice trembling. They had originally thought that the 10 of them working together would be enough to contend with Zhong Qi, but now the harsh reality was staring them in the face. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't do anything to Zhong Qi. If Zhong Qi were to take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. They couldn't think of any effective defense and could only watch helplessly as they were driven deeper into a desperate situation. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the lives of all 10 of them hung by a thread. The slightest mistake could mean their deaths at Zhong Qi's hands. At this moment, Zhong Qi had already conceived the idea that he must kill these 10 third-tier clergy from South Korea. Only by taking such extreme measures could he severely damage South Korea's overall national strength and vitality. Not only that, but he also wanted to use this action to demonstrate the power and might of the Dragon Kingdom to the world, while simultaneously instilling fear in those South Korean third-tier clergy so that they would dare not easily offend him again. At this critical moment of life and death, when there was no time to lose, Xiaoye's gaze sharpened, and her aura suddenly erupted, surging like a volcanic eruption. Without hesitation, she swung her weapon and launched a fierce and unparalleled offensive. The attack was like an impenetrable net, sweeping indiscriminately towards the 10 third-level divine powerhouses from South Korea with overwhelming force. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, and the entire space seemed to be shaken by this powerful force. With a deafening roar, boom! This terrifying attack erupted with a heart-stopping energy surge in an instant, violently distorting the surrounding air, and the ground, unable to withstand such immense pressure, cracked and crumbled. The first South Korean third-tier divine powerhouse to bear the brunt of this terrifying attack paled instantly, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. But as a powerful being, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. So he angrily unleashed all his trump cards in an attempt to withstand this earth-shattering blow. However, despite the powerful figure's best efforts, his resistance proved utterly insignificant against Xiaoye's overwhelming attack. A scream rang out as he was struck by the ferocious force of the attack, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth. He then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and remained motionless, instantly killed. But this was only the beginning. Xiaoya's attacks didn't stop after successfully killing one person. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Next, the remaining 9 South Korean third-tier divine-level experts were also engulfed by Xiaoya's relentless, tidal wave of attacks, finding themselves in extremely dangerous circumstances. At that very moment, something unexpected happened. Ying cautiously peeked out, her adorable appearance contrasting sharply with her next action. In an instant, she unleashed her unique skill without hesitation. A sudden, "ing" sound rang out, like a thunderclap ripped across the sky, echoing throughout the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The sonic attack emitted by Ying was so unique, containing its own powerful curse. This power swept outwards at an astonishing speed, like a violent storm. The South Korean professionals below, who had been on high alert, were completely engulfed by this terrifying sonic wave before they could even react. Affected by the sonic waves, their eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and they lost their reason and self-control. Then, a bloody and chaotic battle erupted without warning. These South Korean professionals, like maddened beasts, frantically attacked their comrades. In an instant, swords clashed, and shouts of battle echoed through the sky. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving no time to process what had happened. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of South Korean professionals lay dead in pools of blood. The scene was a chaotic and gruesome mess. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, sending chills down everyone's spine. Moreover, not only were the professionals from South Korea below greatly affected, but even the powerful beings at the third-tier divine level above were not spared. A piercing scream suddenly echoed through the sky. Instantly, everyone saw one of the third-tier divine beings suffering horrific torture, his face contorted as he clutched his head, howling in agony. He tightly covered his head with both hands, seemingly trying to alleviate the unbearable pain, but to no avail. Clearly, this powerful third-tier divine being had been completely affected by the mysterious power emanating from Ying. However, what was shocking was that at this moment, it wasn't just this one third-tier divine being who was affected by this strange power. And right after Ying unleashed that terrifying sonic attack, Xiaoya's fierce dragon breath attack roared in. Those enemies affected by the sonic wave were thrown into disarray, their bodies becoming incredibly sluggish, utterly powerless to resist the ensuing deadly attacks. A deafening roar resounded, and the entire world seemed to tremble, with powerful energy waves surging outwards. Xiaoya moved with lightning speed, continuously spewing out scorching dragon breath, one after another, streaking across the sky like meteors, precisely striking the South Korean third-tier clergy who were already in dire straits. Each strike of dragon breath triggered a dazzling light and a deafening explosion. Almost in the blink of an eye, the remaining 9 South Korean third-tier clergy had perished. The 10 figures who had stood proudly in the sky, representing the pinnacle of South Korea's power, were now all cold corpses, falling from the heavens. They had all died tragically under Xiaoya's incomparably powerful dragon breath, none surviving. The battle ended so quickly that it was astonishing. Looking at the South Korean professionals in the sky, he felt as if the sky had fallen. A full 10 third-tier clergy. That was the god of South Korea. But now, the god of South Korea has been killed. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen? Among the crowd, a South Korean professional stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. His trembling voice seemed to be venting all the shock and fear in his heart. A third-tier divine officer. Our third-tier divine officer, just like that, killed? Another professional shouted in disbelief, his voice trembling with sobs, as if the whole world had collapsed at that moment. This isn't real. This isn't real. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. Another person clutched their head, shaking wildly and roaring hysterically. This must be a dream, a dream. Our third-tier divine office is the most powerful. How could it be? How could it be killed like this? The others echoed, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. That's right, it must all be fake. The shouts echoed through the sky, each word filled with deep pain and an escapist mentality of not wanting to face reality. At this moment, countless South Korean professionals stared blankly ahead, as if they had lost their souls. The once high and invincible third-tier divine profession had fallen just like that, a cruel reality they simply could not bear. Some slumped to the ground, their eyes glazed over. Others pounded the ground incessantly, oblivious to the blood on their hands. Still others embraced each other and wept bitterly. The land was instantly shrouded in sorrow and despair, the air thick with a suffocating atmosphere. These professionals, once brimming with confidence in their country's strength, could now only express their profound despair through endless wails. Only, the power of disaster suddenly became even more terrifying between heaven and earth, mixing together with the power of Ying's previous curse. Almost instantly, these calamities then ensnared the South Korean professionals, causing them to die one after another. Zhong Qi saw that it was almost time. The destruction of South Korea was now nearly complete. Next, the remaining third-tier clergy from South Korea will definitely return. So now, the Dragon Kingdom's crisis is pretty much over. That's resolved. Now, after destroying the South Korean dungeons, Zhong Qi's level has reached 74. I'm only one level away from reaching level 75 and the third job advancement. This is already a very fast pace. Before long, we will be able to re-enter the Dragon Taming grounds to try and contract the third dragon egg. However, at this moment, Zhong Qi was still thinking that since he was going to leave anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to destroy more copies of the South Korean map. Now that we are mortal enemies with South Korea, there is no need to show any mercy. So, Xiaoye, Zhong Qi immediately shouted. Immediately afterward, Xiaoye's enormous body, like a moving mountain, shot into the sky and began to soar freely across the heavens. Its massive, powerful wings flapped violently, each strike unleashing a raging hurricane that seemed to tear the sky apart. In an instant, a howling wind swept in, like a stampede of 10,000 horses, its power terrifying beyond measure. Just as this terrifying force was raging, all instances within the territory of South Korea were simultaneously subjected to an unprecedentedly fierce attack. Deafening roars echoed continuously. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, South Korea resembled an apocalyptic scene, with explosions resounding everywhere, like volcanic eruptions. The earth trembled violently, billowing smoke and dust rising and obscuring the sun. Mountains collapsed instantly, boulders tumbling down, creating massive waves. Rivers changed course, flooding vast swathes of land. The once peaceful and tranquil nation was now plunged into endless panic and chaos. Zhong Qi and Xiaoye left during this time because he was certain that South Korea would have difficulty recovering to its current state, let alone 100 years, or even if they were given more time. Then, everything will go smoothly. Zhong Qi and Xiaoye have left. And at this very moment, the situation within South Korea was quickly relayed to the South Korean clergy stationed abroad. When they found out, they were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? We sent a full 10 people, and 10 powerful third-level divine officers at that. Could it be that even they can't stop the Dragon Kingdom? A high-ranking official from South Korea stared wide-eyed, shouting incredulously. Another person stomped their feet in exasperation and shouted, "Absolutely impossible. You must know, the top experts of the Dragon Kingdom are trapped here right now, and we've held them back. How could this be? What happened? How could they cause such enormous and direct damage within our South Korean territory? This is outrageous. Damn bastards. What kind of tricks did these Chinese use? How did they manage to do this?" Another person angrily waved his fist and cursed incessantly. "We can't wait any longer. If we don't hurry back to rescue them, the entire South Korean nation might disappear from this world," someone shouted anxiously. "Yes, let's head back immediately," the others echoed. Soon, similar sentiments resounded throughout the various instances. The third-tier clergy of South Korea could no longer sit still. They were all eager to return to their country at once. Since South Korea is now on the verge of destruction, they must return. Only by rushing back immediately can they possibly solve the problem. And at this very moment, with the departure of the South Korean clergy, the American clergy also realized that this mission was unlikely to succeed. With a sigh, I decided to leave. After all the third-level divine officials were removed, the remaining third-level divine officials of the Dragon Kingdom immediately knew that they had succeeded. It was a success. In an instant, the pressure vanished, and I suddenly felt relaxed. Many of the third-tier divine officials in the Dragon Kingdom were moved to tears. We did it. We really did it. That's amazing. We succeeded. We withstood the pressure from 3 countries. Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Zhong Qi, it must have been that kid Zhong who did it. He did it. That's amazing. The third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom all spoke up, expressing their joy. This scene also reached the Dragon Kingdom. Then, the place erupted in a great uproar, filled with lively chatter and heated discussion. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Boss Zhong is my god. My god. Is this the great Zhong Qi? His growth rate is so fast, he can already kill a third-level divine powerhouse. With such a terrifying tycoon, how could our Dragon Kingdom not be able to revive? Can't we become stronger too? Boss Zhong is invincible, and our Dragon Kingdom is invincible. At this moment, countless people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered for Zhong Qi, for the third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom, and for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Under these circumstances, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi returned to China. Few people know that Zhong Qi's level has now reached 75. Next, he will be able to enter the Dragon Taming grounds, and then he can try to contract the third Dragon Egg. Chapter 103 Strange Movements in the Dragon Raising Grounds, the Secret of the Third Dragon Egg. At this time, Zhong Qi has returned to the Dragon Kingdom. The news of his return immediately drew cheers from countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. They were all cheering for Zhong Qi. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom now has a powerful figure like Zhong Qi is a great blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to Zhong Qi, the Dragon Kingdom has achieved many remarkable results. This is something that the Dragon Kingdom used to find very difficult to obtain. Since winning first place in this year's national war, Zhong Qi has been on a meteoric rise. Then, Zhong Qi entered the Sakura Kingdom twice, destroyed many of its dungeons, and killed Yamamoto Ichiro, who was hailed as the most powerful and talented man in the Sakura Kingdom in the past 60 years. After that, Zhong Qi broke through the dungeon of the disaster, causing disasters to spread throughout the Sakura Kingdom. Furthermore, the third-level priests in the Sakura Kingdom were forced to return. Furthermore, upon his return, he went on to kill numerous powerful third-tier divine beings from the Sakura Kingdom. This has severely damaged the national strength of the Sakura Kingdom. Even after many years, Japan will find it difficult to make up for lost time. Not only that, in addition to the country of cherry blossoms, Zhong Qi also entered the territory of South Korea. And they also killed 10 third-level divine professionals from South Korea. Such terrifying strength is enough to make it difficult for South Korea to recover for 100 years, or even longer. This is tantamount to rendering South Korea completely useless. It's unknown how long it would take to cultivate a powerful cultivator at the third level of divine office. However, killing them is easy, but cultivating them is extremely difficult. And at this very moment, both South Korea and Japan have suffered significant losses. And all of this was accomplished by Zhong Qi. No wonder Zhong Qi has such a strong following within the Dragon Kingdom. Because Zhong Qi almost single-handedly saved the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to Zhong Qi, the Dragon Kingdom was able to turn defeat into victory. Right now, Zhong Qi has already returned to China and quickly joined the Resources Department. Within the Resource Department, so many third-tier divine positions, along with Zhong Li, are all waiting for Zhong Qi. And they returned very quickly. When Zhong Qi returned, he suddenly saw all the third-level divine powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. There have never been so many powerful third-level divine beings, except for the very beginning when he was able to deal with the 3 dragon eggs in the Dragon Taming ground. However, that's how it is. So many third-tier divine positions have appeared all at once today. They're all here. What they did was Zhong Qi, waiting for the bell to ring. Now that Zhong Qi has appeared, all of them immediately saluted him and his entourage with the salute of the Demon Suppression Army. Only 2 people in the history of the Dragon Kingdom have ever received such treatment. One was the founding emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, and the second was Dongfang Shuo, the former strongest man in human history. Both of them were figures who saved the nation from collapse and rescued it from dire straits. And now, there's one more person like that. It was Zhong Qi. At this moment, when faced with so many people bowing to him, Zhong Qi was naturally stunned for a moment, and then immediately tried to stop them and avoid the bowing of so many people. However, Zhong Li stopped him. Zhong Li Dao. Young Zhong, you deserve it. This salute represents not only ourselves, but also the entire Dragon Kingdom. Because of you, the entire Dragon Kingdom has had an opportunity. If it weren't for you, we would have lost completely by now. But we haven't lost, we still have a chance. It's all thanks to your efforts that we have this opportunity. Young man Zhong, don't refuse. This is one of the few things we old guys can do. After hearing Zhong Li's words, Zhong Qi no longer refused. Then, he stood there and accepted the bow. Only after everyone had finished bowing did Zhong Qifang return the greetings to them. Zhong Qi Dao, I am a citizen of China, and these are things I should do. Thank you everyone, and thank you all for your hard work for the Dragon Kingdom over the years. Without everyone, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be what it is today, and it wouldn't be so powerful. What I'm doing now is simply building upon what everyone has built, and adding a few more things. The assembled third-tier clergy members all smiled kindly and with satisfaction at Zhong Qi's incredibly humble attitude. One after another, they showered Zhong Qi with praise. One of them said with a delighted expression, "Young Zhong, you've really made us all look at you in a new light. Who would have thought that the greenhorn who had just completed his job change would grow up so quickly and become so outstanding?" Another person quickly chimed in. "That's right. Just a short while ago, you were still a complete novice. The progress you've made in such a short time is simply unimaginable. The speed of your progress is truly astonishing." Then someone else exclaimed, "That's right. That's right. Young Zhong's progress is truly astonishing. Even Dongfang Shua, who was once recognized as the strongest in our Dragon Kingdom, probably couldn't match your speed of improvement." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "It is a great honor for the entire country to have a young talent like Zhong." Immediately, someone nearby chimed in, "I've said it before. Young Zhong is a lucky star for our Dragon Kingdom. His appearance will surely bring us endless good fortune and hope." Everyone burst into laughter at this, creating a particularly lively and cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly, someone else asked curiously, But speaking of which, young Zhong, I wonder what level you've reached now." In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Qi, waiting expectantly for his answer. At this time, they suddenly remembered that Zhong Qi could re-enter the Dragon Taming grounds after reaching level 75, and could also try to contract a third dragon egg. If the third dragon egg can be dealt with, then the biggest problem of the Dragon Kingdom can be completely solved. What follows is a period of complete time for the Dragon Kingdom to take off. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom begins in Masan. So at this time, they were all filled with anticipation. With eyes full of anticipation, she looked at Zhong Qi, waiting for him to speak. Seeing so many people looking at him, Zhong Qi spoke up. "I'm already level 75, and I'm about to enter the Dragon Taming grounds to try and contract my third dragon egg." "Really? You're already level 75? That's amazing. This third dragon egg will be dealt with soon. Our Dragon Kingdom. And then, all the difficulties were resolved. My God, that's wonderful. That's really wonderful." This moment, when these powerful third-tier divine beings heard that Zhong Qi's strength had already reached level 75, they were astonished. They were overjoyed. This means that Zhong Qi will be able to enter the Dragon Taming grounds next. "Then, I went to contract the third dragon egg. Then what are we waiting for? Now that we're already level 75, let's hurry up and form a contract." Zhang Li couldn't wait any longer and spoke up immediately. Zhong Qi nodded. "I was also planning to go. I plan to go after meeting everyone." Zhang Li said, Let's go together now." "You're right, let's go together. Let's go together with Zhong boy. We also want to see what this third dragon egg looks like. These third-level priests will all be going there together." At that moment, Zhong Qi and the other third-ranked deities of the Dragon Kingdom embarked on their journey to the dragon-raising land. They moved with lightning speed, their speed truly astounding. However, unexpectedly, Zhong Qi's speed surpassed theirs. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Qi summoned Xiao Yi without hesitation. A flash of light appeared, and a majestic divine beast, Xiao Yi, exuding a powerful aura, appeared before him. Zhong Qi leaped on his Xiao Yi's broad and sturdy back and settled firmly. In an instant, Xiao Yi suddenly spread its huge and magnificent wings, creating a gust of wind with each flap. Its speed was beyond imagination, like lightning slicing through the sky, and it disappeared into the horizon in an instant. This sudden turn of events left the third-tier clergy following behind dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. One of them looked around blankly and shouted, "Where's Zhong? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Where did he go?" Another, his face full of astonishment, muttered to himself, "That speed is astonishing. My God." Another person rubbed their eyes hard and said incredulously, "I didn't even see his shadow. How is this possible?" Everyone was amazed and exclaimed, "My God, I never expected that boy Zhong's speed would be so fast. It's truly astonishing." Finally, someone urged helplessly, "Let's hurry up and get going. We're already weaker than them, and now we can't even catch up. If we keep dawdling, we'll really embarrass ourselves." So, the group of third-level priests had no choice but to quicken their pace and desperately chase after Zhong Qi, who had long since disappeared from sight. Right now, after Zhong Qi's figure disappeared, the third-level priests behind him became anxious. Next, they immediately sped up, and then several meteors appeared in the sky, all heading towards the dragon-raising land. At the same time, In that mysterious and unpredictable land of dragon breeding, Zhong Qi sped over like lightning, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was the first to arrive. Following closely behind, Xiaoya seemed to resonate with this realm in some wondrous way as she stepped into it. She lightly raised her hand, naturally releasing her powerful and unique aura. This aura spread rapidly outwards like ripples. The moment Xiaoya released her aura, the entire dragon taming grounds erupted like a powder keg. A powerful and majestic aura surged from the ground, resonating with and intertwining with Xiaoya's aura. A deafening roar echoed through the sky, instantly altering the landscape of the dragon-raising grounds, causing the air to churn and surge. The monsters that had been hidden in the shadows or leisurely enjoying themselves, upon sensing this sudden surge of power, almost simultaneously collapsed to the ground in terror, their bodies trembling. They clearly sensed the arrival of a king, and facing this supreme being, they dared not show the slightest disrespect, let alone stand upright. Zhong Qi lightly leaped down from Xiaoya's back, landing steadily on his feet. At this moment, having reached level 75 and about to enter the third stage of the cultivation realm, he keenly sensed that some subtle changes seemed to have occurred in the dragon taming grounds before him. These changes were not visible to the naked eye, but thanks to his years of experience venturing into dungeons and his extraordinary perception, he was still able to clearly perceive the anomalies. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. As the figure drew closer, and with Xiaoya's careful guidance, waves of mysterious and unpredictable aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. These auras, like agile giant pythons, coiled around them with astonishing speed and power. The powerful resistance seemed to be desperately trying to prevent them from further penetrating the core area of the dragon taming land. I'd like to see what earth-shattering secret is hidden here. Zhong Qi snorted coldly, his gaze firm and sharp. Xiaoyi, standing to the side, understood immediately. Its massive body trembled slightly, then it opened its blood-red maw, unleashing a torrent of intensely hot and incredibly powerful dragon breath. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded, as if the heavens and earth trembled. This terrifying sound, like 1,000 thunderclaps, echoed endlessly throughout the dragon-raising land. Affected by Xiaoya's attack, the previously peaceful dragon-raising land suddenly began to shake violently, as if a powerful earthquake had occurred. Deep cracks began to appear on the ground, spreading continuously, dust flying everywhere, and debris flying in all directions. Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some enormous and terrifying power was brewing underground. Then, one mysterious aura after another surged out from beneath the ground like billowing smoke, baring its fangs and claws, and fiercely rushing towards the place where Zhong Qi and Xiaoyi were. These mysterious and terrifying auras carried with them unsettling and persistent forces, binding them tightly like the tentacles of a demon. Seeing this, Xiaoya didn't hesitate to open her maw and unleash a torrent of scorching dragon breath. In an instant, the surrounding space was filled with raging flames, instantly igniting a sea of fire. The intense flames roared and burned like ferocious beasts, spreading at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire transformed into colossal fire dragons. These dragons were majestic, radiating scorching light, and spewing forth raging flames. They roared in unison, unleashing a devastating attack on the mysterious aura with earth-shattering force. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds churned, and the entire scene was breathtakingly terrifying. However, shockingly, even with Xiaoya's powerful and terrifying dragon breath, she still couldn't make any progress against this unimaginably dense aura. Those mysterious auras seemed to possess inexhaustible power, easily resisting the fierce attacks of the fire dragons, leaving them struggling in place, unable to advance even an inch. The abyssal aura here was incredibly dense. It had reached an unparalleled level. Zhong Qi had never seen such a concentrated abyssal aura before, and the scene before him sent chills down his spine. At this moment, he even had the illusion that this place was about to completely transform into a bottomless dark abyss, swallowing everything whole. He frowned. What secret does this third dragon egg hold? Zhong Qi was very puzzled. After all, there was almost no resistance when dealing with the first two dragon eggs. When it came to the signing of the contract, there was some resistance, but only a little. What is the origin of this third dragon egg? The resistance was incredibly strong. At this moment, if a third-level divine powerhouse were to come and block these abyssal auras, he would probably be corroded by them in an instant. Even with the terrifying power of a third-level divine officer, it is still no match for this terrifying abyssal aura. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, after the stalemate, the ground instantly cracked, and deep within the dragon taming ground, one huge pit after another appeared. Those huge gaps, one after another, are like black holes, deep and mysterious. Absolutely terrifying. Inside, the abyssal aura was even more intense, surging out and rushing madly towards Zhong Qi. At this moment, Zhong Qi's expression turned serious. He deeply realized that attempting to approach the mysterious and dangerous depths of the dragon-raising land using such a simple and direct method would be virtually impossible. After all, this place was fraught with unknowns and perils, and a single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Therefore, faced with his current predicament, a sense of unease welled up within him. Eek! Just then, a faint sound came from the eerie aura permeating the air. After careful perception, he discovered that although these auras differed somewhat from the terrifying power of the curse, the energy they contained was still not to be underestimated. It should be noted that the Eek itself possessed considerable strength, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to contend with. Therefore, at this critical moment, with Ying's decisive action, the cursed power that had been hidden within it erupted like a volcano, quickly coalescing into one enormous and terrifying vortex after another. These vortexes, like dark celestial bodies in the universe, radiated boundless pressure and attraction. Even more astonishingly, these vortexes contained countless extremely unique and powerful cursed forces. They seemed to possess their own independent consciousness, transforming into bottomless black holes upon formation. These black holes then began to frantically devour the abyssal energy emanating from the surrounding area, as if they would never be satisfied. At the same time, Xiaoya, who had been waiting for an opportunity, saw this and roared again without hesitation. Roar! With this roar, an extremely hot dragon breath suddenly spewed out from its mouth, and in an instant, a mighty and magnificent fire dragon reappeared before everyone's eyes. This fire dragon was engulfed in raging flames, radiating a terrifyingly high temperature capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The fire dragon opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the abyssal energy, surging from all sides with overwhelming force. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dazzling light and violent energy generated by the fierce collision between the fire dragon and the abyssal energy. With Xiaoya and Ying working together seamlessly, the two sides engaged in a thrilling and desperate battle. In the end, after a long and fierce fight, the originally aggressive and domineering abyssal aura gradually showed signs of fatigue in the face of the powerful offensive launched by the two together and began to slowly retreat. However, it was only now, with the two dragon pets working together, that such signs appeared. This is enough to prove just how great the resistance is to enter the depths of the dragon taming grounds. The astonishing changes in the dragon raising grounds were laid bare before the eyes of the third-ranked divine experts who rushed to the scene. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion, and they couldn't help but ask in unison, "What on earth is going on? Why has such a drastic change occurred even in the dragon raising grounds?" One of them frowned and said urgently, "What secret is hidden inside this third dragon egg that could trigger such a huge reaction?" Another person chimed in, "That's right. There must be some unknown power or existence here. There's no way such a large-scale change could have happened without something special." The crowd discussed animatedly, their eyes fixed on the dragon taming ground ahead. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look! The entire dragon-raising land is now doing everything it can to stop that kid Zhong." The others looked over and saw that the once calm dragon-raising land was now like an enraged beast, emitting powerful pressure and energy fluctuations, trying to keep the kid Zhong out. Someone exclaimed, "It's unbelievable. I never realized before that this seemingly ordinary dragon-raising ground contained such a massive amount of abyssal energy." The people next to him nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is too much. If it weren't for young Master Zhong's intervention this time, we probably would never have known the truth. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Some people said with great concern, if all these abyssal auras were to erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, the entire dragon kingdom might be reduced to a terrifying abyss in an instant. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and their faces showed fear. "It's absolutely terrifying," someone muttered to themselves. Finally, Everyone's gaze fell upon Zhong Qi, who was in the dragon-raising ground, and they all prayed. We hope that young Zhong can hold on. Otherwise, if he fails, the disaster that will follow will be immeasurable, and things will really get out of hand. At this moment, these third-level divine powerhouses truly felt an unprecedented heavy pressure. Chapter 10 for the third dragon egg shatters. At this very moment, the powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom who possessed the strength of a third-level divine official stood at the rear, their eyes fixed on Zhong Qi's every move. Their eyes were filled with concern and worry, and everyone's heart was in their throat. It's important to understand that the abnormal fluctuations emanating from the dragon-raising grounds have reached an astonishing level. The terrifying abyssal aura is surging outwards like a flood bursting its banks, completely out of control. Yet, faced with such a horrifying situation, all the pressure has fallen on Zhong Qi alone. Although many powerful individuals at the third-tier divine level were present, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. That sense of helplessness and powerlessness deeply pierced the hearts of everyone present. Because when the abyssal aura fully erupted, its power was so astonishing that even if others wanted to help, they couldn't get even an inch closer. More importantly, the arduous journey to obtain the third dragon egg in this contract is destined to be completed solely by Zhong Qi. Even if others wish to help, it will be futile. This is a path that belongs only to Zhong Qi. Only he, through his own strength, wisdom, and courage, has a chance to successfully reach the end. Therefore, no matter what dangers and challenges await him, he must grit his teeth and forge ahead, because no one can bear all of this for him. The third dragon egg was located in this mysterious dragon breeding ground. When Zhong Qi stepped into this place again, he was shocked to find that it was filled with an immeasurable abyssal aura, as if the entire space had been corrupted by this dark power. At this moment, the endless abyssal aura erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Its concentration was so high that it left people speechless and in awe. Even the powerful Xiaoye and Ying, who joined forces, could only barely gain a slight advantage. The surging abyssal aura, like a flood bursting its banks, swept outwards in all directions. The monsters, already prostrate on the ground, instantly let out mournful howls upon sensing this terrifying aura. They seemed to be gripped by extreme fear, screaming madly. In this place, which had almost completely degenerated into an abyss, the monsters had barely appeared when they were immediately struck by the terrifying abyssal aura. Almost instantly, the monsters affected by the aura collapsed one after another, howling in pain, before being swiftly swallowed by the endless darkness and vanishing without a trace. Then, as the hideous monsters were gradually swallowed and corrupted by the endless abyssal aura, the entire scene became increasingly eerie and terrifying. Time seemed to freeze, creating a suffocating atmosphere. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, something unexpected happened. When these monsters reappeared in people's sight, they had completely changed. Their already twisted and ugly faces now appeared even more sinister, and they exuded a chilling aura. But what was most striking were their eyes, which revealed an almost insane madness, as if they had lost their reason and were left only with the most primal desire to kill. The next moment, these monsters locked onto Zhong Qi's location without hesitation, charging towards him like a pack of maddened beasts. They unleashed deafening roars. Roar, roar, roar. The roars intertwined, rising and falling like a death symphony from hell, echoing endlessly through this dragon-breeding land. In that instant, the faces of those powerful third-level clergy members from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly became extremely solemn, as if they were instantly covered by a layer of frost. This is terrible. These abyssal energies spreading like a plague have had such a terrible effect on the monsters in this area that they have completely lost control, one of them shouted in a panic. That's right. If these crazed monsters attack Zhong Qi, he will be completely powerless to fight back in his current state. Another person added anxiously, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. That's right. Look, even Zhong Qi's two incredibly powerful dragon pets are currently focused on resisting this evil abyssal aura, and have no time to worry about anything else, someone else said worriedly. In an instant, chaos and panic erupted at the scene. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions flustered, completely losing their usual composure and calm. After all, faced with such a sudden and uncontrollable situation, they were utterly helpless. What was even more disheartening was that the intense abyssal aura acted like an impenetrable wall, keeping them at bay. Furthermore, the mysterious dragon-raising land had strict restrictions, forbidding them from entering without permission. Therefore, despite their burning anxiety, they could only watch helplessly as Zhong Qi found himself in peril. There's simply no way to solve it. So, at this moment, all they could do was stand outside and cheer Zhong Qi on. There was nothing else they could do. They stared intently at Zhong Qi. At that very moment, those hideous and terrifying monsters of various shapes surged forward like a tidal wave, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi, be careful of those monsters. Get out of the way. In this critical moment, the numerous third-tier clergy were frantic, shouting to Zhong Qi, desperately trying to urge him to escape the danger. However, it was too late. The sheer number of monsters before Zhong Qi was staggering, densely surrounding him, leaving him nowhere to run even if he wanted to. With a deafening roar, a gigantic, one-horned monster charged towards Zhong Qi with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Zhong Qi. Then without hesitation, it opened its blood-red maw, brandishing its sharp claws, and launched a fierce attack. In an instant, all the third-tier divine powerhouses present felt a tightness in their chests, their hearts leaping into their throats, filled with worry about the current situation. They stared intently at Zhong Qi and the ferocious monster, not daring to breathe, for fear of missing any crucial moment. Surprisingly, when Zhong Qi witnessed this breathtaking scene, he remained completely unfazed. His face was calm and composed, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Just then, a dazzling light flashed, and a mysterious and powerful staff appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection of the staff, everyone was filled with awe. It emitted a dazzling and mesmerizing radiance. Even the experienced experts present, whose strength had reached the third level of divine authority, could immediately tell at a glance that this staff was no ordinary object, but a legendary mythical-grade staff. What's even more astonishing is that not only this staff, but all the other equipment Zhong Qi is wearing is of this top quality. Such luxurious equipment configuration caused the other third-level divine powerhouses to involuntarily gasp in shock upon seeing this scene. Zhong Qi stood calmly, gripping the staff that emitted a mysterious light tightly in his hand. His posture was upright, like an unshakable mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. In that instant, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature seemed to sense the influence of this powerful force, dropping rapidly at a visible speed. The air became frigid, and even the breath exhaled quickly condensed into white mist. Immediately afterward, Zhong Qi closed his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and he began to chant incantations. As his deep, rhythmic incantation resounded, streaks of pale blue light began to converge and intertwine before him. These lights, like agile fish, intertwined and merged, ultimately forming a huge and complex runic pattern. As the last note faded, Zhong Qi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Ice and snow." At the same time, he swung his staff forward. In an instant, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the rune pattern, sweeping out in all directions like a surging torrent. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was plunged into a cataclysmic transformation. The once normal environment was instantly covered by a thick layer of snow, turning the earth into a breathtakingly beautiful, silver-clad landscape. A biting wind howled through the air, carrying a chilling force, and swirled snowflakes everywhere. The monsters that had been charging menacingly at Zhong Qi had no time to react. With the sudden drop in temperature, their bodies seemed frozen in place, unable to move. In just an instant, the extreme cold completely penetrated their bodies, freezing their blood and muscles. The monsters stood frozen in place, gradually encased in ice. In no time, they all transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. These sculptures were crystal clear, shimmering with a captivating cold light. Some were baring their fangs and claws. Some had ferocious expressions, and others maintained a charging posture. Each had a different form, yet all exuded a unique beauty. Looking around, ice sculptures suddenly appeared in all directions, like a vast army of ice and snow, a strange and magnificent sight. However, for Zhong Qi, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his immense power. In that split second, as everyone witnessed this breathtaking scene, the rank 3 divine realm experts present were utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, as if time itself had stood still. They simply couldn't have imagined that the seemingly ordinary Zhong Qi possessed such astonishing abilities. The magic he unleashed was terrifying beyond imagination, its power astonishing. Moreover, what's even more unbelievable is that he possessed 2 such powerful and terrifying dragon pets. Furthermore, Judging from the skill he displayed in dealing with the crisis, his own strength was clearly not to be underestimated. Just moments ago, when so many ferocious, fang-bearing monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf Zhong Qi in an instant, these third-tier divine powerhouses all believed that Zhong Qi would surely be overwhelmed and flustered in the face of such a large and aggressive force. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhong Qi remained unusually calm and composed, as if everything was under his complete control. Zhong Qi lightly raised his hands, chanting incantations. In an instant, a chilling aura erupted from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the menacing monsters were all frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, maintaining their attacking postures, lifelike, as if time itself had stood still. Immediately afterwards, a crisp crack echoed through the air, like the sound of shattering glass. Fine cracks began to appear on the ice sculptures, quickly spreading outwards. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar, all the ice sculptures shattered, turning into countless tiny ice crystals that scattered in all directions. And so, the sheer number of monsters vanished without a trace in an instant under Zhong Qi's incredibly powerful icy and snowy spell. The entire scene was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. And at this very moment, once these monsters are dealt with, the most important thing is dealing with the abyssal aura. The combined efforts of Xiaoye and Yingying have significantly reduced the abyssal aura. It was at this moment that Zhong Qi began to walk deeper into the dragon-raising land. At this time, deep within that mysterious and secluded dragon-raising grounds, the abyssal aura grew increasingly intense with each step, as if the entire space was enveloped by this powerful force. Yet, in the core area, where the aura was most concentrated and the darkness most profound, lay a dragon egg emitting a faint golden glow. The dragon egg lay there quietly, its surface shimmering with a faint, inconspicuous golden light, yet it possessed an indescribable penetrating power. The light seemed alive, moving nimbly through the darkness, ignoring numerous obstacles and the dense abyssal aura. Even in such a harsh environment, this golden light remained clearly visible, like the most brilliant star in the night sky. To witness this wondrous scene, one must traverse layers upon layers of abyssal energy. This energy acts like a heavy curtain, obstructing one's view. Only when the gaze successfully breaks through its blockade can one spot the dragon egg shimmering with a faint golden light. At this very moment, as the third dragon egg began to shimmer with its unique golden light, the surging abyssal energy around them seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, halting its advance and unable to approach even an inch further. This phenomenon was truly awe-inspiring, fully demonstrating the terrifying power of this third dragon egg. However, Zhong Qi could see it from a distance. But being able to see it makes it even harder to understand. What exactly is inside this third dragon egg? How could it cause such a huge sensation and bring about such changes throughout the entire dragon-raising land? Furthermore, this abyssal aura carries the aura of the hidden dragon abyss. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. It took Xiaoye and Yingying working together to suppress it. Right now, Zhong Qi frowned. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the abyss's aura became to him. They've gone completely insane. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and shocking cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Each crack was bottomless, as if it would tear the entire world to pieces. Then, gaping holes abruptly appeared in the ground, like ferocious maws, mercilessly devouring everything around them. From these gaps emerged one small vortex after another. They spun rapidly, as mysterious and terrifying as black holes in the universe. These vortices expanded at an astonishing speed, greedily sucking up the surrounding air, dust, and rocks. Wherever they passed, devastation was left behind only empty ruins. At the same time, a dense aura of the abyss, imbued with the spirit of the hidden dragon abyss, permeated the air. This aura was chilling, malevolent, and incredibly powerful, sending shivers down one's spine. It continuously converged and merged, causing the originally scattered small vortexes to gradually coalesce into a much larger vortex. This vortex, like a ferocious beast, roared and bared its fangs in all directions, its power terrifying to behold. Just then, Xiaoye let out a deafening roar. His body jolted violently, and the scales all over his body instantly shone with dazzling light, like brilliant stars embedded in his body. Then, an unparalleled power surged out from his body. Dragon God shakes the heavens. With Xiaoye's furious roar, an extremely terrifying beam of light ripped through the sky, hurtling straight toward the now enormous vortex. In an instant, the two collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Boom! The entire space trembled, as if the end of the world had arrived. The powerful beam of light intertwined and entangled with the vortex, bursting forth with countless dazzling sparks. However, after only a moment, the outcome was decided. Under the earth-shattering power of the dragon god's heaven-shaking strike, the vortex finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that dissipated into the air. Then, Zhong Qi took the opportunity to get closer to the target. At this time, he had taken another step closer to the depths. This journey was much more difficult than the original one. In the past, it was relatively easy to get to this platform and the location of the 3 dragon eggs. But now, these few steps, however, will take longer and more time than originally planned. However, Zhong Qi was already close. He had already seen it clearly. The 3rd dragon egg was shimmering with a faint golden light, which, under these circumstances, already spoke volumes. This 3rd dragon egg is quite different from the previous 2. The abyssal aura so dense in this area is so strong that it is impossible to get even a fraction closer. The location of the 3rd dragon egg was like an independent space, and Zhong Qi entered it at this moment. Immediately, I sensed the different atmosphere here. Inside, Zhong Qi felt an unusual warmth, as if he were inside an eggshell. This strange feeling was something I had never experienced before. Besides this feeling, Zhong Qi discovered that the feathers that had originally covered the 3 dragon eggs had completely disappeared. The feathers have disappeared, but the golden light emanating from the 3rd dragon egg has grown even stronger. Zhong Qi took a deep breath and walked to the 3rd dragon egg. Immediately, suddenly, I sensed that different aura. The next moment, a line of small characters appeared in front of Zhong Qi. 100 dragon crystals of luck are required to form a contract. 100 dragon crystals of fortune? What is that? Just as Zhong Qi was frowning, wondering what it was, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100 luck dragon crystals as a gift from this system. Damn it! Zhong Qi was immediately helpless. This damn system really doesn't give you anything extra. They said they needed 100 dragon crystals of luck, and they really only gave them 100. Zhong Qi had no choice but to produce a dragon crystal of luck that shimmered with golden light in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he took it out of the system space and started throwing it into the 3rd dragon egg. As each luck dragon crystal was carefully placed inside, the mysterious and ancient dragon egg seemed to awaken, instantly radiating a dazzling light. The light was like a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, brief, yet unforgettable. It seemed that the dragon egg was greedily absorbing the powerful energy contained within the luck dragon crystals. Moreover, after each time the dragon egg shone, the aura and power it emitted became noticeably stronger and deeper. Although this change was subtle, it was so clearly visible to those who had been closely observing it. And so, one after another, the luck dragon crystals were continuously poured into the dragon egg until all 100 had disappeared. Just then, suddenly, an incomparably dazzling golden light erupted from within the dragon egg like a volcanic eruption, instantly illuminating the entire vast and boundless space. The light was so intense that it was almost impossible to look directly at it, as if all the brilliance in the world had converged upon it. Finally, in the silence, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. This sound, like heavenly music, reached Zhong Qi's ears. His eyes widened, his face showing extreme excitement, and his body trembled slightly with elation. Yes, after a long wait and so much effort, the 3rd dragon egg had actually shattered. Chapter 105 Auspicious Omens Across the World, a Golden Dragon of Fortune. Just as the 3rd dragon egg shattered without warning, in an instant, everything around it seemed to ignite, blazing with a dazzling, blinding light. This light was so radiant and captivating, it seemed to penetrate the very soul, making it impossible to open one's eyes to face its presence. At the same time, the surrounding space underwent a dramatic transformation in the blink of an eye. The entire world completely enveloped in this magnificent golden light. Buzz, buzz. A series of deep, resonant buzzing sounds rose and fell from every corner, as powerful and majestic as a stampede of horses, as deafening as a thunderclap. Just then, Little Night, which had been flying high in the sky, slowly descended and stood side by side with Ying Ying. They blinked their bright, lively eyes, staring intently at the magical scene unfolding before them. Bathed in that endless golden light, Xiaoya and Yingying slowly began to immerse themselves in it, fully enjoying the warm and mysterious baptism of this power. Gradually, their expressions became more and more peaceful and serene, as if all their troubles and worries had vanished in this moment, leaving only the purest and most tranquil part of their hearts. Zhong Qi felt that something was not quite right. He then took both Xiaoya and Yingying into the dragon taming space. In that case, let's just keep them out. Who knows what might happen here? The outside world seemed to be engulfed in an apocalyptic catastrophe. The instant the third dragon egg shattered, endless abyssal energy surged forth in that direction like a flood bursting its banks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering roars rose and fell, deafeningly loud. These abyssal auras intertwined and collided, eventually coalescing into an enormous vortex. This vortex resembled a ferocious, terrifying beast opening its gaping maw, its incomparably massive body almost completely filling the field of vision. After appearing, it mercilessly displayed its greedy and savage nature, frantically devouring everything around it. Mountains, trees, birds, and beasts. Anything caught in its grasp vanished instantly without a trace. Even this already small space seemed to have become its long-coveted prey, attempting to swallow it whole. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. A crisp crack rang out, and the already shattered third dragon egg cracked open again. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light gushed out from the crack like liquid, as if a golden torrent was pouring down. Accompanying this surge of golden light, an overwhelming force roared forth. In the next second, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. This small space seemed to be suddenly stretched open by an invisible hand, expanding outwards abruptly. In a short moment, its area increased several times over. At this moment, the entire space was illuminated by a dense, dazzling golden light, resembling a magnificent golden palace. Wherever this golden light touched, the vicious abyssal aura melted and disintegrated rapidly, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, without even having time to struggle or resist. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Qi was momentarily stunned. What exactly happened? How could it not even have the right to struggle, but simply vanish? This is something that has never happened before. The third dragon egg hasn't even appeared yet, but is it already so powerful just because the shell is cracked? What kind of dragon is this? Zhong Qi was also filled with anticipation. Crack! A crisp, loud cracking sound rang out again, like a thunderclap breaking the silence. Immediately afterwards, it could be clearly seen that the existing cracks in the eggshell rapidly expanded, spreading outwards like a spider web. These cracks became more numerous and longer, gradually covering the entire eggshell. At the same time, dazzling golden light surged forth from the ever-expanding cracks like a tidal wave, growing ever stronger and more brilliant. Bathed in this rich golden light, even Zhong Qi felt incredibly comfortable. He felt a warm glow all over his body, every inch of his skin enveloped in warmth, a truly wonderful feeling. It even gave him the illusion that prolonged exposure to this magical golden light could grant him longevity. Zhong Qi dared not let his guard down for a moment. He stared intently at everything around him, his gaze fixed on the mysterious dragon egg, not missing a single subtle change, trying to uncover the secrets hidden within. A crisp crack rang out, and more pieces broke apart, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Finally, a small, exquisite dragon horn slowly pushed open the hard eggshell, cautiously peeking out from within. The instant that small dragon horn appeared, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, as if a golden sun had risen from the darkness, illuminating the entire world. Immediately afterwards, all the abyssal aura that permeated this space, like remnants of clouds swept away by a raging storm, finally lost its last bit of fighting power. Almost in the blink of an eye, those chilling abyssal auras were mercilessly swallowed up and completely eliminated by the brilliant golden light. At this very moment, the once bustling dragon-raising land returned to tranquility, as if time itself had frozen. However, none of the monsters that had roamed freely within this land escaped their fate. They all lay dead, their bodies cold and lifeless. And the cause of their deaths was undoubtedly the devastating power of Zhong Qi's icy, snow-covered landscape. But at that very moment, as the dazzling golden light continued to flash, a peaceful and serene atmosphere swept across every inch of the land like a spring breeze. This atmosphere was warm and gentle, bringing immense comfort and reassurance. The surrounding vegetation seemed to be nourished by this atmosphere, beginning to radiate vitality. The clouds in the sky turned as white as snow, drifting leisurely. The entire dragon taming land resembled a fairyland, peaceful and serene. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the powerful third-level divine beings from the dragon kingdom outside. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "This dazzling golden light is truly amazing. Its brilliance is so intense that it's almost impossible to look directly at it." Another person quickly chimed in, "Indeed, where did this golden light come from? It just appeared before our eyes without any warning." Yet another person thoughtfully guessed, "In my opinion, this golden light is probably closely related to that mysterious third dragon egg." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "My God, I feel incredibly comfortable here. It's like being bathed in warm sunshine, a feeling of indescribable comfort from head to toe." The others echoed, That's right. I feel the same way. I wonder what kind of powerful and magical being is hidden inside this third dragon egg." Everyone's curiosity grew even stronger. At the same time, someone exclaimed, "This situation is completely different from the past. We've never seen such a strange sight before, one that could trigger such an amazing phenomenon." Another person added, "Yes. And this time, even the entire dragon taming grounds experienced unusual activity. But surprisingly, these unusual activities disappeared as quickly as the wind." For a moment, everyone was discussing excitedly, filled with anticipation for what might happen next. At that moment, the third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom outside could no longer contain their excitement and began to express their eager anticipation for the third dragon egg. Everything that has been shown so far proves the power of this third dragon egg. At the same time, and more importantly, they had already felt the power of the first two dragon eggs, and now they would have to wait and see what the third dragon egg would look like. However, they are very much looking forward to it. Right now, deep within that mysterious and secluded dragon-raising ground, Zhong Qi stared intently and nervously at the dragon egg before him, which was undergoing a wondrous transformation. The surface of the egg was cracked with numerous fine lines, as if gently pried open by an invisible hand. With a crisp cracking sound, a small, exquisite dragon horn emerged first, as delicate as a new sprout, shimmering with a faint yet captivating light. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately afterward, the eggshell seemed to be propelled by a powerful force, continuously shattering. In an instant, dazzling golden light surged forth from the cracks in the broken eggshell like a torrent, illuminating the entire space in a magnificent golden glow. Gradually, as the golden light subsided, Zhong Qi was finally able to see clearly through the crack what was inside. A small, adorable dragon head. The newly born dragon was covered in a layer of dazzling golden scales, which were tightly packed together, smooth and delicate, as if carefully cast from pure gold. At this moment, it slightly opened its eyes, and its clear, water-like eyes, full of curiosity and bewilderment, cautiously observed the unfamiliar world around it. Just as Zhong Qi was immersed in the joy and awe brought by the arrival of a new life, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He keenly sensed that at the very moment the little dragon hatched, something unusual seemed to have happened in the outside world. And at this very moment, "It is outside." Zhang Li suddenly frowned and exclaimed in surprise, "Strange, something seems wrong." "What's wrong?" Someone nearby asked him a question. "It seems the fortunes of our dragon kingdom have changed." "Luck." After Zhang Li said this, the other third-tier priests around him couldn't help but look at him. Then he showed disbelief. One of them said, "How could this be? Could it be that our fortunes have changed because we defeated 3 countries before?" Perhaps. They couldn't find a specific reason. However, one thing is true. Yes, the fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom have truly changed. Did it increase or decrease? At this moment, someone asked. Some have been added. Zhang Li frowned as he spoke. However, the inability to find a specific reason left him with a constant sense of powerlessness. After discussing it for a while, they came to no conclusion and gave up. Then he looked deeper into the dragon taming grounds once more. Furthermore, I want to see what Zhong Qi is like in all of this. Deeper within the mysterious and unpredictable dragon-raising grounds, amidst the silence, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. As the cracks on the dragon egg's surface gradually spread, the silhouette of a small dragon began to appear and disappear. When the dragon egg finally shattered completely, most of the dragon's appearance was clearly revealed before everyone's eyes. This astonishing scene left even the well-traveled Zhong Qi speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sight before him. This little dragon had 5 claws. Its entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if cast from pure gold. 5 claws, Zhong Qi murmured to himself, a profound and indescribable shock washing over him. A 5-clawed golden dragon. The thought flashed through Zhong Qi's mind like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness. The legendary 5-clawed golden dragon was the supreme ruler of all dragons, possessing unparalleled majesty and power. Now, it was truly appearing before him. How could one not feel astonishment and awe? Just then, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding earth began to tremble violently, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, the sky shifted dramatically, and various strange phenomena appeared one after another. The azure dragon of the east soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The black tortoise of the north stood as steady as Mount Tai, its aura overwhelming. The white tiger of the west was majestic and awe-inspiring, its roar shaking the heavens. And the vermilion bird of the south danced gracefully, beautiful and captivating. The 4 sacred beasts simultaneously revealed their true forms, hovering above the sky, radiating boundless power and pressure. Then, an even more spectacular scene unfolded. Countless golden clouds converged from all directions, cascading down like a grand meteor shower. These golden clouds enveloped the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom, filling every inch of the land with dazzling golden light. People bathed in this golden rain, experiencing an unprecedented sense of sacredness and solemnity. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Every professional touched by this mysterious and dazzling golden rain slowly raised their heads, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, they began to carefully examine their own condition. My God, my experience has increased so much. How did this happen? A soldier stared wide-eyed at the rapidly increasing experience points on his attribute panel, his voice trembling with excitement. Experience? No, I leveled up. I leveled up without any warning. A mage next to him shouted excitedly. His previously dull staff suddenly shone with dazzling light, and powerful magical energy emanated from his body. Me too. My skill level has increased. And it increased by several levels at once, someone else exclaimed in surprise. He quickly used the skill he had just upgraded, and the spell, which originally could only cause weak damage, now burst out with amazing power, blasting a large crater in the surrounding ground. I've leveled up too. This feeling is amazing. More and more people joined in the cheering, freely expressing their joy and excitement. In an instant, exclamations of amazement and cheers rose and fell, echoing through the sky. Regardless of their strength or location, all the professionals touched by this magical golden rain experienced noticeable changes. A significant increase in experience, a direct level increase, or a rapid advancement in skill level. Even more astonishing was that this improvement wasn't limited to a few individuals, but encompassed all professionals throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. All professionals have been promoted. Even the 3rd-tier priests in the Dragon Taming grounds received promotions. Such auspicious signs. Auspicious omens descend from heaven, or the entire Dragon Kingdom will benefit. This made them very excited. What on earth had happened? What happened to cause this situation to occur? The only one who knows the reason is probably Zhong Qi himself, because at this time, Zhong Qi's eyes fell on the dragon egg deep in the Dragon Taming ground. He had already discovered some clues about the little golden dragon that had appeared, the supreme being in the ancient mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Furthermore, it is rumored to be an entity that can control the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that it has appeared, the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom has changed, and strange phenomena are appearing everywhere. All of this proves that this little golden dragon is extraordinary. Now, Zhong Qi was naturally not surprised at all. Now that the little golden dragon had appeared, it was only natural to form a contract with it. Immediately, Zhong Qi unleashed a fully leveled dragon taming technique, which landed squarely on the little golden dragon's head. Immediately, the maxed-out dragon taming technique immediately shone brightly, directly displaying an array-like appearance on the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon was enveloped in it, and as the light flashed, it raised its head and looked around curiously. It even raised its little paw and curiously poked at it. Seeing this scene, she's even cuter than Ying was back then. Before long, as the light gradually dimmed, Zhong Qi heard a sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. The contract is successful. Zhong Qi immediately showed a look of joy. The contract was successful. Then, he immediately began to check the information about the little golden dragon. Golden Dragon of Fortune, Infancy. Owner, Zhong Qi. Level, Mythical. Level 1. Health, 50,000. Magic Power, 30,000. Strength, 2,500. Agility, 2,500. Intelligence, 2,500. Skills, Blade of Destiny, Curse of Destiny, Unity of Destiny, Assimilation of Destiny. Equipment, none. Hiss. After reviewing the little golden dragon's attributes, Zhong Qi couldn't hold back any longer. Because this attribute is just too high. Back then, Xiaoye and Yingying only acquired this attribute after reaching many levels. However, this little golden dragon was already pregnant right after it was born. More importantly, it's actually a real golden dragon, symbolizing good fortune. It represents good fortune. This, like the whimpering sound, is conceptually terrifying. The whimpering represents the power of curses in the world, and this golden dragon of fortune, needless to say, is something else entirely. However, Zhong Qi still took a look. Immediately, a line of small characters appeared in front of them. Golden Dragon of Fortune, a dragon race formed by the condensation of fortune, representing auspiciousness and good fortune in the world. Bound Country, Dragon Kingdom. Please note that each time the Golden Dragon of Fortune levels up and evolves, the country it is associated with will receive corresponding benefits. Hiss. This made Zhong Qi take another breath. Then he looked at the adorable little golden dragon in front of him. Each time a level is increased or an evolution occurs, the associated nation will receive benefits. If this gets out, and we tell Zhang Li and the others, they'll probably stop doing everything and just let Zhong Qi help it level up. This ability is absolutely incredible. As long as this little golden dragon is around, it can be said that the Dragon Kingdom will never have a chance to decline. At this time, Zhong Qi glanced curiously at the little golden dragon. It wriggled its round body, and then turned its head to meet his gaze. Its two large, crystal-clear eyes, like jewels, blinked, twinkling like stars in the night sky, radiating endless liveliness and playfulness. It looked utterly adorable. However, the little golden dragon seemed not to have forgotten its unfinished meal, the eggshell. Reluctantly, it turned back, picked up the shell again, and began to gnaw on it with relish. Each bite produced a crisp sound, as if it were savoring the most delicious delicacy in the world. As the little golden dragon continued to devour the eggshell, a miraculous thing happened. The faint light on its body gradually brightened, starting as a soft halo, and then growing more and more dazzling, like the first rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds and shining on the earth at dawn. The light was warm and gentle, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike way. At the same time, despite the little golden dragon's actions, the entire Dragon Taming grounds were completely restored to peace. Zhang Li and the other third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom all understood that the changes in the surrounding area originated from the Dragon Taming grounds and the third dragon egg, and they were immediately excited. Even before a contract was signed, such a change had already occurred. What kind of being exists within this situation? Finally, as the golden raindrops falling from the sky gradually disappeared, Zhang Li murmured, "It's a success. It must be a success." Chapter 106 Strange Movements in Hidden Dragon Abyss, the King's Bloodline. At that very moment, as the incredibly hard eggshell was swallowed bit by the little golden dragon, its petite and exquisite body began to shimmer with dazzling light. At first, the light was somewhat faint, but as time went on, it grew stronger and brighter. At that moment, the dazzling light seemed to become the center of the world, its heat as warm and gentle as the spring sun. Even Zhong Qi, who was quietly observing from the side, could clearly feel this warmth surging in like a tide, instantly engulfing his entire body. He felt that every inch of his skin, every pore, was fully absorbing this warmth and comfort, and his whole body felt indescribably refreshed. You must know that the little golden dragon has only just completed its contract. If its level continues to rise and its strength grows stronger day by day, who knows what kind of amazing sight it will display. Thinking of this, Zhong Qi couldn't help but feel full of anticipation and longing. Just then, the golden light that had filled the surroundings suddenly began to slowly recede inwards, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Within this small space, the scattered golden light gradually dimmed, eventually being absorbed back into the little golden dragon's body, like weary birds returning to their nests. Then, the little golden dragon continued to nibble on the remaining eggshells at its own leisurely pace, making crisp, pleasant crunch sounds. With its tiny mouth opening and closing, it quickly devoured the last bit of shell. After completely finishing its food, the little golden dragon blinked its bright, adorable eyes contentedly, then turned its head to look at Zhong Qi with a cute, innocent expression, seemingly awaiting its master's next instruction. Zhong Qi stared intently at the little creature before him. It blinked its bright, lively eyes, glanced at him curiously a few times, and then suddenly let out two clear chirps. Yeah. Its expression seemed full of questions, as if it were accusing Zhong Qi of not quickly opening his arms to welcome it into his embrace. Faced with this scene, Zhong Qi couldn't help but feel a little amused and exasperated. He thought to himself, why is this little golden dragon acting like this? Its behavior is exactly the same as Yingying's. When Yingying first appeared, she acted the same way when she saw me. However, on second thought, Zhong Qi felt that perhaps it was because he had made a contract with the little golden dragon, which made it feel a special closeness to him. That was why it was behaving so affectionately at the moment. Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on Zhong Qi's face, and he slowly opened his arms without hesitation. Seeing this, the little golden dragon joyfully flapped its wings and flew up, like a golden lightning bolt, directly into Zhong Qi's broad and warm embrace. Then, like a playful child, it wriggled its body in Zhong Qi's arms, searching for the most comfortable and pleasant position, before settling down contentedly, its eyes slightly closed, enjoying this warm moment uniquely between it and Zhong Qi. The moment the little golden dragon lay down peacefully, Zhong Qi keenly sensed a subtle yet astonishing change in the surrounding environment. It was as if an invisible force was quietly surging, breaking the original tranquility and balance of this space. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Deep within the dragon-raising ground, it seemed as if controlled by an unseen giant hand, beginning to crumble inch by inch at a visible speed. The once solid ground, weathered by time, now crumbled like fragile thin ice, collapsing without warning. This land was forged through the combined efforts of numerous powerful third-tier divine beings from the Dragon Kingdom. They poured countless hours and energy into creating this seemingly indestructible place. Yet now, all of that crumbled in an instant, turning into ruins. Huge cracks, like gruesome wounds, rapidly spread in all directions, accompanied by muffled rumbling sounds that sent chills down one's spine. What's going on? Zhong Qi's face was filled with astonishment, his eyes widening in surprise, a strong sense of unease welling up inside him. He looked around, his brows furrowed, sensing that something was very wrong. However, just then, his gaze suddenly fell upon the little golden dragon. In an instant, everything seemed to become clear. Originally, this place was built primarily to prevent the abyssal aura emanating from the 3 dragon eggs from spreading outwards. However, now that the 3 dragon eggs have been completely eliminated, the entire defense mechanism seems to have lost control. Zhong Qi looked up and saw stones and dust falling from above, and cracks beginning to appear on the walls, spreading at a visible speed. Oh no, this place is about to collapse. I have to get out of here quickly. This thought flashed through Zhong Qi's mind like lightning. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhong Qi made a decisive decision to flee the area immediately. He took a deep breath and dashed towards the exit like an arrow. Time was of the essence. Any delay might mean being buried beneath the ruins forever. Therefore, he ran with all his might, each step filled with resolute determination. Without hesitation, Zhong Qi turned and sprinted outside. The instant he left, a deafening crash resounded, and the area where he had just stood began to crumble without warning. A crisp crack followed, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart, with massive fissures spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Then, the ground trembled violently, and countless fragments of stone and sand sprayed out, instantly obscuring the sky and everything around them. The once sturdy platform collapsed in an instant, turning into ruins. Zhong Qi moved with incredible speed, like a gust of wind. He was sprinting forward with all his might, trying to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. The constant rumbling and collapsing sounds behind him were like the roars of demons, relentlessly pursuing him. However, Zhong Qi's speed was simply too fast. The rate at which the land was crumbling couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, the little golden dragon, which had been lying quietly in Zhong Qi's arms, seemed to sense the change in its surroundings. It slowly raised its head, curiously surveying its surroundings. When it saw the horrific scene of destruction behind it, its eyes widened. Then, noticing Zhong Qi's desperate escape, a glint of excitement flashed in its eyes. It raised its two small, delicate claws, waving them joyfully, making ya-ya sounds, as if cheering Zhong Qi on. Go. Run faster. Only. Zhong Qi had no intention of looking at him at that moment, and simply chose to ignore him. It was outside, when the mysterious and awe-inspiring phenomenon suddenly erupted within the dragon taming grounds. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that quickly caused a strong shock and unease deep within the hearts of many third-level clergy members outside. What exactly happened? Why is such a huge and deafening sound coming from the dragon raising ground? Someone asked, their face full of astonishment and their voice trembling. Could it be that some unexpected event occurred during the incubation of this highly anticipated third dragon egg? Another person asked with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. Truly extraordinary. You must know, it's just a dragon egg that hasn't fully hatched yet, but it can cause such a huge commotion at this moment, even greatly affecting the entire dragon raising ground. It's really unbelievable. Another person couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, his eyes fixed on the direction of the dragon raising ground. Indeed, judging from all the signs, the power contained in this third dragon egg is terrifying, far exceeding our imagination. The person next to him echoed, his tone filled with awe. That's right. Not long ago, the sky showed auspicious signs, seemingly foreshadowing that this third dragon egg would bring extraordinary surprises. However, who could have imagined that things would suddenly take such a turn for the worse, and such strange disturbances would occur in the once peaceful and tranquil dragon raising grounds? Someone shook their head, looking puzzled. This is really strange. Logically speaking, all the previous signs were auspicious, so why is it that at this critical juncture, this situation has suddenly occurred in the dragon raising ground? More and more people began to whisper among themselves, discussing and trying to find a reasonable explanation. Have you all forgotten that when that young man surnamed Zhong first stepped into the dragon raising land, similar strange phenomena occurred here? Suddenly, a person with a good memory in the crowd shouted a reminder. Oh dear, now that you mention it, I do remember. However, at the time, everyone thought it was just a coincidence and didn't pay much attention to it. I never expected that this situation would occur again today. It's really strange and bizarre. Everyone suddenly realized, but the mystery in their hearts grew even stronger. What could have caused these changes? Could it be that this dragon breeding ground holds some secret unknown to us? Or is it related to the third dragon egg itself? For a moment, all sorts of questions filled everyone's minds, making the atmosphere on the scene increasingly tense and solemn. Maybe that kid Zhong has actually successfully contracted the third dragon egg. That's why this dragon raising ground has undergone such an amazing change. Just as these powerful individuals with the strength of a third-level divine official were whispering and discussing among themselves. They all looked up simultaneously, and in an instant, a figure came into view. Zhong Qi was sprinting towards them with brisk, powerful strides. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed and quickly shouted, Look, look, young Zhong is out. He must have solved the problem of the third dragon egg. However, before the words were finished, one of them suddenly exclaimed, Wait. Everyone, look quickly at what's behind Zhong. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly turned their gazes into the distance. Then, to their horror, they discovered that behind Zhong Qi, a cloud of flying dust and debris was rising. The dragon raising ground behind him, as if struck by a massive impact, began to collapse at an astonishing speed. The situation was extremely critical. If Zhong Qi slowed down even slightly, it was almost certain that he would fall into the bottomless dark abyss swallowed by the collapse of the dragon raising ground in an instant. At the same time, upon seeing these third-tier divine professionals, Zhong Qi immediately spoke. Quickly, this place is about to collapse. Get out of here quickly, or you'll be left behind. Upon hearing this, the third-tier priests immediately stopped staying in their original positions and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, those powerful third-tier divine beings, as if summoned by some mysterious force, all rushed outwards. Their figures were as swift as lightning, disappearing in an instant. Before long, they were far removed from the area. Even Zhong Qi was no exception. His speed was in no way inferior to the others, and he too quickly vanished from sight. However, just after they had completely withdrawn from the area, something unexpected happened. A deafening roar resounded, as if the entire world trembled. Immediately afterward, The once peaceful dragon-raising ground began to shake violently, the ground visibly sinking at a rapid pace. In an instant, a massive sandstorm swept up the sky, obscuring the sun and making it impossible to see anything clearly. A terrifying, resounding roar echoed all around, like 1,000 thunderclaps striking simultaneously, deafeningly loud. As the ground continued to sink, a bottomless, enormous crater gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. This crater was like the Earth's gaping maw, mercilessly devouring everything around it. Its sheer scale was utterly astonishing. Right now, almost no one knows this. In that distant, unreachable land, there lies a mysterious place where boundless power of laws spreads like a surging tide. In the sky, countless eerie lights twinkle like stars, dazzling yet exuding a chilling aura. Accompanied by deafening roars, countless powerful auras rise and fall, intertwining as if an endless battle is raging there. In such a terrifying place, even super-powerful individuals who have reached the third level of divine authority would likely be severely disturbed by the extremely dense aura emanating from within. This aura is like an invisible blade, capable of easily penetrating their formidable defenses and inflicting heavy and significant wounds. It should be understood that third-level divine authority experts stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world, yet here, their strength appears utterly insignificant. This is the infamous Hidden Dragon Abyss, a place feared by all. Even for those powerful third-tier divine beings with extraordinary abilities, it is an absolute forbidden zone, and no one dares to venture here lightly. Many years ago, Dongfang Shuo, once hailed as the strongest human, led top experts from various countries into this perilous land. Although they eventually emerged from the Hidden Dragon Abyss, each of them inevitably bore severe injuries that were difficult to heal and might even accompany them for life. However, the tragedy did not end there. As time passed, these once glorious and powerful figures passed away one after another, none of them able to escape death. From then on, the infamy of Qianlong Abyss spread far and wide, becoming an eternal source of fear in people's hearts. It was like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, constantly exuding a deadly threat, making all those who dare to approach tremble with fear. Every nation wants to know what exactly lies within the Hidden Dragon Abyss. However, despite sending out many powerful individuals, they all died without exception. But now, within this mysterious and chilling Hidden Dragon Abyss, an extremely terrifying aura, like a surging, trembling wave, spread violently in all directions. Just outside the Hidden Dragon Abyss, a long-dormant volcano suddenly awakened, like a raging beast breaking free of its restraints. Scorching flames, like a wild horse unleashed, erupted from the crater in an instant, soaring into the sky with a destructive force. The raging flames, like a ferocious fire dragon, danced wildly, engulfing everything in its scorching embrace. In an instant, the surrounding temperature soared, as if we were in a giant furnace. The once lush mountains and dense trees gradually lost moisture under the scorching heat, turning dry and scorched. They were as fragile as candles in the wind, ready to turn to ashes at any moment. However, the disaster did not end there. In addition to the apocalyptic scene brought about by the volcanic eruption, the surrounding calm seas also surged with terrifying waves at the same time. An unprecedented tsunami erupted without warning, and the overwhelming waves swept in like a mountain collapsing, fiercely crashing towards the land with overwhelming force. The towering wall of water carried boundless power, leaving devastation in its wake. Houses were washed away, boats were overturned, and countless lives appeared so small and helpless before this colossal wave. In an instant, earthquakes, gales, torrential rains, and all sorts of other disasters followed one after another, plunging the entire world into seemingly endless darkness and fear. Lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky, streaks of dazzling lightning piercing the heavens and illuminating the land filled with destruction and despair. The deafening thunder seemed to express the anger and displeasure of the heavens themselves towards this catastrophe. And this was merely due to the unusual activity caused by the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The country closest to the Hidden Dragon Abyss has already sensed it. What's going on? Why is there something unusual happening in Hidden Dragon Abyss? Something's not right. What could possibly be affecting Hidden Dragon Abyss? Even when Dongfang Shuo led his men into Qianlong Abyss a few years ago, there was no such terrifying anomaly. My God, something's happened in Hidden Dragon Abyss. What's going on? Is something about to happen here? Is the terrifying being from Hidden Dragon Abyss about to emerge? This moment, when the unusual activity in Qianlong Abyss occurred, it undoubtedly attracted great attention. Moreover, the news spread far and wide in a short time. In just half a day, it became known to many countries. Then, I was immediately filled with fear. Within the unfathomable and mysterious Hidden Dragon Abyss, countless unknown secrets and dangers seemed to be hidden. Suddenly, chilling auras, without warning, surged forth from every corner, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly filling the entire space. Looking out, a vast and magnificent scene unfolds before you. Towering peaks pierce the clouds, deep canyons meander and twist, rushing rivers roar and surge, and ancient trees stand tall and majestic. However, behind this seemingly magnificent landscape lies a chilling aura of terror, making the entire atmosphere increasingly oppressive and sinister. Just then, a blood-red eye suddenly and slowly emerged from the darkness. That eye, like a burning flame, radiated a scorching and malevolent light. The mere moment it appeared, the entire depths of the Hidden Dragon Abyss trembled violently, as if the earth itself shuddered in fear. This demonstrated just how powerful and terrifying the power contained within those blood-red eyes was, far beyond imagination. Immediately afterwards, a deep voice, seemingly from the ancient, boundless chaos, suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. This voice, as if traversing the long river of time, carried the vicissitudes of history and boundless majesty, deafening and chilling to the bone. With the sound, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure enveloping everyone's hearts, making it almost impossible to breathe. Have they all been born? The bloodline of the king who escaped from the Hidden Dragon Abyss is still alive. It seems that those humans really did do something a few years ago. No matter what, find them and kill them. If they don't die, Hidden Dragon Abyss will eventually face a great calamity. After saying these words, those scarlet eyes closed. But also at this moment, within the Hidden Dragon Abyss, countless auras surged forth and departed. At this moment, the world outside trembled instantly. The next moment, the Hidden Dragon Abyss suddenly trembled, and the tsunami crashed wildly all around. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Boom. Within the Hidden Dragon Abyss, countless auras emerged and flowed outwards. At this moment, almost no one knew that many terrifying beings had emerged from the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Chapter 107 Monsters Emerging from Hidden Dragon Abyss. My God, this is unbelievable. Thank goodness nothing serious happened, someone said, patting their chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. Yes, what exactly happened just now? Why did that dragon-raising ground collapse so completely? Another person asked, his face full of astonishment and his voice trembling. That was terrifying. If we hadn't reacted quickly and run fast enough, we would probably be somewhere badly injured by now. Another person added, still shaken, with a layer of sweat even seeping from their forehead. This dragon-raising ground suddenly collapsed. It really scared me, someone exclaimed, still shaken. Sigh? Who knows what that kid surnamed Zhong has managed to pull out of there? At this moment, everyone turned their gazes to Zhong Qi, who was standing not far away, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. The third-tier divine powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom were all pale-faced, clearly not yet fully recovered from the terrifying turn of events. They discussed amongst themselves, occasionally glancing at the now-ruined Dragon Taming land, as if fearing some further mishap might occur. Of course, even if the dragon-raising grounds really collapsed, it wouldn't cause any devastating damage to them. However, it can still cause some damage if it happens suddenly. However, the dragon-raising ground had existed for so long that they were not used to this sudden collapse. That's why this happened. At this moment, Zhong Qi noticed that everyone was looking at him. He just shrugged. There's nothing I can do. After the contract for the third dragon egg was completed, things turned out this way. I didn't want it to happen either. Even if it's the third dragon egg, wait. The third dragon egg. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused, startled. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he looked at Zhong Qi, unable to resist asking. You've already made a contract with the third dragon egg? What else? Zhong Qi shrugged, then spread his hands and said, if the contract hadn't been successful, how could this dragon taming ground have suddenly undergone such a change? It must be because the contract for the third dragon egg has been completed, which is why the dragon taming ground collapsed. Others gradually realized the mystery and began to understand that this seemed to be the case. This wouldn't have happened if the third dragon egg hadn't been successfully contracted. The previous disturbances at the dragon raising ground were already far too intense. Such a large area collapsed directly, without the slightest warning. If they hadn't run fast enough, it would be hard to say exactly how it would have turned out. At this time, after Zhong Qi explained that the contract for the third dragon egg had been completed, everyone immediately turned to look at him. And, with a hint of doubt, he asked, "Since you have already formed a contract with this third dragon egg, doesn't that prove that the greatest difficulty facing our dragon kingdom has been resolved?" Zhong Qi nodded. "If there are no other problems, then that's how it is." A sharp hiss suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap tearing through the sky, instantly ripping apart the surrounding air. Immediately afterward, everyone present gasped, the sound rising and falling like surging waves, one after another assaulting their eardrums. Then, one by one, people stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, their faces filled with disbelief. They opened their mouths wide, but no sound came out, as if an invisible force had choked them, and this was the only way they could express their shock and astonishment. The scene before them was so breathtaking, like a dream unfolding before their eyes. They stared blankly ahead, their gazes fixed on it, as if trying to confirm whether it was truly real. To achieve this moment today, they have sacrificed so much. For a long time, they have worked tirelessly, day and night, without ever stopping. Countless days and nights of hard work have been dedicated to solving the disaster problems that have plagued the Dragon Kingdom for so long. Countless times they have faced difficulties and obstacles, but they have persevered without ever backing down, all to eliminate the hidden dangers that could bring peril to the Dragon Kingdom. And now, they had finally succeeded. They had truly prevented external disasters from ravaging the land of Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, joy, excitement, and relief surged into their hearts like a tidal wave, and many people's eyes began to redden, tears welling up. Especially those with more sentimental personalities could no longer suppress their emotions, and tears streamed down their cheeks like a burst dam. Because they had waited for this moment for far too long, so long that they had almost forgotten the passage of time. However, it was precisely this perseverance and dedication that ultimately allowed them to realize their dream and bring peace and tranquility to the Dragon Kingdom. They even made worst-case scenario plans. If anything went wrong, they would lead all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom away from here to find another home. But the matter is resolved. The problem has been perfectly solved. They didn't need to take this final step at all. They could have preserved the Dragon Kingdom and overcome any difficulty. This is simply the best, the most perfect thing. Of course, Zhong Qi deserves much credit for making all of this possible. It was thanks to Zhong Qi's actions that they were able to resolve the matter perfectly here and in the Dragon Kingdom. This moment, the three-tiered priests looked at Zhong Qi with gratitude in their eyes. "Thank you, Zhong Qi." The third-level priests of the Dragon Kingdom solemnly said these words to Zhong Qi. Looking at these predecessors who had charged into battle for the Dragon Kingdom and were willing to sacrifice themselves, Zhong Qi couldn't help but feel a deep sense of solemnity. Then he said, "This is what I should do. In the past, you were the ones who protected the Dragon Kingdom. Now that I have the strength, I naturally cannot let my seniors fight alone." At this moment, looking at Zhong Qi, they finally realized that their child had grown up. They had practically watched Zhong Qi grow up. And now, its growth rate is astonishing. In a short period of time, he went from just starting to change jobs to now being a third-tier divine job. Yes, Zhong Qi is already one of them. Both are third-tier divine positions. Just then, as a myriad of emotions surged within them, Zhang Li's phone suddenly beeped urgently. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the message, and immediately his face turned deathly pale, a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Something's happened. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to tense up. All eyes turned to Zhang Li, and they asked in unison, what happened? At this moment, all of the Dragon Kingdom's top combat forces were gathered here. What could have caused the usually composed Zhang Li to lose his composure like this? What problem could possibly stump these powerful individuals? However, Zhang Li shook his head solemnly and said in a deep voice, "This matter is far more complicated than we imagined." He took a deep breath and continued, "I just received definite news that all parts of the world are being attacked simultaneously, and a large number of terrifying monsters approaching the level of demigods have emerged in various places. What's even more shocking is that these monsters seem to have fallen from the sky, appearing out of nowhere without warning, and their numbers are simply beyond imagination." At this point, Zhang Li paused, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and continued, The Japanese and South Korean countries, which had already suffered heavy losses, were completely powerless against these overwhelming monsters. In just a very short time after they appeared, both countries were completely unable to resist, and in the end, the entire country was completely destroyed and plunged into a deathly silence. What? After hearing this, instantly, these third-tier priests all wore expressions of disbelief. Then, several people subconsciously looked at Zhong Qi. After all, only Zhong Qi truly understands how Japan and South Korea suffered devastating blows. Or rather, it was Zhong Qi who did it. However, now, their country was completely wiped out. That's absolutely terrifying. What kind of terrifying monster could so easily destroy two countries in such a short time? It's simply unbelievable. A burly man exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and his voice trembling. That's right. Think about it. Although that kid surnamed Zhong did something earth-shattering a while ago, even so, Japan and South Korea should still have a large number of third-level divine professionals. How could they be so powerless? Another man with a thin face frowned and analyzed with a lot of doubt. That's right. Even though the strength of the two countries has been weakened, they still have so many powerful third-level divine professionals left. How could they be destroyed in such a short time? Could it be that they couldn't even put up any effective resistance when facing the enemy? This is truly unbelievable. Another person chimed in, his tone full of incomprehension and shock. Just then, the group of third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom exchanged bewildered glances, all deeply perplexed. After a moment, one of them, who appeared to be their leader, broke the silence and decisively said, regardless of the circumstances, the most important thing right now is that those terrifying monsters have already reached the border of our Dragon Kingdom. There's no time to lose. We must act immediately and not let them cross the border so easily. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and replied in unison, all right, let's set off immediately. We must protect our homeland. With that, they flashed away, transforming into streaks of light, and sped towards the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Zhang Li finished speaking, the powerful third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom, as if they had received an order to go to war, instantly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures soared into the air like arrows released from a bow, heading straight for the vast and boundless sky. Their speed was lightning fast, almost blinding. Above the sky, only dazzling streaks of light could be seen, as brilliant as shooting stars. These streaks of light, carrying an indomitable spirit and determination, sped towards the border of the Dragon Kingdom at an astonishing speed. The wind whistled past their ears, as if bidding them farewell. The clouds, left far behind, seemed to marvel at their speed and power. Each streak of light represented a brave and fearless priest, shouldering the sacred mission of protecting the Dragon Kingdom and defending its national security, rushing headlong to the front lines without hesitation. At this moment, time seemed to freeze in this breathtaking instant. Right there on the vast border of the Dragon Kingdom, earth-shattering roars of beasts resounded through the sky like rolling thunder, their terror causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Looking out, the vast, boundless sea was already churning with terrifying waves, one massive wave after another sweeping up like wild horses. The surging seawater violently crashed against everything around it with overwhelming force. Even fish hiding tens of thousands of feet underwater could not withstand the terrifying sonic impact, and were instantly killed. In a flash, the once clear, azure seawater was stained a shocking blood red, and the entire sea was filled with a strong stench of blood, with gruesome scenes of slaughter everywhere. The enormous, ferocious monsters swung their incredibly sharp claws without restraint, slamming their devastating blows against the seemingly indestructible barrier at the Dragon Kingdom's border. With a series of chilling roars, massive cracks began to appear on the barrier, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly. The barrier, under the monster's ferocious onslaught, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Clearly, against these terrifyingly powerful monsters, existing defensive measures were utterly ineffective. Before long, the barrier at the Dragon Kingdom's border would succumb to this ferocious onslaught and ultimately shatter and dissipate completely. At that very moment, just as the seemingly indestructible barrier was about to crack and crumble, a breathtaking scene unfolded. In the distant sky, a colossal dragon, hundreds of meters long, appeared out of nowhere. The moment it appeared, thick, layered clouds rapidly gathered in the sky. The dragon, majestic and imposing, trod upon these clouds and let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to contain boundless power and majesty, exploding between heaven and earth like a thunderclap. Its immense sound caused the entire world to tremble, and even the vast, boundless sky was shaken by this power. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying sound wave swept out with overwhelming force, engulfing everything around it. Those originally menacing and terrifying monsters trembled involuntarily the moment they heard the sound wave. Undoubtedly, the source of this astonishing spectacle was the terrifying power of Xiaoya's awe-inspiring roar. At this critical moment, the powerful third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom finally arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they immediately displayed astonishing skills and imposing presence, launching their operation without hesitation. Yi Tingyuan held a long spear, its shaft gleaming with dazzling light. Suddenly, a blackish-purple light erupted from the spear, instantly transforming into a powerful force that pierced straight towards one of the hideous monsters. Ow! With a shrill roar, the monster was accurately pierced by the spear. Severely wounded, it was in excruciating pain and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, it frantically swung its huge forelimbs covered with sharp claws, slamming them down on Yi Tingyuan with overwhelming force. However, Yi Tingyuan's reaction speed was lightning fast. He dodged the fatal blow with incredible agility. Although the ferocious claws missed him, an astonishing scene unfolded when they crashed heavily onto the sea. The once calm surface was torn apart as if cleaved by an invisible giant axe, the water surging and churning to both sides, forming a bottomless chasm. This demonstrated the terrifying power contained in the monster's attack. On another battlefield, Zhong Li gripped a long, gleaming sword tightly with both hands. His muscles were taut, and his eyes shone with unwavering determination. With a roar, he swung the sword down in a fierce downward slash. In an instant, a dazzling blade of light appeared, 100 feet long, like a roaring dragon, carrying terrifying, world-destroying power. It shot out with lightning speed, heading straight for a monster not far ahead. Meanwhile, Sun Ji, fighting alongside Zhong Li, was not to be outdone. He gripped a sharp long sword tightly in his right hand, the blade trembling slightly, seemingly eager to unleash its astonishing power. Sun Ji flashed forward, closing in on the monster like a ghost, then swung his arm, the long sword drawing a dazzling arc in the air, unleashing a sharp sword aura as it mercilessly attacked the monster. In the midst of this fierce battle, apart from the two mentioned above, the other third-tier clergy from the Dragon Kingdom also showed no weakness, unleashing their most powerful and secret techniques. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to transform into a magnificent and destructive ocean. All sorts of powerful and dazzling attacks rained down on the ferocious-looking monsters like a torrential downpour. Some of the clergymen waved their hands and chanted incantations, manipulating the intensely hot fire element, instantly condensing it into enormous, blazing fireballs. These fireballs, like scorching suns fallen to earth, carried boundless heat and violent power, roaring as they crashed down upon the monsters, turning everything in their path into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, other clergy raised their staffs, drawing upon the power of lightning in the heavens and earth. Accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, thick bolts of lightning, like giant pythons, descended from the sky, striking the menacing monsters. Each bolt possessed earth-shattering power, tearing apart the surrounding air and bursting into dazzling sparks. In addition, some clergy members unleashed mysterious and unpredictable spells. They might lightly wave their sleeves, releasing eerie light that confuses and bewilders their enemies. Or they might clasp their hands together, generating powerful energy fluctuations that blast monsters away. These strange spells intertwined, creating a beautiful yet extremely dangerous scene. The scene was so breathtaking, it was utterly astonishing. The entire battlefield was enveloped in dazzling light and terrifying energy, as if the end of the world had arrived. Yet, faced with such a surging onslaught, the monsters refused to yield. They roared and howled, desperately resisting the clergy's attacks with their sharp claws and fangs. Not far behind them, Xiaoya's massive body suddenly trembled, and it roared to the heavens with a deafening roar. With this roar, a thick, mountain-like black flame erupted from its mouth. The raging dragon breath, like karmic fire from the depths of hell, carried boundless heat and destructive power, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed a fiery red, as if it had been set ablaze. The intense heat distorted the air. At the same time, a chilling abyssal aura, like a massive black waterfall, plummeted vertically from the distant horizon. Wherever this aura passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting sharp, whistling sounds. Immediately afterward, these abyssal auras, like ravenous beasts, lunged downwards, greedily devouring everything in their path. In an instant, this once peaceful and tranquil land was plunged into chaos and panic. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and shouts and roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Roar! Deafening roars echoed as the ferocious monsters joined the bloody battle. They brandished their sharp claws or spewed deadly venom from their gaping maws, relentlessly attacking their enemies. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the third-tier priests of the Dragon Kingdom showed no weakness. Clad in armor that shimmered with a mysterious light, and wielding various powerful weapons, they fought valiantly. Each swing of their swords, each casting of spells, unleashed a dazzling burst of light and powerful energy fluctuations. Working in close coordination, they formed solid defensive lines, tenaciously resisting the monster's relentless onslaught. Chapter 108 The Bell of Demigods begins. At this very moment, not only was the Dragon Kingdom engulfed in war and smoke, but other countries around the world were also caught up in fierce battles. The once invincible Japan and South Korea had been utterly destroyed, but the powerful United States was still struggling to hold on, making a final stand. However, faced with the overwhelming tide of monsters, their sheer numbers were terrifying, and even with its far superior strength compared to South Korea and Japan, the United States was powerless to reverse the tide. Right now, in the border region of the United States, an extremely terrifying force is raging wildly. The impact of that force is causing the earth to tremble incessantly, as if it might collapse at any moment. At the same time, one after another, chilling and terrifying roars of beasts rise and fall, echoing through the sky. These roars are like the howls of demons from the depths of hell. Just hearing them is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Especially at this moment, amidst the breathtaking and fierce battle between the two sides, the massive aftershocks surged into the sea, instantly unleashing wave after wave of towering, sky-obscuring waves. These waves, like a stampede of horses, swept menacingly towards the United States. Although the Americans activated their defensive measures immediately upon realizing the dire situation, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the surging waves, it was all in vain. Their defenses proved incredibly fragile against such a ferocious attack. Soon, the once impregnable American defensive barrier began to develop countless cracks, like a spiderweb. Under the relentless onslaught of the waves, these cracks rapidly spread and expanded until the entire defensive barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, finally collapsing completely with a deafening roar. The sound of shattering metal, like a death knell tolling at the end of the world, heralded the complete collapse of the American defense system. Faced with those monstrous waves, the supposedly indestructible defenses of the United States crumbled and shattered like fragile glass in an instant. The towering waves surged in with overwhelming force, and in the blink of an eye, they swept in like a ferocious beast, engulfing the entire country. In an instant, cries for help and screams rose and fell, echoing through the sky. Countless professionals from the beautiful country fled in terror, but faced with this devastating catastrophe, all their efforts seemed so pale and powerless. They were helpless, utterly powerless, and could only watch as the endless waves engulfed their homes and destroyed their lives. In desperation, people placed their last hopes on the powerful third-tier clerical masters, hoping these legendary heroes would step forward and save them from their predicament. However, at this moment, even these usually awe-inspiring and revered third-tier clerical masters were preoccupied with their own troubles. They were completely focused on fighting the hideous monster before them, putting all their strength into every move and daring not to slacken their efforts. In this life-or-death struggle, they themselves were in grave danger. How could they have the extra energy to care about others? Even a moment's distraction could allow the monster to seize the opportunity and take their lives. With a chilling roar, a massive, monstrous creature suddenly leaped from the darkness, its sharp, knife-like claws lashing out with lightning speed. In an instant, the beautiful, third-tier divine powerhouse standing before it didn't even have time to react before being mercilessly torn into several bloody, mangled pieces. This sudden and terrifying scene was like a bolt from the blue, instantly scaring the surrounding powerful individuals, who were also third-level divine beings from the beautiful country, out of their wits. Their faces turned ashen, and their eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. However, this nightmare had only just begun. In mere moments, the remaining third-tier divine beings, despite their desperate resistance, found their efforts utterly insignificant against these ferocious and powerful monsters. Soon, one divine being after another fell, their bodies brutally torn apart by the monsters, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome sight. Then, this horde of rampaging monsters surged into the beautiful country like a flood bursting its banks. Wherever they went, blood and carnage followed, leaving a trail of death and devastation. Ordinary, innocent professionals were utterly powerless against these near demigod-like monsters, forced to watch helplessly as they were mercilessly slaughtered. These monsters moved with lightning speed, each attack carrying deadly force. In the blink of an eye, corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth and filling the air with a pungent, acrid stench of blood. Scattered throughout the streets, houses, and squares were mutilated limbs and shattered internal organs. The scene was a horrific, inhuman hell. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly shocked. On this blue planet, among the most powerful nations, the United States, once hailed as a world superpower, had been utterly destroyed, and the speed of its destruction was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, similar horrific scenes were unfolding in other countries. The once invincible United States, the resource-rich United States, one after another, they fell beneath the iron hooves of these terrifying monsters. However, even after causing such immense destruction and annihilation, these ferocious monsters showed no sign of halting their rampage. On the contrary, as if driven by some mysterious force, they all seemed to be heading towards the ancient and mysterious Dragon Kingdom. It was as if, in their eyes, only the complete conquest of the Dragon Kingdom could satisfy their insatiable desires and ambitions. And at this very moment, beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, terrifying flames raged, forming an endless sea of fire that seemed poised to devour the entire world. In this chilling and horrific environment, the ferocious monsters lurking on the Dragon Kingdom's borders let out mournful howls. However, they were utterly unable to escape the scorching flames. With a deafening roar, all the monsters were mercilessly engulfed by the raging inferno. Immediately afterward, under the scorching heat, these monsters collapsed one after another, their bodies gradually cracking and melting, eventually turning into piles of lifeless ruins. At the same time, the instant these monsters died completely, a vast, boundless energy surged into Zhong Qi's body like a raging tide. Keep in mind that Zhong Qi was only level 75 at this point, but the instant these monsters perished, a massive amount of experience points poured into his body like a burst dam. Almost instantly, Zhong Qi's previously incomplete experience bar filled to the top, like a powder keg ignited. Then, a dazzling light suddenly shone above Zhong Qi's head, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Without a doubt, Zhong Qi had successfully leveled up. And this is just the beginning. Zhong Qi killed far too many monsters. So, even after reaching level 76, the leveling up didn't stop. The experience bar filled up again in an astonishingly fast instant. Then, Zhong Qi leveled up again, reaching level 77. This continued several times. It only stopped after Zhong Qi reached level 82. Such an astonishing speed of upgrades left Zhang Li and the others completely dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too fast? Just a few minutes ago, this kid was level 75, and then in the blink of an eye, he's level 82? Even a rocket wouldn't level up this fast. Zhong Qi's rapid leveling up was all because the monsters in front of him were simply too high level. They are all monsters that are close to demigods. Zhong Qi had crossed too many levels, and after killing him, he naturally gained a massive amount of experience. Furthermore, the help from others was not that great. Zhong Qi himself was the one who killed most of the people. That's why Zhong Qi upgraded so much. There are clues to follow. Furthermore, right after Zhong Qi leveled up, the little golden dragon also leveled up considerably, directly reaching level 57. Just as the little golden dragon completed its magnificent transformation and successfully upgraded, an astonishing scene unfolded across the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same moment, the previously clear sky seemed to be enchanted, suddenly showering down a dazzling golden rain. The fine, silky golden rain fell in abundance, like countless shimmering golden gems descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, auspicious omens appeared frequently in the skies above the Dragon Kingdom, with colorful auspicious clouds intertwining and swirling, like a dream. Auspicious light and auspicious energy permeated the air, enveloping this vast land. Against this backdrop of miraculous signs, numerous professionals within the Dragon Kingdom also experienced their own surprising transformations. Those who diligently cultivated their skills suddenly felt a powerful and mysterious force surge within them, propelling their strength to new heights. Both their professional and skill levels increased rapidly, as if riding a rocket. This advancement wasn't limited to a select few. It encompassed almost all professionals, regardless of their location or profession. Even more unbelievable is that those third-tier divine officials who had already reached the pinnacle of power were now experiencing a further breakthrough and increase in their strength. Their already incredibly powerful abilities were further enhanced and sublimated, enabling them to better protect this land and the people living here. Zhou Bo was the first to be upgraded. At this time, just as Zhou Bo was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling upgrade light, he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. His face lit up with uncontrollable excitement as he shouted, "I've leveled up! I've finally leveled up, and my level has increased dramatically too." However, at the same time, the people around him were filled with confusion and bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening out of the blue? Someone muttered to themselves, their face filled with astonishment. This is fantastic. This unexpected surprise is unbelievable. Another person's voice trembled with excitement. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the golden raindrops falling from the sky. These golden raindrops fell like dazzling shooting stars, a truly beautiful sight. What exactly is this mysterious golden rain? How could it appear so magically? Everyone discussed curiously. Suddenly, someone seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Wait, have you noticed that the national fortune of our Dragon Kingdom seems to have increased a lot all of a sudden?" These words caused a great stir, and everyone began to carefully sense their surroundings. Sure enough, they clearly felt a powerful force constantly gathering and strengthening. It really is true. The nation's fortune has actually increased by so much. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. After some observation and discussion, everyone finally focused their attention on the third dragon egg. It must be because of the dragon that hatched inside. Look, its level has increased, which is why it has had such a huge impact on our national destiny, someone said excitedly, pointing at the dragon egg. That's right, it must be it. I never imagined that this newly born dragon would be so closely connected to the fate of our entire Dragon Kingdom. The others echoed. At that moment, many of the third-tier priests of the Dragon Kingdom also felt a significant increase in their own strength. Although the degree of improvement varied from person to person, they were all overjoyed. Those who were at a lower level all received a level upgrade. Those at higher levels have upgraded their skill levels. This upgrade has greatly increased the overall national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. So, throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, everyone was cheering and jubilant. However, it was at this moment that, suddenly, the once calm sky changed color, a fierce wind and swirling clouds arose, and the roaring gale was like a ferocious beast, its deafening sound terrifying. On the sea, countless surging waves, like enraged dragons, instantly rose into the air, colliding and intertwining to form enormous and terrifying whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to possess a life of their own, spreading wildly in all directions, as if to devour everything in their path. Amidst the raging waves and shifting winds, countless dark shadows appeared on the horizon, their sheer number resembling a flock of birds blotting out the sun. They circled and soared rapidly in the sky, easily mistaken for a dark cloud at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, people gasped in horror. These shadows were none other than monstrous creatures with hideous faces. Moreover, these monsters possessed immense power. The lowest level among them was at least level 80, and some were so powerful that they approached the realm of demigods. Such a large number of powerful monsters were now emitting sharp, piercing screams, swooping down from the sky like a black torrent. Then, with a deafening roar, a cacophony of multicolored attacks exploded in the air like dazzling fireworks. These attacks, carrying light as brilliant as neon and intricate, bewildering patterns of power, swept towards Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi in a relentless onslaught. Even the slightest aftershocks from the tremor were enough to stir up huge, turbulent waves on the originally calm sea, as if the entire ocean was being churned up by this force. Even Zhang Li and his fellow powerful individuals, possessing the strength of a third-tier divine official, were unable to withstand such a terrifying aftershock. They tried their best to stabilize themselves, but ultimately could not withstand the powerful impact and could only retreat backward. They were filled with shock and fear, because they were powerless to resist even this insignificant aftershock. How could this be? There are so many monsters, someone shouted in terror. Where did they come from? And how did they suddenly appear here? There are just too many of them. Another person said, their voice trembling. I can feel the unique aura emanating from the hidden dragon abyss, another person exclaimed. But why would the monsters in the hidden dragon abyss suddenly appear at this time? Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of doubt and confusion. Just then, Zhong Qi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. As far as I know, the reason they swarmed out was because the third dragon egg broke. As soon as he finished speaking, all the third-tier clergy present fell into a deathly silence. Then, a clamor arose. What? It was because the third dragon egg broke. What on earth happened? Could it be that there is some mysterious connection between this third dragon egg and these monsters? For a time, all sorts of speculations and questions filled everyone's minds, making them feel extremely confused and uneasy. However, after saying this, Zhong Qi did not continue. A deafening roar erupted, and the hideous, gigantic monsters surged forward like a raging tide, overwhelming everything in their path. In an instant, a barrage of terrifying attacks followed, each carrying a fierce momentum and boundless killing intent, raining down on Zhong Qi like a storm. In a flash, Xiaoyi unhesitatingly spread her large, powerful wings, tightly embraced Zhong Qi, and with a sudden burst of strength, lifted him into the air. The instant they leaped into the air, countless ferocious monsters, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, instantly pounced on the spot where Zhong Qi had just stood. A deafening roar followed, and the area was instantly engulfed in smoke and dust, a scene of utter devastation. The once solid ground crumbled under the earth-shattering impact, turning into a bottomless crater. Faced with such a perilous situation, Xiaoye remained fearless. She chanted incantations, and with a flick of her wrists, clusters of black light rapidly gathered in her palms. Then, an immensely powerful force erupted from her body, transforming into a ferocious black dragon phantom, accompanied by deep, guttural roars. This was Xiaoye's ultimate technique, Abyss Dragon Breath. The abyssal dragon's breath, carrying terrifying, world-destroying power, roared towards the monsters with overwhelming force. Instantly, flames soared into the sky, black smoke billowed, and the entire space was enveloped by this terrifying energy. Those monsters unfortunate enough to be struck by the abyssal dragon's breath let out shrill screams. Their bodies, under this ferocious attack, instantly turned to ashes and vanished into thin air. Then, they all transformed into experience and surged into Zhong Qi's body. Zhong Qi's level was thus upgraded once again. However, even though a considerable number of monsters were destroyed, there were still many left. Boom. A large number of monsters charged towards Zhong Qi once again. Xiaoye spread her wings, dodging the monster's attacks while launching another attack. Only, it was too strenuous. So, it was at this moment that Zhong Qi released Ying. Ying is very different now. She's no longer that petite girl. Its body was already 100 meters long. At this moment, it roared, and one curse source after another appeared in the sky, and then exploded. Countless curses transformed into ropes, binding the monsters. The combined efforts of Ying and Xiaoye almost instantly wiped out even more monsters. Under these circumstances, Zhong Qi's level has already increased from level 83 to level 87. The level increases extremely quickly. However, half of the monsters are still alive. That's amazing. Below, the professionals from the Dragon Kingdom all raised their heads, looking up at the terrifying Zhong Qi in the sky. With Zhong Qi around, these monsters probably won't be a problem. Soon, with Xiaoye and Ying working together, all the monsters were killed. Then, Zhong Qi's level increased to 92. He's already a demigod. At this moment, Zhong Qi exuded a terrifying aura, and the pressure of a demigod emanated from him. This is a demigod. The first demigod in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Even Dongfang Shuo in the past was only close to a demigod, but not a demigod. But Zhong Qi is now a demigod. Since these monsters all come from Hidden Dragon Abyss, let's go into Hidden Dragon Abyss and take a look. After saying that, Zhong Qi took his 3 dragon pets and headed towards the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Since these monsters all came from the Hidden Dragon Abyss, it means that there are great secrets hidden within the Hidden Dragon Abyss. And this secret should be revealed today. Chapter 109 Approaching the Gods. At this moment, after Zhong Qi had this idea, he did not hesitate and headed straight for Qianlong Abyss. Just as Zhong Qi was about to take action, in an instant, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, ripples spread, instantly attracting the attention of the other three third-level clergymen of the Dragon Kingdom. They all looked astonished and began to whisper among themselves. One of them asked suspiciously, "Wait a minute, what exactly is Zhong Boy's intention in doing this? Where is he planning to go?" Another person frowned and replied thoughtfully, "Judging from the situation, those vicious monsters all originated from the hidden dragon abyss. Now that these monsters have been completely eliminated, his next target must undoubtedly be that mysterious and extremely dangerous hidden dragon abyss." At this moment, someone else interjected, saying in a heavy tone, "Speaking of the hidden dragon abyss, back then, our Dragon Kingdom's strongest expert, Dongfang Shuo, led many masters deep into it, but in the end, they still failed to return successfully. Not only that, but not long after they came out, even Dongfang Shuo himself unfortunately died. This time, can Zhong Boy really go alone?" Everyone looked at each other, all showing worried expressions. After a moment of silence, someone finally broke the deadlock, but their words were still full of uncertainty. "Well, judging from the current situation, young Zhong seems to be even stronger than Dongfang Shuo was back then. Perhaps he really will succeed this time." Despite this, most people were still uneasy. After all, the terrifying reputation of Qianlong Abyss had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Finally, everyone sighed and shook their heads, expressing their helplessness. Alas, it's come to this. Even if we wanted to stop him, we are powerless. Moreover, with our strength, we can't offer him any substantial help. All we can do now is silently pray and hope that young Zhong can return safely and create a miracle. Right now, the third-tier clergy of the Dragon Kingdom spoke up one after another, their eyes filled with deep worry. Just now, Zhong Qi had already sped away like a shooting star, disappearing from everyone's sight. They could only watch him leave, their hearts filled with helplessness and worry, because with their current strength, they were powerless to stop Zhong Qi from taking this risk. At this moment, all they could do was silently pray, asking heaven to bless Zhong Qi so that his journey would be smooth and successful. Gazing at the horizon, Xiaoya appeared like a bolt of lightning ripped through the night sky, its speed astonishing. It swept across the heavens with lightning speed, leaving a long, trailing line in the vast expanse of the firmament, as if the sky had been torn open. In the blink of an eye, a boundless sea appeared ahead, and in the depths of this sea, the faint, indistinct outline of an island could be seen. The island, like a mysterious behemoth hidden in the deep sea, lay dormant. A thick fog enveloped the island, so dense it resembled a heavy curtain, completely obscuring the island and its surroundings, making it impossible to discern its true form from any angle. However, despite the dense fog, Zhong Qi knew that behind that seemingly unfathomable mist lay the hidden dragon abyss, a forbidden zone renowned as the most dangerous and terrifying place on Earth, and also a mysterious place holding the most secrets. Throughout history, countless brave and fearless warriors have ventured into this forbidden land, seeking its secrets and treasures. However, the vast majority who entered never returned alive. They either became lost in the intricate labyrinthine passages or succumbed to the clutches of powerful monsters, ultimately meeting a tragic end, their bodies never to be found. Thus, the Hidden Dragon Abyss dungeon has become a place of both longing and fear in people's minds. The earliest one to date is Dongfang Shuo, who is known as the strongest man in human history, leading the strongest people from various countries into it. But what happened in the end? But they were all dead. Even earlier, there were still some, but the result was the same. Since then, no one has dared to mention entering the Hidden Dragon Abyss again. Now, Zhong Qi is arguably the first person who wants to get in. Zhong Qi was very curious about this. Since all the secrets and the source of everything originate here, it is only natural that we must find out the truth. Right now, Zhong Qi had now successfully entered the realm of demigods, his figure imposing and his aura overwhelming. He sat atop Xiao Ye's broad and sturdy back, like a king reigning over the world. At this moment, they were high in the sky, looking down at the mysterious and unpredictable hidden dragon abyss below. A faint golden light shimmered in Zhong Qi's deep eyes. This light seemed to contain boundless wisdom and power, capable of seeing through all the illusions and confusion of the world. He stared intently at the hidden dragon abyss shrouded in layers of mist, attempting to glimpse the secrets hidden deep within. However, despite his immense power, truly seeing through the mist was no easy task. Time ticked by, and Zhong Qi remained highly focused. continuously exploring the unknown territory before him. After a long period of thought and observation, he finally made a crucial decision. Let's go in. This decision meant that he would bravely face the potential dangers and challenges to uncover the long-hidden mystery. Upon hearing its master's command, Xiao Yi let out a high-pitched cry. Its agile body suddenly sank, and then it spread its enormous wings, rushing straight into the thick fog like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, a whooshing sound rang out, and Xiao Yi broke through the layers of fog at an astonishing speed, carrying Zhong Qi into the interior of the hidden dragon abyss. As they pierced through the mist, the scene before them left Zhong Qi utterly stunned. It was as if they had entered a vast, boundless universe. Countless enormous vortexes swirled slowly and orderly all around, emitting strange light, intertwining to create a breathtaking yet perilous spectacle. And, surprisingly, not only was the vortex spinning wildly, but within it, in the distant sky, countless dazzling stars shone. These stars, like jewels embedded in the black curtain of the sky, hung high in the heavens, slowly and gracefully shimmering with a faint yet enduring light. It was the faint light emitted by these stars, like beacons in the night sky, that gradually gathered and illuminated this mysterious world. However, when Zhong Qi stepped into this strange place, his eyes involuntarily narrowed into slits. The reason was simple. He was shocked to discover that this world contained many extraordinary and bizarre things. First, he was surprised to find that he couldn't perceive the passage of time at all. It was as if time had lost its meaning here, stopped flowing. But soon, he realized that things were more than that. It turned out that not only was time elusive to him, but even space seemed to have become blurred here. This place evokes the chaotic state of the universe at its beginning, devoid of a clear concept of time or discernible spatial boundaries. Everything appears hazy and illusory, as if one were immersed in a boundless, endless, and primordial chaos. In this mysterious and eerie space, Zhong Qi slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance. However, all he saw was endless, suffocating darkness, as if it could devour one's soul. It was pitch black. The darkness was as thick as ink, making it impossible to discern directions or one's surroundings. Zhong Qi took a deep breath and cautiously took a step forward. Each step felt like treading on the edge of an unknown abyss, and the slight sound of his footsteps seemed to echo with a sinister resonance throughout the space. As he continued forward, gradually, a primal and savage aura of terror washed over him. This aura was like that of a colossal beast from ancient times, carrying a powerful sense of oppression that made Zhong Qi's breathing rapid. Deep within this darkness lay a colossal core of flesh and blood. This colossal core, like a black hole in the universe, ceaselessly devoured all surrounding power and darkness. Any energy that approached it, whether a faint glimmer of light or a surging surge of power, was instantly and mercilessly swallowed up. When Zhong Qi finally saw the giant core clearly, his heart sank, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. The scene before him was far too shocking and bizarre, far exceeding his imagination. At that moment, fear surged into his heart like a tidal wave, but at the same time, a strong curiosity drove him to further explore the secrets hidden behind this mysterious giant core. He found out. This colossal core of flesh and blood must be the chaos. Not far ahead, a gigantic mass of flesh and blood suddenly appeared. This mass of flesh and blood towered into the clouds, tens of thousands of meters high, like a towering mountain standing there. Even Xiao Yi, who was over 100 meters long, seemed insignificant and minuscule compared to it. This enormous mass of flesh stood silently, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. The surrounding space seemed to distort because of its presence, emanating a terrifying, suffocating pressure. Even more shockingly, all the mysterious aura permeating the entire hidden dragon abyss originated from this mass of flesh and blood. Moreover, the various bizarre monsters lurking in the abyss were likely born from it. At this moment, this mass of flesh and blood was greedily devouring the Earth's inexhaustible energy, like a black hole that could never be satisfied, frantically plundering all the power it could absorb. No wonder monsters appeared. Because the beings on Earth are influencing it, preventing it from being devoured. In order to achieve success more quickly, they created many monsters and then had these monsters kill the living beings on Earth. If it succeeds, it will be able to devour it. Zhong Qi's heart sank as he learned the cruel truth. If that's the case, we must stop it. Right now. The instant Zhong Qi stepped into this place, the colossal flesh core seemed to possess an extremely keen sense of perception, instantly sensing his arrival. At the same time, it trembled violently. In an instant, the entire space shook violently, as if a tremendous earthquake had occurred. The countless vortexes that had already existed in this space began to spin wildly, their speed increasing rapidly and dazzlingly. Then, a powerful and mysterious force surged forth from them, continuously releasing vast amounts of hidden dragon abyss aura. This aura, like a dense fog, quickly spread in all directions, instantly enveloping everything in a hazy mist. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. From the rapidly spinning vortexes, one after another, enormous monsters emerged. These monsters were incredibly massive, each hundreds of meters long, resembling moving hills. Their sharp, enormous fangs gleamed coldly, seemingly capable of easily tearing apart anything in the world. Their terrifying claws were thick and powerful, appearing capable of cleaving through solid rock. At this moment, in this chaotic environment, the ferocious appearance of these monsters was displayed without reservation before everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Even more terrifying was the incredibly menacing aura emanating from these monsters, like surging torrents that made it almost impossible to breathe. A rough estimate suggests there were at least several hundred of these monsters. After emerging from the vortex, they didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately baring their fangs and claws as they pounced towards Zhong Qi's location, their ferocity suggesting they intended to devour him alive. And then I saw this scene. Call. Zhong Qi let out a heavy sigh. He knew he had no way out. Either fight to the death here, or kill all the monsters and end this chaos. Xiaoya. Roar. Following Zhong Qi's voice, Xiaoya then roared angrily. After Zhong Qi's level reached 90, Xiao Yi and Yingying naturally also ushered in their final evolution. Now, they have all evolved to adulthood. Besides the little golden dragon, Zhong Qi's two dragon pets have now both reached adulthood. Roar. After reaching adulthood, Xiaoya's body grew again, reaching a length of 1 kilometer. The patterns on its scales were dense and covered with countless terrifying patterns. Furthermore, the aura of the hidden dragon abyss began to dissipate when it touched Xiaoya and Yingying. All of this demonstrates that Xiaoya's sobbing was closely related to this place. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, hundreds of ferocious monsters of various shapes surged forward like a tidal wave. They bared their fangs and roared, as if they wanted to devour Zhong Qi alive. Just then, Xiao Yi, in its fully formed form, streaked across the sky like a dazzling meteor. It suddenly flapped its broad and strong wings, and in an instant, the abyssal aura that had been permeating the surroundings roared wildly like a powder keg that had been ignited. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and an incredibly powerful gale suddenly formed, like a raging dragon, sending sand and stones flying wherever it passed. This gale quickly coalesced into a huge black vortex, like a bottomless, blood-red maw, seemingly about to mercilessly devour everything around it. Without hesitation, Xiaoya leaped into the black vortex, opening her enormous maw, large enough to swallow a mountain, and unleashing a terrifying dragon's breath. This breath was like a raging inferno from hell, radiating chilling heat and world-destroying energy. Even more terrifying was that the dragon's breath Xiaoya exhaled was no longer ordinary fire, but a blaze imbued with powerful laws of nature. These raging flames, seemingly possessing a life of their own, spread in all directions at an astonishing speed, turning everything in their path into a sea of fire, scorching everything in their path. The ferocious monsters that pounced upon contact with these flames instantly emitted a hissing sound, their bodies melting away rapidly like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The power of these flames was simply too terrifying. The monsters were utterly unable to withstand such immense force, and could only gradually turn to ashes amidst painful howls, ultimately vanishing without a trace. With just one breath of dragon's breath, nearly 100 monsters were annihilated. After these monsters died, they transformed into a massive amount of experience, which eventually flowed into Zhong Qi's body. Immediately, after reaching level 90, Zhong Qi leveled up again. Moreover, it was promoted 2 levels in a row. With a deafening roar, boom, Xiaoya launched another attack without hesitation. Its massive body swung violently, and its enormous dragon tail instantly stretched across the sky like a towering mountain range. At that moment, the entire space trembled because of Xiaoya's earth-shattering attack, as if its tail was about to cleave a bottomless chasm. The dragon's tail, carrying a chilling and terrifying power, streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt, viciously lashing out at the monsters with overwhelming force. In an instant, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound, followed by a crack. In just that one strike, hundreds of monsters were unable to dodge and were directly severed in half by Xiaoye's dragon tail, which was as hard as steel. The severed parts were mangled and bloody, a gruesome sight, with blood splattering on the ground like raindrops. At the same time, Ying was also exerting her power. Above the sky, streams of curse origin appeared, transforming into vortexes that attacked the monsters. It's even assimilating the vortex here. The aura of the hidden dragon abyss here is actually being affected by Ying, and it's about to turn into a cursed vortex. This is the terror of Ying. Just then, the enormous core, seemingly formed from endless blood and flesh, slowly opened a massive, scarlet eye. This eye burned with hellfire, radiating a chilling light. Immediately afterward, a piercing whistling sound erupted, and thousands more grotesque monsters rushed in from afar. However, compared to the previous behemoths, these monsters were much smaller, only a few dozen meters in size. Even so, the evil aura emanating from them and their grotesque, twisted faces still sent chills down one's spine, filling one with profound fear. In an instant, this massive horde of monsters, as numerous as a dark cloud, surged towards Zhong Qi like a raging black torrent. They were about to completely engulf and devour him. The situation was extremely precarious. In the blink of an eye, Ying, who had been guarding nearby, suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its enormous body, which was already over 1,000 meters long, now swirled and danced nimbly in the air, resembling a giant, winding dragon. Then, a colossal, astonishingly large vortex of curse appeared out of thin air before Ying, rapidly expanding at an alarming rate. The next moment, with a deafening roar, the vortex exploded, transforming into an extremely long sound wave. This sound wave, like an unparalleled, incredibly sharp blade, carried world-destroying power, slashing fiercely towards the densely packed horde of demons below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions rang out across the sky, causing the entire world to tremble violently. The thousands of menacing monsters, once struck by this terrifying sonic wave, instantly exploded like lit firecrackers. Moreover, these explosions were not isolated but chained together, forming a continuous, relentless wave of blasts. In the blink of an eye, none of the thousands of monsters survived. They were all blasted to pieces, leaving no trace of their remains. Then, a vast amount of experience was poured into Zhong Qi's body. Even Zhong Qi was so enveloped in this light that he couldn't be seen. Amidst a vast amount of experience, Zhong Qi's level increased rapidly, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of experience. He was immediately promoted to level 99. When Zhong Qi reached this level, Xiao Yi and Ying were also upgraded. The little golden dragon was the same, but it did not reach level 99. Little golden dragon will need some time to improve. However, after Zhong Qi was promoted, instantly, a strange glint appeared in the eyes of that giant flesh and blood core. A terrifying voice, its origin unknown but capable of shaking the surrounding area, suddenly descended. After being fed so much, it has finally grown. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the entire space, and then a strong wind suddenly appeared, blowing everything away. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Chapter 110, Becoming a God, the grand finale. Ha! A sharp, piercing laugh, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, suddenly rang out, like the hooting of an owl, sending chills down one's spine. Ha ha ha. Immediately following was another burst of even more arrogant and ferocious laughter, wave after wave, like surging waves, violently crashing against people's fragile heartstrings. Within this very space, the terrifying laughter seemed to roar like a demon from the deepest hell, or the mad roar of an ancient god. It swept in like the most violent hurricane in the world, leaving devastation in its wake. In this vast space, the unrestrained laughter spread without any restraint. It passed through deep canyons and over steep peaks. It lingered among ancient forests and wandered over desolate ruins. It echoed in the depths of dark caves and permeated the ends of empty fields. This unbridled laughter was everywhere, penetrating every nook and cranny. It was like an invisible net, tightly enveloping the entire world, leaving no escape, no refuge. Every corner was filled with this malicious and frenzied sound, instilling endless fear and despair. Zhong Qi, who had successfully leveled up to level 99, suddenly shuddered, his entire body seemingly petrified, standing frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, his mind blank. However, only a moment later, he seemed to awaken from a dream, abruptly raising his head, his gaze fixed intently on the giant flesh and blood core. When he saw what was before him, an indescribable sense of horror instantly swept over him. The enormous fleshy core resembled a towering, majestic mountain of flesh, its shape bizarre and twisted, emanating a chilling aura. Even more terrifying, this horrific entity opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. The roar resounded through the heavens, echoing endlessly like rolling thunder. The entire space was filled with this awe-inspiring roar, creating an unbearable sense of oppression and fear. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying aura surged forth from the giant flesh core, spreading wildly in all directions like a flood bursting its banks. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, the world instantly became turbulent. A deafening roar resounded, as if the end of the world had arrived, and everything around trembled violently. Then, the remaining grotesque monsters, without any resistance, exploded into pieces under the powerful impact. The monsters' bodies were blasted to pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist and chunks of flesh that flew everywhere. At the same time, extremely dense abyssal auras, exuding endless darkness and evil, surged towards the fleshy core like giant black dragons. In the blink of an eye, these abyssal auras converged into a massive black torrent, tightly enveloping the fleshy core, making it appear even more mysterious, unpredictable, and terrifying. And its speed was astonishing, like lightning. Then, without warning, the exposed crimson eye of the massive fleshy core, that enormous, terrifying eyeball, suddenly burst open. A gaping maw, thousands of meters long, appeared abruptly. It was its mouth. At that moment, that gaping maw opened wide, like a bottomless black hole. With a deafening, guttural sound, all the surrounding energy was instantly swallowed up. After successfully absorbing this aura, the flesh and blood core began to undergo violent changes in an instant. Its originally enormous body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, twisting and deforming with a cracking sound. Almost instantly, the powerful aura that had permeated this vast and boundless space seemed to fall silent, and the entire space trembled slightly, shaking all directions. Then, a jaw-dropping and unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The flesh and blood core, which had previously resembled a towering, colossal mountain, underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering, humanoid creature. This humanoid creature stood majestically in the vast, boundless sky, its imposing stature utterly unimaginable, seemingly surpassing the limits of human comprehension, even rivaling the heavens and earth. Its hands and feet were clearly visible, thick and powerful, seemingly containing boundless strength. However, what was chilling was that its head remained empty, replaced by only an enormous, scarlet eye, gleaming with an eerie and malevolent light. Furthermore, there was a terrifying maw, thousands of meters long, which, when opened, seemed capable of swallowing the entire world. The violent, deafening roar that had erupted earlier had continuously spewed forth from this terrifying mouth, like rolling thunder, echoing through the heavens. Even Zhong Qi was shocked when he saw this scene. So this is the complete picture of this giant flesh and blood core. Rooted in the hidden dragon abyss, it seeks to devour the energy within. Then, so many monsters were born. They wanted to use these monsters to kill everything around them and then devour all the energy. This is certainly not a simple matter. However, this is indeed the deepest thought of this flesh and blood megacore. And now, it was controlling the dragon pets, Zhong Qi and Xiao Yi, until they reached level 99 and finally revealed their true nature. From the very beginning, this flesh and blood giant core was intended to cultivate them. Then, it will devour it. Otherwise, Dongfang Shuo and his men would never have been able to get out of here. Turn out to be. All of this is a scheme by this flesh and blood giant core. At that moment, Zhong Qi finally understood. These 3 dragon eggs should represent the most terrifying force on Earth. However, as long as the dragon pets transformed from these 3 dragon eggs absorb all the energy and evolve to their most complete state, then, by devouring it, one can successfully absorb all the power. This is the idea behind the flesh and blood giant core. And today, at this moment, when the colossal flesh and blood core revealed its true form without reservation, An uncontrollable sense of dread instantly welled up in Zhong Qi's heart. The colossal flesh and blood core resembled a towering mountain, enormous and ferocious, exuding a chilling aura. Then, it slowly opened its blood-red maw, which was thousands of meters long, as if it could swallow the entire world. With this action, a deafening, chilling roar suddenly erupted from its mouth. The sound exploded like thunder from the heavens, carrying boundless ferocity and killing intent, and rapidly spread outwards. After this terrifying roar, the surrounding air trembled violently, as if it had been ignited. The powerful sound waves spread outward at a visible speed, instantly turning everything in their path, mountains, trees, and even massive buildings, into dust and utterly destroying them. In just a few moments, this once peaceful and serene space was covered with countless cracks, like a shattered mirror, teetering on the verge of collapse. If this colossal flesh and blood core were allowed to continue its rampage, it would likely collapse completely and vanish into nothingness before long. However, the flesh and blood core was utterly indifferent to all this destruction and annihilation. It had only one target in its eyes: Zhong Qi, Xiao Yi, and the others. In its crazed mind, nothing was more important than completely obliterating them. One could even say that its deepest desire was to devour Zhong Qi, Xiao Yi, and the others alive, taking them into its belly. But at this moment, Zhong Qi had made up his mind that no matter what the cost, he would never let this giant flesh and blood core succeed. Xiao Yi. As soon as Zhong Qi called out, Xiao Yi understood his intention. In an instant, Xiao Yi's figure flashed, leaping forward as swiftly as lightning. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. With Xiao Yi's roar, a powerful sound wave, like a surging ocean wave, rapidly spread in all directions. Moreover, this sound wave traveled at an extremely fast speed, covering a large area in the blink of an eye. At the same time, another sound wave from afar swept in with lightning speed. The two sound waves collided violently in midair, like two enormous planets crashing together, unleashing a deafening roar. Boom! The powerful explosion, like thunder, resounded through the sky, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums. The energy generated by the explosion instantly burst outward, forming a huge shockwave that affected everything around it. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the wind howled. The terrifying aftershocks swept across, leaving devastation in their wake. Trees were uprooted, boulders were blasted to pieces, and the ground was carved with deep furrows. Then, with a crisp crack, the seemingly indestructible space shattered completely, like fragile glass. Countless fragments scattered and flew in all directions, shimmering with strange light in the air. As soon as this space shattered, the heavy mist that had been shrouding the area seemed to lose its support and began to slowly dissipate. Gradually, the view became clear, and the scene hidden behind the mist was finally revealed. Then, the horrifying, blood-soaked colossal core of flesh and blood appeared in a breathtaking way. Its enormous body resembled a towering mountain, majestic and imposing, as if it were about to pierce the clouds and reach the top of the sky. This colossal core of flesh was unimaginably enormous, practically blotting out the sky. Wherever it touched, sunlight was completely blocked, plunging everything into darkness. Above, the once clear sky instantly turned somber and oppressive, thick, dark clouds surging forth like a raging black tide, rolling in at an alarming speed. These clouds piled up layer upon layer, like mountains, tightly enveloping the entire sky, forming a massive, impenetrable curtain. As the dark clouds gathered and spread, the entire world was rapidly swallowed by darkness. The once bright light vanished without a trace, and not even a sliver of glimmer could penetrate the dense darkness. The earth was plunged into endless blackness, as if time itself had stood still. People could only feel a profound fear and oppression emanating from the unknown depths, as if the end of the world was imminent. This moment, the survivors, having witnessed this breathtaking scene, were utterly stunned and speechless. Their eyes widened as they stared incredulously at the mysterious and terrifying presence in the distance, their hearts filled with boundless fear and bewilderment. What on earth is going on? One person asked in a trembling voice, their tone filled with obvious fear and unease. The others echoed, "Yes, what is that thing? Why did it suddenly appear here? And it looks so huge." Everyone's gaze was fixed on the colossal creature, but due to the great distance and its enormous size, they couldn't make out its entirety. Someone speculated, could it be the legendary descent of a god? But if it truly is a god, Why does it give us such a sense of oppression and danger? Another person shook their head in denial. It doesn't seem like a god. I've never heard of any god that exudes such a dense and primal aura of destruction. This aura makes people feel desperate and helpless, as if the whole world is about to be destroyed. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, look! On the opposite side, 2 giant dragons have appeared." Hearing this, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the 2 giant dragons. Their bodies were coiled and twisted, exuding a majestic aura and radiating an awe-inspiring power. Even more surprisingly, human figures were standing on the backs of the 2 giant dragons. Right now, Zhong Qi appeared on Xiao Ye's back, and then he appeared in everyone's sight. Only the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom knew. That's Zhong Qi. The professionals from the Dragon Kingdom gathered together, their faces grave as they discussed what had just happened. One of them spoke first, saying, "In my opinion, that enormous creature is undoubtedly the monster lurking in the hidden dragon abyss." The others nodded in agreement, and someone added, "It's terrifying. Just sensing the aura it exudes, you know that no ordinary third-tier divine officer could withstand it." Another person chimed in, "That's right. Under these circumstances, I'm afraid only Zhong Qi has the ability to face such a terrifying monster." Everyone agreed, because they knew that the monster before them was far more powerful than they could have imagined. At this moment, another person exclaimed, "This monster's aura is far too powerful, as if it possesses the power to destroy everything in the world." Everyone's faces showed fear, and their hearts were filled with worry. Now our only hope is Zhong Qi. If even he can't stop this monster's advance, the consequences will be unimaginable, and the whole world may be destroyed as a result. At this point, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Finally, someone in the crowd shouted, "Come on, Zhong Qi. You can definitely stop it." The others joined in, placing all their hopes on Zhong Qi, expecting him to create a miracle and save the world from imminent danger. Right now, Xiaoye and Yingying, 2 enormous and majestic dragons, stood side by side, exuding a chilling aura and revealing unwavering determination in their eyes. They roared in unison and launched a fierce attack on the flesh and blood giant that stood before them like a mountain. Xiaoye opened her gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black dragon breath imbued with boundless destructive power, like a surging black flood, directly towards the flesh and blood giant. However, the giant remained unfazed. It raised its thick, pillar-like arm and casually waved it away, as if shooing away an annoying fly. With the swing of its arm, a gust of wind howled, instantly extinguishing the terrifying dragon breath spewed by Xiaoye, as if that world-destroying power had never existed. At the same time, Yingying unleashed her ultimate technique. She chanted incantations, her body radiating an eerie purple light, and a bottomless vortex of cursed energy gradually formed before her. This vortex spun continuously, exuding a chillingly malevolent aura. However, as the vortex hurtled towards the flesh and blood giant, the giant merely swung its arm once more, unleashing an unparalleled burst of power. With a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible vortex was blasted into fragments by this single blow, dissipating into specks of purple light in the air. The power of this flesh giant was simply too immense. Every movement it made carried the force of a tidal wave, as if it possessed inexhaustible energy. Even the most ordinary collision generated enough impact to easily destroy everything around it. Whether it was solid rock or dense forest, everything before it was as fragile as paper. Winning this battle is extremely difficult. Even if Xiaoye and Yingying join forces, it will still be quite difficult. At that moment, neither Xiaoye nor Yingying could deal with the flesh giant. Zhong Qi suddenly looked at the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon that hatched from this 3rd dragon egg has never fought before. And now, the little golden dragon is only level 90, and its strength is still a bit lacking at level 99. But that's all we can do. Right now, with a dragon's roar, the little golden dragon appeared in the sky. The next moment, as the dragon soared through the 9 heavens, a dazzling golden light appeared in the world. This golden light cleaved through the darkness and dispelled all confusion. As it roared, countless professionals below were enveloped in a faint golden light. Then, with the little golden dragon's roar, all the golden light on their bodies converged on him. And then the little golden dragon opened its mouth. After swallowing all the golden light, its body suddenly grew larger. From its original tens of meters, it has evolved into a gigantic kilometer. Roar! It roared, and immediately, countless streams of fortune appeared. This is no longer just the power of the Dragon Kingdom's destiny. It is the power of the destiny of the entire blue star. The entire fortune of the blue planet is concentrated here, gathered on it. Then, the little golden dragon suddenly unleashed a burst of dragon breath. The pure golden dragon breath, carrying incomparably terrifying power, gathered countless auras. Boom! The pure golden dragon breath struck the flesh giant with tremendous force. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Ah! The flesh giant let out a painful roar. Clearly, the little golden dragon's attack caused it immense pain. Next, the little golden dragon launched another attack. This time, the flesh giant was finally out of options. They clashed. Finally, with the help of Xiaoya and Ying, the original power of the three dragons was completely united. Finally, a powerful dragon breath completely destroyed the flesh giant. After the flesh giant was destroyed, finally, countless forces surged forth from it. Then, they all headed towards Zhong Qi. At this moment, Zhong Qi was completely enveloped in this golden light. Zhong Qi was taken aback. His stagnant experience bar began to grow. After reaching level 99, Zhong Qi's experience bar stopped moving completely. And now, growth has begun again. Before long, Zhong Qi's level was raised again. Level 100. At this moment, Zhong Qi felt an unusual power within his body. He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhong Qi realized that he had reached level 100. They transformed into gods. He became a god. With a wave of his hand, he restored all the places in the world that had been destroyed. He has mastered the laws governing the earth. He became the first god on earth. The true god. He has already dealt with the monster that appeared this time. After it became a god, the three dragon pets merged again and eventually transformed into a giant dragon egg. This dragon egg is the same size as the previous flesh and blood giant. Zhong Qi glanced at it and knew that once it hatched, it would become the most terrifying dragon pet, because it combines the power of the previous three dragon pets.